I served 5 years in prison for my older brother. On the day I was released, my family didn't come to pick me up. Instead, they tricked me into going to the hospital and took one of my kidneys. They said that as long as I saved my younger brother Chin-won, the Chin family would support me for life. But after the surgery, instead of my family, I was greeted with a bill and an empty hospital room. It was at that moment that I realized that so-called family ties are nothing more than a blood-sucking contract. When my older brother makes a mistake, I take the blame. When my older brother gets sick, I donate a kidney. When my older brother enjoys happiness, I die. But just as I was about to breathe my last, I was reborn, returning to the day my fate collapsed. My father, Chin Si-hai, knelt before me, weeping like a loving father, while my stepmother, Luo Feng, wiped away tears, feigning pitifulness. My whole family surrounded me, wanting me to take the blame for Chin-won and go to jail again. Seeing this scene, I almost burst out laughing. Because they didn't know. In this life, I already knew the whole truth. My name is Chin-yun, and this time, I will not be the one going to prison. I slowly raised my head and looked at my father, Chin Si-hai, kneeling on the ground. Just like I remembered, his face was covered in tears, and he kept trying to persuade me in the name of our deceased mother. My stepmother, Luo Fengjiao, was also wiping away tears, saying that the family couldn't be separated. My eldest brother, Chin-won, kept his head down and remained silent, as if he had suffered a great injustice. If I hadn't experienced my previous life, I might have really been deceived by them. But I will never forget it. 5 years in prison. I will never forget the despair of lying in the hospital waiting to die after having my kidney removed. And I will never forget the cold words on the other end of the phone. The money should be left to your brother. In my past life, I treated them as family. In this life, I only see them as enemies. Seeing my silence, Chin Si-hai thought I had softened and hurriedly said, "Second brother, as long as you help your brother this time, this family will be yours from now on." Hearing that, I almost burst out laughing, because in my past life, he said the same thing. As a result, I served 5 years in prison. When I got out, I had nothing. Meanwhile, Chin-won, thanks to my sacrifice, went to university, got married, and lived a good life. All those promises were lies. Just then, a small, thin figure suddenly rushed over and hugged my arm. "Second brother, don't go. I don't want you to go to jail." I looked down. It was my younger sister, Chin-ling. She was skin and bones, her face sallow, and her eyes were filled with tears. The moment I saw her, my heart trembled violently, because I knew. In my previous life, my sister had been abused by her stepmother for a long time and didn't even live to be 20. And I, as her older brother, had done nothing. I gently patted her head, silently vowing in my heart that in this life, no one would ever hurt her again, and no one would ever climb over my shoulders to get ahead. Just then, footsteps suddenly came from outside the courtyard. "Officer Feng Yong has arrived. The injured man has a broken leg. Someone must take responsibility today. All eyes are on me." They were all waiting for me to step forward and take the blame, just like in my previous life. But this time, I looked at Chin-won, a cold smile slowly creeping onto my lips. Because the real show was just beginning. Chin Si-hai immediately shoved me in front of the police officers, insisting that I was the one who killed the assailant. Everyone stared at me, waiting for me to confess so they could save Chin Wentong's future at university. But I simply looked at the officers and calmly stated that Chin Wentong was the real culprit. The courtyard fell eerily quiet. Chin Si-hai's expression changed drastically, but I pointed directly to the bloodstains on Chin Wentong's trouser leg, saying that villagers had witnessed him fleeing home late at night. Following the evidence, Feng Yong immediately handcuffed Chin Wentong. Chin Wentong cried and begged for help, but Chin Si-hai could only watch helplessly as he was taken away. My second uncle and aunt immediately jumped out and scolded me for being cold-blooded, saying that my brother was able to get into university and bring honor to the family, and that someone like me should take the blame for him. I sneered and exposed their scheme. They were simply waiting for Chin Wentong to become successful so they could enjoy the good life. Chin Si-hai, enraged, grabbed a carrying pole to hit me. I stood still without flinching, only saying that if he dared to lay a hand on me, I would send him to jail. Chin Si-hai's hand froze in midair, and in the end, He could only roar at me to get out of the Qin family. He thought I would starve to death if I left this family, but that was exactly what I was waiting for. I immediately proposed to separate from the family and never work for them like a slave again. Luo Fingjiao was the first to panic, because if I left, she would have to do all the dirty and hard work. Old Mrs. Qin also sat on the stone mill crying and making a fuss, saying that the family was going to fall apart. In fact, she was just afraid that the news of the family division would get out and make her lose face in the village. I ignored them and made only one condition. I would agree to separate the family, but I wanted to take Qin Ling with me. In my past life, they killed my sister. In this life, I will never let her suffer in the Qin family again. Qin Sihai was so angry that he cursed me as a beast. I turned around and left to find the production team leader, Zhang Yong, to oversee the division of the family property. Qin Ling chased after me, crying. When she heard that I was to live separately from her, she didn't hesitate at all and nodded in agreement. I wiped away her tears and vowed in my heart that even if we had to start from scratch, I would protect her for the rest of my life. After packing our bedding, I took her hand and found Zhang Yong and explained everything about the Qin family. Zhang Yong tried to persuade me a few times, but seeing my firm attitude, he had no choice but to agree to help. He even found us an abandoned old house in the east of the village. The roof was drafty, and the corners were covered in cobwebs and dust. Inside, there was only a broken bedboard and a few old kitchen utensils. Qin Ling looked at the dilapidated house with some fear, but I told her not to be afraid. At least no one here would scold her, beat her, or starve her. One day, I will rely on myself to let her live in a real, warm, big house. We had just started cleaning when my friends Huang Kuan and Depang arrived with mud, tarpaulins, and shovels. Without a word, they helped me repair the roof, and before leaving, they left sweet potatoes and potatoes for my sister and me to get through this difficult time. I'll remember this kindness. Now is the time when river fish are at their fattest, so I've decided to take them fishing in the Clearwater River tomorrow morning to repay this favor with a real catch. Big Fatty doesn't believe I can catch any fish. He's just accompanying me to try my luck. After settling my sister in late at night, I went around to the bushes behind the house and dug out the 2 jars of homemade liquor that I had hidden earlier. Then, under cover of darkness, I went to Wu Dalandan's house because he had the bean flour that I needed most right now. I knocked on the door, and a lazy voice came from inside, telling me to come back tomorrow if I had something to do. I deliberately shook the wine jar in my hand, making a crisp sound, using my treasured wine as bait. Instantly, it piqued the curiosity of Wu the Lazybones, who was addicted to wine. 1 second he was closing the door and making excuses, and the next second he opened the door barefoot to welcome me, enthusiastically pulling me into the house. I drank with him, barely consuming any alcohol, but constantly praising his amazing capacity for alcohol. Having been lonely for many years, Wu, the Lazybones, completely let his guard down. After a few drinks, he pulled me aside and poured out his sorrow and helplessness at being alone. Taking advantage of the situation, I swore brotherhood with him. The Lazybones Wu immediately patted his chest and promised that he would never shirk his responsibilities if I ever faced difficulties. Secretly relieved, I then mentioned that I urgently needed bean flour to make a living, directly pointing out his family stock. Slightly tipsy, he was unusually generous, telling me without hesitation to fetch the bean flour from the corner. A few pounds of this precious grain would be enough to solve our immediate problem. While he slept, I quietly brought it back, secretly congratulating myself on the perfect plan. Early in the morning, my sister and I had a quick breakfast and headed to the Qingshui River on time. Huang Kuan and Depang were already waiting, full of curiosity about my secret plan. The peach blossom fish in the river are extremely wary. Ordinary villagers can spend a whole day and still only catch a few. I didn't rush to fish in the river. Instead, I had the 2 men collect roadside weeds. They recognized them as poisonous and couldn't understand why I insisted on collecting them. I simply told them quietly that the weeds were crucial, and they didn't ask any more questions. They then split up and searched for 2 hours. I crushed the wild herbs and boiled them into a juice, then poured all the precious bean flour into the river. Huang Kuan and Depang exclaimed in surprise and confusion. In times of scarcity, grain was a treasure. But the next second, the river surface stirred. Peach blossom fish, attracted by the aroma, surged towards the river in droves. I gestured for the two to pour in the herbal juice. Within minutes, the nimble peach blossom fish floated belly up, easily hooked. We caught more than 30 peach blossom fish, along with eels and soft-shelled turtles, far exceeding what most people would expect. Grateful for their help in repairing my house, I generously shared most of my catch with them, keeping only a small amount to sell in town. They were shocked and declined, but I insisted, and they finally accepted it, unable to believe I could control the entire village's fish population. Carrying my fish basket, I headed to the county town, carefully avoiding the bustling areas, searching for the only opportunity to sell my fish at a high price. The county town had an abundance of manpower and a very high demand for wild game, which was key to my earning money. I went into a small restaurant and borrowed the kitchen utensils to cook fish soup. At first, the owner was unhappy and wanted to kick me out. Only after I promised to give him fresh peach blossom fish as a gift did he agree to cooperate. The fish soup I made was milky white and fragrant. The owner was amazed after tasting it and immediately offered to buy it. I sold it for 2 yuan per fish, far exceeding the market price of 8 mao. The owner looked shocked, but was moved by the extreme freshness of the peach blossom fish and compromised to sell 3 fish to him first. I sold my fish along the street, not in a hurry to lower the price, patiently waiting for my target customers. Sure enough, an elderly man with a distinguished air stopped, wanting to nourish his ailing wife. I first let him taste the fish soup for free. Its rich and fragrant flavor instantly won over his taste buds. I took the opportunity to introduce the nutritional value and unique taste of the peach blossom fish, handed over the soup recipe, and quoted a price of 2 yuan. The old man hesitated for a moment, but was eventually persuaded and decided on 3 fish. He also listened to me explain the wonderful use of corn silk tea in relieving diabetes. Watching the old man leave gratefully, I had a vague feeling that this person might be able to help me in the future. But making money was the most important thing right now, so I immediately suppressed the thought and continued to loudly hawk my peach blossom fish. The transaction we just made and the aroma of the fish soup had already piqued the interest of those around us. A middle-aged man stepped forward wanting to try the soup, and I readily agreed, because I knew that once he tasted its deliciousness, he would find it hard to leave empty-handed. Just as business was starting to pick up, several security guards wearing red armbands suddenly rushed in and sternly reprimanded us for setting up stalls and engaging in speculation without permission. The surrounding vendors scattered and fled for their lives, and the street descended into chaos. I grabbed my fish basket and ran after the crowd, but something felt off. This street was rarely patrolled, and the timing of the patrols today was so coincidental. Clearly, someone had tipped me off. After escaping danger, I confirmed with my colleagues that this was not a coincidence, but rather someone had deliberately reported me. Based on my experience from 2 lifetimes, I quickly identified the suspect, and an uncontrollable anger rose within me. I intended to go purchase supplies first, but then I heard a familiar voice ahead. Someone was slandering me to the security department, calling me a parasite on collectivism. I listened carefully and realized it was Qin Wentong. I didn't expect him to be released so quickly after being arrested and to come and harm me so soon. Old grudges and new hatred surged into my heart instantly. I quietly took out an empty fish basket and slammed it shut on him as he sighed in frustration. I punched him relentlessly, unleashing all the hatred I felt in my past life, taking the blame for him, donating a kidney for him, only to be mocked and abandoned by him. Only when he begged for forgiveness and admitted his mistake in a low voice did I kick him away and quickly leave the scene. I carried my fish basket to the Juchang Street Farmers Market, where the regulations were more relaxed and I could buy things without tickets. With the money I earned from selling fish, I bought rice, fatty meat, bean flour, and daily necessities to replenish the supplies I needed most. As dusk fell, I returned to the village laden with my belongings. Just as I reached the village entrance, I saw the Qin family members staring intently at the fatty meat and rice in my hands, their eyes gleaming like hungry wolves eyeing their prey. Luo Fengjiao immediately tried to appeal to my family ties, hoping to coax me back to the Qin family and then take the supplies. I coldly saw through her scheme, When my sister and I were starving and freezing, they didn't show us a shred of kinship. Enraged that I had exposed them, the Qin family cursed in public. I ignored them and hurried home with my things. But before I even entered the courtyard, I heard Wu Shui throwing a tantrum and crying. Wu Shui lent me some bean flour, then immediately regretted it. He lay on the ground and acted like a liar, even trying to take my sister away to pay off the debt. De Pang and Huang Kuan tried their best to protect Qin Ling, but they couldn't do anything about this scoundrel. I threw the entire amount of bean flour on the ground, thinking that paying off the debt would be the end of it. But Wu Shui's expression changed immediately after looking at it, and he immediately said that the quantity was wrong, clearly trying to rip me off. I sneered inwardly. Having lived 2 lives, I saw through his scheme at a glance. Everyone thought I would act impulsively, but this time, I wouldn't confront him head-on. I would use my brain to completely subdue him. Wu Shui insisted that I had taken 5 jin of his bean flour and forced me to make up the rest. I turned cold and ordered De Pang and Huang Kuan to tie him up and take him to the brigade for public judgment. Then I turned the tables and accused him of stealing my wine and daring to accuse me. Wu Shui panicked instantly, because he usually only framed others and never thought he would be outmaneuvered. I deliberately pressed him to reveal where he got the bean flour, exposing his lazy and gluttonous nature in front of everyone. Then, I changed the subject, saying that the bean flour was likely stolen from the production brigade, which violated collective rules. The mere mention of the potential criminal charges for undermining collectivism terrified Wu Shui, turning him pale. Only I knew that he had indeed been secretly smuggling bean flour, but the villagers had simply been too lazy to investigate. Knowing that even after a beating, there should be a sweet treat, I offered 2.5 pounds of bean flour as a gesture of goodwill, indicating that the matter would end there. After weighing the pros and cons, Wu Shui dared not pursue the matter any further and could only slink away with the bean flour. Huang Kuan and De Pang looked on with admiration, saying that I could handle scoundrels without even lifting a finger. I just smiled and told them to go pick vegetables from the garden. I would cook a real hot meal for everyone that night. In my past life, when I was in prison, only Huang Kuan and De Pang would visit me often and secretly bring me food. But later, one died tragically in a car accident due to overwork, and the other was separated from his wife and children and became destitute. Thinking of this, I secretly vowed that I would rewrite their fate in this life. I not only wanted to turn my life around, but I also wanted to help these 2 true brothers make money and get on a stable, righteous path. Not long after, they brought back vegetables and eggs, and Huang Kuan even brought all the eggs in his house for me to eat. I knew his family wasn't well off either, and I wanted to decline, but Huang Kuan waved his hand dismissively, saying he'd lie and say the eggs had been stolen when he got home. Hearing this, I felt both heartbroken and touched. True brothers are never just all talk. I started cooking rice, stir-frying vegetables, and stewing fish and meat. Steam rose from the pots, filling the dilapidated little house with aroma. Watching my sister and brothers sitting around the table, for the first time, I felt that there was finally hope for the future after my rebirth. After the meal, I offered Huang Kuan and De Pang the money I had earned from selling fish and the pork, but they refused to accept it, saying that helping me was just what I should do. I couldn't persuade them otherwise, so I took the money back and told them to go back to the river to catch fish the next morning. I know very well that those who tasted the peach blossom fish yesterday will come back to me. As long as this business stabilizes, we will no longer be poor boys who can be bullied by others, but people who can turn their lives around with our own hands. The next morning, we arrived at the Qingshui River on time. The 3 of us worked together more and more skillfully, and in just 3 hours, we caught more than 30 peach blossom fish, and also caught a lot of other aquatic products. Looking at the basket full of fish, Huang Kuan couldn't hide his longing and asked if I could go to the county town to sell them. I readily agreed. There were too many fish for me to transport alone, and it would be perfect with his and De Pang's help. As soon as I entered the alley of the county town, Su Tienda, the owner of yesterday's restaurant, came up to me. He was all smiles and said that the peach blossom fish had sold like hotcakes yesterday. He immediately offered me a cigarette as a gesture of goodwill and wanted to buy 10 fish at once. Su Tienda also wanted me to supply only him from now on. Everyone else thought it was a surefire deal, but I just smiled and didn't agree. I only said that I could give him priority in selling to me. I know in my heart that businessmen only care about profits. He might support me today, but if someone else supplies me at a lower price tomorrow, he can immediately switch to someone else. The same fishing methods will be learned sooner or later. I can't put my livelihood on one person. After listening to my analysis, Huang Kuan and Depang suddenly realized what I meant and repeatedly said that I had thought things through. We continued to sell our fish along the street and soon encountered Chu Gaoxian, the middle-aged man who had been interrupted by the patrol yesterday and had not been able to buy any. Chu Gaoxian smiled as soon as he saw me, saying that he had been thinking about the fish soup from yesterday and immediately bought 2 large fish. I chatted with him casually and unexpectedly learned that the old man from yesterday was actually Director Li from the factory. He said that Director Li's wife had just been discharged from the hospital after a serious illness and needed to recuperate. I immediately realized that this was a golden opportunity. So I offered Chu Gaoxian an extra fish, using the opportunity to inquire about Director Li's address. Having received a favor, Chu Gaoxian readily led me into the factory's residential compound, which was difficult for outsiders to access. When the people in the compound heard that I was a vendor selling peach blossom fish, they immediately swarmed around me and rushed to buy them, and the remaining fish were quickly sold out. Chu Gaoxian pointed to Director Li's door. I straightened my clothes, picked up the fish and the corn silk I had prepared in advance, and went to knock on the door. Director Li looked surprised when he opened the door, clearly not expecting me to come to him in person. I took out the corn silk and said it was something I had promised to deliver yesterday. Director Li was immediately moved and quickly invited me inside to sit down. He also casually mentioned the difficulties his wife had faced with her relapsed eye condition and the ordeal of being hospitalized. I surveyed the room's furnishings, made my judgment, and handed over 2 fresh fish, saying they were for the aunt to nourish her body. Director Li tried to pay, but I immediately stopped him, adding that I knew a little about treating illnesses. I accurately described the pathology and symptoms of diabetes, almost perfectly matching the hospital's diagnosis. Director Li listened with a look of shock, and his gaze towards me shifted from polite to genuinely concerned. I handed him the prepared folk remedy, reminding him to consult a doctor before using it, and that it was only for relieving discomfort and should not be used haphazardly. Director Li gratefully grasped my hand, saying that I could come to him for help whenever I encountered difficulties in the future. That's exactly what I was waiting for. Asking for favors can't be based on personal relationships. There has to be something of equal value. The fresh fish and the prescription were the path I'd paved beforehand. So I smiled slightly and said that I did indeed have something I wanted his help with. To be honest, we've just separated from the family, and life is tough. I can only support my sister by selling fish. If I could supply the factory canteen, my brothers and I would have a stable way to make a living. I thought the matter would be settled immediately, but to my surprise, Director Li shook his head and said that the canteen's procurement was not under his jurisdiction. Although this was a setback, he did not refuse, but instead wrote down the address of Zhou Yuan, the head of the canteen team, and offered to act as a go-between for me. I politely declined his offer of money for the fish and the prescription, and took the opportunity during our casual conversation to find out more about Zhou Yuan. Learning that he was a passionate collector of antiques gave me confidence. With proper preparation, this path might not be impossible. Huang Kuan's eyes lit up with excitement when he heard there was an opportunity to connect with the factory. But I knew that rushing in would only lead to failure. The more crucial the opportunity, the less I could afford to be hasty. I had to prepare something truly compelling to impress Zhou Yuan. I suppressed the urge to visit immediately and led my brothers into the city for a meal first. Huang Kuan and Depang were worried about the cost and wanted to go home and eat something simple. But I waved my hand and led them directly into a state-run restaurant. Looking at the steaming, exquisite dishes on the table, I ordered a table full of food. In my past life, they suffered with me. In this life, now that I'm rich, I will never let them suffer with me again. Just as we were enjoying our meal, I suddenly noticed Qin Wentong's face covered in bruises. Standing next to him was a well-dressed, wealthy woman, and he was putting on an act of a refined and cultured scholar. I saw right through him. The once arrogant young master of the Qin family had now turned his life around by currying favor with a rich girl. He was clearly in a sorry state, yet he desperately tried to maintain a facade, afraid that she would see through his true colors. Qin Wentong recognized me too. His fists clenched tightly, but he dared not lash out on the spot, continuing to feign indifference. He flaunted his literary talent, pretending to be refined, as if he had never committed those despicable acts. I sneered inwardly. In my past life, he took everything from me. In this life, I would tear away his disguise myself. I stepped forward and publicly exposed his shameful deeds, that he should have been imprisoned and that he had forced his own brother to take the blame for him. Huang Kuan and Depang immediately stepped forward to testify, and everything they said was true. After hearing this, the rich woman's expression changed drastically. Her gaze towards Qin Wentong shifted from admiration to disgust, and she decisively turned and left. Qin Wentong's dream of wealth and status shattered on the spot, and in a fit of rage, he threatened to take revenge on me. Watching his disheveled figure flee, I felt an immense sense of satisfaction. Without lifting a finger, I had cut off his path to riches and power. After a satisfying meal, I packed up the leftovers to take back to my sister. Before leaving, I once again divided the profits from selling the fish with Huang Kuan and Depang, this time using the excuse of needing more manpower and doing something big to finally convince them to accept. After settling the arrangements, I carried the food back to the village alone. As I approached the door, I heard my sister arguing, her voice trembling with tears. My heart sank, and I immediately quickened my pace and rushed into the yard. The scene before me ignited my anger instantly. While I was away, Grandma and Luo Fengjiao conspired to steal the supplies I had bought. My young sister clung tightly to the bag, refusing to let go, her hands bleeding from the pressure, and she even got slapped across the face by Luo Fengjiao. Seeing my sister's swollen face, my mind went blank. She was the only person I wanted to protect in this life, yet these so-called relatives dared to lay a hand on her. Without saying a word, I rushed over and kicked Luo Fengjiao to the ground. She tried to throw a tantrum, but I slapped her several times, making her mouth bleed, finally quieting the courtyard down. Old Mrs. Qin brandished her cane and angrily berated me, accusing me of airing my family's dirty laundry in public and belittling my sister and me. I stared coldly at her, snatched the cane from her, and broke it on the spot. She thought I would consider the relationship between grandmother and granddaughter, but I only said one thing. If anyone dares to insult my sister again, I'll tear down the Qin family's old house. Old Mrs. Qin was so frightened she froze on the spot, only able to cry out. I didn't want to waste any more words with them, so I directly sent Huang Kuan and Depang to fetch the production team leader, Zhang Yong. Today they came to steal our things and assaulted us. They must pay the price. When Zhang Yong arrived, Luo Fengjiao immediately launched into a false accusation, crying and saying that she had bullied her elders without cause. But everyone in the village knew she was always trying to take advantage of others, and no one believed her lies. I explained the whole story from beginning to end. I didn't take anything when the family property was divided, but they stole my belongings while I was away and even beat my sister. Zhang Yong's face darkened after hearing this. He asked me how I wanted to handle it. I said directly, send them to the police station, and then put up a big character poster at the village committee. Luo Fengjiao and old lady Qin panicked instantly, because if this matter escalated, Qin Wentong's reputation would be completely ruined. Zhang Yong, fearing the matter would affect the brigade, urged me to reconcile for the sake of family ties. I coldly refused. Family ties? They didn't consider that word when they bullied my sister. Helpless, Zhang Yong called Qin Sihai over. Seeing him again after the family division, he was noticeably more haggard, but the first thing he said was still to question me, accusing me of being relentless and ruthless. He used his father's status to pressure me, and then used the excuse of retribution to force me to back down. I exposed his favoritism and hypocrisy in public, tearing apart his shameful past piece by piece. Qin Sihai was so angry that he raised his hand to hit me, but his hand hovered in mid-air, hesitating to strike. He was afraid that Qin Wentong's affair with the rich girl would be implicated, so he could only suppress his anger. I seized on his weakness and directly proposed a settlement. I wanted the Qin family's mule. That was the most important source of labor for the farming family. It was like cutting a piece of flesh off the Chin family. Old Mrs. Chin immediately wailed, saying that without the mule, the whole family couldn't do any farm work. But I knew even better that back then, they clearly had the ability to handle the trouble themselves, yet they chose to make me take the blame for Chin Wentong. After weighing the pros and cons, Chin Sihai had no choice but to grit his teeth and agree. Watching him personally lead the mule to me, I felt no guilt whatsoever, only a belated sense of satisfaction. The Chin family members were filled with resentment, but they could no longer utter a word and could only leave in a sorry state with Luo Fengjiao. My younger sister watched their retreating figures and whispered to me, "Wasn't that too harsh on them?" I knelt down and, with tears in my eyes, told her that in our past life, we suffered endless injustices in the Chin family, and in the end, none of us had a good ending. In this life, I would rather bear the blame than let her suffer again. I solemnly promised my sister that I would ensure she had an education, enough to eat, and warm clothes, so she could live a truly good life of her own. She finally nodded, her eyes changing from fear to determination. The next morning, Huang Kuan and De Pang went fishing as usual. I stayed in the village and started looking for antiques, because I still needed to offer a real bargaining chip to impress Zhou Yuan, the head of the canteen. I first took some fresh fish to visit the family of my former private tutor, hoping to collect some old items. However, they politely declined. I didn't press the matter, left politely, and went to Sun Zhu's house instead. Unexpectedly, as soon as I arrived, Sun Dazhuang revealed a secret. Chin Wentong was simultaneously stringing along a rich girl and seducing his sister, treating everyone like pawns. Sun Dazhuang was so angry he wanted to confront Chin Wentong immediately, but I quickly stopped him. To strike a snake, you must strike its vital spot. Acting impulsively will only make things worse. I already had a more reliable plan in mind. When Sun Dazhuang heard that I had a plan, he immediately suppressed his anger. I followed him into the house, only to find the Sun couple arguing fiercely about their daughter's marriage. As soon as Sun Zhu saw me, he actually said he wanted to marry his daughter to me. I quickly declined, saying that I only wanted to establish my career and make money, and had no intention of starting a family. Seeing that Dazhuang's mother was still deceived by Chin Wentong's appearance, I directly told her the truth about the county town. Chin Wentong had long been having an affair with a rich girl, but behind her back, he was also deceiving the Sun family's daughter. Dazhuang's mother was utterly shocked, refusing to believe that the sweet-talking and hard-working Chin Wentong was a fraud. I calmly reminded her that education level never reflects character, and that those who are highly educated can also be the most deceitful. I instructed the Sun family to keep quiet for now, and wait until I had the evidence before tearing Chin Wentong's disguise apart once and for all. Sun Zhu finally realized the truth, and his approval of me increased. He wanted to bring up marriage again, but I politely declined once more. I then took the opportunity to ask if the Sun family had any antique items. Sun Zhu, grateful for my help, immediately pulled out an ancestral vase and insisted on giving it to me free of charge, saying it was to repay the favor of saving Sun Dazhuang. I insisted on giving him money, but he refused to accept it no matter what. In the end, I could only agree to work with Sun Dazhuang to earn money in the future as a way of repaying the Sun family's kindness. After taking the vase home, I used my knowledge of antique appraisal that I had learned in prison in my previous life to quickly assess its condition. Although I couldn't determine its value, it was enough to get in touch with Zhou Yuan. The next day, Huang Kuan, De Pang, and I went to town again to sell fish. The restaurant owner, Su Tianda, readily accepted the goods and even gave me 2 extra yuan in change, clearly seeing me as a stable source of income. I abandoned the familiar sales channels within the factory area, not wanting to trouble Chu Gaoxian by asking for favors and causing further trouble. The 3 of us continued to sell our wares along the street, and business was still going smoothly. In the evening, I prepared to visit Zhou Yuan to discuss cooperation. Huang Kuan and De Pang, knowing they weren't good with words and worried about their image, stayed behind to let me go and negotiate alone. I prepared cigarettes, politely made arrangements with the gatekeeper, and smoothly entered the family compound, heading straight to Zhou Yuan's residence. Zhou Yuan's attitude was initially indifferent, But upon learning that I was recommended by Director Lee and possessed medical knowledge, his opinion immediately changed, and he was filled with goodwill. I then presented him with fresh fish and an antique-style vase, hoping to secure this supply opportunity with the antiques and my sincerity. He immediately recognized that the vase was a modern imitation and not a genuine antique. My heart skipped a beat. My bargaining chip had fallen through, and my original plan to win him over had instantly fallen apart. I gritted my teeth inwardly and could only offer a frank apology. Out of respect for Director Lee, Zhou Yuan agreed to supply 20 pieces per day, but the purchase price was only 1 yuan and 50 cents, and the quantity was limited. It was clearly just a perfunctory gesture. I smiled and agreed on the surface, but secretly I was planning my next move. Just as we were discussing the cooperation, a familiar figure walked out of the house, Li Xiaoro. She had a spoiled and arrogant look on her face. She was actually a rich girl who had been deceived by Qin Wentong. She directly accused me of being vicious and framing my brother. My heart sank. I finally saw through Qin Wentong's methods. He was deceiving the Sun family's daughter while simultaneously brainwashing Li Xiaoro, distorting the truth. Zhou Yuan was furious when his daughter contradicted him. Suddenly, Li Xiaoro slammed the door and stormed out, declaring that if Zhou Yuan accepted my gifts, she would elope with Qin Wentong. Zhou Yuan was trembling with anger and even considered giving up on cooperating with me altogether. I knew he was just making excuses. With the opportunity slipping away, I had no choice but to take a gamble and bring up that I was Qin Wentong's younger brother and knew his background well. I was uneasy, but I was betting that Zhou Yuan would listen to me reveal the truth for the sake of his daughter. Sure enough, Zhou Yuan, because Li Xiaoro was present, asked me to move to the hallway to talk. The part of my heart that was hanging in suspense finally settled down, and I secretly rejoiced that I had gambled most of the way correctly. I lit a cigarette and began to recount the favoritism in my family and reveal the truth about Qin Wentong forcing me to take the blame. Zhou Yuan gritted his teeth, utterly bewildered. Why would his obedient and sensible daughter be infatuated with such a despicable man as Qin Wentong? I whispered to him that as long as we produced the numerous nauseating love letters Qin Wentong had left behind and let Li Xiaoro see them with her own eyes, she would finally give up completely. Zhou Yuan's eyes lit up instantly, and he eagerly asked about the whereabouts of the love letters. I frankly told him that I had obtained them unexpectedly while visiting the villagers yesterday. He nodded secretly, his eyes filled with trust and appreciation, praising me for being reasonable, honest, and straightforward. I told her I didn't bring the love letter today, but I would deliver it specially tomorrow so that Li Xiaoro could see everything clearly. Zhou Yuan made the decision that as long as his daughter completely gave up, he would take full responsibility for the fish-selling cooperation orders. After chatting for a while, I said goodbye and left. As I walked, I thought to myself, if I hadn't been reborn, Qin Wentong would still be living a smooth life, while my sister and I would have suffered endless grievances and been trampled on by the Qin family. In my past life, my sister and I were like neglected weeds, abandoned by the Qin family. Now, I hold the evidence, which has become a fatal weakness that locks Qin Wentong's future. Back in the county town, I found Huang Kun and De Pang and frankly told them that things hadn't gone well that day, but that we had secured a large order. They believed me without question, and since it was still early, we decided to go to the Huaiyun River to relax. In the height of summer, the Huaiyun River comes into view, its waterfalls cascading majestically, and the dammed power station alleviating the county's power shortage. Handsome men and beautiful women cool off by the river, enjoying iced water for just 3 cents a cup, a small investment yielding a large profit. Huang Kun took a sip of the iced water and bluntly said it tasted awful, not as good as the hawthorn water from the village. A thought struck me. The hawthorns from Qingshui village are large and juicy, sweet and sour, perfect for cooling down in the summer. This organic iced water would definitely appeal to even the most discerning city dwellers. After a rough cost calculation, I set the price at 6 cents a cup, instructing the two not to rush into production and to discuss the details back in the village. Just as we were admiring the river view and preparing to return, we suddenly heard urgent cries for help from the riverbank. A woman fell into the swift-flowing river, struggling and calling for help. Passers-by threw her a life buoy, but it was too late to save her. The current was treacherous, and every time the girl sank, the tension was palpable. Without a second thought, ignoring Huang Kuan and Depang's attempts to dissuade me, I took off my shirt and leaped into the raging river. The current was fierce, but it couldn't deter my determination to reach the girl who had fallen into the water. I grew up in the Qingshui River and am a skilled swimmer. But the closer I got to her, the stronger the current pulled me, the more dangerous it felt. Gritting my teeth, I could only try my best to get closer. The girl who had fallen into the water panicked, thrashing about and kicking at me several times. I knew that if I let her move around freely, my strength would quickly run out. So I had to harden my heart and slap her awake, making her consciously deal with the current. I sternly told her to stop moving. After struggling, the girl was completely exhausted and drifted away into the deep water. The situation became urgent again. I quickly found an opening, hooked my arm around her, and swam slowly towards the shore. Exhausted, I finally brought her to the bank. She was unconscious and breathing weakly. I immediately bent down and performed CPR, working for more than 10 minutes according to the rescue lecture, until she finally coughed up the water and slowly regained consciousness. The girl's companion was moved to tears and kept asking for her name and address, wanting to visit her in person to express her gratitude. I simply told her my hometown and address and instructed her to take her to the hospital for a checkup immediately. After a short rest, Huang Kuan, Depang, and I returned to Qingshui village. We returned to the village at dusk and tidied up the house that night. Compared to the cramped living quarters in the Qin family's house, the current place is 100 times more comfortable. My younger sister, Qin Ling, looked at the brand new home with joy in her eyes. Late at night, there was a knock at the door. Aunt Zhou arrived late, carrying a bundle, looking flustered. She asked if my promise to buy the antiques still stood. I kept my promise and told her to confidently show me the items. She unwrapped the layers of packaging, revealing an old inkstone. I carefully examined it and confirmed it was genuine, then immediately handed her 5 yuan. Aunt Zhou praised my kindness and righteousness, and even expressed her regret for the Qin family's actions during the division of their assets. I smiled calmly, unwilling to bring up past grievances again. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, I watched Aunt Zhou leave and went back to my room to rest. The next morning, my sister and I prepared a sumptuous meal, invited Huang Kuan and Depang, and also invited the capable Sun Dazhuang to eat with us. The table laden with meat dishes astonished Sun Dazhuang. In their impoverished village, such a meal was an extreme luxury. I frankly revealed my lucrative method of catching peach blossom fish, promising to eat meat every day from now on, and even planning to recruit more fishermen. I devised a profit-sharing plan. The 4 core members would take the lion's share of the profits, while the hired villagers would be paid 50 cents per fish, excellent pay in the village. Sun Dazhuang excitedly took on the task of recruiting, and I gave him a bowl of meat to take back to his parents. I instructed everyone to focus on fishing, while I went alone to the back mountain to investigate the hawthorns, preparing to launch a new business selling hawthorn iced water. In the height of summer, the hawthorns from the back mountain are tart and refreshing, and making iced water with them would definitely appeal to city dwellers. I happened to meet Li Ho, an honest and hard-working villager, and offered to buy hawthorns for 80 cents a basket, which he readily agreed to. Halfway there, Wu Shui, reeking of alcohol, suddenly appeared, demanding the same opportunity to earn money, relying on our past relationship. Knowing Wu Shui's questionable character, I could only politely decline and appease him, telling him to go home first. After he left, I reassured Li Ho to focus on preparing the goods, and then went back to my own courtyard to rest. Soon, Huang Kuan and his companions returned with a full load, having caught over 80 peach blossom fish in a single day. Qin Ling, the younger sister, looked at the overflowing baskets and worried that the fish would go unsold, resulting in wasted effort and no profit. I calmly reassured her, telling her that the sales channels had already been planned and she could simply stay home and count her money. Just as everyone was packing up the fish baskets and everything was getting back on track, hurried footsteps suddenly came from outside the yard, and crisis struck again. A group of law enforcement officers wearing red armbands stormed into the yard. Someone had secretly reported us for illegal fishing, suspected of speculation and profiteering. Patrols rarely go to rural areas. This precise arrest must be someone deliberately targeting us. Qin Wentong emerged from behind the crowd with a sinister smile, clearly harboring a grudge and determined to bring me down with the help of others. He acted arrogantly in public, insisting that we were illegally profiting and that he would send me to the police station. Sun Dazhuang and his friends, being loyal and righteous, grabbed bricks and shielded me behind them, determined not to let law enforcement officers take me away arbitrarily. I knew that acting impulsively would only implicate my brothers, so I decisively pushed them away and took all the responsibility upon myself. During the transport, Qin Wentong constantly provoked me, publicly recounting past grievances and vowing to make me pay a heavy price. I coldly retorted to Qin Wentong's double standards and selfishness. In my past life, I took the blame for him, missed my studies, and suffered countless injustices. I had long remembered this debt. Enraged, he became even more determined to use this opportunity to put me permanently imprisoned. Upon arriving at the police station, the interrogation officially began. I truthfully provided all the information, but to my surprise, I received a report listing dozens of charges. In addition to speculation and profiteering, I was also falsely accused of assault, robbery, and other baseless charges. The situation instantly became hopeless. Law enforcement officers informed me that each charge had corroborating witness testimony. A chill ran down my spine. I realized Qin Wentong had bribed villagers to give false testimony. I vehemently denied it, but they coerced me into signing, and it seemed like a hopeless situation. Just as I was about to resign myself to my fate, a calm and powerful voice rang out, halting the interrogation. A middle-aged man was pushed in through the door, stating bluntly that there were many suspicious points in the matter and that the truth must be thoroughly investigated. The scene immediately fell silent. Director Gao appeared and protected me from the crisis of conviction. He pointed out that yesterday, when my daughter fell into the water, I jumped into the turbulent river without hesitation to save her, seeking neither fame nor fortune, and turned away. This act of kindness was enough to overturn all suspicions against me. Brother Feng was stunned on the spot and immediately apologized and completely changed his attitude. Director Gao also found out that I fished to supply the factory canteen, completely clearing me of the suspicion of profiting from it, which shocked me deeply. Director Gao not only cleared my name, but also offered to compensate me for the loss of the peach blossom fish at a high price. In a short moment, I went from being a suspect awaiting trial to a winner, and a warm feeling welled up in my heart. As I walked out of the police station, I saw Qin Wentong looking utterly frustrated, as if he were about to cry but wasn't. His entire scheme had failed. He privately confronted Brother Feng, and I watched coldly as Brother Feng directly and sternly told him to shut up, revealing his numerous inconsistencies. I got into Director Gao's car, and he chatted with me the whole way, praising my broad knowledge, saying it far surpassed that of ordinary young people my age. I used reading books and big character posters to cover up my advanced remarks and got through the conversation smoothly. The car arrived at the Gao family residence, where the interior was exquisitely decorated. Director Gao's wife had prepared a sumptuous feast and warmly invited me to take a seat. I looked around the room but didn't see Gao Yunshu, and a slight doubt arose in my heart. The lady smiled and explained that Yunshu was shy because I had given her emergency treatment and had been hiding in the inner room, refusing to come out. I quickly explained that the situation was urgent and that I had not overstepped any boundaries. Director Gao nodded in approval of my procedure. After a few rounds of drinks, Director Gao offered to help me find a stable job with options for either a factory or a police station position. I thought for a moment, then politely declined the secure job, insisting on staying in the countryside to develop my career, which surprised him somewhat. I boldly analyzed economic trends, asserting that the private sector had great potential and meticulously dissected the differences between public and private ownership. Director Gao was shocked and impressed, secretly regarding me as a confidant. After our late-night conversation, I politely declined to stay overnight and returned home alone, not wanting to bother her too much. Hearing Director Gao's words, Gao Yunshu, who was inside, blushed and came out to refute him, a strange feeling quietly stirring within her. I paid for a night's stay in the county town myself and didn't return to Qingshui village until the next morning. When Qin Ling saw me return, she rushed over and hugged me tightly, constantly checking me for injuries, her heart filled with worry. Huang Kuan and Depang also stepped forward, their faces beaming with joy. They had already prepared a banner for my appeal, ready to seek justice for me. Looking at the neat characters on the tattered cloth, a warmth welled up in my heart, knowing that these brothers were worth making friends with. I secretly rejoiced that I had returned in time. If they had rashly gone out to appeal, they might have been charged with disturbing the peace. Villagers outside the courtyard, having heard the news, came, their faces showing dissatisfaction as they demanded their fishing fees. At first, the villagers complained that I had broken my promise and cheated them, but when they saw me standing calmly in the courtyard, exuding an imposing aura, they were instantly speechless. The older villagers stepped forward to apologize, explaining that they had only come to demand an explanation because they had not received their payment on time. I readily admitted my oversight and had my sister withdraw the money to settle the payment with each villager according to the agreed amount. Upon receiving the money, the villagers immediately praised me for keeping my word, and their previous dissatisfaction and suspicion vanished instantly. I didn't dwell on the previous turmoil. It was true that I was in the wrong for owing wages, and in chaotic times, reputation is the most valuable asset in business. Fortunately, this incident ended smoothly. The villagers completely accepted me, and future cooperation became firmly established. After seeing everyone off, I returned to the house and found a basket full of hawthorns on the floor. Each one was plump and bright red, without a single rotten fruit. I immediately sent Fatty with the reward to thank Li Ho, and I was even more glad that I hadn't entrusted the task to Wu Shui in the first place. I just managed to sort out the trouble here, but the Qin family back home is still dreaming. Grandma and Luo Fengjiao drink sweet potato porridge every day, but they vent all their resentment on me, believing me to be an ungrateful wretch, and they even still have their eyes on the mule I took away. In their eyes, Qin Wentong was the family's hope. If they could marry into the city, the entire Qin family would rise to prominence overnight. They had no idea that Qin Wentong had already prepared false evidence and was plotting to send me to prison and completely ruin my life. Just as the two were boasting to the whole village about Qin Wentong's great abilities, Feng Tian from the police station suddenly arrived with gifts. Grandma was overjoyed, thinking it was a gesture of goodwill towards Qin Wentong, and immediately began to exaggerate the Qin family's achievements. The villagers echoed their sentiments, marveling at how education truly brought success. Grandma and Luo Fengjiao were beaming with pride, their tails practically wagging in the air. Little did they know, Feng Tian's visit today wasn't to curry favor with the Qin family, but rather to offer me a formal apology. Grandma couldn't wait to ask how many years I'd been sentenced to, her face full of anticipation as she waited to hear the news that I was in jail. But Feng Tian looked completely bewildered, immediately stating that he was a hero who saved someone, hadn't been arrested at all, and certainly hadn't been sentenced. The moment those words were spoken, the entire room fell silent. The smiles on Grandma and Luo Fengjiao's faces froze completely. Only then did Feng Tian realize that he had long since separated from the Qin family and was living independently. He had come to the wrong place. Upon learning the truth, Feng Tian's face turned ashen, and he publicly warned the Qin family that if Qin Wentong continued to maliciously spread rumors and frame others, he would be held accountable according to the law sooner or later. The villagers watching immediately understood everything. The Qin family, who had been so proud just moments before, had become the laughingstock of the entire village. Even so, Grandma still refused to admit defeat. Taking advantage of her age, she stubbornly refused to give up the gifts Feng Tian had brought. Luo Fengjiao, on the other hand, fiercely protected the food, refusing to hand it over no matter what. The family's shameless behavior thoroughly enraged Feng Tian. He declared that if the gifts weren't returned, he would sue the Qin family. The atmosphere instantly became tense, with neither side willing to back down. Just then, I arrived at the scene after hearing the news. A quick glance told me what had happened. When Feng Tian saw me, he immediately began to complain, saying he had gone to the wrong house and had been forcibly detained by the Qin family to apologize. Seeing the ashen faces of my grandmother and Luo Fengjiao, I calmly reminded Feng Tian that forcibly taking someone else's property is illegal. Feng Tian immediately realized this and concluded on the spot that it constituted robbery. Upon hearing the words robbery, Grandma and Luo Fengjiao panicked instantly. Just moments before they had been incredibly arrogant, but now they hurriedly took out all the gifts, fearing they would be arrested and taken to the police station at any moment. Just then, Qin Sihai returned with his family after finishing his farm work. Without asking any questions, he rushed up, grabbed my collar, and roared that I was an ungrateful wretch who was determined to drive the Qin family to ruin. Looking at this unreasonable and domineering father, I felt no emotion whatsoever. Feng Tian was about to step forward to help, but I stopped him with a raised hand. I deliberately provoked Qin Sihai, telling him to go ahead and make a move if he dared. This sentence completely ignited Qin Sihai's rage. Veins bulged on his forehead, his fists clenched so tightly they cracked, and he looked ready to cripple me in public. At the critical moment, Qin Wentong rushed over. Not wanting things to escalate, he quickly whispered a few words in Qin Sihai's ear. Surprisingly, the previously furious Qin Sihai instantly calmed down and reluctantly released his grip. After the Qin family left in a sorry state, Feng Tian told me that as long as I was willing to provide evidence, I could sue Qin Wentong and make him pay the price for his previous framing. After learning that the entire process would take at least 3 months, I gave up on the idea. I have plenty of ways to deal with someone like Qin Wentong. There's no need to waste time on a lengthy lawsuit. To make up for the previous misunderstanding, Feng Tian offered to compensate me for the lost fish, and even deliberately paid me based on a count of 100 fish. I didn't refuse this favor and accepted it without hesitation. Before leaving, Feng Tian specifically reminded me that Qin Wentong was extremely cunning and that I must be careful. I simply smiled. The fact that Qin Sihai could calm down so quickly meant that Qin Wentong did indeed have some trump cards up his sleeve. But I didn't take him seriously at all. Someone who gains a sense of superiority through education really thinks he can control everything. In my opinion, he's far from being a true competitor. Early the next morning, I called Huang Kuan, Depang, and Sun Dazhuang, and we drove a mule cart to transport the catch into the county town. Besides fish, the cart also carried letters and the inkstones we had collected. I always remembered my promise to Zhou Yuan and didn't want to leave any potential problems. As soon as I entered the county town, the restaurant owner warmly greeted me. It turned out that I hadn't delivered any goods for the past few days, and many regular customers had been asking about the source of the wild fish every day. I took out 20 fish as usual to make the transaction, but the owner suddenly asked to pay on credit. Without a second thought, I refused outright. Small businesses dread debt. Countless deals fail because of bad accounts. Seeing my firm stance, the shopkeeper had no choice but to settle the payment and never dared mention credit again. I left the quick-witted Huang Kuan to sell the fish, then took Depang and Sun Dazhuang straight to Zhou Yuan's house. I knew very well that this visit wasn't just about negotiating a partnership, but a crucial step in completely exposing Qin Wentong's pretense. Zhou Yuan seemed somewhat surprised to see me, but still signed the supply order for 70 fish per day as agreed. On the surface, the cooperation went smoothly, but his businesslike attitude made me sense a hint of danger. The factory's processes are complex, and if someone deliberately obstructs a step, payments could be delayed at any time. Therefore, I must take this opportunity today to completely resolve any potential problems and firmly secure the cooperative relationship. So I took the opportunity to bring up Qin Wentong's matter and asked Sun Dazhuang to personally testify about how Qin Wentong had harassed my sister and caused trouble for the Sun family. Then, I took out that love letter. After reading it, Zhou Yuan's expression grew increasingly grim. He had initially only looked down on Qin Wentong because of his ordinary family background, but when he discovered that Qin was pursuing his daughter while also flirting with other girls, his attitude changed completely. Taking advantage of the pleasant atmosphere, I took out the ink stone I had acquired and asked Zhou Yuan to appraise it. To my surprise, he recognized it at a glance as a rare Qingyi inkstone. Even more astonishingly, The paper wrapping the inkstone was actually a century-old Rambozai antique Xian paper. Seeing how much Zhou Yuan loved it, I gave him the inkstone and Xian paper. I didn't want any short-term gains. I just wanted a long-term, stable partnership. This move completely changed Zhou Yuan's opinion of me. He not only proactively increased the purchase price, but also insisted on paying me the market price of 39 yuan. De Peng and Sun Dazhuang, who were with me, were dumbfounded on the spot. Just as the cooperation was completely solidified, Zhou Yuan's daughter, Li Xiaoro, suddenly returned home. As soon as she entered, she pointed at me angrily and questioned me, convinced that I was maliciously framing Qin Wentong. She was deeply deceived by Qin Wentong, even using her uncle's connections to target me. But she didn't know that the real truth was about to be revealed to her. Zhou Yuan finally lost his temper and slammed the stack of love letters in front of Li Xiaoro. The next second, Qin Wentong's carefully cultivated perfect image began to completely collapse. Li Xiaoro initially looked disdainful, as if everything I presented was a joke. But as she compared them one by one, she discovered that Qin Wentong's so-called heartfelt love letters were almost identical in content. Only the salutations had changed. At that moment, she felt as if all her strength had been drained away, tears streaming down her face as she collapsed to the ground. The love she had always cherished had turned out to be a complete deception from beginning to end. She had been nothing more than a fish that Qin Wentong had casually kept. Zhou Yuan looked guilty and wanted to thank me, but I waved him off and only borrowed the love letters. I was going to take them back to the village so that Sun Dazhuang's sister could see Qin Wentong's true colors and stop being fooled by him. We agreed to formally sign the agreement the next day and deliver the catch to the factory that same day. With the first batch of supplies successfully completed, I felt much more at ease. This supply route through the county town was finally firmly established. When we returned to the alley, Huang Kuan had already sold all the remaining fish. The day's business was a resounding success, and the group was preparing to buy some supplies to return to the village when suddenly a woman's scream rang out from the alley entrance. In broad daylight, someone was stealing money in the county town. Without hesitation, I dashed out. The thief ran incredibly fast, but the stamina I'd honed growing up in the countryside was no joke. Not long after, I caught up with the man and tackled him to the ground. But the thief showed no panic whatsoever after being caught. Instead, his eyes were cold, and he was clutching a handkerchief in his hand, as if he had been prepared all along. I demanded he hand over the stolen money, but he sneered and threatened us to mind our own business. Stealing money first, and then daring to intimidate passers-by in the street, his arrogance convinced me to take him to the police station. But he remained defiant, staring at us and threatening us. He said if we dared to call the police, he'd make sure we could never live in the county again. Hearing this, I actually laughed. Qin Yun is the kind of person who can't stand being threatened. When I was in prison, one of the guys said he'd caused trouble for my sister after he got out. Despite the risk of being punished, Qin Yun beat him half to death. Although the consequences were severe and his workload increased exponentially, he still did not regret it. As for that kid, he spent a full half-month lying in the hospital bed. The fat man stepped forward and grabbed the thief by the hair. "You're a thief, and you've been caught by us, yet you still act like this?" The thief's eyes were cold. He was about to say something when Qin Yun grabbed him and kicked him in the butt. "Don't say anything. Take him to the police station." Several men escorted the thief to the police station, where Feng Tian happened to be on duty that day. After hearing Qin Yun explain his purpose, Feng Tian immediately put on a serious expression and, in accordance with regulations, rewarded him with a 10-day stay-at-home package. "Brother Qin, you acted too impulsively." After the thief was caught and taken inside, Feng Tian pulled Qin Yun aside and whispered something to him. Qin Yun was taken aback, and Feng Tian explained, "These thieves have been entrenched in the county for a long time. They all belong to a gang. You should have come to me. After all, they wouldn't dare do anything to me while I was wearing this uniform. But you are different." After listening to Feng Tian's words, Qin Yun realized that the 3-year crackdown period had not yet arrived, and petty theft was still quite common in the county. But what's done is done, and it's impossible to get Qin Yun and his group to back down to the thief. "Here's what we'll do, Brother Qin. If you encounter any trouble in the county, come find me immediately. I'll also warn them. Although Feng Tian was a veteran of the police station, simply arresting him wasn't enough to deal with the entire gang. This is the only way to handle it. Qin Yun thanked him, chatted with Feng Tian for a while, and then turned and left with Huang Kuan and the others. When they returned to the alley, they saw a woman in a white dress standing guard in front of their fish baskets. The woman was beautiful, with a swan-like graceful neck and crystal-clear white skin. Because of the hot weather, her face was covered with sweat, which made her look even more like a lotus emerging from clear water. Before the advent of such amazing makeup techniques, women's appearances were absolutely top-notch. Qin Yun looked closely and sighed inwardly. What a small world. Isn't this Gao Yunshu, whom I saved that day? But he didn't intend to reveal his identity. He stepped forward, handed the handkerchief to Gao Yunshu, and said, "Miss, we've gotten the stuff back, and the person has been taken to the police station. Check if any money is missing." Gao Yunshu took the handkerchief and took out 2 yuan from it. "Thank you, everyone. Please take this money and buy some soda." Qin Yun wiped the sweat from his forehead. "It's nothing, just a small favor." But Gao Yunshu insisted, and Qin Yun had no choice but to accept. What's your name?" Just as the group was about to leave with their fish baskets, Gao Yunshu suddenly called out to Qin Yun from behind and asked in a charming voice, "It's nothing, young lady, you don't need to know my name." Qin Yun smiled and waved his hand, urging Huang Kuan and the others to take their fish baskets and leave amidst their surprised gazes. A hint of disappointment appeared in Gao Yunshu's beautiful eyes. She felt that the figure in front of her seemed vaguely familiar. After walking for a while, Huang Kuan finally spoke up and asked, "Brother Yun, wasn't the girl we rescued the other day the one you were talking to? Why didn't you tell her? Judging from the way that girl looked at you, she's obviously interested in you." Huang Kuan was completely baffled. Gao Yunshu's clothes were clearly different from theirs. Compared to her, Li Xiaoro was practically a country bumpkin. If you managed to latch onto a powerful figure, wouldn't you instantly rise to the top and become a phoenix? Huh? You've never been in a relationship before, and you can tell I'm interested? Qin Yun glanced at Huang Kuan sideways. Even if you've never eaten pork, you've at least seen a pig run, right? Huang Kuan chuckled and began to speak. Qin Yun explained, "We saved her before, and she already thanked us. Last time she was arrested and taken to the police station, it was her father who stepped in to resolve the situation. Why should I reveal my identity and make her feel even more guilty?" Huang Kuan thought this made sense. The group rode in a handcart and soon returned to Qingshui village. Qin Yun asked Huang Kuan and the others to find a few more people, as he had something important to tell them. At this time, Qin Wentong, who had walked for quite a while along the mountain road, finally arrived in the county town. He took out the only dollar in his pocket, gritted his teeth, and bought 2 bottles of soda. This 1 yuan represented all of the Qin family's savings, and Qin Sihai only took it out after hearing that he was coming to find Li Xiaoro. His eyes were full of resentment. This time, he will definitely make Qin Yun pay the price. Thinking this, he went downstairs to Li Xiaoro's house, took out a piece of white paper, skillfully folded it into a paper airplane, and flew it towards the bedroom window. This was a secret agreement between him and Li Xiaoro, and because of Zhou Yuan's obstruction, this was the only way to send a signal. A few moments later, footsteps echoed in the hallway. Li Xiaoro came down. Qin Wentong put on a familiar smile, walked up to Li Xiaoro, and handed her the soda. "Xiaoro, where are we going today? I heard the parks in the city are nice. My dad wants to see you." However, Li Xiaoro interrupted Qin Wentong directly and spoke bluntly. At this moment, Qin Wentong realized that something was wrong with Li Xiaoro, and upon hearing this, he instinctively wanted to say something more. But then she saw that Zhou Yuan had already stood next to Li Xiaoro. "Qin Wentong, my daughter Xiaoro told me that you are a very outstanding college student. Today I would like to ask you some questions." Zhou Yuan said, "As long as you tell the truth, from now on I will not only stop you in Xiaoro, but I will also support you." Upon hearing this, Qin Wentong's face lit up with joy. Instantly, the image of himself clinging to the Zhou family's coattails flashed into his mind. At that time, wouldn't Qin Yun be at his mercy? "I just know a little more than the average person," Qin Wentong said modestly. "Uncle, please ask." Zhou Yuan stared at Qin Wentong and slowly asked, Besides Xiaoro, do you like any other girls? Qin Wentong's expression froze for a moment, and he quickly calculated in his mind. After a moment, he made a decision. This matter absolutely cannot and must not be known to Zhou Yuan. He immediately said, Uncle, I am absolutely devoted to Xiaoro, and I have never liked any other girl. Qin Wentong, you're still lying to me even now. Li Xiaoro finally couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward, her eyes filled with anger as she looked at Qin Wentong. Xiaoro, what are you saying? Heaven can bear witness to my loyalty to you. Qin Wentong remained unrepentant and insisted on speaking. I won't shed a tear until I see the coffin. Looking at Qin Wentong's hypocritical face, Zhou Yuan forcibly suppressed the urge to punch him and coldly shouted, What's wrong with Sun Yu from your village? Boom. It was as if a thunderbolt had exploded in Qin Wentong's mind. Qin Wentong, I never expected you to be this kind of person. All my efforts have been in vain. Li Xiaoro cried as she spoke. If it weren't for Qin Yun, I would still be in the dark. My dad was right after all. You're a scumbag who gets worse the more you eat. After saying that, she could no longer control her emotions and turned to run upstairs. Uncle Qin Wentong wanted to explain, but Zhou Yuan just yelled, Get out. If you come looking for Xiaoro again, I'll break your legs. After saying that, Zhou Yuan turned and left. Qin Wentong was left behind, dejected and filled with anger and resentment. Qin Yun, it's you again. Qin Wentong felt as if he had fallen under a spell. No matter what I do, Qin Yun will definitely show up and make things difficult for me. Now, we have absolutely nothing left to rely on. But now that things had come to this, he had no other choice but to slink away towards the village. Qin Wentong didn't return home until the afternoon. Wentong, how's it going? We didn't manage to get Qin Yun locked up last time, but we should be able to this time, right? As soon as she entered, before she even had a chance to drink some water, Luo Fengjiao eagerly came over and started talking. Grandma Qin and Qin Sihai also came over, looking at Qin Wentong with expectant expressions. They said they shared the same blood, but they did everything they could to put Qin Yun in jail. Qin Wentong finally couldn't hold back any longer and plopped down on the doorstep. It's all gone. All of it is gone. Gone? What's gone? Grandma Qin was puzzled and asked. Xiaoro, I will never have anything to do with her again. Qin Wentong looked dejected. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have done it in the first place. Upon hearing this, Luo Fengjiao became anxious and immediately said, So, does that mean we have to pay for all your university expenses? How can this be allowed? Although the cost of going to university wasn't high in those days, it was still not something an ordinary family could afford. There are also tuition fees and food expenses. For their family, it was an astronomical price. Wentong, tell me, why did Li Xiaoro leave you? Qin Sihai squatted down next to Qin Wentong and asked. Qin Wentong was about to speak when he was interrupted by a commotion outside. Qin Wentong, you son of a bitch, get out here. The Qin family members' expressions changed, and they immediately walked outside. A large group of villagers had already gathered at the entrance, and the person in the lead was Sun Zhu. Sun Dazhuang and Sun Yu were standing behind him, and Qin Yun was standing next to him. Qin Wentong, look at what you've written. And you call this what a college student does? Sun Zhu unfolded the 2 sheets of paper and handed them to Qin Yun, who was standing next to him, saying, Come on. Qin Yun, read this to your uncle. Qin Yun took it, and without saying a word, began to read, My dearest grandson. With each sentence he read, Qin Wentong lowered his head a little further. The Qin family also understood what had happened. Qin Sihai suddenly looked at Qin Wentong. I was just about to ask Li Xiaoro why she didn't want him anymore, but now I know that this guy is having an affair with Sun Yu. Sun Zhu took 2 big steps and kicked Qin Wentong in the chest. How could the Qin family produce such a piece of trash? Grandma Qin, standing to the side, protectively shielded Qin Wentong with heartache. My dear Ro. As Qin Yun continued to speak, the villagers' gazes towards Qin Wentong began to turn hostile. Like father, like son. The Qin family has a corrupt family tradition. They're all scoundrels. What are you talking about? Isn't there Qin Yun? He gave you 50 cents for every fish I caught last time. What? Have you lost your mind? Yes. Besides Qin Yun, look at who these people are. So what if they went to university? Hearing the villagers' ridicule, Qin Wentong wished he could disappear into the ground. Qin Sihai clenched his fists, but ultimately couldn't utter a single word. Ultimately, it was Qin Wentong who did this. Qin Yun, you deserve to die. Qin Wentong was furious. He told Li Xiaoro about her situation, and he also told Sun Yu about her situation. Qin Wentong, you've treated my daughter this way. You must give me an explanation today. Sun Zhu unleashed his full fury, pointing his finger at Qin Wentong and yelling, my daughter is innocent. How will she ever get married? Give me the compensation, and also compensation for emotional distress. Qin Wentong's lips trembled as he spoke. The family has already spent a lot of money to settle his affairs. Sun Zhu, what's wrong with you? Your son Yu is standing right there, perfectly fine. What compensation do you want? Old Mrs. Qin tapped the ground with her cane and said coldly, besides, my Wentong is a college student. You guys got the better deal. You old fool. You can't expect anything good to come out of your dog mouth. This was originally Qin Wentong's fault towards Sun Yu. Upon hearing what old Madame Qin said, Sun Zhu immediately couldn't help but want to take action. Is this even human language? The other villagers immediately joined in, condemning the Qin family for their despicable behavior. Qin Yun quickly stopped them. If a fight broke out, even if they were in the right, they would be in the wrong. Production team leader Zhang Yong also frowned, immediately flicked his pipe, and made a promise. Brother Sun, leave this to me. I'll definitely give you an explanation. The production team leader's words carried the most weight in the village, and upon hearing this, the noisy scene immediately ceased. Zhang Yong was truly enraged this time. Every family has children. If you run into someone like Qin Wentong, you're just incredibly unlucky. What's more, they encountered an unreasonable person like old lady Qin. Qin Wentong, do you admit to having two relationships at the same time? Qin Wentong nodded helplessly. The evidence is right here, he can't deny it. You hurt that girl, deceived her feelings, and damaged her reputation. Do you admit it? Logically speaking, Zhang Yong shouldn't be able to articulate this level of expertise. But that's all right. If you have any questions, just ask Qin Yun. I admit it. Asking you to pay compensation now isn't unreasonable, is it? Upon hearing this, Qin Wentong dared not speak. He's already stirred up a hornet's nest, and he doesn't have the ability to clean up the mess. Upon hearing this, old lady Qin immediately burst into tears, crying out, I don't want to live anymore. Someone is forcing me to give up. Zhang Yong felt no pity and turned to Qin Sihai. As the saying goes, a son pays for his father's debts, and a father pays for his son's debts. Qin Wentong is your son, so you have to pay this debt for him. Qin Sihai's tall figure hunched over again. He truly had no money left. The Qin family's entire fortune has long been emptied out. Chapter 29, The Fishing Begins. Captain, I also want to compensate, but we really don't have any money left. Why don't you take whatever you have in the house? Qin Sihai spoke with bitterness in his heart. A person lives for pride and reputation. If he had no other choice, he wouldn't have reneged on his debt. No money? No money is easy to solve. Qin Wentong needs tuition to go to school, right? If you don't have money, then don't go to school. Sun Zhu sneered. He's so poor he can't even afford to go to school. I don't want the money. Otherwise, even if he gets into university, I'll go to the school and make a scene, letting everyone know about his despicable behavior. Now, Qin Sihai's weakness has been exploited. Qin Wentong is the hope of the Qin family, and he cannot give up on him. How much money do you want? Sun Zhu held up 3 fingers. 300. To be honest, this number is neither high nor low. Qin Sihai even felt that Sun Zhu had already thought of this number. Okay, but I can't come up with that much money all at once. I can only give you some each month. Qin Sihai spoke up. Sun Zhu didn't say anything. After all, they were from the same village, and 300 was already a whole year's income. Let's draw up a written agreement, otherwise I won't feel at ease. Do you really think that all members of the Qin family are Qin Yun? Sun Zhu then spoke again. Hearing the unusually jarring name Qin Yun, the Qin family felt as if they had been stabbed in the heart. But there was no time to argue with Qin Yun now, so he could only sign the document in Zhang Yong's presence. 10 yuan per month, to be paid off before the 15th. Only after Qin Sihai signed his name did the crowd disperse. The Qin family home was filled with sorrow. Brother, Wentong beat someone up before, and I already gave you money. Although it can't help much, it's all the money I have. Qin Wentong's second uncle, Qin Erzhan, spoke up. Now that we're in debt so much money again, there's nothing I can do. After saying that, he led his second aunt outside. Elder brother, Qin Sihai wanted to say something more, but Qin Erzhan didn't even turn his head. I work so hard every day to send you to school, and this is how you repay me? Go to the city and find work tomorrow. Qin Sihai, enraged, coldly said to Qin Wentong, if you can't earn enough to cover your school tuition, then you shouldn't go to school. In the past, he would never have let Qin Wentong suffer even the slightest bit. Even in order to prevent him from going to jail, he wasn't made to do any work while compensating the other party for their losses. Qin Wentong hung his head and said, okay. Meanwhile, Qin Yun's courtyard was bustling with activity. Qin Yun had Huang Kuan call people over because he wanted to announce something. Qin Yun stood at the door and announced, fellow villagers, I hereby announce that we will be buying peach blossom fish, soft-shelled turtles, and eels from the river. Bring these things to me, and I'll calculate the cost for everyone. No sooner had Qin Yun finished speaking than someone raised an objection. Qin Yun, are you kidding me? Who doesn't know that peach blossom fish are very clever? How many can you catch by hand? The others also shook their heads, saying that this was simply not feasible. What are you saying? If my brother Yun dares to say that, how could he not have a way to catch fish? Huang Kuan chuckled and stood next to Qin Yun. Everyone, take the bean flour from our hands, and let Big Fatty lead you. If you don't catch 10 or 8 fish a day, then the river has too few fish. Everyone was stunned upon hearing this. Is there really such a good thing? Several people even started whispering among themselves. Hey, is there such a sure thing as a profitable business? We can secretly hide some bean flour in there, and no one will find out. Wouldn't it be wonderful to cook and eat it when we get home? Sun Dazhuang also thought of this situation and went over to whisper a few words to Qin Yun. Qin Yun waved his hand, having already anticipated this situation, and immediately said, it's all right, we can do it as usual. Sun Dazhuang nodded with some skepticism. These peach blossom fish are 3 cents each, soft-shelled turtles are $1 each, and eels are 2 cents each. Qin Yun said, but I'm warning you from the start, anyone who secretly hides something will no longer be considered for any work in the future. Dazhuang will be in charge of supervising at that time. Of course, why would we secretly hide anything? Qin Yun, what are you saying? Do you think I'm that kind of person? You can rest assured. Qin Yun simply smiled at the assurances made by others. In this world, the human heart is most fickle, driven by money. There is nothing that cannot be done, only things that cannot be imagined. By the time he finished speaking to everyone, night was beginning to fall. As the crowd dispersed, just as Qin Yun was about to go back to his room to sleep, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Qin Yun, wait a moment. Qin Yun turned around and saw Qin Erzhan and his second aunt. Qin Erzhan smiled and said, Qin Yun, your second uncle also wants to work with you. Qin Yun sneered inwardly. After all these years, these two still hadn't changed their opportunistic nature. Sure, no problem. I'll just go with Fatty and the others tomorrow. However, he didn't refuse and agreed immediately. This added 2 more animals to his work. I knew I hadn't misjudged Qin Yun. I said when he was a kid that although Wentong was smart, Qin Yun was even more protective of his own. That's what a true member of the Qin family is like. Qin Erzhan praised. Qin Yun sneered. Second uncle, if there's nothing else, I'll head back now. No. Qin Erzhan stopped Qin Yun again and said, look, we're all family. Your second uncle wants to discuss something with you. Can we catch these fish? We'll pay 2 yuan each. Uncle has already found out everything. You'll sell this fish for 2 yuan. Qin Ershan's argument was indeed reasonable and well-founded. That fat guy loves to brag and can't keep secrets. After receiving the money Qin Yun gave him, he liked to brag to his neighbors. After a while, Qin Erzhan heard about it. Second uncle, if you want to make money by fishing, I will definitely give you my full support. Even though we're relatives, it's definitely not possible for me to get more money. Qin Yun said casually, why don't you take it to the city and try selling it yourself? These words silenced Qin Erzhan, but he still refused to give up. Qin Yun, What are you saying? Aren't we all relatives? It doesn't matter whose pocket the money ends up in. Qin Yun snorted coldly, no longer giving the two any face, and said bluntly, "Second uncle, I won't talk about what happened before. You know what you did. That's all for now. It's getting late, uncle. You should go back and rest too." After saying that, Qin Yun didn't give the two any more chances and turned back to his room. His memory of their opportunism from his previous life was still vivid. Allowing them to fish along was already the greatest act of kindness he could show. Qin Erzhan and his second aunt, who remained in the courtyard, exchanged a glance. "Erzhan, should we still go with them?" "Let's do it. Why wouldn't we? Are we really going to starve to death with Sihai?" Chapter 30. Someone's making trouble. The two whispered amongst themselves in Qin Yun's courtyard for a while before leaving. The next day, everyone came to Qin Yun's courtyard and, as agreed, each received 2 jin of bean flour. As for the datura stramonium used earlier, Qin Yun did not give it to them. After all, who doesn't want to keep something in reserve these days? Qin Yun led the team to Qingshui River. "Qin Yun, I need to use the restroom. You guys go first, I'll catch up with you right away." Yes, Qin Yun, I want to go too." Before long, some people found various excuses to leave the public eye. Qin Yun didn't mind and nodded in agreement. "Brother Yun, look behind us. Quite a few people have already left. They must have secretly hidden away the bean flour." Sun Dazhuang spoke with some concern. "It's all right. After today, they'll be eager to use their bean flour to catch fish." Qin Yun remained completely calm and spoke confidently. Sun Dazhuang and the others didn't believe it, but after hearing Qin Yun say that, they could only shut their mouths and walk forward. Soon, they arrived at the Qingshui River. Just as everyone was about to dump the bean flour in one place, Qin Yun stepped forward to stop them. "Uncle, this Qingshui River is very large. Wouldn't it be difficult to catch many fish in just one area?" "Big fatty, take Uncle Wang and Uncle Li over there. Dazhuang, then you take Uncle Zhao, Uncle Zhou over there." Qin Yun made arrangements methodically, and before long, the villagers were spread across both banks of the Qingshui River. The terrain of Qingshui River is different from that of ordinary rivers. In recent years, the area has frequently suffered from floods. Under the leadership of higher authorities, the riverbank in Qingshui village has been widened considerably. Walking to both sides of the Qingshui River, it doesn't look like a river at all, but rather like a lake. Therefore, there is no situation where the peach blossom fish are unevenly distributed. It must be said that Qin Yun's move was very clever. Among the crowd, He Wenho's eyes darted around, and he stepped forward and said, "Qin Yun, I'm the most experienced in fishing. Before catching fish, you need to bait the area. It's best to throw all the bean flour in the same spot so that the fish will come over quickly." Qin Yun smiled faintly. He knew perfectly well that this person was trying to take advantage of the situation. He Wenho had always been on good terms with Qin Sihai. As the saying goes, one who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black. And his character is also unfair. 2 pounds of soybean flour is enough to make a feeding ground. There's no need to put it all together. "Uncle He, I know exactly where we fish and how many fish we catch. You just go ahead and scoop it up, leave the rest to me." Hearing Qin Yun say this, He Wenho knew that if he continued, he would give himself away, so he simply returned to his own spot and started throwing in the bean flour. Sure enough, a large group of fish suddenly floated on the surface of the Qingshui River a moment later. Although they didn't know what Qin Yun was up to, they had already taken the bean flour, so they couldn't possibly give them the fish. Under the watchful eyes of several people, the others saw that they had no chance at all and could only obediently put the fish into the fish basket. When night fell, Qin Yun had everyone line up, and Qin Ling and Huang Kuan reviewed and settled the accounts together. "Qin Yun, I'm sorry, I only caught 3 fish today. Brother Yun, the fish are coming right up to me, but they're so slippery I can't catch them. I've only managed to catch 3. The people in front of him looked away furtively, then smiled and spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't pay much attention. Logically speaking, with so much bean flour, each person should be able to get at least 10 strips. Now that it looks like this, there must be something fishy going on. Brother Yun, I don't know what's going on today. It's a bumper harvest. The fish that others don't want are all swimming towards me. 20 of them today. Sun Dazhuang stepped forward and placed a large basket directly on the ground. As he spoke, he glanced at the people around him. Huang Kuan, De Pang, Li Hoshu, and Sun Zhu and his wife all got 15 or 16 hits. Okay, calculate the money, and pay it out now. Qinyan spoke up. When the money was tallied, everyone's expressions turned sour. In the beginning, those who cheated and slept around, like He Wenho, would only receive a maximum of $1 and 2 jiao. In contrast, Huang Kuan and his group each received at least 3 yuan. Sun Dazhuang got the most, taking 6 pieces. This is 6 yuan in those days. In the countryside, what kind of work can earn 6 yuan a day? I hereby declare that Sun Dazhuang caught the most fish, and he will receive an extra 2 yuan. In addition, this rule has always been in place. Whoever catches the most fish gets to take away 2 yuan. Qin Yun's words made everyone present's eyes burn with fervor. 8 pieces, a full 8 pieces. Some people's minds have begun to change. Even if you eat 2 pounds of bean flour, it will only guarantee you won't be hungry for a day. But if you catch a fish and bring it here, you'll earn at least 2 yuan. $2, how much can you buy with that? Not to mention, if you're diligent enough, you can get an extra $2 and spend it however you want when you get home. Qin Yun changed the subject and said, however, there must be both rewards and punishments. Let's learn from big cities and implement a bottom-ranking elimination system. Whoever catches the fewest fish will never have another chance to cooperate with us again. As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, the eyes of the people around him immediately flickered. Those who had previously tried to sneak away and hide the bean flour felt a pang of anxiety. Qin Yun's gaze finally landed on Wu Shui. I hadn't planned to take him fishing that day, but he heard about it, and his eyes lit up immediately. Is there really such a good thing? They came running over excitedly. There were many people around, and Qin Yun didn't have the heart to ask him to leave by name. But today, he didn't catch a single fish, and he was reeking of alcohol, so he simply took a nap on the riverbank. As for the bean noodles, he had already eaten them all. Huang Kuan, tell me, who caught the fewest fish today? Qin Yun spoke up. After all, he still had to put on a show for appearances. Huang Kuan picked up the small notebook he had just used for bookkeeping, glanced at it, and replied, it's Wu Shui. Upon hearing his name, Wu Shui's face immediately showed a hint of resentment. He immediately stepped forward. Qin Yun, something's not right with you. Didn't I come with you today? I did the work for you too. Wu Shui pointed at Qin Yun and said with dissatisfaction, I'm not asking you for money, but you're still using my failure to catch any fish as an excuse? It's only now that I'm starting to understand. You asked me for bean flour back, then just to catch fish. Now that you've made so much money, you're ignoring me as your brother? Don't forget, without my bean flour, you wouldn't make a penny. Wu Shui really knows how to pat himself on the back. Qin Yun sneered. Brother Wu, we don't keep idlers here. I also need to calculate the cost of this fish. If I give it to you, the wages of the other people will have to be reduced. Wouldn't others agree to this? Chapter 31, Solving the Trouble. The amount of bean flour is limited. He took it home and ate it, then turned around and lay down here to sleep. That means we can get less bean flour. The number of fish caught will decrease, and if this continues, you can calculate how many fewer fish you will catch. Qin Yun's words successfully shifted the blame onto others. Some people were immediately unhappy. Hey Wu Shui, what are you doing here if you're not fishing? Aren't you just wasting time? Exactly. Still lying there sleeping? If you want to drink, get back to your room and drink. Wu Shui, don't come starting tomorrow. You're just wasting food. Wu Shui had now incurred the wrath of the crowd, and hearing their chatter, he felt somewhat embarrassed. What are you all arguing about? I'm talking to Qin Yun, what's it to you? Wu Shui turned her face away and looked at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, give me 10 caddies of bean flour, and I'll leave now and never come looking for you again. Qin Yun sneered inwardly and immediately refused. Wu Shui is a drunkard. His words carry less weight than a fart. If I start this, people will definitely keep coming to ask for more. 10 pounds won't do, 5 pounds will do too. Just consider it an act of kindness. I'm doing it too. Not even a pound. Qin Yun coldly said, if you come again tomorrow, I'll call Captain Zhang Yong over directly. Qin Yun, you ingrate. Wu Shui misjudged you. You wait, this isn't over. A dark look crossed Wu Shui's face, and he abruptly turned and left. The group chatted for a while longer before turning to leave. After catching the fish, Qin Yun returned to his room and took out the juice extracted from Datura stramonium to put into the fish basket. Qin Yun instructed the fat man. It's one thing for us to reveal the price we sold it for before, but we absolutely cannot let anyone know about this Datura flour. Otherwise, everyone else would know about this fishing business. Big Fatty nodded sheepishly. He already knew the whole story from Huang Kuan. As Qin Yun poured the datura into the fish basket, the fish gradually became still. We caught just over 120 fish today, which is just enough for tomorrow's delivery quota. This was also the result of Qin Yun's careful calculations. He knew all along that the villagers would try to cheat on the first day, so he deliberately hired more people. The previously announced bottom-ranking elimination system is actually a way to gradually eliminate these people. Those who remain in the end are the ones he truly needs. Remember to get up early tomorrow. Let's transport the fish together. Qin Yun gave his final instructions. Nothing was said that night. The next day, Qin Yun and his group loaded the fish baskets onto a cart and drove the mules toward the county town. Because there were so many peach blossom fish this time, they borrowed a mule from Dazhuang's house. As they entered the town, several pairs of gloomy eyes were already watching them from a corner of the county. Look closely, it's him. One of them spoke in a cold voice. He had a long, narrow face with two triangular eyes that gleamed with a fierce light. His appearance was 7 or 8 parts similar to the thief Qin Yun had sent in that day. He's the one who sent my brother to jail, and I'm going to get my revenge today. Since when did an outsider dare to meddle in the affairs of the county town? Let's teach them a lesson today and show them the consequences of meddling. Meanwhile, Qin Yun, completely unaware of what was happening, was driving the mule into the alley. The restaurant owner had been waiting there for a while, and his eyes widened when he saw Qin Yun walking over with a full load of fish. How much money must they make in a day? Brother Qin, it's the same today, 20 items. Knowing Qin Yun's rules, the boss didn't think about extending credit anymore. After paying, Qin Yun didn't linger. Instead, he turned the mule around and prepared to head towards the factory. Just as I turned the mule around and was about to leave, suddenly, a figure laid down on the ground. Someone's been hit. Someone's hit someone. After lying on the ground, the person started groaning and looking at Qin Yun and the others. Hey buddy, even faking an accident requires some skill, right? Our mule is way away from you. How could it possibly hit you? Big Fatty burst out laughing. The acting was so clumsy, especially in front of so many people. People gathered around, but after seeing who was lying on the ground, they all scurried away. This looks exactly like they've run into a plague god. Brother, how come you got hit by a car while you were just buying groceries? Not long after the man lay down in front of them, suddenly, a figure rushed out from the alley next to them. He wrapped his arms around the figure lying on the ground, his face filled with anger. You're the ones who hit my brother, right? The newcomer stood up and said aggressively, Don't even think about leaving today without 100 or 200. What an outrageous demand. Huang Kuan immediately spoke up. Get this straight. We didn't hit him at all. He wasn't injured at all, and everyone else can testify to that. Testify? Who can testify? The man glanced at the people around him, and they all lowered their heads. Some people immediately turned and left. Qin Yun knew something was wrong, whispered a few words to Sun Dazhuang, and walked to the side. Wait a minute, bro. Arriving at the side of a small alley, Qin Yun called out to the people in front of him, handed them a Dakium cigarette, and asked, I noticed you were all quite afraid of that person just now. What's going on? He had met this man a few times before. He was a vendor who sold things with him in the alley. I advise you to accept your fate. In this county town, offending these people will never end well. The vendor took a puff of the Dakium cigarette and said, The one lying on the ground is Chun Dong. The one standing is Chun Nan, and there are 2 other brothers. These guys are all ruthless. They have a bunch of brothers under them, including thieves, people who stage accidents for insurance fraud, and people who resell goods. He often comes to collect protection money and take our things. Since you only stay for a short while, you don't run into him. These people are really bad. After listening to the vendor's words, Qin Yun asked, Why don't you go find someone from the police station? The vendor shook his head. It's no use. Even if they get arrested, at most it'll be a charge of picking quarrels and provoking trouble, and they'll be released in 3 or 4 days. They'll hold a grudge against you then, and they'll only escalate their actions further. Someone did that before, and in the end, he couldn't even continue doing business. Qin Yun remained silent. There really isn't a particularly good way to deal with this kind of scoundrel. Okay, I got it. Thanks, brother. Qin Yun thanked him, then went inside to buy a handful of sesame seeds before returning. He already has a solution. Chapter 32. A clever solution. Back at the alley entrance, Huang Kuan and his companions all looked rather grim. Sun Dezhuang, in particular, had already picked up a wooden stick from the side, ready to make a move at any moment. Chun Nan had a grin on his face, showing no fear whatsoever. He even deliberately stuck his head out in front of the group, saying, come on, shoot here. Before even actually hitting anyone, they'd already planned how to extort money from them. If they really fight, they'll be in big trouble. Wait, you say this person was hit by a car, but do you have any evidence? Qin Yun first whispered a few words to Depang, and Depang immediately and quietly walked to the back. Qin Yun then stepped forward and spoke to Chun Nan. Chun Nan sneered. What do you mean there's no evidence? My brother was hit so badly he can't even stand up now. There's definitely a fracture inside the leg. Upon hearing Chun Nan's words, Chen Dong, who was lying on the ground during the meeting, started howling while clutching his leg. If he's injured, he should be treated. We can't afford to delay his recovery. Qin Yun's simple words stunned everyone. Brother Yun, we can't treat him. A trip to the hospital these days will cost at least 10 yuan. Wouldn't that be him ripping us off? Yeah, Brother Yun, we can't let these bastards get away with this. Huang Kuan and Sun Dezhuang tried to persuade him from the side. Chun Dong and Chun Nan were also starting to have doubts. If they went to the hospital, they wouldn't be able to get their money back. Qin Yun, however, had already walked forward on his own and taken out the roasted sesame seeds he had just bought. As for treating leg injuries, my family has a secret family recipe. Just sprinkle this medicine on the wound, and it will heal immediately. Qin Yun squatted down, opened the paper bag, and looked at Chen Dong. However, this medicine also has a problem. If the leg is healthy, sprinkling it on it will sever all the meridians and cause the skin to ulcerate and develop sores. Since you mentioned a broken leg, I'll sprinkle it on it for you right now. As he spoke, Qin Yun was about to sprinkle sesame seeds onto Chun Dong's legs. No. Seeing the sesame seeds spilling out of the paper bag, Chun Dong disregarded everything else, quickly got up from the ground, and instinctively ran away into the distance. Are you stupid? A fierce glint flashed in Chun Nan's eyes. Even a fool could see that Qin Yun was lying. How could a villager possibly have any ancestral secret recipes, let alone carry medicine on his person? Upon closer examination, there are indeed many loopholes. But Chen Dong didn't know that Qin Yun was about to spray this medicine on him right away. If there's no injury to the leg, then it's truly a case of being useless. Chen Dong had very little time to react. He didn't think much about it, and stood up in a panic. Your brother seems to be all right. Qin Yun put away the sesame seeds and spoke calmly to Chen Dong. Chen Dong's face suddenly darkened. I was originally planning to swindle money from you and teach you a lesson, but now it seems there's no need for that. I'll break your leg so you'll know that if it's not your business, don't fucking meddle. As Chen Dong finished speaking, more than a dozen people suddenly appeared from the surrounding area, each holding a stick of varying lengths. Go. Let him know who's in charge of this county. Chen Dong gave a cold shout, and more than a dozen people rushed forward instantly. Stop. Just then, a loud shout suddenly came from ahead. Then, Feng Tian led a group of people over and shouted at the people around him. Arrest them all. Seeing that something was wrong, more than a dozen people quickly ran in all directions. Feng Tian approached Qin Yun and asked, Are you all right? It's all right. Thankfully Brother Feng arrived in time. These bastards are absolutely lawless. Feng Tian coldly cursed. A bunch of thugs. We'll arrest them all sooner or later. There are many petty thieves in the county town, and they are the ones who do most of the work. The police station is also having a headache. It'll be soon. Then none of them will be able to escape. Qin Yun calculated the time and then spoke. The 3-year crackdown was specifically targeting them. Before long, several men escorted the thugs over. Chun Dong and Chun Nin were both inside. However, the two men looked at Qin Yun with viciousness in their eyes. At least you can have some peace and quiet for the next couple of days, but things might not be so good after that. Feng Tian said, if you want complete peace of mind, you can try talking to Director Gao. After speaking, Feng Tian looked at Qin Yun, seemingly trying to glean something from his expression. I'll think about it some more. Qin Yun spoke up, neither confirming nor denying. He knew what Feng Tian was thinking. On one hand, he was testing him, and on the other hand, he wanted Qin Yun to say a few words about him to Gao Rui. However, Qin Yun did not intend to do so. Gao Rui is, after all, a bureau chief. To completely eliminate the hidden dangers, a major undertaking would be necessary, but Qin Yun cannot be used as an excuse alone. It's even less likely that he would step forward as a bureau chief. All right, Qin Yun, I'll take these guys back first and interrogate them properly. Feng Tian didn't press the matter further. After saying goodbye to Qin Yun, he turned and left. Qin Yun also drove the mule toward the factory. After walking for about half an hour, we finally arrived at the factory canteen. Qin Yun is here. Zhou Yuan stood at the entrance of the cafeteria and greeted Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. There were quite a few people who came to supply the factory canteen, but under Zhou Yuan's arrangement, a few people came to the front, and after counting the amount, Zhou Yuan personally handed 200 yuan to Qin Yun. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Qin Yun spoke up, then carefully placed a peach blossom fish and a turtle into a bag for Zhou Yuan, saying, Uncle Zhou, take these two things home and try them out. That won't do. Just as Uncle Zhou was about to refuse, Qin Yun had already skillfully stuffed it into his bag. Okay, let's settle everything at the end of the month. Zhou Yuan could not persuade Qin Yun, but he did not leave Qin Yun any loopholes. Qin Yun knew Zhou Yuan's character, so he didn't say anything. Uncle Zhou, how has Xiao been lately? Has Qin Wentong stopped bothering her? You know what? Qin Wentong really has a lot of perseverance, Zhou Yuan said. Several times I've gotten up in the middle of the night. I've seen this kid waiting downstairs. However, Xiao Rou, despite her soft heart, is a very principled person. If she doesn't like Qin Wentong, she simply doesn't like him. I have never met him once. Hearing this, Qin Yun finally felt relieved. The retribution I didn't receive in my previous life has finally come in this one. However, I heard that he came to the city, but I don't know what kind of job he found. Zhou Yuan continued. Qin Yun didn't take this to heart. After exchanging pleasantries with Zhou Yuan for a while, he left. With the remaining fish in hand, Qin Yun visited Director Li and Gao Rui, the people he had met at the beginning. Chapter 33, The Luo Family. Qin Yun would never have been able to gain a foothold in the county town without the help of these two people. Not to mention, it was Gao Rui who helped Qin Wentong when he had someone lock him up in the police station. After visiting the two men, Qin Yun and the others went to the farmer's market and bought dozens of kilograms of bean flour before returning to the countryside. The next morning, everyone arrived at Qin Yun's courtyard on time. After receiving the bean flour, everyone excitedly headed towards the Qingshui River. Unlike before, this time there were no more voices from the group asking to relieve themselves. Brother Yun, you really have a way with things, giving a good kick followed by a sweet treat. Huang Kuan walked up to Qin Yun and spoke. Qin Yun smiled but didn't say anything and continued walking forward. As soon as they reached the riverbank and took their positions, they were about to start making bean noodles. If you won't let me fish, then none of you should fish. Just then, everyone heard a voice and turned around to see Wu Shui holding a wine bottle. Wu Shui walked leisurely along the bank, constantly splashing and stirring the river water with his hands. His eyes were bloodshot. I'll let you fish. I'll let you fish. Wu Shui seemed to have gone mad, and even tried to knock over everyone's bean noodles, which frightened the people around him who quickly protected him. Wu Shui, are you looking for death? Big Fatty couldn't hold back any longer and rushed into the water, ready to take action. Come on, you come here. I'm just worried about who will take care of me. Wu Shui rushed ahead of Depang, his smug look making Depang's teeth itch. Qin Yun stepped forward, grabbed the fat man, and went directly to Wu Shui's side. Qin Yun, let me make this clear. If you want me to leave today, You won't get away without 10 caddies of bean flour and 2 fish. Wu Shui's voice was full of arrogance, clearly indicating that he intended to be a rogue. No, didn't you want to go fishing too? I'll grant your wish. Qin Yun smiled slightly. And I'll tell you a good way to catch even more fish. Upon hearing this, Wu Shui perked up and moved closer to Qin Yun, asking, what's the plan? Splash. The next second, Qin Yun pushed Wu Shui's head directly into the water. Big Fatty and Huang Kuan also came over to lend a hand. Qin Yun, you're asking for it, wait until I get up there, are you? However, before Wu Shui could finish speaking, Qin Yun and the others once again pushed him back into the water. The feeling of suffocation was unbearable. After a while, Wu Shuiji felt as if his internal organs were on fire. Would you dare to do it again? Huang Kuan shouted sternly from the side. At first, Wu Shui was still stubborn, but when he saw Qin Yun's murderous gaze, which was so intense it felt like a real threat, he immediately trembled. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I'll leave right now. Wu Shui finally couldn't help but beg for mercy. He even suspected that if he persisted, Qin Yun would kill him without hesitation. Qin Yun dragged Wu Shui ashore like a dead dog, his cold eyes fixed on him. If there's a next time, I'll kill you. Qin Yun spent a lot of time in prison in his previous life. When the prison bully first established the rules, he used this method to precisely control the timing, so that people could experience the feeling of being on the verge of death without actually being harmed. Over time, Qin Yun also learned this skill. Wu Shui was terrified. He struggled to his feet and staggered forward. Having resolved this crisis, the others looked at Qin Yun with a hint of respect. Qin Yun faced the crowd and said with a smile, let's start catching fish. Upon hearing this, the others immediately started cooking the bean noodles and catching the fish. This time, everyone was quick and agile, afraid of missing any fish. Soon, night fell, and Qin Yun smiled as he looked at basket after basket of fish. This time, they caught a total of more than 160 fish. He kept his word and gave 2 more yuan to the person who caught the most fish. That night, Qin Yun specially cooked a few extra dishes and kept Huang Kuan and the others behind. When they had almost finished eating, Qin Yun took out the money, and after deducting the cost of the ingredients, said, we'll divide this money into 4 parts. 1 for Huang Kuan, 1 for Depang, 1 for me, and 1 for Dezhuang. As he spoke, Qin Yun handed the money to the 4 people. Brother Yun, you came up with all the solutions and you found all the connections. Now the money is divided into 4 parts, which is not fair. Huang Kuan was the first to refuse. I think you should take half, and we can divide the rest among ourselves. The others nodded in agreement. If it weren't for Qin Yun, they would still be toiling in the fields, and they wouldn't be able to earn so much money. Qin Yun wanted to say something more, but Dezhuang spoke up. Brother Yun, if you insist on giving it to us, then we won't do it. You can find someone else yourself. The remaining people also turned their faces away at the same time. Helpless, Qin Yun simply redistributed the money, secretly making a mental note to compensate the others when the opportunity arose. However, Brother Yun, Chen Dong, and the others probably won't let this go easily, so we still need to make preparations in advance. While Qin Ling was packing her things, Huang Kuan spoke up. Qin Yun nodded. There was really nothing they could do about these scoundrels. Damn it, if they won't take us down, we'll fight them. We're not pushovers either. The fat man spoke in a cold voice. Qin Yun shook his head. This matter still needs to be handled strategically. If they resort to force, it could bring even greater risks. You don't need to worry about this. Leave it to me. Qin Yun spoke first, and the group chatted for a while longer before leaving. Early the next morning, Qin Yun packed the fish and set off with several others towards the county town. This time, they deliberately took a different route and entered a narrow alley. Give me 20 more. The boss was still waiting at the door. When he saw Qin Yun, he spoke while smoking a cigarette. After taking the fish, the shopkeeper asked, I heard you've gotten into trouble with Chun Dong and Chun Nan. Qin Yun nodded. The boss sighed. Brother, let me tell you something. In this county, anyone who messes with Chun Dong's brothers will end up badly. I've also heard that they're backed by the Luo family, and the Luo family is all-powerful in this county. Qin Yun frowned. He had heard of the Luo family while in prison. That day, 5 or 6 death row inmates were brought into the prison. Through conversation, it was learned that they were all members of the Luo family. They had killed people in a fight over territory, and some of them were long-established, wealthy individuals. They showed no fear on their faces and were not worried at all that they would actually be executed. In fact, just over 10 days later, the Luo family actually managed to get them released. This is enough to show that the Luo family is not simple. If you want to do business in this county, you either have to apologize to them, or you can have someone else bring you in from outside the city. The boss spoke again. Chapter 34 has been released. The boss was also worried. His shop's business is now entirely supported by the fish that Qin Yun delivers every day. His restaurant would go bankrupt if he ran out of fish. Qin Yun nodded and responded. The last time, they fooled Chun Dong with black sesame seeds, but it was not a foolproof method. After handing the fish to the owner, Qin Yun and his companions didn't linger and drove the mules directly towards the factory canteen. At the same time, Sun Dazhuang was asked to go find Feng Tian at the police station. There's no good solution right now. We can only rely on Feng Tian to get through these next 2 days. But just after they left, a familiar figure walked out of the restaurant. It was Qin Wentong. However, Qin Wentong was wearing a dirty shirt, covered in oil stains and grime. The college student, who was usually fair-skinned and clean-cut, has now turned into what he looks like. Because his family had accumulated such a huge debt from the famine, Qin Wentong had no choice but to go out and earn money. What are you doing out here? Have you finished washing the dishes? Go back and wash them for me now. Upon seeing Qin Wentong, the boss immediately frowned and began to berate him. Qin Wentong's expression stiffened, but he still moved closer to the boss and said, "Boss, I want to discuss something with you. Was that person from Qingshui village? The fish he was selling was peach blossom fish." The boss thought to himself, what this kid said is actually right. "What do you want to say?" the boss asked. A look of longing appeared in Qin Wentong's eyes. He had to seize this opportunity to make money. He quickly organized his thoughts and said, "I'm also from Qingshui village. He only gives us 3 cents for catching a fish, but he sells it to you for $2. This price is several times higher than before, boss. How about you buy from me? I'll give you $1 per fish. How about that?" Hearing Qin Wentong's words, the boss's eyes also showed a hint of interest. 20 fish, that's a saving of 20 yuan. This is no small amount. And look, boss, now that they've offended those 2 Chun brothers, they might not even be able to get into this county anymore. What if we lose all the fish? Qin Wentong then patiently and persuasively explained. "Okay, then bring over 5 fish tomorrow, and I'll see how good they are." The boss finally made the decision. Qin Wentong's face immediately lit up with joy. Qin Yun's fishing in the village caused quite a stir, and he had even secretly watched it from the shadows. It involves absolutely no technical skill. I could do that too. At the same time, Qin Yun and his group drove the mules forward. Sure enough, after passing the next fork in the road, 4 or 5 people appeared ahead. Each person's face was filled with malice, and they held weapons such as sticks in their hands, glaring at Qin Yun and his companions. "Brothers, he's the one who sent our boss to jail. We're going to avenge him." One of the leaders raised his stick and shouted coldly at Qin Yun. Upon hearing this, the others immediately charged forward like tigers released from their cages. The stick in his hand slammed down mercilessly on the mule. Qin Yun and the others immediately frowned. If a mule gets startled, it will run around wildly, and the fish will definitely be scattered all over the place. "Damn it, do you really think I'm a vegetarian?" Big Fatty, in a fit of rage, pulled several sickles from the cart above and blocked their way. Qin Yun frowned. He had already noticed that as these people rushed over, their hands were intentionally or unintentionally pressing down on the hem of their shirts, indicating that they were definitely hiding some sharp weapons inside. If a fight breaks out, they will definitely lose. It could even be life-threatening. "I'll show you what happens when you dare mess with us in this county town." With a loud shout, he pulled out a small dagger from under his clothes and stabbed it directly at Qin Yun and the others. "Stop! Who dares to lay a hand on me?" Just at this critical moment, a rough voice came from behind. A dozen or so men, all burly and carrying uniform black copper rods, walked directly toward them. "They're from the factory's security department." A look of fear immediately appeared in the eyes of the thugs. These days, security is not as lax as it was back in Qin Yun's time. There are quite a few petty thieves in the factory, and some people will sneak in at night to steal things from the factory. Therefore, the security personnel at this time were all quite capable, and most of them were retired veterans. The thugs opposite had never seen such a big scene before, and they quickly ran away. "Brother Yun, are you all right?" Sun Dazhuang emerged from behind, panting, and asked. Qin Yun shook his head and said, "Luckily you arrived in time." He then turned around, grabbed a few fish, and thanked the people who had come, saying, "Thank you for your help, brothers. Please take these fish back and eat them." "It's all right. This is also Commander Zhou's idea. We're just following the rules." The leader chuckled and spoke. "You can't say that. If we had arrived any later, my brothers would have been in blood." Qin Yun took out a pack of Dakianmin cigarettes and handed it to the group, still insisting on speaking. As the saying goes, one doesn't hit a smiling face, and after a while, Qin Yun and the others started talking more. "Brothers, your skills are truly enviable. When we have your abilities, we won't be afraid of being bullied anymore." After chatting for a while, Qin Yun sighed and spoke. "What's this? Our squad leader is even better. He could easily take down a whole bunch of us by himself." The leader's surname was Qin, and his name was Qin Shun. He was a righteous and generous man who made no attempt to hide his admiration for the class monitor. "If you want to learn a few moves, you can go to the east of the city. Our class monitor runs the Tianyuan martial arts school. Most of those who retired with me are still there." Qin Yun nodded and said, "Okay, thank you, brother. I'll definitely go if I have the chance." After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Qin Yun led the mule back to the factory canteen and put all the fish down. After leaving the house, Sun Dazhuang walked over and said in a deep voice, "Brother Yun, I don't think this is as simple as it seems. They're not as stupid as they appear." Qin Yun asked, "What do you mean?" "Today I went to find Feng Tian, only to learn that he had been sent out an hour earlier and was replaced by someone else." Sun Dazhuang continued, "When I asked him for help, he just made excuses. I had no choice but to go to the factory and find the security department. I almost messed things up." Qin Yun's eyes widened in surprise. If that's the case, then the person behind Shindong is indeed not simple. "Brother Yun, what do we do now?" Before we left, I saw that the man had already released the two brothers. Chapter 35. Huang Wentian. "What? He's already been released? Didn't Feng Tian say last time that he'd be locked up for at least a week?" Upon hearing this, Huang Kuan was immediately taken aback and asked repeatedly. "I don't know either," Sun Dazhuang replied. Let's go to Tianyuan martial arts school first." Qin Yun said calmly, "The Luo family is very powerful. If we rely solely on Feng Tian, mistakes are bound to happen." Sun Dazhuang was able to find people from the security department today, but this is ultimately just a delaying tactic. If we had been any later, who knows what might have happened. Following the address Qin Shun had given them, the group quickly arrived at the martial arts school. It's called a martial arts school, but it's actually just a rented bungalow with a large yard where sandbags and other items are stored. It's clear that the martial arts school isn't doing very well. That makes sense. Although life in the county town is relatively affluent, no one wants to spend money on something that seems useless. "Brothers, are you looking to sign up for martial arts lessons?" Just as the group entered, a man approached them and asked a question. The man was about 1.8 meters tall, with an honest-looking face, but he had a scar on his left cheek that made him look rather ferocious. They must have just finished moving heavy objects. Their linen clothes were covered in dust. Qin Yun was about to speak when he saw the man's face and froze on the spot. He knew this man all too well. In his past life, while he was in prison, the leader of that gang of thugs who killed each other over territory was this man. However, back then, his eyes were full of ruthlessness, and his aura was completely different from now. This man is named Huang Wentian, and is known as the Luo family's #1 henchman. He once single-handedly fought 15 people without being at a disadvantage, and even killed several of them. "Brother? Don't worry. Although our martial arts gym looks old and run down, our instructors are definitely top-notch." Huang Wentian's incessant chatter startled Qin Yun, who then asked, "Okay, may I ask how the tuition is paid?" Huang Wentian's eyes lit up, and he said happily, "The tuition here is not high, only 8 yuan a month, and the teaching is definitely solid." Qin Yun nodded to himself. The tuition fee of 8 yuan was really not expensive. If this were placed later, a monthly gym membership would cost 3 or 400. "Okay, sign us all up." Qin Yun took out 32 yuan from his pocket and put it in Huang Wentian's hand. Huang Wentian smiled and said, "But let me make this clear first, brother. Practicing martial arts is very tiring. You have to be able to endure hardship to strengthen your muscles and bones." The chubby guy next to him nodded. "Coach, don't worry. We're all from the countryside. We can endure hardship." "Okay, shall we start today?" Huang Wentian spoke up. Qin Yun shook his head. "Coach Huang, we have something to do later. Let's start tomorrow." Huang Wentian didn't insist on keeping him after hearing this, and after agreeing on a location, he walked into the house. Just as Qin Yun and the others were about to leave, a series of hurried footsteps suddenly sounded outside the courtyard gate. Then, a similarly burly man walked in with an anxious look on his face. "Brother Tian, something terrible has happened. The hospital says Auntie's condition has worsened. If she doesn't have surgery soon, I'm afraid." Upon hearing this, Huang Wentian's expression immediately changed, and he was about to run outside. "Brother Tian, wait a minute." The man from before called out to Huang Wentian, took out a bunch of small bills from his pocket, and stuffed them into Huang Wentian's hand. "Brother Tian, this is what we've earned carrying heavy loads these past few days. Take it first, and if it's not enough, we'll chip in." "This won't do. These are all money you've worked so hard to earn." Just as Huang Wentian was about to refuse, the man from before spoke up. "Brother Tian, you've done so much for us old brothers. Hurry up and go first." Upon hearing this, Huang Wentian stopped being coy and ran straight out of the courtyard gate. Qin Yun and the others also walked out of the courtyard gate. "You guys go back first, but don't forget to buy bean flour." Qin Yun spoke up. "Brother Yun, where are you going?" Huang Kun asked. "You don't need to worry about that." Qin Yun said something and followed Huang Wentian into the hospital. Huang Wentian was a retired soldier and ran incredibly fast. Qin Yun had to exert a lot of effort to keep up with him. "Brother, you're finally here. The doctor just said that Mom has fainted again." Huang Wentian hurriedly arrived at the second floor, where a beautiful woman was already waiting. As soon as she saw Huang Wentian, she immediately spoke anxiously. "Don't rush." Huang Wentian walked to the door of the ward and looked at the busy figures inside. The tough man clenched his fists tightly. A tear rolled down her cheek. "Brother, if it really doesn't work out, I'll quit my studies and go out to earn money to treat Mom's illness." The woman next to her also had red eyes and spoke up. "Leave this to me, I'll handle it." Huang Wentian said in a deep voice, as if he had made up his mind, and turned to leave. "Brother, you can't go to the Luo family. If you go to the Luo family, your life is over." Huang Wentian sighed, gently pushed his sister's hand away, said, "I know what I'm doing," and continued walking forward. He knew that the Luo family was not a kind family, and that he would most likely be trapped after he went in, but his mother was already in the hospital. "No matter what, I can't just stand by and watch my mother suffer. If we agree to the Luo family's request, there will truly be no turning back." Just as he was passing by the hospital gate, Qin Yun's voice rang out. Huang Wentian was taken aback, slowly turned his head, and a look of surprise appeared on his face when he saw that it was Qin Yun. Qin Yun walked up to him and asked, "How much does it cost for your mother's treatment?" 700. Huang Wentian began to speak, saying that he had been working hard these past few days carrying heavy loads in an effort to earn money for the surgery, but plans could not keep up with changes, and he was ultimately too late. "How much more money is needed?" Qin Yun then asked. 500 more is needed." After listening, Qin Yun took out the money from his pocket, counted it, and handed it all to Huang Wentian. "Here are 400, and I'll give you the other 100 tomorrow." Qin Yun said, "I only need you to promise me one thing. Never go to the Luo family." Why did you help me?" Huang Wentian spoke in a trembling voice, his eyes filled with disbelief. This 400 yuan was a lifesaver for him. Qin Yun did have a purpose in doing this, which was to have him protect the safety of himself and Huang Kuen's group in the county town. But when the time came, he didn't say it. He took a deep breath and said, Even if it is, I don't want to see you aiding and abetting evil. After saying that, Qin Yun prepared to leave. Wait, I'll write you an IOU. I'll definitely pay you back. From now on, you'll be my benefactor, Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian chased after him and spoke. No need, I trust you. Chapter 36. Taking care of him? Qin Yun left directly, leaving Huang Wentian standing there with a complicated expression. He silently made a mental note of Qin Yun and resolved to do something about it. As Qin Yun walked out of the hospital, he prepared to return to his village. Thinking that my younger sister was at home, I went to the farmer's market and bought some braised food, intending to let her try it when she got back. In this life, the younger sister has finally avoided the suffering of her previous life. Now, Qin Yun has raised her to be plump and healthy, completely unlike the sallow and thin woman she was when she first left home. Having spent 1.8 yuan, Qin Yun happily took the braised food and headed outside. Big brother, it's him. He's the one who got me arrested last time. Just then, a sinister voice suddenly came from around the corner. Qin Yun turned his head and saw a barbecue stall by the roadside, where several figures were sitting at a small table eating skewers. Upon closer inspection, I realized there were quite a few familiar faces. The thieves who were arrested last time, the Chun brothers, Dong and Nan, and the thugs we just encountered today. All of them are here. This is truly a case of searching high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. Get him. Shundong abruptly threw away the cigarette he was holding and coldly shouted, Let's see who can save him this time. Upon hearing this, the thugs nearby immediately grabbed the sticks they had and charged straight at Qin Yun. Without saying a word, Qin Yun turned and ran. With so many people around, only a fool wouldn't run. Chase him. Go to the intersection ahead and block him. A ruthless sneer appeared on Shundong's lips as he gave orders to his men. He knew the ins and outs of the county town like the back of his hand, and he was sure he could catch a country bumpkin. Qin Yun's heart tightened, and he ran forward. The farmer's market was some distance from the police station, but he had no other choice but to run desperately in that direction. It'll be here soon. It'll be here soon. Qin Yun exerted all his strength and saw that the police station was just around the corner after turning the corner of the alley. But at that moment, a stick suddenly stretched out from under his feet. Qin Yun was already very fast, so he didn't pay attention to the stick under his feet and fell backward. With a bang, Qin Yun fell heavily to the ground. To make matters worse, a long bloody scratch was scraped off his leg, making it impossible for him to stand up. Kid, you want to go to the police station? Shundong walked over carrying a long stick and said sneer, A country bumpkin like you got me stuck inside. Do you know that in this county town, everyone avoids me when they see me? As he spoke, Shundong struck Qin Yun's leg hard with a stick. Qin Yun frowned, staggered to his feet, and picked up a brick from the side. Today, I don't care how many men you bring. I'm just going to focus on you and get to work. In his previous life, he suffered a lot in prison, and it was only through sheer grit that he was able to stand firm. Hey, you dare to talk nonsense to me? Shundong sneered and led his men to charge towards Qin Yun. Several iron bars immediately struck Qin Yun's body. Ignoring the pain, Qin Yun spotted Shundong in the crowd and smashed bricks into his head one after another. Shundong was a ruthless man after all. Blood kept gushing from his head, but he gritted his teeth and fought Qin Yun to the bitter end. Damn it, give me the knife. I'm going to kill him today. Shundong suddenly let out a cold shout. He had been a powerful figure in the county for so many years. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Brother, please don't. What if this leads to murder? Chun Nin tried to persuade him from the side. Don't worry about it. If anything happens, the Luo family will cover for me. Shundong wouldn't listen to a word. He grabbed the watermelon knife that his underling had handed him and was about to chop it at Qin Yun. Qin Yun knew in his heart that something was wrong. He had already suffered too many injuries and was unable to dodge at all. Wait, I'm Gao Rui's daughter, and my dad is Director Gao of the police station. Just then, a voice as clear as a nightingale's song rang out, filled with extreme anxiety. If anyone lays a hand on him, I'll have my dad arrest you all. Gao Rui. Chen shuddered. No matter how bold they were, or how ruthless the Luo family behind them was, they would never dare to do anything to a bureau chief. He immediately said to Chen Dong, "Brother, let's go. Get out of here." Chen Dong, enraged, shoved Chun Nan aside, saying, "I'll definitely kill this kid." Knowing his brother's nature, Chun Nan knew that there was no point in trying to persuade him further, so he could only drag Chen Dong away and run into the distance. Qin Yun finally breathed a sigh of relief. He could no longer hold on, and his vision went black as he fainted. After an unknown amount of time, Qin Yun finally woke up. Everything was white. My legs were bandaged up, and I had an 4 drip in my hand. "Qin Yun, you're awake?" Qin Yun looked closely, and the features he remembered overlapped with the beautiful woman in front of him. This was Gao Yunshu, whom he had saved that day. Qin Yun smiled and said, "Thank you, young lady. I'll definitely pay for the medical expenses." He decided to pretend he didn't know them. The gossip these days was terrifying, and highly educated families like Gao Rui's were rare. The chest compressions and breathing I performed on her at the time inevitably led to gossip. Besides, the person involved is right here, so it would be awkward to say it out loud. Still trying to hide it from me? A reproachful look appeared on Gao Yunshu's delicate face. "I thought you looked familiar just now, but I only just found out your name is Qin Yun. I thought it was just catching a petty thief last time, but I didn't expect you to offend them. Why didn't you tell me?" Qin Yun didn't know how to answer for a moment, so he could only lower his head. "Qin Yun, who did this to you?" Just then, 2 footsteps sounded, and Gao Rui walked in carrying a fruit basket. Upon seeing Qin Yun, a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. When Gao Yunshu came back last time, she mentioned that her money had been stolen, but someone helped her get it back. Unexpectedly, this person was Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and said, "Uncle Gao, it's all right. I'm perfectly fine." Gao Rui frowned and said coldly, "These people are simply lawless. How dare you be so arrogant in this county town?" "Qin Yun, don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." It's clear that Gao Rui is really angry this time. The person who saved his daughter's life was almost beaten to death in the area he was in charge of. If that happened, Gao Rui would probably have a knot in his heart for the rest of his life. "Yunshu, you should really thank Qin Yun this time. You can stay here and take care of him for the time being." Gao Rui then spoke to Gao Yunshu. Qin Yun waved his hands repeatedly and said, "Uncle Gao, no need, I'm fine. I'll be able to get out of bed in a while. There's no need to go to so much trouble." However, Gao Yunshu's voice rang out. "Okay, Dad, I will definitely take good care of Qin Yun during this time." Chapter 37. You want to harm Qin Yun? Gao Yunshu's words made Qin Yun blush deeply. Whether before or after his rebirth, he was still a naive young man who had neither the opportunity nor the inclination to get close to women. Being taken care of was something I had never experienced before. Gao Rui's wife, Yi Ilio, smiled. After Gao Rui gave Qin Yun high praise at dinner that day, she went from being surprised at first to hesitant later. Only then did she feel completely at ease. Although Qin Yun is a young man without a family, he is polite, knows how to behave properly, and is not scheming. "Okay, then you stay here to take care of Qin Yun. Don't worry about work for now." Yi Ilio said something to Gao Yunshu, then turned and left. "Brother Yun, what happened to you? Did those bastards do something to you?" Just as Qin Yun and Gao Yunshu were the only 2 people left in the room, Huang Kuan and his group walked in. As soon as they entered, anger was evident on their faces. They shouldn't have gone back first. Qin Ling also came to the ward. When she saw Qin Yun lying on the hospital bed with a cast on, tears involuntarily streamed down her face. "Why are you crying? Your brother is perfectly fine." Qin Yun called his little sister to his side and patted her head. "Brother, you're lying. Didn't you say it would be safe in the county town? Now look what's happened." After Qin Yun's comforting words, Qin Ling, who had been able to hold back her tears, burst into tears like a broken string of pearls. "Brother, let's go home. We won't sell fish anymore." Qin Yun smiled and said, "It's really nothing. I can earn a lot of money every day now. I'll save this money for you to use when you go to college." After comforting her for a while and repeatedly assuring her that it would never happen again, Qin Ling finally stopped crying. "Brother Yun, who is this?" Huang Kuan sized up Gao Yunshu from the side, and his gaze toward Qin Yun held a knowing look. Qin Yun quickly said, "This is a friend of mine who came to see me." How come I didn't know you had such a beautiful friend? Sun Dazhuang, who was standing next to him, blurted out something without thinking. Huang Kuan glared at him and then shut his mouth. Okay, Brother Yin, take good care of your injury during this time. We'll come see you after we finish selling the fish. Huang Kuan knew there was no point in them staying any longer, so he winked at Qin Yun, said goodbye, and pulled the others away. Etc. Qin Yun stopped Huang Kuan and instructed him. After you get the money today, take 150 to Huang Wentian and say that I gave it to him. Huang Kuan nodded. Although he didn't know why Qin Yun gave Huang Wentian money, he was sure Qin Yun had his reasons for doing so. After the others left, only Gao Yunshu and Qin Yun remained in the room. Both of them felt a little awkward. After a moment, Gao Yun finally spoke. Qin Yun, thank you for what happened before. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have. Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile. It's all right. It's just a small favor. I believe that even if it wasn't me who went into the water, someone else would have done it. Don't worry about it. Once the two started talking, the atmosphere quickly became harmonious. Gao Yunshu is a girl with very upright values. She has not picked up any bad habits just because she comes from an intellectual family. She is completely different from Zhou Yuan's daughter, Li Xiaoro. Qin Yun's demeanor also changed Gao Yunshu's mind. From local customs and traditions to unique understandings of current events, some of what he said left Gao Yunshu somewhat stunned. Soon, night fell, and Gao Yunshu remembered. Qin Yun, is there anything you want to eat? I'll go buy it for you. It will be all right. Qin Yun spoke up. Okay, I'll go home and cook you some food. I'll be back in a bit. Gao Yunshu said something and turned to leave. Meanwhile, inside the martial arts hall, Huang Wentian was anxiously waiting for Qin Yun. My mother's illness can't be delayed any longer. Coach Huang, this is the money Qin Yun asked us to give you. Just then, Huang Kuan and his group returned with the money from selling the fish. As soon as he entered, Huang Kuan handed the money to Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian quickly stood up and took the money. Thank you, but why is there so much money? Huang Kuan slapped his forehead. I really didn't know that. Brother Yin asked us to give it to you. Where has he gone now? Upon hearing this, Huang Kuan's face showed anger, and he explained the whole story to Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian's face darkened upon hearing this. I understand about this. I have some things to attend to, so I'll be leaving now. After saying that, he ran straight to the hospital. Huang Wentian only felt relieved after he paid the money to the hospital. Soon, night fell. Huang Wentian returned to the martial arts school, took out a set of black clothes and put them on, then put on a black hood, picked up a copper rod from the corner of the wall, and went out the door. At this moment, inside a dilapidated house in the county town, a group of people were sitting together, and the Chun brothers, Chun Dong and Chun Nan, were among them. The entire house was filled with smoke, and the atmosphere was deathly still. Brother, what should we do? Since last night, those people have been looking for us like madmen. One of the henchmen said with a worried look, and it seems the Luo family has stopped showing up. What the hell are we afraid of? If we get caught, so be it. What's the big deal? Chun Dong slammed his cigarette to the ground and stomped it out. I'm telling you this now. As long as I, Chun Dong, live, I will kill that country bumpkin. Even if he gets arrested, I'll still get my hands on him after he gets out. However, after Chun Dong, who usually commands a large following, finished speaking, the entire room fell silent. Are you all dead? Chun Dong cursed coldly, but then his eyes darted around, and he said, to be honest, this person is actually someone the Luo family wants to get rid of. Moreover, the Luo family has already told me that if I can cripple this country bumpkin, they'll pay me 50 yuan per person. In the dim firelight, Chun Dong's face looked particularly terrifying. Think about it. How much can you buy with 50 yuan? Even if you're afraid of getting implicated, you can still live a carefree life elsewhere. Note that everyone can receive it. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of light appeared on everyone's faces. They were all desperate criminals, and money held immense appeal for them. Let's do it. He's just a country bumpkin, so what if we beat him to a pulp? Chun Dong looked at everyone's reactions, and a satisfied smile appeared on his lips. I heard you're planning to make a move against Qin Yun. Just then, a cold voice rang out. Chapter 38. Something's wrong when it happens. Everyone was stunned. They hid here to avoid outsiders. Unexpectedly, someone still came knocking on our door. He immediately panicked and prepared to run away. Why are you running? Are you blind? There's only one person at the door. Chun Dong shouted coldly, picked up the dagger beside him, and said in a cold voice, "Kill him." The others also came to their senses. Yeah, he's all alone. What's there to be afraid of? He immediately grabbed the weapon beside him and rushed towards the person who came. The newcomer, dressed in black, snorted coldly and, facing the overwhelming force of so many people, swung his stick and charged directly at them. A series of crackling sounds rang out, and after a moment, everyone was lying on the ground. Who are you? Chun Nen lay on the ground, his voice trembling as he asked. This person is definitely not from the police station. Those moves just now were clearly aimed at killing. Who I am doesn't matter. What I want you to remember is this. If anyone dares to touch Qin Yun again, I'll kill them. The man in black spoke coldly, holding the dagger he had just snatched, and slowly walked up to Chun Dong. Whoosh! The dagger was pressed straight against Chun Dong's throat, the voice chillingly cold. Did you understand? Looking into those seemingly emotionless pupils, Chun Dong couldn't help but shiver. He had no doubt that if he refused, the person in front of him would make him pay with his life. At this moment, Chun Dong was truly afraid. To understand, Chun Dong said in a trembling voice. The newcomer then put away his dagger and turned to walk outside. He also left behind a chilling message. Go to the police station and turn yourself in tomorrow. If I don't see any news of you going in, I'll break your legs. Chun Dong quickly agreed. Only after the man in black left did he dare to wipe the sweat from his forehead. An unprecedented fear rose in my heart. Just how powerful is that country bumpkin? Why is there a guardian angel out of nowhere? At this moment, in the ward, Gao Yinshu opened the door with a lunchbox in hand and helped Qin Yun to the table. Try my cooking. Gao Yinshu spoke up. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Just as he was about to raise his hand, he remembered that his arm was still in a cast, and he could only use his left hand to use chopsticks with difficulty. Let me feed you. Seeing that Qin Yun was in a bit of an inconvenience, Gao Yinshu spoke up. Qin Yun waved his hand, about to refuse, but Gao Yinshu had already picked up the lunchbox, picked up a piece of shrimp, and held it to Qin Yun's mouth. Their eyes met, and a blush rose on both of their faces. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Yun signaled that he was full, and Gao Yinshu finally put down his chopsticks. All right, Miss Gao, it's getting late, you should go back now. As night was about to fall, Qin Yun spoke. Gao Yinshu raised her wrist to check the time and nodded, saying, Okay, I'll come over tomorrow morning. After finishing speaking, he talked with Qin Yun for a while before leaving the ward. Not long after, Huang Kuan and his group returned. Brother Yun, how does it feel to be taken care of by such a beautiful woman? As soon as he entered, Huang Kuan winked and said, I have to say, Miss Gao is miles ahead of that Li Xiao. Qin Yun laughed and scolded, then got off the bed and said, Do me a favor, I want to go with you tonight. Come with us? What? Huang Kuan was somewhat puzzled. Never mind that, let me ask you, were all the fish sold today? Qin Yun casually made a remark. Huang Kuan and the others scratched their heads and didn't hide anything. Brother Yun, it's really strange. Today, the restaurant owner didn't want our fish anymore, and even though we were selling it on the street for a long time, very few people bought it. We had no choice but to sell them to the farmer's market at a low price. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately frowned and asked to confirm, how many of the fish were sold at a low price? There are probably more than 30. De Zhuang, who was standing next to him, thought for a moment and then spoke up. Let's go back to the village now. I want to see what's going on. Qin Yun's heart sank. So many fish hadn't been sold. There was definitely something wrong. Seeing the serious expression on Qin Yun's face, the others also stopped smiling and quickly helped Qin Yun up. Brother Yun, you're badly injured. Are you all right? Qin Yun shook his head. He had just overheard Gao Yunshu's conversation with the doctor. His injuries looked scary, but they weren't actually that serious. They were mostly in non-vital areas. This was thanks to the lessons he learned in prison. All you need to do is apply a cast and pay attention to nutrition. After getting off the hospital bed and avoiding the doctor's gaze, the group placed Qin Yun on a cart, which was then pulled by a mule towards Qingshui village. It was late at night when they returned to the village. After a few brief greetings, Qin Yun went back to his room, and the night passed without incident. The next morning, Huang Kuan summoned everyone. Unlike the previous days when everyone was full of energy, this time everyone was noticeably listless. Qin Yun calmly distributed the bean flour and followed the others to the Qinshui River. Everyone start fishing. The reward remains the same, and whoever catches the most fish will get an extra 2 yuan. Huang Kuan shouted to the crowd. Qin Yun frowned as he watched everyone's slow movements. Soon, the day's fishing came to an end. This time, they caught only a dozen or so more fish than before, bringing the total to just over 120. However, the number of turtles and eels caught has increased. These items are more expensive than fish. A soft-shelled turtle costs $1, while an eel costs 2 cents, but you can catch several at once. Qin Yun remained silent and continued calculating the money for everyone. Brother Yun, something's not right. There are far fewer fish than yesterday. Huang Kuan walked over from the side and said with concern, "If this continues, I'm afraid we won't even have enough fish for the cafeteria. How about we increase the reward a bit?" Qin Yun shook his head. Huang Kuan's method could only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. "Qin Yun, I caught the most fish this time, a total of 23. Just then, a person walked up with a smile. Qin Yun looked up and saw that it was his second uncle, Qin Erzhan. Qin Yun instinctively sensed that something was wrong. Even Huang Kuan, who was the fastest fisherman at the time, only caught 20 fish. How could Qin Erzhan have amassed so much? Qin Yun raised his eyes to observe everyone's reactions. Something's not right. Something's definitely not right. In the past, when I saw someone receive an extra reward, I was filled with envy or jealousy. But this time, it was uneventful. Something unusual must be going on. But he had no evidence, so he could only have Huang Kuan take out the money and hand it to Qin Erzhan. Okay. Qin Erzhan took the money and walked towards the back. Chapter 39, A Joyful Atmosphere. Qin Yun, shouldn't we recalculate the price of those turtles that Uncle caught? Just as everyone was about to leave, a voice suddenly came from behind. Qin Yun turned his head and saw that it was He Wen-ho. Uncle He, the price of the turtles was agreed upon before. It seems a bit inappropriate to ask for a new price now. Qin Yun didn't give a definitive answer. He simply spoke calmly. That makes sense, but the turtles I caught were all huge. 1 yuan probably won't be enough, will it? He Wen-ho, without blushing or flinching, spoke up. Uncle He, don't lie to me. I saw you putting the turtle out just now, and it wasn't as big as you said. And I've caught quite a few turtles, about the same size as mine. Sun Dezhuang, who was standing to the side, frowned and spoke up. Among the crowd, some people echoed this sentiment. Sun Dezhuang, aren't you afraid of biting your tongue in this wind? I caught 5 turtles. How many did you even see in your eyes? He Wendao was displeased upon hearing this and immediately retorted. Sun Dezhuang also lost his temper. He and Qin Ling had been watching the settlement process together. Where is the truth as He Wendao described? No, let's take out the turtles and count them. I've marked them all. Count it then. Sun Dezhuang said something and released all the turtles he had just caught. I caught this one. This one is mine. There were just the right number of people catching turtles, and everyone knew the answer to that. Soon, there were exactly 5 turtles left inside. I caught all of these. Open your dog eyes and see. Aren't they all huge? He Wen-ho pointed at the turtle on the ground, looking extremely arrogant. Uncle Fushun, didn't you catch these too? And Uncle Zhao, didn't you catch these too? Sun Dezhuang has a good memory. He clearly remembers that these turtles were not caught by He Wen-ho at all. No, Dezhuang, you're mistaken. I didn't catch these. Yes, I didn't catch them either. However, the people mentioned by Sun Dezhuang all denied it. As you all saw, Qin Yun is dishonest with his accounts. He insists that my huge turtle isn't mine. He's being unfair, I quit. He Wen-ho turned to the crowd and said, and I'll tell you all, he made a lot of money in the city from these soft-shelled turtles and peach blossom fish. But all they gave us was a paltry 3 cents. Isn't this cheating us out of our hard-earned money? I, He Wen-ho, hereby assure everyone that I will also catch fish, and I will provide the bean noodles and other necessities. The price is no lower than Qin Yun lies. Huang Kuan sneered. Now he finally understood. This was clearly premeditated. Those turtles just now definitely didn't belong to He Wen-ho, but to those other people. But he deliberately cooperated with He Wen-ho in putting on this act. Upon hearing He Wen-ho's words, several of them immediately stood up. They won't even pay for a few turtles, and they're blatantly lying. I'm not doing this job anymore. That's right. Brother, he already said that he can also catch fish, and he'll pay us a higher price, so I'll work for him. Encouraged by these individuals, a few others became somewhat tempted. Qin Yun said, anyone else who wants to go with them can leave now. But let me give you a heads up, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Yeah, Qin Yun, keep those words to yourself. I want to see how much money you can make without someone fishing for you. He Wen-ho sneered and walked directly towards the gate of the courtyard. Qin Yun's second uncle, Qin Ershan, and his second aunt also went out. However, most people stayed, and only 7 or 8 people chose to leave with He Wen-ho. Qin Yun, I haven't caught enough fish these past few days because they were causing trouble. It's good that they're gone. No one is bothering me anymore. Li Ho stepped forward, gave Qin Yun a simple and honest smile, and began to speak. Qin Yun, your uncle thinks you've been a good person since you were a kid. You can rely on him. Don't worry, your uncle will definitely not leave. I'll work with you. It's a reliable job. Brother Yun, to tell you the truth, Qin Ershan didn't actually catch that many fish. Someone else made up the numbers for him. Then someone else spoke up. Qin Yun nodded. After a little thought, it wasn't hard to come to this conclusion. Don't worry, everyone. I will definitely treat those who follow me well. I won't make you rich and powerful, but at least you can live a comfortable life. Qin Yun spoke calmly to the crowd. He then chatted with everyone for a while before going home with Huang Kuan and the others. Brother Yun, what should we do? They want to fish too. Isn't this just making it clear that we're going against them? Huang Kuan scratched his head and began to speak. He had just come up with many solutions, but in the end he found that there was no way to solve them. We can't just stop others from fishing, can we? Qin Yun smiled slightly. Have you forgotten? We rely on more than just fishing. Huh? Brother Yun, what do you mean? Huang Kuan hadn't reacted yet. Qin Yun smiled faintly. Just watch. I'll make them regret it so much they'll have a toothache. Meanwhile, Qin Sihai's home was filled with joy and celebration. Grandma Qin even took out the only piece of cured meat she had left and stir-fried it into a dish. Brother, you have no idea. Qin Yun's face was really sour today. Qin Ershan laughed heartily and told Qin Sihai what had happened that day. Yes, so many people left today, and Qin Yun has a cast on his arm. He looks really miserable. I wonder who he offended in the city. If only we could kill him. He Wen-ho and the others also burst into laughter. That brat deserved to die. Old Mrs. Qin cursed fiercely. You've made so much money, but you don't even know how to bring some home. Then he put a few more bites of food into Qin Wentong's bowl. To be honest, this whole thing is thanks to my eldest grandson, who gave us this way to make a fortune. Upon hearing this, Qin Wentong smiled. Qin Yun relied on nothing more than a few pounds of bean flour. They also bought bean flour, but offered a higher price, and Qin Yun ultimately couldn't escape being betrayed and abandoned by everyone. Qin Wentong said, Qin Yun is probably in trouble this time. He has offended the notorious bullies in the city, the Chun brothers, Chun Dong and Chun Nan. Moreover, I've heard that these two brothers have a very powerful backing, and even if Qin Yun had 3 heads, it wouldn't be enough for them to chop them off. Good. Qin Sihai couldn't help but exclaim, a smile appearing on his pale face. During this period, he had no choice but to sell his blood several times because he had to repay Sun Zhu's debt. Recalling what Qin Yun had done to him, he was even more furious. Chapter 40, An Attempt. The Qin family can finally hold their heads high. Seeing Qin Yun in trouble, Qin Sihai was overjoyed. From the mule at the beginning to the huge debts later, from the day he was made to take the blame, Qin Yun brought enormous trouble to the Qin family. Well done, Wentong. Once you sell all these fish, let's see what others have to say. Qin Sihai said with a smile, and Qin Wentong nodded as well. Don't worry, Dad. This matter is a done deal. Our Qin family will be able to live a good life from then on. Luo Fengjiao, sitting to the side, had a cold smile on her lips. For so long, she has taken care of everything at home, big and small. I was so tired. If Qin Yun falls on hard times, that brat Qin Ling will definitely come back. I'll have to make good use of her when that happens. Under the lamplight, the family seemed to want to drain Qin Yun and his sister dry. The next day, Qin Yun led everyone to the Qingshui River with bean flour. The two banks of the river are clearly distinct. The Qin family, along with 8 or 9 other people, were cooking bean noodles on the other side. To everyone's astonishment, Wu Shui, a drunkard, was among them. However, Wu Shui seemed quite diligent at this moment, drinking the wine in the pot while working hard to catch fish. Brother Yun, it seems that the Qin family is really capable. They can even call Wu Shui over and get him to do things. Huang Kuan couldn't help but say that getting this lazybones to work was no more likely than the sun rising in the west. A leopard can't change its spots. Just wait and see. Qin Yun smiled faintly, distributed the bean flour to everyone, and began to direct them to catch fish. Soon, the sun was high in the sky, and it was the hottest time of the year, the dog days of summer. Everyone's foreheads were already covered in sweat. I'm quitting, it's too tiring, Brother Qin. These are the fish I caught. Please keep account for me. Sure enough, as the sun grew increasingly intense, Wu Shui stood up from the water and lay down on the embankment beside him. This won't do. You've only caught a few fish, and you're already saying you're quitting? You haven't even earned back my initial investment. Qin Erzhan was displeased upon hearing this. The Qingshui River near their village is only so big. If they fail to catch any fish, won't Qin Yun and his group catch them all? The sun is so strong, who can stand it? Let whoever wants to do it do it. I'm not doing it anymore. Wu Shui didn't care about any of that, acting like a dead pig that wasn't afraid of boiling water, and didn't take Qin Erzhan seriously at all. Others looked at the sun in the sky and couldn't help but frown. Fishing in this kind of weather is really unpleasant. Come on, everyone, try this hawthorn water. I just made it, and I added sugar and other things to it. Just then, a voice drew their attention. That one glance made them involuntarily swallow hard. Qin Yun's group was seen holding teacups filled with various kinds of hawthorns, with old tea leaves floating on top. Old tea root is a unique type of tea found near the village. It has large branches and leaves and is known for its cooling and heat-relieving properties. This was also Qin Yun's initial attempt to sell water in the county town. Everyone try it. This water is specially sourced from an old well. It's very refreshing. Huang Kuan kept adding water to everyone's bowls, keeping himself extremely busy. Qin Yun, this won't be deducted from our wages, will it? One of the people in the crowd asked somewhat uneasily. Uncle, what are you saying? How can you charge me for just a couple of sips of water? This is an internal benefit for us. Qin Yun said with a smile. One bite, and you feel instantly refreshed. Qin Yun, you really know how to do things. After taking a sip of water, you've actually cleared your head a bit. The group gulped it down, and their spirits were instantly lifted. Please drink as much as you like. We have plenty of tea. Qin Yun smiled and refilled the cup, then spoke. The Qin family members were stunned by what they saw. On such a hot day, how refreshing it would be to have a sip of cool water. Wu Shui sat up abruptly. I couldn't help but smack my lips twice. If I were to have a sip of tea with a sip of wine, it would be absolutely wonderful. Hey Qin Yun, could I have a cup of this water? I'd like to try some too. Wu Shui leaned closer and spoke. Qin Yun glanced at Wu Shui, intending to refuse, but then thought better of it and poured Wu Shui a glass, saying, Okay, Brother Wu, you can have a glass of this water, just to try it out. But since you're not working for us, you can only have 1 cup of this water. If you want more, you'll have to buy some. 5 cents a cup, no credit. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the expressions of the Qin family members all turned somewhat unpleasant. But Wu Shui nodded happily and took out a water cup that he always carried with him. Qin Yun didn't hesitate and poured him a full glass. Wu Shui happily took it back, took a delicious sip, and a satisfied look immediately appeared on his face. The other members of the Qin family also came over and took a few sips. This water tastes really good. Even Qin Erzhan couldn't resist taking a big gulp. Drink, drink, drink. It's just a glass of water. What's so good about it? Just then, Qin Sihai walked over with a sullen face. Qin Erzhan also realized what was happening. If Qin Yun were to take these people away with his small favors, what would happen? He immediately said, That's right, I don't think this water tastes very good either. Our prices are much higher than theirs. What good food won't we be able to buy then? Let's start catching fish now. After Qin Ershan's repeated urging, the group reluctantly put down their hands and started moving again. Meanwhile, the way people looked at Qin Yun was different now. Huang Kuan and De Pang were even more impressed with Qin Yun. With this comparison, it's obvious to anyone with eyes to see which one to choose. Soon it was afternoon, and without these people, Qin Yun's side had caught more than 140 fish, as well as 7 or 8 turtles and some eels. On Qin Ershan's side, they only caught 50 or 60 fish, and the number of turtles and eels was also much less than on this side. However, Qin Ershan was already very pleased with this result. 50 or 60 of them. If they were all sold, it would be quite a lot of money. Let's go home, everyone. Qin Ershan led everyone back to the Qin family home. Let's settle the money. I caught quite a few today. Yuanho spoke excitedly. The others behind him also crowded around. Qin Ershan had instructed them to give each of them 50 cents. As for soft-shelled turtles, they cost 1.2 yuan, and eels cost 4 mao. They are all significantly better than Qin Yun and his group. Well, we need to think about this matter more carefully. However, Qin Ershan said, I will definitely give the money to everyone. But we have to wait for this to sell, right? Upon hearing this, everyone's expression immediately changed. Chapter 41 No More. Qin Ershan, what you did was not very ethical, was it? Huandao said, Qin Yun caught the fish that day and got paid on the same day. Why did you give him a discount? The remaining people also looked indignant. Qin Ershan chuckled. Don't worry, I'll get the money back for you tomorrow. Think about it, there's gold everywhere in the county town, and Wentong has already made connections with his boss. Making money here is a piece of cake, isn't it? Qin Ershan thumped his chest loudly. Even if something happens, our Qin family will compensate you. The crowd looked on with suspicion, but could only leave dejectedly. The next day, Qin Yun and his men set off towards the county town in a cart pulled by mules. This time, they also had a lot of self-defense weapons on their cart. Even if you're dealing with those petty thugs, at least you can protect yourself. 2 hours later, the group arrived in the county town. Brother Yun, isn't that the thief who caused trouble a few days ago? Before even reaching the alley, the sharp-eyed son Dazhuang pointed to a figure ahead and spoke up. Qin Yun's gaze darkened. It was indeed him. He then made a gesture to the others, and they immediately took out their weapons from the cart. Superior! Qin Yun gave a cold shout, and the group instantly crept towards the figure in front. Stop right there. Are you trying to block us again? Son Dazhuang shouted coldly, pulled out a wooden stick from the side, and struck the thief straight in the back. Bang! The thief was immediately knocked to the ground. He turned his head in a panic, and after seeing that it was Qin Yun and his group, his face immediately showed fear as if he had seen a ghost. Without saying a word, he ran straight to the back. Don't run. Stop right there. Huang Kuan and his men didn't think too much about it. After leaving De Pang to watch the mule, they chased after it. Bang! Panting heavily, Huang Kuan finally caught up with the thief and kicked him to the ground. Qin Yun, with his leg in a cast, caught up from behind. I was wrong. I'll never do it again. The thief was cornered against the wall and was so frightened that his hands and feet went weak. Please, I beg you, don't kill me. I really didn't do it. I don't have the guts. Huang Kuan and Qin Yun were stunned. What's going on? Has the thief changed his ways? Tell me what happened. Qin Yun squatted down and slowly asked. Brother, I really didn't mean to lay a hand on you. Chen Dong has already gone to the police station himself, and Brother Chen Nin won't dare to lay a hand on you again. The thief's face was full of fear. He was practically begging to be kowtowed to the group. Chen Dong went in by himself. Qin Yun frowned. When he fought with him, Qin Yun knew how crazy this man was. How could he possibly have gone in by himself? Just as he was about to ask something else, the thief's eyes darted around, and seeing an opening, he ran outside, leaving only the words, Brother, let me go this time. I promise I'll never show my face in front of you again. Brother Yun, what's going on? Huang Kuan was a little confused and asked. Qin Yun shook his head and said, It should be Gao Rui who helped us. I will go and thank him later. Let's go deliver the fish first. Huang Kuan nodded. It couldn't be better that no one in the county was causing them any more trouble. Soon, the group arrived in the alleyway, pulling the fish along. Boss, the fish has arrived for today. Qin Yun walked to the entrance of the alley and saw that the boss hadn't come out. Thinking something was wrong, he went in and greeted him. Qin Yun is here. Soon, the boss came out. But this time he didn't take the fish Qin Yun offered. Instead, he said, "Sorry, I don't need any fish here." Qin Yun frowned, about to ask why, when Qin Wentong walked out from the opposite direction with a provocative smile on his face. Qin Yun immediately understood what was going on. It turns out that Qin Wentong came to the city to work at this small restaurant. It seems that imitating their fishing was also Qin Wentong's idea. Okay, but boss, let me remind you, you said back then that you would buy all your fish from me from now on. Although it's a verbal agreement, I can't say anything now, but once someone is unfaithful, they'll never be trusted again. Qin Yun's voice was calm. So you should think it over today, because this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Upon hearing this, the boss gave an awkward smile. He actually said that. But after thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Qin Yun, I'm sorry. I've decided that I will buy fish from other places from now on. You can buy fish from Qin Wentong for only 1 yuan a fish, but Qin Yun charges 2 yuan a fish. The price difference is huge. These days, only a fool wouldn't make money. Qin Yun didn't say much and walked straight outside. Turning my head to look into the alley, I saw Qin Erzhan holding fish and calling out to sell them. Seeing Qin Yun leave, Huang Kuan and the others followed, pulling their mules along. Brother Yun, what should we do? Qin Erzhan is clearly here to steal our business. The restaurant owner doesn't want our fish anymore. Big Fatty stepped forward and said to Qin Yun, although we have the factory canteen's order, it's really hard to accept that they're making money. Qin Yun smiled. What? You can make money, but others can't. No, that's not it. But everyone in our village knows that they completely copy our work methods. Even the methods are exactly the same. Huang Kuan chimed in from the side. Don't worry, they'll only make money for a day or two at most, and in the end they'll lose everything. Qin Yun said calmly, his words filled with immense confidence. The group chatted as they drove, and soon arrived at the factory canteen. After calculating the money, the group walked out with their pockets full. Brother Yun, what should we do with the rest of the fish? Should we go sell them in the alley? The factory only ordered 100 peach blossom fish, and there are still more than 40 left. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and then said, don't go for the next couple of days. Leave these fish to me. Huh? Not going. Then won't Qin Erzhan and his gang have taken over the market? A hint of hesitation appeared on Sun Dazhuang's face. It's okay. Trust me. Just let them go and sell them first. Qin Yun smiled and patted Sun Dazhuang on the shoulder, saying, we can't waste so many fish. Let's go to Coach Huang's place first. The group nodded. The villagers are martial, and although they are no longer a threat in the county town, they may encounter some troublesome situations in the future. It would be even better if I could learn 1 or 2 moves. Soon, the group arrived at the martial arts school. Huang Wentian was fiddling with equipment in the yard when he saw Qin Yun arrive, and a smile immediately appeared on his face. Chapter 42, Fountain Pen. Coach Huang, these are the fish we caught. Let's not rush to practice today. Let's grill them and have a taste first. Qin Yun said with a smile. He has his own plans now, and the remaining fish cannot be allowed to enter the market yet. The main point is to whet your appetite. Qin Yun, I'm so sorry, I still owe you money. Huang Wentian spoke up. Qin Yun waved his hand. It's nothing, just a little fish, it won't cost much. Let's invite the other coaches too, and have a grilled fish feast today. Huang Wentian, a former soldier with a forthright personality, didn't say much, but simply kept the matter in mind. Back inside the house, he called out to the crowd, and the others came out as well. There's no shortage of barbecue tools. Every household has charcoal. Soon, the grilled fish was placed on the grill and began to sizzle and drip oil. Qin Yun was generous and took out money to let Huang Kuan go out and buy a few cases of beer. Beer is no longer a rarity. The county town produces a local beer that is slightly bitter at first but has a sweet aftertaste, far superior to the beer Qin Yun had in his previous life. The beer was bought quickly. The grilled fish was ready, sizzling with oil. It only had a little salt added, and it tasted incredibly delicious. Qin Yun, what kind of fish is this? It tastes really good. Huang Wentian took a bite and couldn't help but praise it. That's right, Qin Yun. This fish is so fresh and tender, and it has very few bones. If we could sell it, we'd make a fortune. Others also commented. Qin Yun smiled and didn't say much. Eat as much as you like, there's plenty of fish today. I've already made my plans. This is actually possible. However, there are too many things to do right now, and Qin Yun doesn't have time to put this matter on his agenda. After a few rounds of drinks, the group quickly became acquainted. Huang Wentian and the others kept talking about things in the army. Although there were many rules, it was a place where true friendship could be forged. Everyone who heard this couldn't help but feel a sense of longing. Soon, night fell, and the group had drunk enough, so they decided to sleep together in the house. It wasn't until the sun was high in the sky that the group finally woke up. Qin Yun was the last to wake up. Huang Kuan and the others had already gone out to pack up their things. Without paying attention, he pressed on his wound and immediately cried out in pain. Then I remembered that although the doctor said I could go home to rest, I would need to change the dressing regularly. Otherwise, it can cause infection of the wound, with very serious consequences. With that thought in mind, Qin Yun walked out the door, said goodbye to everyone, and then headed towards the hospital alone. Upon arriving at the hospital, after the doctor asked for his name, he suddenly looked up at him with a knowing glint in his eyes. So, you're the one Miss Gao was looking for. The doctor smiled and said, you have no idea how anxious Miss Gao was after you left that day. She wanted to search the entire hospital. I advise you to go apologize to Miss Gao as soon as possible, otherwise your girlfriend might run away. These words made Qin Yun blush deeply, and he could only retort, she is not my girlfriend. TSK, if she weren't your little girlfriend, would you be in such a hurry? While changing Qin Yun's dressing, the doctor said, Miss Gao is so wonderful. So many people would love to have that opportunity, but might not even get it. Amidst the doctor's nagging, Qin Yun finally managed to finish changing the dressing before getting up and walking outside. Thinking about his abrupt departure, Qin Yun felt that something was indeed wrong. So he went out to the department store to buy some gifts to visit Gao Yinshu. After looking around, Qin Yun sighed inwardly. There simply weren't many things left from this era. Many of these things seem good by today's standards, but Qin Yun thinks they're incredibly outdated. Qin Yun pondered for a moment, looked at one of the beautiful pens, and asked, how much is that pen? However, even though Qin Yun had called 2 or 3 times, the sales clerk continued to chat with her colleagues at a leisurely pace, her gaze towards Qin Yun filled with disdain. Qin Yun was furious, but there was nothing he could do. Salespeople back then weren't like they are now, because there were only so many goods available, and you could only buy from them. Its main selling point is doing whatever you want and having an arrogant attitude. After waiting for a good 10 minutes, the salesperson finally strolled over, glanced at the items on the shelf, and spoke. Hero brand fountain pen, 10 yuan each. Which Hero brand model is this? Qin Yun then asked. Gao Yinshu's handwriting is beautiful and elegant, suitable for fountain pens with a relatively small ink flow. How should I know? Buy it if you want, or don't. The sales clerk rolled her eyes and said indifferently. You. Qin Yun finally couldn't hold back any longer and was about to lose his temper when a man next to him came over. Brother, let's go. Why bother arguing with them? Before Qin Yun could react, the person had already pulled him outside. Just as Qin Yun was about to say something, the man mysteriously pulled a box out of a pocket inside his clothes. Hey bro, you wanted a pen, didn't you? The man said, look here, I have all kinds of fountain pens, all models. 336, 332, 330. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately became interested. He asked, could you try writing it? Of course. The man immediately took out a piece of paper that had been unfolded from a hard cigarette box. Qin Yun didn't say much, took out a fountain pen to try it out, and couldn't help but nod. The water flow is smooth and the performance is stable. It's impossible for it to be a fake. No one can replicate it. How much? Qin Yun asked. Brother, I'm not lying to you. I bought these for 4 yuan each and sold them for 6 yuan. This is just a hard-earned profit. Qin Yun was immediately taken aback upon hearing this. Something that costs 10 yuan in a department store can be bought for only 6 yuan here? And the price was only 4 yuan. This is an incredibly profitable industry. Okay. Without wasting words, Xinyan quickly pulled out a 6 yuan note and said, "But brother, do you have anything else here, like cigarettes or something?" "Yes, of course there is." The man chuckled and said, "Whatever you want, I can get it for you, as long as you're willing to pay. Of course, you'd better not ask me about guns. I want to live a few more days." Upon hearing this, Xinyan realized that this person truly had connections. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "I do want something. I have some connections at home, so I need to give some wine to retired cadres, and it has to be a large quantity. It all depends on whether you can finish it. These days, anyone who can afford a fountain pen must have money in their pocket." The man's eyes darted around, and he immediately said, "What are you saying, boss? Whatever you want, I can get it for you. However, the price will have to be a bit higher." Chapter 43. Do you go to college? Xinyan nodded calmly. "Okay, ask about the price first, and we can talk about it later." The man nodded. "My name is Wei Hai. How do I find my brothers then?" Xinyan shook his head. "You should be active in this area, right? I'll come find you here tomorrow." After making an appointment with Wei Hai, Xinyan arrived at Gao Rui's home. It was noon, and Xinyan not only bought a fountain pen but also some other gifts before knocking on the door. "Xinyan." When Yi Ilio saw Xinyan arrive, a look of surprise appeared on her face. She then stepped aside to let Xinyan in. Xinyan walked in with an apologetic smile on his face. Gao Rui and Gao Yunshu were sitting on the sofa. Gao Yunshu's face was full of grievances, while Gao Rui kept comforting her from the side. Upon seeing Xinyan, Gao Rui breathed a long sigh of relief, stood up, and said, "Xinyan, it's good that you came. Otherwise, this girl will definitely have a knot in her heart." Xinyan placed the gifts aside and had just sat down when Gao Yunshu's voice rang out. "Xinyan, isn't it my fault for taking good care of you?" Xinyan quickly shook his head and said, "Miss Gao is very meticulous and took good care of me. She is also very knowledgeable." Xinyan said apologetically to Gao Yunshu. There were indeed unavoidable reasons for leaving last time. As he spoke, Xinyan took out a pen and handed it to Gao Yunshu with both hands. "I hope Miss Gao will accept my apology." Gao Yunshu then became happy again and said, "Next time, remember to tell me before you leave." Definitely, definitely," Xinyan said with a smile. "Since you're here, why don't you stay and have a meal with us?" Gao Rui walked in and spoke to Xinyan. Xinyan smiled and nodded, then went into the room to help Yi Ilio. "Daughter, what do you think of Xinyan?" Watching Xinyan's nimble back, Gao Rui asked. Although he wanted to bring Xinyan and Gao Yunshu together, he would never force them. More often than not, they followed Gao Yunshu's opinion. A blush crept across Gao Yunshu's face. "Dad, what are you saying? Xinyan and I are just ordinary friends." Gao Rui laughed and didn't expose him. Instead, he said, "Why don't you take the college entrance exam in the second half of this year? Ask Xinyan then, and you two can go to university together. That way, you'll have more opportunities to spend time together in the future." Gao Yunshu blushed and didn't say anything. She just nodded. Soon, Xinyan brought the dishes to the dinner table. Yi Ilio followed closely behind and came out. Most of the food today was made by Xinyan. "Come and try his cooking." Gao Rui picked it up and took a bite, a look of surprise immediately appearing on his face. "You know what? Xinyan's cooking skills are just as good as my wife's." Yi Ilio laughed and said something sarcastic. After a few rounds of drinks, Gao Rui turned to Xinyan and said, "How's it going? Nobody's been bothering you lately, has anyone?" Xinyan nodded. "I have to thank Uncle Gao for this. Otherwise, given Shindong's personality, he definitely wouldn't have let it go." Gao Rui paused for a moment before saying, "Xinyan, actually Shindong turned himself involuntarily. We only arrested some of his men, and Shindong was very cooperative. I thought you were the one who handled it." Xinyan was also taken aback when he heard Gao Rui's words. If it's not Gao Rui, who else would help him? After finishing their meal, the group chatted for a while, and soon it was afternoon. Gao Rui sat on the sofa and said to Gao Yunshu, "Go take Xinyan around the county town. Although Xinyan comes to town every day, he's here to do business, so he probably doesn't get to have a proper time to relax. Gao Yinshu nodded and went out the door with Qin Yun. To be honest, this was the first time Qin Yun had ever gone out with a girl. The group arrived at Beihai Park. Qin Yun looked at the surrounding scenery with a sense of emotion. Many years later, this place will be developed into one of the best parks in the entire province. Because of its proximity to the university, it has become a popular dating spot for many college students, and one can easily make a lot of money by doing some business there. Gao Yinshu mustered her courage and asked, Qin Yun, do you want to go to university? Qin Yun paused for a moment, then nodded and said, Of course I want to. Knowledge changes destiny, after all. So are you going to take the college entrance exam this fall? Gao Yinshu asked again. This is a national policy. One is the normal college entrance examination process, and the other is geared towards the children of factory workers. Although I studied engineering after being admitted to university, it wasn't a matter of theory and practice. However, Qin Yun knew that engineering, which was not well known at the moment, would become a major field in the future. No, I don't plan to take the college entrance exam. Qin Yun finally shook his head and spoke. Why? Didn't you say that knowledge changes destiny? Don't you want to change your destiny? Gao Yinshu was somewhat confused. I have changed my destiny. Qin Yun suddenly said something that Gao Yinshu couldn't understand. I have a younger sister, and there are so many things I want to change. More than changing my own fate, I want to change the fate of others, such as my friends and my sister. Gao Yinshu was taken aback upon hearing this. Suddenly, she sensed that the man in front of her had a different scent. So will you come to the county town in the future? Of course, Qin Yun said with a smile. After all, there are still far fewer educational resources in the village. That's good. Gao Yinshu smiled, finally relieved. The group walked for a while longer, until night fell, before reluctantly returning home. Qin Yun also returned to the martial arts school to meet up with them. After buying some bean flour, they returned to the village. The next day, Qin Yun again made everyone catch fish, but this time he went even further. Seeing that the fish supplied to the factory canteen was almost gone, everyone was allowed to rest in the shade of a tree around noon. As for the drinks made yesterday, they are not available in unlimited quantities. This infuriated a group of people in the Qin family. As it approached the afternoon, Qin Yun told everyone to stop working and even gave them extra money. He then picked up a few pounds of meat and several fish and headed towards the neighboring village. Now that he no longer needs to sell fish, he can take this opportunity to visit his uncle. Of all my relatives, only my uncle treated me well. Before my mother passed away, my family was often so poor that we couldn't even afford to eat. Because they couldn't get anything to eat, they couldn't even express the milk they were feeding Qin Yun. Each time, only the uncle was able to spare the money to give to the Qin family, using the little money his family had. Unexpectedly, Qin Sihai seemed to have found a weakness, and his behavior became increasingly absurd, to the point that he even stopped cultivating the fields. After his mother passed away, his uncle came to the funeral hall and caused a scene. If someone hadn't stopped him, Qin Sihai would have been crippled. Chapter 44, The Difficult Problem. After his mother passed away, his uncle visited Qin Yun several times. Knowing that he was having a hard time, he repeatedly tried to persuade Qin Yun to come to their home. But Qin Yun was stubborn at the time. Under his father's instigation, he not only refused his uncle's request, but also scolded his uncle. I heard that after my uncle went back, he was so angry that he couldn't eat for a whole day. An hour later, Qin Yun arrived at Shangha village. Similar to Qingshui village, there are few people who have enough to eat and many who don't. Soon, Qin Yun arrived at the entrance of a dilapidated courtyard. It's clear that my uncle's family is having a very hard time. As Qin Yun entered the courtyard, just as he was about to say something, he heard his aunt's voice coming from inside. I told you we're barely making ends meet. What good will it do you to get the money back? We helped him a lot back then. How could Qin Sihai not acknowledge it? You woman, shut your mouth. The uncle's calm voice rang out, saying, That was for my nephew. It has nothing to do with Qin Sihai. I get so angry just looking at him. My perfectly healthy sister married into their family, and in the end, she even lost her life. If I were to go, I'd kill him. You treat him like a nephew, but he doesn't recognize you as his uncle. Have you forgotten what happened back then? My aunt's words were not without criticism. You're talking nonsense. That damn Qin Sihai lied to him. The uncle said coldly. And don't talk to me like that. That's my sister's son, my own nephew. Even if he came to my door to borrow money, I would lend it to him without saying a word. You. Just as his aunt was about to say something more in anger, Qin walked into the room and called out, Uncle. My aunt was speechless for a moment. He quickly put on an apologetic smile. Actually, she didn't have any bad intentions. She was more resentful. Otherwise, they wouldn't have asked Qin Sihai for it, but rather Qin Yun. Seeing that Qin Yun had overheard her words, and that the other man had come in carrying pork, a delicacy only available during the Lunar New Year in the countryside, she looked embarrassed. Qin Yun smiled and placed the meat, fish, and eggs from home on the table. Qin Yun, you said you were coming. So why did you buy so much stuff? Where did you get the money? Uncle Wang Qingyu spoke, his sun-darkened face full of worry. He knew his nephew all too well. Staying in the Qin family, he even had trouble getting food. So how could he possibly have money to buy meat? Tell your uncle, did you get this money by becoming a pickpocket in the city? Take it and return it right now. Qin Yun was both amused and exasperated, and said, Uncle, what are you thinking? To be honest, I've already separated from my family. This money came from fishing and selling fish myself. Upon hearing the news, Wang Qingyu was initially taken aback, but then felt relieved. Dividing the family property? Good riddance. Uncle, I also want to apologize to you. I was wrong before. Qin Sihai doesn't deserve to be a father at all. Qin Yun recounted to Qin Sihai how he had asked Wang Qingyu to take the blame for Qin Wentong, a story that made Wang Qingyu grit his teeth in anger. You sons of bitches, they're all your own sons. How could you say such a thing? Then he turned to his aunt and said, My nephew has separated from his family. Given the Qin family's nature, they probably didn't give him anything. Take out all the money in the house and give it to Qin Yun in an emergency. Aunt's face immediately darkened, but she still quickly took some money from under the bed and put it in Wang Qingyu's hand. Wang Qingyu handed the money to Qin Yun. Here, Qin Yun, take this. This is all the money your uncle has at home. If you need anything in the future, just ask. Your uncle will definitely help if he can. A surge of warmth welled up in Qin Yun's heart. If Qin Sihai had even a fraction of his uncle's care, Qin Yun would have been able to stay in the Qin family. Qin Yun stood up, took out a few 10 yuan bills from his pocket, and said, Uncle, I came here today to pay back the money. You've helped me so much, and you've given the Qin family a lot before. How could I possibly take your money again? Just as Wang Qingyu was about to refuse, Qin Yun said, Uncle, I finally managed to earn some money. The Qin family has nothing to do with me anymore. You are my only relative. You can't expect me to fail in my filial duty, can you? Qin Yun was speaking from the heart. He now had a stable source of income, and seeing his uncle struggling so much, he couldn't just leave him to fend for himself. Upon hearing this, Wang Qingyu could only put the money away, glared at his aunt, and said, What are you all standing there for? Go cook some dishes. Do you want Qin Yun to go hungry? My aunt quickly agreed and went out to pick and wash the vegetables. Your aunt knows she has a sharp tongue but a soft heart, so don't take it to heart. After his aunt left, Wang Qingyu spoke. How could that be? Qin Yun replied with a smile. He knew his aunt well. She would only mutter a few words, but deep down she still cared for him. Otherwise, when my uncle asked for the money, there would have been a huge argument already. Just as the dish was finished cooking, footsteps suddenly came in from outside. Then, a pretty woman walked in. She was wearing the most fashionable sandals of the moment, a floral dress, and lipstick. It was Wang Ju, the daughter of Wang Qingyu and the younger sister of Qin Yun. Did you go see that brat again? Upon seeing the woman walk in, Wang Qingyu's face immediately contorted with rage, and he coldly shouted at her. No. A look of panic crossed Wang Ju's face. Wasn't he usually still in the fields? How come he's back so soon today? You're talking nonsense. Wang Qingyu stood up and waved his hand, intending to attack Wang Ju. Qin Yun quickly stepped in to stop him. Dad, he's not like you think. He's very good to me. Why can't we date? Wang Ju couldn't help but retort, then greeted Qin Yun and went straight into the inner room. Qin Yun persuaded her uncle for a while, which slightly eased his anger. Soon, the food was prepared and served. After they had almost finished eating, Qin Yun finally asked, Uncle, what's wrong with my little sister? Wang Qingyu sighed before explaining. Recently, many young men in the village have gone to the city. I heard they joined some kind of fierce tiger chamber of commerce, claiming to be doing great things, but actually, they're just petty thieves. Qin Yun understood. No wonder his uncle suspected that his money was stolen. Now he knew the reason. Your little sister is of marriageable age, and I would agree to her dating someone. But that person is someone from this damn tiger merchant guild. Wang Qingyu continued. But this girl seems to have been bewitched. No matter how much we try to persuade her, we can't get her back. Qin Yun was also quite overwhelmed by what he heard. I feel like I've encountered this somewhere before. Upon closer reflection, isn't this the same situation as Zhou Yuan's? It really is true that fortunes will keep turning. Tomorrow I'll go look for an honest young man to marry her off quickly, so I can save myself the trouble. Wang Qingyu said coldly. His last bit of patience with Wang Zhu had long since been worn away. Chapter 45 Using a Borrowed Knife to Kill. Uncle, this matter needs to be considered carefully. Qin Yun shook his head and said, let's not even talk about what will happen after the wedding. With my sister's personality, she might even run away on her wedding day. Wang Qingyu sighed. What else can we do? We can't just stand by and watch this girl fall into a fire pit. Qin Yun thought for a moment and then said, how about this, Uncle? I'll be doing business in the city later, and I'll have my little sister come and lend a hand. I'll also take a good look and see if that kid is reliable. Real? A look of surprise appeared on Wang Qingyu's face. He still trusted Qin Yun quite a bit, and if he could win Nizi back, that would be a really great thing. Qin Yun chuckled, then called Wang Zhu out and asked for her opinion. This girl and he were very close when they were little, and she would often follow him around like a little shadow. And he also listened to Qin Yun's words. Okay, I'll definitely go then. Wang Zhu agreed immediately without much thought. Qin Yun was perfectly aware of her ulterior motives. She just wanted to be closer to the city, so it would be easier to see her sweetheart. However, Qin Yun did not expose this little scheme. There's still plenty of time, and I'm confident I can guide her onto the right path. After dinner, Qin Yun chatted with his uncle for a while until dusk. It took a lot of effort for him to politely decline his uncle's request to stay overnight and return home. Over the next few days, Qin Yun calmly watched as the Qin family beamed with pride in front of him. Qin Sihai straightened his back a bit, and Qin Laotai and Luo Fengjiao became even more domineering. Qin Wentong was even more excited. He was full of energy these past 2 days, and he even carried plates with incredible speed. 3 days later, Qin Yun, for the first time in a long time, had everyone catch more fish, and then went into the city with Huang Kuan and the others. Let's go. It's still early today. Let's go to a restaurant. After delivering the fish, Qin Yun gave a call, and everyone immediately followed. Eating out is no longer a rare thing for them. I ate this every 2 or 3 days, and I gained 2 pounds of fat. Okay, shall we go to the state-run hotel or somewhere else today? Huang Kuan asked. Let's go try the restaurants in the alley and see how the fish Qin Wentong scent is. Qin Yun said calmly. After calculating the days, it should be about today. Huh? Go to their house. Isn't that just asking for trouble? Sun Dazhuang was furious at the thought of the restaurant being packed to capacity. That restaurant owner is really dishonest. It's all right, we have to try it. What's the difference between the fish Qin Wentong's scent and ours? Qin Yun persisted in his statement. Although they didn't understand what Qin Yun was up to, everyone nodded in agreement. Soon, the group arrived at the entrance of a restaurant in the alley. However, the expected overcrowding did not occur. Only 3 or 5 tables were occupied, while the remaining half were empty. Hello, what would you like to eat? Soon, Qin Wentong walked over with paper and pen in his hand. The moment he saw Qin Yun, his expression changed immediately. He immediately retorted coldly. Even ingrates like you've come to eat. Qin Wentong, watch your mouth. We're here to eat. If you keep making noise, I'll tell the boss. Sun Dazhuang coldly retorted, giving Qin Wentong no face at all. Qin Wentong snorted coldly, but didn't say anything more. This place isn't like a state-owned enterprise, so even though he's the one supplying the fish, if the boss wants to fire him, there's really nothing he can do. What would you like to eat? Qin Yun picked up the menu, glanced at it, casually ordered 2 dishes, and then said, I heard the fish here is good. Let's try one. Qin Wintong wrote it down on a piece of paper and then returned to the kitchen. Soon, the meal for Qin Yun and the others was ready. The other dishes were mediocre, far inferior to those of a state-run restaurant, causing the diners to frown repeatedly. Qin Yun wasn't surprised. The chefs at the state-run hotel were all properly licensed chefs. This little restaurant can't compare. It's just surviving on those few fish. However, after everyone took a bite of the fish with their chopsticks, they all frowned. The fish tasted soft and fluffy, with a faint fishy smell. It's completely different from what they made. Qin Yun, what's going on? Huang Kuan couldn't help but ask. Qin Yun smiled faintly and lowered his voice, saying, "Do you still remember our datura flower? So that's how it is. No wonder you weren't in a hurry, Brother Yun." Only then did everyone realize what was happening. Datura has an anesthetic effect, so even if their fish are delivered the next day, they will still be lively and jumping around once the anesthesia wears off. The key to enjoying peach blossom fish is freshness. Once it dies, or is out of water for too long, the texture of the fish meat will deteriorate significantly. The taste will also be greatly diminished. Brother Yun, you're the best. I'll call the boss over right now, and I want to see what he has to say. Sun Dazhuang immediately prepared to ask his boss to cause trouble. Qin Yun glanced at the door and said calmly, "Using someone else to do the dirty work is the real, brilliant strategy." The group was taken aback. Following Qin Yun's gaze, they saw several well-dressed middle-aged men walking in from outside. He was wearing leather shoes with white socks underneath and holding a bottle of Matai in his hand. These days, the price of Matai hasn't skyrocketed, but it's still not something ordinary families can afford. It was mostly used for banquets. "Hey Lao Su, if you bring me to a small restaurant like this instead of a state-run restaurant, I'm going to get angry." One of the men, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, made a sarcastic remark. "Oh dear, Lao Wang, you have no idea about this." Another man respectfully greeted the man with the gold-rimmed glasses and said, "The state-run hotel is good, but there is a delicacy here that you can't find anywhere else in the country, let alone at the state-run hotel. Paired with this Matai, the taste is absolutely divine." His name is Su Yi, the production director of the textile factory, and the person who hosted the banquet is Wang Long, a boss from out of town. If they can secure this order, they can achieve this year's production target ahead of schedule. The bonus will be even greater than in previous years. He knew that Wang Long had traveled all over the country and had already tasted almost all kinds of delicacies, so only by bringing out something unique to the local area could he surprise him. The peach blossom fish in front of him was the delicacy he had found. He had eaten it a few days ago, and the taste was unforgettable. It was fresh and tender, especially the fish soup, which was as white as jade. "All right, then I'll have to try it today and see what this delicacy you're talking about tastes like." Wang Long was also tempted and began to speak. "Just you wait and see." Sui chuckled, called the owner out, and ordered 5 fish dishes, making it a full fish feast. Chapter 46. Why are you so stupid? Sweet and sour fish, steamed fish, braised fish, fish soup. Sui knew that the other dishes here were not very good, so he ordered these few dishes. "Boss, do a good job today. If you do a good job, I'll pay you double the price." Sui spoke to the boss, then sat down next to Wang Long and began drinking and chatting. The boss's face was full of smiles, but he couldn't help but clench his fist secretly. He knew Su Yi's capabilities. If this deal went well, he could earn much more than just a little bit. As he was about to enter the kitchen, he saw Qin Yun sitting next to him. However, he didn't think too much about it. He nodded to Qin Yun as a greeting and then went inside. Soon, several fish dishes were served. It has to be said that the owner has put in a lot of effort, selecting large fish with plenty of ingredients, making them look and smell delicious. Qin Yun and the others exchanged glances. They knew a good show was about to begin. "Here, Lao Wang, have a taste. If you don't like the fish, you don't need to tell me. I'll apologize in person and we'll never mention the order again." Su Yi placed a piece of food on Wang Long's plate and said with a smile. Wang Long didn't stand on ceremony and, under Su Yi's eager gaze, delivered the fish into his home. However, the next second, Wang Long frowned. Then, as if he had eaten something disgusting, he vomited the fish. "Hey Lao Su, even if you don't have anything good to eat, that's one thing, but you insist this stuff is delicious. Aren't you just lying to me? Wang Long said to Su Yi with dissatisfaction. Oh. Su Yi felt strange and thought Wang Long was still joking, so he also picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. But immediately, his expression darkened. This tastes completely different from anything he's had before. It was limp and had a muddy smell. Although it wasn't inedible, it wasn't even as good as an ordinary carp. Wang Long had tasted many delicacies before, which were no longer palatable to Su Yi, and were simply like garbage to Wang Long. Old Su, I think we should talk about this order later. I'm a bit tired today, so I'll go back to the hotel to rest first. Wang Long stood up, turned around, and walked outside. Su Yi was about to chase after him, but Wang Long waved his hand. Su Yi awkwardly stopped in his tracks. A moment later, he suddenly stood up, walked to the dining table, grabbed the plate, and slammed it to the ground. The loud noise immediately drew the attention of the kitchen owner. Upon seeing Su Yi's outburst, he froze on the spot. He asked, trembling with fear, "What happened to you?" Su Yi stared at him coldly. "You still have the nerve to ask? Try the fish you served us. Our textile factory's orders for the second half of the year have been wiped out because of this meal you prepared." The boss was taken aback, then stepped forward, took a bite, and his expression changed. Something's definitely wrong with this fish. He had tried the fish once or twice when Qin Yun sent it before, but the fish was in short supply, and he couldn't bear to eat it after that. But to my surprise, the fish tastes completely different now. Just as the boss was about to say something, Su Yi's face darkened, and he said coldly, "Boss, you've caused us such a huge mess today. If your restaurant can stay open any longer, I'll change my surname to yours." The boss's heart skipped a beat, and he almost knelt down on the spot. Please forgive me this time. I promise I'll do better next time, and I won't let you down." However, Su Yi ignored him completely and turned to leave. Qin Yun gave Huang Kuan a wink, and Huang Kuan immediately understood and walked towards the door first. Qin Yun stood up, ready to watch the show. At this moment, Qin Wentong also came out. Seeing the peach blossom fish scattered all over the ground, he instinctively sensed that something was wrong. "Qin Wentong, let me see what you've done. From today onwards, get out of here." The boss stood up, trembling, staring intently at Qin Wentong, and cursed angrily. Qin Wentong was taken aback, and then his gaze turned to Qin Yun. "It's him, boss. He must have done it. The fish I delivered was fine. How could it be different?" Qin Wentong pointed at Qin Yun and spoke. The shopkeeper's face darkened. He stepped forward and asked Qin Yun, "Brother, I won't buy any more of your fish, but you don't need to use such despicable means to frame me." Qin Yun glanced at him indifferently. "Which eye of yours saw that I did it?" Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the boss fell silent. "That's right. It's Qin Wentong who's been delivering fish these past few days. What does it have to do with Qin Yun? We can't expect people to take advantage of us just because they come here for a meal, can we? Then explain to me why the fish you catch are lively and jumping around, while our fish taste different." Qin Wentong walked over again and asked Qin Yun, "Why should I explain it to you?" Qin Yun sneered, showing no mercy to Qin Wentong, and deliberately retorted, "Aren't you a college student? Logically speaking, you should know more than me, right? Trade secrets, not disclosed to outsiders." Qin Wentong was immediately rendered speechless by Qin Yun's retort. The shop owner next to him swallowed hard. 1,000 regrets flashed through my mind. No wonder Qin Yun's fish cost 2 yuan. Their fish was so good. Dazhuang was laughing so hard, he could hardly close his mouth. Although the fish were barely moving when they were delivered to the two of them. However, Qin Yun's death was due to anesthesia, while Qin Wentong's was due to being on the verge of death. "Hey bro, could I buy fish from you again sometime?" The boss approached Qin Yun, attempting to speak. Qin Yun waved his hand. "Boss, I gave you a chance before, so don't bother saying such things now." After saying that, Qin Yun took out the money for the meal from his pocket, put it on the table, and got up to leave. After the others left, the boss looked at the mess on the floor and was so angry that his chest was trembling. "Boss, you haven't paid me back for the fish I sold." Qin Wentong knew things were going badly, but he still stepped forward and spoke. He had previously wanted to do what Qin Yun did, exchanging money for fish. But the boss brushed it off. The soybean flour we've been using for fishing these past few days has all been sustained by the money we earn from selling fish outside. My shop is ruined because of the fish roe you sent, and you still have the nerve to ask me for money? The boss glared at Qin Wentong and said menacingly, "And your wages?" "Not a single penny." Qin Wentong immediately became anxious. "Boss, I went through all the trouble of delivering these fish. How can you owe me money? Do you know that I also asked someone to help me catch these fish? How could I explain it to them if I didn't have money? If this money is gone, won't he Wendao and his gang smash up the Qin family's house? What you said has nothing to do with me." The boss, however, wasn't buying it at all. "I should be asking you. We're all born of the same parents. Why are you so stupid?" Chapter 47 doesn't seem that great to me either. You're a college student? That's like pigs flying. It's an eye-opener for me. The boss's words were truly a blow to the spirit. Qin Wentong immediately stood there dumbfounded. He had tried his best, hoping to find a way to get rich, but ended up like this. "What the hell are you standing there for? Get the hell out of here right now." The boss was already packing his things. "I must have been blind to hire you." Qin Wentong wanted to say something more, but the boss's face darkened, and he grabbed a wooden stick from the side, ready to attack Qin Wentong. Startled, Qin Wentong immediately ran outside. At this moment, Qin Yun led the two men to catch up with Huang Kun. This was also Qin Yun's intention before. He didn't want to give up on this relationship with Su Yi. Qin Wentong's peach blossom fish wasn't fresh, but his fish was very fresh. "What exactly are you trying to say? If you keep stopping me, I'll call the security team over right now." Sui looked very unhappy. Having just lost such a large order, he was in a hurry to return to the factory for a meeting, hoping to win Wang Long back. But then this guy suddenly appeared out of nowhere, insisting that he had a solution. But after asking for a long time, they still couldn't give a clear answer. Isn't this deliberately wasting his time? Just as he was about to lose his temper, a voice suddenly came from behind. "Director Su, please wait a moment. I do have a solution that will definitely change Wang Long's mind." Su Yi turned his head and saw Qin Yun walking over, panting. "I'm giving you one last chance. If you can't explain it clearly, I'm leaving now." Su Yi's patience was almost worn out, and he spoke coldly. Qin Yun put on a confident look and said, "Wang Long has been to many places, and he's already tired of even the most exquisite delicacies. So you want to surprise him with the local peach blossom fish. After all, delicacies are easy to obtain, but wild game is hard to find." One sentence made Su Yi stop in his tracks and look at Qin Yun with newfound respect. He nodded and said, "You guessed right. Actually, you made the right choice in selecting peach blossom fish. The fish we ate last time was indeed peach blossom fish." Qin Yun continued. "However, this time the peach blossom fish is already on its last legs. Director Su, as you know, fish tastes best when it's fresh. That's why this failed." After hearing Qin Yun's words, Su Yi couldn't help but let out a long sigh. He was only thinking about how he had tried it before and how good it tasted. Unexpectedly, the restaurant owner had already changed the ingredients. What's the point of saying all this now? Wang Long is already angry, and our order is going to be cancelled. Su Yi said sullenly. Qin Yun smiled and said, "Director Su, the reason why the peach blossom fish tasted different the two times is that the peach blossom fish you ate last time was a gift from me, while the peach blossom fish this time was a gift from someone else. As for why my fish can remain fresh after being transported to the city, that's a trade secret." Upon hearing this, Su Yi's eyes lit up. Qin Yun knew what he wanted to say, and preemptively said, "You and Wang Long should arrange another time, and I will cook another whole fish feast then. And although our village is small, we have a lot of delicious food. We'll also serve eel, soft-shelled turtle, and other things later. I guarantee Wang Long will enjoy his meal." Su Yi fell silent. He was unsure whether to trust Qin Yun in front of him. "Director Su, to be honest, our whole county doesn't have any local specialties, except for this peach blossom fish, which is all right. Since Wang Long is already unsure whether to sign the order, why not give it a try?" Hearing Qin Yun's words, Wang Long finally nodded. "Okay, tomorrow at noon, you choose the place. If it goes well, you'll get your share of the benefits. But if you do it wrong, you know the consequences." After saying that, Su Yi turned and left. Qin Yun didn't take Su Yi's threat seriously at all. At this moment, he already had a meticulous plan in mind. First, he went to the martial arts school and told Huang Wentian about it. After having grilled fish together last time, the relationship between the group has become extremely harmonious. Moreover, Qin Yun lent Huang Wentian money to treat his mother's illness, and Huang Wentian had long regarded Qin Yun as his benefactor. He immediately declared that anyone who wanted to come tomorrow was welcome, and that the martial arts school would definitely be transformed. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, then drove the mules back to Qingshui village with the others. The entire fishing community was mobilized, and they caught not only peach blossom fish, but also soft-shelled turtles, eels, and other creatures. After a busy night, Qin Yun took Huang Kuan to the city early the next morning, while De Pang and Sun Dazhuang stayed behind to watch over the fishing. They arrived at the martial arts school quickly, and Qin Yun was completely stunned as soon as he entered. The dilapidated courtyard was repaired overnight, and a large table was placed in the middle of the courtyard, surrounded by some green plants. The houses behind have also changed their appearance, giving them a distinctly ancient feel. A gentle breeze blows, making one feel refreshed and relaxed. Qin Yun, what do you think of this place? Huang Wentian emerged with huge dark circles under his eyes, clearly indicating that the group had worked through the night to meet Qin Yun's requirements. Qin Yun nodded. Thank you, Brother Huang. Everything's set up here without any problems. He then took out 2 10-yuan bills from his pocket and said, Brother Huang, take these. The brothers have all worked hard. Treat them well later. Huang Wentian quickly refused, and the others also came out of the room, telling Qin Yun to take the money back. Seeing this, Qin Yun didn't insist any further. Anyway, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Okay, go find Director Su first, and come over in an hour. Huang Kuan nodded, and then walked out the door. Qin Yun then got busy, and with the help of Huang Wentian and the others, the dishes were prepared quickly. Soon, as Su Yi's voice rang out, everyone perked up. Old Wang, I didn't think things through last time we ate here. This time, I went through a lot of trouble to find this place. This time you'll definitely be satisfied. Wang Long, however, showed little interest and merely nodded perfunctorily. Soon, the group took their seats. Several plates were already set on the table, covered with bowls to keep them warm. Qin Yun squatted in the corner of the yard, next to a charcoal fire and a bucket containing peach blossom fish. Wang Long had just sat down when he suddenly said, Hey Lao Su, the place you chose this time doesn't look very good. Look, this bowl is still missing a piece. Upon hearing this, Su Yi immediately frowned. Looking down at the table, I saw a bowl with a chip in it, which looked rather unsightly. Su Yi's heart skipped a beat. Chapter 48. Some are happy, some are sad. Looking at the bowl with a missing piece, Su Yi felt extremely nervous and didn't know what to say. It's true what they say, once bitten by a snake, twice shy. At the crucial moment, Qin Yun walked over and said with a smile, President Wang, this was indeed our oversight, but I guarantee that the dishes inside are absolutely top-notch. It's hot. Please have a cup of our local tea to cool off. We'll have dinner shortly. As he spoke, Qin Yun placed a cup of tea on the table. It was the same tea that Qin Yun had given to the fisherman earlier. However, unlike last time, this time we didn't use plain white sugar, but mixed in some brown sugar, and we also used a glass. This gives it a unique, ancient feel, reminiscent of tea. Isn't this just a cup of tea? It has to be said that after what happened last time, Wang Long's palate has become even more discerning. He frowned and said, I usually only drink Longjing and Tiguanyin tea. As for other teas. Besides, where else would you find tea with hawthorn berries soaking in it? Su Yi, who was standing next to him, also noticed that something was wrong, but he could only smile apologetically. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. Then you should definitely try it. This is no ordinary tea. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Wang Long picked up his teacup and took a sip, still somewhat doubtful. After taking a sip, Wang Long's face lit up immediately. Not bad, not bad. This tea is refreshingly cool. Although it's called tea, it also has a sweet taste, along with the unique sweet and sour flavor of hawthorn. It's slightly bitter at first, but leaves a sweet aftertaste. Wang Long couldn't help but give a thumbs up and praise it. Qin Yun wasn't idle either. He poured tea for the others as well. Su Yi was still in a daze. What kind of tea could make Wang Long praise it so highly? But after taking a sip, Su Yi was also taken aback. This tastes so good. Qin Yun, what kind of tea is this? I've never had it before. Su Yi couldn't help but ask. He has lived in this county for so many years. How come he never knew that this kind of tea didn't exist? Qin Yun smiled and said, this should be considered fruit tea. As for the name, I haven't thought of one yet. But I promise that everyone will be able to drink this tea every day from now on. Qin Yun chatted with everyone for a while longer, and seeing that the atmosphere was gradually becoming more harmonious, he turned and walked towards the grill. Soon, an extremely rich fragrance filled the entire courtyard. Seeing Wang Long frequently swallowing, Su Yi also smiled. It seems this matter is settled. Come on, Lao Wang, try these dishes first. Just as Su Yi was about to lift the lid, Qin Yun also placed the grilled fish on the table. Director Su, wait a minute. This dish will taste best when it's uncovered. Qin Yun deliberately kept everyone in suspense. Why don't you try this grilled fish first? This time, the grilled fish was even more delicious than the one I grilled for Huang Wentian and the others last time, and I added more seasonings. As soon as it was served, Wang Long couldn't wait to pick up a piece and put it in his mouth. Su Yi nervously picked up a piece of food with his chopsticks and put it in his mouth. In an instant, my mouth was filled with fragrance. Only then did Su Yi feel relieved. Turning his head, he saw that Wang Long had already begun to eat heartily. Wang Long ate bite after bite of grilled fish with a beaming smile. I noticed that Su Yi reminded me several times to be careful of fish bones. But I was also a little worried. I wonder if Qin Yun has prepared enough peach blossom fish. Qin Yun chuckled and waited until he had almost finished eating the grilled fish before lifting the bowl off the plate. In an instant, a delicious aroma filled the dining table. Braised fish, sweet and sour fish, steamed fish, and a pot of fish soup. There were also quite a few Cotinopsis palaciula and wolfberries inside. There were also stir-fried eel, soft-shelled turtle, and other highly nutritious foods. Before long, a blush rose on Wang Long's face. With the alcohol from Matai, it wasn't long before Wang Long and Su Yi started calling each other brothers. Let's go next round. Old Wang, you should check out the karaoke bars in our county. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Su Yi spoke up. No, I want to eat more. Wang Long pointed at the dishes on the table, still unwilling to leave. Okay, I'll have him make it for you again tomorrow. Su Yi spoke up, then waved to the side, and two people immediately helped Wang Long to his feet. Su Yi walked up to Qin Yun and said, Brother, you did a great job today. Thank you. I have something to do today. I'll come see you another day. He then pulled out 200 yuan and handed it to Qin Yun. Brother, you've been misunderstood. This is just for the meal. If you need anything in the future, just come to me. Qin Yun nodded. Okay, Brother Su, you go first. We'll talk again after the order is signed. After seeing Su Yi leave, Qin Yun and the others packed up their things, and then asked Huang Kuan to bring Depeng and Sun Dazhuang, who had gone into the city. He himself went to Gao Rui's house. After knocking on the door, a beautiful figure opened it. It was Gao Yinshu. Qin Yun got nervous and blurted out what he had prepared. Uncle Gao, I would like to invite Yinshu to have dinner with me. Gao Yinshu chuckled. I'm not your Uncle Gao. Qin Yun scratched his head and said with a smile. How about we go out for a meal together? I always eat at your house, so I can let you try my cooking. Gao Yinshu nodded, a subtle emotion stirring within her. This was the first time Qin Yun had ever invited her out to dinner. Soon, when Qin Yun brought Gao Yinshu to the dinner table, everyone was stunned. I've never seen such a beautiful girl in the whole county. Hello, sister-in-law. Huang Kuan was the first to speak. A blush immediately rose on Gao Yinshu's face, and she stood shyly behind Qin Yun. Huang Kuan, if you keep yelling like that, I'll kick you out. However, Qin Yun's threat sounded utterly powerless at this moment. Since the turtle soup was no longer available, Qin Yun cooked a few new dishes and then served them on the table. As the saying goes, some are happy while others are sad. Qin Yun was overjoyed, but the Qin family was in a different situation. What did you say? That boss isn't paying us. When Qin Erzhan and Qin Sihai heard this news, their eyes widened immediately. What should we do? Qin Wentong lowered his head. It seems there's no hope for that money anymore. But we haven't repaid other people's money yet. Qin Erzhan sighed. The only way now is to catch more fish, sell them quickly, and make up for this shortfall. Qin Sihai nodded. Okay, I'll go with you tomorrow. Let's make as much money as possible. But we have to catch them in the morning and sell them in the afternoon. Otherwise the fish won't be fresh, and we still won't be able to sell them. Qin Wentong then explained why the boss was not paying him. Chapter 49, Prices Double. Upon hearing Qin Wentong's words, everyone sighed. No one expected that Qin Yun had a trick up his sleeve. Tomorrow afternoon is the last chance. If we don't make money by then. Qin Ershan's voice also carried a hint of solemnity. The people he had found all shared a common characteristic. That means being bold and greedy. Otherwise, they wouldn't have run away from Qin Yun. But once they find out that the Qin family has no money to pay them, who knows what they might do? Damn it, what are you afraid of? I refuse to believe that the Qin family's luck can stay this bad forever. Qin Sihai suddenly stood up and spoke. Exactly, I don't believe Qin Yun can keep making money forever either. Qin Wentong also looked unconvinced. Okay, then it's settled. We need to catch more fish tomorrow. The group of people finally made the decision. At this moment, Qin Yun had just finished eating with everyone. Because Gao Yinshu was present, Qin Yun did not drink any alcohol. After the crowd dispersed, Qin Yun took Gao Yinshu home, sat with Gao Rui for a while, and then returned to Qingshui village. Brother Yun, you handled this matter brilliantly today. You didn't see the look in Su Yi's eyes at the end. He almost made us become sworn brothers right then and there. TSK, everything else is a small matter. The main thing is to get revenge. That kid Qin Wentong got a real dressing down from the boss. That boss deserved it. If he hadn't been greedy and bought Qin Wentong's fish, Su Yi wouldn't have ruined his business. Back home, Huang Kuan and his friends sat together, their faces beaming with the triumph of those who had won a battle. Qin Yun smiled and said, only by taking steady and solid steps can we win every battle. The Qin family is barely hanging on. If they can't sell the fish by then. Everyone looked at Qin Yun before they realized what was happening. So that's why Qin Yun hadn't allowed them to sell fish at the market before. But Qin Yun, this person wants to sell fish, and we don't really have any good ideas. The more fish someone catches, the more they sell. There's nothing we can do about it. However, Huang Kuan quickly discovered the problem and asked. Qin Yun smiled faintly. Have you heard the story of the boy who cried wolf? What's the meaning? No one realized what this had to do with the story. Qin Yun didn't explain to the others, but simply said, have them catch more fish tomorrow, I need them. Everyone nodded and then returned home. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, everyone came to Qin Yun. Qin Yun said, everyone, we need to catch as many fish as possible today, especially since we have to compete with the Qin family for fish. We can't let even 1 or 2 go. Anyone who catches more than double yesterday's catch will receive an additional 3 coins. The person who catches the most fish will get an extra $5. Upon hearing this, everyone's faces lit up with excitement. 5 yuan is enough for a delicious pork meal. They could even tear off 2 pieces of cloth to make a new outfit. After talking for a while, Qin Yun led everyone to the Qingshui River. At this moment, the Qin family, along with 7 or 8 other people, also arrived at the riverbank. The Qin family mobilized its entire force, with even Luo Fengjiao and old Madame Qin personally taking part. I'm saying, we've been fishing every day for the past few days, but we're not making any money. If this keeps up, who will have the energy to keep going? The speaker was He Wen Ho, but at this moment, the way he looked at the Qin family members was somewhat strange. Although he was on good terms with the Qin family, especially Qin Sihai, he still couldn't afford to be poor. Who would keep working if they didn't have money? Exactly, Brother Qin, you're selling fish every day, why don't you just give us a share of the profits? That would motivate us more. Another person spoke up. The 2 brothers, Qin Erzhan and Qin Sihai, wore awkward smiles. It's not that they don't want to give, it's that they spend all their daily earnings on bean flour, leaving them with absolutely no money left over. Just as he was about to say something, the figure next to him caught their attention. I'll have to watch carefully today. I caught 3 yesterday, and if I catch 6 today, I can get 3 coins. Adding the fish itself to the price of 1.8 yuan. That's 4.8 yuan, enough to cover the child's school fees. The other person sighed. Sigh. I caught enough yesterday, but I'm not a greedy person. Qin Yun is a good kid. Even without those $3, we'll still work hard for him. These words immediately stunned the Qin family members. He Wenho couldn't help but move closer to the man who had just spoken and whispered, Brother, did Qin Yun really give you that much money? He didn't do it on purpose, so you'd say that, did he? The man glanced at He Wenho. How could that be? Qin Yun's words are final. He also said that whoever catches the most fish today will get an extra 5 yuan. Go away, don't stop me from catching fish. With that, the man impatiently pushed He Wenho aside and walked off to the other side. He Wenho's eyes darted around, and he returned to the Qin family's side without a word. When Tong told me yesterday that he received a big order, and the amount of fish he needs is 2 or 3 times that of before. It must be said that Qin Erzhan is quite skilled at keeping people calm. He continued, as long as we can catch enough fish, everyone will definitely make a fortune. I just had Wentong do the math. If everyone works hard to catch fish today, we can earn at least 5 yuan. Qin Erzhan looked around at everyone and said, You all have to believe in Wentong, right? He's the first college student from our village. After Qin Erzhan said this, many people nodded in agreement. Qin Wentong must know more than these villagers, right? But just as everyone was getting ready to get to work, a cold voice suddenly rang out. A bunch of idiots, and they're actually working for him? He Wendao slowly stepped forward, pointed at Qin Yun's side, and said coldly, Over there, as long as they catch twice as many fish as yesterday, they get a 3 yuan reward. The person who catches the most fish gets an extra 5 yuan. I don't care, I haven't seen any return on my investment yet. If you don't give me more money today, who the hell would work for you? Upon hearing this, the others immediately erupted in anger. The worst thing about people is comparison. Qin Yun is making a fortune, while they haven't earned a single penny. That's right, Qin Erzhan. We're all from the Qin family. How can you be so heartless? You've made so much money, but you haven't even given us a single penny back. That's right, if you don't give us more money today, I'd like to see who's going to fish for you. Chapter 50. He smashed his fish basket. The Qin family members looked very unhappy. Qin Sihai's face froze. He never expected that it would be He Wenho, who was on good terms with him, who would stand up against him. Qin Erzhan was stunned for a long time before finally squeezing out a sentence. Our price is much higher than Qin Yun's, and... Bullshit. Do you really think I'm a 3-year-old? He Wenho interrupted Qin Erzhan directly, saying coldly, As long as it's doubled, it's a 3 yuan reward. Even a fool can see who's giving more money. As soon as He Wenho said this, others immediately began to voice their dissatisfaction. He Wenho, what exactly do you want? Qin Sihai couldn't hold back any longer. He stood in front of He Wenho and glared angrily. It's simple. We'll follow the same rules as Qin Yun. Double the money we get for every fish we catch, and we'll get 3 yuan. Also, the person who catches the most fish must get another 5 yuan. He Wenho spoke with such conviction. A wave of regret washed over Qin Sihai. What He Wenho did to Qin Yun that day has ultimately come back to haunt them. Is this what they mean by the wheel of fortune turning? Okay, I promise you. Qin Erzhan pondered for a long time before finally speaking out of helplessness. It's getting late, and Qin Yun and his group have already caught quite a few fish. If they delay any longer, they might not even have a chance to turn things around. Seeing Qin Erzhan back down, He Wenho and the others finally smiled with satisfaction, and then took the bean flour to the riverbank. The morning passed quickly, and Qin Yun had Huang Kuan and the others start counting. This time, they caught over 160 peach blossom fish alone, and the number of turtles, eels, and other items was several times higher than before. Qin Yun didn't waste any words and immediately placed the money on the table, distributing it to everyone as agreed. The Qin family's side was filled with envy. After a quick lunch, Qin Yun and the others arrived in the county town. Please wait here for a moment. I'm going inside to buy something. As they were walking past a department store, Qin Yun spoke up. Not long after, he came out carrying a megaphone-shaped object. Qin Yun, what is this? Huang Kuan and the others looked at the object with a hint of doubt on their faces. A loudspeaker. Qin Yun said, This one costs 15 yuan. The crowd gasped in astonishment. This little thing is worth several meals of pork. However, Qin Yun didn't feel much pain in his heart. This kind of thing is actually quite common in big cities, but it's only just become popular in county towns, and not many people use it. This thing is extremely useful. After delivering the fish to the factory canteen, Qin Yun and his group took the remaining fish into the alley. At this moment, Qin Erzhan and Qin Sihai were squatting by the roadside hawking their wares. Qin Wentong stood beside him, his face flushed red with embarrassment. Fresh peach blossom fish, a specialty of Qingshui village, are not expensive, only 1 yuan each. Qin Yun looked at them coldly. Seeing this, Huang Kuan and his group were about to start selling fish when Qin Yun stopped them. Don't rush, let's watch the show first. Everyone's eyes turned to the front. The 3 members of the Qin family shouted their wares loudly, but passers-by showed little interest. Some of them even had a hint of anger in their eyes. He hawked his wares for a full half hour, but only managed to sell 2 or 3 fish. Qin Yun, what's going on? Sun Dazhuang couldn't help but ask. Qin Yun chuckled. Do you remember the story of the boy who cried wolf that I told you? We used to sell the peach blossom fish here. Although the price was a bit higher, the fish were fresher. After they came, the fish they sold were cheaper, but when they bought them and cooked them, they found that they didn't taste nearly the same. We are small vendors, unlike state-run canteens. Even if the food is not very good, people will still eat it. Here, if a customer buys something once and doesn't like it, they will not buy it again. When I chose this place to do business, I roughly calculated that about 1,500 people would pass by every day. Only 500 people are interested in peach blossom fish. Qin Yun then explained. Think about it carefully. How many days have they been selling here? The Qin family has been selling fish here for quite some time, and they've basically tried every kind of fish they wanted to eat. After hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone was stunned. Is this still the same Qin Yun who struggled alongside them in the village? From the very beginning of fishing with him, Qin Yun brought them so many surprises. Even now, a single feeling keeps rising in my mind. No one's success is accidental. Let's go, it's our turn. Qin Yun smiled faintly, picked up the fish basket, and sat down in the open space not far from the 3 members of the Qin family. Qin Yun, are you doing this on purpose? How are we supposed to do business with you sitting right next to us? Qin Wentong immediately walked up to the group and spoke in a cold voice. Oh, your name is written here? Huang Kuan wasn't going to tolerate Qin Wentong and said directly, What business is it of yours if we're doing business here? As he spoke, Qin Yun handed the megaphone to Sun Dazhuang, who was standing next to him. Then Sun Dazhuang's voice came through the loudspeaker. The Steel Mill Canteen specializes in serving peach blossom fish. It's delicious, meaty, and has few bones. Needless to say, Qin Yun taught them those words. These days there's no such thing as decibel control. The loudspeaker was so loud that it quickly attracted everyone's attention. It's that young man who sold fish before. His fish is so fresh. Someone in the crowd spoke up, and immediately many people came over. The fish Qin Yun used to sell here were absolutely fresh and delicious. His reputation was his brand, and many people knew that the peach blossom fish came from Qin Yun. Here, give me one. Brother, this fish tastes really good. It costs twice as much as the one next to him. Seeing that many people had gathered around, someone nearby couldn't help but ask. You can buy it without worry. I've bought it several times before, and the taste has always been good. The previous place only cost $1, but it tasted terrible. It was obvious that this person was Qin Yun's previous customer. Seeing that more and more people were gathering around Qin Yun's group, the 3 members of the Qin family could no longer sit still. Qin Wentong couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, shouting, All our fish were caught this morning, absolutely fresh. However, his voice was quickly drowned out by the loud noise of the loudspeaker. After Qin Yun delivered the fish, he still had more than 60 fish left. After a short while, only more than 20 fish remained. Qin Yun wasn't in a hurry. He had over 20 fish, so he wasn't worried about giving them away. I'm going to smash his fish basket. Qin Sihai stood up abruptly. This time, he was truly enraged. Chapter 51. The father's authority shattered. Seeing Qin Sihai's actions, Qin Yun and the others were not in a hurry. Instead, they calmly stepped aside. Qin Wentong held Qin Sihai tightly and said in a deep voice, "Dad, Qin Yun has gotten incredibly lucky in the city. If we make a move, we'll be in deep trouble." Qin Erzhan, who was standing to the side, also offered his advice. Qin Sihai finally stopped. Several more hours passed. Soon, most of the people in the alley had left. Qin Yun still had 5 or 6 fish left in his basket. He wasn't in a hurry. He stood up leisurely and walked outside with Huang Kuan and the others. There were still more than 90 more in front of the 3 members of the Qin family. They caught over 100 fish this time, but so far, they've only sold a dozen or so. The money earned was far from enough to pay everyone's salaries. "Dad, what should we do? It's almost dusk, and if we miss this time, the fish might." Qin Wentong couldn't help but whisper. He has absolutely no options right now. The veins on Qin Sihai's forehead bulged, but he couldn't utter a single word. In his simple mind, he really couldn't understand why Qin Yun could sell so many fresh fish, while he could only sell a dozen or so. Qin Erzhan sighed repeatedly, and it was He Wenho who encouraged everyone to leave the Qin family. If they don't see a return on their investment, they'll tear him apart. Thinking of this, he looked up at Qin Sihai, his eyes seeming to have made up his mind. He walked straight ahead and said, "Qin Yun, don't go. I beg you, please take this fish." Qin Ershan's action stunned everyone present. Huang Kuan crossed his arms and said with a smile, "Oh, so the second young master of the Qin family has come to beg us for help? No, no, no. You Qin Erzhan were so arrogant back then. You even teamed up with He Wenho to poach people from our side. How did you end up in this state?" Huang Kuan's words were extremely harsh, but Qin Erzhan remained completely silent. "Exactly, Sai. I only realized now that when it comes to doing business, you have to follow the right people. Don't be fooled by high pay. You might not even get the money." Sun Dazhuang also chimed in. "But if the people in our village don't get their wages, they'll smash all the windows of the house. You little brats, I advise you to speak with some respect for your ancestors, and be careful what you say when you visit their graves." Qin Sihai couldn't hold back any longer and spoke to the group with a gloomy look in his eyes. "Qin Yun, I know I was wrong about what happened before." Qin Erzhan said with difficulty, "Uncle apologizes to you. I hope you can forgive my mistake and save me this time. Uncle promises I'll definitely work for you wholeheartedly from now on." "Erzhan, get up." Qin Sihai stepped forward and helped Qin Erzhan walk towards the back. What he found most unbearable was Qin Yun gaining power in front of him. There was no way he could tolerate Qin Erzhan, Qin Yun's uncle, being of the same generation as him. How could he possibly bow down to him? "Get out of my way." Qin Erzhan shoved Qin Sihai away, saying, "If I don't apologize to him, what will happen to the money? If they can't pay out the money, are they going to do what you did and sell their blood?" Qin Ershan's words were like a resounding slap, directly exposing Qin Sihai's usual dignified facade. Qin Sihai's face immediately darkened. In front of Qin Yun, wasn't this tantamount to slapping himself in the face? "Back then, I was saying, let's see how he survives after leaving the Qin family. But now it seems that he's living a much better life than me." Just as he was about to say something, suddenly, Qin Yun's calm voice rang out, "I can take these fish." A look of joy immediately appeared on Qin Ershan's face. After collecting these fish, he would have money to pay He Wenho and the others. But Qin Yun's next words made Qin Erzhan hesitate. "However, I can only give you 50 cents for each one." 5 cents. "Qin Yun, why don't you just rob me?" Qin Wentong clenched his fist and slowly stood in front of Qin Yun. "Qin Yun, the peach blossom fish you supply to the factory canteen costs 2 yuan and 50 cents each. Even when sold outside, they cost 2 yuan each. You're telling us now that you're only paying us 50 cents per animal? Have you no conscience at all?" Qin Yun sneered and said indifferently, "If you have that ability, I wouldn't say anything if you sold it for 5 yuan. The question is, what skills do you, a college student, actually possess?" Upon hearing this, Qin Wentong was speechless with anger. "Erzhan, we can't sell it. Come home with me. I refuse to believe we can't survive if we don't sell this fish to him." Qin Sihai also spoke up. However, Qin Erzhan simply waved his hand, walked straight to Qin Yun, and said with a smile, "Okay, 5 cents a fish. Uncle will count the fish for you now." He knew that if he delayed any longer, the peach blossom fish would only be sold at the farmer's market. The price there is even lower, only 3 cents. Now that things have come to this, he can only swallow his anger and suffer in silence. As for Qin Sihai and Qin Wentong, Qin Erzhan completely ignored them. This father and son are talking without any sense of the pain they're in. Qin Erzhan quickly calculated the number of fish, and Qin Yun didn't hesitate, handing them to Qin Erzhan at the agreed price. Qin Yun then led Yu and Huang Kuan outside. The group arrived at the martial arts school and temporarily stored the fish there. Afterwards, Qin Yun went alone to the vicinity of the department store. As soon as I arrived at the department store, I saw Wei Hai wandering around nearby wearing that jacket. Brother, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Wei Hai walked over, his words tinged with resentment. Qin Yun smiled and took out a Dakiaman cigarette, handing it to Wei Hai. I did have something to do the other day, so I'm a little late. Wei Hai didn't say anything more to Qin Yun, knowing that Qin Yun was still his major customer. I found out what you wanted to buy last time. There's no shortage of alcohol. Wolyangya, 1.5 yuan a bottle, Matai, 3.2 yuan a bottle, and some other liquors like. Qin Yun interrupted Wei Hai and asked, how much of this wine can you get? Wei Hai roughly calculated. I can get more than 50 bottles of Wolyangya, but less Matai, only about 20 bottles. Qin Yun frowned after hearing this. There was far too little Matai. In this day and age, the price of Matai is still very low, far from the 2,000 yuan a bottle he later heard about. However, with subsequent policies, the price of Matai soared, and the market underwent a dramatic transformation in just 1 month. After calculating the days, he still has room for maneuver. Is this all the Matai we can get? Wei Hai was stunned. Ordinary people would only buy 1 or 2 bottles of wine, but Qin Yun actually wanted more. Chapter 52, Finding a Channel. Brother, be honest with me, how much do you actually want? Wei Hai asked. Qin Yun smiled and held up 5 fingers. 50 bottles? Wei Hai murmured something, and after thinking for a moment, said, I'll think of a way. I might be able to gather the money. Qin Yun shook his head. It's 500 bottles. Wei Hai's eyes were immediately filled with shock. 500 bottles. At 3 yuan and 20 cents per bottle, 500 bottles would cost more than 1,500 yuan. These days, anyone who can come up with 1,500 yuan must be a prominent figure. Brother, if you have 50 bottles, I can try my best to get them for you, but 500 bottles is really impossible. Wei Hai said. However, I can introduce you to the black market boss. You can just give me a referral fee. Okay, I'll come find you again when I have time. Qin Yun said something and was about to turn around and leave when Wei Hai called out from behind. Wait, Brother Qin, we need to make some preparations before meeting that black market boss. Wei Hai said, we've never seen the black market boss in real life. We only know that there are a lot of people around him, all of whom are his subordinates. Those guys, when they fight, it's like they're going to eat people. They're incredibly fierce. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. In his previous life, he seemed to have heard of someone who had also risen from the black market. In the end, the power he held was almost on par with that of the richest man in the provincial capital. Okay, thanks bro. I'll contact you again when I'm ready. Qin Yun bowed to Wei Hai before turning and leaving. Back at the martial arts school, they saw that Huang Kuan and the others had already prepared a barbecue grill. To Qin Yun's surprise, Su Yi also arrived at the martial arts hall with a group of people. Hey, Qin Yun, you finally arrived. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Su Yi immediately walked over, grasped Qin Yun's hand, and his face was full of gratitude. It was thanks to the peach blossom fish you brought that Wang Long was so happy. He played with them for a while afterward, and signed the contract that very night. Qin Yun said with a smile, that shows that Director Su was well prepared. I just played a supporting role. Su Yi was greatly impressed upon hearing this. Qin Yun is capable and knows when to advance and retreat. He is worth cultivating. Qin Yun, do you ever need my help with anything? Just let me know. Su Yi patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and said. Qin Yun shook his head. Not yet, but if the textile factory's canteen needs peach blossom fish, I can supply it, and I guarantee it will be as fresh as the ones we ate before. However, Qin Yun did not feel that he was certain of winning. With the reform and opening up in recent years, imported goods from abroad will soon enter the country. Even behemoths like food factories face closure, and textile factories are no exception. Only steel mills like the one where Zhou Yuan and his group stayed were able to continue operating. Upon hearing this, Su Yi immediately patted his chest and grabbed Qin Yun, saying, "Come on, I'll take you to the factory manager right now. If we can make sure the whole factory can eat peach blossom fish, it's not me helping you, it's you helping me." As they spoke, the two walked to their seats. Sitting at the head of the table was the textile factory director, who had a large belly and was eating a piece of grilled fish. Upon seeing Qin Yun, the factory manager stood up. "This must be Qin Yun, who solved our factory's urgent problem?" Qin Yun nodded and greeted the factory manager with a smile. "Okay, young man, you did a good job. You can work in our factory from now on, starting in the canteen. That way you'll have a stable job." The factory manager immediately extended an olive branch to Qin Yun. Qin Yun looked troubled and said, "Thank you, factory director, but I have a younger sister at home. I'm afraid things won't be easy for her after I leave." Su Yi clearly sensed the difficulty in Qin Yun's words and interjected, "Factory director, his family is still in the countryside, so it is indeed a bit inconvenient. However, there are advantages to being in the village. Qin Yun can supply us with peach blossom fish, so that all the workers in our factory can eat peach blossom fish." However, the factory director frowned at Su Yi's suggestion. "Qin Yun, logically speaking, you've helped our factory so much, I should agree to your request. However, the textile factory has not been doing well in recent years, so we can't invest too much in the canteen. After all, our workers want to see real money." Su Yi's expression turned somewhat unpleasant upon hearing this. With such a large order, the textile factory is almost guaranteed to make money in the second half of the year. How much money is invested in the cafeteria is entirely up to him, isn't it? "Factory manager, Su Yi was about to try to persuade Qin Yun again, when Qin Yun gently tugged at his sleeve. Su Yi could only greet the factory manager first, then turn around and walk to the other side with Qin Yun. The two went to the other side of the courtyard and sat down next to the barbecue grill. Su Yi poured himself a beer and raised it to Qin Yun. "Brother Qin, I'm sorry, I thought it was a sure thing, but I didn't expect the factory manager to disagree. I apologize for my poor handling of this matter." Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. "It's all right. Doing business is never smooth sailing." Su Yi was relieved to see that Qin Yun wasn't angry. He then said, "Brother Qin, is there anything else I can help you with?" Qin Yun was about to answer no, but then something suddenly occurred to him, so he asked, "Director Su, do you have any channels to get Matai liquor? You want to drink Matai?" Upon hearing this, Su Yi put down his wine glass and said with great interest, "If you want to drink, I have 5 or 6 bottles at home. I'll bring them to you tomorrow." Qin Yun shook his head. "I need a lot, at least 100 or so bottles." Su Yi was taken aback upon hearing this. Then, lowering his voice, he said, "Brother, you're engaging in speculation and profiteering. If this gets caught, I'll be sent to jail." Qin Yun smiled and said, "It's all right. I know what's important." After a moment of silence, Su Yi said, "I have a cousin who works at the administration bureau. There's a limit to the quantity of this stuff, but I can get a few more bottles. There are about 50 or 60 bottles, and the price is low, only 2 yuan per bottle." Qin Yun's eyes lit up immediately. "Okay, then I'll trouble Director Su. If this matter can be accomplished, I'll buy it at 3.5 yuan per bottle. No need for that. After all, you've helped me so much. Director Su, this Matai liquor is bound to appreciate in value in the future. Why don't you buy it with me? Consider it an investment for you." Qin Yun continued. Chapter 53, The Coffin. Qin Yun's suggestion was intended to give Su Yi a backup plan for the future. When the wave of layoffs hit, many workers couldn't even afford to eat. Su Yi smiled and nodded. "Okay, then these 10 bottles are on me." The two agreed that Su Yi would send someone to deliver the items the next day. Soon, the group had finished eating and drinking. The factory manager brought by Su Yi paid the bill on the spot using the company's account. Qin Yun was originally worried that it would take a lot of effort to sell so many fish, but now it came to him without any trouble at all. This time, Su Yi gave Qin Yun 300 yuan directly. 300 yuan was not a low price at that time. Seeing that the matter had been resolved, Qin Yun greeted Huang Wentian and the others, and then headed into the village. As the sun began to set, Qin Yun and his companions had just led the mule back when they saw Sun Zhu approaching with a smile on his face. Qin Yun, you should go and see what's going on. The Qin family is in complete chaos. It's gotten really chaotic? A hint of confusion flashed in Qin Yun's eyes, and then the group followed Sun Zhu toward the Qin family's residence. Before they even got close, they heard a wail coming from the Qin family's courtyard. You damned Qin heirs Han. How can you say such things without losing your conscience? You and Sihai are supposed to be family. Qin Yun and his group entered the courtyard and saw Luo Fengjiao sitting on the ground, throwing a tantrum at Qin heirs Han. Qin heirs Han, however, crossed his arms, his eyes filled with indifference. You can't say that. When it was decided to go fishing, you all nodded happily. Now that the business has lost money, you can't blame it all on me, can you? A 40-60 split is already very fair. At this point, Qin heirs Han looked at Qin Wentong beside him and sneered. You don't need to criticize me anymore. If Qin Wentong hadn't spread false information, I wouldn't have been able to pay so much. I've already paid them all back. You'll have to figure out the rest yourselves. After saying that, Qin heirs Han pulled his second aunt back into their own room, and no matter how much Luo Fengjiao cursed, she never came out again. Qin Sihai stepped forward with a sullen face, hoping to play the emotional card by relying on his previous relationship with He Wenho. Wenho, as you can see, my family really doesn't have any money left. Wentong still needs to go to school. I don't care, we won't accept this if we don't get the money. Let me tell you, Qin Sihai, if you can't come up with the money, don't blame us for smashing up the Qin family. Standing to the side, He Wenho seemed to be on a moral high ground, practically ready to point his finger at Qin Sihai and hurl insults. As for the past relationship, He Wenho had long been forgotten. Qin Sihai's face froze. Back then, Qin heirs Han had taken the money from selling the fish and ran away faster than anyone else. But after returning, he caused this whole mess. He immediately gave his money to everyone and said he would split the profits with Qin Sihai. He had paid off his own debts, but Qin Sihai was now heavily in debt. Faced with the indignant crowd, Qin Sihai couldn't help but take a few steps back. He wanted to pay it back, but he simply couldn't. Just then, old lady Qin slowly stood up, leaning on her cane. When she saw Qin Yun in the crowd, she immediately grasped at him like a lifeline and began to speak, waving her cane. My family is broke. As the saying goes, the son pays for the father's debts. If the father can't pay, he'll go to his son. Anyone who wants money, go find Qin Yun. If you cause any more trouble for my Qin family, this old woman, will die right here. As expected of an old woman, Qin was shrewd and clever. With just a few words, she pointed the finger at Qin Yun. He Wenho and the others turned their gazes toward Qin Yun. Yes, the sins of the father must be paid by the son. Qin Yun has earned so much money now, he definitely has the money to pay it back. Soon, the group approached Qin Yun. He Wenho, who was in the lead, said, Well, Qin Yun, even if you've separated from the family, you still have the blood of the Qin family flowing in your veins. You're not mad at the money, are you? Qin Yun sneered. It's true that my surname is Qin, but I absolutely will not pay a single penny of this money. Whoever owes you money, go and ask them for it. What a joke. You want him to clean up Qin Sihai's mess? He would never do such a thing, even if he threw the money away. Qin Yun, are you really going to be an ingrate? No matter what, Sihai is still your father. Even if the family has separated, he's still your father. Luo Fengjiao scrambled to her feet, put her hands on her hips, and spoke. Shut the hell up. Qin Yun suddenly shouted at Luo Fengjiao, a shout that stunned everyone. Who do you think you are? How dare you lecture me? Qin Yun's icy voice rang out. Let me tell you, the only person in the world who can discipline me is my mother. No one else, not even the heavenly king himself, is allowed. As for Qin Sihai, does he even deserve to be my father? I'd rather use this money to buy meat buns and feed them to the dogs than give you a single penny. Qin Yun's every word was like a series of resounding slaps to the faces of the Qin family members. What a misfortune for our family. What a misfortune for our family. Old Mrs. Chin pounded her cane on the ground repeatedly as she wailed. How could such a wretched child have been born, bringing such disgrace upon my Chin family? And you too. Chin Yun looked coldly at old Madam Chin. I will not say anything today because you are my elder. Back then, my mother worked hard at home without complaint, yet you would beat and scold her all the time. After my mother passed away, before her body was even cold, you tacitly allowed Chin Si-hai to hold another wedding. You think you can morally blackmail me? And you want me to give you money? Chin Yun slowly turned and left, leaving behind only 4 words: daydreaming. Seeing Chin Yun leave, the Chin family was completely stunned. Old Mrs. Chin's lips trembled. She never expected that Chin Yun would remember the hatred from back then for so long. Chin Si-hai, you're not giving me the money today, are you? Let me tell you, without this money, you won't be living in peace. He Wen-ho didn't care about all that. If Chin Yun wouldn't give him the money, he would just cling to Chin Si-hai. Fuck you. I'm telling you. I have no money, but you can take my life. Chin Si-hai stiffened his neck and said coldly, I can't pay this money back now. Are you trying to mess with us? Upon hearing this, He Wen-ho's expression immediately changed. He waved his hand, and several people immediately walked towards Chin Si-hai. He Wen-dao slapped Chin Si-hai across the face. Although Chin Si-hai was tall and strong, he had been selling his blood to pay off his debts for some time, and he was knocked to the ground within minutes. Chin Wen-tong wanted to go up and help, but after taking 2 steps forward, he retreated timidly. It looked just like a quail. Stop hitting me. Take this old woman's savings for her funeral. Seeing Chin Si-hai's nose bleeding profusely, old lady Chin finally couldn't hold back any longer. Chapter 54, Brother-in-Law. As she spoke, old lady Chin took out a handkerchief that was already frayed from her pocket. Inside, there were several tens of yuan wrapped up. Mom, you can't give it to me. That's your coffin money. In rural areas, coffin money is actually a general term that also includes money for purchasing funeral clothes, retirement money, and so on. This is the money that every elderly person prepares for themselves. Generally speaking, this money will never be used unless one is desperate. But with no other choice, old lady Chin had to take out the money. She couldn't just stand by and watch her son get beaten to death. We've settled the money. We didn't charge you a single penny more. He Wen-ho came to old lady Chin's side and quickly calculated that he had taken what was rightfully his. He called out to the crowd and left the courtyard without looking back. The Chin family's courtyard suddenly felt completely empty. Squeak. Chin Erzhan, carrying large and small bags, came out with his second aunt. Mom, we're going to the city to work now. Take care of yourself, and we'll come back to see you. After saying that, he left the courtyard without waiting for old lady Chin to finish speaking. What a tragedy. Old Mrs. Chin couldn't understand why her wish to have a complete and intact family always fell through. She let out a long sigh. After all these years, has it really been me who made a mistake? Meanwhile, Chin Yun was all smiles. He had cooked a feast, and Huang Kuan, Depang, and the others were enjoying themselves immensely. Brother Yun, what are your plans for the future? After several rounds of drinks, Huang Kuan asked a question. Now that summer is approaching, we need to catch fish well these days to ensure supply. Also, we can't forget about hawthorn water. Chin Yun picked up a piece of food and spoke. Hawthorn water has been tasted by so many people, and everyone who has tried it says it's good. It was the height of summer, and Chin Yun wasn't about to miss this opportunity to make money. The others all nodded. Living off the land and water, Qingshui village is quite prosperous, and with such resources, it's a highly profitable business. By the way, Chin Yun, He Wen-ho just contacted me. He said he wants to fish with us, and we can offer him a lower price. Sun Dazhuang spoke up. Without even thinking, Chin Yun shook his head and said, forget it. Just say we have enough manpower and don't need that many people for now. Through this incident, he also saw through the true colors of He Wen-ho and his associates. Keeping him around would be like leaving a time bomb next to you. He didn't want to do a losing business. Sun Dazhuang nodded, indicating his agreement. After finishing their meal, the group exchanged pleasantries for a while before departing. The next morning, everyone arrived at Chin Yun's courtyard early. Chin Ling was worried that the group would be hungry in the morning, so she specially boiled a few eggs and put them in a cloth bag for them to carry. Soon, After catching the fish, the group drove the mules forward, but this time, they were carrying a basket of hawthorns on the mules. After delivering the fish, it was already afternoon. Qin Yun and the others put the mule in the martial arts school and then went to the riverbank. Hey, Brother Yun, where's the guy selling cold water today? Sun Dazhuang looked around but couldn't see the cart, so he asked in confusion. Logically speaking, in such hot weather, the business should be booming. Maybe he had something to do today and didn't come out. Qin Yun didn't think much of it and spoke up. He came here today to choose a location so that it will be more convenient for him to sell hawthorn juice later. The group wandered around, discussing among themselves. Just then, Qin Yun saw a familiar figure. Wearing a swimsuit, large expanses of her snow-white skin were exposed, and she also had a pair of sunglasses on her eyes. Qin Yun's face immediately darkened. Isn't that Wang Ju? Qin Yun had promised his uncle that he would take good care of this younger sister. At this moment, she was lying shamelessly on a wooden bed, with a man applying sunscreen to her. The man was shirtless, and had a tiger tattooed on his arm, depicting a tiger descending a mountain. However, the tattoos at this time were far less realistic than they would be later. They were just rough outlines drawn with ink, which Qin Yun found extremely ugly, but now they are considered very fashionable. Xiaoju, how's my technique? Even if you play with me all day, you definitely won't get a tan. The man had a lewd smile on his face, and his hands kept moving, making Qin Yun feel nauseous. What angered Qin Yun even more was that Wang Ju not only wasn't angry, but instead showed an expression of enjoyment on his face. Xiaoju, why don't you stay home tonight and just stay with me? I have connections at karaoke bars in the city. I can take you in for some fun. The man continued. Qin Yun was furious. This guy was clearly no good. Wang Ju shook her head and said, No, my dad is still at home, and I have to go back today. Upon hearing this, a hint of impatience flashed in the man's eyes, but it quickly disappeared. But Xiaoju, seeing that the man was still trying to cause trouble, Qin Yun walked straight up to him and said coldly, Get out of my way. After saying that, he went over and grabbed Wang Ju, trying to leave. Damn it. Who do you think you are, daring to steal my woman? Don't you even know who I am? I'm from the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild. The man's face immediately darkened, and he pulled out a dagger from his waist, ready to attack Qin Yun. Elder brother. The man only softened after Wang Ju spoke. He said with a grin, Oh, it's my brother-in-law. I'm so sorry, I mistook you for someone else. I hope you won't take offense. If you encounter any danger in the county town in the future, you can come to me. Just look at how powerful my Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce is. Qin Yun didn't say a word to him, but instead said coldly to Wang Ju, What kind of upbringing did your father give you? Just wandering around the county town every day. Come home with me now. With that, Qin Yun stopped Wang Ju and led him outside. No, brother-in-law, it's not easy to see each other now. It would be too much trouble to go back like this. Come on, I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant. The man was very outgoing and immediately tried to establish a kinship with Qin Yun. Let's do it another day. I'm heading back now. Qin Yun said coldly, then dragged Wang Ju out. A few hours later, the group returned to Qinshui village, and Qin Yun led the mule towards his uncle's house. Before even entering the door, Qin Yun heard his uncle shouting from inside. Oh no, the money is gone. Upon hearing this voice, Wang Ju behind him couldn't help but tremble. Qin Yun's eyes darkened, and he turned around to ask, Did you steal the money in the house? Chapter 55, The Money Was Stolen? At this moment, Qin Yun was filled with anger. He never imagined that his once incredibly well-behaved sister would turn out like this. Not only does he spend his days in the city hanging out with shady characters, but now he's even learned to steal money. It's not that Qin Yun has a prejudice against people with tattoos. It's just that in this era, there are really not many good people with tattoos. Did you steal the money? Qin Yun asked with a look of exasperation. Seeing Qin Yun so angry, Wang Ju knew he couldn't hide it anymore and could only nod. You mean, these past few days when you've been in town and with him, you've been paying for everything? Upon seeing Wang Ju nod again, Qin Yun couldn't help but sigh. Wang Ju has been subjected to PUA, pickup artist, tactics. I'll make up the money for you, but you'll have to work with me in the city to pay it back. Do you have any objections? If it were anyone else, Qingyun wouldn't care at all, but since she's his sister, what can he do? Wang Ju's eyes lit up immediately upon hearing this. He immediately asked incredulously, "Brother, are you serious?" Qingyun nodded. "I can help you this time, but if you don't work well with me afterwards, I will tell my uncle at any time." Wang Ju nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. "Brother, don't worry, I will definitely listen to you. I won't complain at all, no matter how hard or tiring the work is." Qingyun then asked, "How much money did you take from your family?" Wang Ju whispered, 52. Qingyun glared at Wang Ju again. 52 yuan is not a small amount in the village, yet she dared to take it out and spend it with her so-called boyfriend. But having already agreed to Wang Ju's request, Qingyun didn't waste any more words. He counted out the same amount from his pocket and headed home. By this time, my uncle and aunt had searched almost the entire room. Dust billowed everywhere, and the anxious expressions on the two faces. This 52 yuan was all their savings. Qingyun felt a pang of heartache upon seeing this. Her uncle had a hard life, working hard to earn this money from his small plot of land, only to have it all robbed by Wang Ju. "Xiaoju, you're back? Did you see the money in here?" When her aunt saw Wang Ju and Qingyun walk into the room together, she immediately asked Wang Ju anxiously, "This is the money I saved for your dowry." Upon hearing this, a complex expression flashed in Wang Ju's eyes. My aunt continued her nagging. "If someone steals this money, how will we prepare your dowry when you get married? Won't that make your in-laws look down on us?" Upon hearing this, Wang Ju's eyes welled up with tears. Her parents worked hard to save this money, hoping she could hold her head high in her husband's family, but she spent it all on other things. What else is there to say? There are only the three of us in this house. If it wasn't you and me who took it, then who else could have taken it? With a roar, the uncle charged straight at Wang Ju. "It must have been this brat who took it. I was thinking before that my boyfriend in the city was obviously no good. He's always stealing, and he can't possibly have any money." At this point, the uncle was so angry that his face turned red. He really didn't expect that the daughter he had raised with such care would turn out like this. As he spoke, he grabbed a carrying pole from the side and was about to hit Wang Ju. Qingyun quickly stopped him, helped his uncle to the side, and said, "Uncle, you've really misunderstood Xiaoju. No matter what, Xiaoju can't let others spend her own family's money, can she?" As he spoke, Qingyun took out some money from his pocket and handed it to his uncle, explaining, "After selling fish in the city today, I was planning to go to the department store to buy some stationery for my sister, but I ran into Xiaoju. Xiaoju took the money and asked if they had any medicine to treat her back pain. I even laughed at her at the time, saying, 'Shouldn't you go to the hospital to buy medicine? Why did you come to the department store?'" Qingyun had known for a long time that his uncle had back pain, so this reason was quite reasonable. Qingyun continued, "Xiaoju said she heard there's something called a massager in the department store, and she wants to buy it for you. But when I looked at it, I realized it wasn't anything legitimate, so I didn't let them buy it." Hearing this, the uncle's expression finally relaxed. He still trusted Qingyun quite a bit. He then forced a smile and said to Wang Ju, "Xiaoju, Dad was a little anxious just now. I was only upset because the money was missing, so I misunderstood you." Wang Ju interrupted her uncle, saying, "Dad, I also have a problem. I shouldn't have taken the money without telling you. I was wrong." Seeing Wang Ju apologize in a way that was unusual for him, his uncle smiled, and the atmosphere became harmonious again. Qingyun stayed and had a meal with his uncle and talked for a while before turning around and returning to Qinshui village. Back in my own courtyard, it was already quite late. As soon as Qingyun pushed open the door, he saw his younger sister holding a pencil, writing something. Upon seeing Qingyun walk in, the younger sister immediately put away the paper and pen, preparing to put them away properly. Qingyun smiled and said, "Little sister, what's wrong? What are you writing? Aren't you going to let your brother see it?" "Nothing." The younger sister chuckled, and Qingyun, taking advantage of her inattention, snatched the notebook away. Qingyun was stunned when he saw the words on it. The text above is clearly a junior high school textbook, and some parts even have pinyin annotations. Qingyun immediately realized what was going on. My younger sister is old enough to be in school long ago. However, in order to keep track of her own expenses, The younger sister kept quiet about it. I only dared to think about it secretly in my heart. My own younger sister is so sensible that it breaks my heart. Thinking of this, Qin Yun squatted down and touched his sister's forehead. Little sister, it's my fault. I forgot that it's time for you to go to junior high school. Brother, that's not right. I'll go to the city tomorrow and ask around, and try my best to get you a place to study in the city. Qin Ling shook her head. Brother, you'd better not go. You're fishing every day now. What will you do if there's no one to keep track of the money? Now I can borrow other people's textbooks, so I can learn by copying the texts. You don't have to worry about me anymore. Qin Yun smiled. Settling accounts is a job that anyone can do. But if it interfered with her younger sister's schooling, Qin Yun would not forgive herself. With that in mind, after finishing his work the next afternoon, Qin Yun didn't go back to the Hawthorne water business, but instead went to the gate of Luoqing Middle School. This is considered the best school in the entire county. It has an affiliated primary school. Unlike the schools in the villages, this place has red walls and white tiles everywhere, and you can often hear the sound of students reading aloud. Chapter 56, Reunion with an Old Friend. The gate at the entrance was painted sky blue, and inside, there were lush green trees and blooming flowers, making it a beautiful sight. At that moment, an old man who guards the gate is sitting under the shade of a tree, smoking a cigarette, with a cup of tea placed slowly beside him. Qin Yun walked over and offered the old man a cigarette. Excuse me, sir, could you tell me what time school ends? Qin Yun squatted down next to the old man and asked. It's 5 o'clock sharp, get out of class, will be over soon. The old man looked at Qin Yun and replied. But judging from your age, you don't seem like someone who's here to pick up a child. What are you doing here? Oh, it's a manager from the factory. He said he had something to do today and asked me to take the child home. Qin Yun made up a random excuse to get by, and then started chatting with the old man. After chatting for about half an hour, Qin Yun roughly understood the current admission requirements. If it weren't for the exam, ranking around 300th would have been enough to get into the program. Alternatively, they might own a house near a school in the county town and be eligible for enrollment in the designated school district. Qin Yun was somewhat surprised after hearing this. The concept of school district housing was already emerging now. As the saying goes, money makes the world go round. As long as my sister can receive a good education, what does it matter if it costs more money? Soon it was time for school to end, and Qin Yun said to the old man, Grandpa, this is, after all, the leader's child, so I have to pay more attention to him. I'll go in and look for him. Out of consideration for the cigarettes, the old man didn't make things difficult for Qin Yun and waved him inside. After Qin Yun went inside, he asked a student at random and went straight to the principal's office. Hello, parents. What brings you here? The principal was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, and looked very refined. When Qin Yun explained his purpose, the principal shook his head. That's impossible. We have our rules and regulations, and we can't let you do whatever you want. Qin Yun refused to give up and offered to donate money to the school to buy some books, but unsurprisingly, he was rejected. Principal, I really have no other choice. To tell you the truth, I come from a rural family. My mother died early, and my sister is just as unwelcome as I am. In fact, she is even more mistreated because she is a girl. After I went to the city, I earned some money, and to be honest, it was all so that my younger sister could study properly. As she spoke, Qin Yun also explained Qin Wentong's situation to the principal in detail. The principal couldn't help but lower his head and sigh. He was a highly educated man who deeply abhorred the preference for sons over daughters. Moreover, when Qin Yun spoke just now, he also added some of his own insights on education. It must be said that some of the viewpoints were quite insightful, even for the principal. All right, Xiaoqin, here's what we'll do. Have your little sister come and take a test. It'll be about the same level as the ones in the village. If she does well, she'll be admitted through special admission. If she doesn't do well, don't blame me. The principal finally relented. Qin Yun was overjoyed. With the principal's assurance, the next step is to ensure my younger sister studies hard. However, although my younger sister is very intelligent, she lives in a rural area, so educational resources are not abundant. Ultimately, I'd feel more at ease hiring a tutor. Of course, Qin Yun did not tell these words to the principal. Finally, the principal stood up to say goodbye to Qin Yun. Qin Yun said, "Principal, please don't hesitate to ask if there's anything I can help you with." The principal said sternly, "No, you don't need to thank me. If your little sister hadn't passed the exam, I wouldn't have wanted her." After saying that, he turned and left. Qin Yun didn't shamelessly chase after him anymore. He could already sense that the principal in front of him was an extremely upright person, and that it would be better if he continued to pester him. Qin Yun strolled out of the school. The old gatekeeper saw him and couldn't help but ask in confusion, "Hey, young man, aren't you picking up the leader's child?" Qin Yun smiled and said, "It seems the leaders don't trust me, so someone else picked up the child." As he spoke, he tossed a box of Dakianmin cigarettes at the old man. "Thanks, sir." The gatekeeper chuckled as soon as he received the cigarette. As for what Qin Yun did, or what his purpose was in going in, he didn't care at all. It was already dusk when Qin Yun left the school. He first went to Huang Wentian's place to ask him to help inquire about houses in the city. "My younger sister needs tutoring, which will inevitably take place in the city, and she also needs a place to settle down in the city if she wants to start a business later. Brother Huang, then I'll leave it to you. You need to pay more attention to the house. Most importantly, there must be a well in the yard." "Okay, you don't need to worry about this. Just leave it to me." Huang Wentian patted his chest and said, "Although the requirement of having a well in the yard is a bit strange, you can always find one if you look around." After doing all this, Qin Yun returned to Qingshui village. "Little sister, I've already found a school for you. You can move tomorrow and come with me to the city to take a look." As soon as he entered the courtyard, Qin Yun spoke to his younger sister. Upon hearing this, the younger sister's face lit up with surprise, but she quickly shook her head. "Brother, I think I'd better not go. We're here. So much money has been spent on going to school. If I don't go to school, all that money will be wasted." Qin Yun interrupted Qin Ling directly and said with a smile, "Go, I'll go." A hint of nervousness flashed across the younger sister's face, and she immediately spoke impatiently. After talking for a while, the two hurriedly went to sleep. The next day, Qin Yun led his younger sister and the others into the city. "Brother, is this what a big city is like? It's definitely different from our village." The little sister held Qin Yun's hand, looking around with every step she took, her small eyes full of surprise. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. Compared to Shanghai and Beijing in the south, this place was like a small village, and it looked rustic no matter how you looked at it. After delivering the fish, Qin Yun took his younger sister to the department store and bought a lot of things, including a small backpack and other stationery. The little girl was laughing so happily. He kept showing off his shoulder bag to Qin Yun. Qin Yun began looking for a teacher for her, originally intending to find one at a university. But after entering university, Qin Yun discovered that it was completely different from the university in his previous life. Almost everyone is working hard to learn. Few people are willing to tutor others. Just when things had reached a stalemate, a woman suddenly showed up at the door. "Hello, is the tutoring fee you mentioned legitimate?" Qin Yun quickly stood up, but just as he was about to say something, he saw the woman's face. Qin Yun froze on the spot. He knew this woman. Chapter 57. How dare you ask our fierce tiger merchant guild for money? When he entered prison, he was extremely dejected. Relying on the roguishness he had developed outside, he quickly became a troublemaker in the entire prison. Because some seemingly trivial things often involve physical altercations with others. On one occasion, he was even beaten so badly that he ended up in the hospital. And here, Qin Yun met the person who would change his life forever. She was a woman with an air of righteous indignation who worked at the prison hospital. After meeting Qin Yun, she began to tell him some stories, lend him books, and encourage him again. It was because of this woman that Qin Yun went from being violent at the beginning to being silent later, and then to accepting her advice. He gradually shed his sharp edges, and his mind matured considerably. When he was released from prison, if he had his previous temper, he would have been furious and killed the Qin family for their ingratitude. Qin Yun had originally planned to live a good life and wait for the opportunity to properly thank her. But unexpectedly, the opportunity ultimately passed. However, Qin Yun did not expect that the woman's figure from his memory would reappear in front of him. For a moment, Qin Yun was stunned and stood there dumbfounded. "Hello." Qin Yun was brought back to reality only when the woman's voice rang out again. He then smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right. The price is exactly the same. There's absolutely no difference. If you're suitable, you can give a lecture tomorrow." Upon hearing this, a look of surprise immediately appeared on the woman's face. 4 hours of tutoring a day, 3 yuan per hour, that's 12 yuan a day. This price is quite high, even in the city. Okay, let me introduce myself first. My name is Chinshuchi. My university is located around here, but I study medicine. As she spoke, Chinshuchi handed a piece of paper to Qingyun. There's no such thing as a resume yet, and there's not much information on them anyway. It only mentioned his current ranking, how many places he is in his major, and his score when he entered university. Qingyun glanced at it briefly and said, "Okay, wait for me here at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I will come to find you." After saying that, Qingyun watched Chinshuchi leave. He didn't have romantic feelings for the woman in front of him. Rather, it felt more like a teacher-student relationship. A teacher who rescued Qingyun. After making the agreement, Qingyun didn't delay and found everyone, returning to Qinshui village. Early the next morning, Qingyun first took his younger sister into the county town. As for Huang Kuan and Depang, they were in charge of fishing in the village. Upon arriving in the county town, Qingyun arranged for his sister to meet Chinshuchi. Qingyun was very reassured about Chinshuchi. When they first met, he felt that Chinshuchi should be a teacher, not a doctor. Of course, Chinshuchi is also an excellent doctor. Where should we go for tutoring? Chinshuchi spoke up. Qingyun slapped his forehead, realizing he had been too hasty. Huang Wentian hadn't even found him a house yet, but he couldn't wait to take his sister into the city. He thought about it again and decided to send him to the martial arts school. The school had already recruited many students, and the noise during training was bound to be too loud. As for other places, they are even less suitable. Let's go to the hotel. Qingyun waved his hand one last time and spoke directly. Even Chinshuchi showed a hint of surprise on her face. Hotels in the city are very expensive now, costing more than 10 yuan a day, and even more than 20 yuan for a better one. Unexpectedly, the man in front of me wanted to have extra lessons right in the hotel. Soon, the group arrived at a beautifully decorated hotel. The hotels here, while not top tier in the entire county, are still considered above average. The prices of the rooms inside were within Qingyun's acceptable range. Qingyun waved his hand and set the date at 7 days. "What teaching materials do you need? I'll go out and buy them." Qingyun spoke up. "No need, just buy a few notebooks and pens. As for the textbooks, I've already memorized them." Chinshuchi said directly. Qingyun naturally believed him, went out to buy the things, and put them back in the room. They left the two men 10 yuan and told them to go out and buy something to eat around noon. Afterwards, Qingyun left the hotel and found Huang Kuan and the others in the factory canteen. The group had already taken the fish inside, and Sun Dazhuang was pulling the empty cart out. On the cart were hawthorns and rock sugar that Qingyun had specifically asked him to bring, as well as some brown sugar and old tea leaves. It can be said that everything is ready except for the final push. Qingyun and the others didn't waste any words and headed straight for the well in the county town. At that time, the county town did not have complete waterworks and other facilities, and the people mostly drew water from wells. The well water is so refreshing. If you soak a watermelon in it, the taste is simply divine. However, Qingyun didn't have that idea for the time being. He simply filled a large bucket with cold water and then strolled leisurely toward the riverbank. It was dusk, and the riverbanks beside the river were filled with scantily clad beauties. Huang Kuan and his companions were filled with excitement. Qingyun didn't even look at them. After arranging everything one by one, he hung a wooden sign next to them. Hawthorn fruit tea, refreshing and delicious, only 1.5 yuan. "Brother Yin, why are there so few people here this time?" The group set up their stall, and after a full half hour, they had only sold 2 cups. Huang Kuan couldn't help but ask, "This is a little different from what we expected." Qingyun, however, was not particularly nervous. He said calmly, "Have you ever seen a water vendor who sells water from a cart? Besides, this place is covered in mule excrement. The fact that it's been brought here is already a testament to the fact that people aren't bothered by it." Hearing Qingyun's explanation, everyone nodded in agreement. I secretly gave him a thumbs up. As expected of Qingyun. "Brother, your tea looks good. Let me have a cup. Just then, several men wearing sunglasses and shorts walked over. Qin Yun glanced at it and said calmly, "Pay first." "Pay up." The men exchanged glances, laughed, and said, "Brother, you probably don't know who we are, do you? Take a look at this before deciding whether you want to ask us for money." As they spoke, one of them revealed his arm. On his arm was a strange-looking tiger. "Double the price for the Shamate style, 3 yuan. Qin Yun rolled his eyes and said coldly, "Shamate." The men were stunned. Although they didn't understand what it meant, the words doubled at the end showed that Qin Yun didn't think much of them at all. "Kid, you're the first person to dare ask our fierce tiger merchant guild for money." Chapter 58, Going to the Black Market. Qin Yun's face immediately darkened. This damn tiger merchant guild is like a persistent ghost. First, his younger sister started dating a boyfriend from the fierce tiger merchant guild, and now, even when he sets up a stall, these same people come knocking on his door. Damn it. It's true what they say, you can search high and low without finding it, but it comes to you effortlessly. Big Fatty didn't care about any of that. Apart from Qin Yun, the others had trained a lot under Huang Wentian's guidance. Although it's tiring at the martial arts school, and sometimes I can even fall asleep on the cart on the way back, my muscles are getting bigger and bigger. Sometimes they can even outmaneuver the sparring coach. How dare you look down on our fierce tiger merchant guild? Brothers, teach them a lesson. The leader of the group gave a cold shout and was about to attack Qin Yun and his group. But no one dared to move forward. They were all observing the crowd out of the corner of their eyes. Qin Yun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. These people are not as good as Chen Dong and his group. At least Chen Dong and his group are disciplined and ruthless. Damn it, if you guys don't go, I'm going to go. Sun Dazhuang was too lazy to waste any more time arguing with him, so he simply grabbed a stick from the side and charged at him. Huang Kuan and De Pang followed closely behind. The group, who were already somewhat frightened, became even more terrified when they saw Qin Yun and his group charging towards them. Damn it, look at them, they're just country bumpkins. I don't believe they can actually beat me to death. However, what he didn't know was that the person who last called Qin Yun and his group country bumpkins was still in prison. After saying this, the man rushed towards them, his body trembling. He was also holding a small dagger in his hand. Unsurprisingly, just as he raised the dagger, the fat man slammed a stick into his wrist. Oh! A scream rang out, and large beads of sweat dripped down the man's face. At this moment, the fat man was quite like Ma Dong Suk, punching the man's face again and again. "Big brother, I won't do it again, I'll never do it again." The man kept dodging backwards and hurriedly apologized to Qin Yun and the others. As for the others, they had already fled. After more than 10 minutes, the fat man finally let out a cold laugh and released the man in front of him. The man immediately stood up in a panic and ran outside. Qin Yun and his companions laughed heartily. What kind of fierce tiger merchant guild was this? It was nothing but a bunch of worthless idiots. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Yun didn't linger any longer and returned to the inn. "Brother, you're back?" Upon seeing Qin Yun return, Qin Ling immediately stood up and asked him a question. Chen Shuqi, who was next to her, also stood up. "How is Teacher Chen's teaching?" Qin Yun bent down, patted Qin Ling's head, and asked. Qin Ling nodded. "Teacher Chen explained it very well. I can do all the math problems that I couldn't do before." Qin Yun smiled and looked at Chen Shuqi. "How was it?" Chen Shuqi nodded. "My little sister is very talented, but she doesn't understand some knowledge very well. However, I believe that she will definitely change a lot in a month. Then I'll have to trouble you, Teacher Chen." Qin Yun smiled and took out 15 yuan from his pocket. "You took a little longer to make up for it today, so take this money." Chen Shuqi was taken aback and quickly declined, saying, "That won't do. We agreed on 3 yuan per hour. The price you're offering is already quite high. I can't accept any more of your money." Qin Yun shook his head and said, "I've been out all day. If it weren't for you, my sister wouldn't even have food to eat. Take this money, or I won't let you teach her anymore." Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Chen Shuqi carefully put the money away, bowed to Qin Yun, and solemnly said, "Thank you." Qin Yun looked at Chen Shuqi's face. He could sense that when he saw Chen Shuqi back then, it was more like she was in despair and powerless, so she wanted to save others. At this moment, Chinshuchi seemed to possess an inexplicable resilience. After seeing Chinshuchi off, Qin Yun even quizzed his younger sister on some math. I was relieved after I made sure my younger sister had learned it. Now that he had already booked a hotel in the city, Qin Yun saw no need to go back. Over the next few days, Huang Kuan and his team took care of the peach blossom fish, while Qin Yun and Sun Dazhuang prepared to start selling hawthorn juice. Qin Yun arrived at the second-hand market. It's called a second-hand market, but it's more like a flea market. People usually come here to see if they can sell any unwanted items. Soon, Qin Yun noticed an old man inside sighing and occasionally rubbing a handcart. The cart wasn't big, but it made very good use of the space. Qin Yun mentally gestured to put hawthorns here and rock sugar there. It was practically perfect. Thinking this, Qin Yun walked up to the old man and asked, "Grandpa, how much is this little cart?" The old man turned his head and said, 60 yuan. Qin Yun couldn't help but frown. "Sir, to be honest, your price is already a bit expensive. No matter what, this little cart can't possibly sell for 60 yuan. Upon hearing this, the old man hesitated for a moment. "Young man, to be honest, this stroller isn't worth the price, but I really have no other choice. My son is still in bed, and my granddaughter is still in school." A hint of regret appeared on the old man's face. "I'm an old man now, and I can't work anymore. All I can think of is leaving some money for the father and daughter." Upon hearing this, a touch of emotion appeared in Qin Yun's eyes. "Okay, sir, 60 it is, I'll buy it." Qin Yun took out 60 yuan and handed it to the old man. A smile spread across the old man's face as he repeatedly thanked Qin Yun. I wonder what the young man is planning to do with that little cart. During their casual conversation, the old man asked a question. "Oh, I wanted to sell cold water." Qin Yun didn't say much, thinking he could just find an excuse to get by. Unexpectedly, the old man spoke up, saying, "Cool water? I know a place where the spring water is very cool, and it's a bit far from the city. If you want to know, I'll tell you where it is." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun was pleasantly surprised. I then noted down this place. Pushing the cart, Qin Yun returned to the martial arts school. I counted the Matai liquor that Su Yi had sent over earlier and found that there were more than 70 bottles of Matai. There are also some liquors like Wuliangye and Shifeng. "Qin Yun, why did you get so much wine?" Huang Wentian walked over and asked with some doubt. Qin Yun chuckled. "Brother Huang, this thing will be very expensive in the future. Are you free these next couple of days? I'm thinking of having you come with me to the black market." "No problem." Huang Wentian immediately patted his chest and said, Chapter 59, Renting a House. Upon hearing Huang Wentian's reply, Qin Yun chuckled. After agreeing on a specific time, he was about to leave. "Qin Yun, wait a moment." Huang Wentian called out to Qin Yun from behind and said, "There's been progress on the matter of finding a place to rent that you asked me to do last time. One is in the city center, but it's very crowded. The price isn't too expensive, only about 200 yuan a month. The other one is quite far from the city center, but the house is very big, and there's only one old man inside. Let me take you there to have a look first." With that, Huang Wentian led Qin Yun outside. Soon, the group arrived at a small alley. This is a simple residential house. Due to the planning, a side room was added next to one of the main rooms, which is inconvenient no matter how you look at it. The only good thing about this place is that it's close to the schools in our county. If your little sister is interested, she could stay here. Qin Yun nodded and walked into one of the rooms. The furnishings inside were very simple, with only a bed, a desk next to it, and a washstand with an enamel wash basin on it. "How do we go to the toilet?" Qin Yun couldn't help but ask a question. The landlady, a woman who seemed somewhat snobbish, pointed outside when she heard Qin Yun's question. "There's a public restroom outside, just go in there." Qin Yun immediately shook his head. He had originally thought he would just make do with what he had seen in the public restroom earlier, but he had seen it before. The hygiene inside was so poor that it was almost nauseating to look at it for too long. "TCH, rent it or don't. My place is in high demand. It's right on the main street." When the woman saw Qin Yun shake his head, she immediately said something. Qin Yun didn't pay any attention and turned to walk outside. Huang Wentian also spoke to the woman and then followed her out. Just as Qin Yun turned the corner, she saw a familiar figure. He was carrying large and small bags, and his sun-darkened face was covered in sweat. It was Qin Yun's second uncle, Qin Erzhan. Hey, Qin Yun, what are you doing here? Are you looking to rent a place too? Qin Erzhan greeted Qin Yun when he saw him. Qin Yun nodded perfunctorily and was about to leave when Qin Erzhan spoke up again. Qin Yun, what happened before was my fault. I'm sorry, your second uncle. But look, now my second uncle has also fallen into this predicament, so I'm shamelessly asking you for a favor. Qin Erzhan chuckled. Your second aunt and I are temporary employees at the textile factory. We know you have a relationship with someone called Director Su, but we didn't know. Qin Yun shook his head, interrupting Qin Erzhan before he could finish speaking, saying, I'm sorry, second uncle, I'm not that familiar with him, so I can't help you. After saying that, he ignored Qin Erzhan's attempts to stop him and walked straight outside. Seeing Qin Yun leave, Qin Erzhan couldn't help but slap his thigh. A resolute glint appeared in his eyes. He was determined to make this happen. At this moment, Huang Wentian and Qin Yun, who had just emerged from the alley, were not discouraged. Let's go. Thank you for your help, Brother Huang. Let's go take another look at that house. Qin Yun continued speaking to Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian smiled and said, What's the trouble? I'll go with you. But I must warn you, that old landlord has a very strange temper. You might not be able to rent that house then. Qin Yun smiled. We still have to go and give it a try. The two then walked outside. Soon, Qin Yun spotted a luxuriously decorated two-story building standing not far away. Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. This place is great. Not only is it close to the river, but more importantly, it's the place with spring water that the old man selling carts mentioned. These conditions are a perfect match. Without a second thought, Qin Yun was determined to acquire this place, no matter how high the price. Reaching the courtyard gate, Huang Wentian carefully knocked on the door. Is Uncle Wei here? I told you before that I wanted to come and see the house. Footsteps came from inside, and soon an old man opened the door. The old man's complexion looked somewhat yellow, clearly indicating malnutrition, but he was dressed quite well, in cotton trousers and clothes, even better than the average retired cadre. However, these clothes still had some stains on them. Sure, you can rent a room if you want, but you have to rent all the rest except the one I'm living in. It costs 5 yuan per room per month, and there are 4 rooms in total. Hearing this, Huang Wentian looked at Qin Yun somewhat guiltily. The price of this house is not expensive, but if you want to rent all 4 rooms, it will cost a full 240 yuan a year. 240 yuan, even in the city, you can't find many houses that cost more. Uncle Wei, this house is way too expensive. My brother here. Huang Wentian still wanted to try to help Qin Yun. No way. If you're going to rent together, otherwise forget it. I'd rather have some peace and quiet. After saying that, the old man prepared to close the door. Qin Yun stepped forward and said with a smile, Uncle Wei, can we take a look at the house first? Look all you want. This time, the old man didn't stop them. Instead, he generously made way for the two of them to come in. Qin Yun genuinely liked this house. Upon entering, you are greeted by a 2-story building with 2 rooms on each floor, for a total of 4 rooms. There are also 2 separate small houses next to it. The old man lived in the larger room downstairs. The other rooms were all empty. Qin Yun went inside. To my surprise, the entire floor was covered with high-quality wooden flooring, and the room was fully furnished with beds, chairs, and other amenities. It even has toilets and showers. Although there was still some dust on it, it was generally much better than a hotel. Seeing this, Qin Yun didn't hesitate and said directly, Uncle Wei, I'm going to reserve this house. What? Upon hearing this, Huang Wentian couldn't help but look at Qin Yun. This costs over 200 yuan, and you rented it without even thinking about it? But sir, I need to use the storage room next to you. Okay, it's a rundown house. Feel free to use it, but you'll have to clean up the clutter inside yourself. The old man said, but you have to pay the deposit now. Once you leave the money with me, I won't let anyone else come. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, then took out 200 from his pocket and handed it to the old man. Sir, I was in a hurry today, and this is all the money I have. I'll bring you more tomorrow. The old man nodded indifferently, then walked in without saying hello to Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't seem to mind, smiled, and turned to leave. Chapter 60. It ruined our feng shui. Brother, why don't you reconsider this place? The rent is so expensive, it's really not necessary. Let me take another look. Maybe there's something better. Qin Yun shook his head and said with a smile, No need, Brother Huang. This house is just right for me. This one will do. Actually, he had his own considerations. Although the house was big, the men in the back would definitely need a place to stay in the city. My younger sister will also be in the city after she starts school. For rooms are actually just right. Qin Yun particularly liked those 2 storage rooms. Because of its structure, it is cold in winter and hot in summer. This may not be suitable for living, but it can be used to store some things. For example, cold water. Seeing Qin Yun's insistence, Huang Wentian didn't say anything more. The 2 chatted for a while longer, and then Qin Yun returned to the hotel. My younger sister has made rapid progress in the past few days under Qin Shuqi's teaching. After going back to have a meal with the 2 of them, Qin Yun returned to Qinshui village. As soon as I arrived at the village entrance, I saw a group of people rushing in a certain direction. Qin Yun followed him over. In the wheat field, several Jiefeng brand trucks were surrounded by villagers. Faced with these large trucks, the villagers were filled with righteous indignation, holding hoes and other farm tools, and seemed ready to fight at the slightest provocation. Qin Yun stood to the side for a moment and roughly understood what was going on. These days, if you want to know what makes the most money, it's driving big trucks. It was precisely when the country needed to mobilize energy that a single coal transport trip could earn nearly 1,000 yuan. However, this job is also dangerous. The security situation wasn't very good back then. Sometimes, when you were in the middle of nowhere, a group of people would surround you and demand money. You can't leave without paying. So the drivers are also suffering greatly. Furthermore, most of the roads in the area were not yet built, let alone the extremely convenient expressways of later generations. The road was rugged and difficult to traverse. Some drivers think of taking a detour through the village, which can save time and avoid some road bullies. However, there are also risks involved in doing this. Villages in this era had a strong sense of community, which led to a certain degree of xenophobia. Generally, outside vehicles are not allowed to drive in. If the farmland is damaged and the vehicle runs away, the villagers will be the ones who suffer losses. The current situation is that the large truck broke down in the farmland. Fellow villagers, we are sorry for what happened. Don't worry, we will compensate you for all the losses caused. After negotiations with Zhang Yong, the production team leader, a tall, thin figure quickly stepped off the vehicle. You're trampling on our land. You're not leaving until you give us an explanation. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out. All eyes turned to Luo Fengjiao. Old Mrs. Qin and Qin Sihai were also standing nearby. Qin Yun couldn't help but shake his head and sigh. Unexpectedly, this farmland belongs to the Qin family. If that's the case, then these drivers are in for a tough time. Qin Yun was all too familiar with the Qin family's tantrums. Fellow villagers, you see we didn't thresh that much wheat. How about this? I'll give you 10 yuan as compensation. Is that all right? The tall, thin figure spoke. To be fair, 10 yuan is already a lot of money. Even after the autumn harvest, you definitely wouldn't earn that much from this wheat. However, old Mrs. Qin stepped forward, leaning on her cane. No, 10 yuan is too little. This wheat field produces the most grain. This is definitely not enough. While speaking, Old Lady Qin kept glancing at Qin Sihai. That's why they say Old Lady Qin is incredibly shrewd and experienced. They didn't say how much it would cost, they just said no. The truck driver was an honest man. Knowing he was in the wrong, he said, 10 yuan won't do, but 20 yuan will do, right? Even with a large harvest after the autumn harvest, you probably won't earn this much money, right? Upon hearing this, most of the other villagers tacitly agreed. 20 yuan is definitely a bargain for the Qin family. 20 yuan. Are you kidding me? Luo Fengjiao stepped forward and grabbed Qin Wentong from the crowd. If this were anywhere else, you might be able to leave for 20 yuan, but not here. You've ruined our feng shui. See this? This is the eldest son of my Qin family. He just got into university this year. Would he have been able to get in without this good feng shui? You're not leaving today without $100. Luo Fengjiao and Old Lady Qin both made outrageous demands. How can you people be like this? The driver's voice turned somber. 100 yuan? Isn't this extortion? Grandma Qin, this 20 yuan is quite a lot. How much can we country folk earn, even if we work ourselves to the bone? Zhang Yong couldn't stand it any longer and advised old lady Qin. I think we should take the money and let them go. At this moment, the Qin family, to some extent, represents the entire Qinshui village. The drivers have traveled all over the country and been to many places. If word gets out that the people of Qinshui village are a bunch of troublemakers, it won't look good for him, the production team leader. Zhang Yong, it's easy for you to talk when you're not the one suffering. This isn't your family's feng shui that's been ruined, so of course you won't say anything. Luo Fengjiao, hands on her hips, said confidently, it's 100 yuan, and no one can change that today. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong couldn't help but sigh. This Luo Fengjiao, she'll stir up trouble even when she's wrong, not to mention she's in the right now. We can't give you this money, otherwise you can call the police and have us arrested. The other drivers also got out of their cars, discussed it amongst themselves, and then spoke in cold voices. How about this? Old Mrs. Qin's eyes darted around. You think 100 yuan is too much, but you've been occupying our land, isn't that right? It's 10 yuan for half an hour. You'll get the money you pay for how long you've been here. Old Mrs. Qin had her own plans. This place, Qinshui village, is in the middle of nowhere. Although she had no idea what a large truck was, it didn't hinder her basic understanding of machinery. A few months ago, the only mechanical handheld land reclamation machine in the production brigade broke down, and it took 2 whole weeks to get it repaired. It will take a long time to repair. By then, the money I collect will definitely be more than that 100 yuan. Faced with old lady Qin's demanding request, the drivers discussed among themselves for a moment and then said decisively, okay, we'll do as you say. They knew that Qinshui village was not far from the county town, so they quickly found someone to repair it. Even if it cost a lot of money, they wouldn't give the old woman a penny. Just as they were about to send someone to the county town, a voice suddenly rang out. Perhaps I can try to fix this car. Chapter 61, I'll give you a bicycle. Qin Yun's words sounded particularly jarring amidst the noisy crowd. Qin Yun, do you really want to go against the Qin family in everything? Old Mrs. Qin's expression immediately turned sour, and she said fiercely to Qin Yun, you forced your second uncle away, and you forced Sihai to be burdened with a mountain of debt. To this day, we still haven't managed to raise the money for Wentong's schooling. Are you trying to drive the Qin family to their doom? Old Mrs. Qin's chest heaved with anger. She wished she could shove that cane into Qin Yun's face right now. Qin Yun sneered. Every single thing that old lady Qin mentioned wasn't at all their own fault. Mom, don't worry. Qin Yun just has a bit of a crooked mind and wants to make some ill-gotten gains. This thing is extremely valuable. How could he possibly have it? Luo Fengjiao glanced at Qin Yun, her eyes filled with mockery and coldness. As soon as these words were spoken, the rest of the Qin family realized what was going on. Yes, that's a big truck. This is the first time that such a thing has come to Qinshui village. Not to mention them, even the production team leader had never touched it. How could Qin Yun possibly fix it? Unless he had 3 heads. Even the driver looked at Qin Yun and asked, Brother, have you ever repaired this kind of car before? Qin Yun shook his head. No, there really isn't one. In their previous life, while they were in prison, I taught them how to repair cars so that they would have a skill to use when they got out of prison. Qin Yun was already fascinated by cars, so he studied them with exceptional seriousness. He was the best learner among his peers. He had never actually touched this model of vehicle before, but he was confident that he could repair this old-fashioned truck. Brother, how about we just give up? Sometimes even I can't figure out how to handle this car. The driver shook his head, clearly distrustful of Qin Yun. Upon seeing this, smiles immediately appeared on the faces of the Qin family members. Even the driver refused. So how could they expect to fix the car? However, Qin Yun still did not refuse, and stepped forward and said, Brother, you see, it would take several hours to walk from here to the county town. However, I have a mule that you can borrow to ride, which will be faster. But even so, it will still take 1 or 2 hours. I'll fix it during this time. If I haven't been able to fix it by the time my master arrives, then my master can continue fixing it. Qin Yun's analysis made a lot of sense, and the driver nodded after a moment's hesitation. Okay, brother, you fix it. If you can fix it, we're not slackers either. He then sent someone to Qin Yun's house to ride a mule. Qin Yun smiled slightly, asked the driver for the toolbox, and squatted under the car. After some examination, Qin Yun quickly understood the crux of the problem. Because machine tool factories in those days lacked a complete industrial base, stress concentration was simply unavoidable when manufacturing drive shafts. No one would consider this aspect. They would simply assume that the wear and tear is significant. Qin Yun took out his tools and disassembled the parts for a while. The driver's face was filled with shock. How come this guy seems to be fixing cars so smoothly? See, Mom? I told you this kid wouldn't do. Look, he's taken everything apart. Let's see how he puts it back together. Luo Fengjiao's face was full of smugness. I think this car is totaled. Looking at the car with its exposed engine and transmission, the drivers' faces showed a hint of unease. Big brother, how about? Just as one of them was about to step forward, the driver who had been talking to Qin Yun stopped him. Have you ever seen a mechanic who doesn't take the car apart to figure out the details? Wait a little longer, the fourth brother will be back soon. Half an hour has passed. Qin Yun finally crawled out from under the chassis. At this moment, he was covered in black engine oil. Even his face was not spared. Then the outer casing was reassembled in the same order it was disassembled. All right, let's go up and give it a try. Qin Yun casually fetched a basin of water from the side and quickly washed his face and neck. Upon hearing this, the driver immediately got into the driver's seat without saying a word. As soon as it was started, the car made a rumbling sound. Then they slowly began to walk forward. In an instant, everyone froze on the spot, especially old lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao. The two of them were like ducks with their throats choked, unable to utter a single word. Qin Yun, did he really fix it? A few moments later, after the car had driven a short distance, the driver got out and came back. Brother, the car is fine now, thank you so much. The driver extended his hand to Qin Yun. My name is Zhao Liang. What's your name, brother? The two then chatted for a while. Zhao Liang has traveled all over the country and met many people, so he can easily distinguish between a person's goodness and their ulterior motives. Qin Yun in front of me was meticulous, but he had no ill intentions. We can get along. By the way, brother, I just used a simple method to fix it. It can only guarantee that there won't be any problems for a while. When you get there, you should take it to a repair shop. Zhao Liang nodded and said with a smile, Brother, I heard you're doing business in the city? Qin Yun nodded. Zhao Liang glanced at the Qin family members, sneered, and said, Brother, to be honest, you've done me a huge favor this time. Even if I had to throw this money away, I wouldn't want to give it to these people. We hit it off, so I'll give you something nice. At this point, Zhao Liang mysteriously led Qin Yun to the back of the truck. He reached out to Qin Yun and pulled him up. Lifting the waterproof tarpaulin revealed a shiny, gleaming object underneath. Qin Yun looked closely. Holy crap, it's a bicycle. It's worth noting that the three essential items for a wedding in those days were a bicycle, a watch, and a sewing machine. This situation is especially prevalent in the city. Generally speaking, without these three things, city girls will be very picky. Brother, this bicycle is the best Phoenix brand. I'll give it to you. It'll make things easier for you doing business in the city. Zhao Liang's next words stirred something within Qin Yun once again. A bicycle isn't cheap these days. A single vehicle will cost at least 150 yuan, while big brands like Phoenix and Flying Pigeon will be even more expensive. Brother, this won't do. It's too valuable. Qin Yun was about to refuse. Zhao Liang shook his head, a smile appearing on his face. Brother, you don't know this, but actually, these bicycles are expensive here, but when they get to the place where they're made, the price is much cheaper. This bicycle isn't worth much money. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes immediately lit up. Chapter 62, Business. Brother, let's go. Let's deal with this first. It's getting late. I'll treat you to a meal. Qin Yun said with a smile. Zhao Liang nodded immediately, and a burly man next to him took out 10 yuan from his pocket and handed it to old lady Qin. 10 yuan, keep the change. Old Mrs. Qin still wanted to argue, but Zhang Yong finally lost his temper. Old Mrs. Qin, you were the one who brought this up, and they did it. If you still want to make things difficult, the entire Qinshui village will not stand for it. Grandma Chin's expression changed, and she then noticed that the way the people around her were looking at her family was strange. He could only awkwardly leave, leaning on his cane. He just glared at Qin Yun fiercely before leaving. Qin Yun called over Minya and the others, and the group arrived at Qin Yun's courtyard. "Come on, try our cooking. Why don't you stay here for the night before you leave?" Qin Yun said with a smile. "My younger sister is now staying in a hotel in the city. Her family is all men, which is very convenient." After some initial refusals, the drivers accepted Qin Yun's offer. Modern trucks don't have the design of later models. There's no bed behind the driver's seat, so if you get sleepy, you can only take a nap. "Where can I find a comfortable place to sleep?" Qin Yun quickly prepared a dish using several peach blossom fish, and also stir-fried a few other dishes. As for the hawthorn water, a large bucket was placed next to it. Zhao Liang and his companions had just picked up a piece of food with their chopsticks when their eyes lit up. "What kind of fish is this? It tastes so good." Zhao Liang couldn't help but say. He has been to many places, and although he doesn't eat delicacies every day, he often eats snacks. This is the first time he has tasted fish that tastes so good. The others also had expressions of excitement on their faces. "There's also hawthorn juice, which is very thirst-quenching." Qin Yun smiled and said, "Eat as much as you like, there's plenty of fish." After eating for a while, Qin Yun finally got down to business. "Brother, how much was that bicycle? Even if it's at cost price, I'll still give it to you." Zhao Liang said mysteriously. "Guess?" Qin Yun tentatively asked. 120? Zhao Liang shook his head. 100. Zhao Liang shook his head again. Now it was Qin Yun's turn to be shocked. He didn't expect that when they bought the Phoenix brand bicycle for 160 yuan, the cost price was less than 100 yuan. 80. Zhao Liang only gave the answer at the very end. Qin Yun was secretly astonished. He never would have imagined it would be this price. "Brother, have you ever thought about starting a business?" Qin Yun asked. Upon hearing this, Zhao Liang immediately waved his hand and said, "Brother, to be honest, I can agree to anything else. But this is the only thing I'm not going to discuss." Qin Yun wasn't in a hurry. He chuckled and waited for Zhao Liang to explain. Sure enough, Zhao Liang sighed and spoke. "Brother, it's not that I don't trust you, but a few months ago, someone approached us, wanting us to carry some things, saying they would give us a profit of more than 10 yuan per item. We were so naive to agree to it, and we actually bought a bunch of umbrellas, but when we came back, they were stolen. So, where do we go to ask for this money back?" The other drivers echoed Zhao Liang's words, clearly showing how upset they were by this incident. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. Indeed, neither of them was at fault in this matter. Why should the buyer pay if they didn't receive the goods? But Zhao Liang and his group did spend money to buy things, so they have to bear the loss themselves. "So brother, if you need to bring a small item, just let me know. But if you're doing business and need a lot of things, then forget it." Zhao Liang spoke last. Qin Yun did not give up and soon came up with a solution. He got up and took out 500 yuan from inside the house, then put it on the table. "Brother, what are you doing?" Zhao Liang asked. Qin Yun said, "I know that it's not easy for us truck drivers. There are many risks on the road, so I will provide you with this money first. Use the money in here to buy things. If there are any losses on the way, I guarantee I won't hold you accountable." Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Zhao Liang and the others were stunned. When have you ever heard of paying before you even receive the goods these days? Qin Yun continued. As the saying goes, even close brothers should keep clear accounts. Since I bought this bicycle for 80 yuan, let's assume a profit of 20 yuan. I plan to sell it for around 120 yuan. If it sells for a higher price, we'll split the profits. It must be said that the model proposed by Qin Yun is quite refreshing. More importantly, Zhao Liang and his team didn't have to take any risks at all. The only flaw is that Qin Yun doesn't have enough leverage to restrain them. If the item wasn't lost, but Zhao Liang and his group insisted it was, Qin Yun would have no way to investigate further. But Qin Yun naturally had his own plans. People in that era were much more simple and honest than those in later times. He's taking a gamble, betting that he hasn't misjudged the person. After a moment, Zhao Liang said, "Okay, I'll do it. But brother, I can't let you bear all the losses. If the items are gone, I'll give you half of the money back." The remaining people nodded as well. Qin Yun then smiled. Okay, you guys rest here for a while tomorrow. I'll come back early tomorrow and do some modifications to the car. At least we can't let people find out too early, right? Upon hearing this, the others also showed expressions of interest. They really wanted to know what Qin Yun's plan was. The group chatted until late at night, and Qin Yun's knowledge broadened everyone's horizons. The next morning, Qin Yun and Huang Kuan packed the fish and headed into the city. Because Qin Yun needed to modify his vehicle today, he specifically borrowed a mule from Sun Dazhuang and the others. Soon, Qin Yun found Zhou Yuan with the things he had left behind. After explaining his purpose, Zhou Yuan waved his hand readily. Okay, I'll give you a note. Just tell them what size you need and have them cut it for you. Qin Yun smiled and handed the gift he had bought to Zhou Yuan. Thank you, Uncle Zhou. Zhou Yuan nodded. Now that Qin Wentong is gone, Li Xiaoro has returned to normal. He was a man without desires or wants, who simply enjoyed collecting antiques and lived a very comfortable life. Qin Yun arrived at the workshop with the note, explained his purpose, and quickly received several steel plates and some wood. Of course, there are also things like rivets. In the afternoon, Qin Yun and the others returned to Qingshui village. Zhao Liang and his group had been waiting for a long time. Seeing them return, he walked with them to the back of the truck. Qin Yun paced back and forth, sketching on the loading carriage behind him with chalk. Chapter 63, Betting on Cards? A moment later, Qin Yun finished drawing the lines. The loading compartment at the back of this Jiefeng brand truck was very simple. The base is made of several iron plates pieced together, and the top is an iron frame covered with a military green waterproof cloth. This gave Qin Yun an opportunity to manipulate things. He only needed to use an iron plate to partition off a small space behind the scenes and then use a template to hide it. Unless you checked carefully, you would never find it. After listening to Qin Yun's idea, Zhao Liang and the others gave him a thumbs up. They were transporting coal and other heavy goods, and unless there were special circumstances, no one would ever think of going up there to check. Firstly, it's dirty, and secondly, it's really inconvenient. All right, brother, let's set off now. We'll be back in about 10 days. Zhao Liang spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded and had Huang Kuan fill a whole bucket with hawthorn juice and deliver it to Zhao Liang's car. You must be tired from driving. Here, please take this water. Qin Yun said with a smile. A touch of emotion appeared in Zhao Liang's eyes. He clasped his hands in a fist salute to Qin Yun and said, Brother, just wait and see. This time, you definitely won't be disappointed. Qin Yun nodded, then watched Zhao Liang leave. After they left, Huang Kuan said with some worry, Brother Yun, are we really going to just give him all the money we worked so hard to earn? Qin Yun said with a smile, Don't worry, he'll definitely make us a fortune this time he's back. Huang Kuan and his companions' eyes still flickered somewhat. It's understandable that they didn't trust Zhao Liang. Firstly, people's economic foundation wasn't very good at that time, and secondly, they had never seen anyone use the same method as Qin Yun, so they easily trusted others. But they still chose to believe Qin Yun. The group chatted for a while longer before preparing to head to the city. Looking at the gleaming Phoenix brand bicycle, the group was quite tempted and wanted to try it out. But an awkward thing happened. Neither Huang Kuan nor his companions knew how to ride a bicycle. Qin Yun smiled and promised to teach them how to ride bicycles later, but for now, it was more important to get to the city. Huang Kuan and the others sat on a cart pulled by mules, while Qin Yun rode a bicycle toward the city. An hour later, the group arrived in the city. Qin Yun took out several hundred yuan and gave it to Huang Kuan and the others, telling them to buy some things to move in. He then went to the martial arts school to find Huang Wentian. Qin Yun, you're here? Shall we head to the black market now? As soon as Huang Wentian saw Qin Yun, he knew why he had come. He put down his work and asked Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. He hadn't forgotten about this. After calculating the days, he realized that if he couldn't store a batch of wine, he might really miss this opportunity to make money. Who knows how much I'll regret it then. The two found Wei Hai, and Qin Yun immediately took out 20 yuan and handed it to him. Qin Yun, you must be careful later. You absolutely cannot flaunt your wealth inside, otherwise it may cause other problems. Wei Hai gave his final instructions. Qin Yun nodded, but with Huang Wentian beside him, he wasn't too worried. Soon, the group arrived at a narrow alley. Sewage flowed everywhere at the entrance of the alley, and all you could see inside was darkness. This is it. Wei Hai spoke, and the three of them exchanged a glance before walking inside. After passing through a narrower alley, an iron gate appeared before them. Even before entering, they could smell the strong stench of smoke emanating from inside. Brother Ming, these are some friends I brought with me. They also want to go in and have a look. Walking to the iron gate, Wei Hai spoke to a muscular man standing next to him. The man called Meng Gu had a cigarette dangling from his mouth. He squinted at Qin Yun and his group, then said casually, 3 yuan each. Wei Hai was taken aback and said cautiously, Brother Ming, wasn't there only one piece before? Stop talking nonsense. Prices have gone up now. If you want to buy, buy. If you don't, then forget it. Meng Gu curled his lip and said coldly. Wei Hai wanted to say something more, but Qin Yun had already taken out 9 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Meng Gu. Brother Ming, I'm new here and don't know the rules. We'll give you these 3 yuan. Qin Yun said with a smile, while taking out a pack of Dakianmin cigarettes from his pocket and handing it to Brother Ming. Meng Gu smiled with satisfaction, glanced at Qin Yun with some surprise, and then opened the iron gate to let the group in. The saying goes, it's easier to deal with the king of hell than with his underlings. Qin Yun didn't want to waste time on such a trivial matter. Besides, there might be special circumstances in the future where we need this Meng Ji's help. The group went inside, climbed a few steps, and arrived at a space that resembled a basement. The room was dimly lit, and the air was thick with the smell of smoke. Several tables were set up around the room, each occupied by a sweating man holding a card. It turned out to be an underground casino. Don't look. Wei Hai whispered a reminder from the side. Don't believe anything they say, especially don't go to the card table. This stuff is addictive. Qin Yun nodded. In his previous life, he had seen too many gamblers in prison. Most of them were arrested after their families were destroyed, and they took desperate measures. Hey bro, you don't look familiar. Want to play a couple of rounds? Just as the group was about to cross the area, a figure suddenly blocked their way. Qin Yun took a look and saw that the man also had a tiger descending a mountain tattooed on his arm. They're also members of the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild. The man continued, Don't worry, we're very fair here. Since this is your first time at a casino, we won't charge you this time. If you win, you can take it. If you lose, it's okay. It has to be said that this condition is very tempting. Even people who have never gambled before would want to give it a try. Wei Hai smiled and said, Brother, it's not that we don't want to play, it's just that we have something to do today. Let's play another day, another day. Upon hearing this, the man's expression immediately changed. I kindly wanted to let you guys play a few rounds, and this is how you treat me, Ma Tongtian? Do you even know who I am? Ma Tongtian's eyes were filled with coldness, and the people at the other card table also stood up, looking over with predatory eyes. Huang Wentian's gaze immediately darkened. If it really came down to a fight, he wasn't afraid of these people. It would just be a matter of putting in more effort. Just then, Qin Yun spoke up. TSK, I say, brother, you really don't understand me. What was my nickname when I was a child? God of Gamblers. I'll take the winnings, and you don't have to pay the losses. Why are you stopping me from having such a good deal? With that, Qin Yun plopped down on the card table. Today I'm going to win until they're all convinced. Both of them were stunned by Qin Yun's action. Chapter 64, Boss Pie. What is Qin Yun up to? Wei Hai, who was standing next to Qin Yun, couldn't help but pull Qin Yun aside and whispered, Qin Yun, what are you thinking about? Didn't you come here to buy something today? Do you know that once you get addicted to drugs by following these tiger merchants, they won't stop until they've drained you dry? Qin Yun pushed Wei Hai away, saying, Brother, don't try to persuade me. I'm going to show them what a gambling god is today. Wei Hai wanted to say something more, but Ma Tongtian's expression turned cold. Can't you see the young man wants to play? If you keep talking nonsense, believe me, you won't be allowed to work here anymore. Hearing Ma Tongtian say this, Wei Hai had no choice but to give up. Come on, young man, have a great time today. This place will definitely make you want to come back again. Ma Tongtian sat down opposite Qin Yun and began to speak. Qin Yun smiled. He was confident that he wouldn't lose this card game. In fact, he would win money. Soon, Ma Tongtian began dealing the cards. The game is very simple. It's not a game like Jacks or anything like that, but rather a local card game. His name is Chuan Ermao. Simply put, besides the king, number 2 is the greatest. Brother, you won. The first round ended quickly, and Qin Yun's cards were unexpectedly good. The stakes here are huge. You can earn $2 just by winning one round. $2, that's no small amount. Hey bro, you're really lucky. How did you win another round? Ma Tongtian smiled knowingly, and without saying a word, gave Qin Yun 2 more pieces. Soon, Qin Yun's front was piled high with small bills. Upon careful counting, there were more than a dozen pieces. Qin Yun was already flushed with excitement after winning. It's time to go. Don't forget you came here to buy medicine. Your mother is still waiting at the hospital. After Huang Wentian reminded him repeatedly, Qin Yun finally stood up. Sorry, brothers, I really have something to do today. I was gambling, and I didn't want to offend you all, so I have to go now. Qin Yun said to Ma Tongtian and the others. But don't worry, this is my blessed land. I will definitely come tomorrow. Ma Tongtian and the others exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of resentment in their eyes. But since Qin Yun had already said all that, there was no point in continuing to stop him. Okay, but you absolutely have to come tomorrow, otherwise we'll be unhappy if you win so much money from us. That's for sure, Qin Yun said with a smile, then put the money in his arms and walked towards the back. Ma Tongtian and his companions stared at him with burning desire. After Qin Yun and the others left, another person at the table asked, Brother Ma, do you think he'll come again tomorrow? They've won so much money in just a few hours today, only a fool wouldn't come. Ma Tongtian watched Qin Yun's retreating figure, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Even if he didn't come, would our brothers from the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce let him off the hook? That's good. At this moment, Qin Yun followed Wei Hai and the others towards the back. Wei Hai said with some dissatisfaction, Qin Yun, what were you thinking, daring to gamble with them? Do you even know who they are? They're from the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild. Qin Yun said, Don't worry, they won't be able to get to me. He knew that these people had set a trap for him. From the moment he sat down at that poker table, he always got good cards in his hand. They'll keep winning until the last 2 or 3 rounds, and that's when they'll lose all their money. This back and forth can easily arouse people's gambling instincts. Over the next 2 or 3 days, they let Qin Yun win a little each day. Eventually, they didn't need to interfere. Qin Yun was already addicted. This is what Qin Yun heard from those old gamblers in prison. In the process, these people will lure you in step by step, eventually making you deeply entangled in their schemes. It may sound simple, but quite a few people actually fall victim to it. However, Qin Yun naturally had a way to deal with it. As they talked, they soon arrived in front of a wooden door. Compared to the outside environment, this place is a whole level above. The wooden door was clearly an ordinary product, but the crisscrossing patterns on it made it look more like a work of art. Brother, I want to go in and buy some things. After Wei Hai gave the announcement, the 3 of them went inside. Upon seeing the furnishings inside, Qin Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. This style doesn't fit the current era at all. It's more like living in modern times. The surrounding lights were bright and gentle. In front of them was a huge desk with exquisite ornaments on it. An executive chair was facing away from them, and the person sitting in it could not be seen clearly. Next to it is a glass coffee table, and the sofa next to it is also extremely stylish. What would you like to buy? A voice came from behind the boss's chair. The voice was clear and bright, like a nightingale singing in a valley, yet it also carried a hint of sharpness. Qin Yun was taken aback. The owner of this black market was actually a woman? Wei Hai nudged Qin Yun, who then realized what was happening, stepped forward, and said in a humble yet respectful manner, I'd like to buy some wine. Liquor? The woman asked with some confusion, what kind of wine? Qin Yun originally intended to mention Matai directly, but changed his mind after seeing the woman. Some red wine, and some sake, and it would be even better if there was some rum as well. Of course, the most important thing is Baijiu Matai. Sure enough, after hearing Qin Yun speak, the woman became curious, and as the boss's chair spun around, a beautiful figure appeared before everyone. You want so much alcohol? Are you planning to open a bar? The woman's face was adorned with exquisite makeup, yet it didn't come across as vulgar at all. Instead, it accentuated her striking beauty and added an air of unapproachability. If Qin Yun had to describe her, she might be like those beautiful female CEOs from her previous life. However, Qin Yun was stunned when he saw the woman's appearance. The woman in front of me looks so much like Gao Yunshu. However, Gao Yunshu is more gentle and charming. Even if I wanted to open a bar, the timing isn't quite right now. Qin Yun quickly composed himself and spoke to the woman. 2. The woman nodded. You can call me Boss Pie. Give me a list, and I'll calculate how much it costs. Boss Pie? Boss Pie? Qin Yun suddenly remembered this name, and couldn't help but smile to himself. However, he also knew that SpongeBob SquarePants didn't appear until 1999, so it wasn't from the same era at all. After the price was quoted, the woman opposite her exclaimed softly, You have a good eye. You're asking for the most matai. Hearing this, Qin Yun became even more certain that the woman in front of him was definitely not simple. Chapter 65, Killed? The fact that she could say that shows that this woman also keenly sensed something. He judged that matai was going to raise its price based on his experiences in his previous life. However, this woman made this judgment solely on her own. His ideas are undeniably sharp. Qin Yun said, I want 10 bottles of red wine, 3 bottles of sake, and 2 bottles of rum. At least 100 bottles of matai. Boss Pie looked up, glanced at Qin Yun, and said, I can agree to anything else, but I can't give you that much matai. I can only give you a maximum of 60 bottles, but the price is cheap, $1.80 per bottle. As he spoke, Boss Pie chuckled. After all, I also need to do some business with matai. Good. Qin Yun nodded without hesitation. Back then, when he asked Su Yi to help him make connections, a bottle of matai would cost 2 yuan. Now Boss Pie only charges 1.8 yuan here, which is very cheap. Boss Pie gently raised his hand and took out an abacus. Her slender, jade-like hands fiddled with it, and a series of crisp sounds, like pearls falling onto a jade plate, echoed throughout the room. Qin Yun stared at the abacus, slightly startled. Well, this one abacus is enough to buy your own life. If he wasn't mistaken, the abacus's frame was made of the finest agarwood, and the beads were crystal clear and oily, clearly made of top-quality jade. After a moment, Boss Pie stopped what he was doing and said, It's 182 in total. I'll round it down to 180 for you. Qin Yun nodded and was about to take out his money when Boss Pie stood up, sat down on the sofa next to him, and took out a contract. Qin Yun was shocked. Goodness, is buying something really this formal? Looking at it this way, this woman seems even more extraordinary. However, he didn't think too much about it. After looking at the contract and confirming that there were no problems, he paid on the spot. Okay, just come here to pick it up tomorrow afternoon. Boss Pie concluded. Just as Qin Yun was about to turn and leave, Boss Pie called him back. Wait, I'd also like to do business with you. Qin Yun was taken aback, but still turned around. If you have any antiques or similar items at home, you can bring them over for a look. I'll definitely give you a reasonable price. Qin Yun didn't rush to answer, but instead said with interest, May I ask why you collect antiques? What? You can invest in liquor, but I can't invest in antiques. Mr. Pie swirled a glass of red wine in his hand and said, The value of antiques will rise to an unbelievable level in the future. This is an inevitable fact. However, I would still like to advise Mr. Pie that although the saying gold is valuable in times of chaos and antiques are valuable in times of prosperity is true, the investment time is too long and the professional knowledge required is very complex. Qin Yun said, If you want to acquire them at low cost, you'll probably have to go door to door. Otherwise, even if someone has them at home, they won't recognize their value like Boss Pie did. After hearing Qin Yun's words, Boss Pie's eyes lit up. Qin Yun's insights were profound. He pointed out the risks in just a few words. This level of insight is not something that ordinary people possess. After a brief moment of astonishment, Boss Pie smiled and said, I understand the logic, but I have the means to play this game. Perhaps some people have realized the value of antiques. But I believe that the price I offer will be irresistible to them. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Is this what it means to be rich and willful? He then said, Boss Pie, I don't actually have such a thing, but I know someone who has a lot of antiques. How about I organize a dinner party sometime? Would you do me the honor of joining me? Upon hearing this, Boss Pai stood up and said seriously, "If this matter can be accomplished, I will give you 1/10 of the transaction price for each antique." The two then talked for a while before Qin Yun turned and left. Huang Wentian and Wei Hai followed closely behind. "Brother, I've figured it out now. Compared to you, I'm nothing but a nobody in business." As soon as they stepped outside, Wei Hai couldn't help but praise Qin Yun, saying, "How about I work for you from now on? What do you think?" "Sure." Qin Yun did not refuse, but then his expression turned serious and he said, "However, I must make this clear first. Those who are following me now are my brothers, and I have great trust in them. To be honest, we haven't known each other for very long, so I can't really trust you. If I find out you've been deceiving me, you're fired." Wei Hai patted his chest and assured him, "Don't worry about that. Time will tell, and I definitely won't let you down, brother." After talking for a while, the two parted ways with Wei Hai and returned to the martial arts school. After checking the time, Qin Yun figured Huang Kuan and the others were still at the furniture factory, so he rode his bicycle there. An hour later, Qin Yun arrived at the furniture factory. While searching for Huang Kuan and the others, he suddenly heard a familiar voice coming from ahead. "I just don't believe it. How could a mere glass be so expensive? I think you're trying to fool us because we don't know what's good for us." Qin Yun was stunned. Wasn't that Huang Kuan's voice? Then, taking 2 quick steps, they soon arrived in front of a shop. Looking inside, Huang Kuan and his men were arguing with the boss, their faces flushed. The boss across from me was a middle-aged man with a round head and a big belly, sporting a standard Mediterranean hairstyle. He was holding a cup of tea and didn't seem to be in a hurry at all. "Hey friend, it's only right that you pay for the things you break, isn't it? This glass is a trendy item, so it's normal for it to be a bit pricey, right? That can't be 15 yuan. Even gold isn't worth that much these days." Huang Kuan's expression grew even angrier. He didn't understand this stuff, but 15 yuan was enough to build half a decent tiled house in the village. However, no matter what he said, the shop owner insisted on the price of 15 yuan, not even a penny less. Just as the group was getting impatient, Qin Yun arrived at the arena. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Huang Kuan and the others felt as if they had found a pillar of support. Just as they were about to speak to Qin Yun, he raised his hand and said, "It's all right. I already know. Leave the rest to me." "Boss, you said this glass costs 15 yuan. Qin Yun stepped forward, squatted down, and examined the fragments. "Can you tell me why it's so expensive?" The shop owner scoffed. "This cup is made of glass. Look around the entire furniture store. Who has something like this? The materials needed to make this thing are already incredibly expensive, so what's wrong with it being a little pricey?" Chapter 66. Waiting for them to come and apologize. "You bunch of country bumpkins, you wouldn't understand even if I explained it to you. If you break something, you have to pay for it. It's a rule passed down from our ancestors." The boss's words became increasingly harsh, and the faces of the group immediately darkened. Huang Kuan and De Pang immediately rolled up their sleeves, ready to get to work. Qin Yun stopped the group and started a fight, which made him lose his right to the situation. "You're saying we're country bumpkins who don't understand these things." Qin Yun stood up and said calmly, "Then I'll show you something today." As he spoke, Qin Yun picked up a shard. Glass is indeed a trendy thing. When it is made, it is simply a matter of grinding quartz sand, soda ash, and other substances into powder, heating it to more than 1,500 degrees to melt it into a liquid, and then going through processes such as condensation and solidification, adding other substances, and finally forming glass. Qin Yun's words immediately attracted a crowd of onlookers. To be honest, glass is already rare, and people who can really talk about it are even rarer. The boss also stopped drinking his tea. Qin Yun is right. Although there are no specific operating steps, the general principle is correct. The reason why glass cups are so expensive now is simply because of 2 reasons. The temperature cannot be reached and the materials are not up to standard. Qin Yun said calmly. Therefore, the shape of the glass is not always the one that is designed, and there may be some air bubbles in the glass. As a result, manufacturers use this to classify glass cups into different grades. As for the one we broke, Qin Yun sneered. It's nothing but the worst of the worst, or even a defective product. You dare ask us for 15 yuan for something like this? Qin Yun's last words made the boss tremble. I didn't expect to actually meet someone knowledgeable about this today. But soon, a mocking look appeared on the boss's face. He slammed the teacup down on the table beside him and said loudly, "What's wrong? So what if it's a defective product? A country bumpkin is a country bumpkin. So what if he knows a little? This stuff is mine, and I can have as much as I want. You'll just have to pay me back." The boss's face revealed a hint of arrogance, determined to rip off Qin Yun and his group. "All right, boss, since you're like this, then don't blame me for being impolite." Qin Yun sneered. Big Fatty and Huang Kuan immediately prepared to step forward. "What? You want to make a move? Let me tell you, if you touch me, I'll lie right here." Qin Yun then said to Huang Kuan, "Go to the market management office and find the person in charge." Upon hearing this, Huang Kuan immediately nodded. There was number 12306 or Consumer Association back then, but Qin Yun still came up with a solution. Soon, the marketing manager came over. Wearing a floral shirt, with a Dakiaman cigarette dangling from his mouth, his teeth were yellowed from smoking. "Hello, I am a customer who came here to buy things. Someone is trying to extort money from us." Qin Yun spoke up. Unexpectedly, after exchanging a glance with the boss, the manager said directly, "Our furniture store has always been fair and just. But this glass is something they sell. You can't just break someone else's property and not pay for it, can you? Don't even mention 15 yuan. Even if it's 25, you still won't be in the right." The manager chuckled and said, "If you don't have money, why come to the furniture market? Why not just find a carpenter in the village to make some? Now that you've damaged someone's property, you have to pay for it. If you don't, they can take you to the police station without any problem." The manager's words made Qin Yun laugh in anger. No wonder the boss was so fearless. He had already colluded with the manager. The boss gave a mocking smile. The onlookers shook their heads and sighed. It looks like this young man is really going to lose money today. "Brother Yun, they've gone too far." Big Fatty clenched his fist. "Today I'm going to smash up his shop, and I'll see how he does business now." Qin Yun shook his head and said to the manager, "If that's how you're going to handle it, then I have nothing to say. I'll just ask you one question. Is there a price tag on this glass?" Qin Yun's words surprised both the boss and the manager. Huang Kuan said definitively, "No, the price wasn't written on it. We just bumped into it while we were moving things, and that's when he mentioned the price." "That makes things easier." Qin Yun smiled faintly. "I will notify the newspaper tomorrow and have them come here to report on it. There is no price list, and they will try to extort money after the damage is done. I will also hold up a sign at the entrance of your furniture store and say that they are ripping off customers. I have plenty of time. I want to see how many guests you can still have." Unlike department stores, furniture malls are not considered monopolies in this era. There are 3 or 4 more in the county town. The manager's expression immediately changed, and he looked at the boss next to him. "Here, pay up and take the receipt." Qin Yun took out 15 yuan from his pocket and placed it in front of the shopkeeper. The boss beamed and took the money, then immediately started to issue an invoice. The manager hesitated for a moment, about to say something, when the boss next to him sneered, "Old Chung, what are you afraid of? Just let them go. Come over for drinks tonight. Do you really think a few country bumpkins can turn the world upside down?" The manager smiled upon hearing the boss's words. "Yes, they're just a few country bumpkins." Qin Yun didn't waste any words. After taking the receipt, he and the others, including Manhwa, carried the furniture outside. "Brother Yun, are we really just going to leave like this? Look at the way they're acting. It's infuriating." Huang Kuan couldn't help but say that he really couldn't swallow the insult he had just suffered. "Yeah, Brother Yun, we can't let this go like this. Tonight I'm going to smash up their shop and let them be arrogant again." Depang and Sun Dazhuang also spoke up. "Don't worry, this won't end here. They'll have to come to us with gifts and beg us for help." Qin Yun spoke up, clearly not worried. Although Huang Kuan and his companions still had some doubts, they ultimately said nothing. The group carried the furniture back into the house. Old Wei was sitting in the shade of the courtyard, with a chessboard in front of him, occasionally frowning in thought. Qin Yun and the others greeted him and then began tidying up the room. It wasn't until nightfall that the group managed to tidy up the room. Qin Yun had already made plans for these houses. "We'll bring my cousin Wang Ju to the city to stay in one room, and she'll stay in another room by herself. Huang Kuan and his front teeth shared the remaining 2 rooms. Looking at the furnishings in the room, Qin Yun smiled. He is fulfilling his promises to his sister one by one. Chapter 67. A Pile of Antiques. For her younger sister's room, Qin Yun specially used pink bed sheets and even went to a department store to buy a plush toy. As for hygiene, Qin Yun put in a lot of effort, keeping the entire room bright, clean, and spotless. As for the room where he and Huang Kuan stayed, it was rather sparsely furnished. It's more about practicality, but the layout isn't very well designed. Sun Dazhuang pushed the cart in, ready to get to work, and Qin Yun and the others also came into the storage room. Old Wei promised that they could use this place, and that they could leave their hawthorn juice or other items here. The group was working enthusiastically, but before long, Qin Yun noticed something was wrong. The storage room was filled with many items, and each one was quite valuable. A large wardrobe made of rosewood, exquisite wooden pieces using only mortise and tenon joints, and various delicately colored and elegantly shaped porcelain pieces left Qin Yun stunned. He quickly reminded the others, "Be careful, these things are very valuable." Huang Kuan and his team became even more cautious. "Why did you bring all this out? Smash it. Smash it now." Old Man Wei, who was pondering over the chessboard, suddenly looked up and, after Qin Yun brought out the things, shouted excitedly at everyone. Qin Yun was somewhat stunned. Even he could tell from these items that they were definitely genuine, and that it was already extremely difficult to preserve them. And it's in such good condition. If we sell it to Boss Pai, we can definitely get a good price. Before Qin Yun could react, Old Man Wei had already stood up and strode over, making a move to smash these things. "Sir, wait a minute." It took several people pushing and shoving to finally persuade Old Man Wei to stop. Qin Yun and Old Man Wei came to the other side and said, "Grandpa, what's going on? Could it be?" Old Man Wei, however, was still furious. "What's it to you? These things are mine. I can do whatever I want with them. I'm going to smash it sooner or later." After thinking for a moment, Qin Yun said, "Sir, how about this? I'll sell these things, and I'll give you whatever money I get, okay?" Casual. Old Wei angrily turned and went back to his room. "Just don't let me see these things again." Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief, and then he and Huang Kuan moved the things to another place before cleaning out the storage room. "Brother Yun, it's getting late. How about we cook something?" While we were packing, Fatty did the most work, and as it was almost lunchtime, he couldn't help but speak up. Qin Yun smiled. This guy is quite the foodie. But looking at the time, it was indeed true. So they called Huang Kuan, and the two of them went to the farmer's market to buy some vegetables and meat. Qin Yun told Huang Kuan to take the things back first, while he went to the hotel. "Brother, you're finally here." Upon seeing Qin Yun, Qin Ling, the younger sister, rushed to his side and hugged him tightly. Qin Yun smiled and patted Qin Ling's head, then asked Chen Shuqi, "How's your studying these past few days, little sister?" Chen Shuqi stood up, pointed to the scrap paper next to her, and said, "My little sister is very smart. She can learn in 1 or 2 days what others might take a week to learn. My math and Chinese are good, but as for the other subjects, to be honest, they're not that important. The exam is in 4 or 5 days, so I'll give her some extra help these next few days." Chen Shuqi continued. Qin Yun also laughed. He knew his sister was smart, but he never expected her to give him such a big surprise. "Thank you, Teacher Chen." Qin Yun smiled and took out some money from his pocket, handing it to Chen Shuqi. "They also overcharged me by 20 yuan. No need, I can't accept this money." Just as Chen Shuqi was about to refuse, Qin Yun had already stuffed the money into her hand. "Don't rush to refuse. This money is a reservation fee for the later exams. If my sister doesn't pass this time, we'll have to ask you to tutor her. Even if I pass the exam, what if I can't keep up with the coursework? Wouldn't that be a hassle for you?" Hearing Qin Yun say that, Chen Shuqi felt embarrassed to refuse again and could only put the money away. "We're having dinner together today, which is a reward for my little sister. Why don't you come too?" Qin Yun continued. Just as Chen Shuqi was about to refuse, Qin Ling spoke up. "Teacher, please come with us. You've been cooking for me every day lately, and I want to thank you properly." As he spoke, he reached out and grabbed Chen Shuqi's hand. Chen Shuqi knew it would be impolite to refuse again, so she could only follow Qin Yun outside. After going downstairs, Qin Yun settled the room fee before leading the group back to their house in the city. As soon as I entered, I saw Huang Kuan and his men already working enthusiastically. Some were chopping vegetables, some were washing vegetables, but no one was cooking. Qin Yun, you're finally back. We've been waiting for you, the master chef, to return. Qin Yun's culinary skills are undoubtedly excellent. He has never made a mistake in the previous few times he entertained Su Yi and his group, as well as Wang Long. And this is... When Huang Kuan saw Chen Shuqi behind him, his eyes lit up immediately. Although Chen Shuqi is not as ethereal as Gao Yinshu, she is still outstanding and possesses a unique scholarly air. Big Fatty nudged Qin Yun and gave him a thumbs up. I never realized you were so amazing back in the village. How come you're the second one already? Qin Yun quickly kicked the fat man's butt. Get lost, get lost. That's Qin Ling's teacher. A little over an hour later, the food was ready. Qin Yun bought a lot of vegetables and meat, and cooked a total of 10 dishes. Sweet and sour pork ribs, shredded pork with garlic sauce, shredded pork with green peppers, stir-fried shredded potatoes. Soon, the aroma of the food filled the entire room. Teacher, please try my brother's cooking. Qin Ling urged Chen Shuqi. Chen Shuqi picked up her chopsticks, took a bite, and couldn't help but swallow. This tastes so delicious. Just as the others were about to pick up their chopsticks, Qin Yun said, Wait, let me go see if Grandpa Wei wants to eat. Grandpa Wei's real name is Wei Chuanbai. It is said that he raised a son with great care and effort, and now his son is doing very well, though we don't know where he is now. But then came the fact that he was too busy with work and had no time to come back and visit him. Qin Yun learned this from Huang Wentian, but he didn't understand any further information. Qin Yun entered Old Man Wei's room and saw that in the dimly lit room, Old Man Wei was sitting alone at a small table, holding a large enamel bowl in his hand, with some biscuits and steamed buns soaking in the water. It looks rather desolate. Chapter 68, Waiting Especially for You. Uncle Wei, I've prepared some food. Would you like to come over and try it with us? Qin Yun extended an invitation to Old Man Wei. I'm not going. There are too many people, it'll be too noisy. Old Man Wei shook his head and spoke. He's clearly used to being a loner. Qin Yun didn't insist, so he went back to his house, took a large bowl, filled it with some food and vegetables, and then took a bowl of rice and brought it to Old Man Wei, etc. Just as Qin Yun finished delivering the items and was about to leave, Old Man Wei suddenly called out to him. He turned around, took out 5 yuan from the room, and handed it to Qin Yun. Old man, I won't eat your food for free. Here, take these 5 yuan. Qin Yun quickly shook his head and refused. Sir, this is just something I did on the spur of the moment. In our village, it's common for people to go to their neighbor's house for a meal if their parents aren't home. Besides, there are a lot of people here today, so it's just a matter of adding one more pair of chopsticks. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, a hint of nostalgia flashed in Old Man Wei's eyes. But he still grabbed Qin Yun's hand and slapped the money into his hand. Stop talking. If you don't take this 5 yuan, you can take the food back with you. I've been taught that I can't take a single needle or thread from someone else. Seeing Old Man Wei's stubbornness, Qin Yun could only smile and put the money away. Okay, sir. Although I'm renting your house, we'll be neighbors from now on. Just call me if you need anything. After saying this, Qin Yun turned and left. Back in the room, Huang Kuan asked, Why didn't Grandpa Wei come over for dinner? Do we have to bring it to him? Qin Yun shook his head. Maybe we're still not very familiar with each other. It's okay, time will tell. After speaking, Qin Yun smiled and urged everyone to start eating. After spending a few days together, Chen Shuqi and Qin Ling had become quite familiar with each other. While eating, Qin Ling told Chen Shuqi about Qin Yun's hardships. From initially being asked by Qin Sihai to take the blame for her brother, to later leading her to separate from the family in a fit of anger, find a place to settle down, fish, and sell fish. Everything seems easy, but who knows how hard it is. As she spoke, Chen Shuqi couldn't help but look at Qin Yun. His handsome appearance and rough, scarred hands contrasted sharply with the generosity he had shown when paying extra for his own tutoring. Perhaps this is what happens when someone who has been caught in the rain wants to leave an umbrella for someone else. Qin Yun's cooking was delicious, and before long, everyone had almost finished eating. I'll stay and clean up. After everyone returned to their rooms, Shuchi stayed behind to speak. Qin Yun shook his head and smiled. You should go back first. It's getting late, and I'm afraid you might encounter danger. I'll take care of this. Shuchi wanted to insist, but Qin Yun half pushed her out of the room, saying, Go back and rest early. You have to come back for tutoring tomorrow. Shuchi had no choice but to leave, but she secretly resolved that she would never refuse to help Qin Yun in the future. Qin Yun returned to Old Man Wei's room and saw that Old Man Wei was already lying in bed, and the food that Qin Yun had served him had been eaten clean. Qin Yun covered Old Man Wei with a blanket before taking the bowls and chopsticks back. With the help of Huang Kuan and the others, the mess was quickly cleaned up. Come on, little sister, let me show you your room. Qin Yun spoke to Qin Ling. Qin Ling was taken aback. She originally thought she would have to share a room with her brother as before, but unexpectedly, Qin Yun also rented a room for her. Soon, Qin Yun led Qin Ling upstairs. Upon opening the door, Qin Ling let out a gasp. Wow, bro, this is exactly the same room I've seen in books. Look at this pillow. The younger sister walked into the room, occasionally touching the bed and pillows. A genuine smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. Actually, although the rooms here are nice, they still can't compare to Gao Yunshu's family's home. But it's definitely much better than staying with the Qin family. Little sister, look, your brother has prepared a surprise for you. As he spoke, Qin Yun took out a brand new set of stationery and a school bag from the side. He bought all of these from the department store. Although they were expensive, it was all worth it as long as his sister was happy. Sure enough, upon seeing this set of items, Qin Ling's face lit up with surprise once again. Brother, you're too good to me. Qin Ling turned her head away, tears welling up in her eyes. Qin Yun had given her so much. Her mother died early, leaving her in the Qin family. Old Mrs. Qin scolded her as a money-losing daughter, and her stepmother Luo Fengjiao constantly beat and scolded her. Even her own father ignored her. The only person who was kind to her was her brother. Qin Yun smiled and wiped away the tears from Qin Ling's eyes, then rubbed her little head and said, Silly little sister, as long as you're doing well, your brother is happy. Don't be nervous during the exam, and don't put too much pressure on yourself. Even if you don't pass, you can try again next year. Qin Yun said to Qin Ling that he would provide her with the best conditions, but he would not force her to do anything in particular. With so many towering trees, why must you grow into the one you aspire to be? Qin Yun then talked with Qin Ling for a while before returning to his room. Since Huang Kuan, Qin Yun, De Pang, and Sun Dazhuang are all men, their furnishings are quite simple. There were 2 double beds and some basic toiletries. The group was quite satisfied with the room. After all, they were all men from the village, and being able to stay in such a room was something they had never imagined before. Nothing was said that night. The next day, everyone got up very early. A few people took the bean flour back to Qingshui village. After everyone had caught the fish, they took the fish to the factory canteen. Afterwards, the group pulled the cart and had Wei Hai lead them to the alley from yesterday. Boss Pai told them to come and pick up those bottles of wine today. Meng Gu, who was guarding the door as yesterday, came over after seeing Qin Yun and the others arrive. The fee is $1. This time, however, Meng only asked them for 1 yuan. Actually, the toll fee has always been 1 yuan, and any extra money collected has to be handed over to the authorities. Last time, he just wanted to take the opportunity to squeeze Qin Yun and the others. Qin Yun smiled and handed the money to Meng Gu, then took out a pack of dakium and cigarettes. Brother, since you're perceptive, I'll give you a heads up. Meng Gu glanced inside and said, The people from the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce are also in there today. Judging from their appearance, they're probably waiting for you. If it's really not possible, you can leave today and come back tomorrow. Chapter 69. Stop it, all of you. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head, saying, It's nothing. Thank you, brother. Meng Gu wanted to say something more, but he saw Qin Yun leading Huang Wentian and De Pang into the room. Wei Hai followed at the back, his eyes filled with apprehension. He spent the most time in the county town and knew the kind of people in the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce. If they set their sights on something, they will definitely find a way to get their hands on it. Although they are just petty thugs, as the saying goes, it's easier to get past the king of hell than to deal with his underlings. If I, an ordinary citizen, get entangled with these devilish people, how can I expect to have a good ending? But to be honest, Qin Yun's insightful observations last time really impressed him. He instinctively felt that following Qin Yun would definitely be a good thing. Just as he was struggling with this decision, Qin Yun's voice rang out. If you leave now, you still have time, before the people from the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild notice you. Wei Hai turned to look at the others and found that Huang Kuan and the others did not show any worry on their faces. A fierce determination welled up within him, and he said in a deep voice, I believe in Brother Yun. Even if this is a den of dragons and tigers, I will accompany you through it. Qin Yun glanced at him but didn't say anything more. Soon, the group walked through the iron gate, where the smoke was still thick and the gamblers looked just as crazed as ever. Hey bro, I've finally got you. As soon as they entered, a man immediately came up to them. Upon closer inspection, it was Ma Tongtian, the man who had previously forced Qin Yun and the others to gamble. Upon seeing Qin Yun appear, the men who were with Ma Tongtian also showed relieved smiles. They weren't afraid he would take away their capital. They were afraid he wouldn't come. As long as he shows up at this casino, even if he's a seasoned veteran, they'll find a way to make him cough up all his money. As Ma Tongtian spoke, he hooked his arm around Qin Yun's shoulder and said, I thought you weren't coming. We're still one player short for Mahjong today, so we're just waiting for you to come. Sorry, I don't want to gamble today. Qin Yun simply shook off Ma Tongtian's hand and spoke calmly. What did you say? The men behind Ma Tongtian immediately became anxious. He had won so much money from them, but now he was just saying he didn't want to play anymore. What about the money you lost? Ma Tongtian's face also darkened, and he slowly said to Qin Yun, Brother, isn't that a bit unfair of you? You won so much money from us the other day. Playing cards isn't a one-off deal. Qin Yun turned to Huang Kuan beside him and said something to him. Huang Kuan nodded slightly and walked straight inside. Ma Tongtian and the others did not stop Huang Wentian. They could tell that the real leader of this group was Qin Yun in front of them. Once they got him to the card table, they wouldn't have to worry about him not making money. I said, I don't want to gamble today, mainly because I don't want to gamble with you. Qin Yun spoke calmly, but Ma Tongtian's expression changed drastically. Then, he said in a gloomy tone, Brother, you're looking down on me. You took our money, and now you want to leave? If I can't get some money out of you today, I'm not a Ma. As soon as Ma Tongtian finished speaking, the people around him stood up instantly. Without exception, they all had a tiger descending a mountain tattooed on their arms. They were all members of the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild. Seeing so many people gathering around, Huang Kuan and his men revealed a ruthless look on their faces. Do you really think of them as pushovers? Wei Hai, however, was so frightened that his legs were trembling. He had heard before that someone had provoked the Tiger Merchant Guild, and when they showed up the next day, their legs had been broken and they had been thrown to the ground. At this moment, he already felt a little regretful. However, Qin Yun remained unfazed. Took your money? Wasn't that a fair and square victory for me? Win. Now, Ma Tongtian stopped pretending and said coldly, Kid, do you really think you won that money on your own merit? If we hadn't let you win, you wouldn't have won a single penny. Qin Yun sneered, I don't care. I've never heard of the idea that money lost at the gambling table can be taken back. Brother, why waste words with him? With so many brothers around, are we really going to let this opportunity slip away? A man next to him said viciously, his eyes full of malice. Yes, brother, let's teach them a lesson. I don't believe there are that many people who won't learn their lesson until they hit a wall. Immediately, several members of the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce pulled out some sticks from under the card table, making a move to attack Qin Yun. Give him the beating. I want to see if he can cough up the money today. Ma Tongtian gave a cold shout, and the others, who had long been unable to contain themselves, grabbed sticks and charged towards Qin Yun and his group. Just then, a cold, sharp voice rang out. Stop it, all of you. The person who came was none other than Boss Pie. She looked stunning today, wearing a long black dress with a string of white pearls around her neck. Her makeup was exquisite, exuding a cool and alluring charm that rivaled any of the female celebrities Qin Yun had seen on television in his previous life. The moment those words left his mouth, everyone around him froze in place. Ma Tongtian's face instantly transformed from fierce to obsequious. "Boss Pai, what brings you out here?" He quickened his pace, approached Boss Pai, and whispered something. "I don't care what you do, but you can't touch Qin Yun anymore, understand?" Boss Pai said calmly. Ma Tongtian stared blankly at Qin Yun. Just who was this kid? How could he even get Boss Pai to come out? But he didn't dare to ask any more questions, and could only bow his head and say to Boss Pai, "Okay, I understand." Boss Pai nodded, then turned to Qin Yun and asked, "Is what you said true?" Qin Yun raised an eyebrow. "How about Boss Pai gives me a camera? I'll go back and take some pictures, and then come back to show you." Loquacious. Boss Pai rolled his eyes at Qin Yun, and suddenly his charm blossomed. Ma Tongtian was utterly shocked. In their presence, Boss Pai always had a cold face and always exuded an air of superiority. Why is everything different when it comes to Qin Yun? At this moment, Qin Yun and Boss Pai had already come out. Boss Pai waved his hand, and immediately someone behind him lifted the goods onto the cart that Qin Yun and the others had brought over. "Everything's here, let's check it." That's what Boss Pai said. "No need to count, I trust Boss Pai." Qin Yun spoke up. Chapter 70, Covering Up. Boss Pai didn't care. She wouldn't deceive Qin Yun over something so small. "You mean there are really that many antiques there?" On the way, since there were no other means of transportation, Boss Pai could only sit on the back of Qin Yun's bicycle and ask Qin Yun a question. Qin Yun nodded. "I only know a little about antiques, but judging from their appearance, they should be similar. They are all old items." Boss Pai didn't say anything more. After a moment of silence, Qin Yun asked, "Why did you leave the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild there?" Boss Pai raised an eyebrow. "Have you ever heard of the principle of concealing one's true intentions?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yun smiled slightly. It has to be said, Boss Pai is very clever. The reason the Tiger Merchant Guild was left there was to conceal Boss Pai's true purpose. These days, although the crackdown has gradually loosened, if it is exploited by those with ulterior motives, it is still considered a crime of speculation and profiteering. Danger is inevitable. But with the Tiger Merchant Guild, things are different. Even if danger does occur, Boss Pai will have enough room to maneuver. Soon, the group arrived outside the house that Qin Yun had rented. After greeting Old Man Wei, Qin Yun let Boss Pai in. The antiques that were taken out of the storage room all lay quietly in the courtyard. "These can all be bought." Boss Pai narrowed his eyes slightly and asked. Qin Yun nodded. "These all belong to the landlord, but he doesn't want them anymore. As long as the price is right, I can make the decision." Boss Pai nodded, took out gloves from his bag and put them on, then handed Qin Yun a book and a pen. "Wait until I tell you how much it costs, then you can write it down." Qin Yun nodded, then watched as Boss Pai took out a magnifying glass and walked towards the antiques. At this moment, Boss Pai's demeanor was completely different from when he was in the casino. He looked much more serious and had the air of a master of antique appraisal. A square wooden carved cabinet, in excellent condition with a natural patina estimated price 120 yuan. Blue and white porcelain, with a design of flowers, birds, fish and insects. The glaze is deep and rich, and the painting is exquisite estimated price, 84 yuan. As Boss Pai spoke, Qin Yun took notes. It has to be said that Boss Pai was much more generous than Zhou Yuan was before. He offered a high price of over 70 yuan for an inkstone that was similar to the one he had given Zhou Yuan before. And this one isn't even as good as Zhou Yuan's. It took a full half hour for Boss Pai to stop talking. "How much is the total?" Boss Pai asked Qin Yun. Qin Yun did the math and replied, "It's 853 yuan in total." Boss Pai nodded, took out neatly stacked 100 yuan bills from his pocket, counted out the money, and handed it to Qin Yun. "I'll send someone over to move these things later." Qin Yun said with a smile, "How about we deliver it to you? Then you won't have to trouble anyone else." Boss Pai glanced at Qin Yun. "These things are very valuable. Damaging even one could result in a huge loss. Let's have our professionals do it." Hearing what Boss Pai said, Qin Yun had no choice but to give up. Boss Pai quickly gathered his men, and in no time they had wrapped the items in cotton cloth and headed outside. I'll have to trouble you with that other dinner invitation as well. Boss Pai gave Qin Yun a final instruction. Qin Yun nodded. Okay, I'll let you know once it's confirmed in the next day or two. After Boss Pai left, Qin Yun took 853 yuan and went to Old Man Wei's room. At this moment, Old Man Wei was lying on the chair, seemingly lost in thought. Qin Yun placed the money on the wooden cabinet next to him and said, Uncle Wei, those things sold for a total of over 800 yuan. I've put the money here for you. Upon hearing this, Old Man Wei reacted as if he had touched a hot potato. Take it away. Take it away. Qin Yun was taken aback. In this day and age, how could there still be people who would turn down money? And that's over 800 yuan, which some people can't earn in a whole year. Even in the city, it's a huge sum of money. Then this money. Qin Yun couldn't help but ask. Do whatever you want with it, just don't give me the money. Old Man Wei said stubbornly. Qin Yun was speechless. What was going on? Did he really intend to put the money in his own pocket? Here's what we'll do, Uncle Wei. I'll give you this money to repair your house. I'll tidy up your room properly then. After Qin Yun's tidying up, the house they lived in could be described as having an extremely high happiness index, but things weren't so good for Old Man Wei. The entire room was covered in soot, probably from cooking. It was also always damp. Staying in such conditions for a long time, especially for the elderly, would inevitably cause health problems. You clean this room. Where am I supposed to stay? As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, Old Man Wei immediately refused, saying, No, I'm quite comfortable living here. Don't worry, Uncle Wei, I will definitely think it through for you. Qin Yun smiled and was about to leave when Old Man Wei called out to him again. After hesitating for a while, she finally said, Could you make me another serving of yesterday's food? Of course, Uncle Wei, whatever you want to eat, I'll make it for you. Qin Yun spoke up. Anyway, there are so many mouths to feed these days, and we can't just make do with every meal. It's just a matter of having an extra pair of chopsticks. Sweet and sour pork ribs, stir-fried shredded potatoes. Old Wei didn't stand on ceremony and rattled off a list of dishes. It seems that the bland and watery soup had really made him feel a bit uncomfortable. Okay, Qin Yun responded and turned to go outside. When he delivered fish to the factory canteen today, he deliberately kept 2 fish for tonight's meal. After working for more than an hour, Qin Yun quickly prepared the meal. Just then, my younger sister finished her day of studying and walked down with Chinshuchi. Upon seeing the food on the table, Qin Ling's eyes immediately lit up with surprise. Qin Yun chuckled and urged everyone to eat, then took out a bowl and served Old Man Wei a separate portion. The next morning, Qin Yun and Huang Kuan returned to the village. Life is now back on track, and more people are starting to fish. The villagers aren't stupid. Although they can't sell fish in large quantities like Qin Yun, they still have a chance to sell a few in the city. Qin Yun didn't say much about the situation. After all, he came up with the idea of fishing himself, but he didn't need to block everyone's path to wealth. After catching the fish, Qin Yun rode his bicycle to his uncle's house. Now it's time to take Wang Ju away. Chapter 71. The money was stolen. As soon as I stepped inside, my uncle's house was surprisingly quiet. Qin Yun cautiously peered inside. The room was dilapidated, with some cold food on the wooden table. My aunt was sitting silently on the bed, while my uncle was squatting on the floor, constantly smoking. As for Wang Ju, she stood to the side, her eyes already red and swollen from crying, her head lowered, her expression unreadable. Uncle, what's wrong? Qin Yun cautiously asked. It's gone, all gone. The uncle's eyes were lifeless. When he saw that it was Qin Yun, he did not come up to greet him as usual. Qin Yun was taken aback, sensing something was wrong. He immediately stepped forward and placed the things he had brought on the table. Uncle, tell me, what exactly is missing? The uncle then looked up and said, All the money in the house is gone. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately looked at Wang Ju again. Could it be that this girl has once again fallen into her old habits and given the money to her boyfriend to spend? The uncle looked at Wang Ju, wanting to say something, but could only sigh heavily. The aunt said, Her father has already hit her, but she insists she didn't take it. No matter how much he hits her, she still won't admit it. Perhaps it really isn't her. The uncle angrily slammed his pipe on the ground. If it wasn't her, Who else could it be? There are only the three of us in this house. Are we seeing a ghost? I said I didn't take it. I just didn't take it. Wang Ju suddenly stood up and shouted at the two men. What do you want from me to believe me? Qin Yun was puzzled when he saw the angry expression on Wang Ju's face. He and Wang Ju grew up together and knew her very well. Judging from Wang Ju's reaction, he definitely didn't take the money. Uncle, I think this money definitely wasn't taken by my sister. Otherwise, it must have been stolen. Although people in the village can now have enough to eat, petty theft still occurs occasionally. It's possible that it could be stolen. Impossible. Only we know where this money is stored. No outsider could possibly guess it. The uncle shook his head and quickly denied the claim. Hearing this, Qin Yun didn't say anything more. He took out 50 yuan from his pocket and put it in his uncle's hand. Uncle, what's done is done. There's no way to change it now. Please take this money for now to tide you over. That won't do. The uncle immediately pushed the money into Qin Yun's hand. When you separated the family a few days ago, I, as your uncle, couldn't help you at all. You've come several times and spent a lot of money. I can't accept this money. Qin Yun shook his head. Uncle, you don't need to say anything. To be honest, you are my only family now. I just hope that you can live a good life and make your lives prosperous. Take this money for now and give it to me when you make money. The uncle tried to refuse, but Qin Yun wouldn't accept it no matter what, so he had no choice but to accept it. Okay, I'll return it to you as soon as the autumn harvest is over. Qin Yun smiled and said, It's all right. I'm not in a hurry for the money. After sitting for a while, Qin Yun finally spoke up. Uncle, actually I came here to say that the matter from last time has been settled, and I would like my little sister to come to the city with me to help me out. Okay. Upon hearing this, the uncle immediately nodded in agreement. He already liked his nephew very much, and the fact that Qin Yun always brought them gifts when he came was enough to show that Qin Yun's business was doing well. Qin Yun nodded, then turned to Wang Ju and said, Let's go, little sister. Wang Ju turned around, intending to follow Qin Yun, when a slightly stiff voice came from behind her. Etc. Wang Ju turned to look at her uncle, her face still tense, her eyes filled with stubbornness. The uncle took out a few bills from the money Qin Yun had just given him and handed them to Wang Ju. When you're out and about, you have to be careful about everything. If there's any problem, just ask your brother. Parents always have the same heart for their children. No matter what, they still don't want their daughter to suffer. Wang Ju refused the money, saying, I don't want it. The uncle's eyes narrowed immediately, and just as he was about to say something, Qin Yun pushed the money into his hand. Don't worry, uncle, I won't let Wang Ju suffer any injustice. You keep the money, I'll take care of everything. The uncle wanted to say something more, but Qin Yun shook his head. Besides, my little sister is not young anymore. It's time for her to experience the hardship of making money. Qin Yun's words made sense, and his uncle nodded in agreement. Then Qin Yun and Wang Ju went outside. Upon seeing the bicycle, Wang Ju's eyes immediately lit up. She had only seen such a rare item once or twice in the city, but she never expected that Qin Yun would have one too. But then he remembered his parents' distrust of him, and his face darkened again. Brother, do you also think I stole the money? Wang Ju said in a low voice. Qin Yun shook his head. How long have I been with you? You definitely didn't steal this money. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, a smile finally appeared on Wang Ju's face. Besides, you already learned your lesson once before. I don't believe my sister is so stupid as to fall for it twice in a row. As Qin Yun spoke, he pushed his bicycle out and said to Wang Ju, All right, get on. Wang Ju sat in the back seat, and the two of them walked together toward the city. Upon arriving in the city, Qin Yun first took Wang Ju to eat something casually by the roadside before leading her towards his rented room. Upon arriving at the courtyard, Qin Yun introduced Wang Ju to everyone. Depang and the others had already bought vegetables and meat, and Qin Yun began to cook. Before long, the dishes were ready, and the younger sister and Qin Shuqi came down from the room. When they saw Wang Ju, their faces lit up with surprise. Although the city was nice, no one in the entire courtyard had time to keep her company. Now that Wang Ju had come, she finally had someone to keep her company. Before the meal, Qin Yun still served some dishes to Old Man Wei and delivered them to his home. After the meal, Qin Yun said to the fat man and the others. Let's go. Let's get some cold water today. We'll set up our stall tomorrow. A smile immediately appeared on Huang Kuan's and his companions' faces. They couldn't wait to make money, and everyone who drank the hawthorn water Qin Yun made praised it. This is a surefire way to make money. Qin Yun took out the bucket he had bought and washed it several times before walking outside with the others. Qin Yun also specially invited Wang Ju. The mountain spring water is not far from here, which is why Qin Yun chose to rent a house here. Qin Yun knew that in the future, the spring water here would become a pristine water source, so there was no need to worry about the taste or hygiene. Chapter 72, Is It Really Him? Soon, Qin Yun and his group had filled several buckets to the brim. Several people carried water on shoulder poles and walked towards the courtyard. Seeing everyone's busy figures, Wang Ju gritted his teeth and carried a bucket himself. However, unlike Qin Yun and the others, she was not used to carrying heavy objects in the village, and soon she felt waves of pain in her shoulders. But Qin Yun showed no intention of helping her, so she could only carry the bucket and stagger towards the courtyard. She remembered that she still owed Qin Yun a sum of money. When she and her boyfriend ran out of money, it was Qin Yun who paid for it for her. It took more than an hour for everyone to fill the water tank in the storage room. The water tank is already full of hawthorns. After settling overnight, the hawthorn flavor in the cool water will be even stronger. As for brown sugar and rock sugar, they are only added after the container is full. Otherwise, the top of the cold water will not be sweet enough, but the bottom will be too sweet. The group washed the cart again, hung up a description written by Qin Ling, and then they were done. After finishing all this, it was already nightfall. Qin Yun went to Wang Ju's room and asked, "How is it? Are you comfortable in this environment?" Wang Ju was rubbing his shoulder when he heard Qin Yun's question. He immediately nodded and said, "Don't worry, brother, it's already very good here." Qin Yun smiled and said, "That's good. You need to get used to it as soon as possible in the next few days. Selling cold water may seem simple, but there's actually a lot involved. I will definitely persevere." Wang Ju also spoke up. Qin Yun walked to her side and said, "Little sister, we've grown up together since we were little. There are some things I, as your older brother, won't tell you, and no one else will. Think about it, you're not young anymore. In all these years, have you accomplished anything?" Wang Ju was taken aback, raised her eyes to look at Qin Yun, but quickly lowered her head again. Qin Yun was right. At first, she found farm work too tiring, so her father sent her to the city to learn some skills, but she only did it sporadically. Although Qin Yun's words were somewhat sharp, they were ultimately for her own good. The world will change rapidly in the future. If you don't have a skill to rely on, the gap between you and others will only widen. Qin Yun continued, "Look, your uncle and aunt are getting old. As they get older, they may not even have the strength to do farm work anymore. The burden of life will eventually fall on your shoulders." Wang Ju fell silent, recalling the rough, calloused hand her father had given her money earlier that day, and the clumsy apology she had made a few days ago when Qin Yun had lent her money, thinking she had misunderstood her. "During the few days I'm selling sweet soup with you, I'll teach you how to do business. Even if you do it on your own in the future, you'll be able to do quite well." Seeing Wang Ju's reaction, Qin Yun knew that she had really listened, and that's when she spoke. Upon hearing this, Wang Ju's face hardened with determination. "Okay, brother, this time I will definitely not give up halfway. I will definitely learn what you taught me well." Qin Yun smiled and took out several muscle and bone patches from behind his back. This is a prescription made by a local traditional Chinese medicine practitioner. It works very well and can greatly relieve fatigue after application. Now tell your brother how the money in the house went missing. Also, think carefully about what you've been doing these past few days. Qin Yun then spoke. "My uncle and aunt are honest and simple people who usually keep their mouths shut. If we go by what they say, the problem probably lies with Wang Ju. That day I came back from the city and had just arrived home when my father rushed over and questioned me, asking if I had stolen the money. After thinking for a moment, Wang Ju said, 'But I had absolutely no idea about this. Did you find a boyfriend in the city that day?' Qin Yun's eyes flashed, and he asked. "No." Wang Ju shook her head. "That day I went to the agreed place to wait for him, but he didn't come for a long time. In the end, One person came and said that something came up and he couldn't come, so I went home alone. At this point, Wang Ju's face showed a hint of doubt. Brother, you don't suspect that my boyfriend stole this money, do you? Qin Yun shook his head. I never said that. When you two were together a few days ago, did you talk about this topic? No. Wang Ju paused halfway through her sentence, suddenly realizing that she had unintentionally mentioned this matter to him. Qin Yun noticed the expression on Wang Ju's face and immediately asked, What do you mean? That day we were taking a walk by the lake, when he suddenly said that he had made some money but didn't know where to put it at home. I didn't pay much attention at first, but then he asked me where I kept my money, like it was something I kept at home. As Wang Ju spoke, his voice grew softer and softer. Clearly, based on Qin Yun's two questions, he was already suspected of stealing money. Brother, do you think it's possible that he really stole this money? Wang Ju asked Qin Yun in a low voice. Qin Yun shook his head. It's not certain yet, but I have a way. As he spoke, Qin Yun whispered a few words to Wang Ju. Wang Ju nodded repeatedly after hearing this. Qin Yun then gave her a few more instructions, such as telling her to go to bed early, before heading outside. Once outside, feeling the cool evening breeze, Qin Yun couldn't help but sigh. What he feared wasn't failing to expose Wang Ju's boyfriend's true colors, but rather that this silly girl would fall into the same trap as Li Xiaoro. At that point, no matter how much evidence you produce, it will be to no avail. It's true what they say, once bitten by a snake, twice shy. After thinking for a moment, Qin Yun went to his younger sister Qin Ling's room. My younger sister just finished washing up and was getting ready for bed. Upon seeing Qin Yun arrive, he immediately jumped out of bed. Little sister, how's your studying lately? Qin Yun asked. Hee, I'm sure I'll pass the exam this time. The younger sister's face was full of smiles, clearly determined to pass the exam. That's good. Qin Yun praised him a few times, then asked, Do you have any time lately? I'd like you to write a few stories. What story? Qin Ling was eager to try. She was most proud of her essays, which had been praised by Chen Shuqi many times. Little sister, what do you think girls should know? Qin Yun asked. The younger sister blinked, thought for a moment, and then said, self-respect, freedom of thought, and the ability to distinguish right from wrong. Qin Yun smiled and said, Okay, how about we write a story for each of these themes? Good. The younger sister agreed without even thinking. She simply took this as a test from Qin Yun. Chapter 73, Starting to Sell Cold Water. After talking with his younger sister for a while, Qin Yun returned to his room. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Qin Yun and De Zhuang returned to the village. After catching the fish, they took them to the factory canteen in the city and delivered them there. Taking this opportunity, Qin Yun took out some gifts he had bought on the way, including condensed milk essence and some other things. Of course, Qin Yun did not forget what he had promised Zhou Yuan, so he went to Zhou Denyang's house to inquire and brought over some Xian paper. Uncle Zhou, I've been busy these past few days, so I came to see you today. Zhou Yuan greeted Qin Yun with a smile and immediately took a liking to the Xian paper. He kept praising it. Qin Yun placed the items on the coffee table. After exchanging pleasantries for a moment, Qin Yun asked, Uncle Zhou, I actually came here today with something in mind. I wanted to ask if you have any antiques you'd like to sell. Upon hearing this, Zhou Yuan shook his head. I don't have any plans yet. Because Qin Yun had helped him before and had given him a fine ink stone and a lot of precious Xian paper, Zhou Yuan continued to explain. Qin Yun, it's just that in this day and age, antiques don't fetch a good price, and there's nothing I can do about it. If you want this thing to appreciate in value, you might have to wait until I'm old. Qin Yun nodded. Zhou Yuan's judgment was correct. The saying, gold in times of chaos, antiques in times of prosperity, never came true. But what if someone could buy these antiques at a high price now? Qin Yun continued, saying that he knew Boss Pai was a man who was not short of money. Even Old Wei made a lot of money selling his antiques last time, so Zhou Yuan must have collected even more items, and they must be even more valuable. As soon as he said this, Zhou Yuan glanced at Qin Yun. After their previous interactions, he knew that Qin Yun was not one to talk nonsense, which meant that someone could indeed offer him a satisfactory price. How about this, Uncle Zhou? I certainly won't force you. How about I arrange a get-together, we can have a meal together, and then you two can discuss it. If you're not satisfied, we won't sell it. Zhou Yuan seemed somewhat interested. Qin Yun continued to speak. Zhou Yuan nodded, and the two talked for a while longer before Qin Yun got up to say goodbye and leave. After delivering the fish, it was already noon. He went back and cooked some food, ate a few bites, and then squatted down and started taking out a few small jars. Plastic bottles for storing things are not yet widely available. If you want to use one, you have to go to a big city to order one, and the price is ridiculously expensive, so it's obviously unnecessary. So bamboo was used as the material to make this kind of bamboo tube, which doesn't leak when drinking. On the contrary, it has a rather ancient feel. Qin Yun quickly prepared the hawthorn water in the small jar. However, the sour and sweet taste is too strong now. Once we get to the riverbank and rinse it with cold water, it will taste the same as before. The group pushed the cart toward the riverbank. For some reason, when Qin Yun and his group came here to scout the area last time, they didn't see anyone selling cold water, and there were none this time either. However, the group didn't pay any attention and pushed the cart to the spot they had chosen last time. This is the place with the highest foot traffic. Qin Yun specifically calculated that after playing for a while, the number of people resting here is also the largest. When they get thirsty, they will definitely be unable to resist cold water. Sure enough, just as Qin Yun and his group finished arranging the items, a large crowd gathered around them shortly afterward. How much is this cold water? A swimsuit-wearing woman draped in a towel was the first to approach and ask. Huang Kuan and Depang and the others turned their heads away, somewhat at a loss. Qin Yun cursed the woman inwardly for being spineless, then greeted her with a smile, saying, $1.50 a cup. Why is it so expensive? The woman frowned and spoke. After Qin Yun announced the price, many people turned around and left immediately. A glass of cold water costs at most 50 cents, and more often only 20 or 30 cents, but here a glass of water costs 1.5 yuan. That's way too expensive. Qin Yun wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he said to the woman, "Beautiful lady, our water isn't just plain cold water. We've added some local hawthorn and tea leaves. It not only tastes refreshing and thirst-quenching, but it also helps to eliminate toxins from the body and has beauty and skin-nourishing effects." It has to be said that Qin Yun truly understood women's thoughts. The mere mention of beautiful woman was enough to make the woman in front of him beam with joy, especially after hearing about the beauty and skincare benefits. She immediately wanted to place an order. I would also like to announce that our Hawthorne Water Shop has just opened, and the first 10 people who purchase our product can enjoy 10 free cups of water by showing their cup. Upon hearing this, the woman did not hesitate any longer and immediately took out 1 yuan and 50 cents to buy the hawthorn juice. The people behind them immediately followed. 10 free drinks. That's way more cost-effective than just drinking water. How is it? Is it delicious? As soon as the woman took a bite, her best friend immediately asked a question. A look of surprise appeared on the woman's face. After tilting her head back and drinking all the hawthorn water, she said, "It's delicious. It's refreshing, sweet, and sour, with a faint grassy aroma. One sip and it's so refreshing." Hearing this, her best friend next to her also prepared to walk forward to buy a bottle. But the woman stopped him. "Are you stupid? He just said that I could go for free with this cup. He didn't say that I had to go." Her best friend suddenly realized what was happening, picked up her cup, and went to get another one. Seeing that more and more people were drinking, the cold water quickly ran out. Qin Yun asked Huang Kuan and Depang to stay and watch over the water while he rode his bicycle back to fill 2 more large buckets with cold water and came back. "I'd like another drink." Soon, a woman walked over. She was the woman who had bought the water earlier. "But you didn't buy it just now." Looking at the woman's appearance, Wang Ju hesitated before speaking. "What's going on with you guys? He just said he could come over and drink with the cup in hand. What? Now you're denying it." The woman's eyebrows shot up immediately, and she was about to explode in anger. Wang Ju had never encountered this situation before, and just as she was about to insist on saying something, Qin Yun walked over from the side. "Excuse me, beautiful lady, this is my sister. She wasn't here when I spoke." Qin Yun took the water glass and skillfully poured another one for him. "Just take this and drink it." A smile finally appeared on the woman's face. She took the water and walked towards the back. For the entire afternoon, Qin Yun and the others were busy. They even ran out of cold water in the storage room and had to make several trips to the mountain spring to get enough. Chapter 74. Teacher, I don't have. It wasn't until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, when Qin Yun saw that there weren't many people left on both sides of the riverbank, that he packed up his stall and went home. Unlike later years, there is no longer a nightlife. The county is mainly based on industry. After get-off work, workers only have short periods of free time and most of them go home to sleep at night. So the main consumers are young people. Some are enjoying their university years, while others have graduated but haven't found a suitable job yet. When Qin Yun got home, he started cooking. Since it was already quite late, he only made some noodles. While everyone was slurping their noodles, Qin Yun didn't forget Old Man Wei. He made some sauce for him and then sent it over. Old Man Wei seemed to have been waiting for Qin Yun for a long time. Upon seeing Qin Yun arrive, he immediately rushed to the door. Uncle Wei, please eat first. I'll go cook you a couple of dishes. Qin Yun was worried that Old Man Wei wouldn't have enough to eat, so he prepared to go out and cook some vegetables. However, Old Man Wei stopped him and said indistinctly, "No need for that. Go get me some vinegar and chili peppers, and 2 cloves of garlic." Qin Yun smiled and agreed, then went out to retrieve the items. Compared to last time, Old Man Wei ate with exceptional relish this time, wiping his mouth after finishing with a satisfied expression. Not bad, not bad. It would be even better if these noodles were a bit thicker. Old Wei spoke, instinctively making a gesture of holding a cigarette between his fingers, but then remembered that he hadn't smoked in a long time, so he could only put his hand back. Qin Yun had intended to offer him a cigarette, but seeing that Old Man Wei was already quite old, he decided against it. Good. Qin Yun smiled and agreed. I'll come back earlier tomorrow to cook. It's the weekend, so it is indeed a bit late. Old Wei shook his head. You young people, do whatever you want to do, don't wait. For an old man like me, it doesn't matter whether I eat early or late. He then asked, Is there anything I can help you with? Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. Not yet. If I need anything in the future, I will ask for your help. He shook his head inwardly, thinking that he was unlikely to have that opportunity again. The two talked for a while longer before Qin Yun turned and left. Then they went to Wang Ju's room. Brother, that person today clearly didn't buy the hawthorn water, but still insisted on having a cup. Isn't that just taking advantage of the fact that we can't keep an eye on things? I specifically remembered the 10 people who bought our tea. Wang Ju continued speaking. Qin Yun shook his head and said, Silly sister, you did very well, but doing business isn't done this way. Wang Ju was stunned. Had she done something wrong? But those hawthorn juices were all made by Qin Yun with great effort. How could they be given to others? Qin Yun said with a smile. Think about it. When we first came here to sell tea, how do we build a reputation? On our first day, the most important thing is not how much money we make, but to quickly build brand awareness and let more people drink it, so that we can sell more later. So those were things my brother specifically made others drink. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Yes, to be honest, the money we made today was about half less than we expected, but we have achieved our goal. Let's wait a few more days and see. We're sure we'll sell even more then. After Qin Yun finished speaking, Wang Ju nodded. Their hawthorn juice was already expensive, so how could anyone buy it if they hadn't even tried it? So the most important step is to let everyone try it first. After chatting for a while, Qin Yun took out 200 yuan from his pocket. Take this money first. Consider it your salary for this month. Wang Ju was stunned for a moment. These days, 200 yuan is considered a huge sum of money, especially for villagers, who might not earn 200 yuan in a year. Even if you work in the city, you can only earn a maximum of 20-odd yuan a month. But she can earn so much money just by following Qin Yun for a month? She hurriedly stood up and said, Brother, you've given me too much. I don't need this much. Qin Yun smiled and stuffed the money into Wang Ju's hand. You can keep this money. I have something for you to do later, and it's no harder than selling hawthorn juice. Wang Ju immediately nodded in agreement. She'd be willing to work even if it was exhausting, because of all that money. After chatting for a while longer, Qin Yun turned and left. The next morning, after catching the fish and delivering them to the factory canteen, Qin Yun and the others pushed a cart to the riverbank. Wang Ju's eyes lit up. As Qin Yun had guessed, Even more people came to drink Hawthorne water today. You should know that yesterday was a weekend, so there was already a lot of foot traffic, but there were still fewer people buying water than today. Seeing Wang Ju's admiring gaze, Qin Yun smiled faintly, stood aside for a while to make sure that nothing went wrong, and then turned and left. He hadn't forgotten the humiliation he suffered at the furniture store. However, his own strength was ultimately limited, and he needed another person to help him. Soon, Qin Yun arrived at the front of Qingqing University. After passing the exam, Gao Yinshu became a student at Qingqing University. Although classes haven't started yet, she is already studying with her teachers. And she studied journalism. As Qin Yun walked through the university, he had to admit that university was his eternal dream. Red bricks and black tiles, green forests and bamboo groves, and every now and then he could see groups of 2 or 3 university students sitting together discussing things. What a wonderful academic atmosphere. Just as Qin Yun was in a daze, he suddenly saw 2 figures walking towards him. The 2 were an older woman and a younger woman. The younger one was Gao Yunshu, who was wearing a white dress. Qin Yun, what are you doing here? Did you come looking for me? Upon seeing Qin Yun, Gao Yunshu immediately ran over and playfully patted Qin Yun on the back, her voice as clear and melodious as a nightingale's. Qin Yun then realized what was happening and looked up to see a pretty and charming face. It's so similar, it's absolutely so similar. Qin Yun was quite surprised. Boss Pai and Gao Yunshu were practically identical. Only their personalities were completely opposite. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Yes, I came to see you. Beside her, Gao Yunshu's teacher also came over, glanced at Gao Yunshu, then at Qin Yun, and asked with a smile, Yunshu, this must be the Qin Yun you always mentioned to me, right? Gao Yunshu nodded shyly. Qin Yun greeted him respectfully, saying, Hello, teacher. Not bad, he's a good young man. You must treat Yunshu well in the future. There are countless people in college who want to date Yunshu. Teacher, I didn't. Gao Yunshu wanted to retort, but a blush spread from her delicate face to her neck. Chapter 75, Exemplary Merchants? There is nothing? The teacher chuckled softly. I don't mean to stop you from dating. This is a free era. Finding a Mr. Right that you like is better than anything else. Hearing this, Gao Yunshu's face turned even redder. All right, I won't tease you anymore. I'm leaving now. You two should get along well. After saying that, the teacher chuckled and turned to walk away. Qin Yun and Gao Yunshu were left standing there. Seeing Gao Yunshu's slight embarrassment, Qin Yun spoke first. How's university life? Are you feeling a little tired? Gao Yunshu nodded. It is indeed a bit tiring. My teacher taught me that practice should be combined with theory. As journalism students, we should go out more and report on things in life. But I still don't have a suitable topic. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes lit up immediately. He then spoke up. Yunshu, I have an idea. I wonder if you'd be interested. You say? Gao Yunshu looked at Qin Yun. If this topic is really suitable, you've solved my urgent problem. As the two strolled, Qin Yun recounted what had happened at the furniture store, which made Gao Yunshu quite indignant. As a manager, it's one thing to not help consumers, but to actually collude with merchants. I'll go there with you to investigate right now. If we write it down and have the teacher publish it in the newspaper, it will definitely spark a lot of debate. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Okay, let's go now. As he spoke, Qin Yun walked to the place where the bikes were stored at the school entrance and rode them out. Gao Yunshu went back to her dormitory and got a small notebook, a pen, and an ID card to prove that she was a student of Qingqing University. Let's go. Qin Yun smiled and sat in the front seat, while Gao Yunshu sat in the back seat. It was already afternoon, and the weather had cooled down. Qin Yun rode his bicycle, feeling the cool breeze blowing against his face from time to time, which was very comfortable. There were many college students from Qingqing University by the roadside, and they all stared blankly when they saw Gao Yunshu sitting on the back of Qin Yun's bicycle. Especially the boys, their jealousy practically radiated from their eyes. Although school hasn't started yet, many older students have already come to the school. Every year, they would privately vote for the new grade school beauty, and according to them, with Gao Yunshu's beautiful appearance, she was almost a shoe-in for the title of school beauty this year. Now I see such a beautiful girl from Qingqing University sitting in someone else's back seat. Which guy could tolerate this? This is like someone else eating the grapes that you can't have yourself. The main theme is discomfort. However, Qin Yun and Gao Yunshu were completely unaware of this. Careful. Just then, a small pit appeared in front of Qin Yun. He couldn't dodge in time, and his bicycle drove straight into the pit. The bicycle immediately shuddered, and Gao Yunshu, sitting on the back, hugged Qin Yun without thinking. Instantly, both of them felt a tightness in their hearts, and a unique emotion spread through Gao Yunshu's heart. Even after they had passed the small pit, Gao Yunshu did not let go of Qin Yun's tight embrace. More than half an hour later, the two stopped their car in front of the furniture store. The two arrived at the house of the man who had previously asked them to compensate for the glass. Gao Yunshu instructed Qin Yun to go in first, while she would go in later, and handed Qin Yun a board. Qin Yun wanted to ask Gao Yunshu the reason for this arrangement, but Gao Yunshu gave him a mysterious smile and said he would find out when the time came. Qin Yun could only go in alone. At this moment, the boss is sitting in a chair inside, leisurely drinking tea. Upon seeing someone enter, he immediately stood up to greet them. What would the boss like to buy? Before he could finish speaking, his expression immediately turned cold after recognizing Qin Yun. Hey, isn't this the country bumpkin? What brings you here? The shopkeeper waved his palm leaf fan and said sarcastically, Today, I, Lu Feng, will sit right here. I'd like to see what you can do to me. Qin Yun sneered. Since when extortionists have become so arrogant? Lu Feng remained seated in his chair. You country bumpkin, I advise you to get out of here if you can't come up with a good idea. I earn at least 10 yuan a day, so don't block my path to wealth. Qin Yun chuckled and took out the board that Gao Yunshu had given him. Lu Feng Furniture Shop is extorting money and ripping off customers with exorbitant prices. Qin Yun walked straight to the entrance of Lu Feng's furniture shop and squatted down. Lu Feng immediately became anxious upon seeing this. You country bumpkin, are you looking for death? Standing in my way, you're asking for it. Qin Yun remained motionless, only shouting loudly to the crowd. Everyone, please don't buy anything from this furniture store. The owner is ruthless when it comes to ripping off customers. Lu Feng was so angry that his eyes turned green. Qin Yun knew, of course, that what he was doing was wrong. But even if he was taken to the police station, he would only get a lecture. But it's different for the boss. Qin Yun came to pick out items during his get-off work hours, which is also the time of day when he is most likely to sell something. As soon as Qin Yun shouted, the few people who wanted to come in left his shop and went to other shops instead. You country bumpkin, how dare you disgust me? Lu Feng's face turned red with anger, and he immediately called over the market manager. The market manager, with his yellow teeth and protruding belly, walked over carrying a water glass. A smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. Only now had he truly achieved his goal. The rest is up to Gao Yunshu. You dare to cause trouble in front of the shops? Do you believe I'll take you to the police station right now? The manager glanced at Qin Yun and spoke in a cold voice. Just as Qin Yun was about to say something, Gao Yunshu's voice rang out. I'm a student at Qingqing University and also a reporter for the county newspaper. I'm here to report on exemplary merchants. It must be said that Gao Yunshu really learned something from her teacher. At first, they didn't directly say they wanted to hold someone accountable, but instead decided to use the pretext of reporting on exemplary merchants. This also prevents the interviewees from having a strong sense of resistance. In fact, the first step in conducting an interview is to build rapport. Only in this way can you get the interviews you really want to hear. Model merchant? Lu Feng was taken aback for a moment, but after looking at Gao Yunshu's press card, he immediately smiled and said, Oh, you're a big reporter. If you want to report on model merchants, you've come to the right person. Chapter 76. It's time to interview me, isn't it? In those days, there weren't as many media platforms as in later generations, so people still received information by reading newspapers. Some businesses have tried to increase sales by advertising in newspapers, but the results have not been very good. Firstly, because the advertisements in newspapers are placed in the gaps, people generally tend to ignore this part when reading the newspaper. Secondly, the cost of advertising is too high. Each advertisement costs 15 yuan, and that's just for this one ad. Newspapers are published very frequently, with a new edition every few days, so they can't possibly be read by a large number of people. Now I hear there's a free opportunity to make your shop famous in the county without spending a penny. More importantly, you'll be interviewing exemplary business owners. This is completely different from those shops that advertise. I have always been the most reputable merchant in the market. I have never sold inferior goods or cheated buyers. Lu Feng invited Gao Yinshu to sit down and even poured her a cup of tea. Before Gao Yinshu could ask anything, Lu Feng began to introduce them. She looked like she wanted to praise herself to the skies. Even the manager next to him nodded repeatedly, patting his chest loudly. I can guarantee that Lu Feng's stuff is absolutely fine, and I can also guarantee that. The two of them were singing in unison, and anyone who didn't know the situation would really think they were some kind of conscientious merchants. Gao Yinshu frequently took out a pen and started taking notes in her notebook. Hearing that Lu Feng's shop was going to be recognized as a model business, his fellow shop owners on the same street all gathered around. Upon seeing this scene, his expression immediately changed. Everyone knows that among those doing business here, Lu Feng is the most dishonest. They both work hard to make a living, and I use better materials than him. So why interview him and not me? Thinking about it this way makes me feel even more unbalanced. People are most afraid of this kind of thinking, so before long, all sorts of things reached Gao Yinshu's ears. Come on, what kind of Lu Feng is this? Some kind of honest merchant? That's utter nonsense. That's right. If we're talking about Li Gu from the East, I'd have no problem with it, but Lu Feng isn't qualified. TSK, this is really strange. I never expected that Lu Feng would have such good luck. The chattering of the crowd made Lu Feng's expression change. Gao Yinshu asked, Mr. Lu, Manager Zhao, the reality seems to be a little different from what you told me. Lu Feng could only chuckle awkwardly and said, Big reporter, please don't take offense, just ignore them. They say competitors are enemies. These people are jealous because they see me making money through honest business practices. Manager Zhao, who was standing next to him, also said, I am the marketing manager, so I have the most authority to speak on this matter. I can absolutely guarantee the safety of Lu Feng's store. So, you can guarantee the quality of his furniture materials, his service attitude, and his integrity? Gao Yinshu suddenly looked up and asked, If I may ask, what is your relationship with Lu Feng like? That would be wonderful. Ultimately, Manager Zhao is just a manager. He has never been interviewed before and has no idea what he should or shouldn't say. They were only concerned with getting Lu Feng famous in the newspaper and increasing sales. Seeing that the time was almost right, Qin Yun stood up again and shouted loudly to the crowd. Everyone, please don't buy anything from this store. If you break a glass, you'll have to pay for a month's salary. Qin Yun's voice was loud, and immediately everyone around him turned to look. A smile immediately appeared on the lips of his colleagues. Isn't this like kicking a steel plate? They were just calling themselves a model merchant, but now someone's come to their door with a sign to slap them in the face. Lu Feng stared blankly at Qin Yun. He clearly saw the kid leave just now, so why did he have to come back at this time? Isn't this just trying to make him look bad? Gao Yinshu smiled slightly and said, Mr. Lu, what's the situation now? Lu Feng quickly interjected. He's just a country bumpkin. He broke things in the shop a few days ago and refused to pay for it. In the end, Gao Yinshu had already learned the whole story and asked with a smile. Logically speaking, this piece of furniture shouldn't be too expensive, no matter how expensive it is. How much does it actually cost? Upon hearing this, both Lu Feng and the manager avoided eye contact, seemingly unwilling to answer. Gao Yinshu put down her pen and said, If you want to be recognized as a model merchant, you definitely can't hide the facts. If you're going to give up this opportunity, then I'll have to look for someone else. After saying that, Gao Yinshu stood up and made a move to leave. No, I'll tell you. Lu Feng could only say dejectedly, It's 15 yuan. The reason why Lu Feng had to say it himself was because news reports cannot be based on mere fabrication. Although Qin Yun did give 15 yuan, what is written down now is clearly more truthful. Okay, I understand. Gao Yinshu smiled faintly, stood up, and walked straight towards her companions. Hey, big reporter, where are you going? Didn't you come to interview me? Lu Feng quickly said from behind. But Gao Yinshu didn't care about any of that. While asking her colleagues who were watching from the side, she was also taking notes on a piece of paper. The public has discerning eyes, and it must be said that their grievances against Lu Feng have been building up for quite some time. While constantly recounting the despicable things Lu Feng had done, Gao Yinshu had filled 2 pages with notes in no time. Lu Feng became anxious upon seeing this. This won't do. He hurriedly urged Manager Zhao next to him. You need to think of a solution quickly, otherwise we won't be able to report it, and this chance to make a fortune will really be gone. Manager Zhao was truly a man of honor. He lit a cigarette, stood up, and walked towards the crowd. Don't stay here. All of you get back home. Anyone who doesn't go back will have their stall fee increased by 10 yuan next year. Manager Zhao said menacingly. Everyone glanced at Manager Zhao, then could only turn around and go back helplessly. Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu exchanged a glance. I never expected Manager Zhao to do something so brainless. It's like this. When you're sleepy, a pillow comes. When you want a nurse, your mother comes. What was originally a simple extortion scheme has become complicated by Manager Zhao's actions. At best, it's bullying. At worst, it could be called abuse of power. Now, not only was Lu Feng exposed, but Manager Zhao also jumped into the fire himself. Come on, big reporter, now that there's no one else around. Can you continue interviewing me? Lu Feng excitedly came over. Until this moment, Lu Feng had no idea that he was about to face a terrible disaster. Chapter 77, Interview ends. Gao Yinshu smiled at him and said, Today's interview is over, and I have a general understanding of you as a model merchant. It will be published in the newspaper in a few days. After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. Lu Feng quickened his pace, trying to stop Gao Yinshu, but in the end, he could only watch helplessly as she left. Big reporter, don't be in such a hurry to leave. Let me treat you to a meal. Then you must put in a good word for me in the newspaper. Gao Yinshu ignored him completely and gradually disappeared into the distance. Qin Yun also found an excuse to slip away quietly. The two met not far away. Qin Yun said with a smile, Yinshu, you've really helped me a lot. Without you, there really wouldn't be a good way to deal with people who extort money like this. Gao Yinshu shook her head, her bright eyes looking at Qin Yun. I should be thanking you. The material for this news story was very well chosen. People's material lives have improved, but there are also more unscrupulous merchants like this. What our newspaper needs to do is remind consumers not to be blinded by them. The two talked as they pushed the cart outside. Qin Yun suddenly asked, Would you like to try the hawthorn water we drank that time again? Upon hearing this, Gao Yinshu's eyes immediately lit up. To be honest, she had been craving hawthorn juice for a long time ever since that meal. However, due to time constraints, I haven't had the opportunity to go. Now, when Qin Yun asked her, she immediately nodded. Qin Yun smiled, then let Gao Yinshu sit on the back of the car and rode towards the riverbank. Soon, the two reached the shore. A crowd had already gathered in front of their stall in the distance. Wang Zhu was sweating profusely as he kept drinking hawthorn water. De Pang and Huang Kuan, who were standing next to him, also put the cold water they had just drunk on the ground. It's clear that business here is booming. Qin Yun said with a smile. Wait here, I'll go get 2 cups. He then walked to the hawthorn juice stall and asked Wang Zhu for 2 cups. Just as he was about to leave, Huang Kuan stopped him and said, Brother Yun, something seems a little off. What's wrong? Qin Yun asked with some doubt. Huang Kuan glanced ahead and whispered, Brother Yun, someone just came over and insisted that we have to pay some kind of venue fee. Qin Yun's face darkened. Someone had seen them making money and was feeling uncomfortable, so they came specifically to cause trouble for them. How much money do they want? Huang Kuan replied. They didn't ask for much money, just 5 yuan, which is a drop in the ocean compared to what we've earned today. But I'm worried that once this door is opened. After listening, Qin Yun nodded. Okay, I'll stay here from now on. I want to see if they come back later. Huang Kuan nodded, and then quickly went to greet the guests. Qin Yun then walked over with 2 cups of hawthorn water. Are you selling this hawthorn juice? Gao Yinshu asked. Qin Yun nodded. Yes, we're still selling here on the riverbank, where there are more customers. We could sell it near our school. Such refreshing hawthorn water would definitely attract a lot of buyers. Gao Yinshu thought for a moment, and then spoke. Qin Yun smiled, surprised that this girl also had such a business mind. His target market for hawthorn water is very accurate. Young people with some spare cash. To be honest, hawthorn juice is a bit too expensive, so it doesn't sell well in rural areas. However, most of those who can attend university in the city are children of factory workers, and a cup of hawthorn water is not unaffordable for them. So selling near universities is actually a viable option. However, there is still a shortage of manpower. Once things stabilize here, Qin Yun will consider developing his career at the university. The evening breeze was cool, the scenery was beautiful, and the two chatted more and more intimately, just like an ordinary young couple. Just as the two were deeply in love, a commotion suddenly broke out from the stall. Upon seeing this, Qin Yun's expression changed instantly, and he quickly ran towards that direction. I'm saying, if you come here to do business, it's not right for you not to pay me some protection money, is it? A shifty-looking man, carrying a wooden stick, spoke coldly. Huang Kuan frowned. This place seems to be open to the public. Anyone can do business here. Besides, we've already given you money before. Did they give us money? The man chuckled and said, I don't care about that. It's not considered payment until it reaches my hands, Zhou. I don't need much, just 10 yuan, Zhou said slowly. I just checked, and you've earned far more than that tonight. That's what we earned. It's none of your business. Big Fatty finally couldn't hold back any longer and said coldly, You push your luck? Do you really think we're easy to scare? They had been learning from Huang Wentian for quite some time and would practice a few moves whenever they had free time. They're not bragging, but they really don't take ordinary small fry seriously. Oh, you guys are really tough. A fierce glint appeared in Zhou's triangular eyes. Since that's the case, then don't blame me. Brothers, come out. As soon as the sound rang out, more than a dozen people emerged from different corners. They were all carrying sticks. Kid, I'll show you why nobody does business around here. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhou was about to make his move. You are oppressing the people. Just then, a charmingly angry voice rang out. It was Gao Yinshu. Upon seeing Gao Yinshu, Zhou's eyes widened in surprise, then a hint of lewdness crept into them. This was the first time he had ever seen such a beautiful girl. He immediately walked over, looked Gao Yinshu up and down, and after a moment he suddenly chuckled. I didn't expect there to be such a beautiful girl in the county town. Since the beautiful lady has spoken, I really have no reason not to do as she says. As he spoke, Zhou took a few steps closer to Gao Yinshu. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. As long as you come with me to the card table and play cards all night, I promise I won't make things difficult for you again. How about it? Play cards. Gao Yinshu was somewhat stunned. A younger brother standing nearby gave him a knowing look. It's just playing cards, nothing more. Before he could finish speaking, a fist slammed into his face. With a thump, the henchman collapsed to the ground. Qin Yun slowly withdrew his fist. Others might not know what playing cards meant, but he knew it perfectly well. This is also why he was so furious. You dare hit my men? Zhou's expression changed instantly. Chapter 78. They actually know each other. Anyone who hits me in the face is slapping me in the face. Zhou said in a cold voice, then rolled up his sleeves. Look carefully. I'm a member of the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild. You'd better give up here today. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yun punched him in the face again. Blood gushed from his nose. Seeing Qin Yun make a move, Huang Kuan and the others could no longer hold back and started fighting back. It has to be said that, after Huang Wentian's training, their combat strength is now quite formidable. Before long, more than a dozen people were lying on the ground. Zhou shakily got up from the ground, pointed at them a few times with her fingers. You just wait. I'm going to call my big brother. As he spoke, he kicked the henchman next to him hard. The younger brother quickly walked to the side. Let me tell you, when my older brother comes, he'll beat you up like a chopping fruit. I'm not only going to make you kneel down and beg me, but I'm also going to make that woman stay with me for a week. Mentioning his elder brother, Zhou's face regained a touch of confidence. He also pointed at Qin Yun and his group, saying, Are you guys really that good at fighting? What good is being good at fighting? In this world, connections matter. However, no sooner had he finished speaking than a fist slammed into his face again. If you were only talking about the few of us, we wouldn't really care, but if you dare talk about my sister-in-law, I could beat you to death today. Huang Kuan glared at him fiercely. Zhouku was so frightened that she swallowed the rest of her words. Although Huang Kuan and his friends had never been in a relationship, they had at least seen how things work, right? They had long seen through Qin Yun's attitude towards Gao Yinshu. Upon hearing this, Gao Yinshu blushed. But they didn't say anything. Soon, a series of chaotic footsteps suddenly sounded in the distance. A large group of people walked over in a grand procession. Qin Yun glanced over, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. The one leading this group is an old acquaintance. Still dare to laugh? I bet you don't even realize you're about to die. Zhouku gradually became arrogant again, and said coldly to Qin Yun, "Big brother, it's them. They dared to mess with people from our fierce tiger merchant guild." Zhouku bowed meekly to the leader and said, "If you ask me, we should cripple this kid today and let him know what happens when he goes against us." After saying that, he looked at Qin Yun provocatively. "You think you're so tough? I'll see how arrogant you can be now that so many people have come." However, before he could finish speaking, he was slapped hard across the face by the newcomer. "Zhouku, shut up." Zhouku was stunned for a moment. The other underlings also looked surprised. Then, to their astonishment, the eldest brother slowly walked towards Qin Yun and said, "Brother Qin, I'm sorry, I didn't expect this to be your business. You can do it from now on, and we will definitely never bother you again." Qin Yun sized up the newcomer and said casually, "Ma Tongtian, you've been doing quite well lately, becoming a big boss now. This is a blessing in disguise." An awkward smile appeared on Ma Tongtian's face. A few days ago, he tried to set a trap for Qin Yun, but Boss Pai gave him a stern warning. Just when he thought he was going to die, Boss Pai called him in, and not only did he not fire him, he made him the boss. He was immediately moved to tears. If it weren't for Qin Yun, he really wouldn't have had this opportunity. "Don't worry, Brother Qin. I will definitely give you an explanation for this matter." As he spoke, Ma Tongtian kicked Zhouku hard. Zhouku immediately knelt down in front of Qin Yun. "Apologize." With a cold shout from Ma Tongtian, Zhouku hurriedly apologized and took out the 5 yuan he had given her. "I'm sorry, I was blind to your greatness. I'll never do it again. Please give me another chance." Qin Yun waved his hand. "Get lost, and don't let me see you again." Zhouku immediately got up and walked outside. "Brother Qin, if you're still not satisfied, I'll have someone beat him up again." Qin Yun shook his head. He just wanted to do business quietly and didn't want to get involved with them. "By the way, is there anyone named Sun Datong in your fierce tiger chamber of commerce?" Just as Ma Tongtian was about to leave, Qin Yun called him back and asked him a question. "Sun Datong." Ma Tongtian was taken aback, then looked into the crowd. Immediately, someone came out and whispered a few words in Ma Tongtian's ear. Ma Tongtian nodded and continued, "There is indeed such a person, but he is too cowardly. If anything happens, he will be the first to shrink back. And he always does some petty theft." "What? Brother Qin, do you have a grudge against him? I'll bring him here for you tomorrow." Qin Yun shook his head. This Sun Datong was the so-called boyfriend who had Wang Ju completely infatuated with. After exchanging a few more pleasantries, Ma Tongtian led his men away. Seeing that it was getting late, and after what had just happened, most of the crowd had already left, Qin Yun decided to let everyone pack up and go home. "How about we eat something here together?" As they entered the courtyard, Qin Yun spoke to Gao Yinshu. Gao Yinshu nodded as well. After what happened today, it's clear that Qin Yun also has feelings for her. Soon, Qin Yun had cooked several dishes, boiled some noodles, and stewed a fish. Qin Ling and Qin Shuqi, the younger sisters, also came down. When Qin Shuqi saw Gao Yinshu, who was sitting in the most dazzling position in the crowd, her eyes trembled slightly. When she looked at Qin Yun again, there was a hint of inferiority in her eyes. Sometimes, many flowers wither and fade before they even bloom. "Qin Yun, let me help you." Qin Yun picked up some noodles to deliver to Old Man Wei next door, and Gao Yinshu also came over. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, and the two quickly entered Old Man Wei's room. After receiving guidance from Old Wei last time, Qin Yun even brought some garlic and vinegar. "Uncle Wei, this is the noodles I cooked today. Please try them and see if they suit your taste." Qin Yun put down the noodles and was about to turn and leave when Old Man Wei asked Gao Yinshu, "Is this Xiao Gao's daughter?" Qin Yun was taken aback. So this Old Man Wei knew Gao Yinshu. Gao Yinshu smiled at Old Man Wei. Yes, sir, my name is Gao Yinshu. My father said a few days ago that he wanted to come and see you. Compared to a few days ago, Old Man Wei was noticeably more affectionate towards Gao Yinshu. Haha, okay, it's settled then. Come over tomorrow and have Qin cook some dishes. It's been a while since we last saw each other. Old Man Wei immediately made the decision. Chapter 79, Want to invest? After exchanging pleasantries for a while, Gao Yinshu and Qin Yun finally came out. After finishing his meal, Qin Yun cleaned up the dishes and was about to wash them. Gao Yinshu walked over and said, Qin Yun, let me help you pack. Qin Yun was taken aback. He knew that Gao Yinshu's family was well off, so he was surprised that she would offer to help him clean up. What are you thinking? You don't think I'm someone who never lifts a finger, do you? Gao Yinshu smiled, her smile gentle and reserved. I often do these things at home too. After all, just eating without doing anything is what landlords do. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. After settling his younger sister in, he asked Huang Kuan to take Chen Shuqi to school, while he and Gao Yinshu washed the dishes together. Qin Yun, you must seize that old gentleman's opportunity. Halfway through washing, Gao Yinshu suddenly spoke up. Qin Yun was taken aback. He had heard Huang Wentian mention before that Old Man Wei had a son who worked in another city and was said to have a promising future. However, he never thought about it that way. Bringing food to Old Man Wei was just something he did casually. How so? Qin Yun asked. Gao Yinshu said softly, because I am a junior after all, my father never told me these things. He only knew that Old Man Wei had a rather strange temper and always meant what he said. His identity and file are both classified as top secret. I heard he has some connections in Beijing. Qin Yun was shocked. In this county town, being able to connect with the provincial capital was already a huge deal, but Old Man Wei actually had connections with the capital. But why, having such a relationship, would you willingly stay in a house and do nothing? Seeing Qin Yun's stunned expression, Gao Yinshu continued, but don't worry, when my dad comes over another day, I'll mention you to him a few more times. However, to her surprise, Qin Yun shook his head. Yinshu, I think we should let things take their natural course. I only regarded Uncle Wei as an ordinary landlord. What I did for him was just a small favor, and I didn't have any ulterior motives. Qin Yun's meaning was clear. He didn't want Old Man Wei to think that he had come for his relationship from the very beginning. Gao Yinshu's initial surprise gradually turned into appreciation. You should know that for ordinary people, having this connection makes getting things done much smoother, even if they don't do anything. However, Qin Yun refused without hesitation. Moreover, upon closer reflection, he never asked his family to do anything for him. Thinking this, Gao Yinshu's smile widened even more. With Gao Yinshu's help, the two quickly finished washing the dishes. Just as Qin Yun was about to say something, Huang Kuan came out carrying bedding. Brother Yun, I'll sleep next door tonight. I've already tidied up the house. Huang Kuan winked at Qin Yun and spoke. The meaning of his words couldn't be clearer. A blush immediately rose on Gao Yinshu's face. Qin Yun's face turned pale with embarrassment. He kicked Huang Kuan in the buttocks and cursed, "Get lost." He then turned to Gao Yinshu and said, "Sorry, that's just how my friends are. They're never serious." Gao Yinshu didn't say much. She waited for Qin Yun to push the cart over before sitting in the back seat. It was past 10 p.m. when Qin Yun dropped Gao Yinshu off at home. Without delay, he said goodbye to Gao Rui and left in a hurry. Nothing was said that night. The next morning, Qin Yun and the others finished catching and delivering the fish, and then returned home. Qin Yun had already greeted Zhou Yuan and Huang Wentian in the morning. He planned to settle the matter he promised Boss Pai by noon today. Around noon, with the help of Huang Wentian and the others, Qin Yun quickly prepared the dishes. There are also grilled fish, fish soup, and so on. The main focus is on a plentiful meal. Zhou Yuan didn't bring many antiques, just a few pieces, which he carefully wrapped in yellow cloth, making them look quite mysterious. Qin Yun greeted him and handed him a cup of hawthorn water before continuing to work on grilling the fish. Before long, Boss Pai led two people into the martial arts school. In an instant, Huang Wentian and the others were stunned. Unexpectedly, the buyer Qin Yun mentioned was a woman, and such a beautiful one at that. "You must be Mr. Zhou. It's a pleasure to meet you." Boss Pai took off his sunglasses and greeted Zhou Yuan. Zhou Yuan paused for a moment before extending his hand to greet Boss Pai. Everyone's here, let's start eating. Qin Yun walked over, removed the bowls covering the dishes, and put the grilled fish on top. In an instant, an extremely tempting aroma of food filled everyone's nostrils. Wow. Qin Yun, I didn't know you were a great chef. Boss Pai was somewhat shocked and immediately picked up his chopsticks and kept picking up food. He doesn't look like a big boss at all now. Don't eat so fast. Come on, have some hawthorn juice. Qin Yun smiled and placed the hawthorn juice next to Boss Pai. Without thinking much, Boss Pai picked up the glass, took a sip, and his eyes lit up. This tastes so good. He then looked at Qin Yun with a serious expression. Have you ever considered becoming my personal chef? How about I give you 50 a month? Qin Yun shook his head. Forget it. I can't stand serving you like this. Boss Pai wasn't angry when he heard this. Instead, he smiled and said, if all else fails, tell me the secret recipe for this hawthorn juice. I'll open a shop about it someday, and it'll definitely be a bestseller. Qin Yun glared at him. I just opened a cold water shop, what? Are you trying to steal my business? Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Boss Pai was taken aback, then said awkwardly, so you've already opened a shop. You should have said so earlier. However, I have a suggestion. Boss Pai, having returned from abroad, was quick-witted and soon came up with another idea. I'll invest in you so you can open more shops as quickly as possible, and we'll split the profits 50/50. How about that? Qin Yun smiled inwardly upon hearing this. It has to be said that this Boss Pai is indeed very business-savvy. On the surface, he only needs to do the work and doesn't need to consider the costs. Little did people know that this business model would be criticized in many ways in later generations. For example, when it comes to the transfer or sale of a shop, it requires the two people to discuss it. Qin Yun refused without even thinking. He really didn't need the money right now. Given some more time, I'll be fully capable of opening another one on my own. All right. Seeing that his hopes had been dashed, Boss Pai wasn't angry. Instead, he waved his hand and said, come on. Let's enjoy the food first. After finishing his meal, Boss Pai put down his chopsticks, wiped his mouth, and said, Mr. Zhou, now I need to inspect the goods. Chapter 80, The Waiter. Zhou Yuan nodded, then took out the antique wrapped in cloth and gently placed it on the table. Qin Yun immediately sensed the situation and cleared the table, making room for Zhou Yuan. As Zhou Yuan slowly unfolded the cloth, several sheets of paper and an inkstone were revealed inside. Qin Yun stared blankly. Wasn't this the antique that Zhou Yuan had bought from him? At that time, he was given a total of 39 pieces of inkstone and xian paper, which already shocked Qin Yun. 39 yuan is not low. Zhou Yuan unfolded the items without saying a word, but instead glanced at Boss Pai indifferently. It's obvious they wanted to test the waters. Boss Pai also sensed this meaning and immediately waved his hand slightly. One of the people behind him stepped forward, put on glasses and gloves, and carefully picked up the inkstone to examine it from top to bottom. After a moment, he nodded slightly and whispered something in Boss Pai's ear. Boss Pai looked surprised, stood up, and walked closer to the inkstone to examine it for a moment. He immediately smiled and said, this is a good item, a Qingni inkstone, a genuine piece. I'm not stingy. How about I give you 100 yuan for this inkstone? $100? Qin Yun couldn't help but feel a surge of surprise. An inkstone, which cost only 15 yuan when I bought it, has now increased in value by more than 6 times. And this is still in this era. It will definitely appreciate in value again in the future. However, Zhou Yuan did not speak when faced with such a price, but instead gestured for him to proceed. Take a look at the other things. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's words, Boss Pai also picked up the paper next to him. A moment later, a look of understanding appeared in his eyes. It turns out it's Rongbiozai paper. I was blind to it at first. Boss Pai easily recognized the origin of the xian paper, which made Zhou Yuan's eyes show more appreciation. Few people recognize inkstones, and even fewer can identify xian paper. Firstly, there is a lot of xian paper in the world, but few of them are of high value. Secondly, it is not easy to distinguish them just by looking at them. But Boss Pai, who is so young, was able to tell the story behind it accurately. They're definitely quite skilled. This paper is very well preserved, with plenty of marks on it, making it a genuine item. After a moment's hesitation, Boss Pai said, "How about I give you 15 yuan for this piece of paper?" Only now did Zhou Yuan smile with satisfaction. Boss Pai is indeed a straightforward person. He offered a very high price. Boss Pai smiled and nodded to the person next to him. Without saying a word, the man picked up the black bag next to him, counted the amount, and handed it to Zhou Yuan. "Mr. Zhou, please count them." Zhou Yuan said with a smile, "No need to count. It's 280 in total. I saw it very clearly just now. I have some antiques here. I wonder if Mr. Pai would be interested in taking a look." Boss Pai nodded. "Of course, but these two antiques aren't my target. If Mr. Zhou has any, I'll take it all if it's suitable." Zhou Yuan smiled immediately. He had thought that it would take 10 years or so for his antique collection to fetch a good price, but he never expected that a generous boss would appear now. He was naturally more than happy to accept it. However, Qin Yun needs to be present for this matter. Boss Pai changed the subject and said. Zhou Yuan seemed to realize something as well and nodded with a smile. "That makes sense." Qin Yun was the only one who was somewhat stunned. Zhou Yuan, who was standing to the side, explained, "There are rules in the antique trade. We didn't meet directly. We were introduced by you, Qin Yun. So, you should get some of the price. And to ensure fairness, you will be present for every transaction." Hearing this, Qin Yun finally realized what was happening. It's truly difficult to get into the antique business. With so many rules and regulations, who can possibly remember them all? Boss Pai also said, "Actually, in the antique trade, your job title is called a waiter or a boatman." "All right, it's still early. How about we go to your house now?" Boss Pai then spoke. "Sure." Zhou Yuan didn't refuse. After all, it was a holiday today, and he had plenty of time. With that, the group got up and walked outside. Having heard the rules, Qin Yun had no choice but to follow. As for the tables and plates, Huang Wentian was the one who had to clean them up. Zhou Yuan's home wasn't far from here, and Qin Yun and the others arrived at his house quickly. He went into the east room and was dazzled by the dazzling array of furnishings inside. Some have an ancient shape, while others look as if they just came out of the kiln yesterday. Qin Yun was no longer needed to handle the rest. The debate between the two sides was extremely heated, with terms like new imitation and old imitation appearing frequently, but it mostly ended with Zhou Yuan's silence. It took the two a whole afternoon to finally decide on the items to sell. A bronze pot with 2 handles, worth 327. A celadon carved bowl, slightly chipped, worth 311 yuan. The jade plate with cloud and dragon patterns is mostly broken and is worth 32. A round enamel bowl with apricot blossoms and swallows, exquisitely carved, worth 500. As Boss Pai continued speaking, Qin Yun's mouth grew wider and wider. When the price of the last item was quoted, it totaled more than 8,000 yuan. Oh my god! This was Qin Yun's only thought. More than 8,000 yuan is an absolute fortune in this day and age. With this money, I can find a place to live comfortably for the rest of my life. I could eat at state-run restaurants every day and still not have enough money to spend. Okay, if there are no problems, let's sign a contract. As he spoke, Boss Pai took out a contract from the side. Zhou Yuan didn't waste any words. After confirming that there were no problems with the contract, he signed his name. Anyway, Boss Pai's money was settled on the spot, so he didn't have any worries. "I don't have enough money with me today. Come back tomorrow, and I'll settle the bill for you." Boss Pai said to Qin Yun, "I need to get this out of here right away. See you tomorrow." After saying that, he walked straight outside. Qin Yun didn't pay much attention. He exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhou Yuan and was about to leave when Zhou Yuan called him back. He pulled 50 yuan from his pocket and stuffed it into Qin Yun's hand. "Brother Qin, I really have to thank you for this. I only spent a little over 30 yuan when I bought your inkstone, but I sold it for so much money. You can keep this money as compensation." Qin Yun quickly shook his head. "Uncle Zhou, I know about this. In the antique business, it's always cash on delivery. As for how much it sells for later, that's none of my business. You can take the money back." Hearing this, Zhou Yuan relaxed. What he was afraid of was that Qin Yun would harbor resentment about this matter. Chapter 81 is Qin Sihai sick. Zhou Yuan knew that the situation had changed. Before, Qin Yun had begged him to do things, but now he couldn't do without Qin Yun. The fish that Qin Yun sent has now become a main dish in the canteen, and almost all the employees order one when they eat. Even the factory's leaders, both big and small, asked the kitchen staff to leave them a portion. If this fish were gone, who knows how many people would be unhappy about it. Rules are rules, but our business is a separate matter. Without saying a word, Zhou Yuan put the money into Qin Yun's pocket. I admire you, young man. Take this money as a token of my gratitude. Besides, without you pulling the boat, this deal between us wouldn't have happened, would it? After another struggle, Qin Yun realized he couldn't refuse and had no choice but to put it in his pocket. After chatting with Zhou Yuan for a while, Qin Yun turned and left. Back home, I quickly washed up and went straight to bed. The next morning, Qin Yun and the others returned to Qingshui village to fish as usual. Hey, what's going on over there? Why are there so many people? While the group was fishing, they suddenly saw a group of people carrying large and small bags walking towards the village. Huang Kuan glanced at them and said with a smile, Brother Yun, you're on your way. Those people are here for the fair and will go to the city in a few days. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun also realized what was going on. Since his rebirth, he has been busy making money and has forgotten about attending the fair. Attending fairs, also known as temple fairs, has always been a local tradition. Not only would they invite opera troupes to perform on stage for 10 days, but some businessmen would also come here to do business. People from the surrounding villages would also take this opportunity to go to the city to sell the wild vegetables they grew themselves. This is a great opportunity to make money. Without saying a word, Qin Yun made up his mind and then asked, How long will it take to get to the city? It will probably take about 10 more days for them to finish visiting all the villages here. Qin Yun nodded, calculating the days. Zhao Liang and the others should be back soon. 10 days is enough time for them to make another round trip. Without much thought, Qin Yun had already decided what he wanted to do at the temple fair. You're sure to make a lot of money. Just as the group finished catching the fish and was about to leave, Li Ho suddenly called out to Qin Yun. Uncle, what's wrong? Qin Yun asked. The hawthorns these days were all picked by Li Ho, and there has never been a case of shortchanging anyone. The hawthorns he picked were all big and plump. Li Ho scratched his head and said, Qin Yun, could you lend me 5 yuan? You don't need to pay me for the rest of the days I deliver hawthorns. Sure. Qin Yun readily agreed, then handed the money to Li Ho and casually asked, What's wrong, Uncle Li? Did something happen at home? Li Ho sighed. Nothing has happened at my home, but your dad seems to be very weak lately, and he can't even stand up anymore. They've come to my door asking for a favor. We're all neighbors, so I can't very well refuse. After listening to Li Ho's words, Qin Yun roughly understood what was going on. Qin Wentong's tuition fees are still unpaid. Qin Sihai must have risked his life to earn money, which is why he developed this illness. However, it is also possible that Qin Sihai was faking illness in order to gain the sympathy of the villagers and raise tuition fees for Qin Wentong. Qin Yun, don't misunderstand. I just want to borrow some money, that's all. Li Ho spoke again, saying that he knew Qin Yun had already separated from the Qin family and that things had turned very unpleasant. Fine. Qin Yun smiled and said, then added, But Uncle Li, I advise you to be careful, lest they refuse to pay you back. 5 yuan can buy a lot of things. Li Ho scratched his head sheepishly. That can't be. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. If he wasn't mistaken, the Qin family must have asked many people in the village for money, but apart from kind-hearted people like Li Ho who would agree, most others would refuse. I asked the people next to me, and it turned out to be true. However, since he had already said so much, if Li Ho were to be swindled out of his money again, he could only consider it a lesson learned. Just as Qin Yun and his group were about to leave, 3 figures walked over from a distance. It was Old Lady Qin, Luo Fengjiao, and Qin Wentong. However, the 3 people now have long lost their former fierceness. All that remains is endless desolation. He would grab people's arms and beg them to lend him some money. Qin Yun, Dad has been lying in bed for several days. If we don't take him to the hospital soon, his life may really be in danger. Soon, the group arrived at Qin Yun's side. Qin Wentong pleaded with Qin Yun, I know I was wrong before. I beg you now, please save our father. Luo Fengjiao and old lady Qin also walked over to Qin Yun's side and stood silently. Qin Yun looked at the group with a cold eye. After a moment, he asked, "How much money have you borrowed so far?" "Only a dozen or so yuan." A glint appeared in Qin Wentong's eyes. Could it be that Qin Yun had a change of heart and was willing to give them the money? However, the next second, under the expectant gazes of the three, Qin Yun coldly said, "Oh, that's quite a difference. I hope you can borrow the money soon." After saying that, he turned around and prepared to leave. "Qin Yun, are you even human?" Watching Qin Yun's retreating figure, old Mrs. Qin could no longer hold back and angrily shouted, "Even if your father isn't good to you, he's still your father. Now that he's lying in bed, you don't even glance at him. You've made so much money, and you haven't given him a single penny. My Qin family must have committed some terrible sin to have given birth to such a thing as you. You're even worse than an ingrate." Grandma Qin kept tapping her cane on the ground. Qin Yun turned around, looked coldly at the three people, and slowly a smile appeared on his lips. "Your Qin family has committed many sins." Qin Yun slowly spoke. "You forced me to take the blame for your precious daughter, making my sister do work that even an adult couldn't endure. Isn't this the sin you committed?" He hadn't forgotten the Qin family's faces when he lay alone in the hospital bed after his kidney was removed. He will never forget that his younger sister died from malnutrition. Do you really think you can make him hand over his money just because he's your father? That's utterly delusional. "Qin Yun, you son of a bitch." Qin Wentong could no longer hold back and raised his fist to punch Qin Yun in the face. Qin Yun grabbed his fist and slapped him across the face. In an instant, blood began to flow from his nose. "My grandson." When Grandma Qin saw it, she immediately came over and checked Qin Wentong's injuries with heartache. His malevolent gaze was fixed intently on Qin Yun. Chapter 82, The Heinous Thing. "Qin Yun, how dare you hit your elder brother? You are a truly rebellious wretch." Old Mrs. Qin coldly cursed at Qin Yun. Qin Yun ignored everything and turned to walk out of the village. "Wait. If you don't leave the money for your dad's medical treatment today, I'll smash your house to pieces." Old Mrs. Qin quickened her pace and blocked Qin Yun's path, tapping the ground with her cane and staring intently at him with her vicious eyes. Casual. Qin Yun no longer wanted to get entangled with the Qin family, so he turned and left. As for the houses in the village, they can do whatever they want with them. Anyway, I've already rented a place in the city. After placing the fish he had caught on the cart, Qin Yun rode his bicycle toward the county town. After delivering the fish, Qin Yun sent the others to sell hawthorn juice, while he went alone to where Boss Pai was. Wei Hai happened to be there as well. Upon seeing Qin Yun approach, he immediately stepped forward and said, "Brother Qin, it's been so many days, you haven't forgotten me, have you?" Qin Yun looked embarrassed and thought for a moment before saying, "How about this, you go to the riverbank. There's a shop that sells hawthorn juice. Go and lend a hand. How about I give you 15 yuan a month?" Upon hearing this, Wei Hai's eyes lit up. 15 yuan was considered a high salary in the county. He used to work hard selling goods near the department store, earning at most 10 yuan a month. Okay, I'll definitely do my best and won't let Brother Qin down." After saying that, Wei Hai walked outside happily. Qin Yun didn't feel much heartache about such a salary. The stall selling hawthorn juice was already short-staffed, and the work was inherently tiring. At such a high price, it can only be considered hard-earned money. Qin Yun then walked into the alley ahead. Meng Gu was still guarding the door, but this time he opened the iron gate very respectfully when he saw Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled as he pulled out the dakium and cigarettes. "Brother Qin, I was blind before and didn't know your relationship with Boss Pai. From now on, you can come in whenever you want." Meng Gu bent over and spoke. Qin Yun still handed the dakium and cigarettes to Meng Gu, smiling and saying, "It's all right, it's just a pack of cigarettes, it's not worth much." Hearing Qin Yun say that, Meng Gu didn't waste any more words and said to Qin Yun, "All right, since you think highly of me, I'll accept this cigarette. Just let me know if you need anything." After saying that, he put the dakium, a type of cigarette, into his pocket. Qin Yun then walked through the iron gate. A short while later, Qin Yun arrived at Boss Pai's office. The furnishings were the same, except that there were 2 more bottles of red wine in the glass cabinet next to it. Upon seeing Qin Yun arrive, Boss Pai pulled out a drawer and handed Qin Yun a wad of cash. Here, this is your payment. The previous transaction price was over 8,000 yuan, which means that Qin Yun received a full 800 yuan. Qin Yun was somewhat shocked. This money was being made far too easily. Hey Boss Pai, aren't you worried about your cash flow drying up if you spend so much money buying things? Qin Yun sat on the leather sofa and asked, TSK, if I run out of money, wouldn't I have to borrow some from you, Boss Qin? Boss Pai smiled and, from who knows where, took out a pack of cigarettes and placed it in front of Qin Yun. Come on, have a taste of this good stuff from abroad. Qin Yun shook his head. I don't smoke. Boss Pai didn't seem to care. He crossed his legs and suddenly asked, what do you think the world will be like in the future? Qin Yun smiled and said, it will inevitably be a world where the state-owned economy is the mainstay and multiple economic ownership systems develop in parallel. Our reforms are imperative, and we will also open up the market so that all goods can be traded freely. Qin Yun talked on and on for a while, leaving Boss Pai somewhat stunned. A moment later, a hint of appreciation appeared on her stunningly beautiful face, and she said rather shamelessly, not bad, it's similar to what I was thinking. Qin Yun smiled and didn't pay much attention. Boss Pai stood up, took out red wine and a wine glass from the glass cabinet, and poured a glass for Qin Yun. But I'm curious why you came back here. Logically speaking, coastal cities should be easier to develop. Qin Yun was right. In the future, an old man drew a small circle on the edge of the South China Sea, and the city will be filled with mountains of gold and silver. How do you know I haven't invested in those places? Boss Pai said casually, then picked up his wine glass and took an elegant sip of red wine, saying, as for why I came here, there must be some reasons. But I can't tell you the specific reason right now. Having said all that, Qin Yun knew it would be impolite to press for more information. Given our relationship, could you predict which cities will develop well in the future and let me know, okay? Paid consultation. Qin Yun also took a sip of wine and said with a smile, let me guess, is it Shanghai? Fukagawa. Every time he mentioned a place, Boss Pai would look at Qin Yun. Qin Yun put down his wine glass and said seriously, the first tier, of course, is the first two you mentioned, and then, after Qin Yun's clear and concise explanation, Boss Pai's face also showed a hint of seriousness. He would occasionally take out paper and pen to sketch on it. However, Qin Yun, I advise you to keep a low profile. This county town is not as peaceful as you imagine. The two chatted for over an hour. Qin Yun noticed it was getting late and prepared to leave. But Boss Pai stopped Qin Yun and said something. Qin Yun was taken aback and subconsciously asked why. Boss Pai glanced at him and said, there are a few relatively wealthy people in the county. Because their families have always lived in the county, their networks of relationships are very complicated. Once I see a business opportunity, I will seize it without hesitation. You may have heard that a bar opened in the county town, but it disappeared after only 1 week. In its place, a bar opened by the Luo family. Qin Yun frowned upon hearing Boss Pai's words. Although he had never actually met anyone from the Luo family, he had dealt with them quite a few times. Previously, he offended the Chun brothers, Chun Dong and Chun Nan, in the city, and it is said that the Luo family was backing them up. Previously, Huang Wentian almost became a henchman for the Luo family so that his mother could have surgery. In their previous life, the Luo family seemed to have cleaned up their act and even became well-known local entrepreneurs. Probably not. I just run a small cold drink stall. Qin Yun shook his head and spoke. Even if his own cold water stall makes a lot of money now, it's still child's play compared to a behemoth like the Luo family. Chapter 83. His face turned green with anger. Qin Yun secretly calculated that, at least for the time being, he did not need to worry about the Luo family. Boss Pai nodded. It's nothing. I just wanted to remind you to be careful. If it really comes to that, I will help you. Qin Yun smiled and said, then thank you very much, Boss Pai. Qin Yun then chatted with Boss Pai for a while before turning around to say goodbye and leave. As Qin Yun walked out of Boss Pai's place, he was about to buy a roast chicken from a roadside vendor to treat his sister to something nice when he heard a familiar voice. Qin Yun, you're actually in the city. Qin Yun turned his head and saw that it was his second uncle, Qin Airs Han, and his second aunt. Qin Yun gave a casual greeting. These two people are no good either. Not to mention that in his previous life, his second uncle's family was so eager to curry favor with Qin Wentong that they practically knelt down and fawned over him. Just a few days ago, after making some money fishing, he and Qin Wentong came up with a dirty trick to start their own business and make money. If Qin Yun hadn't possessed the secret recipe for keeping peach blossom fish fresh, he might have actually intercepted them halfway through. Qin Yun, what kind of business are you in now? I couldn't find your name at the factory. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Qin Erzhan immediately asked impatiently. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes and immediately realized what was going on. When he was looking for a house, Huang Wentian took him to the first house. Qin Yun didn't rent the room because it was too small and the rent was too expensive. Later, when he went out, he bumped into the two of them. Moreover, she inadvertently discovered the relationship between herself and Su Yi. Given their cunning and manipulative nature, they must have relentlessly pursued Su Yi afterward. However, judging from the current situation, it seems they've run into a wall. I don't work in the factory, Qin Yun replied, then picked up the roast chicken and prepared to turn and leave. Wow, you've made some money. This roast chicken isn't cheap. It must cost $1 each. Qin Erzhan and his second aunt came to Qin Yun again. The second aunt looked at the roast chicken and her mouth was watering. Qin Yun nodded, not wanting to deal with the Qin family, and started to leave. But Qin Erzhan and his wife clung to them like a stubborn plaster. Qin Yun, look, your second aunt and I haven't eaten yet, and we're starving. This roast chicken has quite a bit of meat. It's just a matter of adding 2 more pairs of chopsticks. No trouble at all. Qin Yun was completely speechless. How come we can't shake off the Qin family, even after leaving the village? I'm sorry, it's not convenient. Qin Yun said coldly. What's inconvenient about that? I heard you brought Shaoling to the county town too. You two siblings can't finish this roast chicken, so why don't you? Qin Yun had no more patience to stay and simply strode past the two of them. Qin Erzhan and his second aunt exchanged a glance. Honey, that little brat is so heartless. He won't even give us a piece of roast chicken. He's so stingy. As her second aunt watched Qin Yun's retreating figure, she couldn't help but spit on the ground. Qin Ershan's expression also turned somewhat unpleasant. Damn it. Qin Yun must have made a lot of money in the city. I just saw Pang and Huang Kuan selling hawthorn juice over on the riverbank. If you ask me, Qin Yun is definitely doing business inside now, and he must be making a lot of money. After a brief discussion, Qin Erzhan said, Let's go. Let's follow Qin Yun. If I don't squeeze some money out of him today, I'm not a Qin. The second aunt nodded, and the two of them followed Qin Yun furtively. It has to be said that the two of them were really skilled, and Qin Yun turned his head several times with some doubt, but they always managed to dodge to the side. The group followed along and soon stopped in front of an unusually large house. My goodness, the houses here must be quite expensive. My second aunt couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Through the crack in the door, you can vaguely see that the house inside is very large and that it is fully equipped. Qin Erzhan nodded as well, thinking about the small room the two of them shared, where they had to use the toilet at night, and it smelled terrible. But Qin Yun's house looks very nice. Just then, the second aunt, who had been peering through the crack in the door, suddenly spoke up. Husband, look, that ungrateful wretch's sister is here too. Qin Erzhan immediately squeezed his way over to look. Upon seeing this, I almost turned red with anger. Previously, Qin Yun handed a whole roast chicken directly to Qin Ling. Next to Qin Ling was a girl who claimed to be a teacher. Qin Erzhan knew that hiring a tutor in this city was not cheap. It should cost at least 10 yuan a month. That Qin Yun is really despicable. He has money to hire a tutor for this girl, but he won't even give us a roast chicken. I just don't understand. No matter how much this girl studies, she'll still have to get married in the future, right? What good would it do to give her that? Qin Erzhan angrily cursed here. Master, get out of the way. Someone's coming. Just then, my second aunt suddenly spoke up. Qin Erzhan turned his head and saw a group of people pushing a small cart over. He was so frightened that he quickly hid on the other side. At this moment, Huang Kuan and his group pushed a small cart into the middle of the courtyard. Brother Yin, you're back so early today? Why didn't you go see your wife? Huang Kuan, as always, made a slip of the tongue. Qin Yun kicked him in the butt. Get lost, you're not my sister-in-law yet. Hee, it'll happen sooner or later. Huang Kuan grinned and then pushed the cart to the other side. At the same time, take some vegetables and meat out of the trolley. Brother Yun, make some stir-fried pork slices with vinegar today. I had it yesterday, and I still crave it. Big Fatty walked up to Qin Yun and said, I've bought everything. Okay. Qin Yun replied with a smile, then directed the others to wash the vegetables, while he went to wash his hands. Brother Qin, I'll be going now. Brother Huang has already told me about the working hours. I'll come back tomorrow afternoon. Wei Hai walked over and spoke. Why are you leaving? You've worked so hard today. Eat here before you go. Qin Yun gestured for Wei Hai to stay. Seeing the slight hesitation on Wei Hai's face, Qin Yun continued. Don't worry. The meals you eat here won't be counted in your salary. Wei Hai was finally relieved. Qin Erzhan and his aunt were furious when they saw this. They heard what Qin Yun just said very clearly. He was willing to let a stranger stay for dinner, but he wouldn't let them into his house. There's no such logic in the world. Chapter 84. I wouldn't give it to you even if you offered it to a dog. Let's go in now and see what Qin Yun has to say. As he spoke, Qin Erzhan lifted his foot to go inside. His second aunt behind him quickly pulled him back and said, Honey, don't you know Qin Yun is such an ingrate? He's so stubborn. If we go in now, he might kick us out. Qin Erzhan was silent for a moment and then nodded. That made perfect sense. So we can only continue to wait and see. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, the others had already washed the vegetables. After resting for a while, Qin Yun started cooking. Soon, an exceptionally rich aroma filled the entire courtyard. The pork of this era came from free-range wild boars, and it tasted delicious. Combined with Qin Yun's already superb cooking skills, it was simply irresistible. Qin Yun quickly cooked 5 or 6 dishes. Stir-fried pork slices with vinegar, shredded pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs, kung pao chicken. You guys eat first. I'll get some for Grandpa Wei and take it over. Qin Yun said something to everyone, then picked up some food, put it in a bowl, and sent it to Old Man Wei. When Old Man Wei saw that it wasn't noodles today, a hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. But she still took the bowl and started eating. Qin Yun smiled and sat with Uncle Wei for a while before going outside. Brother Qin, you know what? Your cooking is even better than that of the state-run restaurants. After taking a bite, Wei Hai couldn't help but eat a few more. His eyes were filled with utter admiration for Qin Yun. The others also started eating. Outside the courtyard gate, Qin Erzhan and his aunt unconsciously swallowed. And then, my stomach started growling. Qin Yun can't be so heartless. I saw him just deliver food to the landlord. Looking at the abundant dishes inside, Qin Erzhan couldn't help but speak up. My second aunt was also captivated by the aroma wafting over. In rural areas, this is a dish that you might not even get to eat during the Chinese New Year. Come on, let's go inside. If we're any later, we won't even have a hot meal. Qin Erzhan couldn't take it anymore. He had made up his mind that no matter how harsh Qin Yun's words were, he would finish the meal before leaving. It would be best to live in this courtyard. With that in mind, Qin Erzhan knocked directly on Qin Yun's door. Upon hearing the knocking in the courtyard, Huang Kuan didn't think much of it and immediately stood up to open the door. Qin Erzhan and his second aunt walked straight in. Qin Yun, what a coincidence. We came to look at houses today, and we didn't expect to find you here. Qin Erzhan made up a lame excuse and said to Qin Yun with a smile, I've already rented the place, so you'll have to look for somewhere else. Qin Yun said calmly, Tisk, look at Qin Yun, we've walked for quite a while now, and look at his stomach. However, before Qin Erzhan could finish speaking, Qin Yun interrupted him. He then turned to the crowd and said, What are you all standing there for? Hurry up and eat. Huang Kuan was the first to react. Everyone in the village says that the Qin family has 2 beasts, Qin Sihai and Qin Erzhan. Now they've actually come knocking on our door? You know what? This dish is really delicious. I want another bowl of rice. After saying that, Huang Kuan immediately took a big bite of food. Qin Erzhan and his aunt stood there, looking rather embarrassed. Qin Yun, where are your chopsticks? I see there's a lot of food left on the table. We can't waste it, can we? Qin Erzhan chuckled and shamelessly spoke again. Qin Yun sneered. Second uncle, the portion of this dish is indeed quite large, but there are many of us. You should go home and cook. He remembered that his second uncle's family had somehow gotten a peach blossom fish. He and his younger sister were so hungry that they went to his house hoping to get some food, but they were not only kicked out, but were also mocked as beggars. Qin Yun would remember this incident for the rest of his life. Qin Yun, no matter what, I'm still your uncle, you can't. Just as Qin Erzhan was about to reprimand him, he saw a small dog run in from outside the courtyard gate. There are a lot of stray dogs around here, and Qin Yun and his group usually close the door when they eat, but Qin Erzhan and his group forgot about it when they came in. A smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. Seeing that he had almost finished eating, he simply dumped the bowl on the ground. The oily rice, topped with slices of meat, was devoured completely by the puppy. Qin Erzhan was so angry that his face turned green. Qin Yun was blatantly looking down on them. He'd rather feed dogs than give them an extra pair of chopsticks. Qin Yun, what the hell do you mean? He finally couldn't hold back any longer, took a step forward, and roared angrily at Qin Yun. No matter what, I am still your uncle. How dare you insult me like this? Do you deserve to be a descendant of the Qin family? I just wanted to have a meal at your house and stay here a bit longer. I'm your uncle. I'm a member of the Qin family. You look like you're over 20 years old, but you've grown all of your youth into a dog. Don't you know you have to listen to your elders? Qin Erzhan unleashed a barrage of attacks on Qin Yun, while his second aunt glared fiercely at him from the side. Qin Yun smiled. How could his family members be so awful? This is clearly an attempt to take advantage of him. Second uncle, to tell you the truth, even if Qin Sihai were standing here, I would treat him the same way. Back then, my sister and I also wanted to have a meal at your house, but you know better than I what we got in return. Qin Yun leisurely swept the leftovers onto the ground for the dog to eat, and said indifferently, As for the elders, I separated from you a long time ago. The name Qin makes me feel disgusted. Get out of here now, you're not welcome here. Every word Qin Yun said was like a resounding slap across the faces of Qin Erzhan and his aunt. I'm not leaving. I want to stay here. Qin Erzhan was enraged and glared at Qin Yun with eyes blazing with fury. I'm going to stay here today and see what you can do about it. Qin Yun sneered and stood up. Before he could even lift a finger, Huang Kuan and A Pang walked directly to Qin Ershan's side. What do you want to do? Qin Erzhan panicked a little, but still gritted his teeth and said, I'm telling you, this is a society ruled by law. If you dare to hit me, I'll go to the police station and report you. We rented this house. Don't you know there's a crime called trespassing? As Huang Kuan spoke, he punched Qin Erzhan directly in the bridge of his nose. Damn it. You broke into our house. You deserve to be beaten to death even if I beat you to death. Qin Erzhan immediately covered his nose and groaned in pain. Brother Yun is a member of the Qin family, so it's not convenient for us to lay a hand on you. But look at Grandpa. Your Qin family still owes my family money. Sun Dazhuang also stepped forward and kicked Qin Erzhan hard. Go to the police station. Go arrest you bunch of deadbeats. Chapter 85 Filial Piety and Fatherly Love. Huang Kuan and his men showed Qin Erzhan no mercy whatsoever, and after a few punches, Qin Erzhan cried out in pain. My aunt tried to go forward several times, but she was pushed outside by the others. It wasn't until more than 10 minutes later that the group dispersed. Qin Erzhan squatted on the ground, his eyes filled with resentment as he looked at Qin Yun. Get out of here, Huang Kuan said fiercely to Qin Erzhan at the end. Qin Erzhan jumped up and stared intently at Qin Yun. You ingrate. It's a shame you stayed in the Qin family for so many years. You just wait. If you don't let me have an easy time, I won't let you have an easy time either. After saying that, Qin Erzhan stood up and left the courtyard with his second aunt. Qin Yun, would Qin Erzhan go to the riverbank to cause trouble for us? The Hawthorn juice stall is now on the right track, earning at least 100 or 200 yuan a day. If Qin Erzhan were to cause trouble, the losses would be far greater than a fraction of what they could have been. Don't worry, even if Qin Erzhan had a lot of guts, he wouldn't dare to go. Qin Yun was extremely certain that there were many people on the riverbank, and Huang Wentian and his group would sometimes go over to help. He knew Qin Erzhan all too well. He would most likely try to trip him up, but in a direct confrontation, he was more docile than a quail. At this moment, second aunt helped Qin Erzhan walk shakily to the open space outside. That's Qin Yun for you. I won't swallow this insult. Qin Erzhan turned his head and looked at the small courtyard. I was hoping to get a free meal and drinks, and ideally, stay in the courtyard. Unexpectedly, he was humiliated by Qin Yun and even beaten up. What else can we do? There are so many of them. Even if we go in, there's nothing we can do. Auntie said dejectedly. Qin Ershan's eyes darted around, and he said, let's go back to Qingshui village. I refuse to believe we can't handle Qin Yun. Upon hearing this, Auntie Air also wore an indignant expression. That's right. Let's go back and find our eldest brother and have him teach Qin Yun a lesson. That's not what I thought. Qin Erzhan and his second aunt walked towards Qingshui village. It took them more than 2 hours to finally return to Qingshui village. Without saying a word, they headed straight for the Qin family's old residence. Soon, Qin Erzhan arrived at the old house. Qin Erzhan, how dare you come back? He had barely stepped inside, and before he could even stand still, old Mrs. Qin inside began to coldly curse at him. Qin Erzhan frowned immediately and asked, Mom, what's wrong? Hearing this, old lady Qin became even angrier and slammed her cane on the ground twice. Let me ask you, you've been in the city for so long, and you haven't brought back a single penny? Your brother has been bedridden for days to raise money for Wuntong's tuition. If you can't come up with the money today, don't even think about setting foot in this house. A shadow fell over Qin Ershan's face. What does it matter to him whether Qin Wuntong goes to university or not? Why should he be the one to swindle this money? The second aunt next to her also looked rather unpleasant. Mom, shouldn't we be the ones paying for Wuntong's schooling? He couldn't help but retort. After all, they are Sihai's children. Isn't it heartless of you to say that? Old Mrs. Qin took 2 quick steps, her spittle almost landing on her second aunt's face. If Wuntong gets his degree, won't our entire Qin family benefit? Old Mrs. Qin's expression grew even angrier. If you're so capable, then when my grandson becomes successful, don't come looking for me. Second aunt wanted to say something more, but Qin Erzhan stopped her. The latter took out a few dollars from his pocket, forced a smile, and said, Mom, I was wrong just now, but I do manual labor in the city and haven't earned that much money yet. Only after seeing the money did Grandma Qin smile. He stepped aside to let the 2 of them in. Upon entering the room, Qin Erzhan immediately spotted Qin Sihai lying on the bed. At this moment, Qin Sihai was lying on the bed, eating a few dry biscuits, his face pale. Dad, let you go hungry a little longer. Then I'll go find a few more people to come and take a look. I'm sure we can borrow even more money. Qin Wuntong was sitting to the side, feeding Qin Sihai water. It truly was a scene of a loving father and a filial son. Qin Sihai couldn't help but glare at Qin Wuntong in anger, but he also knew that there was really no other way but to play the victim and make some money. Second uncle, what brings you here? Upon seeing the 2 arrive, Qin Wuntong immediately turned around and asked, somewhat puzzled. Qin Erzhan asked a few simple questions and learned the general situation. Qin Wuntong's university tuition fees have been covered, but the accommodation and food expenses are still unresolved and will have to wait until later. Mom, do you know? Qin Yun has started selling hawthorn juice in the city again, and he might be making a lot of money every day. After chatting for a while, Qin Erzhan finally revealed his true purpose and spoke to old lady Qin. He's such an ingrate. That day, Wuntong and I stopped him and tried to get him to pay us some money. And guess what happened? Old Mrs. Qin said indignantly. This ungrateful wretch not only didn't give us any money, but he also broke Wuntong's nose. Qin Erzhan slammed his fist on the ground and said, Mom, Qin Yun treated us like this, so we can't let them get away with it. I've already found out where they live, Mom. Now, you do this, and then this. Qin Erzhan whispered a few words in Qin Laotai's ear. Grandma Qin nodded repeatedly as she listened. A moment later, she slapped her thigh and exclaimed, Okay, let's do it this way. The next morning, after Qin Yun delivered the fish, he was about to return to the courtyard to rest for a while when he saw Gao Yinshu running over excitedly with a newspaper in hand. Qin Yun, look, that article has been published. Qin Yun took a look and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. A newspaper reporter interviewed merchants in the furniture market, intending to report on exemplary merchants. But during the interview, he discovered that furniture shop owner Lu Feng had engaged in fraud and deception. Through interviews with surrounding businesses, we also learned that the furniture wood used by Lu Feng was mostly of inferior quality. Qin Yun read through the entire report and found it to be detailed and rich in facts. They not only reported on how Lu Feng cheated them out of money, but they also didn't let the manager off the hook. And I've already told my dad, and he's reported it to the Market Supervision Bureau. They'll be conducting a joint enforcement action then. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun smiled and said, as expected of a top student from the journalism department of Qingqing University, you really have a knack for it. A smile also appeared on Gao Yunshu's face. Qin Yun, are you free this afternoon? After chatting for a while, Gao Yunshu suddenly asked a question. No. How about we go to the park this afternoon? Gao Yunshu blushed and said to Qin Yun. Chapter 86 Delivering the Car. Sure. Qin Yun smiled and said, then pushed out his bicycle and led Gao Yunshu towards the park. To be honest, this was the first time Qin Yun had ever been to a park since he came to the city, because he had been too busy. The park is not far from Gao Yunshu's university. The scenery inside is beautiful, and because there is no pollution, the river water is crystal clear. Today, Gao Yunshu wore a white dress, and the sunlight falling on her gave her a hazy, ethereal beauty. This made her appear even more gentle. Qin Yun parked his bicycle at the park entrance and went inside with Gao Yunshu. A cool breeze was blowing, and with a beautiful woman beside him, Qin Yun couldn't help but smile. As the two were taking a walk, several figures suddenly appeared in front of Qin Yun. Big reporter, you've made me search so hard. The one leading them was Lu Feng, who was so angry he was gritting his teeth. He grabbed a newspaper from the side and slammed it down in front of the two of them. Look what you've reported on me. Qin Yun picked it up, looked at it, and laughed. This is the interview Gao Yunshu gave him. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Everything I interviewed is true. Gao Yunshu spoke coldly. You didn't say you were interviewing exemplary merchants. Lu Feng was furious. Originally, because of its good location in the furniture market, it had customers coming in every day. However, after this report was published, not a single person was willing to come in. A group of people appeared at the door without him noticing. They not only pointed at him, but also threw rotten eggs at his door. How is he supposed to do business now? Hey buddy, can't you read the news? She originally wanted to interview model business owners, but you missed the opportunity. Qin Yun spoke directly. Fine, so this is how you guys play it, is it? Lu Feng realized that Qin Yun and Gao Yunshu had played good cop and bad cop that day, and had almost tricked him. But now, the two of them are together? Gao Yunshu is clearly in cahoots with Qin Yun. Qin Yun shrugged, seemingly agreeing. Lu Feng glared at the two men fiercely for a few moments. Then suddenly a cold smile appeared on his lips. With such a beautiful girlfriend, you'd better be careful when walking alone at night, otherwise. Before Lu Feng could finish speaking, Qin Yun punched him in the face. In an instant, Lu Feng was knocked to the ground, his face covered in blood from his nose. If you dare cause her trouble, you'll regret it. Lu Feng stood up, stopping the others from making a move, and said coldly, Fine, you just wait. This isn't over between us. After saying that, he turned and left. Yunshu, I'll pick you up from school these days, otherwise I'm afraid there might be danger. After seeing Lu Feng's figure disappear, Qin Yun turned around and said to Gao Yunshu. Gao Yunshu nodded gently. The two strolled around for a while longer, and soon night fell. Qin Yun took Gao Yunshu to a roadside barbecue, and then sent Gao Yunshu home. After chatting with Uncle Gao for a while, I returned to the courtyard. Since Qin Yun wasn't here today, Huang Kuan was in charge of cooking. Huang Kuan has been learning to cook from Qin Yun lately, so his dishes aren't bad, but they just don't have the same flavor as Qin Yun's. Old Man Wei left most of the food uneaten as a form of protest. Nothing happened that night. The next morning, after Qin Yun and the others delivered the fish and had lunch, they saw a familiar figure appear in the courtyard. It was Zhao Liang, who had just returned from a trip. At this moment, Zhao Liang was covered in dirt, his eyes were bloodshot, and he looked extremely haggard. However, he seemed to be in good spirits. Brother Zhao, you're back? Qin Yun greeted Zhao Liang with a smile. You must be exhausted from the journey? Zhao Liang nodded. Driving these big trucks can be very lucrative, but it's also incredibly tough. Not only did they have to travel day and night, but they also had to be wary of fuel thieves and robbers, so weapons were often kept in the driver's cab. Qin Yun poured several cups of hawthorn water for the group, and then heated up some hot water for them. Brother Qin, don't bother with that yet. Let's see what good things we brought back for you this time. Zhao Liang gave Qin Yun a mysterious smile and pointed outside. Qin Yun went outside and saw that there were more than a dozen bicycles neatly arranged outside the courtyard. Each one was gleaming and sparkled in the sunlight, looking quite impressive. Why did you bring back so many? Qin Yun was also stunned. He originally thought that 5 or 6 vehicles would be a lot, but he didn't expect so many. Hee, isn't this all thanks to Brother Qin's modified car? Zhao Liang said with a smile. You know what? Several groups of people stopped us on the way and searched the car several times, but they still couldn't figure out the secret. Qin Yun smiled as well. Zhao Liang and his group were transporting coal and ore. To get inside, you'd have to unload everything from the truck bed, otherwise, forget about it. Soon, the hot water was ready. Qin Yun took the basin outside and said, Okay, you guys wash up first. I'll go make some food, and we can eat and chat at the same time. There were still some groceries left at home from yesterday, so Qin Yun rode her bicycle to the market and bought some meat. When she got back, she cooked 7 or 8 dishes. Zhao Liang and the others had finished washing up when Huang Kuan and the others returned with their trolleys. Brother Yin, why are there so many bicycles outside? As soon as he entered, Huang Kuan couldn't wait to ask. Once you see who's sitting inside, you immediately understand what's going on. Come on, Huang Kuan, De Pang, and De Zhuang. Each of you take a bicycle. Qin Yun was not stingy and gave 3 of the vehicles to the 3 people with a wave of his hand. Huang Kuan and the others' eyes lit up. Owning a bicycle these days is like owning a Mercedes in Qin Yun's time. The quality of this hand goes without saying. Brother Yun, what you're doing? Just as Huang Kuan and the others were about to speak, Qin Yun waved his hand and interrupted them, saying, No need for thanks. Just work hard, and we'll split the profits at the end of the month. The group nodded immediately. Now, hawthorn juice stalls and fish suppliers to the canteen are the 2 biggest sources of income. I'm sure I'll make a lot of money from this month-end bonus. Also, I plan to leave another car for Wang Ju. Qin Yun looked at Wang Ju and spoke. Wang Ju was eating when he heard Qin Yun say those words and immediately froze on the spot. He immediately said, Brother, I don't need this car. You should keep it. Qin Yun shook his head and said, This car isn't just for free. It's to give you something to do. Chapter 87 Scammed Again. Qin Yun had already come up with a plan regarding Wang Ju's damn boyfriend. But now is not the time. What's up? Wang Ju asked. Wait a minute, I'll tell you. Qin Yun smiled. He then returned to his room and handed 160 yuan to Zhao Liang. Take this money. This car is a gift from me to someone else, so the cost price can't be less. Just as Zhao Liang was about to refuse, Qin Yun continued. Brother Zhao, have you forgotten? We agreed at the beginning that even close brothers should keep clear accounts. If you don't take this money, how can I do business with you in the future? Hearing Qin Yun say this, Zhao Liang could only put the money away. Qin Yun then smiled. Brother Qin, this time I drove to the south, and we've never even seen the things there before. Zhao Liang lit a cigarette and said, And I've also found a great way to make money. How so? Qin Yun asked. There are many small cinemas there, where you can watch TV series or movies, and it only costs 2 yuan to watch one. As Qin Yun listened to Zhao Liang's words, his eyes gradually narrowed. People's leisure activities in this era were still quite limited. Most of them would go to parks and other places to play. Although there were cinemas, they were all state-run and mostly used the open-air cinema format. The videos played were good, but there were only a few of them playing over and over again. Brother Zhao, I think this matter needs to be considered more carefully. Qin Yun thought for a moment, then shook his head. Firstly, although the movies there are cheap, the equipment for showing them costs a lot of money. VCDs and DVDs haven't appeared yet. As for the southern region where Zhao Liang and his group went, and what kind of movies they played, Qin Yun really didn't know. Zhao Liang thought for a moment and nodded. It's all right, Brother Qin. I was just saying. You have better taste than us. If you say it won't work, then we'll find something else. Qin Yun thought for a while, and then said, I think that the things that can be sold now are still the ones that are in high demand. For example, radios and watches. If I'm not mistaken, the radios in the South should be better than those here. They'll definitely sell well when we bring them back. Qin Yun's luxuriousness also made Zhao Liang and the others give him a thumbs up. These days, we're still stuck in the era of 3 turns and 1 sound, referring to a set of 3 essential items for daily life. Bicycle, sewing machine, watch, radio. Without this, it would take a lot of effort to marry a girl from the city. The 2 items Qin Yun chose are both currently popular. As he spoke, Qin Yun took out another 1,000 yuan and handed it to Zhao Liang. Take this money first, and do what you can. This time, Zhao Liang didn't refuse. He readily accepted the money and nodded. Okay, I'll go take a look this time. After chatting for a while, Qin Yun asked, did you see any toys for children when Brother Zhao went there this time? After thinking for a moment, Zhao Liang answered affirmatively. Yes, I did see children playing in the park there before. Okay, Brother Zhao, you can take a look and buy any fun and cheap toys you find. I'll need them a lot later. As he spoke, Qin Yun handed Zhao Liang another 300 yuan. Zhao Liang nodded. Although he didn't know what Qin Yun wanted to do with these things, he was sure that what Qin Yun asked him to do was right. The group ate some more until night fell, at which point Zhao Liang got up to say goodbye. Qin Yun saw them all the way to the door. At night, Qin Yun went to his younger sister's room. The exam is almost here. How's your studying going, little sister? Qin Yun asked with a smile. Qin Ling chuckled and said, don't worry, brother. I'm sure I'll pass the exam this time. Qin Yun smiled and patted his sister's head. Like I said, little sister, just do your best. Whether you pass the exam or not, you'll always be your brother's pride. The younger sister shook her head. No, I must pass the exam. My brother has provided me with such good learning conditions. How embarrassing would it be if I failed the exam? It's clear that Qin Ling is very competitive. Her small table is covered with layers upon layers of calculation papers. Looking up, you can see a detailed study plan. Okay, then make sure you get plenty of rest. I'll cook you delicious food every day, so let's do well on our exams. Qin Yun said with a smile. The younger sister nodded and then pulled out a stack of letters from the table. By the way, brother, this is the short story you asked me to write before, and I've already finished it. Qin Yun smiled immediately, took it, and looked at it. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. I didn't expect my sister to have such good writing skills, and the plot she wrote was also very reasonable and immersive. That's wonderfully written, just as good as my sister. Hearing Qin Yun's praise, the younger sister smiled. Sometimes, what children want most is actually the approval of others. Especially the younger sister, who was always mistreated in the Qin family. No matter how well she did, she would be scolded by old Madame Qin and Luo Fengjiao. If they really can't find anything wrong with it, they'll just call it a money loser. Fortunately, those days are finally over. After talking with her younger sister for a while and telling her to go to bed early, Qin Yun took the letter and went to Wang Ju's room. At this moment, Wang Ju was lying on the bed looking at something, but when he saw Qin Yun arrive, he immediately sat up. Brother, you should take that bicycle back. I work in the city and don't need it. Qin Yun shook his head and placed the letter on the table next to him. That bicycle isn't just for free. You'll be reading this short story every day for the next few days. Oh. Wang Ju was stunned. He hadn't expected that what Qin Yun asked him to do was to study. What? Don't you want to study? Qin Yun asked. Yes, of course I want to read it, Wang Ju quickly replied. She also attended primary school in the village for a period of time and learned quite a few characters. Even if you don't know something, you can solve it by looking it up in a dictionary. Are you getting used to city life? Did you send some of the salary I gave you back to your uncle? Wang Ju nodded. I sent it back. It cost 200 yuan. I kept 120 for my family. What about the remaining 80? Qin Yun frowned. He didn't mind spending the money, but Wang Ju really had nowhere to spend it in the city. She eats all 3 meals a day in the courtyard, and in all this time, I haven't seen her buy anything. 80 yuan he borrowed it. Sure enough, it's that Sun Datong again. Seeing that Qin Yun's expression was not good, Wang Ju quickly explained. Brother, he really ran into trouble this time. His mother was hospitalized and urgently needed money. I had no choice but to lend him the money. Hearing this, Qin Yun couldn't help but sigh. His younger sister had most likely been deceived again. Chapter 88. Going to their door. 80 yuan is not a small amount. Qin Yun couldn't help but speak up. But brother, he promised me that he would pay me back next month once he has the money. Wang Ju was still unwilling to give up and continued to speak. Besides, brother, I chatted with Wei Hai for a while yesterday. You only paid him a mere 15 yuan, while I got 200 inch. Seeing Qin Yun remain silent, Wang Ju spoke up again. Brother, I know you want to help our family, but the money you've given us this month is already enough. Starting next month, my salary will also be 15 yuan. When Wang Ju first learned that her salary was 200 yuan, she was simply excited. But as she lived in the city, she gradually realized that although she could earn more money in the county town than in the countryside, she could never earn as much as 200 yuan. Qin Yun simply wanted to improve his family's living conditions. Qin Yun ignored what Wang Ju said next and said directly, "Since you trust Sun Datong so much, why don't we make a bet? Let's bet on whether Sun Datong will pay you back." Wang Ju was taken aback, then nodded after a moment's thought. Okay. Qin Yun chatted with Wang Ju for a while longer. When it was time to leave, Qin Yun pointed to the short stories on the letter paper next to him and said, "You have to read these stories every day, and remember to write a reading report for me every 3 days." After saying that, he left the room. Nothing was said that night. The next day, after Qin Yun and the others delivered the fish, they were just about to go home to rest when they saw Gao Rui, in uniform, and a group of people waiting at the door. Gao Yunshu was among them, wearing a press pass around her neck and holding a pen and notebook in her hands, looking gentle yet with a touch of scholarly air. "Qin Yun, you've arrived?" Upon seeing Qin Yun, Gao Yunshu immediately smiled and went to greet him. Qin Yun greeted him with a smile. "Qin Yun, you are an important witness for us today. Do you have any evidence? You can hand it over to us. We need to crack down on unscrupulous merchants and set an example from today onwards." Gao Rui also smiled and said to Qin Yun. Sure enough, Gao Rui, whom Qin Yun usually saw, was always dressed in casual clothes, but today, wearing a uniform, his aura was indeed different. It added a touch of sharpness and edginess. "Is the invoice they give me acceptable?" Qin Yun asked a question, and after receiving a definite answer, he immediately returned to his room and took out the invoice that Lu Feng had given him. "All right, shall we set off then?" Gao Rui spoke to the person next to him. "Okay, Director Gao, please." The other person was wearing a blue Zhongshan suit and black-rimmed glasses. Although he didn't look very young, he had a refined and scholarly air about him. With several people leading the way, they soon arrived at the furniture store. Because Gao Rui did not notify the relevant personnel this time, everyone in the furniture store was stunned when the group walked into the furniture store in a grand procession. The furniture store owner, in particular, rushed to the scene immediately after hearing the news. The manager followed behind the boss, standing at the door to greet them. A country bumpkin. Just then, the manager suddenly noticed two familiar figures standing in the crowd. One is Qin Yun, and the other is Gao Yunshu. Oh no, oh no. The manager immediately broke out in a cold sweat. This person is clearly up to no good. "Hello, we are a joint enforcement team from the local police station and the supervisory bureau, and we have selected Guegui Furniture City as the location for our investigation." One of the staff members stepped forward and spoke. At Gao Rui's instruction, he deliberately did not mention the purpose of his visit, nor did he directly say that he wanted to find Lu Feng. The boss was a balding middle-aged man named Su Ren. "Because I'm middle-aged and have limited energy, I've been spending my time fishing and drinking tea these days, and I haven't been paying much attention to the furniture market." He delegated everything to his subordinate managers. Yes, we warmly welcome you." Su Ren smiled and said, walking over to Gao Rui and introducing himself. "Hello, comrade. I'm the owner of the furniture market. If you're looking to do some research, I can recommend a vendor to you. This merchant is truly a conscientious business, a model in our furniture mall. The furniture they sell is absolutely genuine, and all the materials used are of the highest quality." The manager, who was listening nearby, was trembling with fear. Everyone in the furniture market knew that he and Lu Feng were in cahoots, because the boss didn't really manage things, only asking him to come and report once a month as a matter of routine. Every time, the manager had to praise Lu Feng a few times in order to secure more resources for him. After a while, Su Ren actually started to believe that Lu Feng was some kind of model merchant. Who? Gao Rui asked a question out of curiosity. It's the third to last shop near the exit of our furniture market, named Lu Feng. I'll take you there. Su Ren continued. Gao Rui and Qin Yun's eyes met. Well, you have a path to heaven but choose not to take it, and you choose to walk into hell when there's no way out. Sure. Gao Rui said something, and then the group walked towards Lu Feng's shop. Just as they were about to enter the shop, Qin Yun suddenly stopped Gao Rui. Director Gao, I would like to offer you a suggestion. After receiving Gao Rui's reply, Qin Yun said, I'm a novice when it comes to research, but I discussed it with reporter Gao a few days ago, and we believe that if we want to get closer to the truth, we can only start by getting closer to life. Oh, how do you mean by getting close? Gao Rui was clearly intrigued. In his eyes, Qin Yun had always been a very opinionated child. With his method, this research trip might actually yield some unexpected surprises. As for the method discussed with Gao Yinshu, Gao Rui shook his head. He knew his daughter well. Although Gao Yinshu was quick-witted and intelligent, she had only been in society for a short time and had grown up in a pampered environment. This method could only have come up with by Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and said, a few days ago, reporter Gao and I happened to have some dealings with this model merchant. My suggestion is that you all stay put and let reporter Gao and I go in first to present a realistic environment. Okay, Lally, what do you think? Gao Rui said good 3 times in a row and then asked the middle-aged man next to him. It must be said that, after all, they were all people who had been working in the officialdom for many years. Gao Rui's words, though seemingly simple, were something that Lao Li simply could not refuse. She had already set the tone of appreciating Qin Yun, and now she was conducting on-site research with other people around her. Even reporters were present. If objections are raised and reported, it won't look good. Chapter 89. Take him away directly. What this young man said is right. I think this is the most appropriate way to do it. Old Li could only smile and say this. Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu exchanged a glance, then stepped into Lu Feng's shop. Wait a moment. Just then, a voice rang out. All eyes turned to the manager. The manager scratched his head and said, I think we need to reconsider this matter. After all, we need to let Lu Feng prepare. He could almost foresee what would happen next. I'll definitely be implicated then. What else is there to prepare? Director Gao just said that all we need is the truth. Su Ren immediately glared at manager Lu Zuda. Director Gao had just finished speaking. Wasn't this just watching him make trouble? And isn't it true that you keep saying Lu Feng is absolutely fine? Su Ren's words left Lu Zuda speechless. Now he understands what it means to lift a rock only to drop it on your own foot. Soon, Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu entered the shop. As soon as Lu Feng saw the two enter, a look of anger immediately appeared on his face. He shouted angrily at Qin Yun. Damn it! You almost ruined my shop, and you still dare to come here? I'll say it again. My interview was legitimate and compliant, and it was you who was deceiving and swindling. We both have factual evidence. Gao Yinshu did not back down at all and immediately spoke up. I'm cheating and swindling? If you break something, you have to pay for it. That's a rule passed down from our ancestors. Lu Feng had no idea that Gao Rui and Su Ren were outside, and he was still shouting wildly. Isn't that because you bullied us country bumpkins? You think you can sell a piece of broken glass for $15? Qin Yun said this deliberately. Is there a problem with calling you a country bumpkin? You have this poor, rural air about you that's annoying to look at. Lu Feng suddenly sat down in the chair, looked Gao Yinshu up and down, and laughed. But you country bumpkin do have some skills, managing to pick up such a beautiful girl from the city. Then his voice suddenly turned cold, and after a couple of cold laughs, he said, But I advise you to keep a close eye on things. These days, it's not the thief you should be afraid of, it's the thief who's eyeing you. As soon as he uttered those words, everyone outside was stunned. Manager Lu Zuda was the first to be dumbfounded. From the moment he entered the door, Lu Feng's foul language never stopped, and now he's even brazenly threatening others. That guy was a reporter. Su Ren's expression was quite interesting. From the very beginning, When Lu Feng used foul language, he was able to defend himself by saying that it was hot weather and people were bound to be irritable. But now that he said that, he can't even open his mouth to defend himself. He turned his head and glared fiercely at Lu Zuda. If eyes could kill, he would have torn Lu Zuda in two right now. Gao Rui's eyes narrowed even more. Because today's enforcement was a joint effort, although Lao Li knew Gao Yunshu was his daughter, the others did not. His daughter was the one being threatened inside. However, he didn't rush in. With Qin Yun inside, he believed that Qin Yun would not allow Gao Yunshu to suffer any harm. Old Li coughed twice and said, "In my opinion, this merchant is not a model merchant at all. Moreover, he made outrageous remarks, disrupted the market, and is morally corrupt. This matter should be punished to the fullest extent of the law." Upon hearing this, both Su Ren and Lu Zuda felt a tremor in their hearts. The maximum penalty, that's the heaviest punishment imaginable. Meanwhile, in the furniture shop, Lu Feng was still chattering on and on. "I'll just tell you straight out in the open, the manager of this furniture market, Lu Zuda, and I have a very close relationship. At worst, I'll just close this shop. It's just a matter of letting you know later, and they'll change my shop inside." A smile crept across Lu Feng's lips. "After I've changed my appearance, no matter how impressive your newspaper reports are, no one will keep an eye on me all the time." What could Qin Yun say? He and Gao Yunshu exchanged a glance, and he could only silently give him a thumbs up and praise him as 666. "I thought it would take some effort to obtain the evidence, but I didn't expect that Lu Feng would just spill everything out like beans from a bamboo tube. And you two country bumpkins, no matter how much money I spend in the future, I'll make you pay." Lu Feng slowly stood up, staring intently at Qin Yun. "And this price is one you simply cannot afford. Who are you going to make pay the price?" Just then, a voice suddenly appeared in the room. The one leading them was Gao Rui. Threatening reporters and ordinary citizens to their faces, using harsh language, and arbitrarily insulting others take them back to the police station first. Gao Rui spoke directly and coldly. In an instant, Lu Feng was completely stunned. Gao Rui's uniform was impeccably tailored. As soon as he said this, someone came over, and Lu Feng immediately received a pair of silver bracelets. He looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. It was only at this moment that he realized that the country bumpkin in front of him was not a country bumpkin at all. From initially trying to make himself look good, to later hiring reporters to sabotage his business, and now even bringing in the police. Compared to him, I'm the real country bumpkin. But that's not all. After Gao Rui finished speaking, Lao Li, who was standing next to him, immediately took out an invoice. The label clearly states that a defective glass costs 15 yuan. In addition, this merchant is involved in failing to clearly mark prices, deceiving consumers, and selling inferior goods as superior ones. Revoke their business license immediately, and they will be prohibited from engaging in the furniture industry for 3 years. These two sentences are tantamount to sentencing Lu Feng to death. Lu Feng immediately collapsed to the ground. He hadn't expected that before he could even retaliate against Qin Yun would take such swift and decisive action. This is tantamount to quitting the industry altogether. In addition, your entire furniture mall will also be closed for rectification, tentatively for 1 month. The specific time for reopening will depend on when the rectification is completed. A person standing nearby then spoke to Su Ren. After saying that, Gao Rui led Lu Feng directly away from the furniture store. As soon as they left, the other merchants in the furniture market rushed over. "Lu Zuda, you son of a bitch, if it weren't for you, would we have had to shut down for rectification?" "Exactly. How are we supposed to survive with a month-long shutdown? Boss, you have to give us an explanation, or we'll move our business to somewhere else right now." A group of people immediately launched a verbal attack on Lu Zuda and Su Ren. It's not really their fault. Everyone knows that if you can't do business for a month, you'll have absolutely no source of income. How could they possibly accept this? Manager Lu Zuda stood to the side trembling, like a deflated balloon. Where was the imposing manner he had shown a few days ago? Chapter 90. Coming to annoy people. Don't worry, merchants, I will definitely give you a satisfactory solution. Su Ren, having weathered many storms, immediately began to reassure everyone when he saw things were going wrong. If you want business to be good, first of all, you need people to do business, right? Now everyone might as well report Luzuda. I want to see just how arrogant he usually is. Su Run then spoke. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became indignant. Luzuda is a complete scoundrel. Everyone in the furniture market knows that Lu Feng is the biggest swindler, but Luzuda always sides with him. Not only that, he also made us pay stall fees before. Those who were on good terms with him would pay less, but those who offended him would be charged 50 or 60 yuan. As the group chatted amongst themselves, Luzuda's face turned deathly pale. It seems he's destined to fail here today. Once the noise of the crowd had gradually subsided, Su Rin stepped forward. Without saying a word, the first thing he did was bow to everyone. The main reason for this is me. It was my negligence in management that led me to choose such a person as manager, resulting in everyone being treated so unfairly. As for Luzuda, dismiss him from his manager position now and stop paying his salary. His salary, plus a portion of mine, will be used to compensate Mr. Qin. Su Rin looked at Qin Yun. Even a fool could see that Qin Yun's background was terrifyingly powerful. And when they took Lu Feng away, they didn't say that Lu Feng should pay compensation. Su Renki wouldn't miss this opportunity to prove himself. As for you all, the suspension of business for rectification is also another opportunity for us. I'm giving you all a compensation of 15 yuan, and I'll also send someone to inspect the business. Whoever performs the rectification well will get the best shop in the entire furniture market. And you'll also get an extra 20 yuan. Upon hearing this, the eyes of everyone below lit up. This approach to handling the situation made Qin Yun nod in approval. In just a few words, the word courage is vividly displayed. You know, there are at least 200 shops in this furniture market, and each one costs 15 yuan. So, all of them together would cost more than 3,000 yuan. What's even more impressive is that with just a few simple words, he managed to restore everyone's composure. Everyone became incredibly motivated. All right, everyone go back and get ready. I will distribute the 15 yuan subsidy to everyone later. As soon as Su Rin finished speaking, everyone dispersed. Just as Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu were about to leave, Su Rin called them back from behind. Mr. Qin, please wait a moment. As he spoke, he took out 20 yuan from his pocket and put it in Qin Yun's hand. What happened before was my oversight. Take this money, and I will personally visit you another day. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. No need. He cheated me out of 15 yuan before, so just give him 15 yuan. No way. We've wasted so much time, and this Lu Feng still dares to spout such nonsense. You absolutely have to accept this money. Seeing that he couldn't refuse, Qin Yun had no choice but to put the money in his pocket. After exchanging pleasantries for a few more moments, they turned and left. Night fell outside Qin Yun's courtyard. Hearing the bursts of laughter and cheerful conversation coming from inside, and smelling the fragrant aromas wafting through the air, Qin Erzhan couldn't help but swallow hard. He then turned to old lady Qin and said, Mom, this is where that ingrate Qin Yun lives. A hint of malice appeared on old lady Qin's face. He nodded immediately. Okay, I'll go in today. I'm not only going to eat his food and drink his drinks, but I'm also going to stay in his house. Didn't you say that the house he rents is big and nice? This time I'll get one for Sihai and one for you, so we can move in comfortably. A hopeful smile appeared on Grandma Qin's face. If they move in, her precious grandson will finally have a place to stay in the city. Ideally, I'd like to find a girlfriend from the city. Thinking this, she leaned on her cane and went outside the courtyard gate. Qin Erzhan put down his worn-out luggage, bags of all sizes, and said in a low voice, Mom, I'm leaving now. Remember our purpose. We'll move in and make Qin Yun and his gang get out. Once we're inside, we'll go and discuss them. Old Mrs. Qin snorted coldly, Don't worry. He then stretched out his cane and slammed it heavily on the courtyard gate. In the courtyard, Qin Yun was having dinner with everyone. While eating, Qin Yun told everyone about the events of the day. Especially after hearing that Lu Feng had been arrested and manager Luzuda had been fired, smiles immediately appeared on the faces of the group. Serves him right. Let him try to extort us again. He dares to ask for 15 yuan for a broken glass. He's shameless. Exactly. Are they fucking desperate for money? Huang Kuan and his group immediately started cursing. But I have to thank my sister-in-law for this. I'm speechless. She's awesome. Sun Dazhuang said with a grin. Get lost. She's not your sister-in-law yet. Qin Yun laughed and cursed, but a different kind of emotion also welled up in his heart. Sooner or later, just as the group was having a good time, suddenly, a knocking sound like a ghost came from the courtyard gate. Who is it? Huang Kuan frowned and asked a question, but there was no response. Instead, the knocking on the door grew louder and louder. Huang Kuan had no choice but to stand up and open the door. Old Mrs. Qin was standing outside when she bumped into him and dragged her bags into the courtyard. Qin Yun, what are you standing there for? Come over here and help me with my things. Old Mrs. Qin spotted Qin Yun sitting among them at a glance and immediately spoke in a cold voice. Before anyone could react, he finished speaking. Old Mrs. Qin continued to boss people around. And you, Huang Kuan, Sun Dazhuang, get out of my way right now. Qin Yun's face darkened. He must have been resentful when he told Qin Erzhan to get lost, which is why he went back to the village and brought out old lady Qin as a figurehead to annoy him. Seeing that things were not going well, the others made excuses and turned to leave. Only Qin Yun, Qin Ling, and Huang Kuan remained in the courtyard. Seeing that no one intended to help her with anything, old Mrs. Qin snorted coldly and, without saying much, walked straight to Qin Ling's side and shoved her aside with her buttocks. You brat, didn't you see Grandma's here? Didn't you even offer her a bowl and chopsticks? As he spoke, he grabbed the chopsticks from the table, not caring whose they were, and started putting food into his mouth. As for the rice, they poured the leftovers from several people's bowls into one bowl and ate it with great gusto. The group frowned as they watched. Chapter 91. Anyway, I'm not leaving. Old Mrs. Qin's eating manners were very unsightly. She would eat half of her food and spill the other half. Not only that, she would also gather the spilled food back into her own bowl. The main focus is on wolfing down food. She hadn't had such delicious food in a long time. To raise money for Qin Wentong's tuition, the entire Qin family lived frugally, subsisting on sweet potato porridge for every meal. Even during the Chinese New Year, we can't eat the food Qin Yun cooks. Seeing that she had cleaned up all the leftovers on the table, old Mrs. Qin finally put down her chopsticks with satisfaction and let out a loud burp. Qin Yun, you little brat, you made money but didn't bring it home. You actually rented such a nice house outside. Grandma Qin leaned back in her chair, using a fish bone from the table as a toothpick to pick her teeth. She glanced at Qin Yun and said, but it's good. Your older brother will be coming to the city to study at university soon, so this house is just right for him. Why should Qin Wentong live in the house my brother rented? Qin Ling couldn't help but speak up on the spot. You brat, do you have the right to interrupt when adults are speaking? Old Mrs. Qin immediately glared fiercely at Qin Ling and said coldly. The expressions of Huang Kuan and the others standing nearby also changed. They knew that old lady Qin was not someone to be trifled with when they were in the village, but they never expected her to be so arrogant even in the city. What? You don't want your older brother to move in? Before Qin Yun could speak, old Madam Qin continued. Let me tell you, Qin Yun, you have the blood of the Qin family flowing in your veins, and all the money you earn belongs to the Qin family. I not only want my precious grandson Qin Wentong to move in, but I also want Sihai and Erzhan to move in too. As she spoke, old lady Qin looked at Huang Kuan and his group and spat on the ground. They keep the house for outsiders but don't let their own family members live there. What kind of logic is that? I'll give you 3 days. By then, I'll make them all get out and vacate the house. After saying that, old lady Qin swayed and walked upstairs. Brother Yun, what should we do? It looks like we'll have to stay here permanently. Huang Kuan couldn't help but ask. The others also looked at Qin Yun with worried eyes. Qin Yun pondered for a moment and then said, It's all right. I'll figure something out. When the time comes, make her go back the way she came. Upon hearing this, the group exchanged bewildered glances. Will this old woman really listen to Qin Yun and leave willingly? It's getting late. Everyone go back to sleep. I'll go upstairs and see what kind of trouble she's up to. Seeing that everyone had gone back to their rooms to sleep, Qin Yun and Qin Ling went straight upstairs to the second floor. Old Mrs. Qin looked around, then pushed open the door to Qin Ling's room. This place is nice. I'm going to stay here tonight. Without saying a word, old lady Qin threw her cloth shoes on the ground, scattering clumps of dirt across the floor. At the same time, a foul odor spread directly throughout the room. Ignoring everything else, old Mrs. Qin casually wiped her snot on Qin Ling's clean white sheets. He didn't even wash his muddy feet before lying down on the bed. This is Qin Ling's room. She'll be sleeping here tonight. Qin Yun had just opened his mouth when old Mrs. Qin's voice rang out. I didn't stop her from sleeping. Sleep next to me. How could I, an old woman, not allow it? Qin Yun understood perfectly well that forcing her wouldn't work. Old lady Qin would definitely resort to dishonest means. My little sister still has exams to take. Take an exam? Old Mrs. Qin jumped up and glared fiercely at Qin Yun. You idiot! Your older brother doesn't even have money for college, and you're letting this girl take the exam. If she goes to school, who will pay for the tuition? Who will pay for her food? She's a money-losing brat. She'll get married sooner or later. Why spend so much money on her? Upon hearing this, Qin Ling fearfully hid behind Qin Yun, her eyes revealing a hint of grievance. In the Qin family, she was constantly being ordered around. As for studying, if it weren't for the policy requiring the popularization of knowledge, Grandma Qin wouldn't have even let her go to school. Qin Yun held Qin Ling's hand tightly. He spoke coldly to old lady Qin. Why can your grandson go to school, but my little sister can't? I not only want her to go to middle school, I also want her to go to university. I will hire the best teachers to teach her. As for how much money is spent, it has absolutely nothing to do with your Qin family. Old Mrs. Qin snorted twice, but ultimately said nothing more. She couldn't very well go up and rob Qin Yun of his money, could she? We'll go back to Qingshui village tomorrow. If you're going to stay in the city, you'll need to rent a place yourself. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, old lady Qin immediately lay down on the bed and began to throw a tantrum. Qin Yun, give up on that idea. I'd rather die in the city. Qin Yun didn't say anything more. He and his younger sister packed up their study materials and turned to leave, already having a plan in mind. Qin Yun then arranged for Qin Ling to stay in his room so she could study properly, while he went to Old Man Wei's room. Seeing Qin Yun enter, Old Man Wei sat up from the bed. Qin Yun, have you run into some trouble? He had overheard the argument between old lady Qin and the others. Qin Yun nodded and then said, Uncle Wei, I still need your help with this matter. As they talked, Qin Yun and Old Man Wei chatted for a while, and Old Man Wei nodded frequently. After saying that, Qin Yun returned to his room. Because of old lady Qin's interference, Qin Yun could only spend one night with his younger sister. Early the next morning, while Qin Yun and the others were still asleep, a loud sound suddenly rang out outside the room. I, the Axe King, am the current emperor. I am the wife of a prince consort, born of noble birth. At this time, everyone was asleep, making the sound all the more annoying. Qin Yun and the others had to work all day. They hadn't slept well last night because of Qin's grandmother's nausea. Now, the sleep deprivation is even more severe. Qin Yun got up and went outside to check. In the courtyard, old lady Qin stood upright, holding a clapper in her hand, and chanting lines from a traditional opera. He would occasionally twist his body, imitating characters from traditional operas. What are you doing? Aren't other people sleeping? Qin Yun asked in a cold voice. What time is it? Who in our village doesn't get up at this hour? I think you've been in the city for too long and forgotten your roots. Grandma Qin declared confidently. Anyway, this is my habit, and I'll practice my singing every day from now on. I also want to live the life of a retired cadre in the city. That's utter nonsense. Qin Yun snorted coldly. Back when the family hadn't separated yet, old Madame Qin got up later than anyone else. What? She changed her mind after coming to the city. Chapter 92, one more. Others were also gradually alerted and brought out. Seeing old lady Qin, their expressions were not pleasant. Everyone understood that this old woman had come specifically to torment them. My father was the current emperor. Old Mrs. Qin started singing again, her voice mocking and extremely unpleasant. Who the hell dares to sing opera while I'm sleeping? They're asking for it. Just then, a sound like thunder rang out, startling everyone present. Old Mrs. Chin was immediately like a duck whose throat had been choked, and dared not say another word. Old Wei walked out of the room, his cold gaze sweeping over Old Lady Chin. This house belongs to this old man. If you dare disturb my rest again, get out. Old Mrs. Chin hesitated for a moment, wanting to say something but not daring to speak. He could only nod. Old Man Wei then turned around and walked back, giving Qin Yun a wink as he passed by. Qin Yun nodded as well. After being scolded by Old Man Wei, Old Lady Qin slunk back to her room. But after his commotion, Qin Yun and the others couldn't get much sleep. After resting for a while, they headed outside. After finishing his fishing trip, Qin Yun went to a hotel, booked a room, picked up his younger sister, and then informed Qin Shuqi that they would return here for tutoring. That night, Qin Yun bought the groceries as usual, but this time he deliberately used separate plates to serve himself some food. There was no other way. If they let Old Lady Qin sit at the table before everyone else, she would be so disgusting that no one could eat a single bite. Qin Yun specially sent another portion to Old Man Wei. They also brought me a cup of hawthorn water that wasn't too cold. Qin Yun, if you ask me, your previous method was too cumbersome. Wouldn't it be better if I just kicked her out of this courtyard? Qin Yun shook his head. Grandpa, you don't know old Madam Qin. She's a master of making trouble and being unreasonable. Just because of that, you'll never know what she'll do. This matter should still be handled as previously agreed. Hearing Qin Yun say this, Old Man Wei could only nod. The two chatted for a while longer when Qin Ling's voice came from outside. Grandma, you've taken all the food away. What are we going to eat? Qin Yun immediately went outside, his face darkening instantly. Next to the food he was cooking, Old Lady Qin was holding a large bowl and frantically scooping the food and rice into it. Seeing the other people looking at her, Old Lady Qin glared back defiantly. What's wrong? Qin Yun is my grandson, and the food he cooks is originally from the Qin family. As she scooped the food, Old Lady Qin shouted to the crowd, giving you food is already charity. What does it matter to you if I take more? After filling a large bowl, Grandma Qin didn't stop. She took out a lunchbox and filled it with another portion of food. After serving the food, she looked up and saw Qin Yun coming out of Old Man Wei's room. His gaze immediately flickered with a hint of guilt. He then carefully wrapped the large bowl with cloth to ensure the food wouldn't leak out, and stuffed it into the bundle he was carrying along with the lunchbox. Qin Yun, I have something to do. I'll be back tonight. After saying that, Old Lady Qin walked quickly toward the door. Seeing everyone's expressions and the fact that there wasn't much food left in the pot, Qin Yun had no choice but to cook a few more dishes. After leaving the courtyard, Old Lady Qin walked for more than 2 hours before finally stopping in one of the alleys. This is the place where Qin Erzhan and his group rented a house. It's still that pitifully small house, and the room is stuffy and smelly. The room, which was not large to begin with, housed 4 people. Qin Erzhan, second aunt, Luo Fengjiao, and Qin Wentong. Mom, you're finally back. When Qin Erzhan saw Old Lady Qin arrive, he immediately stood up anxiously and went to greet her. Did you bring anything from that little brat, Qin Yun? Go away, go away. The food you brought must be eaten by my eldest grandson first. Grandma Qin shooed the group away and placed the food in an empty spot on the bed. Qin Wentong immediately walked over, but his expression froze when he saw the bundle. Grandma, isn't this the bundle you used to carry your socks? Grandma Qin said matter-of-factly, what's wrong with storing socks? As the saying goes, a little dirt won't hurt you. Qin Wentong wanted to say something more, but since arriving in the county town, he hadn't eaten anything good. This food smells amazing. After some internal struggle, Qin Wentong picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Soon, everything in the big bowl was finished. Only then did Qin Wentong speak to Qin Erzhan and the others who had been swallowing hard, saying, I'm finished eating, you guys eat. Qin Erzhan couldn't hold back any longer, and immediately picked up his chopsticks and started eating after hearing the story. After a whirlwind of eating, the group licked every last drop of oil from the large bowls and lunchboxes. This food is so delicious. Luo Fengjiao swallowed hard. Qin Wentong had just eaten so much, and Qin Erzhan had eaten most of it. By the time it was her turn, she only had a few bites left. It can only be said that I experienced a taste of it. Mom, can you take me with you? I want to eat this kind of food too. Luo Fengjiao spoke to Old Lady Qin. That won't do. Just as Old Lady Qin was about to refuse, she suddenly seemed to think of something. Her eyes darted around, and she said, That's also an option. But I have to tell you in advance, if you want to go, you'd better show that fierce side of yourself. We went there for only one purpose, to annoy Qin Yun, and preferably get rid of him too. Okay. Luo Fengjiao immediately nodded in agreement. She was willing to do anything to get such a meal. The two were talking, which made the second uncle and second aunt next to them very eager to listen. Mom, why don't we move in now? The house over there is big and spacious, and we can even take a shower. Qin Erzhan couldn't help but speak up. Second uncle, what are you thinking? Everything has to be done step by step, right? You two just got beaten up by Qin Yun the other day, and now you're going back? Aren't you just asking to be humiliated? Qin Wentong said calmly from the side. Grandma Qin immediately gave a thumbs up. My eldest grandson is so thoughtful. He's right. You all stay here for now, and we'll bring you some good food later. Hearing this, Qin Erzhan and his aunt could only sit back down on the bed with a bitter expression. Now, the only hope is that Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao can drive Qin Yun and the others away so that they can let me move in. After chatting for a while, Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao walked outside. Chapter 93. There's Hope. It was already late at night when Grandma Qin and Luo Fengjiao arrived outside the courtyard. Looking at the locked door, old Mrs. Qin's eyes flashed with anger. You ungrateful wretch. You didn't even leave the door open for me? Luo Fengjiao's expression also looked rather unpleasant. Is this a bad start for them? Old Mrs. Qin had planned to bang on the door frantically, forcing Qin Yun and the others to open it. But when she thought of Old Man Wei's cold and stern gaze, she had no choice but to stop. Mom, what should we do? Luo Fengjiao sighed and asked. Ask. All you ever do is ask. Old Mrs. Qin scolded Luo Fengjiao in annoyance, then pointed to the broken bricks next to her and said, Go and stack those bricks over there, then we'll jump over. Oh, Mom, so many bricks, if I do it all by myself. Old Mrs. Qin's expression grew even more displeased. What? Do you want me to carry it for you? Luo Fengjiao pouted, but for the sake of the new house, she had no choice but to move the pieces over one by one. It wasn't until 2 hours later that she was able to build a platform that she could barely climb onto. The two then climbed into the courtyard. Because the courtyard was too high, Luo Fengjiao fell while going down and immediately grimaced in pain. The two made their way to the second floor, and as soon as the lights were turned on, Luo Fengjiao exclaimed in surprise, This place is so wonderful. Stop yelling and go to sleep. I'm exhausted. After saying that, old Mrs. Qin lay down on the bed and soon began snoring. Luo Fengjiao was still young, and seeing that there was a shower in the room, she took a shower and then lay down on the bed to go to sleep. The next morning, after delivering the fish, Qin Yun and the others returned to the courtyard, where they saw Luo Fengjiao and Old Lady Qin each holding a bamboo tube and drinking cool hawthorn water. It wasn't enough for Old Lady Qin to come alone. She even brought her vixen stepmother along. Qin Yun immediately stepped forward and kicked the bamboo tubes in the hands of the two men to the ground. Who gave you permission to drink it? Qin Yun directly cursed coldly. Qin Yun, I'm your mother. What's wrong with me drinking a few sips of your water? Don't be so stingy. Luo Fengjiao snorted coldly and spoke directly. Old Mrs. Qin, who was standing nearby, also spoke up. You ungrateful wretch. You've been hiding such delicious food from me all this time. Are you even human? Before Qin Yun could say anything, old Madame Qin continued. The 3 days are almost up. When that time comes, get them out of here and let Sihai and Wentong move in. A chill ran through Qin Yun's heart. These two shameless bastards are trying to gradually eat away at the house I live in. Don't even think about it. Qin Yun gave a cold shout, then spoke to the others, and Huang Kuan and the others nodded and began selling water. Qin Yun left the courtyard and headed towards the police station. After wandering around for a while, he went directly to find Feng Tian. Qin Yun had been captured by Feng Tian, but was fortunately rescued by Director Gao, which prevented him from being sent to prison. It was at that time that Feng Tian learned that Qin Yun and Gao Rui had an unusual relationship, and thereafter he treated Qin Yun with utmost respect. When Qin Yun first came to the county town, Feng Tian helped him on several occasions. "Brother Qin, what brings you here today? Have you run into some trouble?" Upon seeing Qin Yun, Feng Tian immediately smiled and asked. Qin Yun didn't hide anything and said directly, "Brother Feng, I really do have something I need your help with." "Sure, I have to help Brother Qin." Feng Tian was very straightforward and spoke directly. "Brother Feng hasn't eaten yet, has he? Let's go to a state-run restaurant for a meal, and I'll tell you something while we're at it." As they talked, the two arrived at the state-run restaurant. Qin Yun didn't hold back and ordered 4 or 5 dishes, plus a few bottles of beer. Then he told Feng Tian about the matter involving Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao. "Brother Qin, your business is my business. Tell me, what do you want me to do?" Qin Yun whispered a few words to Feng Tian, who then nodded and patted his chest, saying, "All right, Brother Qin, I understand what you mean. Leave this to me." Qin Yun smiled, and the two chatted for a while before getting up to leave. At night, Qin Yun had just returned to the courtyard when he saw Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao sticking their buttocks out and straining to look inside through the glass. "What are you doing?" Qin Yun immediately shouted in a cold voice. The two were startled, then hurriedly turned around and grinned at Qin Yun, saying, "We were just too hungry, so we were wondering if you had any food in your room." A smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. He then snorted coldly and said, "I advise you not to have any ulterior motives. There's really nothing in my room, but..." Halfway through his sentence, Qin Yun deliberately left it unfinished and returned directly to his room. Old Mrs. Qin and Luo Fengjiao exchanged a glance. They each saw the greed lurking in each other's eyes. Today they wandered around the courtyard and only found a locked storage room. Since it's not in Qin Yun's room, it must be there. But this key... Grandma Qin lowered her voice and said, "As long as we can get the key, we can take everything out of there. That ungrateful Qin Yun has made so much money. There must be a lot of good stuff inside. We can sell it, and we can easily afford to rent a place, or even buy a house in the city." Old Mrs. Qin's words made Luo Fengjiao nod in agreement. I was immediately excited. It was just too tempting. Living in the city, she became a city dweller, able to take a shower every day and sleep in a soft, large bed. But this key... But soon, Luo Fengjiao remembered something. Although the plan is good, if we can't get the key, everything will be for nothing. Grandma Qin tugged at her sleeve. "You're such a fool. I saw it a long time ago. The key was hanging on that ingrate's waist. Let's keep a close eye on him today and see where he puts the keys." Upon hearing this, Luo Fengjiao immediately nodded. Soon, it was dinner time again. Qin Yun cooked a lot of dishes as usual. Old Mrs. Qin and Luo Fengjiao ate with great relish, finishing 2 or 3 plates before finally stopping, still wanting more. Qin Yun then carried the plate into Grandpa Wei's room. Grandma Qin and Luo Fengjiao hadn't paid any attention, assuming they were just bringing him food. However, almost half an hour passed, and Qin Yun still showed no sign of coming out. Seeing that everyone else had finished washing the dishes and returned to their rooms, the two of them immediately scurried over to Old Man Wei's room. Hearing the two people talking inside gave me a real boost of energy. This is potential. Chapter 94, Stealing? Inside Old Man Wei's room, Qin Yun placed the key on the table and said, "Uncle Wei, I'll leave this key with you, otherwise those two might take it at any time." Old Man Wei nodded. "All right, I'll take it then. I'll put it in the hidden compartment under this table later. Absolutely no one could know." Upon hearing this, Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao exchanged a glance. Based on the layout of Qin Yun's room, they could roughly deduce that in Old Man Wei's room, the bedroom and living room were also separate. Just then, Old Man Wei spoke up again. "But Qin Yun, what's in your storage room? Is it really that valuable?" Qin Yun nodded. "It's full of Matai liquor in there. The price of this liquor has skyrocketed. If we can sell 1 or 2 bottles, each bottle will fetch at least 20 yuan. Qin Yun is right. The authorities have started to control Matai liquor, which has caused its price to skyrocket. However, Qin Yun knew that the price increase trend would not stop, and now was not the best time to make a move. Upon hearing the amount of over 20 yuan, Old Lady Chin's eyes lit up. Actually, the price of renting a house in the city is not that high now. The reason why the house Qin Yun and his group rented was so expensive is mainly because the room's furnishings far exceeded those of an ordinary house. For example, the toilets and shower facilities inside are more convenient than Qin Yun's hotel rooms. Secondly, Qin Yun rented the entire courtyard, including the storage room, which has a total of 5 rooms. Furthermore, this place is very close to the mountain spring, and the refreshing and thirst-quenching mountain spring water is an important ingredient for Qin Yun and his group's hawthorn juice. Even though Old Man Wei's asking price was a bit high, Qin Yun still bought the house without hesitation. One bottle costs over 20 yuan. If I could take all the wine inside myself. Not only is the food expenses for my precious grandson covered, but buying a house in the city is not impossible. Grandma Qin felt overwhelmed by the sudden happiness. Qin Yun talked with Old Man Wei for a while longer, mostly about the price of the wine. The more they talked, the more Qin's mother and Luo Fengjiao outside the door became eager to buy. Unbeknownst to them, Huang Kuan and his group were watching them intently from behind. A moment later, Qin Yun got up to take his leave. Luo Fengjiao and Old Lady Qin immediately hurried upstairs, while carefully observing whether Qin Yun had noticed them. Fortunately, Qin Yun did nothing and went straight back to his room, turning off the lights shortly afterward. "Mom, let's go downstairs in a bit." In the room on the second floor, Luo Fengjiao couldn't suppress her excitement and spoke softly. "I must have been blind back then. I never realized you were so stupid." Old Mrs. Qin scolded Luo Fengjiao, then said, "Don't forget, there's that ungrateful sister living next door. Wait a bit before going out. What if they're still awake? You'll get caught red-handed." Luo Fengjiao looked rather unpleasant after being scolded, but she still lay back down on the bed. Around 3 a.m., in a daze, I felt a sudden slap on my face, which was extremely painful. When she opened her eyes, she saw Old Lady Qin glaring at her with a look of utter disappointment. "You were sleeping so soundly, I couldn't wake you up no matter what I did. I had to slap you twice. Let me tell you, opportunities to make money don't come every day. If you don't make any money this time, why are you sleeping in a bed like this? Go back to your village." After scolding Luo Fengjiao more than a dozen times, Old Lady Qin finally leaned on her cane and quietly made her way to the door. Every movement was done stealthily, and finally he opened the door and crept downstairs. When they arrived at Old Man Wei's room, Old Lady Qin carefully pushed the door open. He glanced furtively inside, and only went in after confirming that Old Man Wei wasn't in the living room. Old Man Wei never had the habit of locking the door, partly because everyone in the courtyard was familiar with him, making theft unlikely. Secondly, tonight's event was originally a setup for Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao, so it was even less likely that the place would be closed. Old Mrs. Qin and Luo Fengjiao quietly entered the room. Based on the information they had heard that night, they crawled on the floor and reached under the table. After some searching, she found the hidden compartment. Suppressing her excitement, Old Lady Qin immediately took out the key. Then, he tugged at Luo Fengjiao, and the two carefully walked outside. What they didn't know was that Old Man Wei had already seen everything clearly from inside the bedroom. Just as Grandma Qin and Luo Fengjiao got the keys and turned to leave, they suddenly bumped into Huang Kuan. "What are you doing in the yard?" Huang Kuan asked in a cold voice. Grandma Qin and Luo Fengjiao were so startled that they almost knelt down on the ground. "It was too hot inside, and my mom couldn't sleep, so I came out with her to sit for a while." At the crucial moment, Luo Fengjiao spoke up. This excuse was suitable, and Huang Kuan nodded without saying anything more. The two quickly returned to their room on the second floor. Half an hour later, after Huang Kuan went back, the two of them came out again. Quietly opening the door to the storage room, I indeed saw boxes and boxes of wine around the corner. "Mom, how much should we pack?" Luo Fengjiao asked in a low voice. "Take 6 bottles. Old Mrs. Qin spoke up. Looking at the boxes and boxes of wine in front of her, Old Mrs. Qin wished she could take them all away at once, but unfortunately, the bottles were fragile, and if she took too many, there was a high chance of an accident. Okay. After discussing it, the two of them each took 2 bottles and tucked one under their armpits. Soon, the two returned to the second floor with the wine bottle and furtively put the key back into Old Man Wei's secret compartment. The next morning, while Qin Yun and the others were out fishing in the village, the two of them also went out of their homes. Little did they know that as soon as the two of them went out, several figures immediately followed them from a short distance away. It was Huang Wentian with 2 or 3 people. Yesterday, after Qin Yun returned, he asked Wang Ju to tell Huang Wentian and the others that they were coming to help him put on a show. Here comes the real show. Grandma Qin and Luo Fengjiao walked towards the most bustling street in the county town. Upon reaching the street, however, a dilemma arose. They can't just put the wine out there and shout it out loud, can they? The authorities had just issued a restriction order prohibiting the private circulation of this wine, yet they brazenly took it out. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Mom, what are we going to do? What if we steal something and can't sell it? Luo Fengjiao asked with some concern. Chapter 95. What evidence do you have? What are you stealing? This is our own home. Old Mrs. Qin's expression changed, and she immediately reprimanded Luo Fengjiao. Luo Fengjiao remained silent, too shy to speak. We'll have to look around here for now. Old Mrs. Qin also sighed and spoke. As the two were strolling down the street, Huang Wentian suddenly appeared beside them, smiling as he said, "Fellow villagers, are you going to sell a bar?" Old Mrs. Qin glanced at Huang Wentian warily. "How did you know we sell alcohol?" Huang Wentian smiled and pointed to the cloth bags at their waists. "I heard the sound of bottles clinking inside when you were walking just now. I've been drinking for so many years. How could I not hear such a sound?" Grandma Qin and Luo Fengjiao exchanged a glance, and Grandma Qin said, "We do sell liquor, and it's mitai. Do you want to buy some?" Huang Wentian feigned surprise, widened his eyes, and said, "Maotai liquor? That's hard to find these days. How much are you looking to sell it for?" Grandma Qin thought for a moment, then held up 3 fingers, 30 yuan. Luo Fengjiao turned around and looked at old Madame Qin with some suspicion. "Yesterday, Qin Yun told me that this wine sells for more than 20 yuan. How did I become 30 in the blink of an eye?" Huang Wentian frowned as well. "Hey fellow villager, your wine is too expensive. Others only pay around 20 yuan. I still have quite a few of these wines at home. If you want, I can bring you a few more bottles." Grandma Qin blinked and spoke. "You still have some at home? Fellow villager, you're so old, can you still drink?" Huang Wentian then asked. "Don't worry about that. This wine belongs to my grandson. Are you going to buy it or not?" Old Mrs. Qin urged impatiently. "I'll buy it, of course I'll buy it." Huang Wentian was afraid that if he tried to get more information out of old Madame Qin, he would become wary, so he had no choice but to agree. "I'm fine with buying it, but you have to give me a receipt, right? Otherwise, if the wine I buy is fake, who can I complain to?" Old Mrs. Qin and Luo Fengjiao exchanged a glance. Old Mrs. Qin stiffened her neck. "What? We need to keep proof? I won't. I'm afraid you'll sue me. I won't sell it to you unless you leave a receipt." Huang Wentian turned to leave, throwing out a sentence. "Let me tell you, what you're doing is speculation and profiteering. If you want to sell it to anyone other than me, you're dreaming." He knew that, based on Qin Yun's description, the two of them would most likely catch up. Sure enough, before Huang Wentian had gone far, Luo Fengjiao and old lady Qin came up. "Wait, we'll sell you this wine." Old Mrs. Qin spoke up. Huang Wentian then took out paper and pen from his pocket and handed them to the two men. Because they had attended literacy classes, both of them were able to write their own names. Huang Wentian immediately paid the money, took the 6 bottles of Matai liquor, and turned to leave. Grandma Qin and Luo Fengjiao were utterly shocked when they saw the 180+ yuan in their hands. How could you earn so much money in just a short time? This money is so easy to make. That ungrateful Qin Yun has really hoarded so many good things. Let's go back tomorrow and find a few more bottles to sell. Grandma Qin said with a smile. Luo Fengjiao nodded in agreement. She no longer wanted to return to the village. The air in the city is sweet. With the money, the two bought a roast chicken on the street and then went to the small rented room where Qin Erzhan and his friends were staying. Upon seeing the roast chicken, the expressions on their faces immediately changed. Qin Erzhan and his aunt, in particular, were practically drooling. Go away, let my eldest grandson eat first. He's about to go to college, so he needs some nourishment." Old Mrs. Chin gave another cold snort and handed the roast chicken directly to Chin Wentong. Chin Wentong ate heartily for a while, and before he knew it, he hadn't left them a single bite. Wentong, did you eat the whole roast chicken? We didn't eat a single piece of meat. Second aunt immediately said with dissatisfaction. It's just a broken roast chicken. I'll buy some more tomorrow. Old Mrs. Chin glanced at her second aunt and said, short-sighted thing. Chin Urshan's eyes lit up. Old Mrs. Chin has money now? Before he could even ask, Luo Fengjiao said to old Madam Chin, Mom, it's getting late. We need to hurry back, otherwise that ingrate Chin Yun might get suspicious. Grandma Chin nodded in agreement. They couldn't give up on Chin Yun. They had to sell all of his wine. This is a highly profitable business. After talking for a while, Old Lady Chin and Luo Fengjiao turned and walked towards the courtyard. Half an hour later, the two returned to the courtyard. I was startled by the people inside as soon as I entered. Chin Yun, Uncle Wei, and Huang Kun were all standing in the courtyard, looking at him with hostile eyes. There was also a man in uniform holding a notebook and a pen. It was Feng Tian. Grandma Chin and Luo Fengjiao were instinctively a little flustered, but they still forced themselves to go inside. Chin Yun, why didn't you go out to sell hawthorn juice today? Old Mrs. Chin asked. Chin Yun smiled coldly. Today, he not only wanted to make old Madam Chin and the others leave, but he also wanted to make her suffer a great loss. Chin Yun said calmly, a thief broke into our house and stole our things. We now suspect that it was someone we know who committed the crime. If they get caught, they'll definitely be sent to the police station. Those two sentences immediately sent a cold sweat down Luo Fengjiao's back. He immediately opened his mouth as if to say something. Old Mrs. Chin glared at her fiercely before turning to Chin Yun and saying, Oh, then you can investigate slowly. We'll go back now. Unexpectedly, Chin Yun stopped them directly and said, Now we suspect it's you. How could it be me? Old Mrs. Chin immediately jumped up, her face looking as if she had suffered a great injustice. Really? Chin Yun sneered and said directly, Last night, many people saw you. Old Mrs. Chin was shocked, but her face still showed that stubborn expression. He turned and said something to Luo Fengjiao, who immediately walked outside. Huang Kun and the others wanted to stop her, but Chin Yun waved his hand and said, Let her go. I'll see how she tries to deny it today. Old Mrs. Chin's expression changed, and she pointed directly at Chin Yun, saying, What evidence do you have? I think you're all ganging up on this old woman. If you don't clear my name today, this isn't over. As she spoke, Old Lady Chin plopped down on the ground and began to throw a tantrum. Chin Yun sneered, walked to the old lady's side, squatted down and slowly said, Don't worry, Grandma. As long as you are innocent, we definitely won't do anything to you. Chapter 96. Aren't you afraid of retribution? Old Mrs. Chin looked up at Chin Yun and said, If you have any conscience, make that guy in uniform leave right now. Unexpectedly, Chin Yun completely ignored her, stood up, and stood next to Feng Tian. Brother Feng, I can testify that when I came out last night, I saw these two people acting suspiciously in the yard, doing something I don't know. Huang Kun was the first to speak. You wicked thing, it was too stuffy in the house, so what's wrong with this old woman coming out for some fresh air? Old Mrs. Chin glared at Huang Kun fiercely. How come I never noticed how much you loved to gossip when I was in the village? Hearing Old Lady Chin's insults, Huang Kun remained silent, giving her a cold glance before standing aside. Old Mrs. Chin still held onto a sliver of hope. Yesterday, after she and Luo Fengjiao stole the key, they did see Huang Kun. But isn't that reason quite reasonable? No matter what, we shouldn't cause trouble here, right? What she didn't expect was that this was only the first level. Brother Feng, I'd like to report this too. Yesterday after dinner, I saw the two of them standing suspiciously at Grandpa Wei's door, listening to something. Big Fatty also stepped forward and spoke directly. The others immediately echoed, and Old Lady Chin was so angry that her eyes went blank. Bullshit. You were all back in your rooms. How could you have seen us over there? Old Mrs. Chin jumped up from the ground, and with her usual tantrum-like manner, pointed directly at the noses of the group and began to curse. Comrade, we are currently conducting a normal investigation. If you continue to obstruct us like this, I will have no choice but to arrest you first. Feng Tian frowned and spoke directly. Old Mrs. Qin then quieted down, glared at the group of people twice, and then shut her mouth. And me too. After I finished talking to Qin Yun that day, he gave me a key, which I put in a hidden compartment in the living room. But at night, I heard rustling sounds, and I saw with my own eyes that the two of them stole it. Old Man Wei knew it was his turn to step forward, so he stood up and spoke. You old geezer, how dare you spout such nonsense here? In her desperation, Old Lady Qin disregarded Old Man Wei's previous fierce demeanor and immediately launched into a tirade. Yesterday, I clearly only stayed in the yard for a while before going back inside. When did I enter your room? I think it was you old widower, who stole the things. Old Mrs. Qin's insults were so harsh that old Mr. Wei's forehead veins bulged. Qin Yun quickly stepped forward and said a few words of persuasion, and Old Man Wei gradually calmed down. Old Mrs. Qin became even more smug. She could already tell that these people didn't have any substantial evidence at all. It can only be considered suspicion at most. Qin Yun also narrowed his eyes. There were no cameras in this era, otherwise it would have been easy to just take a picture. Why go through all this trouble? Just when Old Lady Qin thought that Qin Yun and the others couldn't do anything to her. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out from outside the door. Grandma Qin was stunned, then turned her head in disbelief. Huang Wentian was right in front of me. Huang Wentian, still smiling, walked in carrying a basket and greeted Qin Yun. Brother Qin, I have not failed you. As he spoke, he placed the basket on the open ground next to him and took out 6 bottles of matai from it. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Grandma Qin's face was full of disbelief. How could the person who just bought her wine possibly come here directly? Moreover, judging from the way Huang Wentian and Qin Yun greeted each other just now, the two of them clearly know each other. This was a setup for her. She sold me this wine. It cost 30 yuan a bottle, and I paid a total of 180 yuan. Huang Wentian spoke to Feng Tian, and then took out another piece of paper. It was he who made Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao write the testimony. Feng Tian nodded, then took the matai liquor, looked at the markings on it, and confirmed that it belonged to the same batch as the matai that Qin Yun had not lost. Comrade, I am now certain that you stole this wine. Feng Tian turned his head and said calmly to Old Lady Qin. Nonsense, you're talking nonsense. Old Mrs. Qin was so angry that her body trembled. Only now did she realize that the receipt was meant to prevent her from reneging on her promise. Take away. Feng Tian snorted coldly, then waved his hand, and 2 men in uniform walked in from outside the courtyard gate, holding a pair of shiny silver bracelets, about to handcuff Old Lady Qin, etc. Just then, several figures walked in from outside the door, led by Qin Erzhan and Qin Wentong. Qin Yun, what are you doing? This is your grandmother. Are you trying to commit a heinous crime? Qin Erzhan walked in and immediately roared at Qin Yun. Excuse me, everyone is equal before the law. Qin Yun had already anticipated this situation and calmly said, even if she is my grandmother, now that she has broken the law, I have no choice but to put aside my own family for the greater good. You. Qin Erzhan was speechless for a moment after being choked by Qin Yun. Qin Wentong stepped forward. I think there's something fishy about this. My grandmother has always been honest and kind in the village. She would never steal from others. This whole thing was a setup by Qin Yun. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian couldn't help but snort coldly. He had dealt with the Qin family before and wanted to give Qin Yun a gift, but he ended up giving it to the Qin family instead. He remembered Qin's face very clearly back then. Yes, this is a setup. Unexpectedly, Qin Yun readily admitted it. I deliberately said there was something in the storage room. I deliberately let the two of them hear me give the key to Grandpa Wei and hide it in the secret compartment. But the fact that we committed a crime can't be denied, can it? Upon hearing this, both Old Lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao showed a look of astonishment. So, Qin Yun deliberately let them know all of this? The goal was to get the two of them to steal things step by step. Instantly, the two of them looked at Qin Yun with eyes that seemed to want to tear him to pieces. Qin Yun, how cruel you are. Old Mrs. Qin stared intently at Qin Yun and shouted angrily. Not at all, I'm far behind you. Qin Yun felt no pity for these people and said directly to Feng Tian beside him. Brother Feng, Thank you for your help. Feng Tian nodded and had someone bring out handcuffs to cuff old lady Qin. Qin Yun, aren't you afraid of retribution if you let them take Grandma away now? Don't forget, you have the blood of the Qin family flowing in your veins. If you walk down the street, you'll be struck by lightning sooner or later. Qin Wentong cursed a couple of times, his eyes fixed fiercely on Qin Yun. Chapter 97, Dogs Fighting Dogs. Splitter me to death. Qin Yun sneered as if he had heard the biggest joke in the world. If heaven really had eyes, it wouldn't be me who was struck down, but you all. They all look respectable, but they're all cunning and treacherous. Qin Yun looked down at Qin Wentong. Your grandma is thinking of kicking everyone else out and letting you move in? Qin Wentong, don't you know who you are? Even if I adopted a dog, it would wag its tail at me. But you Qin family members are not even as good as dogs. A few words were enough to make old lady Qin and the others blush with embarrassment. Especially old Madame Qin. Before Qin Yun separated from them, everyone listened to her every word. This is the only way she can hold her head high in the village. But now, Qin Yun is pointing his finger at her and cursing at her. It's like taking a dump on top of her. This was something she simply couldn't accept. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live anymore. My grandson actually insulted me like that. How can I have the face to live in this world? Old Mrs. Qin lay down on the ground and started acting crazy. If they arrest me, I'll kill myself right here. While wailing, old lady Qin squinted at Qin Yun's expression. Qin Yun, even if your grandmother is wrong, you don't need to push her to her death, do you? Luo Fengjiao stepped forward and said, Didn't your mother teach you to respect your elders? Shut your stinking mouth. Qin Yun shouted at Luo Fengjiao. You vixen, how dare you talk about my mother? Luo Fengjiao was so frightened by Qin Yun's shout that she immediately dared not say another word. Qin Yun then went to Qin Laotai and sneered. Grandma, you don't need to threaten to kill yourself. We're all old foxes. Why are you playing these ghost stories? Isn't it you who values your life the most in the entire Qin family? Old Mrs. Qin's chest heaved with anger, but she couldn't utter a single word. Qin Yun is right. Of the entire Qin family, she was the one who knew how to enjoy life the most. Cuff her and take her back to the police station. Feng Tian lost his patience and spoke directly to the person next to him. Old Mrs. Qin's face turned extremely ugly. Just as she was about to say something more, two people walked over, holding shiny bracelets in their hands. Old Mrs. Qin was so frightened that her face turned pale. I heard they make people work inside, and if they don't finish, they don't get any food. With her small frame, if she went in there, wouldn't that be like killing her? Moreover, she also heard from others that new people who went in were beaten up. Don't arrest me, don't arrest me, it wasn't me. It wasn't me who wanted to steal it. Thinking about all this, old lady Qin finally became afraid. Suddenly, her eyes darted around, and she pointed sharply at Luo Fengjiao beside her. It was her. She was the one who wanted to steal it. I said I didn't agree, but she insisted on stealing it anyway. She's the one you should be arresting. Luo Fengjiao froze on the spot. If it weren't for old lady Qin, even if she had 10 times the courage, she would never dare to steal Qin Yun's things. Unexpectedly, old lady Qin has now turned her anger towards her. Mom, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want. Luo Fengjiao panicked. She couldn't just throw the blame on them like that. If the two of them were arrested, they would have to be classified as principal offenders and accomplices. The punishments for these two cases are worlds apart. It's you. Old Mrs. Qin insisted that it was Luo Fengjiao. If it weren't for you, you vixen, coveting the money Qin Yun earned, how could I have ended up in this state? I must have been blind to let you into our family. The resentment in old lady Qin's eyes chilled Luo Fengjiao to the bone, and the words vixen drove her mad. Then, old lady Qin brandished her cane and struck Luo Fengjiao hard with it. Luo Fengjiao cried out in pain as she was hit. You dare hit me? Luo Fengjiao was both angry and anxious, and without caring about anything else, she grabbed old lady Qin's hair and started to entangle it. No matter how Qin Erzhan and the others tried to persuade them, they wouldn't let go. The group burst out laughing at the sight. This is just like dogs fighting, all mixed up. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. He wasn't surprised at all that this had happened. Old Mrs. Chin was incredibly selfish to begin with, so it was normal for her to do something like falsely accusing others when things came to a head. Mom, stop. Don't hit her anymore. Aren't you already being laughed at by this ungrateful wretch enough? Just then, a deep voice rang out. A tall figure walked in through the door. It was Chin Si-hai. However, Chin Si-hai is much thinner now than before, and his face has sunken down, completely lacking the robust look he had before. However, his face was full of confidence. Dad, what brings you here? Chin Wentong was a little stunned. Wasn't Chin Si-hai supposed to be in the village the whole time? Why did he come down here? Chin Si-hai snorted coldly. If I hadn't come, wouldn't this place have turned into a complete mess? You think you can control such an ungrateful wretch? Their eyes lit up immediately. Grandma Chin and Luo Fengjiao also stopped what they were doing. Luo Fengjiao asked hopefully, Si-hai, do you have a way to prevent us from entering the police station? Of course. Chin Si-hai nodded. Old Mrs. Chin's tightly furrowed brows immediately relaxed. Chin Si-hai stepped forward, snorted at Chin Yun, and said, You little brat, you actually want to send your grandma to the police station. You really are a rebellious scoundrel. Chin Yun didn't speak, but calmly looked at Chin Si-hai. It's just 180 yuan, right? I'll give you the money. As he spoke, Chin Si-hai pulled out 200 yuan bills from his pocket and threw them in front of Chin Yun. You don't need to look for the rest. Consider it a free gift to you, you ungrateful wretch. Chin Yun couldn't help but frown. Mom, starting today, we can finally live a good life. It's just a house in the city, right? Let's buy one. Chin Si-hai's face was full of morbid excitement as he spoke directly to old Madam Chin. Grandma Chin couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Si-hai, how did you earn so much money? Chin Si-hai waved his hand and said, Mom, don't worry about that. I can pay for Wentong's tuition all by myself. Chin Wentong's face was also full of excitement. He looked at Chin Si-hai with disbelief, feeling extremely puzzled. He was faking illness just a few days ago. How did he manage to get so much money today? Could it be that his father is a hidden millionaire? You little brat, take a good look. My son has already paid you back the money. You won't be owed a single penny. Old Mrs. Chin became smug again, raising her eyebrows triumphantly and saying, You're just relying on the few stinking bucks you've made? I don't care at all. Luo Fengjiao also glanced at Chin Yun with an arrogant air. Mom, let's go. I'll take you to a state-run restaurant for a good meal. Let's all eat our fill today. After Chin Si-hai finished speaking, the group immediately turned around and walked outside. Chapter 98. Has the Chin family turned the tables? Wait, who said you could leave? Just then, Chin Yun's voice rang out. Chin Yun, you ungrateful little brat, what more do you want? Si-hai has already given you all the money. Chin Erzhan turned his head and said coldly to Chin Yun. She had just broken ties with Chin Si-hai a few days ago over the fish-selling issue, but now she's siding with Chin Si-hai again. What are you calling us for if you can't tame something? You don't want to come back to the Chin family, do you? Old Mrs. Chin instinctively sensed that Chin Yun wanted to curry favor with them. Grandma, we can't agree to that. They were so tough before, but now that the Chin family is doing well, they want their money back? No way. Chin Wentong looked at Chin Yun and immediately sneered. After all, not just any Tom, Dick, or Harry can enter my Chin family. If someone who didn't know the situation heard this, they would really think that the Chin family was some kind of prestigious clan. The two of them sang in unison, almost trampling Chin Yun to the ground. However, Chin Yun didn't even glance at them. Instead, he turned to Feng Tian and said, Brother Feng, their current behavior should be considered an attempt to settle the matter privately through compensation, right? After thinking for a moment, Feng Tian nodded. This does indeed mean they want to settle this privately. That puts my mind at ease. Chin Yun smiled and said something, then turned and said coldly, Then I'll trouble Brother Feng to arrest them. I won't accept this compensation. When Chin Yun uttered these words, the Chin family members were instantly stunned. You won't accept it? Chin Yun, I think you've lost your mind. This 20 yuan is enough to buy your life. Old Mrs. Chin immediately spoke fiercely to Chin Yun. Chin Yun, let me give you a piece of advice. Greed knows no bounds. Chin Wentong stared coldly at Chin Yun. Standing next to Chin Yun, Huang Kuan and the others immediately burst into laughter. The frog at the bottom of the well, sitting in its well and looking at the sky, has no idea how high or thick the sky is. How could someone say that 20 yuan could buy Qin Yun's life? Now they earn more than 100 yuan a day selling hawthorn juice. Tell me, how much money do you want? Qin Sihai, however, glanced at Qin Yun indifferently and asked a question. Judging from his posture, he looks exactly like a nouveau riche. Qin Yun didn't waste any words and held up 5 fingers. 500. Qin Sihai narrowed his eyes. Qin Yun, aren't you afraid of biting off more than you can chew? 500 yuan? You don't even know if you're worthy of it. Old Mrs. Qin, who was standing to the side, was so angry that she jumped up and down. Sihai, even if our family has money, we absolutely cannot give it to this little brat. Give me back 500 yuan. 500 yuan is enough to build a dozen coffins for his dead mother. Qin Yun's gaze immediately swept sharply towards old Madame Qin. In the entire Qin family, only her mother and younger sister were kind to her. He would absolutely not allow anyone to insult his mother. It's not impossible for you to have these $500. Unexpectedly, after a moment's thought, Qin Sihai calmly agreed to the money. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. A few doubts arose in my mind. Where did Qin Sihai get so much money? 500 yuan is an astronomical price, not to mention in the village. Even in the city, it would be an absolute astronomical price. Many people don't earn that much in a year. And the Qin family goes without saying. They used to be dirt poor, eating only sweet potato porridge every day. But now even 500 yuan is not considered money. You have to understand, Qin Sihai was just an honest, simple countryman. 500 yuan is not enough. Only 5,000 is acceptable. However, Qin Yun's next words left the Qin family stunned on the spot. 5,000 yuan. Qin Yun, are you deliberately trying to cause trouble? 5,000 yuan. Do you really think I'm a millionaire? Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Qin Sihai's veins bulged. Qin Yun wasn't genuinely trying to spare old lady Qin. He was blatantly bullying them. Qin Yun, are you crazy? You're making a fool of us. Qin Wentong could no longer hold back. Taking advantage of Qin Sihai and the others being there, he immediately moved and tried to rush up and attack Qin Yun. But when he thought about how he had asked Qin Yun for money and was beaten up by Qin Yun and Huang Kuan and his gang, he could only suppress his anger. Qin Yun, for the sake of our father-son relationship, I advise you not to push me too far, otherwise the consequences will be beyond your ability to bear. Qin Sihai squinted and spoke slowly. Seeing that look in his eyes, Qin Yun's doubts deepened. He knew Qin Sihai all too well. If sweet talk fails, they will resort to coercion. The fact that they're saying this today means they must have some trump card up their sleeve. I can give you 500 yuan. From now on, the Qin family has nothing to do with you anymore. Qin Sihai continued. Qin Yun, don't push your luck. Don't take things too far. Leave a way out for others, so you can meet again in the future. Qin Wentong also spoke up. Looking at the Qin family members, Qin Yun felt a pang of pain in his heart. They really look like a family now. But why was he able to make me take the blame, donate a kidney to Qin Wentong, and treat my younger sister like a pig or a dog? Qin Yun, you speak, I'll listen to you. Feng Tian spoke up from the side. Grasp. Qin Yun remained silent for a moment before speaking directly. Upon hearing this, both old lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao panicked. Qin Sihai stared intently at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you will pay the price for your choice today. Old Mrs. Qin wailed. Sihai, please save your mother. I don't want to be arrested. I want to stay outside. Luo Fengjiao also spoke up. Sihai, I don't want to go in either, inside. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Sihai interrupted him. Mom, Fengjiao, you can go inside. It's all right. I'll find a way to get you out as soon as possible. I guarantee you won't suffer at all inside. After saying that, he ignored the calls from old lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao behind him to stop and turned to leave the courtyard. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Feng Tian nodded directly to the person next to him. The two people behind them immediately fastened silver bracelets on the two of them and took them away. Qin Yun, you ungrateful wretch. How could the Qin family produce such a scoundrel? You brat who was raised by a mother but not taught by one. Even as they were being taken away, the two continued to curse at Qin Yun. But Qin Yun ignored him. Qin Wentong watched the two being taken away glared fiercely at Qin Yun, and then turned and left the courtyard. Only Qin Yun and the others remained in the courtyard. Brother Yun, does Qin Sihai really have some hidden trump card? He seems completely different from before. Huang Kuan said with some concern. When soldiers come, we'll block them. When water comes, we'll dam it. There's nothing to be afraid of. Qin Yun said calmly. In any case, at least we've gotten rid of these two plagues. Chapter 99. Two Goods Delivered. 2. Huang Kuan and the others nodded, having made up their minds that no matter what happened next, they would choose to face it together with Qin Yun. Brother Yun, shall I bring my little sister back now? Huang Kuan began to speak. Qin Yun shook his head. Don't rush. We'll take care of what we promised Uncle Wei during this time. He had previously sold a batch of antiques belonging to Old Man Wei and earned over 800 yuan. When the money was given to Old Man Wei later, he refused to accept it. This time, since my younger sister is away, I can finally renovate the house. The next day, Qin Yun and the others delivered the fish and had just prepared some food for lunch. Just as they were about to offer it to everyone, a person arrived carrying a pile of gifts. It was Su Ren, the former owner of the furniture market. Brother Qin, I didn't expect to find you here. I've been looking for you for ages. Su Ren greeted Qin Yun with a smile. Qin Yun was somewhat surprised. I thought that since the previous issues had been resolved, the matter was now closed. But to his surprise, Su Ren came knocking on his door again. Qin Yun gave Su Ren a bowl and chopsticks, and then poured him a glass of hawthorn water. When they had almost finished eating, Su Ren finally spoke. Brother Qin, to be honest, I've come here today to ask for your help with something. You say? Qin Yun spoke calmly. Didn't we punish illegal vendors before? Manager Lu Zuda has been fired. As for Lu Feng, I have joined forces with other furniture store owners, and we will never let him do furniture business again. Are you satisfied with this solution? Since Su Ren had said that, Qin Yun felt embarrassed not to back down. Mr. Su is indeed a man of great wisdom. This is naturally the best way to handle things. Su Ren smiled and then said, However, there is an old saying. The one who tied the knot must untie it. I have an idea. Could we ask that famous reporter to come and interview us again? You can choose any furniture store in the market this time. If there are any problems, I, Su Ren, will have nothing to say. You can report the facts as they are. But if no problems are found, please publish it in the newspaper and say a few good words for us. Upon hearing Su Ren's words, Qin Yun couldn't help but nod in agreement. Even though he was reborn, he still lags far behind Su Ren in business acumen. Su Ren's actions can be seen, at best, as an attempt to salvage the company's brand image in the local area, at worst, as a way to reshape the image of a prodigal son returning home. People in this era are relatively tolerant, and there aren't as many self-media outlets stirring up trouble. Using this technique will produce excellent results. Brother Qin, if there's anything you can do for me, please don't hesitate to ask. Su Ren continued. Qin Yun chuckled and then said, All right, I can agree to this, Mr. Su, but I also have something I need your help with. Brother Qin, please speak freely. Su Qing took out the more than 800 yuan he had earned from selling antiques last time and put it on the table. I would like to ask Mr. Su to renovate this house. There is also an elderly person living in the house. I hope that you can take that into consideration when designing the house. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Su Ren thought for a moment and immediately smiled and said, Okay, leave this matter to me. Give me some time, and I will definitely transform this place. Without refusing, he put away the 800 yuan. Meanwhile, in a high-end hotel in the county town, Qin Sihai and Qin Wentong were drinking tea. Qin Wentong asked, Dad, what kind of money-making scheme have you found? Weren't you leading it around the village just a few days ago? Qin Sihai took a sip of tea, shook his head, and said, It's better if you don't know about this. But now, at least you don't have to worry about your school fees. Qin Wentong wanted to ask more questions, but seeing that Qin Sihai's expression had changed, he could only shut his mouth. Dad, when will Grandma and stepmother be able to come out? Qin Wentong seemed to have thought of something and asked. It will take 1 or 2 days, at the latest no more than 3 days. Qin Sihai answered with absolute certainty. All right, you can rest now. You can buy whatever you want to eat later. Before Qin Wentong could ask anything else, Qin Sihai stood up, threw down 5 yuan, and walked straight out of the room. When he reached a secluded corner, 2 figures suddenly appeared beside him. The boss said he can help you with your matter, but you have to deliver at least 2 items within these 3 days. Qin Sihai's body stiffened for a moment, as if he were having an internal struggle. After a moment, he finally nodded. As for Qin Yun, his situation is a bit complicated. The boss said he would deal with him, but not now. Upon hearing this, Qin Sihai's face showed some reluctance, but he could only nod. After saying goodbye to the 2 people, Qin Sihai got on a flying pigeon bicycle and headed towards Qingshui village. Upon entering Qingshui village, a group of people were immediately seen blocking the entrance to the Qin family's house. Oh, Qin Laolai is finally back. As soon as they saw Qin Sihai, someone spoke up. The others immediately joined in the commotion. He's not some deadbeat Qin, he's a big liar Qin. Just a few days ago, he lied to us, saying he was sick and would die soon if he didn't have money for treatment. And what happened? Not only is he perfectly healthy and lively, he's even riding a bicycle now. He Wen-ho was among the crowd. After the last fishing incident, he and Qin Sihai had a falling out. But this did not stop him from coming over to mock Qin Sihai. Even among the entire group, he and Wu Shui had the fiercest argument. It's just a few dollars, right? Come on, all of you, I'll pay you back today. At that moment, Qin Sihai's words stunned everyone. Qin Laolai, are you telling the truth? Among the crowd, one person lent the most, giving the Qin family 3 yuan and 50 cents. I was completely bewitched at the time, and I couldn't resist Qin Wentong and old lady Qin's persistent pleading, which is why I bled. But later, the money was practically gone. Now, Qin Sihai is actually saying he wants to pay back the money? You're lending me 3 yuan and 50 cents, right? Qin Sihai asked. The man nodded. Qin Sihai took out 5 yuan and put it in his hand. He lent me money, so he's my benefactor. Here's 5 yuan, consider it interest. In an instant, everyone froze on the spot. Chapter 100 Trap. What? Everyone was stunned. When did they start seeing a return on their investment from Qin Sihai? And they were so generous. They even gave me an extra $1.50. How is this possible? However, whether they believed it or not, the money had already been handed over to that person. Upon seeing the money return, the man's face lost all its mockery. Instead, it was filled with excitement. Brother Qin, I was wrong before. If you're a deadbeat, then everyone in the world is a deadbeat. That's right, Brother Qin. Please don't take what we just said to heart. We were just joking. A group of people surrounded Qin Sihai, their faces full of flattery, as if they wanted to write the words, "Money can make the devil turn the millstone," on their faces. Whom do I still owe money to? Qin Sihai glanced into the crowd, exuding an air of dominance over the world. And me too. Brother Qin, you lent me money before too. Qin Sihai didn't waste any words. He took out money from his pocket and distributed it to everyone. Not only that, he also gave each person some extra money. The crowd's eyes were filled with fervor. Qin Sihai felt this gaze, which he had never felt before, and a strange feeling rose in his heart. He simply took out 10 yuan from his pocket and called out to He Wen-ho. Take this money, go to the county town and buy a few pounds of meat and some vegetables. Everyone, don't leave today, just stay at my house for dinner. He Wen-ho's eyes widened in surprise. He pointed to himself somewhat uncertainly and asked, Me? After receiving Qin Sihai's reply, a hint of embarrassment flashed across He Wen-ho's face. He had previously forced Qin Sihai to give him money for fishing, and now that he thinks about it, it really wasn't right. He was about to apologize when Qin Sihai raised his hand and said, We've been brothers for so many years. It's my fault for not being capable before, so don't blame me. He Wen-ho smiled when he heard this. He immediately said, I'm glad you don't blame me. I'll be right back. You guys wait here. After saying that, he immediately headed into the county town. At this moment, a fierce glint appeared in Qin Sihai's eyes as he stared at his back. More than an hour later, He Wen-ho returned with several kilograms of pork and vegetables, as well as some salt and other seasonings. Qin Sihai invited everyone to sit down and personally cooked a few dishes. Come, Wen-ho, sit next to me. After the food was ready, Qin Sihai spoke. He Wen-ho immediately went to Qin Sihai's side. Hey bro, How do you think I'm doing these days? When they had almost finished eating, Qin Sihai asked with a grin. Okay, very good. He Wen-ho said as he stuffed food into his mouth. Qin Sihai continued. We're brothers, so I won't hide anything from you. To tell you the truth, I've made a lot of money in the city. Whether it's the bicycle I just bought or the meat I'm eating, it's all just a drop in the ocean for me. Upon hearing this, He Wen-ho stopped what he was doing. Her eyes were full of admiration as she looked at Qin Sihai. Brother, could you help me out? I've been in this village for a long time, but I haven't made any money yet. He Wen-ho swallowed the last of his food and cautiously asked. A barely perceptible smile appeared on Qin Sihai's lips. The kid finally fell for it. He immediately slammed his hand on the table. Brother, what are you saying? What do you mean by can I help you out? If I get a bite of meat, you'll get a sip of soup too. I'll take you to the county town in a few days, and we'll make a fortune together. Upon hearing this, He Wen-ho's face showed gratitude. Thank you so much, Brother Qin. I'll do whatever you say from now on. Whatever you ask me to do, I'll do it. After saying this, both He Wen-ho and Qin Sihai smiled, but only they knew the true meaning behind their smiles. Meanwhile, workers had already entered the courtyard in the county town. Old Man Wei came out to look around again and again, his face full of distress. It was clearly these workers who were making his life miserable. Uncle Wei, come with me to the hotel first. In 5 or 6 days, I guarantee there will be a big change here. Qin Yun smiled and stepped forward. I was living perfectly fine here. Why did you have to do this renovation? I think you're just messing around. Old Man Wei showed no appreciation whatsoever and directly retorted to Qin Yun. Qin Yun chuckled and didn't offer any explanation. That's how old people are anyway. They'll only be satisfied when the house is renovated to their liking. Qin Yun didn't argue with Old Man Wei anymore. After Huang Kuan and the others returned from buying groceries, he immediately started cooking. He told the workers that the kitchen was the last thing to be renovated so that everyone could have delicious meals. Since the kitchen is separate from the room, it doesn't have much of an impact. Once the meal was ready, the group immediately sat down at the table. To Qin Yun's delight, Old Man Wei gradually accepted them, and although he still had a sour face, he was willing to sit at the table with them. He also chatted a lot with the younger sister. The two of them, one old and one young, got along quite well. Soon, after the group finished eating and tidied up, Qin Yun turned around and found Gao Yinshu. Because of previous reports, Gao Yinshu also became well known in the newspaper. The school also praised Gao Yinshu on several occasions. When Qin Yun arrived at the university, Gao Yinshu had not yet come out of the teacher's office. Qin Yun was not in a hurry and wandered around the university at his leisure. Qingqing University is very beautiful. Even back in Qin Yun's time, it was one of the best in the country. The university campus is lined with willows and has a pond. A gentle breeze brings a refreshing coolness. Although school hasn't started yet, many students have already arrived at the university ahead of schedule. Qin Yun was quite good-looking, and many female college students would often look at him, but very few would come up to ask for his contact information. In this era, women are still quite shy. Hey, isn't this Qin Yun? I didn't expect to run into you at university. Just then, a familiar voice rang out from behind. Qin Yun turned his head and saw that it was Qin Wentong. Qin Sihai had given him a lot of money these past few days, so he no longer needed to figure out how to make money in the county town. He decided to come to the university to explore the options first. Of course, the most important thing is to see if there are any pretty girls in the university that he can make a move on. In his heart, whether it was Li Xiaoro or anyone else, they were ultimately just stepping stones for him. Qin Yun sneered and was about to speak when Qin Wentong spoke up again. A good-for-nothing who can't even go to college. Get out of here. Chapter 101 twisted off for you. Accompanying Qin Wentong was a young man, dressed in polyester trousers and a white shirt, who appeared to come from an ordinary family. Brother Wentong, who is this? The man asked Qin Wentong with some curiosity. If we have a grudge against you, we'll notify the school's security department right now. Qingqing University isn't a place that just anyone can get into easily. He and Qin Wentong had only known each other for a few days, but Qin Wentong was very generous and treated him to a meal at a state-run restaurant as soon as they met. It's only natural that we should stand up for Qin Wentong now. Just a country bumpkin. Qin Wentong glanced at Qin Yun and said coldly, "He used to be my brother, but he stabbed me in the back." Upon hearing this, Zhang Ku immediately scoffed. "Brother Wentong, don't be angry. It's not worth getting angry with such a petty person. We are college students now, and our future prospects are many times brighter than his. Besides, Wentong, you're so handsome. You'll definitely be the campus heartthrob in college. I think even Gao Yunshu, the most beautiful girl in our year, would definitely be very fond of you." These words practically elevated Qin Wentong to the heavens. Qin Wentong was so flattered by these compliments that he became a little giddy. He had met Gao Yunshu once before, and her gentle and beautiful figure struck his heart almost instantly. He has already set his sights on Gao Yunshu as his next target, and has even secretly decided that he is willing to be a sycophant for Gao Yunshu. With the money Qin Sihai is giving him now, he doesn't believe he can't win over Gao Yunshu. "Who are you?" Just then, Qin Yun asked Zhang Ku. Qingqing University, Department of Industrial Engineering, ranked 3rd in its major. Zhang Ku immediately puffed out his chest and shouted loudly at Qin Yun. He was incredibly proud. "Oh, I see. If you hadn't told me, I would have thought you were Qin Wentong's dog." Qin Yun's words immediately made Zhang Ku furious. "You country bumpkin, what did you say? Don't you know who you are? You're a piece of trash who couldn't even get into college, and you dare to point fingers at me?" Zhang Ku was furious. Ever since he got into university, everyone had been praising him to the skies, treating him like a star. But to his surprise, this rustic country bumpkin pointed his finger at him and started cursing. This is something he simply cannot accept. "Brother Wentong, you wait here. I'll go find the school security office right now and have them kick this country bumpkin out." After saying that, Zhang Ku walked outside. A short while later, Zhang Ke led over a serious-looking old man. "You're not from our university? What's your purpose here?" Qin Yun replied, "Sir, I'm here to find someone. My girlfriend is at university. Is that all right?" Qin Yun's attitude was very good, and the security guard's expression relaxed. "Looking for someone can be done at the school. What's your girlfriend's name?" The security guard then asked. "Gao Yunshu." Qin Yun's 3 words stunned Qin Wentong and Zhang Ku instantly. Qin Wentong was the first to laugh. Then, Zhang Ku also laughed out loud. "Ha ha ha, Wentong, did you hear that? This country bumpkin is saying his girlfriend is Gao Yunshu." Zhang Ku laughed so hard he could hardly breathe. "Do you even know who Gao Yunshu is? She's the campus belle of Qingqing University. You think she's your girlfriend?" Qin Wentong also gave a cold laugh. "Qin Yun, it's one thing for you to brag all the time, but Gao Yunshu is not only beautiful, but also comes from a good family. In university, countless children of high-ranking officials want to date her. She would even be interested in you? That means I still have a slight chance. You could even say that my excellence was enough to leave a deep impression on her." Even the security guard next to him looked at Qin Yun with some sympathy. "Young man, I might believe anyone else you mention, but I won't believe Gao Yunshu." A few days ago, Gao Yunshu's interview story was published in the school newspaper, and the school even issued a public notice to praise her. Such a beautiful and talented girl naturally has a much higher standard of vision than others. How could I possibly fall for someone who didn't even get into college? Young man, you don't seem like a bad person, but our university has a rule that you can't stay on campus without a valid reason. Gao Yunshu is really my girlfriend." Qin Yun continued to speak. He was clearly stating the truth, but why wouldn't these people believe him? "You country bumpkin, stop making us laugh. If Gao Yunshu could even fancy you, pigs would be flying high." Zhang Ku spoke coldly to Qin Yun. "Qin Yun, if Gao Yunshu were your girlfriend, I'd rip my head off and let you kick it around like a ball." Qin Wentong smiled slightly. "But you can believe that Gao Yunshu and I will have a good relationship." Before they could finish speaking, they all suddenly froze, their gazes involuntarily turning to the distance. A beautiful figure was walking towards them from a distance. Wearing a white dress, with her long hair flowing over her shoulders, she was bathed in sunlight, exuding the scent of early spring. Her skin was as smooth as crystal porcelain, making her look gentle and charming. In an instant, everyone was stunned. At this moment, Gao Yunshu also saw them, and a surprised smile immediately appeared on her face. She then walked over. "Brother Wentong, Gao Yunshu is coming over. She must be here to see you." Zhang Ke tugged at Qin Wentong's sleeve and whispered something. After hearing this, Qin Wentong silently straightened up, a charming smile appearing on his face. He had met Gao Yinshu a few days ago and shamelessly went up to her and said a few words. Besides, of the three of them, Gao Yinshu could only turn to him. We couldn't have come looking for this country bumpkin, could we? Soon, Gao Yinshu walked over to them. Qin Wentong also stepped forward, smiling, and extended his hand. Yinshu, it's been a long time. However, before she could finish speaking, Gao Yinshu walked directly to Qin Yun's side and quietly took Qin Yun's arm. He didn't even glance at anyone else. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Qin Wentong's hand remained awkwardly in place. Qin Yun, when did you arrive? Why didn't you tell me? Gao Yinshu didn't even look at anyone else and spoke crisply to Qin Yun. His tone carried a hint of affectionate reproach. I just arrived and saw you were still in the teacher's office, so I didn't mean to bother you. Qin Yun said with a smile. Zhang Ke was petrified. Who is Gao Yinshu? She was unanimously recognized as the school beauty even before the start of the semester, but she is actually the girlfriend of the country bumpkin in front of her. If the two of them hadn't been there, he would have thought he was seeing a ghost in broad daylight. Chapter 102. Please help me. Qin Wentong wished he could find a crack in the ground and disappear right then and there. The words he had spoken to Qin Yun before were like a resounding slap across his face. Now he knows what it means to lift a rock only to drop it on your own foot. Yinshu, the man in front of you says he has talked to you and that you admire him. Qin Yun turned to Gao Yinshu and asked, Do you remember me? Gao Yinshu glanced at Qin Wentong and immediately shook her head. I really don't have any impression of him. Besides, I've never said I admire anyone. The only person I truly admire is Qin Yun. This is what you call a slap in the face. Qin Wentong was so embarrassed that his face turned red and his breathing became rapid. Zhang Ke glanced at the embarrassed Qin Wentong, his eyes carrying a strange look. When Qin Wentong was with him, he kept praising his good family background and his ambiguous relationship with Gao Yinshu. So it was made up. The security guard had already quietly left the scene. Yinshu, don't you really remember me? I'm Wentong. I even looked for you after the school assembly where you were praised a few days ago. Qin Wentong couldn't help but ask. Gao Yinshu frowned. Too many people talked to me that day. How could I possibly remember you? Besides, we're not that close, are we? Addressing a classmate by their full name is basic courtesy. Upon hearing this, Qin Wentong's face became extremely embarrassed. It turns out all of this was just wishful thinking on his part. After taking one last deep look at Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu, Qin Wentong turned and walked away into the distance. Etc. Qin Yun suddenly spoke. Qin Wentong paused in his steps. Have you forgotten something? Qin Yun pointed to his head and said jokingly, Remember to keep it safe. Qin Wentong was so angry that his veins bulged. But now he's like a dog with its spine removed. He can't even speak, and he feels half a head shorter just standing in front of Qin Yun. After Qin Wentong left, Gao Yinshu asked Qin Yun, Qin Yun, who is he? He's my own brother, but our relationship is worse than that of enemies now. As Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu walked along the pond, Qin Yun briefly recounted the events that had occurred at the Qin family home. After hearing this, Gao Yinshu's face showed anger. We were born of the same parents. How can you treat us so differently? Maybe it's because I didn't get into university. Qin Yun said with a hint of helplessness. Does failing to get into university mean a person has no value? This kind of thinking really needs to be changed. Gao Yinshu said something. After chatting for a while, Gao Yinshu asked, Qin Yun, is there something you need from me this time? Qin Yun then remembered that he had almost forgotten the important matter. So he began to recount Su Ren's visit again. Of course you can. Gao Yinshu nodded and said, The teacher said that it's not bad to make mistakes. The important thing is to know your mistakes and correct them. As long as they can change, I can give them a chance. Qin Yun nodded. Okay, but I've thought of a mutually beneficial solution. I'll tell you about it after the report is finished. Good. Gao Yinshu smiled sweetly. As dusk fell, Qin Yun reluctantly parted ways with Gao Yinshu. I went to the market and bought some vegetables and meat, then returned to my courtyard to start cooking. Qin Yun timed things perfectly. After they were almost done, everyone pushed the cart back. Qin Yun, something terrible has happened. Guess who I saw today? While everyone was enjoying their meal, Huang Kuan approached Qin Yun with a serious expression and spoke. Who? Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled. Grandma Qin and Luo Fengjiao. Qin Yun frowned. Weren't they just arrested a few days ago? Huang Kuan nodded. That's the problem. They were arrested for theft, and they should have been detained for at least 10 days to half a month. How could they be out now? And I also ran into Feng Tian and asked him about it. Huang Kuan frowned. He said that after the two were sent to the police station, someone immediately brought them food and vegetables, and they also paid a considerable fine, without making them do any work. They've been living better than us during these few days of being locked up. Upon hearing Huang Kuan's words, Qin Yun's face also showed a solemn expression. This is too strange. The two were just ordinary villagers, with no wealthy relatives whatsoever. The only possibility now is that Qin Sihai not only has money, but also power. Otherwise, no matter what, we can't get them out of there. Qin Yun nodded in agreement. He had to admit that Huang Kuan was becoming increasingly astute in his analysis of problems. What he said was spot on. Okay, I'll investigate this matter. Qin Yun spoke up and casually asked, have you been doing well selling hawthorn juice these past few days? It's all right. Huang Kuan said. The people from the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce are over there, but they haven't bothered us. On the contrary, a few fools who wanted to cause trouble for us were all driven away by them. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Needless to say, this must have been arranged by Boss Pai. This woman seems to be quite loyal and devoted. The next afternoon, Qin Yun bought some gifts and walked into the alley. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Meng Gu, the gatekeeper, immediately walked over with a smile. After chatting for a while, the two went inside. Thanks to Boss Pai's management, the casino environment outside has improved a lot and looks more and more professional. It was even divided into two areas, a smoking area and a non-smoking area. After passing through the exquisitely decorated gate, Qin Yun met Boss Pai, greeted him, and placed the gift on the table. Hey, what's this wind? It's blown our big boss Qin here. Boss Pai joked with Qin Yun, taking a bottle of red wine from the wine cabinet next to him and placing it in front of Qin Yun. Try it, it's a proper vintage red wine, it tastes good. Qin Yun laughed and said, forget it, I can collect some, but I can't drink it. What's that saying again? Wild boars can't eat fine chaff. Uft. Boss Pai was amused by Qin Yun's words and immediately became charming. Speak, what brings you here? I don't believe you would come knocking on my door for no reason. Boss Pai poured himself a glass, took a sip, and then said, it's nothing, I just came to thank you. Thank you so much for taking care of the business on the riverbank. Qin Yun then changed the subject. However, there is something I would like to ask you for help with. Investigate a person named Qin Sihai. Chapter 103 A Misfortune for Our Family. Qin Sihai. Boss Pai asked, what is your relationship with him? Why would you suddenly name someone and investigate him? He is my father, but he is too biased, so my sister and I separated from the family. Qin Yun briefly explained the incident to Boss Pai. Upon hearing Qin Yun say that Qin Sihai looked pale and had become rich overnight, Boss Pai was taken aback for a moment, and then said, now that you mention it, it reminds me that some things have indeed happened in the county recently. How so? Boss Pai took a deep breath and slowly said, I run a black market business, so I have people on all the major transportation routes in the county to receive the goods. But just 2 days ago, several large boxes were brought into the county town. Those boxes should be medical supplies. I went to see them under cover of darkness. They were all written in foreign languages, so they were obviously from abroad, and they were about surgical instruments or other things. But as far as I know, neither the county town nor Shanghai has such advanced equipment. When we tried to investigate again, we encountered many obstacles. Qin Yun fell silent. Boss Pai was the most capable person he had ever met. Even she said she had encountered many obstacles, which meant there really was no way to resolve the situation. However, what you said today has given me a new perspective. Qin Yun didn't speak, but instead watched Boss Pai quietly in thought. After a moment, Boss Pai slowly spoke. Although we can't find out where these medical supplies were taken, since they were sent to the county town, they must be for human use. I will send someone to keep an eye on Qin Sihai, and I will notify you immediately if I find anything. Qin Yun nodded, chatted with Boss Pai for a while longer, and then got up to leave. It was dusk when Qin Yun got home. After a long day of running around, he was a little tired and was just about to lie down and rest when he heard a series of hurried footsteps outside the door. "Brother Yun, something terrible has happened. Something's wrong with our hawthorn juice stand." Sun Dazhuang entered, looking flustered, and even his speech was somewhat incoherent. Qin Yun's heart sank. He had just gone to thank Boss Pai for this matter. How could something have happened in the blink of an eye? But he didn't have time to think much, and immediately went out with Sun Dazhuang, heading straight for the riverbank. Before I even got close, I saw an old woman sitting on the ground, patting the ground with her hands and muttering something. Qin Yun was stunned when he saw it. Isn't this his grandmother, Old Lady Qin? Next to Old Lady Qin, Luo Fengjiao was holding up a white banner with several large characters written on it. Ungrateful and treacherous, repaying kindness with enmity, his own grandson actually sent his grandmother to prison. Utterly depraved, a wolf in sheep's clothing, forcing his father to sell his blood to pay off debts. Needless to say, these two lines were definitely written by Qin Wentong. They are easy to read aloud, but if someone who doesn't know the details reads them, they might actually be misled. Qin Yun slowly approached, and Ma Tongtian immediately came over. "Brother Qin, normally with us here to protect you, there wouldn't be any major problems, but today this old woman came and plopped down right here. I heard she's your grandmother, and I..." Qin Yun smiled and nodded. It was normal that Ma Tongtian didn't know about their family's situation and didn't care. "Don't mention it. Thank you for your help with the matter before, Brother Ma." Qin Yun took out a pack of Peony brand cigarettes from his pocket and handed it to Ma Tongtian. "Brother Ma, you've worked hard these past few days. Here, take these cigarettes. It's no trouble at all. This is also what Boss Pai wanted. Brother Qin, you don't need to be so polite." Ma Tongtian was somewhat apprehensive, as his current status was mainly due to Qin Yun. After the two talked for a while, Qin Yun said a few words to Sun Dazhuang, who immediately nodded and then called Huang Kuan and the others to walk outside. Then Qin Yun walked towards the direction of Old Lady Qin. "Let me tell you, this stall was opened by my grandson. He lost his mother when he was young, and I raised him with great difficulty. Seeing him doing better and better in the city, I thought I had finally made it through, but I never expected this heartless bastard not only didn't help the family, but he even separated from me." As she spoke, Old Lady Qin wiped away her tears. What a desolate scene of old age. Luo Fengjiao, her eyes also reddening, began to speak. "Although I married into the Qin family later, I can honestly say that I have been absolutely good to Qin Yun from the bottom of my heart. Whenever there is something good to eat, I always make sure it's for him. Just a few days ago, I came to the city on business and thought I would have a meal at his house, but he kicked us out. If these two actors were in Qin Yun's era, their acting skills would definitely be worthy of an Oscar." As the two embellished their stories, many people around them began to speak up. "I originally thought their hawthorn water was pretty good, but I never expected the owner to be this kind of person. That's right, let's not buy water here anymore. We can't let this ungrateful bastard make money off us." The crowd was indignant, their eyes fixed on the stall as if they wanted nothing more than to smash it. Qin Yun sneered. These two could be considered to be standing on the moral high ground. People's lives are getting better and better now, and most of the money they earn is used to supplement their household income. The prevailing social trend is to give half of what you earn to your parents, and keep the rest for yourself. But now that Qin Yun has made money in the city, he wants to split up the family business when he goes back? Why are family members turned away when they want to come to our house for a meal in the city? There's no such logic in the world. Such ungrateful behavior is despicable. Qin Yun is here. It's him, he's that ingrate. Luo Fengjiao, with her sharp eyes, immediately raised an eyebrow and pointed at Qin Yun as she saw him arrive at the scene, then began to curse. "That ingrate is the one who's turned on you." A shout came from the crowd. "This person came here a few days ago. He looked kind at the time, but I never expected his behavior to be so despicable. If any family has someone like this, it's a true misfortune for the family." Hearing the surrounding people cursing Qin Yun, Luo Fengjiao's lips curled into a barely perceptible sneer. This is exactly the result they wanted. The more people who curse him, the better, and it would be best if they could smash up his shop. However, faced with the crowd's agitated emotions, Qin Yun coldly uttered two sentences. What a bunch of idiots. You have nothing better to do than be someone else's pawn? In an instant, the crowd was like a powder keg that had been lit, and everyone's eyes were fixed on Qin Yun. Chapter 10 For I don't have the nerve to say that. The crowd was already dissatisfied with Qin Yun after old lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao added fuel to the fire. They never expected that Qin Yun would now call them a bunch of idiots. These days, is it not enough to have justice in your heart? Kid, what did you say? You bullied your grandma like that, and you still dare to curse us? Are you looking for death? He's wasted over 20 years of his life. So heartless and unjust, he's worse than a pig or a dog. Grandma Qin and Luo Fengjiao were beaming with joy. Well said. Absolutely brilliant. Meanwhile, Qin Wentong, hiding among the crowd, had a cold look in his eyes. What happened on campus yesterday afternoon has already been widely circulated, and some brat even gave him a nickname. Clown. A clown. That's why today happened. He called over old lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao, and the group of them came to the Hawthorne juice stall to cause trouble. He was waiting for an opportunity. As the saying goes, the law does not punish the masses. Once everyone's anger reaches a critical point, he can raise his arm and shout, and Qin Yun's stall may be smashed to pieces. Things aren't as you say. My brother was clearly forced into separating from the family by the Qin family. Wang Ju stepped forward and spoke up in defense. The Qin family only likes Qin Wentong and doesn't care about my brother at all. You're talking nonsense. They're all my own grandsons. How could I possibly bully him? Even amidst the crowd, old lady Qin's voice was clearly audible. She then turned to the others and complained, Everyone, come and judge for yourselves. They are all our juniors. Even if there are some unfair aspects, how unfair can they be? Everyone looked at the tearful expression on old lady Qin's face. It was incredibly realistic. This kind of person is morally corrupt and utterly depraved. We can't let someone like him do business in our county. Everyone, let's smash his stall together. Seeing that the atmosphere was about right, Qin Wentong, who was hiding in the crowd, shouted loudly, and then pushed the person in front of him. Exactly. Smash his stall, and make him refund his money. This disloyal and unfilial person should be kicked out of the county. Sure enough, at Qin Wentong's shout, the others immediately rushed toward the Hawthorne juice stall. Old Mrs. Qin and Luo Fengjiao, emboldened by their master's power, came up. Unfilial son, ingrate. A fierce glint appeared in old lady Qin's eyes. She raised her cane high and brought it down on Qin Yun's head. She simply didn't believe that Qin Yun would dare to touch her with so many people in front of him. This will surely be torn to shreds by these people in their fury. However, the next second, just as the stick in her hand was about to hit Qin Yun grabbed the cane with his other hand and kicked her hard. You ungrateful wretch! How dare you hit me? Before old lady Qin could react, she was kicked and fell to the ground, feeling as if her bones were about to break. Grandmother! A fierce glint flashed in Qin Wentong's eyes. He swiftly pushed through the crowd, stood before old Madame Qin, and glared at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, how dare you hit your grandmother? As he spoke, he swung his fist and aimed it fiercely at Qin Yun's face. Qin Yun snorted coldly and slapped Qin Wentong across the face with his backhand. Blood instantly flowed from his nostrils. Qin Wentong tried to struggle to stand up again, but Qin Yun seized the opportunity and kicked him directly in the chest. The kick was so powerful that Qin Wentong felt dizzy and didn't even have the strength to stand up. What an ingrate! He even hit his grandmother. He's not worthy of being called a human being. Let's do it. No man could tolerate something like this. Qin Yun had really stirred up a hornet's nest, and a group of people immediately raised their fists and were about to rush over. Wait a minute. Let's see who dares to touch Qin Yun. Just then, a sinister voice rang out, and Ma Tongtian, leading a group of people, blocked Qin Yun's path, his iron bar pointing directly at the crowd. When Ma Tongtian and his group appeared, those who had just been clamoring to teach Qin Yun a lesson immediately fell silent. Standing still, it's more docile than a quail. This is the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild, a tyrannical and domineering force, its members all ruthless and desperate. Who can afford to offend them? Although it's now completely regulated under Boss Pai's control, He mostly just keeps an eye on things and prevents people from causing trouble. However, it still has considerable deterrent effect on ordinary people. Everyone fell silent, but their gazes toward Qin Yun still held a hint of hostility. Qin Yun knew that if he didn't explain what had happened today, even if no one did, his business would plummet. "Brother, are you all right?" Just as Qin Yun was about to say something, his younger sister Qin Ling suddenly arrived at the scene. Upon seeing a large crowd gathered ahead, he immediately walked over to Qin Yun and carefully checked him for injuries. Qin Yun affectionately patted his little sister's head. "Why are you here?" "I left something in the courtyard, and when I wanted to get it, Grandpa Wei told me about it." Qin Yun nodded, then said to Ma Tongtian, "You guys come over first. I'll finish what I have to say. If they still insist on smashing my stall, I have nothing more to say." Ma Tongtian wanted to say something more, but seeing Qin Yun's serious expression, he could only step back to the side. Qin Yun looked at everyone and slowly said, "If what she said is true, then I am indeed an unfilial son. It was I who insisted on separating the family. When the Qin family came to the city, I did not give them the slightest help. I even told them to get out before they could eat a bite of food." Hearing this, anger flashed in the eyes of the crowd, but seeing that Ma Tongtian was still standing aside, they only dared to mutter a few curses. "But you might as well ask her what she did before the family split up, and what she did after the family split up." Qin Yun pointed at old Madame Qin and slowly began to speak. All eyes turned to old Lady Qin, and they all asked, "Auntie, tell me, how did this scoundrel become so ungrateful?" "It's you, ma'am. This boy's crimes are countless. Tell us, and even if the fierce Tiger Merchant Guild is here, we will uphold justice for you." Another man with thick eyebrows and big eyes spoke up. "My brother works at the police station. I'll have him come." However, despite the urging from the crowd, old Lady Qin remained silent and avoided eye contact. "Auntie, please tell me quickly. There's nothing to be afraid of here. They wouldn't dare to make a move in broad daylight." The young man spoke again. He comes from a working-class background and has not yet experienced the harsh realities of society, so he still has a lot of passion for life. "Don't ask. She's just too ashamed to say it." Just then, Qin Yun's voice came softly. Chapter 105. Things are different. All eyes turned to Qin Yun. Qin Yun said calmly, "Before the family split up, he made me take the blame for my good brother Qin went on. We're all the same kind of grandsons, so why should I be someone else's stepping stone? From childhood to adulthood, all the good food in the family always belonged to my eldest brother. My younger sister and I never even got to eat the leftover scraps. You know I separated from the family, but use your brains. If the Qin family were truly good to me, why would I take my sister with me when I left?" Qin Yun's voice gradually lowered, and as she listened to him recount what had happened, her younger sister's eyes welled up with tears. If it weren't for Qin Yun, what a miserable life she would have lived in that Qin family. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. Qin Yun's voice continued, tinged with anger. "After the family split up, I thought life would get better. But they came to my door again and again, taking advantage of my absence to steal the food I had bought. Others fawn over others when they make money, but I'm just envious. They'd love to empty my pockets. If I went back to Qingshui village, even the dogs on the street would know that the Qin family is no good." Qin Yun's words stunned everyone. On one side, Qin Ling's true feelings were on full display, her small hand tightly holding Qin Yun's. On the other hand, there was old Lady Qin, who remained silent and avoided eye contact. Anyone with eyes can see who is more credible. "Qin Yun, don't go too far with your words. When have we ever treated you like this?" Luo Fengjiao seemed to sense that something was wrong and spoke to Qin Yun. "Shut the hell up." Qin Yun suddenly shouted, and the sharpness in his voice startled everyone. "You vixen-like thing. When my mother passed away, my father was so infatuated with you that he was still staying at your house. My mother's body is barely cold, and you brazenly married into the family. It's hateful that my own grandmother didn't even try to stop you. With a family like this, why shouldn't I treat you the same way?" Qin Yun's last words struck everyone's hearts like heavy hammer blows. Everyone fell silent. Human hearts are made of flesh and blood. If that's really the case, then Qin Yun's actions are not problematic at all. I have indeed made some money, but I didn't steal or rob it. It was all earned honestly with my own hands. As soon as it gets light, I have to go back to the village to get fresh hawthorns, take them to the city, and then immediately prepare cold water and send them out. I stay here until nightfall, because I believe that hard work leads to wealth. Qin Yun looked at everyone and continued. In summer, we provide leather. In winter, we provide yarn. In drought, we provide boats. In flood, we provide carts. We share what others lack to benefit ourselves. I want to ask, what did I do wrong? Everyone looked at Qin Yun, speechless. Even if Qin Yun weren't selling water here, there would be others. Moreover, Qin Yun's cold water tastes even better. He was just an ordinary businessman. Don't listen to his nonsense. Everything he says is a lie. Seeing many disgusted looks falling on her, old lady Qin knew she could no longer sit idly by and wait for her fate. He suddenly stood up and shouted at the crowd. He's a heartless ingrate. No matter how true what he says is, it's still a lie. Upon hearing this, everyone's gaze froze for a moment. Yes, they trusted old lady Qin so much just now, but Qin Yun's behavior just now showed that what she said was all a lie. Even though Qin Yun was being so sincere, they still had some doubts in their hearts. It's okay. If she doesn't want to admit it, I'll find people to testify. Who is right and who is wrong is naturally clear. Qin Yun sneered. He knew the Qin family too well. They would never admit it unless the facts were laid out before them. The young man who had just spoken up for old lady Qin walked up to her and said, "Don't worry, Auntie, I still believe in you." How could an old man who is already in his twilight years lie? Just as he finished speaking, a figure in uniform walked over from a distance. The young man was taken aback for a moment, then quickly walked up to the person and said, "Brother, what brings you here?" The newcomer glared at him fiercely and said, "You've been out in society for so long, and you're still a muddle-headed person." Before the young man could say anything, the man addressed Qin Yun, saying, "Brother Qin, I'm sorry I'm late." The person who arrived was none other than Feng Tian. He never expected that the young man who had just said such a brainless thing was his younger brother, Feng Qing. After being scolded by Feng Tian, Feng Qing immediately wilted like a frostbitten eggplant and dared not say another word. Feng Tian didn't say much to Qin Yun and simply took out a piece of paper. "Everyone, look carefully. I am a staff member of the police station. My name is Feng Tian. Qin Laotai and Luo Fengjiao have been arrested and taken inside for theft." She's a criminal. Feng Tian was wearing a uniform and holding a certificate in his hand. This can't be faked, can it? You can know a person's face, but not their heart. I never thought she was a liar. Yeah, I trusted her so much before. What a waste of my life. It turns out we misunderstood this young man. In an instant, more and more people looked at old lady Qin with disgust. Old Mrs. Qin immediately became restless. Before she could even try to explain, a bicycle with a spine was seen speeding towards them from a distance. Sun Dazhuang and his companions got out of the car, panting. "I am Zhang Yong, the production team leader of Qinshui Village. This is my identification. I have heard about what just happened. You have indeed wronged Qin Yun." Zhang Yong, dressed in tattered clothes, still stood next to Qin Yun and showed everyone a small, yellowed notebook. The division of the family at that time was indeed out of necessity. Moreover, according to the production brigade's custom, the division of the family meant the division of the land. However, the Qin family was too domineering. No matter how I tried to persuade them, they were unwilling to give up even a single piece of land. Left with no other choice, Qin Yun had to go to the city to make a living. Otherwise, even if he starved to death in the village, the Qin family would not be willing to give him a single bite to eat. Sun Zhu, who came along, also spoke up. "I think Qin Yun is a good kid. The entire Qin family must have accumulated 8 generations of good karma to have such a good child. As for his older brother, he's even worse." Then, Sun Zhu revealed that Qin Wentong had been two-timing. This caused a stir of anger among the crowd. Is Qin Wentong still a college student? They are clearly worse than pigs and dogs. Qin Yun has had a tough life. He came to the city penniless and has only just begun to see some improvement. Zhang Yong looked at everyone and said, "I am willing to vouch for Qin Yun with my identity as a member of the production brigade. He is definitely not an unfaithful or unfilial person." After the villagers of Qingshui village said that, everyone's gaze towards Qin Yun completely changed. Chapter 106. We can't let him go. No one expected that old lady Qin would lie to them, and even less expected that what Qin Yun said was true. His journey from being penniless to now running a thriving water stall in the city demonstrates that he is undoubtedly a hard-working and diligent young man. When Brother Yun separated the family, he could have left alone, but he chose to stay with his sister. Huang Kuan also spoke up. He was one of the first people to do business with Qin Yun, from fishing at the beginning to selling hawthorn juice later on, so he understood better how hard Qin Yun had worked. But Brother Yun still chose to bring his sister along. You're not from the village, so you don't know what Qin Ling looked like before. A beautiful young woman was starved to the point of being pale and thin, and was forced by old lady Qin and Luo Fengjiao to cut grass to feed the livestock. I saw her faint on the road several times. It wasn't until Brother Yun brought little sister out that she gradually grew into a healthy little girl. Brother Yun tutored her and helped her go to school. The tuition fees in the city were high, but Brother Yun never said a word of dissent. As Huang Kuan spoke, he looked at everyone and said, "Let me ask you, who can do what Qin Yun did?" Huang Kuan's words completely silenced everyone. Their gazes toward Qin Yun were filled with admiration. This is a truly upright and honorable man. Sorry. Feng Qing looked at Qin Yun with an apologetic look in her eyes and spoke to him. What good is sorry? Feng Tian stepped forward and pulled Feng Qing over, coldly scolding. You said you could make a name for yourself after graduating from school, and this is how you've made it? You don't even realize you've been manipulated at gunpoint. Calling you an idiot is an understatement. As soon as he said that, the people around him looked somewhat ashamed. When they first misunderstood Qin Yun had said the same thing. Looking back now, they really were idiots. So stupid it's beyond redemption. I once heard a saying that anger is justified. Without public anger, justice lacks a mass base and will not truly become a broad river. Qin Yun slowly began to speak. But I want everyone to remember that in this world, there will always be people who are more vicious. Therefore, when venting your anger, you need to understand the truth first, so as not to become a knife in someone else's hand. After saying that, Qin Yun and Huang Kuan and the others set up the stall they had just knocked over. He didn't look at the crowd again. Well said. Among the crowd, someone was the first to applaud. It's already incredibly difficult for a village kid to make it in the city, yet he can still say something so philosophical. That's enough to show he's a good kid. The others also looked at Qin Yun with a hint of admiration. Young man, I was wrong just now. I apologize to you. I will definitely come to patronize your business often in the future. Yes, Sai. Who would have thought that an old man would lie to us? It's really hateful. You look about the same age as my son, and you've already shouldered the burden of life at such a young age. You're much better than that, brat. Here, I'll buy you a few cups of hawthorn juice as an apology. Everyone spoke up, their eyes filled with apology towards Qin Yun. Seeing that things were not going well, old lady Qin and the others turned around and tried to sneak away. However, before they could even step outside, the sharp-eyed Huang Kuan had already spotted them. It was that college student. He was the one who came up with all the terrible ideas today. Huang Kuan suddenly shouted, "Of the entire Qin family, he's the worst, and he's even a college student. We can't let him get away." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their attention to that direction. Old Mrs. Qin is an elderly woman, so we can let her go, but we absolutely cannot let that young woman and the college student leave so easily. In the crowd, someone pulled out a basket of rotten eggs, picked one up, and threw it hard at Qin Wentong. "Give me a few." Feng Qing was the first to speak. Although he couldn't figure out how these rotten eggs ended up here, they weren't worth much money, but they were very effective at disgusting people. In an instant, more than a dozen rotten eggs rained down on Qin Wentong and Luo Fengjiao. And that's not all. Rotten cabbage leaves and cabbage stalks were thrown at them like cannonballs, and even their smelly shoes. Even worse, several people chased after them and kicked the two men several times. Qin Wentong and Luo Fengjiao had swollen faces, bruised arms, and smelly bodies. He's worse off than a drowning dog. The three of them fled frantically. Old Mrs. Qin even stopped limping, threw away her cane, and ran incredibly fast. However, At that moment, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in Qin Wentong's blurry vision. It was Gao Yunshu, who looked extremely anxious, her exquisitely beautiful face filled with worry. Qin Wentong's eyes lit up instantly. His gaze involuntarily followed Gao Yunshu. However, the next second, his face was filled with anger and jealousy. Gao Yunshu didn't even glance at him and walked straight towards Qin Yun. She anxiously checked Qin Yun for any injuries, an expression Qin Wentong had never seen before. Moreover, after talking to Qin Yun for a while, the look in his eyes when he turned to look at himself was full of disgust. The flame in Qin Wentong's heart was extinguished little by little. He collapsed instantly, and even his steps forward became unsteady. Within just a few hours, he experienced 2 major blows in his life. His flustered figure resembled that of a defeated dog. The others only stopped when Qin Wentong and his companions had run quite a distance. Some people lingered for a while before turning away, while many more came to the stall to buy hawthorn juice. Qin Yun, why don't you go find my father? With him around, would that family dare to bully you like this? Gao Yunshu said with some resentment. Qin Yun smiled and shook his head. Uncle Gao's identity is extraordinary. How can we trouble him with such a small matter? Besides, it wouldn't be right to do so. Qin Yun was telling the truth. Even if Gao Rue had come today, things would not have turned out this way if the matter hadn't been discussed openly. I am his daughter. How could my father possibly? Gao Yunshu wanted to say something more, but Qin Yun smiled and brought her a glass of hawthorn water, which changed the subject, and they walked along the riverbank together. Tonight, Gao Yunshu talked to him a lot, and Qin Yun felt a warmth rise in his heart. His mother died young, and his father was alive but practically dead. Even considering his past life, he had never experienced the feeling of being cared for. Qin Yun always puts others first, and only after sending his younger sister to university will he consider his own affairs. But Gao Yunshu's appearance was like a ray of light that caught him off guard and illuminated his life. Chapter 107, The Rekindled Flame. The two chatted until dusk before Qin Yun finally took Gao Yunshu home. Meanwhile, back at the hotel, Qin Wentong and Luo Fengjiao took a shower for over an hour, but the stench still lingered on their bodies. The entire room was filled with an indescribable stench. What's that smell in the room? How did you manage to make it like this? Just then, Qin Sihai, pale-faced, returned to the room. Upon smelling the odor inside, he immediately frowned. Isn't it all because of your ungrateful son? Luo Fengjiao was a clean person, and the smell made her feel terrible. When she saw Qin Sihai, she couldn't help but complain. Even if you make money, you still can't compare to Qin Yun. You're the first father who's inferior to his son. What's wrong with you? Qin Sihai's expression changed instantly, and he slapped Luo Fengjiao across the face. Let me tell you, the money I earn in a month now is something you can't even imagine. If you dare talk to me like that again, do you believe I'll go to the county town for a divorce tomorrow? Without you, who can I find? How dare you hit me? Luo Fengjiao was stunned by the beating. When she came to her senses, she immediately stood up, baring her teeth and claws, ready to fight Qin Sihai. Qin Sihai was, after all, a man. Although he was weak, he still managed to push Luo Fengjiao to the ground. I'll say it again, if you keep messing around with me, get the hell back to Qingshui village. Qin Sihai said fiercely. Luo Fengjiao was furious. Before, Qin Sihai never dared to contradict her, but now he dared to hit her? And he even told her to get lost? Sure enough, men are all the same. Once they have money, they become arrogant and don't respect her anymore. Just as she was about to say something, old Mrs. Qin spoke up. You shrew, shut your mouth. Do you think it's easy for my son to earn money outside? Without him, would you be able to stay comfortably in this hotel? Luo Fengjiao was so angry that her face turned red. She had really misjudged Qin Sihai. She wanted to retaliate several times, but after seeing the indifferent looks in the mother and son's eyes, she could only suppress her anger. All right, take this money. From now on, take good care of my mother and Wentong. I won't pursue this matter any further. Qin Sihai pulled a wad of cash from his pocket with a snap, counted out a dozen or so 10 yuan bills, and tossed them to Luo Fengjiao. Luo Fengjiao's eyes immediately lit up. That's over 100 yuan. In this county town, a pound of pork only costs a little over a yuan. What can't she buy if she wants to? Thinking about it this way, the matter of Qin Sihai taking action just now didn't seem so important anymore. I'll take the money, but you have to promise me that you'll never lay a hand on me again. Luo Fengjiao gathered the money together, put it in her pocket, and said to Qin Sihai, "Okay." Qin Sihai gave a perfunctory reply and then went to take a shower. What a forgetful person. Grandma Qin muttered something under her breath, her head practically tilted back to the sky. With her son earning so much money, what kind of woman couldn't he find? Soon, Qin Sihai finished showering and came out. Lying on the bed, he asked what had happened that day. Qin Wentong recounted what had happened that day, and a cold smile immediately appeared on Qin Sihai's face. Don't worry, Qin Yun's good days won't last much longer. I'll send over 2 packages in a few days, and then... Dad, what are those 2 packages for delivery? Do you need my help? Qin Wentong asked. Qin Sihai waved his hand. No need. Just focus on your studies. You don't need to worry about anything else. Besides, this guy has legs of his own and willingly came with me. Qin Wentong became more and more confused as he listened. Besides humans, what else in this world could grow legs and walk on its own? Isn't that like seeing a ghost? Before he could ask any more questions, Qin Sihai continued. In a couple of days, we'll buy a house in the county town, and you can all move in there, so we won't have to stay in this hotel anymore. Upon hearing this, a look of joy immediately appeared on the faces of the group. Owning a house in the county town is the dream of countless people in Qingshui village. For them, this was nothing short of a phoenix rising from the ashes. My son, is what you're saying true? Grandma Qin asked Qin Sihai, her aged face filled with excitement. Of course it's true. It's just a house, right? You can go take a look tomorrow and see which house suits you. After Qin Sihai finished speaking, he went straight to another room, clutching his waist. Before leaving, he said goodbye to old Madam Qin. Mom, I'm going to sleep now. Grandma Qin nodded casually. She was now completely immersed in the happiness of buying a house. That's great. Qin Yun, that little ingrate, is only renting a place, while we can buy a house. Let's see who in the village will dare to gossip then. That's right. We'll be city people then, and I'll definitely feel proud to go to school there. Qin Wentong also spoke up. The last embers of fire in my heart, which had been extinguished, began to burn fiercely again. As the saying goes, familiarity breeds affection. Qin Yun was busy with business, while Gao Yinshu was still studying at university, so he had the advantage of being close to her. Moreover, his father is so wealthy, so perhaps we can get in touch with the Gao family in the future and let them see our family's financial strength. Who knows, Gao Yinshu's parents might allow him to be with Gao Yinshu then. In this day and age, arranged marriages by parents and matchmakers are still the norm. Meanwhile, Qin Yun, who had returned home, didn't stay idle either and went to Wang Ju's room. At that moment, Wang Ju was engrossed in reading a book. How's the novel I asked you to read coming along? After chatting with Wang Ju for a while, Qin Yun suddenly asked a question. I read it. Wang Ju spoke up, then handed several sheets of paper to Qin Yun. Say, you know what? Qin Ling's writing is really good. Every man in it deserves to die. Qin Yun didn't say anything, but picked up the paper and read it carefully. Wang Ju's handwriting wasn't very good, but he had written quite a lot of densely packed text. It's clear that you read it carefully. As Qin Yun watched, Wang Ju continued to ramble on, especially that swindler, who stole his wife's money and then went to find other women. And utterly shameless. Has Sun Datong returned the money he borrowed from you? After reading it, Qin Yun put the paper on the table and asked Wang Ju a question. Wang Ju was taken aback, but then realized what Qin Yun meant. Chapter 108, When to Make a Move. These novels were written by Qin Ling, and they convey some very simple values. In the 2 days that Wang Ju has been reading, her mindset has changed a lot without her even realizing it. Brother, he said his mother's condition has worsened again, so he can only repay me the money he borrowed later. At this critical moment, I'm too embarrassed to ask him for it back. Wang Ju's voice was a little low, but she immediately smiled again. But brother, I already know. A girl should respect herself. I have never gone out with him overnight, and I will never do it again. I absolutely refuse to go to any dangerous places. Hearing this, Qin Yun smiled and said, That's good. After you finish reading these, I'll give you some money to buy some more. I'm willing to buy even just casual books. As he spoke, he pulled a 10 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Wang Ju. Wang Ju shook his head repeatedly. Brother, I have money. I haven't finished spending the money you gave me last time. I'll go buy more later. Just take it when I tell you to. Qin Yun forcibly stuffed the money into Wang Ju's hand. Wang Ju has taken a liking to reading, and he's overjoyed. It's never too late to start learning, and Wang Ju is only in his early 20s. If he's determined, he might even be able to go to university. Looking at the money, Wang Ju felt a surge of emotion. Apart from her family, Qin Yun was the kindest person to her. The two chatted for a while longer, and seeing that it was getting late, Qin Yun returned to his room. The next afternoon, Qin Yun returned home and discussed the next steps of the renovation with the workers. Old Wei's courtyard has been completely transformed. Qin Ling's room, which was the first to be renovated, has been turned into a princess room. The room where Sun Dazhuang and his group stayed was also renovated to be more practical, and you could feel a sense of warmth just by looking at it from the outside. As for Qin Yun and Wang Ju's room, they simply painted it white and replaced all the furniture. Moreover, the workers carry out the renovations during the day, so it doesn't interfere with the residents' living. Uncle Wei, please stay in my room for today and come back in a couple of days. Qin Yun entered Old Man Wei's room and began to speak. What a waste of time. Just do it as simply as those rooms. There's no need for all this trouble. Old Man Wei was somewhat dissatisfied a couple of days ago, but after the room was renovated, he went to check it out as soon as possible. Since that incident, Old Man Wei no longer finds it noisy. Instead, he takes the initiative to help out, and his face smiles more often. Qin Yun knew that Old Man Wei was only saying he was unwilling, but in his heart, he was already very anxious. Don't worry, sir. It will only take a few days. When you see the room, you'll definitely be satisfied. Qin Yun chatted with Old Man Wei for a while, and then Old Man Wei moved into Qin Yun's room, seemingly reluctantly. Master, leave some open space here, set up some shelves around the farm, put a rain awning on top, and just enough space to put a table underneath. Then we can put the grill over there. Qin Yun spoke to the workers, saying that according to his plan, even the courtyard would need to be renovated. And this newly renovated courtyard will be of great use to him. Just as they were working hard, suddenly, a figure walked in from outside the door. It was Ma Tongtian who was holding the gifts. Brother Qin, are you working? Do you need any help? Just let me know, and I'll call a few people over. As Ma Tongtian put the things down, he spoke solicitously. No need. We can handle things here. Qin Yun said with a smile. Okay, just let me know if you need it. Ma Tongtian persisted, and after the two chatted for a while, he finally spoke up, saying, Boss Pai sent me here, saying that the investigation into the matter from last time has yielded some results, and he wants you to come over. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately put down what he was doing. This is an important matter. Qin Yun rode his bicycle towards the alley where Boss Pai was. This is the information. More than half an hour later, Qin Yun arrived at Boss Pai's living room. Without wasting any words, Boss Pai immediately placed a document in front of Qin Yun. Qin Yun picked it up and took a look. You know what? Boss Pai's men are really capable. Their investigation was extremely thorough. It even contains many things that I didn't know. The final piece of news was that he had a connection with the Luo family. Upon seeing this, Qin Yun frowned. How did Qin Sihai get involved with the Luo family again? Furthermore, we discovered that the surgical instruments from before ended up in a bar, which is owned by the Luo family. After Qin Yun finished reading, Boss Pai immediately spoke up. Qin Yun taught him the word bar. In this small county town, some people have already decorated their drinking establishments quite nicely, but they call them things like beer shops. However, this business practice was eventually imitated by the Luo family, who used various methods to make most bars disappear, leaving only a handful of them able to compete with them. Bar. Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled. Surgical instruments, no matter what, should be in hospitals. How could it possibly appear in a bar? That's unclear at the moment. Boss Pai shook his head, his slender fingers holding the wine glass and swirling it before he spoke. I sent people in. Although they were having a lot of fun inside, the surveillance was very tight. Moreover, there were many guards at the entrance, and my men didn't find any useful information. Hearing this, Qin Yun could only nod. I've told you about the current situation. What are your plans next? I'll ask you that next, Boss Pai continued. After a moment of silence, Qin Yun said, let's hold back and observe the situation. It will be no more than a week before something happens in the surrounding area. Boss Pai put down his cup, wanting to hear Qin Yun's explanation. Qin Yun didn't hold back, analyzing. The surgical instruments were sent to the bar and cleaned up, so they definitely weren't just left there. Someone needs to use them. Although county towns are much better than rural areas, they certainly can't compare to big cities like Shanghai. Anyone who can afford foreign goods must be very rich. So why didn't he go to Shanghai, but instead came to this small city? Qin Yun took a sip of the tea beside him and said softly, there's definitely something shady going on here. As for when we'll make our move. Qin Yun deliberately left his sentence unfinished, and instead looked at Boss Pai, who had been listening attentively. A look of sudden realization flashed across Boss Pai's stunningly beautiful face. It's when that person comes to our county. Chapter 109 Meat and Wine. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. There are only two ways to enter the county town. One is by car, and the other is by boat. At that time, you just need to keep a close eye on these two roads. If there is any trouble, leave the rest to me. A confident glint appeared on Boss Pai's face. With so many men under my command, the Luo family is nothing. No, if you take action against the Luo family now, it will inevitably cause conflict. The best way is to find someone with a public reputation. Qin Yun continued. Although he didn't know what kind of background Boss Pai had, as the saying goes, even a powerful dragon can't suppress a local snake. Sometimes, this kind of power is more reliable. After a moment of silence, Boss Pai nodded. The two chatted for a while longer before Qin Yun left. Before leaving, Ma Tongtian specially escorted Qin Yun outside. Qin Yun asked Ma Tongtian, is Sun Datong still with the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce? Ma Tongtian was taken aback, then nodded. He's still here. He tried to impress me several times before, wanting to improve his status, but I know that he's a coward when things get tough and can't amount to anything, so I ignored him completely. What kind of person is he usually? Qin Yun then asked. Seeing that Qin Yun was interested, Ma Tongtian simply poured out his words like beans from a bamboo tube. Brother Qin, this kid is no good. He spends money when he has it and cheats when he doesn't. He loves to do petty theft and other despicable things. Moreover, he is a very petty person. Once he gains power, he will never remember the kindness others have shown him and will want to trample you into the mud. Ma Tongtian sighed twice. But you know what? This kid is really popular with women. He has 2 or 3 girlfriends, and one of them is especially easy to fool. She took 80 yuan from him last month. Can you believe there are women that stupid? Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. The silly woman Ma Tongtian was talking about was most likely his sister. Also, even if this kid has a girlfriend, he still goes to the Luo family's liquor store every few days. The woman there has a waist that could crush someone. As the two talked, they walked outside. The more Qin Yun listened, the angrier he became. Finally, he asked directly, does that kid spend a lot of time at the Luo family's wine shop? Of course there are many. They're usually available around this time. After listening, Qin Yun immediately greeted Ma Tongtian and rode his bicycle towards the martial arts school. Brother Qin, what brings you here today? More than half an hour later, Qin Yun arrived at the entrance of the martial arts school, carrying some things. Just as he pushed the cart inside, Huang Wentian came to greet him. You're here, but why did you bring so much stuff? Qin Yun chuckled twice. Haven't I been here for a long time? And I'm here today because I need your help with something. Go ahead and say it. Huang Wentian immediately spoke up. When Qin Yun recounted his sister Wang Ju's story, Huang Wentian shook his head repeatedly, saying, what's wrong with girls these days? Why do they all like these petty thugs? I'm having a headache over this too, but she's still my little sister. If I don't care, who will? Qin Yun then explained his plan to Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian nodded repeatedly, occasionally glancing at Qin Yun with a hint of admiration. Qin Yun's method is really brilliant. No wonder he's been able to make his business thrive. Soon, the two made an agreement, and Qin Yun, along with Huang Wentian, rode their bicycles to the wine shop owned by the Luo family. Although it was called a liquor store, it already had the beginnings of becoming a bar. The three-story building stood out prominently in the county town, where high-rise buildings had not yet been built, and the facade was covered with the most popular white ceramic tiles. It looks very stylish now, but in Shin Yun's eyes, it's not good enough. He had seen it in the information Boss Pai had given him before. The first floor was a place for ordinary people to drink, while the identities of the guests on the second floor were kept secret. Some were men afraid of their shrewish wives. Some had committed certain crimes and fled here, and others were men of high status. As for the third floor, it's all bedrooms. This place is probably not a good place, is it? At the entrance of the wine shop, several heavily made-up women were striking seductive poses, their alluring eyes constantly glancing in Qin Yun and Huang Wentian's direction. "Brother, are you new here today? Come in and give it a try. I guarantee you'll have a good drink." Seeing that Huang Wentian and Qin Yun had stopped, one of the women immediately walked over and took Huang Wentian's arm with one hand. After pinching it a couple of times, she immediately giggled and said, "Brother, you have such big muscles. You're really strong." Huang Wentian's face immediately turned red, as if he had seen a ghost. He quickly shook off the woman's hand and went inside with his head down. Another woman walked up to Qin Yun and made a move to put her arm around him. Qin Yun stepped aside, his face darkening as he said, "You're too ugly." Upon hearing this, the woman's expression immediately changed, but in such a place, she dared not lose her temper with the guest. She simply snorted and turned to walk away. Another person, who seemed to be the leader, walked over and said with a smile, "Oh my, I didn't expect this young man to have such high standards. It's all right, our wine shop may not have much else, but it has plenty of beautiful women." All I saw was the money in the young man's pocket. Qin Yun pulled out a wad of 10 yuan notes from his pocket, which stunned the leader. The leader then smiled sweetly and invited Qin Yun and the others inside. "Did Sun Datong come today?" After entering, Qin Yun and Huang Wentian sat in a private room, casually ordered a few bottles of beer, and asked, "Him? Of course he's here." The woman who followed Huang Wentian and was named Xiao Hong. Upon closer inspection, she wasn't particularly ugly. In fact, she was quite pretty. However, her heavy makeup was simply unbearable to look at. He usually likes Xiaoxua the most, but Xiaoxua charges at least 10 yuan to drink with him. Xiao Hong sat down next to Huang Wentian and said, "But he has money now, so he should be in the last private room with Sister Xiaoxua." Qin Yun nodded silently, just as he was about to say something, when the door to the private room suddenly opened and several scantily clad women walked out. "Brother, what do you think of my looks? Why don't you invite me to come drink with you? Brother, choose me. I promise you'll be happy today, and you'll want to come every time after that. Brother, if all else fails, just take all three of us. We can all drink with you, and it'll be meat drinks too." Chapter 110, Exposing His True Colors. The women looked at Qin Yun with predatory eyes, already knowing that he had at least $100 in his pocket. As long as you can serve them well, you can make money however you want a day, right? What a fine combination of meat and wine. Qin Yun felt helpless, but his face still showed impatience. He waved his hand and said, "You can all leave now. I didn't like any of them." Disappointment immediately appeared on the faces of the women. In the past, every customer would have dragged them straight up to the third floor, but why was this customer so difficult to deal with? But since Qin Yun had already said that, they were too embarrassed to say anything and could only leave with resentment. Then the leader brought over a few more, but Qin Yun refused them all. Finally, he asked for a few more bottles of beer before giving up. Seeing that the time was ripe, Qin Yun made an excuse to go to the restroom, noted down the number of the private room where Sun Datong was, and told Huang Wentian when he returned, "Okay, I'll go find him now, and bring a few more people with me." Huang Wentian had been getting impatient with Xiao Hong's constant urging to drink, and when he heard that Qin Yun had already noted down the private room number, he immediately opened the door and left. "You should go out too. I like being alone." Seeing Xiao Hong walking towards him again, Qin Yun coldly uttered a sentence. Seeing that Xiao Hong was still hesitant and didn't want to leave, Qin Yun didn't waste any words and simply took out a few yuan from his pocket and gave it to her. "Thank you, brother, you're a good person." Xiao Hong's eyes lit up immediately when she saw the money. He carefully put the money away, then, as if remembering something, said, "Brother, Don't come next time. Judging from your expressions, this is your first time too. This isn't a good place. How could you tell this was our first time here? Qin Yun was a little curious, because this girl wasn't like this when she was facing Huang Wentian before. Look at your eyes, you're different from the people here. The people here seem to want to see right through us. Xiao Hong continued. Brother, I came out of necessity, but you guys are different. Maybe you just wanted to see something new this time, but if you come a few more times. She didn't continue, but anyone could understand what she meant. After saying all that, Xiao Hong stood up and left the private room. Qin Yun wasn't in a hurry. He drank in the room and waited for a while before Huang Wentian returned. Brother Qin, this matter has been taken care of. I deliberately told Wang Ju it was Sun Datong's private room number. Qin Yun nodded. Sometimes, the truth is sharper and more capable of making Wang Ju realize the truth than what he says. Sure enough, a short while later, footsteps were heard outside, followed by a cry accompanied by a question. Sun Datong, how could you do this to me? Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately opened the door to the private room and went out with Huang Wentian. In the corridor outside, Wang Ju was standing on the ground, tears streaming down her reddened eyes, looking at the man in the private room with disbelief. Inside the private room, under the dim and ambiguous lighting, Sun Datong, his face flushed, hurriedly pulled up his pants and walked out. Inside the room, a woman casually got up from the bed, glanced at the door, and then her face turned indifferent. Anyone could see what had happened inside. Wang Ju, let me explain. It's not what you think. Sun Datong strode out and said to Wang Ju, I'm just here to take care of some business. Wang Ju was filled with rage. Upon seeing Sun Datong approaching, she immediately slapped him across the face without hesitation. You still want to lie to me? Wang Ju. Seeing that the matter could no longer be concealed, Sun Datong suddenly knelt down in front of Wang Ju with a thud. I know I was wrong. I will never dare to do it again. Please forgive me this time. That's because you've never gone out at night before, and I just couldn't hold back anymore, so. Fuck you. Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yun rushed out and kicked Sun Datong hard in the face. Damn it, he cheated her sister out of her money, and now he wants to use this kind of excuse to fool her? How could he, as the older brother, tolerate this? As soon as Qin Yun made his move, staff from the liquor store appeared in the corridor and walked over. Qin Yun immediately threw out a large 10 yuan note. Don't come any closer. This kid lied to my sister and broke things. I'll pay for it. After looking at the person lying on the ground and confirming that it was Sun Datong, the group walked towards the back. Elder brother. When Wang Ju saw Qin Yun, tears of grievance immediately fell. Qin Yun sighed and comforted her. Little sister, don't be too sad, because you saw what kind of person he was in time. I never expected that Sun Datong would be here, and doing such despicable things. Wang Ju was no longer able to care about anything else, completely immersed in the grief of Sun Datong's betrayal. Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Listen to me. I just made a mistake that any man would make. I really didn't come here. Upon seeing that it was Qin Yun, Sun Datong got up again and even tried to exonerate himself. Qin Yun's eyes darkened, and before he could finish speaking, he slapped him across the face again. He then turned to Wang Ju and said, Wang Ju, if you just say the word, I'll teach him a lesson for you right now. Wang Ju looked at Sun Datong, who was begging for mercy on the ground, and a look of disgust appeared in his eyes. Brother, you don't need to. I'll do it. As he spoke, Wang Ju rushed forward and stomped on Sun Datong's body, one foot after another. Wang Ju wasn't very strong, but he couldn't withstand the constant beating. In an instant, Sun Datong's screams echoed throughout the corridor. Qin Yun and Huang Wentian stood aside and waited until Wang Ju had vented her anger before helping her up. You have 5 days to pay back the money you borrowed from my sister, or I'll break your legs. Qin Yun spoke coldly to the half-dead Sun Datong. Sun Datong looked at Qin Yun, his eyes filled with fear. He knew about the relationship between Qin Yun and Ma Tongtian, and Ma Tongtian was now the head of the entire fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce, which could really be the death of him. After receiving the answer, Qin Yun and Wang Ju walked downstairs, leaving Sun Datong filled with remorse. After going downstairs, Qin Yun intended to walk straight out, but a familiar voice rang in his ears. Hee, I still have to follow Brother Qin. You know what? The water here is really delicious, but it makes me a little dizzy after drinking it. Qin Yun's brows furrowed instantly. Chapter 111 The Plan. Brother Huang, take my sister home first. Qin Yun told Huang Wentian, and Huang Wentian didn't ask any further questions before walking out with Wang Ju. Qin Yun found a seat, ordered a beer, and sat in the corner, looking towards the seats in the middle. There, several figures were comfortably leaning back in their chairs. Upon closer inspection, it was Qin Sihai, Wu Shui, He Wenho, and several others. Apart from Qin Sihai, the two men were dressed in very worn-out clothes. Several heavily made-up women sat nearby, their faces showing a mixture of disdain and smiles. How is it? Is this place all right? Qin Sihai chuckled and put down his wine glass, then turned to Wu Shui and He Wenho and asked, Great, really great. Both of them had smiles on their faces, but it's a bit expensive here. The few bottles of water we drank tonight cost as much as we would have earned in the village in a few months. Even now, they both feel as if it's all a dream, and they can't help but look at Qin Sihai. If Qin Sihai leaves today, the two of them probably won't even be able to come up with half the money. Qin Sihai seemed to sense their worries and simply slammed several 10-yuan bills onto the table in front of him. Our main goal today is to make you two happy. I'll pay whatever it costs. A look of surprise immediately appeared on their faces. The two of them were notorious in Qingshui village, and even at their age, they had not been able to find a wife. I never imagined there was such a wonderful place in the city, and more importantly, there was such a wonderful brother, Sihai. But Brother Qin, we've been in this city for 2 or 3 days now, staying here all the time and constantly spending your money. That's not right. When are you going to take us to make some money? He Wenho asked. Money is something that should always be kept in your own hands. What's in someone else's pocket is ultimately theirs. Upon hearing this, Qin Sihai smiled. Finally, the fish had taken the bait. He put down his wine glass and asked slowly, Do you really want to make money? Both of them nodded, and Qin Sihai then said, Okay, tomorrow I'll take you somewhere to test your blood types. If they match, you can start making money like me. Blood type test. He Wenho frowned. How come he never knew that he had to have his blood type tested before going out to work? Brother Qin, isn't a blood test only needed when you sell blood? You're not talking about making money by asking us to sell our blood, are you? A hint of wariness appeared in Wu Shui's eyes. The people of Qingshui village now know that selling blood is unreliable. Someone from the next village died a few days after donating blood. At best, they had to stay in bed for 10 days to half a month. I can't even describe how painful it was. Upon hearing this, Qin Sihai felt wronged and immediately became anxious. Am I, Qin Sihai, that kind of person? How could I possibly ask you to donate blood? No one in their right mind would do something so heartless. What you two said has deeply hurt me. No, Brother Qin, I misspoke. I'll punish myself with a drink to apologize to you. Wu Shui quickly stood up and spoke. That's right. Brother Qin and I have been brothers for many years. I know his personality best. He would never let us do such a thing. You should apologize to Brother Qin right now. He Wenho also sided with Qin Sihai and spoke coldly to Wu Shui. After Wu Shui finished his drink, Qin Sihai finally spoke up. The reason I can earn so much money is because I serve high-ranking officials and nobles. There are regulations there that require one to have a qualified blood type and other indicators to be allowed to go. Otherwise, why would they want someone from our village? Wu Shui and He Wenho were finally relieved and went back to drinking and having fun. Upon seeing this, Qin Yun's eyes narrowed. It was obvious that Qin Sihai was a lackey of the Luo family, and these two people were those two poor souls. However, Qin Yun didn't plan to go and interfere. As the saying goes, it's hard to persuade a damned ghost. Right now, those two were full of dreams of getting rich. If he said anything at this time, he would definitely be taken for granted. They might even get beaten up. Qin Yun downed the wine in his hand in one gulp before leaving the wine shop. Back in the courtyard, Wang Ju still looked sad, but Qin Yun didn't go up to comfort her. Some things can only be learned through personal experience, and once you leave Sun Datong, your future path will surely be smooth sailing. As dusk fell, Huang Kuan and his companions returned pushing their carts. Huang Kun took out the groceries he had bought that day. Brother Yin, guess who I saw today? As soon as Huang Kun entered the room, he spoke to Qin Yun. Who? Huang Kun said, I saw the Qin family. Luo Fengjiao was carrying a lot of vegetables, and there were also shrimp. Qin Yun wasn't surprised by this. Qin Sihai was making a lot of money now, so buying some shrimp wasn't a big deal. And I also saw that they went to look at a house, and it was a very impressive house. Listening to Huang Kun's vivid description, Qin Yun chuckled and said, It's all right, the Qin family's good days are about to end. Huang Kun was somewhat puzzled, and then asked. Qin Yun didn't explain too much to him. The matter wasn't settled yet, and if word got out, it would alert the enemy, and all their efforts would be wasted. Qin Yun quickly prepared the meal, and after everyone enjoyed it, they went to pack up their things. Qin Yun, however, returned to his room and pondered for a while. Qin Sihai's affair at the wine shop could be put to good use. As the saying goes, if you push someone too hard, they'll fall. I wouldn't mind adding fuel to the fire for them. The next day at noon, Qin Yun and the others finished their meal and then arrived at the entrance of the wine shop. He deliberately found a quiet corner, drank a bottle of ice water, and waited for Qin Sihai. Sure enough, not long after, Qin Sihai appeared at the door with Wu Shui and He Wenho. These two people now trust Qin Sihai completely, and without even thinking, they walked right in. Qin Yun calculated the time, and then went to the address provided by Huang Kun. This is the hotel where the Qin family is staying. Qin Yun was just about to go up to look for Luo Fengjiao when, as soon as he turned around, Luo Fengjiao came out carrying a woven bag. Upon seeing Qin Yun, he immediately snorted coldly, turned around, and walked outside. He didn't even glance at Qin Yun, clearly still holding a grudge about what happened earlier. Qin Yun didn't pay any attention and followed Luo Fengjiao for a while. When he saw that there were fewer people ahead, he simply blocked her way. Qin Yun, are you out of your mind? What? You're blocking my way and trying to beat me up. Let me tell you, this is broad daylight. Luo Fengjiao instinctively gripped the woven bag in her hand. Chapter 112 Two Fat Sheep. How dare they lay a hand on her in broad daylight? Qin Yun looked at Luo Fengjiao, who was in a panic and couldn't help but sneer. Don't you want to know what Qin Sihai is doing right now? Qin Yun's question immediately piqued Luo Fengjiao's curiosity. These days, every time Qin Sihai returns home, he can take out large sums of money. And he had hid himself before. Although she was given enough money later, she still felt some resentment. Where? Luo Fengjiao tilted her head and said, He should be inside the Luo family's wine shop right now. Qin Yun said calmly, then prepared to get up and walk to the other side. However, Qin Sihai may have been drinking meat-based liquor. Meat and alcohol? What does that mean? Luo Fengjiao didn't react immediately and instinctively asked Qin Yun, Why are you telling me all this? Qin Yun didn't turn around, but left behind a sentence. You'll know what it means when you get there. I just didn't want you to stay in the dark. Luo Fengjiao frowned, then put the woven bag aside and walked towards Luo's wine shop. She's going to see what kind of business Qin Sihai is doing inside. Qin Yun wasn't in a hurry. He went back to the courtyard, called Huang Kun and the others, and headed towards the Luo family's wine shop. Just in case, they also notified Huang Wentian and the others. More than half an hour later, the group watched as Luo Fengjiao walked into the wine shop. After exchanging glances, they also went straight inside. What he didn't notice was that right after they went inside, a pretty figure flashed past the doorway. Upon seeing Qin Yun, a tear slowly welled up in her expressive eyes. Upon entering the liquor store, Qin Yun and his companions again refrained from having the women accompany them, instead handing over several large bills and buying all the liquor. All right, young man, you're very generous. We'll get it for you right away. The woman leading the way at the entrance chuckled. Although the girls didn't earn the money, the final income all went to the liquor store, didn't it? But with such a fat fish right in front of her, she didn't want to give up. She then whispered, Young man, you have high standards. But another group of girls will be coming here in a few days. If you happen to like someone, don't be shy. Qin Yun was speechless upon hearing this. He could only offer a few perfunctory words before finding a secluded corner in the hall to sit down. The light here is dim, and you wouldn't notice them at all unless you were specifically looking for them. Brother Yin, why did you call us here today? It was also the first time Huang Kuan and his companions had been to such a place. After all, they were young men full of vigor, and seeing the scantily clad women inside, they couldn't help but swallow hard and say something. While drinking his beer, Qin Yun said, "I'm here this time, of course, to show you a good show." "What good show?" The fat man standing to the side also spoke up and asked. "You'll find out then." Qin Yun gestured with his lips, and everyone immediately saw Qin Sihai in the hall, along with Wu Shui and He Wenho sitting next to him. Qin Sihai seemed very happy at this moment, constantly pouring wine for the two people next to him, and occasionally touching the leg of the woman sitting next to him, looking very proud. "Brother Qin, the blood type test was done this morning, and the results are already out? I thought it would take at least a day or two at the county hospital." Wu Shui looked similar to Qin Sihai, his hand constantly reaching down, his face full of enjoyment. "Wu Shui, you still can't figure it out? Brother Qin isn't an ordinary person. It's just a matter of getting the results out quickly. It's just a matter of saying a few words." He Wenho kept flattering Qin Sihai. "Looking like this, he's practically a servant, except for the braid." Qin Sihai smiled and said, "Of course, you two are both my brothers, so I will naturally help you with this. And I have some good news to tell you. Your blood type results are a perfect match. You can pack up tomorrow and come here to make money with me." "Real?" Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on the faces of the two of them. These past few days, they've been following Qin Sihai around every day, either staying in hotels or eating out, and they've even managed to come to such a wonderful place. "I can't wait to make money. But let me make this clear from the start, I have to tell you something." Just then, Qin Sihai's gaze suddenly turned to Wu Shui. "After today, you can't drink alcohol anymore. If you come here tomorrow and they find out you've been drinking, you're fired." Wu Shui chuckled and patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, Brother Qin. I know what's important and what's urgent." Qin Sihai nodded in satisfaction. Once he gets those two fat sheep in, he'll get a hefty reward. "Now that I have this money, what should I do with it? I heard there's a girl named Xiaoxua working at this wine shop, and she's quite pretty." Thinking this, he couldn't help but increase the force in his hand. Just as he was lost in thought, suddenly, a bottle came crashing down on his head. Qin Sihai immediately felt a sharp pain in his head, and he stood up abruptly and looked behind him. It was Luo Fengjiao holding the bottle. Qin Sihai was taken aback, then said, "Didn't I tell you to stay at home? What are you doing out here?" Luo Fengjiao was completely enraged. In this day and age, people take the concept of husband and wife very seriously. Especially in rural areas, if a man cheats on his wife, people's first reaction is that he deserves to die, but the next thing they'll say is that his wife is incompetent. She actually let her man cheat on her. This value system was extremely distorted, but it took more than a decade to slowly change. Therefore, Luo Fengjiao wished she could kill Qin Sihai right now. She could tolerate Qin Sihai's beatings and verbal abuse, and his disrespect, but she simply couldn't stand Qin Sihai cheating on her. "You still have the nerve to ask me what I'm doing out here? You make money every day, and this is the place you've ended up in." Luo Fengjiao picked up a wine bottle from the side again, intending to throw it at Qin Sihai once more. "What the hell are you doing?" Qin Sihai snatched the wine bottle from Luo Fengjiao's hand with a swift movement, his eyes filled with icy coldness. Several women around him had already been frightened away, and the eyes of everyone around him turned to Qin Sihai in an instant. His eyes held curiosity, indifference, but mostly mockery. "You can't even control your own women. How dare you come here to have fun?" Under such gazes, Qin Sihai felt his blood rush to his head and slapped Luo Fengjiao hard across the face. Chapter 113, Making Room for Myself. Luo Fengjiao was immediately stunned by the beating. He struggled to his feet after falling to the ground, and even pointed his finger at Qin Sihai, cursing. "Qin Sihai, what do you think you are? When you were poor, you would even break off a belt and stuff it into the pot to cook. Now that you've made a few stinking bucks, you think you can just sit on top of me and shit your ass? You can't even control your own waistbands. You Qin family deserve to be poor your whole lives." Luo Fengjiao is extremely fierce in combat, saying whatever she wants, which is unique in the entire Qinshui village. For a moment, the veins on Qin Sihai's forehead bulged. How could he possibly tolerate being insulted in front of so many people? He immediately raised his hand, ready to teach Luo Fengjiao another lesson. If Qin Yun hadn't told me you were here, I would still be in the dark. Qin Sihai, you're a real scoundrel. Luo Fengjiao was still rambling on when Qin Sihai suddenly stopped. You said Qin Yun told you I was here? Luo Yufeng didn't say anything, but Qin Sihai immediately understood. This woman is usually quite foolish. How could she possibly come here to arrest him for no reason? Nobody in the city knows him. The only possibility is Qin Yun and his group. He immediately turned his head and looked around the hall. It was quite a while before they finally saw Qin Yun hiding in the corner. Good lad, it really is you. Qin Sihai's eyes instantly turned cold as he grabbed a nearby wine bottle and walked over. You've messed with me time and time again. I'll kill you. Wu Shui and He Wenho followed closely behind, vying to be Qin Sihai's lackeys, their demeanor equally aggressive. A cold smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. He showed no fear whatsoever and instead stood up directly. If you don't want people to know, then don't do it in the first place. You deserve everything you have today. Qin Yun's words completely enraged Qin Sihai, who cursed, You bastard. I should never have given birth to you. I'll kill you right now. After saying that, he smashed the bottle down on Qin Yun's head. However, before his bottle could hit Qin Yun suddenly stood up, snatched the bottle away, and kicked Qin Sihai in the back. Qin Sihai was already in poor health, and after this attack, he was thrown to the ground, sprawled out on his back. Qin Yun, how dare you hit Brother Qin? Who do you think you are? That's right. I, He Wenho, will fight you to the death. Seeing the two men holding bottles of wine, seemingly wanting to go for it, but not daring to, Qin Yun sneered. Without him saying anything more, Huang Wentian and Huang Kuan and the others went straight up and gave the two men a good beating. For the sake of us being from the same village, I'm giving you this advice. Go back to your village now and never come to the city again. Even if you earn little, there won't be any danger to your life. Qin Yun shook his head and sighed. Oh, so Qin Yun, you've made a fortune, and now you won't let us come to the city to make a fortune too? Let me tell you, we're going to come here anyway. Wu Shui spat at Qin Yun and said coldly. He Wenho, standing to the side, also glared at Qin Yun and said, That's right, Qin Yun. Let me tell you, we're about to make a lot of money. Don't be envious then. With your little stall, I can open as many as I want. At that time, even you, Qin Yun, will have to kneel down and beg me. Seeing the madness in their eyes, Qin Yun didn't say another word. He stood up and walked outside with Huang Kuan and the others. What was that saying again? Set aside your desire to help others and respect their fate. At this moment, Qin Sihai, who had been beaten, struggled to his feet, and He Wenho and Wu Shui immediately stepped forward to help him up. Qin Sihai looked very unhappy. He knew perfectly well that these two men were just fair-weather friends. They were completely unreliable when it came to actually helping him. However, he didn't show it. After all, he still needed the help of two people for what was to come. After smiling, he said, All right, you guys go back first. I'll come find you tomorrow and help you make a fortune. They both nodded. Great. Tomorrow I can really make big money. He then walked towards the door. Then Qin Sihai sneered at Luo Fengjiao and said angrily, What are you standing there for? Help me up. If I fall down, let's see whose money you'll pay for. However, the next second, I thought Luo Fengjiao would come running over eagerly because of the money, but to my surprise, Luo Fengjiao just walked away. Qin Sihai had no choice but to stand up and return to the hotel. As soon as they returned to the hotel, they saw Luo Fengjiao sitting in a chair with a livid face, coldly saying, Qin Sihai, if you don't give me an explanation today, this isn't over. Upon hearing this, Qin Sihai's anger flared up again. I'm not going to give you a damn explanation. Just as he was about to teach Luo Fengjiao a lesson, Old Lady Qin also came out from the side, and Luo Fengjiao immediately started crying to Old Lady Qin. She had assumed that Old Lady Qin, being a woman herself, would understand her suffering. However, after hearing this, old Mrs. Qin's face changed, and she said sarcastically, You still have the nerve to say that to outsiders? If it weren't for your incompetence, would my son be cheating on me? Let me tell you, My son earns who knows how much money he makes a month. If you can't even handle this little bit of grievance, then you'd better get out of here. Luo Fengjiao was stunned by what old lady Qin said. She had thought that no matter how bad the family was, it would at least leave her some warmth. But now it seems that old Mrs. Qin only likes her son. As for Qin Wentong, he sat in his chair without saying a word. She suddenly remembered how much pain Qin Yun's birth mother must have felt back then. Karma has caught up with her again. Luo Fengjiao suddenly stood up, silently walked to the side, and began to pack her things. Luo Fengjiao, you're actually leaving? If you leave, I won't come looking for you again, Before he could finish speaking, Luo Fengjiao had already packed the things into a large cloth bag, slung it over her shoulder, and walked outside. She didn't own anything in this house to begin with. Qin Sihai instinctively wanted to chase after her, but was stopped by old Madame Qin. Are you stupid? It's better that she's gone. You've made so much money now, wouldn't it be more comfortable to find someone else later? By then, we'll be living in the city, so we won't need to worry about her life or death. Hearing this, Qin Sihai smiled. Yes, he's a completely different person now. The old Luo Fengjiao doesn't hold that much appeal for him anymore. They left without a second thought, which conveniently freed up some space for themselves. Chapter 114, The People Have Arrived. At this moment, Qin Yun had already arrived at Qingqing University. To resolve this matter properly, we need a crucial helper, Gao Rui. So Qin Yun wanted to find Gao Yunshu and go talk to Gao Rui together. Qin Yun, Yunshu said she won't meet with you today. She also told you to think carefully about what you want to confess. If you don't tell her, she will treat you like a stranger from now on. Downstairs in the girls' dormitory, a girl looked at Qin Yun with an icy expression and spoke coldly to him. She and Gao Yunshu were roommates. Originally, she felt that Qin Yun's status was somewhat inappropriate, even though he was not a college student. However, Qin Yun was incredibly kind to Gao Yunshu, and he was indeed handsome. She was quite optimistic about the two of them. Unexpectedly, Gao Yunshu returned from an outing at noon today, completely distraught. After asking around for a long time, the people in the dormitory finally found out that Qin Yun had actually gone to that kind of place. It's good enough that they haven't started cursing Qin Yun yet. Qin Yun was puzzled by this and couldn't think of anything he wanted to confess. But the situation was urgent, so he didn't linger and went straight to Gao Rui's house. Just after he left, Gao Rui's roommate was about to go upstairs when he was suddenly stopped by a figure. You just said that Gao Yunshu is breaking up with Qin Yun? The person speaking sounded somewhat anxious and asked her repeatedly. It was Qin Wentong. Qin Wentong's roommate looked him up and down, then turned to go upstairs. Why should I tell you about Yunshu? Qin Wentong was in a hurry, so without saying a word, he took out a 10 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to his roommate. My roommate's expression changed. I didn't expect this kid to be quite rich. So he nodded and said, That's right. Qin Yun has done something that has made Yunshu very angry. Yunshu is now planning to break up with Qin Yun. I won't say anything else. I'm going upstairs now. Qin Wentong didn't hear the last sentence clearly. He was now filled with ecstatic joy. He knew Gao Yunshu. She was usually the most opinionated and resolute. If it made her so angry, then this matter must be extremely serious. It even violated Gao Yunshu's principles. They will definitely break up. Thinking of this, Qin Wentong felt that the weather today was unusually bright. Meanwhile, Qin Yun had already arrived at Gao Rui's home with gifts. As soon as he entered, Gao Rui smiled and said, Come, it's been a long time since I've been to your uncle's house. I'll cook a lot of dishes today, so stay and eat before you leave. Qin Yun smiled and agreed, then put the things in the living room. How have things been going with Yunshu lately? Gao Rui poured Qin Yun a cup of tea and asked. These days, he has seen Gao Yunshu always have a smile on her face, and he is also at ease with Qin Yun. Qin Yun briefly recounted what he had done with Gao Yunshu over the past few days, and then added, However, she seemed a little angry today and asked me to confess something. But I thought about it for a long time and still couldn't think of anything to confess. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui waved his hand dismissively. Yunshu is a sensible child who listens to advice. Young people, how can they not quarrel? You should talk to her properly. Nothing will happen. Qin Yun nodded, and after sitting with Gao Rui for a while, he said, Uncle Gao, there's something I'd like to ask you for help with. I received information earlier that someone had brought a batch of surgical instruments to the county town, and the labels were all in foreign languages. Qin Yun explained the matter to Gao Rue in detail, but did not mention Boss Pai's affair. Boss Pai's business is very large, but it can't be brought up in the open right now. We'll talk about it when there's a better opportunity later. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Gao Rue's brows furrowed instantly. He had worked his way up from the front lines and immediately sensed that something was amiss. Qin Yun, the clues you provided are very valuable. I will organize this matter and make sure they don't get away. Qin Yun shook his head. Uncle Gao, I've thought it all out, and I've also deduced that someone who can use such luxurious equipment must be some big shot. If I spot any suspicious people at the intersection, I'll notify you immediately. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Gao Rue's face showed a hint of appreciation. Qin Yun has the potential to succeed him in this position. Uncle Gao, I have some things to attend to, so I'll have to go now. I'll come see you again next time. After chatting with Gao Rue for a while, Qin Yun spoke up. Gao Rue wanted to persuade Qin Yun to stay, but seeing Qin Yun's insistence, he didn't say anything more and escorted Qin Yun to the door. After leaving Gao Rue's house, Qin Yun went straight to Boss Pai's place. I've already told Gao Rue at the police station. Leave the rest to me. Qin Yun spoke to Boss Pai. Gao Rue. Upon hearing this name, a hint of nervousness immediately appeared on Boss Pai's delicate face. You haven't told him about my situation, have you? No, what's wrong? Qin Yun looked at the unusually behaving Boss Pai and asked. That's good. Boss Pai's expression returned to normal, and he said to Qin Yun seriously, I need you to promise me that you absolutely cannot tell anyone outside about our meeting. Even your closest loved ones. Qin Yun keenly sensed that Boss Pai must have some connection with Gao Rue, but with Gao Rue's connection, Boss Pai was clearly able to have an easier time. Why is she so afraid of getting involved with the Gao family? However, Qin Yun did not ask. Given Boss Pai's personality, unless she asked herself, no one else could possibly get the information out of her. Moreover, I have been to the Luo family's wine shop, and now I am basically certain that Qin Sihai is the one who acted as a go-between. Qin Yun said, and I also heard them say that they'll have those two people come to work tomorrow. If I'm not mistaken, someone might come tomorrow. A glint of light flashed in Boss Pai's beautiful eyes. She nodded and said, Okay, I'll have someone keep a close eye on things. Since you've already contacted Gao Rue, I'll send people to help. But since you're alone, how about I assign you a bodyguard? Qin Yun shook his head. No need. I have reliable people here. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Boss Pai stopped insisting and talked with Qin Yun for a while before Qin Yun got up and left. The next day at noon, Qin Yun had just returned to the courtyard and hadn't even had a moment to rest when Ma Tongtian came knocking on his door. Brother Qin, Boss Pai said the person has arrived. Chapter 115, There's No Escape. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun nodded and immediately got on his bicycle and headed out the door. Upon arriving at Huang Wentian's martial arts school, Qin Yun said in a deep voice, Brother Huang, now we still need you to come with me. Huang Wentian didn't ask why. He simply followed Qin Yun's instructions, called over 2 or 3 more people he trusted, and then set off with Qin Yun. Soon, the group arrived near the wine shop. Outside the liquor store, plainclothes officers were already stationed. The one leading the group was Feng Tian. He was sitting in a restaurant across the street at that moment, and immediately nodded when he saw Qin Yun arrive. Qin Yun turned and went inside, and found that there were quite a few people there. Even Gao Rue was dressed in casual clothes. Uncle Gao, I came to the wine shop to scout it out before. Let's go in first and wait for someone to notify you before you make your move, so as not to alert them. Qin Yun then explained the plan. However, Gao Rue frowned, gently put down his water glass, and said, Qin Yun, your plan is excellent. In fact, as long as it is carried out as you say, this plan will definitely succeed. But have you considered this? What if you and the others go in, and there are too many people inside, and you have no way to escape? Gao Rue's voice gradually became serious. You should stay with us. That way, you can ensure your safety. When he was working on the front lines, he witnessed far too many regrettable things. Some young people, full of enthusiasm, always make mistakes of individual heroism, and in the end, they either die or are seriously injured. Qin Yun's identity was special, and he didn't want Qin Yun to take this risk. Uncle Gao, don't worry, I've already thought it all out. Since it's a place where surgery is performed, and there must be a very powerful person inside. People like this don't want to be seen by many people. Even if there are guards inside, there won't be many. This is the safest way. After Qin Yun finished explaining, he ignored what Gao Rui was saying and turned to walk out the door, arriving at the entrance of the wine shop. The woman in the lead immediately brightened up when she saw Qin Yun and his group arrive, and then greeted them with great charm. Young man, we have some very pretty girls with us today. I wonder if you have enough money in your pocket. Qin Yun smiled and pulled out a wad of 10 yuan notes from his pocket, instantly dazzling the woman. All right, young man, come in with me now. I promise you won't be disappointed today. The woman led the way, her waist swaying like a water snake, and Qin Yun and the others followed. As soon as they entered, their eyes scanned the hall. Yesterday, when he parted ways with Boss Pai gave him another diagram of the liquor store's layout. The second and third floors are all businesses, so the place where they perform surgery must be underground. Sure enough, after a short while, the group noticed a black curtain. This black curtain was extremely well hidden. The light couldn't reach that area at all, and at first glance, it looked like just a wall. If Huang Wentian hadn't reminded him, Qin Yun really wouldn't have noticed. The group specifically chose a seat that was relatively close to that side. As soon as I sat down, the woman brought over 3 or 4 girls. It must be said that these girls are indeed more beautiful than the previous ones, with slender figures, sweet looks, and they know how to get along with people. Before Qin Yun and the others could even speak, he immediately sat down next to them, calling them brother repeatedly. If it were an ordinary person, they would probably melt in their bones. This time, Qin Yun and his companions discreetly handed the women several large bills, agreed to let them sit next to them, gave them some more money, and ordered a few bottles of wine. The woman smiled with satisfaction. That's right, young man, you've finally become sensible. Let me tell you, the beauty here is something you can't experience anywhere else. I guarantee you'll want to come back again after just one visit. Qin Yun gave a perfunctory reply before sending the woman away. Soon, after the two had drunk some wine, their eyes met, and Huang Wentian and Qin Yun stood up and walked to the other side. The two lifted the curtain and slipped inside when no one was looking. The lights inside were even dimmer as the two walked further in. At the end of the alley was an iron gate. The iron gate was very heavy. Qin Yun tried to push it twice, but the gate didn't budge at all. Brother Yun, what should we do? Huang Wentian whispered. They don't have the key to the iron gate, and they don't know how to unlock it. Trying to open it is just wishful thinking. Qin Yun's brows furrowed, and just as he was pondering, suddenly, with a click, the door opened. Qin Yun and Huang Wentian immediately moved to the side. A burly man who looked fat and strong walked out from inside. Upon seeing Qin Yun and Huang Wentian, the burly man's face instantly showed a look of surprise. Who are you? What are you doing here? Before Qin Yun and Huang Wentian could say anything, the burly man immediately swung his fist and punched the two of them. Qin Yun and Huang Wentian had a clear division of labor. Qin Yun blocked the door, while Huang Wentian dodged the burly man's punch and, without saying a word, delivered a powerful punch to the burly man's chin. The burly man didn't utter a sound and fell straight down onto the ground, face down. Qin Yun stared blankly at the sight. Huang Wentian carefully helped the burly man to keep him from making any noise, and then exchanged a glance with Qin Yun. Qin Yun immediately understood. After Huang Wentian went out to tell the other two people and then returned, the two of them quietly sneaked in. The lighting inside was not very bright, just a few dim incandescent bulbs flickering faintly. Below was a rather steep staircase, and without thinking, the two of them went straight down it. Just 2 hours earlier, in one of the rooms, He Wen-ho and Wu Shui were sitting on chairs with anxious expressions. Brother Qin, isn't something a little off? We serve those rich people, so we're here to serve them. Wu Shui spoke up. Although he was a lazybones, he wasn't stupid. It was obvious that this wasn't a service establishment. Yes, Brother Qin, you must have made a mistake. I'd accept it even if you were serving tea and water upstairs, but here? He Wen-ho smelled the strong disinfectant odor in the air and sensed that something was wrong. Stop talking nonsense. Do you still want to make money? If you do, stay put and you'll see. Shin Si-hai sat on the other side, smoking a peony cigarette by himself, a hint of excitement flashing in his eyes. Now that they've come this far, even if the two of them had wings, they couldn't escape. He's just waiting to count his money. Chapter 116, They've Been Discovered. Hearing the impatience in Shin Si-hai's words, the two exchanged a glance, but ultimately dared not speak further. Soon, several nurses in white coats carried in a stretcher. Unlike those in the hospital, these nurses were extremely burly, and the coldness in their eyes sent a chill down the spines of the two men. Lie down on it. One of the nurses spoke coldly to He Wen-ho and Wu Shui. Oh. Wu Shui hesitated. Something about this place just didn't seem right. What are you waiting for? Hurry up. They're waiting for what you have, and people are getting impatient. The nurse wasn't so patient and spoke directly to the two of them. What is on us? He Wen-ho trembled, a flicker of fear crossing his eyes. You want what we have on us? The nurse nodded. No, I'm not making this money. I'm leaving, and I'm leaving right now. Wu Shui suddenly stood up and ran towards the door like a rabbit taking off. Still trying to run? The nurse gave a cold shout, pushed the stretcher aside, and chased after Wu Shui. What are you standing there for? Come over here and help us catch him. One of the nurses shouted at Shin Si-hai. Shin Si-hai threw away his cigarette, but a cold glint in his eyes, and followed him over to pin Wu Shui down. Shin Si-hai, you're a real scoundrel. You've ruined your ancestors' reputation. They'll dig up your ancestral graves. Wu Shui struggled desperately, but years of drinking had left his body riddled with holes, making escape impossible. They could only attack Shin Si-hai with constant foul language. Only now did he realize that Shin Si-hai's initial triumphant return to his hometown, followed by his invitation for them to make money, was all part of his scheme. The purpose was to lure him and He Wen-ho here. Why are you cursing me? It's just taking something, not killing you. Shin Si-hai curled his lip, lifted his shirt to reveal an ugly scar on his waist. Don't worry. The money you made this time will definitely be enough for you to drink for the rest of your life. You might have to thank me then. Wu Shui was so angry that his veins were bulging. Just as he was about to say something, the nurse next to him took out a large syringe and inserted it directly into Wu Shui's body. Wu Shui felt the scene in front of him shake, and a few minutes later, he fainted. Several people carried Wu Shui onto the stretcher bed like they were carrying livestock. Brother Qin, I was wrong. I will never do it again. I shouldn't have come to the city. Please have mercy and let me go. He Wen-ho was terrified. This was not the place where he had described as a place to serve others, but a living hell. Remembering what Qin Yun had said to him before, he felt like slapping himself twice. Why didn't he listen to the advice? TSK, He Wen-ho, you and I have been brothers for so many years. How could I forget you when something good happens? Don't worry, I'll take 200 less this time. You can have it all. How could Shin Si-hai possibly give up such an easy opportunity? He spoke directly to He Wen-ho. Before He Wen-ho could say anything after he finished speaking, two nurses gathered around him. No matter how much he shouted, he immediately lost consciousness after being injected with the syringe. At this moment, Shin Yun and Huang Wentian had already gone down the stairs and carefully entered the room. As Shin Yun passed by a room, he suddenly heard a few faint sounds coming from inside. Shin Si-hai, you're so ugly you gave birth to a child without an anus. You deserve to die. I'll kill you sooner or later. Shin Yun gently pushed the door open a crack. There are two hospital beds inside. Wu Shui and He Wen-ho, who were receiving 4 drips, looked weakly at Shin Si-hai, who was sitting between them. His body was still wrapped in heavy bandages. Brother Yun, the people inside. Shin Yun nodded. Judging from their pale faces, they had most likely had something taken from them. Moreover, the fact that she woke up so quickly suggests that no follow-up treatment measures were taken. Shin Si-hai stood up in the room, then counted out a whole wad of money from his pocket and placed it directly on the bedside table of the two of them. Don't worry, I've been through the same thing. You won't die. Take this money, be frugal, and you'll live a comfortable life for the rest of your days. Shin Yun glanced at the stack of money and saw that there were probably several thousand yuan in it, and immediately scoffed. He probably didn't know that prices would gradually rise as times change. With this amount of money, whether we can survive is still unknown. Brother Yun, the next room seems to be that person's. Huang Wentian pointed to the room next door and began to speak. The two sneaked over, and compared to the room where He Wen-ho and Wu Shui were staying, this room was much more luxurious. The group tried to push the door open a crack to see what was inside, but they couldn't open it at all and could only hear intermittent sounds coming from inside. Dr. Smith, thank you so much for this trip, especially for coming all the way across the ocean. I've prepared the payment, and I'm sure it will satisfy you. It is my honor to serve you. You only need to rest for a few months, and you will be able to leave safely. The voice spoke in a somewhat stiff tone, with a foreign accent, and sounded strange no matter how you looked at it. Brother Yin, is there really someone with the surname Sure, named Smith? That's so strange. Huang Wentian spoke up from the side. Qin Yun didn't speak. Although the small county town had surgical instruments, it still didn't have good doctors. Therefore, we had to bring in a doctor from outside to perform this surgery. It has to be said that the people inside possess terrifyingly immense energy. Qin Yun, you two actually found this place. Just as the two were about to continue listening, a creaking sound came from behind them as the door was pushed open. Qin Sihai suddenly appeared behind the two of them. Looking at Qin Yun's repulsive face, Qin Sihai clenched his fists tightly. I knew you weren't hiding anything when I saw you at the wine shop that day. First they called Luo Fengjiao over to disgust me, and now they've even come here to try and cut off my source of income. Since that's the case, then don't blame me for disowning you as my son. Qin Sihai coldly said to Qin Yun. Once you're here, don't even think about leaving. After saying that, Qin Sihai suddenly shouted loudly to the back. Someone has broken in from outside. Huang Wentian walked quickly, but ultimately he was still a step too late. Almost instantly, the two heard footsteps, and then 3 or 5 people came up behind Qin Sihai. He was also holding a wooden stick covered in copper. Chapter 117 Qin Sihai is arrested. Seeing so many people approaching, Huang Wentian immediately stood in front of Qin Yun and said in a low voice, Brother Qin, be careful. Qin Yun's face remained calm. He said coldly, knowing the law and breaking it, you're about to die and you still don't know it. A hint of mockery flashed in Qin Sihai's eyes. If they were so easily fooled by you, they wouldn't need to make a living this way. He then yelled at the group. He saw what's here, he can't leave. Upon hearing this, the group behind them immediately charged towards Qin Yun and Huang Wentian menacingly. We absolutely cannot let Qin Yun and the others leave here today. However, at that moment, a clanging sound was heard, and a group of people in uniform rushed down. Qin Yun was about to join forces with Huang Wentian when Huang Wentian stopped him, saying, Qin Yun, go and capture Qin Sihai. He just escaped. Qin Yun nodded after hearing this. He's determined to get Qin Sihai locked up today. He then quickly rushed towards the corridor ahead. Qin Yun grew up in Qingshui village and was used to being wild. He ran very fast and soon saw Qin Sihai ahead. Because Qin Sihai was missing a kidney, he had to rest after running a few steps. Qin Yun didn't waste any words and kicked him directly. Qin Sihai staggered to his feet. The light ahead is the exit. These days are not as developed as later generations. As long as we can escape, there is still a good chance that we can find a new place and live under an assumed name. Just as he was desperately moving his feet toward that direction, a figure suddenly blocked out the sunlight. It was as if it had shattered Qin Sihai's hope of survival. It was Qin Yun. Qin Yun, you fucking get out of my way and let me out. With beads of sweat on his forehead, Qin Sihai spoke sternly to Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't say a word and remained standing in the same spot. Please, Qin Yun, for the sake of me being your father, let me out. I promise I will never come to the county again, and I will never let you see me again. Seeing that arguing back was useless, Qin Sihai softened his stance. Right now, all he wants is to escape. Does it look familiar? Just then, Qin Yun said something that seemed completely unrelated to the present situation. What? Qin Sihai didn't react. Is the way you're begging me now the same as when you begged me to take the blame for Qin Wentong back then? Qin Yun's gaze was icy cold. He couldn't help but recall the events of his past life and continued in a cold voice. Wasn't it the same when you begged me to donate a kidney to Qin Wentong? You're talking nonsense. I didn't ask you to get a kidney transplant. Qin Sihai was stunned. Qin Wentong was perfectly fine. So why did he need Qin Yun to give him a kidney transplant? Qin Yun shook his head and said coldly, Qin Sihai, no matter what you say today, I will not let you leave. Debts from many years ago should be repaid now. What the hell are you saying? Get the hell out of here. Hearing the footsteps behind him, Qin Sihai panicked, pulled out a switchblade from his waist, and stabbed directly at Qin Yun. Qin Yun, however, slapped it away with his backhand. A sense of despair flashed through Qin Sihai's mind. A few days ago, he came to the city to work and raise money for Qin Wentong's school fees, but by chance he ended up at the wine shop. Before he could react, he was drugged and knocked unconscious. When he woke up again, he had an ugly wound on his waist. It was around that time that he received a large sum of money and made a promise to someone that he would transport the goods. He would then take a cut of the profits. He had assumed the people of Qingshui village were stupid and foolish, and that luring them over would be as easy as eating and drinking. But unexpectedly, they ran into Qin Yun again. That completely ruined his plans. Soon, Feng Tian appeared behind them. Without saying a word, he took out a silver bracelet and handcuffed it to Qin Sihai's wrist. Qin Sihai stared at Qin Yun with intense resentment. Let me tell you, you'll never be as good as Wentong in this lifetime, and you'll never receive a father's love. Qin Sihai then said fiercely with a ferocious look on his face, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have raised you in the first place. Qin Yun didn't say anything. He just watched Feng Tian take Qin Sihai and the others away. From the moment he was reborn, he never held the slightest hope for the Qin family. As for that laughable fatherly love, his resolve vanished the moment he forced Qin Yun to undergo a kidney transplant. What happened today is Qin Sihai's own doing. He deserved it. Brother Yun, are you all right? Huang Wentian came out from behind and asked Qin Yun. Fine, Qin Yun said with a smile, and then walked outside with Huang Wentian. At this moment, Gao Rui was already standing at the door. After seeing Qin Yun come out, a smile appeared on his face. Qin Yun, you have done a great service this time. Tomorrow I will have people from the newspaper come over. We will hold a big meeting. Many people from the county will come. We will report your heroic deeds properly then. Courageous and resourceful, this is what a true young talent looks like. Before Qin Yun could refuse, Gao Rui continued. Furthermore, I've already spoken to my superiors, and they will be setting up a special contribution award for you for this operation. I heard you've been doing business. There have been some recent policy changes, and just as you guessed, the trend of self-employment has emerged. Gao Rui winked at him. I've already made it clear that I'm letting you be the first to try this new thing, making you the first self-employed individual in our county. If you need to do anything, just go to the Industry and Commerce Bureau. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes lit up immediately. This means that he finally has an identity, and he will have more confidence in whatever he does in the future. There will also be preferential policies. All right, Qin Yun, I need to go back and investigate this matter today. There might be a tiger behind this. Gao Rui stepped forward and patted Qin Yun on the shoulder. Come over for dinner sometime. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. People around immediately cast envious glances at them. This young man is so young, but his potential is limitless. Unbeknownst to Qin Yun, a pair of eyes were fixed intently on him from around the corner, out of his sight. I never imagined that my first job would result in such a huge mess. Qin Yun, is it? I'll remember you. After saying that, the man turned and left. The next day, Gao Rui appeared at the meeting on time. Around him sat a row of people, all of whom were prominent figures in the county. In a corner of the meeting room, Gao Yinshu was taking meeting notes with a pen in her hand. Now that she's a rising star at the newspaper, she should rightfully attend such a meeting. Chapter 118, I can't let him down. However, it was obvious that Gao Yinshu's mind was not on this. Her gaze was vacant, and she didn't even notice when Gao Rui started giving his report. At this moment, not far from Gao Yinshu, Qin Wentong kept glancing at her. The arrest of Qin Sihai was of such great importance that Gao Rui kept the news under wraps immediately after his arrest, only now preparing to reveal it. Therefore, Qin Wentong had no idea that his big benefactor was now behind bars, and thought he was out having a good time. After all, this is a common occurrence. Yinshu, this is hawthorn juice that Qin Wentong bought for you. He said he queued up for a long time. There's also a letter he wrote here. Gao Yunshu's roommate came over, sat down next to Gao Yunshu, and placed a letter on Gao Yunshu's desk. Seeing this, Qin Wentong smiled. A few days ago, he spent several $100s to finally get the woman involved. He agreed to act as a bridge between him and Gao Yunshu. He was confident that his writing was absolutely first-rate, and many women had been attracted to his talent. He was confident that, given enough time, he would be able to win over Gao Yunshu. I won't watch. Gao Yunshu shook her head, not even opening it, and threw it on the ground as if it were a piece of waste paper. As for the hawthorn water, he didn't even glance at it. Yunshu, you should still try it. There's a saying that goes, what's done is done, and what's past can't be retrieved. Gao Yunshu's roommate comforted her. I sensed from the beginning that Qin Yun was no good. He's shifty-eyed, and I think he's just after your beauty, Yunshu. But Qin Wentong, look at how long he's been pursuing you, persisting for so long. She didn't finish her sentence because she saw Gao Yunshu turn her head and look at her with intense disgust in her eyes. You should know that Gao Yunshu has always been gentle and kind, and she never holds a grudge even if she suffers some losses. Everyone who knows her says she has always been kind and gentle. But now, looking at her, he actually felt disgust. First, I haven't explained the situation to Qin Yun yet, so I don't know the specifics of this matter. Secondly, even if Qin Yun and I break up, I will never go to Qin Wentong. What kind of good person would someone be to force his own brother Qin to take the blame for him? Gao Yunshu's eyes were full of clarity. Qin Yun's feelings for me, at least up to now, are absolutely pure and innocent. How could I possibly go to his brother with whom I have already broken off relations? To be unjust to others is no different from being unkind to oneself. Gao Yunshu's voice was calm, but anyone could sense the firmness in her words. My roommate was speechless after being rebuked. Gao Yunshu glanced at her coldly and said, besides, I remember you drank a lot of the hawthorn water that Qin Yun brought over for free back then, didn't you? Now, just because Qin Wentong gave you some money, you're changing your tune so easily? Although she didn't know how much money Qin Wentong had given her, it wasn't hard to guess that her roommate was telling her all this because of the money. My roommate's face immediately turned red. Gao Yunshu was right. Every time Qin Yun brought her back, he bought a lot of things, and Gao Yunshu was a generous person who liked to share, so most of them ended up being eaten by them. Yunshu, I know I was wrong. Please don't blame me. I was blinded by greed for a moment. The roommate stammered an apology to Gao Yunshu. Gao Yunshu didn't say anything, but simply turned her head away again. Qin Wentong, who was not far away, couldn't sit still anymore. He didn't expect that Gao Yunshu could make his roommate give up speaking up for him in just a few words. He thought for a moment, then spoke to someone sitting behind Gao Yunshu. Could we switch seats? The man glanced at Qin Wentong, but made no move. Without saying a word, Qin Wentong simply placed a 100 yuan note on his table. The man's eyes immediately lit up. These days, 10 yuan is a huge sum of money. They immediately agreed to change seats. Qin Wentong got his wish and sat down behind Gao Yunshu. As soon as he sat down, Qin Wentong said in a low voice, Yunshu, what happened just now was my fault. Please don't be angry. It's all because I like you too much. But the feeling of liking someone, especially a boy, is one of timidity. Believe me, I'm sincere towards you. I absolutely didn't lie to you. Please give me a chance. Halfway through his speech, Qin Wentong couldn't help but inwardly applaud himself. That's so well said. Which girl wouldn't be moved by such words? Moreover, although he is not as handsome as Qin Yun, he is definitely not an ordinary person. He just wants Gao Yunshu to give him a chance. However, Gao Yunshu's next words made Qin Wentong feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. Qin Wentong, there's no way I could date you. To be honest, I feel like I'm dirtying my eyes just looking at you. Do you think I don't know what you've done? You've been two-timing other women and deceiving their feelings. Any one of these things you've done is disgusting. Gao Yunshu didn't even turn her head and spoke coldly. The disdain and disgust in her words made her roommates feel that she had become a different person. In my heart, even 1,000 of you cannot compare to a single finger of Qin Yun. From the moment he bravely jumped into the water to save me, I made up my mind that from now on, he could only let me down, but I could not let him down. After saying that, Gao Yinshu got up and moved to the side. It was as if being with Qin Wentong made even the air feel more polluted. Qin Wentong was immediately speechless. Right now, he feels like a clown, a ridiculous clown. On stage, Gao Rui began. The difficulty of this mission and the cunning of the enemy caught us off guard. I'm not afraid to admit that we didn't discover any criminal activity before we received the information. Here, I would like to introduce to you a person who helped us quickly identify the suspect. It was thanks to the information he provided that we were able to quickly locate the suspect. Moreover, during the subsequent operation, he disregarded his own safety and went alone. This was a risky but advantageous approach. Because of him, we reduced unnecessary casualties. Here, on behalf of the police station, I would like to express my gratitude to him. Only then did Gao Yinshu manage to muster her strength. Regardless, she should first uphold her professional ethics as a journalist, and she believed that Qin Yun would give her an explanation for what happened. Chapter 119: Disloyalty and Filial Piety. Gao Rui's voice was full of appreciation. He rose through the ranks from the front lines to his current position, moving from the forefront to behind the scenes. But what has remained unchanged in his heart is his courage to draw his sword. Young people today are either too cautious, always weighing the pros and cons when faced with a situation, but real opportunities can be fleeting and hard to seize again. Or they are too reckless, full of enthusiasm, but lacking a detailed plan, often harming themselves and others. But a kid like Qin Yun is rough around the edges, but meticulous at heart. He's daring and fearless, yet also has a clear head. If Qin Yun hadn't been so unwilling to enter his profession, he would have at least taken him on as his last disciple. Upon hearing this, Gao Yunshu's eyes also revealed a hint of surprise. She knew her father's character all too well, from beginning to end. This was the only time she had ever heard him speak so highly of Qin Yun. He then unfolded his notebook and prepared to start taking notes. Qin Wentong, however, did not pay any attention. He came here only for Gao Yunshu, but Gao Yunshu's words just now were like a sharp knife, directly piercing his heart. At that moment, he sat in the chair, his heart filled with despair. All right, let's applaud our hero and welcome him on his way. Gao Rui stood up, clapping as he looked to his left. A figure draped in red flowers walked out, and when Gao Yunshu saw the figure clearly, she couldn't help but cover her mouth. The figure that appeared was none other than Qin Yun. Was he in that place that day because of this incident? Qin Yun stood on the stage somewhat awkwardly. That's how it was in those days. There were no certificates, only a big red flower to wear. Moreover, Qin Yun had never performed on stage before. However, having lived 2 lives, Qin Yun quickly calmed down, took a deep breath, and spoke. First of all, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to Director Gao and Director Liu. I feel unworthy of this honor. I believe that every citizen would not hesitate to notify the police station if they encountered such a situation. Qin Yun's voice slowly rang out, and the county town officials and Gao Rui and others next to him nodded repeatedly. It must be said that Qin Yun is very good at handling things. Despite it being an occasion to reward himself, he ended up praising every single institution in the county. Upon hearing that familiar voice, Qin Wentong was also somewhat puzzled. When he glanced at the stage, he immediately became furious. His fists were clenched tightly, and his eyes were full of resentment. How could it be him? It's him again. How could it still be him? Having done something so important for the police station, everyone can imagine that the future will be bright for them. Qin Yun was already having a smooth life, so why did all the good luck in the world seem to be finding ways to snuggle into his arms? He deserves to die? Qin Wentong's chest heaved as he tried to calm himself down after a moment. It doesn't matter. It's true that Qin Yun can make money, but his family isn't poor either. At least Qin Sihai earns significantly more every day. He was considered a rich young master. Thinking this way, Qin Wentong's mindset calmed down considerably. In this operation, we arrested many criminals, including foreign Dr. Smith, wealthy businessman Fu Guoxing from out of town, Qin Sihai who acted as an intermediary, and several women engaged in illicit businesses. However, the next second, Gao Rui's words stunned Qin Wentong. Cold sweat poured down his forehead, His heart pounded, and in an instant, he fell off the chair. He couldn't believe it. He scrambled to his feet and asked in a trembling voice, "Qin Sihai? How could Qin Sihai be here?" Everyone was stunned by these words. Director Liu was speaking eloquently when he was abruptly interrupted. Although he was somewhat displeased, he still nodded to Gao Rue. Gao Rue flipped through the records in his hand and said, "That's right. The one who acted as a go-between was Qin Sihai. He's from Qingshui village, and he was also taken away by them. But after he was taken away, instead of going to the police station, he became a smuggler and started luring others to come, including Wu Shui and He Wenho." Upon hearing these two names, Qin Wentong's eyes were filled with disbelief. My own father was arrested? And he was doing the work of a human trafficker? No wonder he can make so much money. At this moment, Qin Wentong wasn't thinking about Qin Sihai's safety. Instead, he was mentally cursing Qin Sihai. How can he face anyone after this? How can I hold my head high in university? Moreover, he earned so much money, but they didn't give him all of it. How is he supposed to live in the city? If Qin Sihai heard this, I wonder what he would think. What a filial son. Qin Wentong slumped back in his chair, his hands supporting his forehead, and looked at Qin Yun on the stage, who was wearing a big red flower, his eyes bloodshot with rage. Without a doubt, Qin Yun used his father as a stepping stone to achieve his current success. If it weren't for him, how could I have gone back to square one overnight? At this moment, Director Liu on the stage spoke. Qin Yun is a courageous and intelligent young man. Although he has never been to university, as the saying goes, there are 360 professions, and every profession can produce an expert. Moreover, this young man is very business-minded. As the head of the county's Industry and Commerce Department, I actively responded to the policies from above and opened a fast track for him, allowing him to become a self-employed individual in the county. And our county will be responsible for providing 300 yuan in startup capital. However, after these words were spoken, the response in the meeting room was lukewarm. Director Liu wasn't in a hurry. People nowadays have finally earned some money and their lives are quite stable. In state-owned enterprises, everything from a child's birth to schooling is guaranteed, so there's no need for them to go out and start their own business. That's why everyone wants to wait and see. But precisely because of this, it is all the more necessary for someone to step forward and earn their first pot of gold. Be a good leader. I disagree. Although not many people reacted, no one objected either. Just as Director Liu was about to let the matter drop, suddenly, an untimely voice rang out. It was Qin Wentong. Qin Wentong was so angry about this that he lost his mind. Although he didn't understand what a self-employed individual meant, why should the county give him 300 yuan? He's a scoundrel, a fraud. He even sent his own father to jail. That's disloyal and unfilial. How dare he get those 300 yuan? The moment those words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Yun. Chapter 120. The tiger was not caught. So he became a hero by getting his father imprisoned? That's so wrong. His surname is Qin. Among the people on that list, only Qin Sihai also has the surname Qin. Could it be that Qin Sihai is his father? TSK, I never expected his dad to be a snakehead. As soon as Qin Wentong finished speaking, the people around him immediately began to whisper among themselves. Many ill-intentioned glances fell on Qin Yun. Although Qin Yun did the right thing, once he was involved with his biological father, something just seemed off. A sense of pleasure rose in Qin Wentong's heart. Yes, that's the look in my eyes. Ideally, because of this incident, we should strip him of all the rewards he received today, not even the 300 yuan, and send him back to Qingshui village. Gao Rue's face darkened. He knew about this, but he didn't say anything because he was afraid that such a situation would occur. In this day and age, public opinion is still a powerful force. Just as he was about to say something, Gao Yinshu stood up, walked to Qin Yun's side, and spoke. Everyone, I'm Qin Yun's girlfriend, and I know his situation quite well. Gao Yinshu was very open and didn't worry at all about the consequences of other people's gossip. She directly admitted that it was her identity. We are now in a new era. The old saying of punishing 9 generations of relatives no longer exists. Everyone is an independent individual, and no one can choose the family they were born into. I want to ask, is it wrong to be born into such a family? Gao Yunshu's words were sincere and heartfelt, and the whispers gradually subsided. Qin Yun was forced by Qin Sihai to take the blame for Qin Wentong. Because Qin Yun insisted, the family was forced to separate. When the family divided their property, they were penniless. The Qin family didn't even give him a piece of land. As Gao Yunshu finished speaking, some people in the room began to look at Qin Wentong with disdain. That's it. Or is he a college student? Even so, he was unwilling to let his sister stay in that family. Forced by circumstances, he started selling fish and gradually earned some money bit by bit. Gao Yunshu, as expected of a top student in the journalism department, spoke with great seriousness. Those who are born as insignificant as ants should aspire to great heights. Those whose lives are as fragile as paper should have an indomitable spirit. I think Qin Yun did the right thing. At least he's trying to live. The way people in the hall looked at Qin Yun changed. The previous harshness had lessened considerably. Everyone, what Qin Sihai did is unacceptable by both law and reason. If one day, someone around you is tricked into a wine shop by him, and then has their kidneys removed, leaving them unable to do heavy work for the rest of their lives, how would you feel? Gao Rui picked up the thread. Qin Yun didn't do this for the sake of this so-called honor. He's fighting against illegal forces, and he's fighting for us. After they finished speaking, the meeting room fell silent. Actually, there wasn't much of a problem. The main issue was the shock of hearing about the identities of Qin Sihai and Qin Yun. After Gao Yunshu and Gao Rui explained it, everyone realized what was going on. The county town is small. If this were to happen to them, their families would be destroyed. I still disagree. Why should he get so much money? He doesn't deserve it. Just then, Qin Wentong's voice rang out again. He's making a lot of money now, selling hawthorn juice and making a fortune. Do you all think this money should be donated to those who need help more? However, this time, very few people responded to him. Most looked at him with disgust. This kind of person is the type who can't stand seeing others do well, especially when the one being rewarded is his own brother. You mentioned people who need help, and we naturally have the corresponding departments. Qin Yun is our hero, so it is only right to reward him. Director Lu's voice gradually turned cold. Qin Wentong was about to say something more when someone next to him suddenly slammed his hand on the table and stood up. He's disrupting the meeting. Kick him out. Exactly. I've disliked him for a long time. Get him out of here. And this is a college student? Shaw. A man wearing a red armband carried Qin Wentong out. The meeting room returned to calm, and after Director Lu spoke for a while longer, he announced the end of the meeting. After chatting with everyone for a while, Qin Yun and Gao Rui walked out of the venue together. Qin Yun, you did very well this time, but next time you should let me know in advance so we can discuss it together. Qin Yun, Gao Rui, and Gao Yunshu returned home, where Gao Rui's wife, Yi Ilio, had already prepared the meal. The group ate and talked at the same time. Qin Yun smiled and said, I understand, Uncle Gao. This matter was quite sudden. I'll definitely let you know in advance next time. Gao Rui then smiled and nodded. But Uncle Gao, how was this matter ultimately resolved? Someone with such power must be no ordinary person, right? Qin Yun asked curiously. Unexpectedly, Gao Rui sighed and said, That's right. People capable of committing such crimes are certainly not ordinary people. We suspect it's the Luo family. But when we questioned them last night, they refused to say a word. And although the wine shop is called Luo Family Wine Shop, the owner has no connection with the Luo family. This should be a scapegoat. Qin Yun thought for a moment, and then spoke. Gao Rui nodded. This is a new era, and we need to have evidence for everything, so we can't take action against the Luo family for the time being. But don't worry, I will follow up on this matter and will definitely give you an explanation. Qin Yun knew that Gao Rui also felt some regret about this matter. They had clearly caught a big fish, but they had no way to deal with the tiger behind it. All right, it's getting late. It's a cool time of day now. Let's go for a walk with Yunshu to digest our food. When they had almost finished eating, Gao Rui spoke to Qin Yun. He now clearly regards Qin Yun as his ideal son-in-law. Qin Yun smiled and, without any hesitation, got on his Phoenix brand bicycle and rode Gao Yunshu into the park. A cool breeze was blowing as dusk was falling. Qin Yun scratched his head and was the first to speak. Yunshu, I'm sorry. I remembered what you asked me to confess before, but the situation was urgent at the time, and I didn't have time to explain it to you. That's why you misunderstood. He could imagine how distressed Gao Yinshu must have felt when she saw him go into that kind of place. Chapter 121 Out of Money. A smile appeared on Gao Yinshu's face in response to Qin Yun's apology. She couldn't face it at first, but after learning about everything that happened today, she has come to terms with it. She had complete faith in Qin Yun's character and believed he would never do anything to betray her. All right, I know your difficulties. I don't blame you for this. Hearing Gao Yinshu's understanding words, Qin Yun wanted to explain. Yinshu, don't worry, I definitely didn't do anything to betray you while I was inside. I just went in to scout the location. Before she could finish speaking, Gao Yinshu gently raised her hand and covered her mouth. The foundation of a relationship is trust. I know you won't betray me, and you won't do anything to hurt me. Looking at Gao Yinshu, who was so sensible, Qin Yun felt a surge of emotion. With a wife like this, what more could a husband ask for? Although the two are not yet married, Qin Yun secretly made up her mind that she would stand by Gao Yinshu's side without hesitation in the future. In contrast to Qin Yun's happiness, the atmosphere in the Qin family was extremely heavy. Upon hearing Qin Wentong's words, disbelief flashed in old lady Qin's eyes. Her aged body trembled violently, and her cane slipped from her hand and fell to the ground. The utterly depraved Qin Yun. How could my Qin family have produced such a bastard? Old Mrs. Qin sat on the ground, pounding her hands on the ground and cursing Qin Yun. Qin Wentong did not try to persuade old lady Qin. He simply sat down on the other side in silence. After a long while, old Mrs. Qin finally got up from the ground, sat down on a chair with a worried expression, and asked, "How much money is left in the house?" Qin Wentong shook his head. There are still more than 10 yuan left. What? Doesn't Sihai bring money home in huge sums? I saw him give you over 100 a few days ago. Old Mrs. Qin immediately became anxious. It's no wonder she was anxious. Although Qin Sihai had bought a house in the city, he hadn't bought any furniture for it yet. There are only 2 wooden plank beds now, which look extremely shabby. I spent it all on other people. Qin Wentong said in a low voice. Back then, Qin Sihai would give him 70, 80, or even 100 yuan at a time, and he immediately started spending money extravagantly. Just wanting Gao Yinshu's roommate to act as a go-between cost me no less than 30 yuan. He spent the money easily back then, but now, thinking about it, Qin Wentong wishes he could slap himself twice. That's 30 yuan. You spendthrift. You've spent over 100 in just a few days. Who has the money to let you spend like that? You're really... Grandma Qin got anxious. Her eldest grandson, who usually wouldn't say a harsh word to her, was now yelling at her. Qin Wentong initially kept his head down, but as old lady Qin's scolding grew more and more intense, he was eventually provoked into anger. What's the point of saying all this now? Will it make us any money? Besides, you spent a lot of my dad's money before, didn't you? Back at home, you always ate lavish meals. Even when you went out, you ate at state-run restaurants. After hearing this, old lady Qin fell silent. A moment later, she suddenly looked up and said, "Oh, right, didn't your dad give Luo Fengjiao a sum of money back then?" She took the money and just walked away? There's no way that's going to happen. No, let's go get the money back right now. Hearing this, Qin Wentong nodded. He couldn't let anyone else take his father's money. After receiving the money, Luo Fengjiao did not return to the village, but instead found a job in the county town. Fortunately, Qin Sihai gave her a considerable amount of money, enough to support her life. Qin Wentong and old lady Qin stormed into the door. Luo Fengjiao, open the door now and pay me back. Old Mrs. Qin brandished her cane and knocked directly on the door. The door opened quickly. The house that Luo Fengjiao rented was more like a courtyard house, but it was more rudimentary, and many people lived in the courtyard. Luo Fengjiao, did my son give you money? Give me back the money right now. After opening the door, old lady Qin spoke directly to Luo Fengjiao. Are you out of your mind? Why should I give you money back? Luo Fengjiao did not submit to the humiliation at home at all. Since the meeting, she had also heard the news that Qin Sihai had been arrested. How could I possibly ask her to pay me back now? That's money my son worked so hard to earn. Shouldn't it be given to us? He's in jail now, and there's no one to take care of us. You should pack your things and come back to serve us." Old Mrs. Qin said matter-of-factly. Luo Fengjiao was so angry she laughed. They actually wanted her to go back and serve them? This guy's trying to get a nanny for free. Before, when she was in the village, she didn't know anything except that she relied on Qin Sihai. But now that she has come to the city, she has seen how vast the outside world is. As long as you work, supporting yourself shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, Luo Fengjiao herself is quite beautiful, coupled with her unique, alluring charm. Even though she's been living in this little courtyard for the past few days, quite a few bachelors have been doing chores for her. He's not someone Qin Sihai, that guy who lost his kidneys, can compare to. "Give up. There's no way I'm going to give you the money." As Luo Fengjiao spoke, she reached out to close the door. "Go back now. I want to sleep." "Go sleep with your mother." Old Mrs. Qin struck Luo Fengjiao with her cane. "You've been living it up with my son's money? I'll beat you to death, you vixen." While cursing, Old Lady Qin even physically grabbed Luo Fengjiao by the hair and dragged her outside. Luo Fengjiao was not about to give in. She was a notorious shrew in Qingshui village and immediately started fighting with Old Lady Qin. Qin Wentong was caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to stand or sit. Before he could react, a burly man walked over and punched Qin Wentong in the bridge of his nose. "Who dares to come here and bully Sister Fengjiao? Are you looking for death?" Qin Wentong was knocked unconscious by the punch. His body staggered backward. "And you old hag, what else do you want to do?" The strong man reached out and threw Old Lady Qin outside the door, then helped Luo Fengjiao up. "What a vixen. No wonder she didn't want to come back with us. She must have found a lover outside." Old Mrs. Qin, panting heavily, pointed at Luo Fengjiao and cursed coldly. Luo Fengjiao showed no shame, but rather pride. "So what? Qin Sihai and I don't have a marriage certificate. If it weren't for the fact that Qin Sihai was strong and could earn some money back then. What do you think your Qin family is? Do you think I'd marry into your family?" Chapter 122, Hiring a Painter. These words made Old Lady Qin so angry she felt like her lungs were about to explode. In those days, people often didn't have marriage certificates. At most, they would have a banquet together in front of the whole village. "And let me tell you, Old Lady Qin, all of this is your retribution." Luo Fengjiao then spoke, her words like a sharp knife piercing Qin Laotai's chest. "This is retribution for the bad things you did to Qin Yun's mother." "You're talking nonsense. I'm wrong for telling you to marry into the family sooner." Old Mrs. Qin's aged face was full of anger, but before she could say anything more, Luo Fengjiao had already closed the door. She wanted to go back in, but was afraid of being beaten up by that burly man, so she stopped in her tracks, feeling rather awkward. "Grandma, let's go back." Qin Wentong covered his nose and spoke, blood continuously flowing from his nostrils. "With that man around, we won't get the money." Seeing this, Old Lady Qin sighed. "Okay, let's go back first. We'll think of a solution to this later." The next day, Qin Yun looked at the completed courtyard in front of him, a glint of shrewdness in his eyes. Through his continuous negotiations with the workers, both the house and the courtyard have been completely transformed. With its blue bricks and green tiles, and a blue railing added to the second floor, all the rooms have been renovated, making them not only beautiful, but also more practical. "Uncle Wei, come and see your room." Qin Yun helped Old Man Wei out of the room. As soon as he entered the room, Old Man Wei nodded repeatedly. Compared to the previous room, this one was much brighter and had been specially extended to allow sunlight to stream in. There was also a chess table on the side, and tea and water were also provided. Furthermore, because the room is occupied by elderly people, everything from the bed to the table and chairs has been designed with rounded corners. The steps were also wrapped with cotton core material to prevent slipping. Old Man Wei's face was full of smiles as he watched. Although he didn't express his gratitude to Qin Yun knew Old Man Wei's temperament and was content as long as he was happy. As they stepped out of the courtyard, Su Ren also came in carrying gifts. Upon seeing Qin Yun, he immediately smiled and said, "Congratulations. Although it's still the same house, it's like moving to a new home." Qin Yun smiled and nodded, then took out another 500 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Su Ren. For this renovation, both the materials used and the workers hired were the best in the county. It's definitely more than 800 yuan. Brother Qin, we agreed on 800 yuan before, so there's no need to pay any more. Su Ren waved his hand and spoke. Don't worry, Brother Su. This isn't just the money for this house renovation. It's also the money for doing business with you later. As for your promise to have the reporter come and interview me again, I certainly won't go back on my word. In business, there must be give and take. That's what makes it business. You want to do business? Su Ren was somewhat puzzled. Qin Yun nodded. Yes, so I was thinking of using this money to leave me 2 or 3 shops in the furniture market, so I'll need it someday. 2 or 3 shops. Su Ren shook his head. Brother Qin, if you want to do furniture business, I will definitely support you, but 2 or 3 shops are really unnecessary. How about I leave you a larger shop? I'll find you the best suppliers then, and I'm sure you'll be able to. Brother Su, you've misunderstood. How could I steal your furniture business? Just keep it. I'll use it for a long time, and I'm sure it will make you a fortune. Qin Yun said with a smile. Su Ren couldn't understand this. In business, it's always about competition. How can there be a way to make money? That's too much. 500 yuan is enough to rent 4 or 5 inch. Su Ren wanted to refuse again, but seeing Qin Yun's insistence, he had no choice but to accept. The two chatted for a while longer before Su Ren took his leave. After finishing these tasks, Qin Yun set off for Qingqing University. Qin Yun, why are you here so early today? Qin Yun smiled and briefly explained his idea, leaving Gao Yinshu stunned. What you're saying I really don't understand. After Qin Yun had talked until his throat was dry, Gao Yinshu still shook her head. But if you need me to do something, just tell me. I'd like to find a few people who study art, preferably sketching. Qin Yun said. I'd like them to paint a few pictures for me. If they're good, the price is whatever you want. Cameras were not yet common in those days, so this was the only method Qin Yun could think of. That's easy. I have a few classmates who are all good at drawing, and one of them is an old acquaintance of yours. You can come with me. Qin Yun nodded, and the two soon arrived at an art museum. It has to be said that a beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. As soon as Gao Yinshu entered, she immediately attracted countless eyes. Upon seeing Qin Yun beside him, many of the men looked at him with envy. Why is it him who gets to date such a beautiful goddess? However, the two did not pay attention to these gazes and soon arrived at one of the corners. Shuchi, are you free now? Gao Yinshu spoke softly to a girl. When the girl looked up, Qin Yun was taken aback. Isn't this Chen Shuchi? But Qin Yun remembered that she worked in a hospital in her previous life. So how could she also paint? How about it? You know Chen Shuchi too. Don't let her lack of expertise in this field fool you. Her paintings are quite beautiful. Gao Yinshu began by saying. Even the professors praised it highly. Qin Yun, what are you doing here? However, before Gao Yinshu could finish her introduction, Chen Shuchi turned to Qin Yun and asked a question. Qin Yun smiled and explained it to Chen Shuchi. Oh, you want me to paint a few pictures? Of course, Qin Yun. You've paid me so much for my lessons. How can I take money? After hearing Qin Yun's purpose, Chen Shuchi immediately agreed. Gao Yinshu wanted to look for other classmates, but Qin Yun stopped her. No need to look for them now. One person is enough. The group walked outside while talking. Qin Yun, what kind of paintings are you going to paint? I can pack my things now. Chen Shuchi asked. No rush, it's getting late. Let's go get some food first. Qin Yun spoke first, then led the two to a state-run restaurant for a meal. After chatting for a while, he took Chen Shuchi back to the courtyard. Wow, Qin Yun, the house you renovated looks amazing. It wasn't like this when I came last time. As soon as she entered, Chen Shuchi couldn't help but praise her. Chapter 123 Talent. Qin Yun smiled, chatted with Chen Shuchi for a while, and was just about to go inside when his younger sister Qin Ling came down from the second floor. Teacher, what brings you here? Chen Shuchi patted Qin Ling's head and said softly. Have you been studying hard these past few days? Qin Ling nodded immediately. Of course I'll study hard. I've written several essays. I'll ask the teacher to go up and take a look later. Good. Chen Shuchi readily agreed. After teaching Qin Ling the basics, there was no point in having classes every day. I just assigned her some homework and told her to ask me questions if she didn't understand anything after she finished. However, Qin Ling is very smart. She gets most of the questions right, and even if she makes a mistake, She understands it after thinking for a moment. So Shuchi hasn't come for a long time. Yun wasn't in a hurry. After the two talked for a while, he led Shuchi into the room. This is it. First, we need to draw a panoramic view of the outside, and then these. Listening to Yun's words, Shuchi nodded repeatedly and quickly understood what Yun meant. Don't rush the drawing. You draw very well. I'll give you 10 yuan as long as you finish a finished piece. Yun said with a smile. No, no, no. Yun, you've already given me so much money before. How can I give you more money for this painting? I'll draw for you for free, and it'll be a chance for me to hone my skills. But there's one thing, the tools I need for drawing. Yun was a little puzzled. When he tutored Ling before, the price he paid her was definitely the highest in the entire county. Even some workers didn't earn as much as she did. However, just now in the art museum, he discovered that the pencils Shuchi used were the worst ones, mostly leftovers from other people's use. Okay, I'll go out and buy it for you right now. However, Yun did not ask any questions, but simply smiled and said. He then hopped on his bicycle and headed outside, quickly buying the pens and paper he needed for drawing before returning. After handing these items to Shuchi, Yun was about to go back to her room to check on her sister's studies when Feng Tian walked in with gifts. Brother Qin, congratulations. This house renovation is really great. After entering, Feng Tian put his things aside and spoke to Yun. Because of his previous good performance and his relationship with Yun, he was promoted at a later meeting at the police station. No, I should be the one congratulating Brother Feng. Yun made Feng Tian a cup of tea and said with a smile. After chatting for a while, Feng Tian suddenly spoke up. I have a favor to ask, Brother Qin. Are you short of people here? Yun was taken aback for a moment, then nodded. Of course it's missing. The sale of hawthorn juice has stabilized, and many people in the county travel from far away to the riverbank just to buy a cup. Therefore, Yun is planning to open a few more hawthorn juice stalls next. That's good. Feng Qin, come in here. Feng Tian smiled and called out towards the door, whereupon a young man immediately walked in. It was Feng Qin who had been so aggressive towards Yun for the sake of old lady Qin. Feng Qin said to Yun, Brother Qin, I'm sorry about what happened before. I didn't understand the situation. Feng Tian also spoke up, saying, Brother Qin, my younger brother is still relatively new to the workforce and has very little experience. I've already taught him a lesson for what happened before. Yun waved his hand with a smile. It's all right. It's good for young people to have a sense of loyalty. If everyone is so listless and lethargic, what justice will there be in society? Seeing that Yun didn't mind, Feng Tian was finally relieved and said, All right, Brother Qin, don't worry about me. Let him do whatever he needs to do. Yun nodded and asked Feng Qin, Young man, what skills do you have? Feng Qin immediately said, Brother Qin, after I stopped going to school, I learned a few trades, and I was pretty good at carpentry. But after I studied for a while, my master fired me, saying that all I was thinking about was the layout of the whole house, and that carpentry was a delicate craft. Feng Qin looked somewhat aggrieved. He felt he hadn't done anything wrong. Talented individuals, these are the talents I need. Upon hearing this, Yun stood up abruptly, grasped Feng Qin's hand, and asked, Have you prepared any plans? Feng Qin nodded, took out a few sheets of paper from his bag, and spread them out on the table. Yun was immediately captivated by what he saw. Feng Qin, that kid, did a really good job. The lines above are straight and even, and a lot of data, big and small, are written on them. Moreover, the carpenter has experience, so the workers don't have much trouble looking at it. Brother Qin, is it possible that what this kid drew is useless? Seeing that Yun hadn't spoken, Feng Tian stepped forward and said, I knew it. This kid draws all these things at home every day, and even when you suggest going to the house, he won't go. He was interrupted by Yun when he was only halfway through his sentence. Brother Feng, your brother's drawing is amazing. Yun turned to Feng Qin and said, I'll give you a salary of 30 yuan a month, and I'll add another 10 yuan for designing a house. What do you think? Upon hearing this, Feng Qin was stunned. There's a saying that goes something like this. A woman adorns herself for her lover, and a man dies for his confidant. The things he usually likes to draw are considered by everyone as a waste of time. Even his own brother thinks so. Therefore, Feng Qing has long lived in a state of inferiority and self-doubt. But now, Qin Yun is saying he did a great job and even wants to hire him for a monthly salary of 30 yuan. 30 yuan. Even his brother Feng Tian couldn't earn this much money. For a moment, Feng Qing was so moved that she almost shed tears. He immediately said, "Brother Qin, from now on you're like my own brother. I'll definitely work hard for you." Feng Tian immediately sensed something was wrong and slapped Feng Qing across the neck, laughing and scolding. "What are you talking about? Your own brother is right here. From now on, you are no longer one. Brother Qin has a discerning eye. He will be the one from now on," Feng Qing said deliberately, laughing so heartily for the first time. Feng Tian realized that Feng Qing was joking and pretended to hit him. "Okay, it's lunchtime now, so don't leave yet. You can eat first and then go," Qin Yun said with a smile. Sure enough, no sooner had he finished speaking than Huang Kun walked in with meat and vegetables. With everyone's help, Qin Yun finished preparing the meal in about 40 minutes. The food looked and smelled delicious, making Feng Qing's mouth water. Qin Yun urged everyone to start eating. Just as they were about to pick up their chopsticks, a sarcastic voice suddenly came from outside the door. "You brat, you good for nothing. You didn't come home, so you were enjoying a good meal here." Chapter 124, Chen Shuqi's background. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned towards the door. There stood a woman who looked to be about 40 years old, with heavy makeup on her face and wearing the most fashionable clothes in the county town. Looking into the courtyard, his eyes were filled with anger. Upon seeing the woman, Chen Shuqi was so frightened that she immediately stood up from her seat. A look of worry and fear crossed her pretty face. She stood up and said softly, "Mom, I came here to help a friend. That's why he invited me to stay for a meal. I didn't mean anything by it." Upon hearing this, the sharp-tongued woman became even more agitated. "What did you say? Don't you know that right now is the time when the city needs hourly workers? They can earn a full $3 an hour." The woman pointed at Chen Shuqi's nose and started yelling, "Why are you eating here instead of making money properly? Who gave you permission to do this?" The woman's words became increasingly harsh. Chen Shuqi lowered her head and whispered to Qin Yun, "Qin Yun, I'm sorry for causing you trouble. I'm leaving now." As she spoke, Chen Shuqi took a step forward, preparing to walk to the woman's side. Just then, she suddenly felt a weight on her back. Turning around, she saw Qin Yun pulling her back. "Don't go. As long as you stay here, no one can take you away." Qin Yun spoke calmly, his sharp gaze fixed on the woman. The scene before her eyes was so much like her past. Everyone in the Qin family lived comfortably, while she and her sister were trampled into the mud, with her frail body supporting the whole family. Seeing everything now, Qin Yun instinctively made up his mind not to let Chen Shuqi repeat his mistakes. "Oh, I was wondering how this brat could possibly disobey me. Turns out she has someone backing her up." As she spoke, the woman's gaze toward Chen Shuqi turned icy cold. "You little slut, come home with me now, and see how I deal with you." Chen Shuqi's eyes turned pleading. "Mom, please stop talking. Qin Yun and I aren't like that. I'll leave right now." Seeing Chen Shuqi's reaction, the woman's face broke into a smug smile. "Watch your mouth. Do you know you're now involved in defamation?" Qin Yun still held Chen Shuqi's wrist and spoke to her calmly. "Oh, defamation? You've got your eye on our Shuqi, haven't you? Actually, if you want to date her, I'm not against it. For 100 yuan, I'll make sure she doesn't come home tonight." The woman's eyes darted around, and she spoke bluntly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes immediately flashed with anger. This woman is so similar to the Qin family. Chen Shuqi is like a commodity that can be traded at will. They didn't treat her like a person at all, let alone like a family member. "Brother Feng, thank you for your help." Looking at the woman's repulsive face, Qin Yun didn't waste any words and turned to Feng Tian to speak. Upon hearing this, Feng Tian immediately understood Qin Yun's meaning. His eyes sharpened, and he stood up and walked towards the woman. "What? Who are you? I'm warning you, don't come any closer. If you do, I'll report you for harassment to the police station." The woman showed no sign of backing down and even directly threatened Feng Tian. This left Feng Tian completely exasperated. He was only 28 years old, in the prime of his youth. How could he possibly be interested in such an old and faded woman? Open your eyes wide. I am the captain of the police station. This is my identification. Feng Tian took out his identification from his pocket and placed it in front of the woman. You are involved in defamation and insulting others. I'm taking you back to the police station for questioning now. The woman was stunned when she saw Feng Tian's identification. She never expected that one of the people eating there was a police officer, and she never expected that he would stand up for her daughter. Are you crazy? What business is it of yours how I discipline my own daughter? After a brief moment of stunned silence, the woman immediately raised her voice and shouted, Even if the King of Heaven himself came, I would still have the right to discipline my own daughter. You still think this is the old era? Let me tell you, everyone is an independent individual now, and your child is not your possession. Qin Yun spoke coldly, and the woman's face showed annoyance. Just as she was about to say something, Feng Tian took out a pair of silver bracelets from his waist. Upon seeing the silver bracelet, the woman's attitude completely changed. Comrade, I was wrong, I understand now. I will definitely treat her well when I get back this time. Comrade, please, don't arrest me. I need to take care of Shuqi's grandmother when I get back today. She can't live without me. Feng Tian's expression remained unchanged. He'd seen plenty of people like that. They'd say nice things on the surface, but then forget them as soon as they turned their backs, and would even do the opposite when they got back. We must not be lenient with them. With a click, Feng Tian fastened the silver bracelet onto the woman's wrist, nodded to Qin Yun, and led her out of the courtyard. In the courtyard, Chen Shuqi's face was full of inferiority, her head hanging down, like a child who had done something wrong. Qin Yun called her into the room, and Qin Ling followed. Teacher, it's okay. No one will have a bad opinion of you because of this. Qin Ling spoke up to offer some words of advice. Qin Yun also spoke up. Shuqi, you may not know about my family situation. Actually, compared to you, we're not much better off. Ever since we were little, the Qin family has always. Qin Yun recounted what had happened at the Qin family. Upon hearing about Qin Yun's background, Chen Shuqi's expression gradually changed. It's unexpected that Qin Yun, who is usually cheerful all the time, has such bitter memories in his heart. Especially when he heard that he resolutely separated from the family with Qin Ling and brought her to the city, sparing no expense to send Qin Ling to school. A look of admiration appeared on Chen Shuqi's face. Therefore, we cannot choose our birth, but we can choose to fight against the injustice of fate. Qin Yun said earnestly. At least up to now, I think my life has improved a lot. Now, can you tell me about your family situation? Seeing Qin Yun's clear eyes, Chen Shuqi also spoke up. The woman who just came is not my biological mother, but my stepmother. Her name is Lin Xiuhua. My biological mother passed away when I was 15 or 16 years old. After my father married her, he became idle all day long, and the two of them would go to the casino whenever they had free time. And just then, Grandma fell seriously ill. Chapter 125, Holding an Umbrella for Others. As Qin Yun listened to Chen Shuqi's account, a solemn expression also appeared on his face. Indeed, humans are the most fickle creatures. Chen Shuqi's father, who was originally diligent and hardworking, turned into a despicable gambling addict. Grandma got sick, but the two of them still didn't change their minds, nor did they think about treating her. So in the end, Grandma's illness got worse and worse, and now she's paralyzed in bed. I couldn't bear to see my grandmother in pain, so I decided to go out and earn money to pay for her treatment. A look of despair appeared in Chen Shuqi's eyes. After they saw that I was making money, they would take half of my money every time, saying that they would make some good food for my grandma. But I know they use it for gambling. I've tried to find a way, but I haven't been able to stop it. Chen Shuqi's voice gradually faded, and a thoughtful look appeared in Qin Yun's eyes. Although Feng Tian arrested Lin Xiuhua had not done anything heinous, so she could not be imprisoned for 7 or 8 years like Qin Xiai. Shuqi, how about this? I'll rent a place for you outside, and you can bring Grandma out. You can take care of her by yourself from now on. Is that okay? Qin Yun finally spoke, proposing a solution. Huh? Qin Yun, this won't do. Renting a room in the county town costs at least 10 yuan a month. How can I let you pay that amount? Chen Shuqi quickly said that Qin Yun had already helped her a lot, and now he wanted to rent a house for her. How much would that cost? As for taking care of her grandmother, Chen Shuqi's parents have never shown any concern for her grandmother. Chen Shuqi was in charge of everything. Don't worry, as the saying goes, the wool comes from the sheep. Think about it. You have to go back to your rented place every day after class, right? I'll rent a place near the company I'm going to open. Qin Yun blinked twice and said, I make you draw every day and exploit you to the fullest. I am a capitalist of the new era. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Chen Shuqi couldn't help but chuckle. Yes, teacher, I can ask you questions when I'm free. Isn't that great? Qin Ling also spoke up, saying, just agree to my brother's request. It's a good idea to do this. Chen Shuqi then nodded. She had already decided that she would ask for a lower salary in the future, and that she could also come to visit Qin Ling with some gifts when she had free time. Seeing that Chen Shuqi agreed, Qin Yun also called Feng Qing over. Feng Qing, now that you've decided to work for me, it's not appropriate for you to stay at home any longer. I'll rent a place outside, and you can move in with me. A look of excitement immediately appeared in Feng Qing's eyes. He had long wanted to avoid staying at home. Whenever he took out paper to draw, his parents would nag him incessantly. He immediately said, Thank you, Brother Qin. Don't worry, Brother Qin. I will definitely work hard in the future. I'm letting you move in because I have other tasks for you to handle later. Qin Yun then spoke up, saying, Chen Shuqi will be living in the same courtyard as you. There might be some trouble in the future, and you'll need to help look after her. Regardless, Feng Qing is a very righteous young man. Otherwise, they wouldn't have spoken up for old lady Qin and even brought up Feng Tian. All right, mission accomplished. Feng Qing agreed without hesitation. After Lin Xiuhua's outburst, he instinctively sensed Chen Shuqi's hardships. Seeing that the two of them agreed, Qin Yun smiled and nodded. After agreeing on a time when they would be invited to move in, the three of them talked for a while longer before Chen Shuqi and Feng Qing got up and walked outside. Qin Yun, why did you choose to help me? As she reached the door, Chen Shuqi couldn't help but ask. Qin Yun paused for a moment before saying, Perhaps it's because he got caught in the rain and wanted to hold an umbrella for someone else. Chen Shuqi bowed solemnly to Qin Yun, then walked out the door. Most of the people needed to start a company are already in place. As for the craftsmen, there are plenty in the furniture market, and they are all quite skilled. Qin Yun was not worried. Now, renting a place is the real problem. Qin Yun led Huang Wentian and the others to the vicinity of the furniture market. There are many bungalows nearby, and although the prices are cheap, the environment is really terrible. Not only was it unbearably hot and humid in the summer, but it was also teeming with rats and cockroaches, and there was only one toilet in the large courtyard. The smell inside was truly awful. Qin Yun refused without even thinking. Just as the group was wandering around, a figure suddenly swayed toward Qin Yun. He whispered, Brothers, are you looking for a place to live? Qin Yun turned his head and nodded. How about I take you to see my house? I guarantee it's a great house, you'll be satisfied, and if you think it's suitable, buying it won't be a problem. Okay, then take us to see it now. Since they have no clue what to do anyway, they might as well follow this person and see what happens. Soon, led by the man, the group passed through the alley and arrived at a house near the roadside. This house is similar to Old Man Way's. It's also a 2-story building, and from the outside, it's considered one of the better houses in the entire county. Hey bro, what do you think of this place? The rent's super cheap right now, just 3 yuan a month for a room. There are 4 rooms in total, which means I only need 144 yuan a year. The man was rather thin, but he was very talkative. If you want to buy it, I'll sell it to you for 800 yuan. Upon hearing the man's words, Qin Yun frowned. There's a main road right next to here, so logically, the houses here shouldn't be this cheap. Soon, the man opened the door, and as soon as you stepped inside, a cool breeze hits you, which felt especially refreshing on a hot summer day. Upon opening the door to the room, I found that everything inside was clean, with the table and mirror perfectly clear. Even the bed was neatly arranged. However, the man trembled slightly upon seeing this scene and stepped aside. Although he tried to remain calm, his involuntary trembling betrayed him. Qin Yun instinctively felt that there was something wrong with the house. Brother, what do you think of this house? Do you want to buy or rent it? If it's suitable, we can finalize it today. The man urged again. Just as Qin Yun was about to say something, Huang Wentian behind him spoke up. We still need to discuss this matter. We'll come back and tell you later. After saying that, he pulled Qin Yun directly outside the courtyard gate. Chapter 126 Evil Nature. What's wrong? Qin Yun asked, somewhat puzzled. Huang Wentian first cautiously looked at the doorway, and after confirming that the man from before had not followed, he said, Brother Qin, something's not right about that house. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. What's wrong with it? Although he was also a little puzzled, he couldn't find anything strange about it. Huang Wentian whispered, Brother Qin, think about it. This house is so nice. Why is it being sold so cheaply? And although there's a cool breeze inside, think about it. Isn't it possible that it's a cold, damp breeze? Huang Wentian said mysteriously. And have you noticed that there are locust trees planted in this yard? The locust tree is the most unlucky thing. It means there are ghosts in the yard, which is a great omen. Huang Wentian kept rambling on and on. Qin Yun was amused by this. So Huang Wentian thinks this courtyard is eerie? Having been educated from childhood to break free from feudal superstitions, how could I possibly avoid this courtyard just because of Huang Wentian's words? So, Qin Yun, let's move to a different house. We need to be alive to spend all our money, right? Besides, you're a businessman, so you can't be careless about these things. After saying that, Huang Wentian pulled Qin Yun and tried to leave. Qin Yun immediately released Huang Wentian. Brother Huang, I've made up my mind. I won't rent this house. Upon hearing this, Huang Wentian smiled and said, That's the right thing to do. There are so many houses in this county town. I refuse to believe we can't find a better 1-inch. I'll buy it. Qin Yun's next words left Huang Wentian stunned. Before he could react, Qin Yun had already walked directly into the courtyard. Huang Wentian slapped his thigh immediately, realizing this was bad news. Stepping into the courtyard, Qin Yun said directly, This house is nice, I want to buy it, but the price of 800 is really a bit expensive. The man was taken aback. Then a look of surprise appeared on his face. Sure, brother, how much do you want? Qin Yun held up 4 fingers. 400. 400. That won't do. The man immediately shook his head. Brother, look at this house. What a great location it is, and it has everything you need. The kitchen, the bathing area, and even the toilet are all in one room, making it very comfortable to live in. Faced with the man's rambling, Qin Yun simply waved his hand and said, If this house were really as good as you say, how could you possibly be willing to sell it? This is the price. If you don't agree, we'll leave now. Brother, add a little more, and I'll really sell the house to you. Look at this. The man wanted to test Qin Yun's bottom line. Qin Yun turned and walked straight outside without looking back. A smile immediately appeared on Huang Wentian's face. It would be best if they didn't sell. They don't want to get into trouble. Wait, I'll sell it. Just as the two had stepped out of the courtyard, the man behind them finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up. Huang Wentian's face immediately fell. Qin Yun turned her head away. It was still early, so Qin Yun and the man went to the relevant agency in the county town. The house resale procedures were completed in less than half an hour. After making the purchase, the man grinned from ear to ear. Without lingering for a moment, he greeted Qin Yun and then turned to leave. Brother Qin, I have a feeling we're going to suffer a great loss this time. Huang Wentian shook his head and spoke. It's still uncertain who will suffer losses in the end. Qin Yun chuckled twice, returned to the courtyard, called Feng Qing, and the group set off together to throw away everything on the bed and buy a new set of bedding. Then they cleaned the room again. It has to be said that there is strength in numbers. If Qin Yun had to clean up by himself, it might have taken forever. With Huang Wentian and his group, the room was completely transformed in just a few hours. Brother Qin, I've brought everything. I'll be staying here tonight. Looking at the new house, Feng Qing liked it very much and immediately began to arrange her things neatly. Okay. Qin Yun nodded. Huang Wentian sighed. Although he felt something was off about the house, Qin Yun had already bought it, so he couldn't say anything more. Now that Feng Qing lives here alone, what if something happens? Wouldn't that be disastrous? Brother Qin, I'll stay here tonight too. I have a talisman I got from the temple, so I should be fine. Hearing Huang Wentian's words, Qin Yun couldn't help but smile. It's just a house. How could there be a problem? Huang Wentian asked a few more people to stay and keep him company, but Qin Yun didn't care and turned back to Old Man Wei's courtyard. Just as Qin Yun was about to rest at night, there was a rapid knocking on the door, along with Feng Qing's anxious voice. Brother Qin, something's wrong. That house, something's not right. It's a haunted house. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately jumped out of bed. Huang Kuan and the others were also wide awake and went out with Qin Yun. Upon opening the door, one is greeted by Feng Qing's deathly pale face. Huang Wentian, who was standing next to him, also looked unwell and said, Qin Yun, this is bad. We've really lost money this time. That house is incredibly eerie. Even my amulet was useless. It's completely uninhabitable. Qin Yun frowned. He had always been a staunch materialist, but this actually happened. Could it be that there really is such a thing as evil in this world? Let's go take a look. Qin Yun didn't linger and led everyone towards the small courtyard they had just bought. As soon as the group arrived at the gate of the courtyard, several neighbors had already gathered outside the house. TSK, I didn't expect this house to actually sell. Who doesn't know it's a notorious haunted house? Sigh, I guess they're not a local from our county. Otherwise, they wouldn't even want to live in this house if it were free. Hearing what everyone was saying, the expressions on their faces also turned grim. Young man, you're the one who bought this house, right? Take my advice, even if you can't sell it, don't live in it. An old woman nearby, who seemed kind-hearted, spoke up to Qin Yun. Grandma, could you tell me what happened inside this house? Qin Yun asked the old woman. The old woman sighed and said slowly, what happened in this house was not good. If I were to tell you the whole story. Chapter 127. Come and smell it. It's all right, Grandma, we want to hear it. Qin Yun then spoke. Hearing this, the old woman stopped hiding her story and said, actually, there's always been a saying on this street. In this small courtyard lived a very happy and harmonious family. Both the man and woman were textile factory workers, and their child always had excellent grades. But one day, a thug suddenly broke into the house and killed the man in front of the woman of the house. The woman was terrified on the spot, but instead of showing any pity, the assailant did that kind of thing to her. At this point, the old woman's voice became low and mysterious. The neighbors quickly notified others, but when the police came to check, they couldn't find the woman and child in the entire room. Until the very end. The old woman deliberately paused, keeping everyone in suspense. What happened in the end? Huang Wentian, who was standing next to him, trembled as he listened, constantly stroking the amulet around his neck. It was as if only this thing could bring him a little sense of security. The neighbors who had just mocked Qin Yun for buying the house also gathered around, listening silently to the old woman tell this strange story. Clearly, this was the first time they had heard of it either. Finally, they found the woman and child standing on the roof. They had a deep ligature mark on their necks and had already lost their lives. But strangely, there were no signs of hanging in the entire room. Hiss! Everyone gasped in shock. The story was truly horrifying. It involved a perfectly healthy family of 3. In just a few hours, they ended up with their family destroyed and their lives ruined. That's not all. A year later, when everyone had forgotten about it, the house was resold to someone else. But on the very first night that person moved in, he ran out as if he'd seen a ghost, saying there was something unclean in there. The old woman looked up at Huang Wentian, nodded, and said, That's right. That's exactly your expression right now. Huang Wentian was stunned for a moment, and before he could say anything, the old woman's voice rang out again. The owner then sold the house to other people, some of whom were skeptical and invited masters to perform exorcisms, but ultimately nothing worked. They stayed for no more than 3 or 4 days before leaving. And every night, there are always some rustling sounds coming from inside, which sound quite scary. After going around in circles, this house ended up in your hands. At this point, the old woman looked up at Qin Yun and said, Take my advice. There's too much evil in here. You can't stay here. You should leave as soon as possible. After listening to the old woman's account, everyone's expressions turned grim, especially Feng Qing and Huang Wentian. The two of them being together today are the most direct eyewitnesses. What just happened had a huge impact on them. Brother Qin, why don't we find another place? This place is just too terrifying. Feng Qing spoke tremblingly. The others also tried to persuade them. Even though they themselves were somewhat skeptical, the facts were undeniable. They had no choice but to believe it. Just then, Qin Yun asked the old woman, "Grandma, did you see this story with your own eyes, or did you hear it from someone else?" The old woman paused for a moment, then said, "I heard it from someone else." Qin Yun nodded and then asked, "How long have you been living here?" This time, the old woman answered readily, replying directly, "It's been almost 6 years." Qin Yun nodded, then smiled and said, "Thank you, Grandma." After saying that, Qin Yun walked directly into the room, ignoring what others thought. Huang Kuan and his companions had initially tried to avoid the house, but seeing Qin Yun go inside, they had no choice but to bite the bullet and follow him. As soon as he entered the room, Huang Wentian seemed to remember something and suddenly said, "Qin Yun, I remember now. When we walked in, the rooms were spotless. Do you remember, the person who sold us the house had the doors locked? And later he also said that he hadn't moved in for a long time. Then what's cleaning up here?" Huang Wentian's words sent a chill down everyone's spine. Yes, it was spotless inside. Besides people, there could only be. However, after glancing at Qin Yun in front of them, the crowd ultimately refrained from uttering the word. "Brother Yun, why don't we leave? It's really cold in here." Huang Kuan also started to back down. The room, which had been quite cool, suddenly felt a little off after Huang Wentian said that. Qin Yun ignored Huang Kuan and turned directly to Feng Qing beside him, asking, "Where did you notice something was wrong just now?" Feng Qing led Qin Yun, staggering, to the bathroom door. Pointing to the mirror inside, he said, "It sits right here. When I was taking a shower just now, my vision was blurry. Just as I was about to dry myself, I suddenly saw 2 figures, one big and one small, appear in the mirror. The 2 of them were holding hands, the older one with disheveled hair, and both of them were staring at me with empty eyes." A look of fear crossed Feng Qing's face. Upon seeing this scene, he immediately ran outside, so scared that he didn't even put on his pants. Qin Yun nodded after hearing this, then strode inside. The space inside wasn't large, and the scene Feng Qing had described was no longer visible in the mirror. Qin Yun wasn't in a hurry. He simply filled a basin with hot water and placed it under the mirror. Everyone looked at Qin Yun's actions with some confusion. Qin Yun didn't explain, but instead looked in the mirror with everyone else. The next second, everyone gasped in surprise. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked into the mirror. As the steam rose, 2 illusory images suddenly appeared on the mirror. This is exactly the scene Feng Qing described earlier. At first glance, it does look rather terrifying. "Is this what you just saw?" Qin Yun asked. Feng Qing involuntarily stepped back, nodding at the same time. Qin Yun didn't waste any words, and directly stretched out his hand and smeared the substance on his fingers. "Now why don't you take a sniff?" Chapter 128, There's a Ghost. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone exchanged bewildered glances. In the end, Huang Wentian stepped forward, brought the sniff close to his nose, and a look of doubt appeared on his face. "This is gasoline." Qin Yun nodded. "That's right. The water vapor on it evaporated and stuck to the mirror. But the gasoline won't be covered by water, so you'll see the pictures appear on it. But that's just the effect of gasoline." Qin Yun's voice rang out calmly, and everyone's faces immediately relaxed. This isn't a ghost story at all. It's clearly someone playing a malicious prank on them. "Brother Yun, who did this? Did they intend to turn this house into a haunted house so that no one else can live there? That person is so wicked." The fat man standing to the side couldn't help but speak up. Qin Yun's gaze deepened. "This location is excellent. Renting it would definitely cost a lot of money. There's definitely more than one person living here. They want to stay here without taking a single penny." Qin Yun's words made everyone feel somewhat ashamed. Huang Wentian, in particular, felt something was off about the room from the very beginning and tried several times to persuade Qin Yun to leave. Just now, in particular, a mirror covered in gasoline startled him. "It seems ridiculous now that I think about it. Brother Qin, you're really amazing. You saw right away that something was wrong here. If it were us, we probably wouldn't have been able to stay here. Feng Qing, standing to the side, looked at Qin Yun with admiration. Qin Yun smiled faintly and said, "Actually, if you think about it carefully, there are quite a few loopholes in this matter. First of all, there's that story. The old woman was quite old, and it would have cost her a lot of money to stay here. That man is just an ordinary worker in a textile factory. How could he possibly have the money to buy it?" Qin Yun said calmly, "Of course, it's also possible that other family members provided financial assistance. But what that old woman said later was even stranger. 5 or 6 years ago, the textile factory was just a prototype, right? And these houses must have been built later. Judging from the neighbors' reactions just now, this is the first time I've heard of this. If that's the case, how could so many households have passed through in between? And how could this sound occur every day?" Qin Yun's analysis stunned everyone. Yes, at first listen, this story might sound a bit creepy, and few people would think about it further. But after listening to Qin Yun's words, they were full of loopholes. So, there must be people living here, and they think this house is nice and don't want us to live here. That makes sense. Finally, Qin Yun made his conclusion. The others nodded in agreement, unable to help but think to themselves, "Qin Yun is indeed brilliant. Brother Yun, what do we do next?" Huang Wentian, who was standing to the side, asked the question, his voice filled with gritted teeth. Today's incident made him feel really stupid. It even felt like being manipulated by someone. He is now eager for revenge. After a moment's thought, Qin Yun said, "Huang Kuan, you take the others back first. Huang Wentian, Feng Qing, and I will stay here." I remember saying it on purpose when I left. Qin Yun leaned close to Huang Kuan's ear and whispered a few words. Huang Kuan's eyes lit up immediately, and he nodded. Another 10 minutes or so passed when Qin Yun suddenly shouted, "I don't care. How could there be anything wrong with these rooms? I don't believe it. I'm staying here today. If you're scared, go back home. I'll be staying here alone." Huang Kuan deliberately made noise with his feet and said loudly, "Fine. Since you won't listen to our advice, don't come looking for us if anything happens later. Whether you live or die, we don't care." Huang Kuan walked to the courtyard gate and slammed the door shut. "Let's go. Leave him here alone. You can't reason with that damned devil." The others also chimed in with agreement. "That's right, let's go. Never mind him." Soon, the sound of footsteps could be heard, and Huang Kuan and his group had already left the courtyard. "A bunch of cowards. I'd like to see what happens in here." Qin Yun muttered to himself as he walked out of the courtyard and locked the door. He then went back to his room, turned off the lights, and without even taking off his clothes, crawled directly into bed. Huang Wentian and Feng Qing hid next to the cabinet. "Anyway, you can't see anything after the lights are turned off." Wah! More than an hour passed, and everyone felt that nothing would happen tonight, and they were already getting sleepy. Suddenly, a voice rang out. At the same time, there was a rapid stomping sound. In this quiet night, everything sounds eerie and terrifying. Qin Yun was immediately startled, feeling not fear but rather excitement. He covered his entire face with the blanket and quietly put a makeshift mask made of white paper on his head. Trying to scare them, huh? Let's see who's scaring whom today. Soon, a rustling sound rang out, and under the faint moonlight, a figure dressed in a bright red robe appeared in the room. Then 2 more people dressed in white robes came over. If this were an ordinary person, they would have been terrified. But at this moment, Huang Wentian and Feng Qing, who were hiding behind the cabinet, wished they could just go out and kick the 2 of them. Especially Feng Qing. After being so frightened by what he saw in the mirror, he ran outside without even putting on his underwear. If Huang Wentian hadn't reminded him, he would have been running around naked. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures had something stuck to them, and as they moved, they made a sound like paper being blown by the wind. It really does seem like the case. However, after several people circled around on the ground, Qin Yun remained locked inside the blanket and refused to come out. More than half an hour passed before the figures finally couldn't hold back any longer. A person dressed in a bright red robe swayed to the front of the blanket, and when he saw the trembling figure under the blanket, a smile appeared on his lips. He gently lifted the blanket, imagining the panicked look on the faces of the figures inside after being frightened by them. They'll definitely leave in a panic when the time comes. They can also continue to live here without any problem. However, the next second, when he pulled back the blanket, the sight of a deathly pale face inside made his body tense up instantly. His heart felt like it was being gripped by a pair of giant hands, and an overwhelming sense of fear instantly swept over his entire being. Before he knew it, a warm flow came down between his legs. Immediately following was a heart-wrenching scream. There's a ghost. Chapter 129 Arresting You. It's not surprising that he reacted so strongly. As the saying goes, a person can scare another person to death. Especially since a few people were dressed up as ghosts, intending to scare people, but instead, they ended up with such a terrifying ghost face. How could that not frighten them? Qin Yun jumped out of bed. Just as he saw several people appear, Huang Wentian and Feng Qing, who had been hiding in a kneeling position, also rushed out. I'll show you how scary you can be. Without saying a word, Huang Wentian kicked the figure in front of him. Seeing that the situation was not good, the other two tried to run away, but Huang Wentian chased after them and kicked them both to the ground. With a thud, Qin Yun turned on the light and sat down on a chair with Huang Wentian and Feng Qing. Seeing the pale faces of the three people in front of them, and the fact that the crimson robes were soaked with sweat, a smile appeared on the faces of the group. That bastard deserved it. Why did they come here to scare us? Tell me, what are your names? Qin Yun spoke calmly. My name is Zhang Long. The figure in the crimson robe spoke in a trembling voice. My name is Zhang Hu, and his name is Zhang Feng. Hearing the three names and looking at their faces, Qin Yun chuckled. Oh, three brothers? The three of them lowered their heads and remained silent. Brother, I was wrong. Please forgive us this time. I promise we will never come again. After a brief silence, Zhang Long spoke up. We're honest people. We came from the village to the city to make money, but it's just too hard to make money in the city, and the rent is so expensive. There's no other way. We have to find a place. We slept under a bridge before, but there were too many mosquitoes there. Qin Yun glanced at the legs of the three people. The three people didn't seem to be lying. Their legs were covered with dense marks from mosquito bites. Yeah, bro, we really have no other choice. The foreman we hired didn't pay us a single penny after we finished the work. Zhang Hu also spoke up, his face full of pleading. Who came up with this idea? Qin Yun asked again. It's me. Zhang Feng raised his hand sheepishly. So, you're saying you made up that story too? Zhang Feng nodded and recalled. For a while, we would chat with that old lady whenever we had nothing to do. Over time, she started to trust us. I thought about it for a long time before I came up with this idea. After saying that, Zhang Feng scratched the back of his head with a simple and honest smile, seemingly quite pleased with his cleverness. What kind of work do you usually do in the city? Seeing that the three didn't seem like bad people, Qin Yun asked again. I carried heavy loads, slaughtered chickens and fish, and did mortar on the construction site. I did whatever the foreman told me to do. Zhang Long spoke up. Brother, I beg you, please don't take us to the police station. We don't want to go in. Zhang Hu said to Qin Yun. Qin Yun thought about it and realized that since he was starting his own company, he would need a lot of manpower later on, so it wouldn't hurt to take in these three people. Zhang Feng, in particular, is quite quick-witted. It might come in very handy in the future. I can give you a chance, but you'll have to work for me from now on. 15 yuan a month, how about it? Qin Yun spoke calmly. Upon hearing this, the three men's eyes lit up immediately. They exchanged a glance, their hearts bursting with joy. They worked with the foreman and could only earn 5 yuan a month at most, but they never expected to be given 15 yuan here. That's 15 yuan. That can buy a lot of pork. But brother, how can we trust you? But Zhang Long was the first to react. The price is high, but if it's like the previous foreman, they work hard for half a day but don't get a single penny. Isn't this a disaster? Qin Yun didn't bother arguing with the two men and said directly, if you don't agree, I'll take you to the police station right now. No, brother, I agree, we agree. The three of them quickly said that if they were all sent in, they would be in real trouble. All right, you guys don't need to stay here anymore. I'll give you 10 yuan to rent a place. I'll let you know when you start work later. After saying that, Qin Yun took out 10 yuan and handed it to Zhang Long. Brother, are you just going to give us the money directly? Aren't you afraid we'll run away? Zhang Long asked somewhat uncertainly. Having been in the city for so long, this was the first time he had ever seen people give them money without them doing any work. The city is only so big. Where can you run to? If I catch you again, I'll make sure you eat inside for a few days. Qin Yun spoke coldly, then waved his hand. You guys go first. Just let me know when you find a house. The three nodded and walked outside, turning back to look at each other every step of the way. Even now, they still can't believe that what they're holding in their hands is really 10 yuan. Brother, why don't we take this 10 yuan and go? We haven't told him where our village is anyway. Once we go back, even if he has incredible abilities, he won't be able to catch us. Zhang Hu rolled his eyes twice before speaking. A hint of hesitation appeared on Zhang Long's face. If you take this 10 yuan back to the village, it can last you a long time. Little brother, what do you think? Zhang Long asked Zhang Feng, who hadn't spoken until now. Zhang Feng glanced at the two men, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. If you take the money, I'll go back and tell him right now. I'll personally take you both to the police station then. Third brother you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hu's expression immediately turned sour. Second brother, don't speak yet. Let me hear what the third brother has to say. Zhang Long looked at Zhang Feng and asked, use your pig brains. People who can easily come up with 10 yuan, would they be short of our wages? Zhang Feng said with a look of disappointment. Besides, the method I came up with to live in this house, although imperfect, was convincing enough. Otherwise, why would we have stayed here for 10 days or half a month? But he figured out a solution in just one night. With a brain like that, following him is definitely the right choice. Finally, Zhang Feng walked forward and said in a low voice, if you insist on going back to that shabby little mountain village, I won't stop you. Anyway, I'm going to stay in the county town and work for him. It can't be wrong. Upon hearing Zhang Feng's words, Zhang Long and Zhang Hu exchanged a glance and nodded in agreement. Zhang Feng has always been smarter than them since he was a child, so they are willing to believe him. Chapter 130, I'll break your legs. Seeing that the two had agreed, Zhang Feng smiled. More and more people are doing business in the county town now, and those who stay in the village can only make ends meet. But if he stays in the city and settles down, a smooth road will await him. Zhang Feng was acutely aware of his shortcomings. Because he had always lived in the countryside, his horizons were limited. In addition, he lacked capital, which was why he could only work for foremen in the city. Since Qin Yun can casually take out 10 yuan today, he certainly won't deduct their wages. For him, it's a sure thing. The three discussed for a while, then went directly into a small alley and found a bungalow. Because the facilities weren't very good, and the three of them only rented one bungalow, the monthly rent was only 8 yuan. However, none of them complained. They simply grabbed a blanket and lay down to sleep. In Old Man Wei's courtyard, Qin Yun didn't wake up from bed until after 10 o'clock in the morning. Now that all the businesses are on track, Qin Yun is enjoying a very comfortable life as a hands-off manager. Qin Yun. Just as he was brushing his teeth, a beautiful figure walked in. Qin Yun looked up and saw Chen Shuqi carrying her painting tools. However, Chen Shuqi's complexion was not good at the moment, and her eyes were red and swollen, as if she had just been crying. What's wrong? Come in and tell me. Qin Yun put down his toothbrush and tooth powder, spat out the water in his mouth, and spoke to Chen Shuqi. The two went into the house, and after a moment of silence, Chen Shuqi spoke up. Qin Yun, my dad he doesn't agree to let me bring grandma out. Qin Yun frowned. Logically speaking, Chen Shuqi's grandmother staying at home would be a burden on her father, and Chen Shuqi taking her grandmother away would be a good thing for him as well. But why do they disagree now? After a moment's thought, Qin Yun quickly figured out the key point. With her grandmother staying at home, Chen Shuqi was able to earn some money each month, from which they could also deduct. But if they take grandma away, they will truly have no source of income. I understand. Leave this to me. Qin Yun asked about Chen Shuqi's home location, and while Lin Xiuhua was still detained at the police station, he already had a plan. If this woman were to come out, it would inevitably cause unforeseen complications. With that in mind, Qin Yun rode his bicycle straight out the door, while Chen Shuqi was left to stay home and paint. More than half an hour later, Qin Yun arrived at a familiar alley. This is where Boss Pai is, but this time Qin Yun isn't looking for Boss Pai. Brother Qin, you've arrived? Upon seeing Qin Yun enter, Ma Tongtian immediately went to greet him, saying, "Boss Pai is inside. I'll take you in now." Qin Yun shook his head and said, "No, I came here to see you." "Looking for me?" Ma Tongtian was taken aback, but immediately patted his chest and said, "All right, Brother Qin, just let me know if you need anything." Qin Yun briefly explained his plan. Ma Tongtian immediately smiled and said, "I understand. I know that man. His name is Chun Yi. He has terrible gambling manners. He lost to someone before, but tried to renege on his debt. He got caught and beaten up. Brother Qin, don't worry. Apart from a few high-end ones, the casinos in the county are all under our control. When he sees us, he'll be like a mouse seeing a cat." Qin Yun smiled and nodded. "Then I'll have to trouble you." "Fine." Ma Tongtian chuckled. Qin Yun and Boss Pai had a close relationship. The closer he got to Qin Yun, the more important he would be. How could he possibly refuse Qin Yun? Soon, Ma Tongtian summoned 5 or 6 men, all burly men, including the extremely intimidating Meng Ge. In addition, he specially brought Qin Yun a pair of aviator sunglasses, which were extremely rare in the county, and a large silver chain. Needless to say, these belonged to Boss Pai. "Come on, Brother Qin, put this leather jacket on again." Qin Yun put on the leather jacket handed to him by Ma Tongtian, along with the silver chain and sunglasses. Looking at it this way, he actually looked quite presentable. His roguish charm was tinged with a hint of ferocity. Soon, the group was ready, and Qin Yun rode his bicycle to Chinshuchi's house. Although this courtyard isn't very nice, it's still better than the bungalows I've seen before. 2 or 3 households share one toilet, and there is also a shower area. But once inside, the entire courtyard was dilapidated, with garbage piled up everywhere, sewage flowing freely, and a foul stench emanating from the ground. Without wasting words, Qin Yun pulled out an iron rod that Ma Tongtian always carried and banged on the door. "Who is it?" A few minutes later, a lazy voice came from inside the house. Although it was already afternoon, the man was still asleep. "Damn it! What do you want from me in broad daylight like a vengeful ghost?" Disturbed like this, the man's face flashed with impatience. He put on his cloth shoes and walked straight out the door, muttering under his breath, "That damn girl, she still hasn't come back." However, when he stepped outside, the scene before him completely stunned him. Meng, Brother Tongtian, why are you here?" Chun Yi said cautiously, knowing how formidable Ma Tongtian and his gang were. Someone had caused trouble in the casino before and almost had their leg broken. "Stop talking nonsense. It's not us looking for you today, it's our boss." Ma Tongtian spoke coldly, then stepped aside to make way for him. Ma Tongtian's boss. Chun Yi was immediately stunned. Ma Tongtian and his gang were already ruthless enough. If this was their boss, how powerful would he be? The moment he saw Qin Yun, a sense of unease arose in his heart. Is this boss really that young? Before he could say anything, Qin Yun coldly said, "Your name is Chun Yi, right? Your daughter has found a job and won't be coming home to live anymore. I'm here today to take her grandmother away." Qin Yun didn't hide anything. His main tactic was to intimidate others with his power. Chun Yi's pupils widened suddenly. Shuchi hasn't graduated yet. How could she possibly have found a job? Damn it. Did you even get to ask? Whatever our boss says goes. Meng Ge, who was standing nearby, immediately stepped forward, pulled out a wooden stick, and made a move to hit him. Chun Yi quickly shrank his neck and took 2 steps back. "And let me tell you, don't bother Chinshuchi again. If I find out, I'll break your legs." Qin Yun continued speaking, and Ma Tongtian behind him felt a slight unease in his heart. Chapter 131 Success. In that instant, Ma Tongtian even felt that Qin Yun in front of him seemed more like someone who had spent a considerable amount of time inside. Otherwise, he wouldn't have such a fierce determination. How could this be? That's my own daughter. How could I not go find her in the future? Upon hearing this, Chun Yi, contrary to his usual behavior, directly said, "And you want to take her grandmother away? That's my mother, my own flesh and blood." Qin Yun sneered. "A gambling addict like you. You don't even have any close relatives? You want to go find Chinshuchi, just for her money, right? We now have control over all the casinos in the county. You have 2 choices. Either never go to a casino again, or do as I say." Although there are some high-end casinos in the county town, Chun-Yi is not capable enough to get into them. Chun-Yi was immediately caught in a dilemma. After a moment, he suddenly raised his head and said, "I choose the casino. But I have one condition. If my wife and I go to the casino together in the future, you have to charge me less table fees." Hearing this, Qin Yun couldn't help but sigh inwardly. In this world, gamblers are never worthy of pity. If he could have come up with another answer, Qin Yun wouldn't mind giving him a hand, considering Qin Shuqi's past help in his previous life. This is also good for Qin Shuqi. But now it seems there's no such opportunity at all. He really is a gambling addict. Ma Tongtian scoffed. "I can agree to this, but only if I fail to keep the promise I made to our boss. I'll break your legs." Chun-Yi nodded quickly. Qin Yun waved his hand, and several people immediately came out from the side, went into the room, and lifted Qin Shuqi's grandmother into the wheelchair that had been prepared beforehand. Qin Yun didn't speak to Chun-Yi and turned to leave. After returning to the courtyard, Qin Yun called Qin Shuqi over and took the two of them to the courtyard he had just bought. Qin Shuqi's grandmother had difficulty moving around, so the two of them stayed in the downstairs room, while Feng Qing stayed upstairs. Upon arriving at the room, Qin Yun noticed that the two hadn't brought all their belongings, so he went out again, bought some things, and brought them back. "Qin Yun, thank you so much. You've helped me so much, but Qin Shuqi's eyes welled up with tears of emotion. For so many years, she has always borne the burden of life alone, and no one has ever thought of helping her. Even her biological parents treated her like a money-making machine and never paid any attention to her. But now, Qin Yun has helped her so much." Qin Yun smiled and waved his hand, thinking to himself that he should actually thank Qin Shuqi. In his previous life, without her, he would probably have made a big mistake in prison. "It's okay, just focus on drawing. I rely entirely on your drawings to make money." Qin Yun winked at her and said with a smile. Qin Shuqi smiled as well, and carefully took out a painting from the cloth bag, placing it in front of Qin Yun. "This is a painting I just finished. A simple sketch probably wouldn't be enough to fully capture the beauty of the house, so I added some other techniques." Qin Yun took the painting, and his eyes lit up immediately. He knew nothing about painting, but the painting in front of him was absolutely stunning. Every line and every texture is drawn with remarkable realism, especially the addition of shadows cast by sunlight. Although it can't compare to the cameras behind it, it definitely meets Qin Yun's requirements. "It's really beautiful. This painting is very well done." Qin Yun sincerely praised him, then took out a 10 yuan note from his pocket. "This is the payment for this painting. The extra part is a reward for you. If you paint like this in the future, it will be absolutely perfect." Qin Shuqi quickly shook her head and refused. Qin Yun has helped her so much. How could she possibly ask for this money again? "Take this. Your grandma just arrived and will need money for many things. You can take it for now." Qin Yun forcefully stuffed the money into Qin Shuqi's hand. "There won't be this much in the future." Qin Shuqi wanted to return it to Qin Yun, but Qin Yun simply walked out of the courtyard. Meanwhile, inside the city, at the Qin family residence, old Mrs. Qin counted the money in her hand again and again, her face full of worry. Now, the whole family only has a little over 30 yuan left. If they haven't earned any money before they've spent it all, they'll have to go back to Qinshui village. Moreover, even if they went back, Qin Sihai would already be inside, and there would still be no able-bodied men in the family. Their lives were filled with hardship. "No, Grandma, we can't do this." Qin Wentong gritted his teeth and said, "I'll have my second uncle and the others come back tomorrow and have them pay some money every month. This is better than us just sitting around and living off our savings." Grandma Qin nodded. This was the only way now. "And Grandma, I still think we can't let Qin Yun go." Qin Wentong spoke again. "What can we do? We've tried everything, from making a fuss to thinking things through, but nothing has worked." Old Mrs. Qin wanted to snatch the money out of Qin Yun's pocket more than anyone else, but every time, Qin Yun found a way to slap them both in the face. That was before. Qin Wentong's gaze was deep as he slowly spoke. "Could it be that my dear grandson has some good idea?" Upon hearing this, a glint of light appeared in old Lady Qin's cloudy eyes. Qin Wentong nodded. "Grandma, don't forget, I'm a college student now. Qingqing University has a law department. I'll go find some senior students and ask them for help. Maybe they can help us with our case. We'll sue Qin Yun and make him pay you child support every month. He was the one who put my dad in jail, so he has to pay me money too. This method really works. Grandma Qin chuckled, then patted Qin Wentong on the shoulder. You're truly my good grandson. This time, that ingrate will definitely pay the price. The two men exchanged a smile, wishing Qin Yun would hand over the money right now. At this time, Qin Yun had returned to the courtyard, tidied up the room, and cooked some dishes. After Huang Kuan and the others returned, they were eating together when Qin Yun specially took a bowl of rice and delivered it to Old Man Wei's room. After spending so many days with Qin Yun, Old Man Wei is no longer as aloof as he was when he first arrived, and sometimes he even sits down to eat with them. Moreover, he looked radiant, and when he was in the mood, he would even drag Qin Yun over to play a few games of chess. Qin Yun, how's Qin Ling's schooling going? I don't think the school you chose is very good. Do you want me to help you choose a better one? Chapter 132, the exam begins. Today, Qin Yun made noodles that suited his taste perfectly, and he even bought authentic aged vinegar, which Old Man Wei ate with great relish. While slurping his noodles, Old Man Wei asked a question. No need, sir. When it comes to going to school, it's mainly up to you to decide. Besides, Luoqing Middle School is pretty good. Qin Yun said with a smile. Although he knew that Old Man Wei was not simple, in officialdom, people are always forgotten once they leave. Besides, he's so old. There's no need to bother him with this kind of thing. If you need anything, just tell me, old man. Don't underestimate me. I might be able to help. Old Man Wei continued. Qin Yun smiled and agreed twice. After Old Man Wei finished his meal, he took his rice bowl and went back. After washing the dishes, Qin Yun rode her bicycle to the street to buy some snacks and stationery for Qin Ling before returning to the courtyard and going up to the second floor. Little sister, this is a pen I bought for you. We don't need to be so frugal right now. We'll just buy more when we run out. I can still afford to support you. Qin Yun said with a smile. Qin Ling grew up under strict discipline and was used to being frugal. Even when her pencils were almost used up, she would still hold on to them and couldn't bear to throw them away. Okay, bro. This pen is still usable. It would be a waste to throw it away. Qin Ling spoke up. With the exam approaching, Qin Ling is studying hard almost every day. She even eats in just over 10 minutes, rushing upstairs as soon as she finishes. Don't overwork yourself. Studying is just one path. Even if you don't pass the exam, there are other paths you can take. Qin Yun still gave his instructions. Don't worry, bro. You've created such great learning conditions for me. I'm sure I'll do well on the exam the day after tomorrow. Qin Ling, however, was determined that she would do well on the exam this time. Okay, then I'll personally take you there the day after tomorrow. I'll come find you as soon as you leave the exam hall. Qin Yun said with a smile, then chatted with Qin Ling for a while before returning to his room. The next morning, Qin Yun took the key and opened the storage room. Later, I wanted to start my own company, and unlike the company I'm currently running selling Hawthorn juice, it would require a lot of money. With the implementation of the above policies, Matai liquor has become extremely difficult to obtain, and it has reached a high price of more than 20 yuan per bottle on the black market. Although it's not like the thousands or two in later generations, prices aren't too high now, so selling it now is undoubtedly the most suitable option. Qin Yun left about 10 bottles, called Huang Wentian and the others over, put the wine on a cart, and pushed it to the alley where Boss Pai was. Ma Tontian was in charge of counting and transporting the goods. Looking at so much Matai, he was so envious that his eyes almost popped out. He vividly remembered how many people called Qin Yun a fool when he spent so much money on wine. While wine does get better with age, if you just leave it there, what's the point of spending all your money on wine if you're not living a normal life? Now it seems that Qin Yun's investment acumen was several times ahead of theirs. Oh, what a rare guest. Mr. Qin, what brings you here today? As soon as Qin Yun sat down, Boss Pai made a teasing remark. Since he sent Qin Si Hai and the others in last time, he hasn't come back to see Boss Pai even once. Qin Yun smiled and said, Isn't it because I have something to discuss with Boss Pai? Let's sell all the Matai we brought this time. Upon hearing this, Boss Pai was stunned. Now that Matai is soaring in price, it might not be a good idea to sell it now, right? If you need money anywhere, Just let me know, and I'll lend it to you. Qin Yun shook his head. I don't have the habit of borrowing money. In his previous life, Qin Yun had witnessed too many tragedies where families were ruined and people died because of borrowing money. He had originally planned to follow the crowd into business, but in the end, he lost everything. No matter the era, only a minority of businessmen are able to make money. And Qin Yun paused for a moment, then continued, haven't you noticed? Although the price of Matai has gone up, people's wages and prices have also gone up. Now might not be the worst time to make a move. After thinking for a moment, Boss Pai nodded. To be honest, she had never thought about that question. Okay, I'll take all these Matai liquors. I'll start at 25 yuan per bottle, and if I make a profit later, I'll share the money with you. Qin Yun nodded. Doing business with someone like Boss Pai was the perfect fit. But Mr. Qin, could you tell me what lucrative industry you've got your eye on? So I can get a piece of the pie too. Boss Pai said with a smile. Qin Yun didn't hide anything and said directly, I plan to do renovations. Furnish. Boss Pai was a little confused. Can't you just find someone to make it? A carpenter makes the furniture, and a painter paints the walls. What? You want to be a foreman? Qin Yun shook his head. Although Boss Pai is smart, he is still a person of this era, and his thinking is still limited. Clothing, food, housing, and transportation are always people's primary needs. Once you have money, you want to buy better clothes, eat better food, and naturally want to live in better housing. As for transportation, that's not something you or I can control on Earth. So, when it comes to housing, once you buy a house, you definitely want to live comfortably. Qin Yun continued. But people nowadays still lack aesthetic sense, so I'll design and decorate for them and earn a fee. Boss Pai nodded, seemingly understanding, but not quite. She always felt that such things were unnecessary, and that people's current mindset is to spend as little money as possible. Anyway, I still hope you can make a lot of money. Boss Pai poured Qin Yun a glass of red wine. To celebrate in advance. Qin Yun smiled, picked up his wine glass, and drank it all in one gulp. He chatted with Boss Pai for a long time before returning to the courtyard. His assessment of the times was correct. After accumulating his first pot of gold by fishing, his goals went far beyond that. Now that he has been reborn, he is determined to change everything. Standing at the pinnacle of the times. The next morning, Qin Yun and her younger sister Qin Ling packed their things together. After checking and making sure nothing was left behind, Qin Yun rode her bicycle to the gate of Luoqing Middle School. Brother, I got in. I'm sure I'll do well on the exam this time. Around 8 o'clock, Qin Ling nodded to Qin Yun and skipped into the examination room. Qin Yun smiled and waved to Qin Ling, saying, Don't be nervous, believe in yourself. After his younger sister disappeared from sight, Qin Yun turned around, got on his bicycle, and arrived at Qingqing University. As soon as Qin Yun entered the campus, he saw an unexpected figure. It was Qin Wentong. Chapter 133 Sugarcane Man. Several people stood next to Qin Wentong, holding books in their hands. They clearly possessed a strong sense of justice. Senior, please help me. I'm really desperate. Hiring a lawyer outside is just too expensive. Qin Wentong looked extremely humble, almost kneeling down to beg the people in front of him. My grandmother and I are both unfortunate people. I am from the countryside, and I have worked incredibly hard to get into university. My grandmother is old and should have been enjoying her retirement, but I never expected this to happen. My father made a mistake, but he was also tempted by others. He can't be blamed for this. Hearing Qin Wentong's words, the seniors standing to the side couldn't help but frown. One of them spoke up, Junior, in principle, we are all alumni and should help each other, but we still have classes to attend and a lot of things to learn. A shadow crossed Qin Wentong's eyes, but he quickly put on a smiling face again. Senior, please do me a favor. You've all passed the certification exam and have the ability to litigate. Besides, we need practical activities to graduate from our school, right? But no matter what Qin Wentong said, the group shook their heads and remained unmoved. Qin Wentong had already cursed the others to the bone in his heart, but he couldn't show it on the surface. Just then, he suddenly caught a glimpse of Qin Yun. His eyes lit up immediately. Immediately afterwards, Qin Wentong pointed at Qin Yun. Senior, it's him. He's my own brother Qin Yun. But after he made money, he was like a different person. Not only did he want to separate from us, he also sent my father to prison. My dad wouldn't normally have been sentenced to such a long time, but he has some connections in the city, and he managed to get 8 years. Qin Wentong was very clever. He only mentioned the fact that Qin Yun had sent Qin Sihai to prison, but he didn't say that Qin Sihai had brought this upon himself. As for relationships, Qin Yun never used them. Upon hearing Qin Wentong's words, the expressions of the others changed. The senior who had just spoken darkened his eyes. Is he really such a despicable person? It's absolutely true. Seeing that there was a chance, Qin Wentong immediately spoke up. The senior student said coldly, "In that case, I, Zhao Wei, will have to take charge." People of this era, especially those who study law, have a scholarly spirit in their hearts. Whenever they see injustice, they want to provide help to the best of their ability. A surge of excitement immediately flashed through Qin Wentong's mind. Among these senior students, Zhao Wei was the best, and he also had experience representing others in court. With him taking action, that would be the best outcome. Wait a minute, senior, that person looks like Gao Yunshu's boyfriend. Just then, one of them spoke up again, and I've heard of him. He was even praised at a large meeting before. Hearing this, Zhao Wei hesitated again. How could someone who has been praised at a major conference be as incompetent as Qin Wentong described? Seeing Zhao Wei's expression, Qin Wentong's heart sank, but after a moment, a smile appeared on his lips. He then walked over to Zhao Wei and sighed. What a pity, it really could have been. What's so regrettable? Zhao Wei asked. Qin Wentong said, it's a pity that Gao Yunshu is excellent in figure, appearance, studies, and character, but she was deceived by this person and lost her way. He used his connections in the county town to deliberately enhance his image. Holding a large meeting to praise him was just one part of it. It was like a wolf wearing a sheep's coat to get close to Gao Yunshu. But Gao Yunshu just happens to fall for this. Qin Wentong looked up and glanced at the expressions on the faces of the others. The senior students' expressions had already turned somewhat unpleasant. Gao Yunshu was their undisputed goddess, but they never expected to be so easily deceived by such a person. I think there's only one way to break Gao Yunshu up with him right now, and that's to expose his true colors. The best opportunity now is to help me fight a lawsuit, Qin Wentong said seemingly casually. Do you still remember our university motto? Dare to be the first, uphold justice and fairness. Zhao Wei initially ignored Qin Wentong, but the more he thought about it, the more he felt that Qin Wentong's words made some sense. We've got this senior in trouble. That kid's no good. He even dared to deceive Gao Yunshu. Let's fight this lawsuit and expose his lies. One of them finally couldn't hold back any longer and spoke up directly. The others echoed in agreement. Zhao Wei nodded one last time. Okay, Junior, we agree to this. We'll gather the materials and file a case later. A smile immediately appeared on Qin Wentong's face. Now let's see what you, Qin Yun, can do. Just as Qin Wentong and the others turned to leave to make some preparations, a beautiful figure suddenly appeared in the distance. Today, Gao Yunshu was wearing a light green dress, and her skin, as smooth as delicate porcelain, extended from the hem of the dress, making her look absolutely stunning. She wore a pair of off-white sandals, and her eyes crinkled into crescents, instantly drawing everyone's attention. However, Gao Yunshu didn't even glance at them. She walked straight up to Qin Yun and naturally took his arm. This scene infuriated Zhao Wei and his companions. Since when can a con man win the heart of a beautiful woman? Qin Yun noticed the gazes of the group, but he didn't care. After all, when walking with Gao Yunshu, he often encountered such gazes. Qin Yun, what brings you here? Gao Yunshu smiled and spoke to Qin Yun. My sister is taking an exam and I didn't have much to do, so I came to see you. Let's go out for a meal together. Qin Yun spoke up. Great, get out of class just ended. The food in the cafeteria is awful. She truly is a beauty. Even when she's complaining, she looks stunning. Just as the two were about to walk out of the school, Zhao Wei and his group suddenly blocked Qin Yun and Gao Yunshu's way. Yunshu, listen to me. Qin Yun is no good. You should break up with him as soon as possible. Zhao Wei stared intently at Gao Yunshu and spoke. Qin Wentong stood to the side, a hint of coldness in his eyes. When Qin Yun saw Qin Wentong there, he already had a guess in his mind that Qin Wentong was most likely behind this. That's right, Yinshu, you're so beautiful. You could find any man you want. Why waste your time on this one? There's a saying that goes something like this. This kind of man is like sugar cane. He's sweet at first, but the more you eat him, the uglier and more scummy he becomes. Chapter 134 became the defendant. Qin Yun sneered inwardly. He was the one who said those words to annoy Qin Wentong. But he didn't expect Qin Wentong to remember them and now use them against him. Just as he was about to say something, Gao Yinshu spoke up. Abandoning her usual gentle demeanor, she frowned and said, "What happens between Qin Yun and me is none of your business. In my heart, Qin Yun is the most handsome man. Moreover, Qin Yun has always been devoted to me. I have the ability, and I believe that Qin Yun will not let me down. Also, I want to remind you that making friends unwisely can sometimes lead to serious mistakes." As she said this, Gao Yinshu deliberately glanced at Qin Wentong. She was incredibly intelligent and realized that Qin Wentong was probably behind this. After saying that, he ignored what the others wanted to say, turned around, and walked out of the school with Qin Yun. Watching Gao Yinshu's retreating figure, the group all let out a long sigh. It seems Gao Yinshu has been quite fooled by this kid. Zhao Wei's gaze fell on Qin Yun, and he said slowly in a deep voice, "Gao Yinshu is a good girl. Even if she looks down on us, we can't let her continue down the wrong path. Junior, go back and prepare the materials. We'll also start preparing to sue him." Zhao Wei then turned to Qin Wentong and said. Qin Wentong immediately nodded in agreement. He had originally thought that Gao Yinshu's words would make the others suspicious, but now it seemed that there was no need to worry. Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu arrived at the state-run restaurant, ordered a few dishes at random, and after eating, the two walked towards the school. Looking at the time, my younger sister should have finished her exams by now. Wait a minute, hasn't my little sister bought any clothes in a long time? As they walked past the department store, Gao Yinshu suddenly stopped and asked Qin Yun a question. Qin Yun slapped his forehead. To be fair, although he usually cares about Qin Ling a lot, he is, after all, a man, and there are some things he doesn't consider. Qin Ling has indeed not bought any new clothes for a long time. Seeing the expression on Qin Yun's face, Gao Yinshu walked straight into the department store and picked out several outfits in no time. As the older brother, you have to be more careful in the future. The city is not like the countryside. People here don't dress well. These children in the city still have a competitive mentality. When they see clothes that are unfashionable, they will inevitably gossip about them. Qin Yun nodded to himself, making a mental note of it. Qin Ling is now his only family. If anyone dares to bully Qin Ling, he will do everything in his power to make them pay the price. After buying the clothes, Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu waited for Qin Ling outside the examination hall. A short while later, Qin Ling skipped and hopped out of the examination room. His face was beaming with smiles. "Brother, I'm sure I'll do well on this exam. I know all the questions, and I've answered them all." Sharp. Qin Yun didn't hold back his praise, patted Qin Ling's little head, and said, "Now that the exam is over, I'll cook you a nice meal tonight as a reward. The exams now are much simpler than they were later. You only need to take 2 exams. Come here, little sister. These clothes your older sister bought for you. You'll look beautiful in them." Gao Yinshu handed the clothes in her hand to Qin Ling. "Thank you, sister." Qin Ling smiled. When she first saw Gao Yinshu, she didn't have much affection for this beautiful older sister. Instead, she had higher hopes for Qin Shuqi, with whom she spent every day, because she always felt that Gao Yinshu was from a different world than them. But as they spent more time together, she realized that Gao Yinshu was a very, very good person, and more importantly, Qin Yun liked her very much. As they talked, they walked to the farmer's market, bought some vegetables and meat, and returned to the courtyard, where they cooked more than a dozen dishes. Huang Kuan and the others were genuinely happy for Qin Ling. After spending so much time together, Qin Ling had become like their own younger sister. Although they were all making a lot of money now, they still had some regrets in their hearts. If I had studied harder back then, I would be in college by now, right? Little sister, when will the exam results be released? Qin Yun asked with a smile. 5 days later. While picking up some food, Qin Ling said, "Only 5 people took the exam this time, and the teacher said the papers will be graded quickly." Qin Yun smiled and nodded. When we first approached the principal, he shared the same sentiment. Since the large-scale entrance exams had already concluded, and there were only a few candidates scheduled for the subsequent exams. After the meal, Qin Yun and the others finished eating and then took Gao Yinshu back home. The next morning, Qin Yun took the money and the certificate and went to the Industry and Commerce Department. Now that we've almost finished recruiting staff and land, it's time to register the company, and the director and Gao Rui are both overseeing it. He was the first to try something new, and countless eager people were watching him. If we fail to achieve results, the entire private sector market in the county will stagnate. But at this moment, Qin Yun was full of confidence. He believed that he would never become just another ordinary person. Upon arriving at the Industry and Commerce Department, the staff member was a short-haired young woman who exuded a refreshing yet capable air. "Hello, comrade. What kind of service do you need?" the woman asked. Qin Yun handed over the documents. "Hello. I want to establish a company. These are the letters of authorization from the director and Director Gao. I also brought the other documents with me." As he spoke, Qin Yun handed the other items to the woman. The woman's eyes lit up immediately. Their department was newly established and didn't have many functions. On her first day at work, she heard that a young man had just received recognition from above. They will come here to complete the procedures, adding fuel to the fire of the county's private economy. Thinking of this, the woman couldn't help but look at Qin Yun curiously a few more times, wondering how someone so young could gain such great favor. They will surely achieve great things in the future. "Wait a moment, comrade. I'll handle it for you now," the woman continued. "I may envy you, but the necessary procedures can't be omitted." Qin Yun smiled and nodded. With the certificates from the director and Director Gao, it was like having a green light all the way, so he wasn't worried. Just when he thought it would be done quickly, a woman's voice made him frown. "Notification: we just received an official document stating that you are now a defendant and cannot establish a company at this time." Defendant? Qin Yun was stunned. How could he have become a defendant when he was perfectly fine? Chapter 135. Uncle Gao helps. Qin Yun then asked, "Can I see the document?" The woman shook her head. "I'm sorry, comrade. These are the regulations, and you are not authorized to view them. However, you can go home and wait for the summons, which should arrive soon." Qin Yun nodded, then went out, got on his bicycle, and headed home. Sure enough, just as Qin Yun returned home, a staff member arrived at the door. "Comrade, your name is Qin Yun?" The staff member looked up and asked. Seeing Qin Yun nod, the staff member handed the summons to Qin Yun and then said, "The court hearing is scheduled for 3 days from now. Please be on time." "Good." Qin Yun took the invoice, walked back to the courtyard, and immediately opened it to read it. Upon seeing this, Qin Yun immediately frowned. It clearly states above that the plaintiffs are Qin Wentong and Old Lady Qin. The demands are simple. He should pay 50 yuan a month in alimony and also pay for Qin Wentong's food every month. Qin Yun was so angry he laughed. The Qin family is truly incorrigible. I managed to crack the previous attempts, but now I've come up with such a wicked method. At this time, Huang Kuan and the others also returned home. When I saw this invoice, I almost jumped up from the ground in anger. The Qin family is really going too far. They want you to pay alimony? That's ridiculous. That's right. If Brother Yun and Qin Ling were still at home, they would probably have starved to death by now. Brother Yun has already been arrested and taken inside. Others chimed in, saying that they had witnessed firsthand how the Qin family treated Qin Yun and his sister. They've actually made such a request. It's utterly shameless. Brother Yun, what do you suggest? I don't know much about court matters. How about I go beat up Qin Wentong right now and vent my anger? Sun Dazhuang rubbed his fists, already having a plan in mind. Under the cover of night, he would simply put the kid in a sack and beat him up. Qin Yun shook his head. Now he realized that Qin Wentong had only just started university, and his major wasn't even this. Yesterday, when he and Gao Yinshu came out, a group of law students blocked their way. Zhao Wei, who was in charge, also spoke ill of him to Gao Yinshu. This shows that Qin Wentong has already persuaded them. If I were to beat up Qin Wentong at this critical juncture, wouldn't that give others ammunition to criticize me? I'll figure out a solution to this. You don't need to worry about it for now. Qin Yun said that after dinner, He bought some gifts and went to Gao Rui's house by himself. Oh, Qin Yun's here? Why didn't you come back with Yin Shu this time? What's wrong? Did you have a fight? When Gao Rui saw Qin Yun arrive, a smile immediately appeared on his face, and he asked a question. Qin Yun shook his head. Without Uncle Gao, Yin Shu is such a good girl. Why would I have a falling out with her? I've come here today because I need your help with something. Gao Rui understood the meaning behind the words and led Qin Yun directly to the study. After pouring Qin Yun a cup of tea, he said, "What's wrong? Tell me about it." Qin Yun told Gao Rui about receiving the court summons that day, and Gao Rui immediately frowned. Director Liu and he are the main people responsible for promoting the development of the private economy in the county. They have held several meetings with higher authorities. Other counties are just waiting to see them make a fool of themselves. This happened at such a critical juncture. Isn't this just trying to make them look bad? I'll talk to Director Liu right now and ask him to put this matter on hold for you, at least until you've got your company up and running. Gao Rui spoke directly. Qin Yun shook his head. Uncle Gao, this matter absolutely cannot be handled this way. This time, Qin Wentong found law students from Qingqing University. They will be the backbone of this city in the future. If we forcefully suppress them, it will not be good for your and Director Liu's image. And doesn't this just confirm that I'm an ungrateful wretch? Qin Yun continued. Moreover, Yin Shu is also at Qingqing University, so she will probably be the subject of gossip in the future. After listening to Qin Yun's analysis, Gao Rui nodded in agreement. We really can't act impulsively like we did before. Law students have always been fiercely opposed to evil, and even if the facts are not true, their attitude will still arouse their sense of justice. Things might get out of control then. Thinking this way, Gao Rui appreciated Qin Yun even more. Okay, then how about this? Since this has already happened, and they are in the wrong, we might as well respond to the lawsuit fairly and squarely. I'll find you a lawyer. Prepare your materials carefully these next few days, and you'll definitely beat them in court. Gao Rui spoke up. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Uncle Gao, that's what I think too. Okay, let's handle this like this. I'll let you know first, and you can go see him directly tomorrow with the materials you have. He will accompany you on the investigation. Then thank you very much, Uncle Gao. Qin Yun spoke up. Child, there's no need to thank me now. Your good care of Yin Shu is the best way to thank me. Gao Rui also said with a smile. After talking for a while, Qin Yun got up to take his leave. The next day, Qin Yun got up early, bought gifts, and brought a few fish with him. He then went to the address Gao Rui had given him the day before. There are also some supporting materials. Hello, comrade. You must be Qin Yun? Director Gao has already spoken to me about this. Don't worry. I will definitely cooperate with you fully in this matter. This is also an apartment building, but it's not as nice as Gao Rui's. The house is quite simple, with only a sofa, a few chairs, a dining table, and a bed. Hello, Attorney Zhou. These are some gifts I bought for you. Please accept them. Judging from his appearance, Zhou Xing must have been working for a short time. After seeing what Qin Yun brought, he said repeatedly, "This matter was originally assigned to me by Director Gao. It's really inappropriate for me to accept your things now." Qin Yun smiled and said, "What are you saying? These things don't cost much. This fish is a local specialty from my hometown. I caught it myself, so it didn't cost me anything. You're not as old as me, so if you don't mind, just call me brother." Qin Yun's few simple words quickly bridged the gap between the two. Sometimes, the results of doing things on someone else's urging are completely different from doing things on your own initiative and with your best efforts. Okay, then I'll call you Brother Yun. Zhou Xing said. Here's what I'm thinking. I'll take a look at the materials you brought first, and then I'll go to the prison with you to retrieve Qin Sihai's case file. As long as the information you provide is true and valid, you will definitely win the case. Chapter 136 Killing Someone by Destroying Their Spirit. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, placing the materials on the table. Zhou Xing didn't waste any words. He took out a few pieces of paper and a pen from the side and began to take notes. Qin Yun brought out quite a few things. From the certificate issued by the brigade when the family was first divided, to the certificates issued to Qin Yun by other people in Qinshui village later. Everyone knows exactly what kind of people the Qin family are. They even went to Qin Yun's house to steal food before. In addition, there were all sorts of other things, one after another, which accumulated into a whole stack later. Brother Yun, to be honest, according to the rules of the court, many of these things cannot actually be considered evidence. But these few pieces of evidence are enough to prevent them from overturning the verdict. Zhou Xing took out a few of them and waved them in front of Qin Yun, then said, "Let's go, Brother Yun. Let's go to the prison to retrieve the files." After saying that, the two set off directly to the prison. The county prison wasn't far from here. The two arrived at the prison and explained their purpose. The prison guards didn't stop them and directly gave them their files. "Besides, you should probably want to see your father, right?" Just as Qin Yun was about to turn and leave, the prison guard continued. "Qin Sihai's condition isn't too good right now." Qin Yun was about to wave his hand in refusal. Qin Sihai's current state only proves the saying, "Good and evil will eventually be rewarded." Moreover, given all the shameless things he had done to him and his younger sister before, Qin Yun felt no pity for him whatsoever. But just then, Zhou Xing tugged at his arm from behind and said, "Brother Yun, you should still meet with him. I'm thinking of trying to get some evidence out of him that would be in our favor." Hearing Zhou Xing say this, Qin Yun nodded. A moment later, a prison guard came over and said, "Comrade, everything is ready." Qin Yun nodded, then turned and walked inside with Zhou Xing. The space inside was large, unlike in later times when there was a glass partition in the middle. Instead, there was only a long table in the middle, and Qin Sihai was sitting opposite him. At this moment, Qin Sihai's eyes were full of hope. When the prison guard informed him, he didn't say much, only that his son had come to visit him. Qin Sihai naturally thought of Qin Wentong. After all, in his mind, only Qin Wentong was worthy of being his son. As for Qin Yun, he's not even as good as a bastard. However, when Qin Yun appeared outside the door, the light in his eyes instantly went out. Instead, his face was filled with resentment. "What, it's you? What? Did you come all the way to the prison just to see me make a fool of myself?" Qin Sihai spoke coldly. If it weren't for the silver bracelet on his wrist, he would have already slapped Qin Yun across the face. "Brother Yun, if he can answer those questions I told you before, our chances of winning will increase even more." Zhou Xing whispered his instructions. Qin Yun nodded, then plopped down opposite Qin Sihai with a smile on his face. Of course, after all, not everyone has the opportunity to visit their father in prison, especially a father who has committed heinous crimes. Qin Yun spoke coldly, immediately causing the veins on Qin Sihai's forehead to bulge. The prison guard standing to the side also showed a hint of surprise on his face. This was the first time he had ever heard a father and son talk like this. They sounded like two enemies. "If there's nothing else, get out of here now," Qin Sihai continued. Qin Yun smiled faintly, turned around, and said something to Zhou Xing. Zhou Xing soon returned with 2 packs of cigarettes. Qin Yun waved his hand at Qin Sihai. "It's not like outside in prison. It's hard to buy anything there. I bought these things because I felt sorry for you." As he spoke, Qin Yun handed the 2 packs of cigarettes to the prison guard. The prison guard gave Qin Yun a meaningful look, while Qin Sihai's face immediately darkened. Cigarettes are a form of hard currency in prison. There are lots of smokers inside, who wouldn't want to have a couple of puffs. But there really aren't any quotas available in prison right now. So if you want to smoke, you can only have someone bring it in from outside. But if someone is watching you inside the prison, you can enjoy a good smoke. But more often than not, the cigarettes you bought were stolen by others, and you even got beaten up. The cigarettes Qin Yun brought this time were quite expensive, belonging to the high-end cigarettes of this era. If it's not delivered again, even if you do nothing, you'll be suspected of hiding it, and you'll get beaten up. Qin Yun wanted to make him uncomfortable. Looking at the scars on Qin Sihai's face, Qin Yun knew he had done the right thing. There is a hierarchy of contempt even in prison. People like Qin Sihai, who deal in human organs, are undoubtedly at the very bottom of the prison hierarchy. If the cigarettes that were sent in were given to one person and not another, then everyone would probably give Qin Sihai a couple of whacks. "Qin Yun, you son of a bitch, the only thing I regret now is not killing you before I came in." Qin Sihai's emotions suddenly surged, and he stared intently at Qin Yun. Qin Yun shrugged indifferently and continued to add fuel to the fire for Qin Sihai. "Qin Sihai, you can go in if you want, but your wife and children and your mother are still outside." A few days ago, old lady Qin Wentong came to my door to ask me for some money. So, should we give this money or not? Looking into Qin Sihai's eyes, Qin Yun calmly said, after all, the Qin family is the most principled in Qin Shui village. Get out of here. The Qin family won't use your money. I will support my mother myself, and I will pay for my son's tuition myself. Qin Sihai suddenly roared. You're just a piece of trash who couldn't even get into university. You made some money by luck, but you'll lose it all sooner or later, and you'll be finished. As he spoke, Qin Sihai stood up and threw a punch straight at Qin Yun. Qin Yun quickly dodged backward. If it weren't for the silver bracelet, he would have really been hit by Qin Sihai. The prison guards immediately stepped forward and stopped Qin Sihai. The prisoner was agitated, so the visit was ended early. The prison guard spoke to Qin Yun, though he didn't know what grudge Qin Yun had against Qin Sihai. However, Qin Yun's visit was in accordance with regulations, so he couldn't say much. Qin Yun stood up. Excuse me, prison guard, could you please give me a few more minutes? I'll just say one more word to him, and then leave. After saying that, Qin Yun spoke directly to Qin Sihai, without waiting for the prison guard's approval. I'll also tell you something else. Your good wife Luo Fengjiao has also left and moved into a tenement. Old Mrs. Qin Wentong went to see her. But guess what? Luo Fengjiao called over another man from the tenement and beat them both up. Chapter 137, Obtaining Evidence. TSK, Luo Fengjiao is really capable. She has gained such good popularity in such a short time. Although Qin Yun did not explicitly state it, the implied meaning in his words was clear to everyone. What does it mean to kill someone by destroying their spirit? This is what you call killing someone by destroying their spirit. For a man, there is no greater blow than this. Qin Yun has simply taken advantage of him. Qin Yun, you're talking nonsense. I'll kill you. Upon hearing this, Qin Sihai went completely mad, desperately trying to break free from the control of the prison guards and rush forward to make Qin Yun pay the price. Behave yourself. The prison guard frowned, and several staff members immediately came over, pinned Qin Sihai down, and escorted him inside. Even after Qin Sihai disappeared from Qin Yun's sight, he continued to curse and swear. He kept saying it was impossible. Seeing that their goal had been achieved, Qin Yun and Zhou Xing did not linger and walked out directly. Brother Yun, I have already written down Qin Sihai's answers. Qin Sihai just tried to hit you, and he said the Qin family wouldn't take a single penny from you. Zhou Xing said, with this evidence, we can use it as a support point. After all, when Qin Sihai was sentenced, it was not said that he was deprived of other rights, but only detained. Qin Yun nodded, and Zhou Xing continued. Okay, then I'll go fill out a form and get a stamp. Although there are no cameras or similar devices in this era, there were quite a few prison guards present just now. Moreover, Zhou Xing had identification on him, and after showing it to the prison guard, it was quickly stamped. The two people took the certificates and rode their bicycles home. Sugarcane Man, what are you doing in prison? Let me tell you, leave Gao Yunshu as soon as possible, or you'll be in for a world of hurt after tomorrow's trial. Just as the two of them turned a corner, a group of people suddenly walked towards them. The leader was none other than Qin Wentong. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. It seemed they had also come to see Qin Sihai. Zhao Wei, one of them, immediately spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yunli didn't even glance at him, but Zhou Xing, who was standing next to him, coldly said, Young man, you are studying law, and in principle, it is your right to defend others, but I still want to remind you of something. In the legal profession, reputation is of utmost importance. If you are involved in a notorious case, it will not be good for your future career. I studied law for 3 years. How I litigate, and for whom I litigate is none of your business. In fact, I can tell you that I have already litigated 3 cases during my university years. I won every single one of them. Zhao Wei's face was full of pride. I believe that this time, I will definitely win. Zhou Xing shook his head and didn't say anything more. Some paths, after all, must be walked by oneself to know the joys and sorrows along the way. That's all we have to say, we'll be leaving now. Zhou Xing said something casually, and then walked forward with Qin Yun. However, Zhao Wei and his group arrived at the prison gate. Hello, we are lawyers. This is Qin Sihai's son. He wants to meet his father. Zhao Wei spoke to the prison guard. After all, he was just a student, and his ability to investigate evidence was far less sophisticated than Zhou Xing's. He never even thought to look at Qin Sihai's case file. Why are there so many people here to see Qin Sihai today? The prison guard muttered something, but did not stop them, letting them wait where they were. Unlike later generations, there were no rules limiting visits to a certain number of times per month in this era. Qin Sihai was called out again shortly after he went in. However, his expression softened when he saw that it was Qin Wentong. "Dad, we're going to sue Qin Yun." Before Qin Sihai could even sit down properly, Qin Wentong spoke up. Qin Sihai interrupted Qin Wentong and asked, "Did you go to see Luo Fengjiao earlier?" Qin Wentong was taken aback, but still nodded. "Dad, how did you know?" Qin Sihai's voice became even more urgent. "Did Luo Fengjiao also have someone beat you up?" Qin Wentong nodded. "Dad, it makes me angry to talk about this. Didn't you give her more than 100 yuan before? But now we have no money left. So my grandma and I thought we should go to her and get the money back. But to our surprise, she turned on us and said that she hadn't married us and was going to find someone else in the city." Upon hearing Qin Wentong's words, Qin Sihai was struck dumb. His fists clenched tightly. He hadn't expected Luo Fengjiao to be such a woman. They just took his money and ran away. Moreover, he hadn't been in prison long before he went straight to another man. They're worse than animals. "Dad, I also wanted to ask if you have any money left?" "We're all ready." Qin Wentong asked again, his voice filled with hope. Qin Sihai used to be very rich. He could easily pull out several 10 yuan bills from his pocket. "I'm stuck in here. Where am I supposed to get you money?" Qin Sihai frowned immediately. Ever since Qin Wentong came to prison, he hadn't shown him any concern. Even when he saw the scars on his face, he remained unmoved. All they know is to ask themselves for money. Upon hearing this, Qin Wentong's face immediately darkened. "Junior, it's getting late. Let's hurry up and start questioning your uncle. You don't have much evidence right now. If we don't get any evidence that's in our favor this time, the subsequent lawsuits will probably be very difficult to win." Zhao Wei frowned and spoke. Qin Wentong seemed to wake up from a dream, and immediately gave Qin Sihai a wink. Qin Sihai immediately understood. No matter what, Qin Sihai would be willing to do anything to make Qin Yun pay the price. "Uncle, I want to ask you why you were imprisoned." Zhao Wei took out paper and pen and asked. Qin Sihai thought for a moment, sighed, and said, "Qin Yun, it's all Qin Yun. Actually, I was misled into participating in this illegal and criminal activity. But my current predicament is inextricably linked to Qin Yun." Qin Sihai then spoke, his words implying that he was placing almost all the blame on Qin Yun. Zhao Wei was taking notes frequently. Seeing that the collection was almost complete, Zhao Wei put away his pen and paper. If the facts are really as Uncle said, we have a lot of confidence in going to court. Qin Wentong's eyes immediately lit up. All right, senior. Let's go now and go back to gather the evidence so that Qin Yun will pay the price." Chapter 138, All Come to Testify. Zhao Wei glanced at Qin Sihai, whose expression wasn't good, and asked, "Aren't you going to talk to your dad anymore?" Without thinking, Qin Wentong said, "No need, the lawsuit is the priority." Zhao Wei didn't say much after hearing this, and then asked, "Junior, in terms of providing evidence, it would be more beneficial for us if we could find some more people willing to speak on your behalf." Qin Wentong was taken aback upon hearing this. "Senior, is this really necessary? Ultimately, we have to rely on ourselves to handle lawsuits." It wasn't that Qin Wentong didn't want to look, but rather that he simply couldn't find the right person. Throughout Qingshui village, people near and far all had some opinions about the Qin family, especially as soon as they returned to the village. He Wenho and Wu Shui wished they could skin him alive. After all, neither of them has kidneys now. Moreover, unlike Qin Sihai before, he didn't have a continuous source of income. Although the amount of money received was not small, it ultimately decreased as they were spent. Wu Shui, in particular, now has money, but he can no longer drink his favorite wine. "Last time I couldn't resist drinking too much, and well, I passed out completely. It took me a long time to slowly wake up." Hearing Qin Wentong say this, Zhao Wei could only reply, "That's true. After all, it can only serve as supporting evidence." After saying that, he and Qin Wentong left together. Qin Sihai sat there, staring blankly at Qin Wentong's departing figure. Sure enough, Qin Wentong didn't ask him a single question until the very end, and his departing figure was so resolute. For the first time, Qin Sihai wondered if he had raised the wrong son. Meanwhile, Qin Yun had already ridden his bicycle home. As soon as I entered, I heard a lively sound coming from the courtyard. I opened the door and was immediately stunned. Inside sat many familiar faces from Qingshui village, including Sun Dazhuang's father, Sun Zhu, and Li Ho. Huang Kuan, who was chatting with everyone, saw Qin Yun return and said, "Qin Yun, weren't we going to file a lawsuit?" When I went back to the village and mentioned it, everyone said they wanted to come. The Qin family has incurred the wrath of the masses. As Huang Kuan finished speaking, the others chimed in. That's right. Qin Yun, you're a good kid. You've helped a lot in the village. We all came here to help you this time. Qin Yun, listen to your uncle. The Qin family is the worst kind of scoundrel. I still have their IOU in my hand, but they just won't pay me. That's right. Qin boy, your aunt has proof that old lady Qin stole things from the brigade. Don't you think that counts as evidence? Qin Yun fished and sold hawthorns in the village, which required manpower, and Qin Yun offered a good price. With the wages Qin Yun paid them, plus their own savings, several families have already rebuilt their large brick houses. Even with Qin Yun's salary alone, the family's situation could be improved considerably. Hearing what everyone said, Qin Yun smiled and then bowed deeply to them. My fellow villagers of Qingshui village, it is my good fortune that you could come. Let's wait a moment and hand over all the evidence. I'll go and show it to my lawyer. I think that no matter how powerful the Qin family is, they will definitely lose this lawsuit. Qin Yun spoke up. Then Huang Dazhuang was instructed to collect all the evidence from everyone's hands, and Wang Zhu and his younger sister Qin Ling were to record what everyone was saying. Believe it or not, Wang Zhu has gotten back on track since breaking up with Sun Datong. She works diligently and gives part of her salary back to her parents and uses the rest to buy books. Now he is not only eloquent, but also has beautiful handwriting. Once all the evidence had been collected, Sun Zhu stood up and said, "All right, now that everyone has given everything to Qin Yun, let's go home." The others also prepared to go out. Although Qin Yun's rented house was quite large, it was still impossible for so many people to live there all at once. Qin Yun immediately stopped everyone. "Uncles and aunts, what are you saying? You've come all this way to the city. How can you just take one look and leave? Besides, it's getting late now. If we go back to Qingshui village, it will be midnight, and it's not safe to travel there. Listen to me today, and I'll make sure you can stay in the city comfortably for a few days. I'll cook some good food tonight." Everyone wanted to decline. Sun Zhu, in particular, was about to step out. He had heard from his son, Sun Dazhuang, that staying in the city for one night was not cheap, let alone with so many people. Wouldn't this bankrupt Qin Yun? Qin Yun didn't waste any words. He stood at the door, took out a wad of cash from his pocket, and handed it to Huang Kuan, asking him to book a hotel. He also asked Depang and Sun Dazhuang to go to the farmer's market to buy vegetables. The money has already been paid, and if we don't go to stay there, they won't give us a refund. Hearing Qin Yun say this, everyone could only agree. Soon, the vegetables and meat were bought back, and Huang Kuan and the others helped out while Qin Yun cooked the rice and stir-fried the dishes. More than an hour later, a large table was set up in the courtyard. This was specially made by the craftsman that Qin Yun had previously asked. Seeing the mouth-watering dishes on the table, everyone picked up their chopsticks at Qin Yun's urging. Old Wei also came to the dinner table and chatted happily with Sun Zhu. Qin Yun waited until everyone had almost finished eating before leading them to the hotel. 2 people share a room, and everything is prepared inside. "Qin Yun, this house is amazing. It must cost a lot of money to stay here for one night." Sun Zhu and Old Man Wei got along very well, and the two even drank some wine. They were both quite tipsy, but when they saw the soft bed inside, they still asked a question. Qin Yun shook his head. "It's not much money. Uncles, please stay here. After this matter is over, I'll treat you to a stroll around the county town. I booked it several days ago." Sun Zhu chuckled and then went inside. After Qin Yun and Huang Kuan had settled everyone in, it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening before they rode their bicycles home. The next morning, Zhou Xing came to find Qin Yun, and the others, having heard that the lawsuit was going to take place that day, also arrived at the courtyard early. The group then headed towards the courthouse. At that moment, Qin Wentong and his group arrived at the door. Upon seeing the large group of people behind Qin Yun, Zhao Wei's expression immediately turned sour. Previously, when asked to find some witnesses, Qin Wentong made all sorts of excuses. But now the other side has brought a whole group? According to what he said before, Qin Yun was an utterly wicked and ungrateful wretch. Chapter 139 Court Opening. Zhao Wei looked at Qin Wentong with some suspicion. A guilty look appeared on Qin Wentong's face as he said, "Senior, you can't look at it like that, can you? Don't let Qin Yun's respectable appearance fool you. He's actually full of bad intentions. And they are best at winning people's hearts." Qin Wentong glanced coldly at everyone and said, "What's that saying again? One who stays near vermilion gets stained red, and one who stays near ink gets stained black. They're all birds of a feather. Senior, you'd better withstand the pressure." Before Zhao Wei could say anything, old lady Qin couldn't hold back any longer and pointed at Qin Yun's nose, cursing, "You ungrateful little brat. How dare you show your face here? You've made so much money, but you won't share any with me or my eldest grandson. Are you even human? Once we get into this courthouse today, I'll make sure you bleed profusely." Grandma Qin pointed at Qin Yun and said, "Still running a hawthorn juice stall? I'm warning you. You'd better give the stall to Wentong right now. We can still leave you some savings now. Otherwise you'll have nothing left once the judge speaks." Hearing old lady Qin's outrageous statement, Qin Yun couldn't help but sneer inwardly. There are so many people who are ignorant of the law these days. Regardless of the judge's verdict, even if the hawthorn juice stall were given to these two people, within half a month, even the best business would be ruined by them. "Grandma Qin, you've really wasted your life." Sun Zhu raised an eyebrow and coldly retorted, "From childhood to adulthood, have you ever cared about Qin Yun and Qin Ling even once? Now that they're making money, they want a piece of the pie? Your Qin family really do seem to get all the good things in the world." Seeing that old lady Qin was about to speak again, one of the people next to her also spoke up. "Old lady Qin, you'd better pray for yourself now. We have a lot of evidence against you. Don't end up losing more than you gain." Old lady Qin was not someone to be trifled with, so she immediately rolled up her sleeves, ready to fight the group of heroes alone. Fortunately, Qin Wentong, who was standing nearby, pulled Qin's mother back. "This is in front of the courthouse, but the lawsuit hasn't even started yet." If Zhao Wei saw this, the senior he had worked so hard to get might just turn around and leave. After being persuaded by Qin Wentong, old lady Qin angrily walked into the courthouse. "Let's go, senior." Qin Wentong called out to Zhao Wei, who was standing behind him. Looking at so many indignant people, Zhao Wei's eyes revealed a hint of doubt. It's true that Qin Yun is rich now, and his business is booming. Even if we follow Qin Wentong's logic, these people are only here because of Qin Yun's money. But there couldn't possibly be that many. He turned to Qin Wentong and said in a deep voice, "Junior, what you told me before, it couldn't be false, could it?" "Of course not." Qin Wentong immediately spoke up, secretly adding in his mind, "It's just that they've been hiding some things." "That's good." Zhao Wei put aside his doubts and walked into the courthouse with Qin Wentong. Qin Yun and Zhou Xing led a group of people inside as well. After entering, a dozen minutes later, several judges walked in, slowly sat down, and announced the start of the trial. "Your Honor, you must do me justice. I've been wronged." Just as Zhao Wei stood up to state his case, Qin, the old lady in the plaintiff's seat, stood up and knelt down in front of the judge. Everyone was stunned. What kind of crazy thing is this? When did kneeling down and begging become effective? Even the judge was taken aback by this scene, and his gaze froze for a moment. "Your Honor, let me tell you, my grandson Qin Yun is a scoundrel. He bullies an old man like me. It's absolutely outrageous." Old Mrs. Qin was crying her eyes out, while constantly glancing at the judge's expression. In her memory, as long as she spoke sincerely, the master would definitely make a decision for her. That's how it's sung in the play, isn't it? It took the judge a moment to react, and he immediately picked up the gavel and slammed it down. "Nonsense. This is a courtroom, not your personal fiefdom." Old Mrs. Qin was puzzled. Why is this different from what I expected? Shouldn't the judge have already convicted Qin Yun? Why are you suddenly bringing up your own issues? Zhao Wei stepped forward and said, Auntie, this is a new era now. We don't follow this old ways anymore. Now that we have evidence, shouldn't we speak out about everything? Qin Wentong also stepped forward, a look of embarrassment on his face. He hadn't expected that old lady Qin would be so ignorant of the law. They actually went straight to the judge and started crying. Now, the plaintiff will make their statement. After Zhao Wei and Qin Wentong helped the old lady Qin back to her seat, the judge finally spoke. Dear Judge, here is the situation. Neither my wife, Qin Laotai, nor Qin Wentong, has the ability to earn money. However, Qin Yun, as a legal relative, has the ability and the obligation to provide support. It must be said that Zhao Wei truly deserves to be among the top in his field. His words are well-reasoned and supported by evidence. Given more time, he will definitely become a mature lawyer. As he spoke, Zhao Wei began to describe the information he had on hand. Grandma Qin and Qin Wentong nodded frequently as they listened. Each and every one of these items is something Qin Yun did. The following is the defendant's statement. After listening to Zhao Wei's statement, the judge spoke again. Why should they speak? Everything they've done is wrong. They have no right to speak. Old Mrs. Qin immediately stood up, pointed at Qin Yun, and said. The judge was completely bewildered. Shut up. If you say another word, I'll consider it contempt of court, and you'll be out right now. A judge sitting next to him spoke in a cold voice. His eyes and brows were filled with gloom. Upon hearing this, old lady Qin finally sat down with some grumbling. Your Honor, I am Qin Yun's lawyer. Regarding what Zhao Wei said, there are several extremely serious errors. Zhou Xing glanced at Zhao Wei indifferently and spoke. Zhao Wei's heart skipped a beat. His gaze immediately fell on Qin Wentong. Could it be that this kid had really lied to him? First of all, Qin Yun's character is impeccable. A few months ago, he bravely jumped into the water to save someone, and later assisted the police station in handling the case, which earned him high praise. They even held a special commendation ceremony for him. Zhou Xing spoke first, then handed the evidence to the clerk next to him. Several judges nodded after seeing this. They had heard about Qin Yun's commendation, which had even made it into the county newspaper. Chapter 140, I'll do it myself. First of all, regardless of the outcome of this case, I am going to sue them for defamation. Zhou Xing looked at Qin Wentong and old lady Qin. Defamation? I advise the opposing lawyer to focus on this case instead. Zhao Wei calmly said. We believe that although Qin Yun has separated from his family, the Qin family has given him everything that was due to him. It's unreasonable for Comrade Qin Yun to refuse to fulfill his obligations now. Bullshit. From his seat in the audience, Sun Zhu burst out cursing. When the family split up, the Qin family gave us absolutely nothing. If it weren't for Huang Kuan and his friends bringing some food, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to survive. Does the Qin family still have the nerve to say they gave him something? Sun Zhu's words resonated with those around him, who all chimed in. That's right. When Qin Yun separated from his family, the Qin family didn't even give him a single sweet potato. I have proof from Zhang Yong of our brigade. He worked in the village's production brigade. After Qin Yun was evicted, Zhang Yong found him a house, and he was the one who handled the subsequent documentation. Good. Zhou Xing's eyes immediately lit up. He handed the evidence to the judge and asked, Judge, if the facts are really as the Qin family says, that they gave everything to Qin Yun, how could Qin Yun not even have a house? After the judge saw it, he also glanced in the direction of the Qin family. There was some dissatisfaction in his eyes. Zhao Wei's expression was not very good. This kind of thing is not a good thing to happen in court. Qin Wentong still didn't tell the truth after all. He turned to look at Qin Wentong. Qin Wentong looked at old Madam Qin, scratched his head, and said, Oh, I was out when this matter was being handled. It was my grandmother who told me about it. She's getting old, so it's normal for her to make mistakes occasionally. Zhao Wei let out a long sigh of relief and continued. There's another matter. Qin Yun earned some money by fishing and bought some food, but when Grandma Qin came home and wanted to eat something. But Qin Yun arrested him as a thief and even forcibly took away the Qin family's mule by threatening him. You can't deny this, can you? Zhao Wei then spoke. Qin Yun sneered and said, Judge, There was indeed such a thing, but it was not done through any so-called coercion, and they didn't just want to eat something. They're here to rob us. Qin Yun recounted what happened that day, and Qin Ling, who was sitting in the audience, suddenly stood up, rolled up her sleeve, and revealed a scar on it. They're the ones who came to steal it. I never ate a single good thing while I was at the Qin family's house. Tears welled up in Qin Ling's eyes. My brother doesn't earn much money. He went to the city to buy me some meat and eggs, wanting to improve my life when he came back. But she and Luo Fengjiao came in and asked for some things. I had already given them some, but they were still not satisfied and tried to snatch my things. Among the audience were other people, and after hearing Qin Ling's account, anger immediately surfaced on their faces. You can know a person's face, but not their heart. I never thought this old lady could do such a thing. Yes, that little girl looked so pitiful. She had only earned a little money and had finally managed to buy some things, and she went and robbed them. How disrespectful to her elders. Listening to the chatter of the crowd, Zhao Wei, standing next to Qin Wentong, also frowned. As a lawyer, he inevitably had to deal with all sorts of people, and he knew that what the little girl in front of him said didn't seem like a lie. Then it can only mean that old lady Qin lied. If he had known this would be the outcome, no matter how eloquently Qin Wentong spoke, he would not have taken on this case. But now, Zhao Wei sighed. The lawsuit had already begun. He couldn't just walk away halfway through. With that in mind, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and speak. In court, the law is above sentiment. As a member of the Qin family, Qin Yun should take on the responsibility of supporting the elderly. Zhao Wei began with some difficulty. Qin Sihai is already in prison, and his family is also facing great hardship. Zhao Wei's words immediately caused an uproar among the people below. Damn it, this lawyer is a total jerk. He's defending someone like this. If I hadn't forgotten to buy rotten eggs today, I would have smashed them over this lawyer's head. I heard he's a student at Qingqing University? Shaw. Hearing the insults directed at him from below, Zhao Wei felt extremely distressed. He was always praised when he fought lawsuits before, but never before has he been met with such disdain. The law is above sentiment. Zhao Wei, why don't you ask him why Qin Sihai was arrested? Or I can show you his case file. Zhou Xing spoke coldly and handed the file to the person next to him. Qin Sihai was sentenced to 7 years in prison for his involvement in the trafficking of human organs. The judge took one look and immediately read it aloud. Zhao Wei felt a surge of anger rising in his chest and abdomen. He glared fiercely at Qin Wentong. Is this what you meant when you said Qin Sihai was deceived? How could they possibly have let other people slip in and take their kidneys? They're clearly blinded by money. Plaintiff, what other evidence do you have to provide? As things stand, while Qin Yun has an obligation to support old lady Qin, this matter is debatable because old lady Qin has failed to fulfill her duty of support. The judge began to speak. Seeing that Zhao Wei remained silent, Qin Wentong grew anxious and nudged him, saying, Senior, hurry up and argue with him. No matter what, we need him to give us some money. That's right. Qin Yun has made so much money. Why shouldn't I get it? Old Mrs. Qin also came over and spoke up. Zhao Wei was furious. What the hell is this guy? Just because someone made money, does that mean he should be given it to them? He finally understood that their descriptions of Qin Yun were completely false. They practically wanted to turn into vampires and cling to Qin Yun to suck his blood. He really wanted to curse out loud. But after glancing at the judge above, he forced himself to suppress his anger. All they could say was, we don't have enough evidence right now, so we can't get Qin Yun to pay. Can we debate this ourselves? Qin Wentong asked. Can. Zhao Wei nodded and simply sat down to the side. He really didn't want to defend the two of them anymore. Qin Wentong took a deep breath and stepped forward. It's just a lawsuit. I can handle it myself if necessary. Chapter 141 Biting Back. Qin Wentong was full of confidence. Who is he? He is the first college student from Qingshui village. Moreover, he saw Zhao Wei's debate just now, and it was completely devoid of any technical skill. It's just talking, isn't it? He spoke directly to the judge, saying, I think Qin Yun is wrong. He's a member of the Qin family, and now that he's made money, he should give it to us. Moreover, he was the one who sent Qin Sihai to jail, so he should be held responsible for this matter. As soon as Qin Wentong finished speaking, The judge immediately shook his head. When presenting evidence, one should not let one's own subjective emotions influence their statements. But Qin Wentong now simply says, I think so. That's utter nonsense. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Yun and Zhou Xing smiled. The judge just said that it was open to discussion, which means that Qin Yun may still have to pay some money. Because the law is the law, and he is indeed old lady Qin's grandson. But now, without saying a word, Zhou Xing immediately took out the record of his conversation with Qin Sihai in prison. Please look at the second page, Your Honor. It shows that Qin Sihai voluntarily relinquished his obligation to support Qin Yun. As for alimony, that's out of the question. The judge picked it up and saw that it was stamped with the police station seal, so there was indeed no problem. Qin Wentong was dumbfounded when he saw it. Did Qin Sihai really say that? Isn't this harmful? Moreover, Qin Sihai has repeatedly shown violent tendencies in prison, and even tried to attack Qin Yun. Judging from their appearance, they don't seem like father and son, but rather enemies. Zhou Xing continued calmly. Moreover, he still shows no remorse for past events, and has indeed failed to fulfill his duty to raise Qin Yun. In addition to the current evidence, Qin Wentong was also able to earn money through part-time work while he was in school. As far as I know, the Qin family owns a house in the city, and it's quite large, exceeding the size of an ordinary person's home. Zhou Xing's words were truly insightful and profound. This not only clarified the relationship with Qin Yun and the Qin family, but also specifically addressed a certain issue. Didn't they say they had no money? But now that the evidence is in front of him, he can sell the house and move to a smaller one. Zhou Xing's words are all supported by evidence, and the property certificate was verified yesterday. The judge glanced at the Qin family and said, All right, the defendant's evidence is sufficient, and the plaintiff's claim is unfounded. The judge had barely finished speaking when old Mrs. Qin immediately erupted in uproar. No way. I didn't expect you people in the city to be like this too, actually teaming up with Qin Yun to bully me. Old Mrs. Qin threw away her cane and lay down on the ground, starting to throw a tantrum. I won't leave until I get my money today. Qin Yun has made so much money. What's wrong with supporting me? I don't care. I want to live in his house. I want him to cook for me and do my laundry every day. The villagers of Qingshui village were used to it. They knew her character all too well. They are unforgiving when they are in the right, and they stir up trouble even when they are not. My God, I've lived this long and this is the first time I've ever seen something so absurd. That old woman is terrifying. No wonder that young man wanted to separate from the family. This old woman deserves to be in this state. When the crowd saw old lady Qin's disgraceful behavior, they began to whisper among themselves. Zhao Wei gave Qin Wentong a cold look, then packed his things to leave. He really got fooled by that damn junior this time. Waste. Just then, old lady Qin turned her attention to him again, her wrinkled face revealing only disdain in her eyes. A student from Qingqing University? He can't even get Qin Yun to pay me back. He's wasted his education. Zhao Wei clenched his fists. They were the ones who provided him with fake materials, but now they're turning around and accusing him. They even called Qin Yun an ingrate. That old woman is the real ingrate. Zhao Wei took a deep breath, said nothing, and left the scene. The plaintiff is disrupting court order. Remove her from the courtroom. The judge above could no longer contain himself. These two men not only couldn't say a word, but they also repeatedly showed contempt for the court. They should have been kicked out long ago. Wait, judge. Just then, Zhou Xing spoke up again. The judge stopped what he was doing, and Zhou Xing took out another stack of evidence and said, Judge, I am now representing Li Ho, Sun Zhu and others from Qingshui village to file a lawsuit against old lady Qin and Qin Wentong. Upon hearing Zhou Xing's words, Qin Wentong, who was supporting old lady Qin and preparing to walk outside, froze. Qin Yun actually wants to sue them? They became defendants? Okay, then submit it according to the procedure, and we will notify them later. The judge glanced at the evidence and had already made up his mind. 9 times out of 10, the Qin family is going to lose. These IOUs are in black and white. None of them can escape responsibility. Qin Yun, you've gone too far. You're even going to sue us? Don't you think we've suffered enough? Qin Wentong couldn't hold back any longer and roared at Qin Yun. Qin Yun laughed. This was a case of the magistrate is allowed to set fires, but the common people are forbidden to light lamps. I'm telling you, I won't give you a single penny of your money. Forget about it. Qin Wentong uttered a harsh remark and walked out of the courthouse with old lady Qin. The villagers of Qingshui village immediately became indignant. The Qin family had been borrowing money for quite some time, and they didn't really have much hope of getting it. Don't worry, everyone. As long as we win the lawsuit, you will definitely get your money back. Zhou Xing smiled and addressed the crowd. After all, they have such a big house. If they are unwilling to give it up, we can apply for enforcement. Upon hearing Zhou Xing's words, smiles appeared on everyone's faces. He's a lawyer, and he just won a case, so everyone trusts him. Seeing that everyone had left, Qin Yun did not linger and walked outside with Zhou Xing. Just around the corner, I ran into Zhao Wei. Compared to his previous high spirits, Zhao Wei's expression was not very good now. It was obvious that the crowd that had just come out had once again given him a severe dressing down. This is actually quite normal. Even in later generations, Qin Yun often heard news reports about lawyers being harmed for defending evil people. Some lawyers have even lost their lives because of this. Zhao Wei has already calculated things well. Qin Yun, I'm sorry, but I only spoke ill of you because I listened to Qin Wentong's nonsense, and I'm even going to sue you. Zhao Wei said, now I understand. It wasn't easy for you to survive in the county town after leaving the Qin family with your sister. I sincerely apologize to you here. Chapter 142 Finding Second Uncle? Qin Yun nodded and waved his hand, saying, it's all right, but we need to be careful of Qin Wentong in the future. He's very good at twisting the truth. He even managed to deceive another girl with sweet words before. Don't worry, Brother Qin. Besides being a law student, I'm also the head of a club at Qingqing University. If he can live comfortably in university, I'm not Zhao. A flash of anger crossed Zhao Wei's face. I will definitely write about this in the school newspaper. Qingqing University's school newspaper is very famous, and Zhao Wei's influence is not weak. It seems that Qin Wentong will indeed have a hard time having a pleasant 4 years of university life. Junior, don't take other people's opinions of you to heart. Zhou Xing also spoke up. We are lawyers. The true mission and value of lawyers is to pursue legal justice while protecting the legitimate rights and interests of our clients. The public may not understand why we would defend someone who has committed a heinous crime, but please remember this. We are not gods and cannot understand everything. What if that heinous person has actually been wrongly convicted? Even if there is only the slightest possibility, we must defend him, and the only way to get infinitely close to substantive justice is through procedural justice. To ask the simplest question, if you committed a crime one day, would you want a lawyer to defend you? Human rights are such that we are still willing to give a heinous criminal a chance to prove their innocence. Zhou Xing's words were profound. He saw the fire of justice in Zhao Wei's heart, which is why he said those words. Thank you, Senior. I understand. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Wei nodded deeply and said to Zhou Xing in a serious tone. Zhou Xing nodded. In the legal profession, sometimes you need to have a certain spirit. Even if you are condemned by everyone, you need to remain steadfast and defiant. After saying that, Zhou Xing and Qin Yun turned and walked away into the distance. Once back in the courtyard, Sun Zhu said to Qin Yun, all right, Qin Yun, now that the matter is resolved, let's head back. As for suing the Qin family, we can do that later. Qin Yun knew perfectly well that everyone didn't want him to spend any more money in the county town. Since they arrived, not to mention accommodation, they have been eating several times more meals every day than before. No, the villagers have gone to great lengths to come to the city, and it was to help me with my lawsuit. How can they just leave after the lawsuit is over? Qin Yun immediately shook his head and blocked the doorway. These past few days, no matter how much money everyone spends, Qin Yun hasn't even frowned. He got his money's worth. Huang Kuan and the others also chimed in, saying that Hawthorne juice stalls in the city were making a lot of money right now, and they were getting a good share of it too. Let the group have a relaxing trip around the county town. After being persuaded by several people, everyone gave up the idea of going back. Qin Yun asked everyone to buy more meat, and also picked out several large and plump peach blossom fish to make a barbecue for everyone. Inside the courtyard, Qin Yun had already arranged for the workers to reserve a spot and even set up a grill. The group of people enjoyed eating and grilling together. Considering that old man Wei couldn't eat such oily food, Qin Yun specially left some vegetables. As the saying goes, some people are happy while others are sad. Qin Yun is overjoyed, but the Qin family is suffering. Even after Qin Wentong brought old lady Qin home, she was still cursing and swearing. In her mind, her acting was so good that the judge should rightfully let Qin Yun give her the money. Grandma, stop it. We're going to get into a lawsuit. Qin Wentong finally couldn't hold back anymore. Just now in court, old lady Qin had made the two of them look very bad. Especially at the end, they even insulted Zhao Wei. Seeing the look in Zhao Wei's eyes as he left, he knew that the next 3 years wouldn't be easy. Old Mrs. Qin was furious. Isn't it all because of this terrible idea you came up with? We even asked Qin Yun to sue us, and now look what's happened. Those poor bastards from Qingshui village are suing us instead. We owe them at least $20. There are only 50 or 60 yuan left in the house. If another 20 yuan is taken away, wouldn't that be the death of old lady Qin? Qin Wentong sighed. He hadn't expected things to turn out this way. So what do we do next? Are we really just going to sit here and wait to die? Grandma Qin began to speak, saying, as the saying goes, it's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. In this short time, Grandma Qin has already discovered the advantages of living in the city. Should we let her go back to Qingshui village to drink sweet potato porridge again? This is worse than killing her. Now we can only go to our second uncle and the others. Qin Wentong said in a low voice. If they can move in, everything will be fine. Grandma Qin nodded as well. After discussing it, the two headed straight for the small courtyard that Qin Erzhan had rented. As soon as she stepped into the large courtyard where they lived, old Mrs. Qin couldn't help but cover her nose. What's that smell? The two arrived at just the right time. Qin Erzhan and his aunt had just returned from work, their faces showing signs of exhaustion. It's true that you can make money in the city, but it's also true that it's tiring. Second uncle, you're back? Seeing the two return, Qin Wentong forced a smile and asked. Qin Erzhan instinctively showed a look of defensiveness on his face. He had heard that Qin Sihai had been arrested and sentenced to more than 7 years in prison. Now that the two of them have come to his door, are they going to ask him for money? Qin Erzhan immediately waved his hand and said, Mom, even though my wife and I work in the city, we are temporary workers and we really don't have any extra money. Otherwise, we wouldn't have rented this place. Old Mrs. Qin rolled her eyes at the two of them. I know you two ungrateful wretches won't contribute any money. I'm here to let you two move into our house together. As long as they pay me every month, that's fine. Qin Erzhan and his second aunt exchanged a glance. Second uncle, don't worry, the house is very big. It can easily accommodate the 4 of us, and the facilities inside are much better than here. There are places to shower and use the toilet. Qin Wentong also spoke up. Mom, it's fine for us to move in. You see, we're a family, so it's good for us to be reunited in the city. You can give me the money, and I'll have my wife cook so we can eat better. What? Old Mrs. Qin immediately became anxious. Judging from their tone, are they not planning to take the money? No, you have to give me money. Otherwise, what will this old woman eat every day? And you have to buy me a roast chicken every week. When Qin Sihai was rich, old lady Qin would buy one to eat almost every 2 or 3 days. Chapter 143, I didn't take the exam. Mom, how could that be? A roast chicken costs $1. Qin Erzhan immediately refused. How about this, Mom? We'll give you 5 yuan a month as food and lodging expenses. We'll split the cost of our meal. Only 5 yuan. Old Mrs. Qin was so angry her nose almost crooked. Qin Erzhan, do you have any conscience? I raised you and Sihai from a baby, feeding them milk and rice, and now you only give me 5 yuan. You should hand over all your money to me. Old Mrs. Qin spoke with absolute certainty. Qin Erzhan immediately pouted. Mom, I live in the county town and I don't have much money. If you ask me to give you more, you should go back. What did you say? Old Mrs. Qin was about to lose her temper. Qin Wentong quickly stopped old lady Qin and said to Qin Erzhan, all right, second uncle, 5 yuan it is. But we need to pay for 2 months first, so we can buy some things, right? This time, Qin Erzhan didn't refuse. He went back into his room, took out a wad of cash, and handed 10 yuan to the two of them. When old Mrs. Qin saw so much money, her eyes widened in amazement. They wished they could just rob all the money right now. Second uncle, then pack your things and come whenever you like. Qin Wentong then spoke to Qin Erzhan, and then pulled old lady Qin outside. The next day, Qin Yun got up early and walked with his younger sister toward Luoqing Middle School. Today is the day the results are released. Unlike later times, in this era, the final results were written in chalk on red cloth and posted at the school gate. Although fewer people took the exam this time, a considerable number of people still gathered in front of the honor roll. After all, Luoqing Middle School is considered the best school in the county, so it attracts a lot of attention. Qin Yun and her younger sister arrived at the door, and the younger sister immediately began anxiously searching for her name on the sign. However, even after looking at it twice, I still couldn't find Qin Ling's name. Qin Ling's face immediately turned red with anxiety, and her eyes were already filled with tears. I clearly wrote it all down. How could I not be included? Qin Yun sighed inwardly, not because his younger sister hadn't passed the exam, but because seeing her so upset made his heart ache. Little sister, it's all right, it's just an exam. Qin Yun comforted him, saying, even if we don't pass the exam, we'll still have a good life. I'll hand over the company I start to you. Qin Yun only has one younger sister, and even if she can't go to school, he can still provide her with enough support. Brother, I don't believe it. I can't have failed the exam. Can I check the exam paper? The younger sister, Qin Ling, stubbornly raised her head and said, I know all the questions above, and I didn't make any mistakes in this exam. Okay, then I'll take you to check the exam paper. Qin Yun spoke up. Actually, he was also a little puzzled. He had seen his sister's hard work, and logically speaking, she shouldn't have failed the exam. Could it be that there's something fishy going on in the exam? While thinking, the two had already entered the campus, asked the gatekeeper, and arrived at the principal's office. Hello, principal. I am Qin Yun, who came to see you before. Qin Yun spoke up. He had previously approached him to offer his sister a chance to take an exam. The principal was an upright man, and immediately refused Qin Yun's gift, telling Qin Ling to go back and prepare for the exam, and that everything would be judged by her scores. It's you. When the principal saw Qin Yun, he remembered what had happened before and asked, what's wrong? Did your little sister not do well on the exam? Qin Yun nodded. Principal, I'm ashamed to say, but my sister's name wasn't on the honor roll for this exam. It's all right. The entrance exam for Luoqing Middle School is quite difficult, and it's one of the most difficult in the county. If all else fails, there are other schools. The principal offered words of comfort. Perhaps she really didn't underperform. Qin Yun did not refute the principal, but continued along with what the principal said. But ever since you gave her a spot in the exam, she has been studying late into the night every night. It was really tough. Qin Yun continued. She was quite excited to get such a good score. She's just a kid, and she takes exams a lot too seriously. I just want to see my test paper and see where I made a mistake. Look. Hearing this, the principal smiled, stood up, and patted Qin Ling's head. Good. It's a good thing that the child has this drive. I'll go with you to check a test paper. After saying that, the principal led the two of them toward the Academic Affairs office. The Academic Affairs office was on the first floor. When the principal walked in, a man with triangular eyes was sitting inside. Upon seeing the principal arrive, he immediately stood up, greeted him with a smile, and said, Principal, what brings you here? The principal greeted them and then said, Wang Jie, this child is one of the candidates taking this exam. However, she didn't do well on this exam, and she wants to see the exam paper. Wang Jie's expression changed upon hearing this. Although it quickly returned to normal, it was still detected by Qin Yun. There might actually be something fishy going on in this exam. Principal, it's not that I don't want to show you, but after the exam, I've already saved the papers in my file. If you want to see them again, it will probably take some effort. Wang Jie looked troubled. The principal gave him a strange look. Wang Jie, this isn't right, is it? I've never heard of exam papers being stored in the archives. And even if the files are to be sealed, it should be after the start of the semester, right? Wang Jie was taken aback, but then said, Principal, I did remember wrong. but I don't know where I put the test paper after the exam. Shall I look for it? I'll send it to you once I find it. Seeing Wang Jie's repeated refusals, the principal finally frowned and realized that something was wrong. Is finding a test paper this difficult? I'm sitting right here today. You can leave when you find me. Wang Jie chuckled twice, knowing that the principal was angry, so he could only pretend to search. Isn't this right here? Just then, Qin Yun suddenly looked at a stack of test papers in the cabinet next to him and spoke. That's not. Wang Jie turned his head, glared coldly at Qin Yun, and then said, That's the exam paper from before. I saw my little sister's name. Qin Yun continued. He had already made up his mind that no matter what, he had to see the exam paper with his own eyes today. Take it out. The principal also spoke coldly to Wang Jie. He could clearly see that Wang Jie was trying to cover up his true intentions. Seeing this, Wang Jie had no choice but to reach out and take the test paper out and place it on the table. Chapter 144, I tried my best. It's fine to look at the test paper, but you can only write down the wrong questions. You can't take the paper away. The principal spoke to Qin Ling. Qin Ling nodded, took the test paper, and immediately frowned. Brother, I didn't write this test paper. I clearly wrote the answer to this question, but it's not on here now. Qin Ling spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun took the test paper and looked at it, and he also began to have doubts. He recognized his younger sister's handwriting. Although it couldn't be described as having a grand style, it was still incredibly delicate and beautiful. However, the writing on it is crooked and messy, and it wasn't written by my younger sister at all. Are you sure this isn't your exam paper? Qin Yun asked. The younger sister answered decisively. Absolutely not. Hey, little girl, I've been a teacher for a long time. I've seen all kinds of students. Wang Jie chimed in sarcastically. I bet you haven't been studying properly at all, and you're just making things up because you feel you can't face your parents. If you didn't do well on the test, you didn't do well on the test. Why make so many excuses? Qin Yun glanced at Wang Jie indifferently. Teacher Wang, you should speak with evidence. As a teacher, you should not speak recklessly. If someone talks nonsense like this in their daily work, then I'm afraid. Qin Yun didn't finish speaking, but Wang Jie understood what he meant. His face immediately darkened. What do you mean? Are you questioning whether I'm fit to be a teacher? Qin Yun was about to speak when Qin Ling spoke up first, saying to the principal, Uncle Principal, I can write you a line of text. Please take a look at the handwriting. The principal nodded. Qin Ling wrote a line on a piece of paper and handed it to the principal. The principal immediately sensed something was wrong. He had been in the education field for many years and had a keen eye for detail. This handwriting is definitely Qin Ling's normal handwriting. Okay, I'll give you another question. The principal spoke, then took out a piece of paper, wrote another question on it, and handed it to Qin Ling. Qin Ling glanced at it, and without even thinking, she took out a pen and started writing on it. A short while later, he wrote down the answer. The principal glanced up and was somewhat surprised. The question he had set was not easy. Even the older students would have to think about it carefully. But Qin Ling wrote it down directly. Come and find which one of these papers is yours. The principal said, if it can be confirmed that someone switched the items, I will definitely not let it go easily. After speaking, the principal glanced at Wang Jie. Qin Ling nodded and began searching through the papers, quickly finding one. This one is mine. Qin Ling began, but the name on this isn't mine. When the principal took a look, he indeed found traces of alteration in the name column. What's going on? The principal's gaze fell on Wang Jie. Qin Yun felt a sense of relief. It now appears that my sister's grades were indeed switched, and that someone else's name was used instead. However, seeing how upright the principal is, he will surely stand up for justice. What's going on? Principal, you might want to take a look. The name written on it isn't hers. It's possible that someone wrote the wrong name and then corrected it. Unexpectedly, Wang Jie, who had previously been subservient to the principal, now appeared completely indifferent. Then what's the deal with the handwriting and the title? The principal's voice turned serious. If you can easily solve problems of this difficulty, how come you can't solve the ones on the test? Wang Jie, at least open your eyes when you speak. I don't know then. Maybe she just happened to encounter this question before, Wang Jie said. Principal, why don't you go back first? I'll give you an explanation later. Speak now. I never expected something like this to happen at Luoqing Middle School. If you don't give me an explanation today, I'll report this to my superiors right now and have you fired. The principal was also furious. Influenced by his family, he has always been fair and open in handling matters, but he never expected that someone would try to undermine him right under his nose. In those days, teachers were all assigned by the Education Bureau, and even principals could only dismiss them through feedback. Sure, principal, why don't you wait for me for a bit? Wang Jie showed no sign of nervousness. Instead, he said something to the principal and then turned and walked outside. The principal was left in the room, seething with anger. Qin Yun, don't worry, I will definitely give you a satisfactory answer to this matter. My younger sister comes from a rural background and has such good thinking skills. She is exactly the kind of student we need. The principal spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, but a sense of unease crept into his heart. Sometimes, it's not that the principal isn't handling official business properly, but rather that they face pressure from various sources. It remains to be seen whether the principal can withstand this pressure. Qin Yun called Qin Ling aside and said, "Go back home and find Huang Kuan. Tell him to go find Gao Rui and ask him if he can handle this matter." Although it's a bit of an overreaction to bother Gao Rui with this matter. But for his sister, Qin Yun was willing. After hearing this, Qin Ling immediately walked outside. Qin Yun continued chatting with the principal. A short while later, footsteps were heard outside, and then a large, thick-waisted man with a shiny bald head walked in. Wang Jie followed behind. "Principal Lu Feng, please listen to me. This is all a misunderstanding." Lu Feng saw this person and was about to speak when he was interrupted. After saying this, the person called Lu Feng outside. A heated argument suddenly broke out outside. However, Qin Yun did not go out to look. About half an hour later, Lu Feng returned. His face looked terrible, and his eyes held a hint of guilt as he looked at Qin Yun. Wang Jie, standing next to him, looked smug. "Qin Yun, I'm really sorry, but we can't take Qin Ling in." Lu Feng's voice was a little low. "I'll write you a letter of recommendation when I get back, or you can go to Xinqing Middle School. That's a good school too." Seeing Lu Feng's expression, Qin Yun sighed inwardly, but still stepped forward, grasped Lu Feng's hand, and said, "Thank you for your trouble, principal. You have done your best. I knew it. If you don't do well on a test, you don't do well on a test. There are no excuses." Just then, Wang Jie's sarcastic voice rang out again. Clearly, he was still holding a grudge about Qin Yun's mockery of him. "He's unfit to be a teacher? I'll make sure your sister can't even get into the school." Chapter 145, Not Hers. Qin Yun gave Wang Jie a cold glance, and a surge of anger rose in his chest. He clearly orchestrated this behind the scenes, yet now he's using this as an excuse to mock them? Just as he was about to say something, Qin Ling walked in from outside. She quietly tugged at Qin Yun's sleeve and whispered, "Brother, when I got home, Uncle Huang Kuan was already preparing to go find Gao Rui." But Grandpa Wei stopped him, saying that he would deal with this matter first, and that I should come back first. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun shook his head inwardly. Judging from the current situation, the person behind Wang Jie must be quite powerful. Even if he comes, there's probably not much he can do. TSK, little girl, hurry home. Sometimes, studying can't change your destiny. When Wang Jie saw Qin Ling return, he perked up again, crossed his arms, chuckled, and said, "Are you never going to stop?" Lu Feng turned his head, a hint of anger flashing in his eyes. He pointed at Wang Jie's nose, about to speak, but then seemed to remember something and could only pause. After glaring fiercely at Wang Jie, he squatted down and said to Qin Ling, "Child, don't listen to what he says. You are very smart and study very hard. You will definitely get into a good university and become a pillar of society." Qin Yun also realized that Lu Feng had been arguing with the two of them for a long time because of Qin Ling, but in the end, he couldn't win against them. "Hurry up and leave. Luoqing Middle School is not a place you can attend." Wang Jie spoke jokingly to the two of them, then stepped aside, his gaze towards Qin Yun full of mockery. Qin Yun gave Wang Jie a cold look. Since Gao Rui didn't come today, there was really nothing he could do but come another day. His strength alone was ultimately too weak. The younger sister, Qin Ling, understood her brother's dilemma and sensibly refrained from arguing with Wang Jie. She took Qin Yun's hand and prepared to walk outside. Qin Yun, look at you. You're such a coward. You've been bullied to the point of being humiliated, and you still don't dare to say a word. Just then, a deep voice rang out. Everyone turned around and saw a slightly hunched figure standing outside the door. It was Old Man Wei. Qin Ling worked so hard to get into this middle school, and now you're going to send her home just because of one piece of nonsense from you. What kind of utter nonsense is this? Old Wei looked very smart today. His clothes were impeccably pressed, he was wearing leather shoes, and there were still traces of a fresh shave on his face. They clearly came prepared. However, what Old Man Wei said was not pleasant to hear. He kept uttering nonsense and almost poked Wang Jie in the face with his finger. I know what just happened. They changed Qin Ling's name to someone else and won't let her go to school. Your Luoqing Middle School is really something else. Old Wei didn't pause, coldly looking at Wang Jie. You're the head of the academic affairs office at this school, right? I think all the knowledge you've gained over the years has gone to waste. A teacher? If this were my time, I'd have dragged you out and shot you. The children's education is such an important matter. Hurry up and pack your things and leave. Make room for good people. You haven't even been a decent person before you started doing academic research, so get the hell out of here. Old Man Wei was going all out, but Qin Yun could tell that he was already being quite restrained. Several times they almost brought out Wang Jie's ancestors. Who are you, old man? Who let you into our school? Don't the security guards care? After being thoroughly berated by Old Man Wei, Wang Jie finally came to his senses and, his face flushed, shouted at Old Man Wei. He then shouted towards the door. Where are the security guards? Come here right now and get this crazy old man out of here. But after calling for a long time, there was not a single sound from outside. Wang Jie couldn't hold back any longer, so he walked out, still cursing under his breath. What are you guys doing here? A bunch of freeloaders. Wang Jie's words were cut short, like a goose being choked. Uuve, come here. Wang Jie's voice trembled slightly. The person who came was none other than Lei Guosheng, the head of the Luoqing Education Bureau. Lei Guosheng lived up to his name, with a square face and thick eyebrows, giving him an imposing and dignified appearance. How can someone who's just a small academic affairs office leader have such a big official attitude? Would an ordinary student be kicked out of the school on the spot by you? Lei Guosheng looked at Wang Jie, his eyes filled with coldness. No, I'm a teacher after all. Lei Guosheng didn't even glance at Wang Jie before walking straight into the academic affairs office and finding a chair to sit down. Meanwhile, the fat man who walked in with Wang Jie had beads of sweat on his forehead. Lei Guosheng asked calmly, Tell me what happened. Wang Jie glanced at Lei Guosheng, then at Old Man Wei standing to the side. My mind is racing. This old man clearly wasn't someone who had held a high position for long. His speech was extremely vulgar, so Lei Guosheng could not possibly have been summoned by him. These past few days have coincided with the eve of the start of the school term, so it's likely that Lei Guosheng came down to inspect the area. This has absolutely nothing to do with the old man. With this in mind, Wang Jie decided to turn the tables and attack the perpetrators. He pointed directly at Qin Yun and said, A few days ago, our school held an exam, and today is the day to announce the results. But this parent brought his sister and insisted that there was a problem with our grading. And I saw some alterations on his sister's name. He even tried to shift the blame. They said there was something fishy going on in our exam. Wang Jie's face was full of bitterness after being wronged. Tell me, our Luoqing Middle School is one of the top schools in the county. How could such a thing happen? Upon hearing Wang Jie's words, Lu Feng, who was standing to the side, tried to speak several times, but Lei Guosheng raised his hand to stop him. Wang Jie glanced at Old Man Wei and spoke again. What's most infuriating is this old man. I don't know where he came from, or if he even has a job. He looks like a complete scum of society. He came in without asking why, and immediately started yelling at me. Wang Jie's voice echoed throughout the entire academic affairs office, and the fat man next to him didn't dare to say a word. After a moment, Wang Jie finally stopped talking. I heard that you secretly altered the grades and changed this little girl's name to someone else. They made students who were academically qualified for Luoqing Middle School leave, and then insulted and mocked them? Lei Guosheng narrowed his eyes. How can you believe them? This is not true at all. Wang Jie immediately said, "You have to believe me. This exam paper is definitely not hers." Chapter 146, I'll donate. Believe you. Lei Guosheng raised an eyebrow, stood up abruptly from his seat, and then his eyes flashed with anger. "Wang Jie, you are unworthy of being a teacher," Lei Guosheng roared. "Do you know who those two are? One is a hero who bravely jumped into the water to save people, and the other is a hero who helped the police station solve a huge human organ case a few days ago. The county even held a special commendation ceremony for him." Lei Guosheng's shout made Wang Jie's body tremble. He stared blankly at Qin Yun, not expecting him to have this identity. Lei Guosheng showed no sign of stopping. And this old man was a top-class combat hero from the war years. Without his bloodshed and his selfless sacrifice, you wouldn't even know where you are now. You actually called them the scum of society? They're scum, so what are you? Lei Guosheng was truly enraged this time. Even when faced with major issues before, he would always handle them calmly. But this time, he really couldn't stand it anymore. Wang Jie was completely dumbfounded. How could this unassuming old man have such a high honor? After I get back to the Education Bureau today, I will hold a big meeting. No matter how complicated the procedures are or how much supporting documentation is required, I will not hesitate to fire you. And this matter will be recorded in your file. Lei Guosheng let out 2 long breaths, briefly calming himself down, and then coldly said to Wang Jie. Just as Wang Jie was about to plead for mercy, Lei Guosheng coldly said, "You insulted a special class combat hero. You are not worthy to speak." Wang Jie froze on the spot, his eyes filled with panic, but he ultimately did not speak again. "I've already heard Mr. Wei talk about this matter, but now I want to hear the whole story." Lei Guosheng glanced indifferently at the fat man next to him. "I want to see how big the parasites are behind this. Lu Feng, you tell me, what exactly happened?" Upon hearing Lei Guosheng's words, Lu Feng quickly spoke up and recounted the events. "This student also rewrote some words for me on the spot, and after comparing them, I can confirm that her paper was indeed replaced. And I gave her a difficult question, which she answered very well. She had such logical thinking. It's impossible that she couldn't answer such a simple question." Lu Feng glanced at Wang Jie beside him and continued, "I had already decided to admit this student, but he brought in this person instead. This person used his power to intimidate me and refused my request. Lei Guosheng waved his hand, saying that although Lu Feng was a school principal, there were plenty of ways to suppress him. "Zhang Yong, I never expected that you would be the last parasite." Lei Guosheng looked at the fat man next to him and said, "We've worked together for so many years. How come I never noticed?" Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong immediately turned pale with fright. She quickly said, "I'm doing this for the good of the school. Luoqing Middle School is one of the top schools in the county. Now it is enrolling more and more students, and our space is obviously not enough. Someone in the county was able to raise some money to help us rebuild the school building, just so that his child could come to the school to study. I really mean it for the students' own good." At first glance, Zhang Yong's words seemed reasonable, but Lei Guosheng, who had seen many storms, immediately snorted coldly. The funding for the construction of a teaching building was undoubtedly spearheaded by Zhang Yong, and there were many shady dealings involved, from the procurement of materials to the subsequent construction. The person who came up with this idea was using Zhang Yong's position in the Education Bureau to line their own pockets. "Zhang Yong, we all understand the ins and outs, so there's no need to put on this act. I will report to my superiors, and as for what crime to be charged with, I will follow their arrangements." Lei Guosheng said calmly. Zhang Yong's face was pale. He knew Lei Guosheng's temper. Once he made up his mind, there would be absolutely no room for negotiation. After a moment of silence, he stood up abruptly. "Lei Guosheng, you're confused. As the head of the Education Bureau, he actually sacrificed other students for the sake of one student. Do you know how many students will have the opportunity to go to school if there is one more school building? How many college students will be among them? And how many of them will be able to contribute to society?" Seeing that things were beyond repair, Zhang Yong simply stood up and began to berate Lei Guosheng. "You can't be unaware of the principle that plucking a single hair can benefit the world. A principle is a principle, and a bottom line is a bottom line. Lei Guosheng retorted directly. But if I had to say whether I felt even the slightest bit of regret, I definitely would. After all, it was a large building. The county town is already hot, and Luoqing Middle School is already crowded. Adding another teaching building will make the students more comfortable. However, at that moment, a voice came. I'm donating this teaching building. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Everyone turned around in disbelief to look at Qin Yun, who had said those words. Comrade, this is no small matter. Building a 6-story building would cost at least tens of thousands of yuan. Lei Guosheng spoke to Qin Yun. Building a house is expensive, and these days, being a household with 10,000 yuan is already quite remarkable. But even they couldn't come up with all that money at once. I know, don't worry, I will definitely build this building for Luoqing Middle School. As for how much it will cost, I will decide. Moreover, the process is absolutely fair and transparent, and subject to supervision from all parties. Qin Yun spoke, his face full of seriousness. He wasn't stupid. He knew that building a building would cost a lot of money, but this teaching building was very useful. An unexpectedly useful application. When do you have time? Let's sign a contract and settle this matter first. As for this project, let's call it Project Hope. Project Hope. Lei Guosheng repeated it, murmuring, what a good name. The hope of the nation lies in its youth. Furthermore, I have a suggestion for you. With the relaxation of the policies, the economy will inevitably take off in the future. Qin Yun continued, right now it's just a building, but there could be a school behind it. Qin Yun remembered that the concept of Hope Primary Schools was proposed later, but given the speed of social progress, it could have been brought forward. At that time, many people will be able to have a learning opportunity. Compared to the excuses Zhang Yong used to criticize Lei Guosheng, this is the real way to cultivate more people who are useful to society. Chapter 147, Someone's Causing Trouble. Okay, I will seriously consider what you said and raise it with my superiors when the time is right. After a brief moment of shock, Lei Guosheng spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun nodded. This kind of thing definitely couldn't be accomplished by him alone. Heroes are made by the times. He merely planted a small seed in Lei Guosheng's heart. And this tiny seed will eventually blossom into a magnificent flower. The matter has been resolved. Now let the girl prepare for the start of school. With her abilities, her learning capacity is definitely not bad, and she will surely be able to get into a good university. Lei Guosheng smiled at Qin Yun and said, as for what you mentioned earlier, there's no rush. After all, it takes quite a while for the land to be approved. Good. Qin Yun said with a smile. After all, he couldn't come up with the money right now. The group chatted for a while longer, and what Qin Yun said greatly shocked Lei Guosheng. If Qin Yun's statement is true, in the future world, primary and secondary school education will be free. That will be an era where everyone can afford to go to school. Qin Yun said goodbye to Lei Guosheng and Lu Feng, and then led his younger sister and old man Wei back to the courtyard. Uncle Wei, thank you so much for today. Qin Yun said, what would you like to eat today? Order whatever you like, I'll make it for you. I told you long ago, if you have any problems, just come to me. Don't even mention an education bureau chief. I can sue any official in the provincial capital. Old Wei spoke, his eyes filled with dissatisfaction that Qin Yun did not trust him. Qin Yun smiled. He truly hadn't expected Old Man Wei to possess such power. Even if it were Uncle Gao, he couldn't have solved this problem so perfectly. I want to eat hot and sour shredded potatoes, and also stir-fried pork, shredded pork with garlic sauce, and kung pao chicken. And braised noodles, if it's from Shaanxi. Old Man Wei had no intention of letting Qin Yun off the hook, and proceeded to order a whole table of dishes. Qin Yun readily agreed, since the villagers of Qingshui village were all in the city now, so there was no need to worry about not being able to finish the food. He then rode his bicycle to the farmer's market, where he not only bought the dishes that Old Man Wei had specifically requested, but also some other things. After returning home that evening, Huang Kuan specially reserved some hawthorn juice for everyone to taste. Old Wei was the happiest of them all, and ate much more than usual. He also had a few drinks with Sun Zhu, but unfortunately, he couldn't hold his liquor and fell asleep after only a few drinks. Even so, he still boasted about how much he could drink back then. Helpless, Qin Yun could only help Old Man Wei into the room. Just as he was about to leave, Chin-yun suddenly noticed a pile of letters spread out on the table. They are all from Kyoto. Each letter was a long paragraph, all urging Old Man Wei to go to Beijing as soon as possible. He's getting old, and the medical conditions and economy there are much more developed. But Old Man Wei's reply was quite simple. The most common word is just 2 characters. I'm not going. It was clear that Old Man Wei was very dissatisfied with his son, saying that the county town was much better than the capital. Moreover, with Chin-yun by his side, cooking delicious meals for him every day, he lived a very comfortable life, even saying that he couldn't compare to a single finger of Chin-yun. Chin-yun couldn't help but feel a little ashamed. He had heard Gao Yunshu say that Old Man Wei's son held a high position in the capital. How could he possibly compare to such a person? After reading this, Chin-yun smiled, covered Old Man Wei with another thin blanket, and then turned to leave. After leaving the courtyard, everyone had almost finished their meal. After cleaning up with Huang Kuan and the others, they went back inside to rest. Chin-yun, this is a painting I drew. Take a look and see if it's suitable. If not, I'll revise it. Just then, Chin-shuchi walked in carrying a stack of paintings and spoke to Chin-yun. Chin-yun's eyes lit up immediately upon seeing this. Although Chin-shuchi is not a painting major, her paintings are really good. Each one could even be used as a decoration on its own. And with so much of it, it's clear that a lot of effort was put in. It's so well drawn. Chin-yun counted the number of paintings, took out a wad of cash from his pocket, and handed it to Chin-shuchi. You've worked hard these past few days. You can take a break now. You have enough paintings to keep you busy. Chin-yun looked at Chin-shuchi's somewhat haggard face and faint dark circles under her eyes, and spoke. Chin-yun, I can't take this money. I already owe you enough, and I'm still living in your house. Chin-shuchi immediately shook her head and refused. How can that be? It's only right to get paid for working for someone. Chin-yun forcefully stuffed the money into Chin-shuchi's hand. How about this, Chin-yun? I'll only use half of this money. I heard that starting a company requires a lot of money, so you've sold all the wine you've been hiding. Chin-shuchi divided the money into 2 piles, taking the smaller pile for herself. I'll get paid when I start making money later. After saying that, before Chin-yun could say anything, Chin-shuchi quickly walked towards the gate. By the time Chin-yun realized what was happening and chased after her, Chin-shuchi had already disappeared. Chin-yun shook his head and smiled helplessly, but he wasn't in a hurry. He could just return the rented building to her later. The next morning, Chin-yun got up on time and called Huang Wentian and the others to head to the furniture store. The painting is now finished, and Feng Qing has already completed some house design drawings. His interior design company should be up and running by now. Soon, Chin-yun arrived at the furniture store. Not far inside, he saw an open space in front of him. The open space was cordoned off with blue mesh fabric, and dust filled the air. Most of it had already been emptied. If I'm not mistaken, this should be the place Su Rin prepared for Chin-yun. Chin-yun glanced around a few times and nodded to himself. Su Rin indeed did not give him a discount. This place is the only way to enter and exit the furniture market, and it is also at a crossroads, making it an excellent location. In other words, you're guaranteed to see this place if you come to the furniture market. However, in the middle of the open space stood a solitary little building, and in front of the building sat a man. The man was smoking a cigarette, glaring at the workers next to him, and occasionally making sarcastic remarks. Brother Chin, you've arrived? Just as Chin-yun and the others were wondering, a voice rang out. Chin-yun turned his head and saw Su Rin walking over. However, his complexion was not very good. Chin-yun asked a question, and Su Rin sighed and said, The rent you paid me was not low, and I also trust your character, so I chose the best place for you. But now, Su Rin looked helplessly at the center of the open space. Chapter 148, The Stubborn Residents. Su Rin continued, The furniture market has always been rented from others. I'm paying for this rental fee in one go, and then I'll distribute it to the various merchants. This was originally a minor issue, but just as it was time to renew the lease, this person started demanding an exorbitant price. Leaving no other option, I had to dismantle the other parts first, leaving only their families. After listening to Su Rin's words, Chin-yun nodded. He had seen this kind of scene countless times on television. Whenever there's a demolition compensation issue, There are always those insatiable people who want even higher compensation. Qin Yun naturally had his own ways of dealing with such people. All right, Brother Su, leave this to me. Qin Yun smiled at Su Run and said, in any case, thank you in advance, Brother Su. After saying that, Qin Yun and Huang Wentian walked straight towards the door of the holdout household. Huang Wentian, who was standing next to him, whispered, Qin Yun, why don't you leave this matter to me? Anyway, I have a lot of friends. I'll wear a few masks at night and scare them when I get back. Let's see if they dare to stay here again. Huang Wentian continued, if all else fails, I think we can let Ma Tongtian and the others handle it. These days, the tough are afraid of the ruthless, and the ruthless are afraid of the reckless. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately shook his head. If he did that, how would he be any different from those bandits and tyrants? Seeing that Qin Yun refused, Huang Wentian didn't say anything more. Comrade, how much are you planning to rent this place for? Qin Yun walked up to the man and asked. The man's name was Wang Guang. He was thin and his eyes were bloodshot. He looked very haggard. It's obvious they've been staying here these past few days, afraid that someone will tear down his house while he's away. Wang Guang looked Qin Yun up and down, and recalling how he had spoken with Su Rin earlier, he had already guessed Qin Yun's identity to a large extent. You're the one who wants to rent this place, right? It's 100 yuan a month, payable in full for a year. I'll leave now. Wang Guang picked up the tea beside him, took a sip, and spoke calmly. Qin Yun was taken aback. Su Rin was right. This kid really was asking for an exorbitant amount. He had already learned that even in the best locations in the furniture market, the maximum monthly rent was only 15 yuan. But he actually asked for 100 yuan right off the bat? Are you fucking greedy? 100 yuan? Why don't you just rob someone? Before Qin Yun could speak, Huang Wentian, standing beside him, spoke up with a look of indignation, his eyes filled with anger as he looked at Wang Guang. TSK, if you think it's too expensive, you don't have to rent it. I'm not begging you to rent it. Wang Guang remained completely calm and said confidently, I want to see how you do business without my land. Qin Yun looked around. Although the house looked out of place, it was actually located at the back of the open space. Qin Yun frowned and returned to Wang Guang. Brother, this price of 100 yuan is really too expensive. Even the best place in the county doesn't have such high rent. If it really doesn't work out, how about 25? The price Qin Yun offered was already higher than that offered by others. It's actually quite fair. If other places in the county are cheaper, then go rent somewhere else. I won't stop you. Wang Guang was certain that Qin Yun would not give up this place, and his eyes were full of mockery and indifference. They're putting on quite a show of arrogance. How about this? After thinking for a moment, Qin Yun gave Wang Guang another plan. I'll give you 20 now, and if you make money later, I'll double the original rent price. No, I can't stand empty promises from others. Wang Guang shook his fan and said with a hint of contempt, it's the same old story. If you have money, rent it. If you don't, scrape together the money. TSK, this place of mine is in high demand. I wonder who will end up with it. Seeing the expression on Wang Guang's face, Qin Yun felt a surge of anger. Without saying anything more to him, she turned and left. Brother Qin, how did it go? Was everything taken care of? When Su Rin saw Qin Yun come out, he immediately stepped forward and asked. Seeing Qin Yun shake his head, Su Rin sighed, patted Qin Yun on the shoulder, and said, It's all right, Brother Qin. There's nothing we can do when we encounter people like this. I'll find you another place. It's not as good as this one, but it's still nice. There are quite a few people going in and out of the furniture factory. Faced with Su Rin's kindness, Qin Yun declined, saying, It's all right, Brother Su, just stay here. A living person can't be killed by holding their pee, and I have other ways. Have the workers stop for a moment, and I'll have someone else come up with a construction plan. We'll follow that plan then. Su Rin looked at the houses standing on the open space, and then at Qin Yun. With the house here, there's no way he can get around it, right? Just as he was about to ask something, Qin Yun had already walked to the other side of the worker and asked for a site dimension diagram. After greeting Su Rin, he walked straight towards the exit of the furniture store. After leaving the house, Qin Yun didn't plan to go home. He bought some gifts along the way, mostly nutritional supplements more suitable for the elderly, and then went to the small courtyard he had rented a few days ago. As Qin Yun stepped into the courtyard, he immediately felt a refreshing coolness. In an instant, I felt comfortable all over. Qin Yun, what brings you here? Chen Shuqi was washing bed sheets in the yard when she saw Qin Yun walk in, and a look of surprise immediately appeared on her face. He then casually wiped the water off his clothes and ushered Qin Yun into the house. These are some supplements I bought for my grandma. They're very good for her health. Qin Yun placed the gifts he had bought on the floor while looking around the room. It must be said that Chen Shuqi is a thrifty and hardworking girl. Her home is spotless, and although there are many items, everything is in good order. This must cost a lot of money. You're here, why bring a gift? My grandma and I are doing just fine. Chen Shuqi said. Since leaving my house, Grandma's mood has improved a lot, and her complexion is much better than before. I have to thank you for paying me such a high salary. Qin Yun waved his hand with a smile. These are all minor matters. By the way, where did that kid Feng Qing go? I came here to see him. Feng Qing? He went out to do some field research. He should be back soon. Chen Shuqi poured Qin Yun a cup of tea and said this. Qin Yun had just picked up his teacup and taken a sip when he heard footsteps outside. Chen Shuqi called out from outside, and Feng Qing immediately rushed in, her face full of excitement. Chapter 149, We Can't Spoil Him. Brother Qin, guess what I saw outside? As soon as he entered, Feng Qing couldn't wait to ask. Before Qin Yun could say anything, Feng Qing spoke up on his own. The cement factory next door is going to start raising funds for housing. I went over there today and had a long talk with the person in charge before I finally got my hands on the structural drawings of the house inside. Feng Qing was exhausted, so he picked up the tea on the table and gulped it down in one go. He then took out a large picture from his backpack and spread it out on the table. The markings on it are very detailed, showing the length and width of the room, as well as its area. Brother Qin, look, when the time comes, you can take me to see the furniture styles. I've already thought it through. This place will be the living room, and I'll put a sofa here. A clear idea had already formed in Feng Qing's mind. He had a premonition that he would be able to create a perfect design for the layout of the house. Seeing the serious expression on Feng Qing's face, Qin Yun's eyes were also full of satisfaction. It is said that interest is the best teacher. Feng Qing enjoys doing this kind of work, and he will definitely become a master in the field in the future. Not bad, not bad. Qin Yun smiled and praised him, then took out a drawing and said, But now, I need you to design a house. The area is roughly this size, but in this part, there is a house with dimensions of. Qin Yun told Feng Qing the dimensions. Upon seeing this, Feng Qing immediately fell into deep thought. It has to be said that this is a dilemma. They want to avoid this house, but they also want to build a house for their company to live in. Since it's a company, there should be some cutting-edge design elements involved. Okay, Brother Qin, I'll think about it carefully and draw up a design for you to see later. Feng Qing put the blueprints away and then asked, Brother Qin, when do you need this design? And what about the specific budget? Qin Yun told Feng Qing the detailed parameters and the start time. Feng Qing nodded and then said, Okay, Brother Qin, I'll go back first and take a good look at these. Qin Yun nodded, said goodbye to Chen Shuqi, and prepared to leave, but was forcibly kept there and insisted on having a meal at her home. It wasn't until dusk that Qin Yun returned to the courtyard. Old Man Wei was very unhappy today. Although Huang Kuan's cooking was good, it was still no match for Qin Yun's. It wasn't until Qin Yun returned and made him a late-night snack that his complexion improved. The next day, Qin Yun and Huang Wentian arrived at the construction site, as usual. Feng Qing was also with him. This morning, Feng Qing came to my door with blueprints, saying he had come up with a solution, but he still needed to conduct an on-site inspection. Most of the surrounding items had already been moved out, and the workers were currently clearing out the debris inside. Wang Guang remained seated in his chair, a radio beside him, sipping tea and humming a tune, looking quite content. He glanced sideways and saw Qin Yun arrive, and a smile immediately appeared on his lips. He slowly stood up and said to Qin Yun, Didn't I tell you? Without 100 yuan in rent, there's no point in discussing this place. There's no way I can rent it to you. Qin Yun smiled but didn't say anything. Feng Qing, who was standing next to him, glanced at Wang Guang, and then understood what was going on. So there's a holdout here. Feng Qing walked around the construction site, occasionally jotting something down in his notebook before returning a moment later. Brother Qing, I've looked at it enough, and it should be ready by tomorrow. Feng Qing spoke with absolute certainty. Oh, you really think you're some kind of architectural master? Without this piece of land of mine, how else can you have fun? Wang Guang sneered and pointed to his house. When the time comes, will this place you bought be split in two? No matter what business you're in, if you split it in two, you're doomed. It's obvious that Wang Guang also has some knowledge of architecture, which is why he was able to decide to raise prices on the spot. Qin Yun will absolutely not give up on this place. Damn it, I can't stand people like you. Just wait and see what you can say when we build it up. Huang Wentian had a fiery temper and immediately spoke in a cold voice. If Qin Yun hadn't stopped him, he would have already secretly found a secluded place to attack Wang Guang. Wang Guang wanted to say something more, but saw that Qin Yun had already turned and left with the two of them. Wang Guang, who was left behind, glanced to the side with some confusion and had a bad feeling in his heart. Could it be that they actually have a way? Passing by the courtyard, Feng Qing greeted Qin Yun and immediately retreated into her own courtyard to begin her work. Qin Yun was just about to ride his bicycle home when he turned a corner and saw several familiar figures walking towards him. It was Qin Wentong and his group. However, none of them looked too good. Today, Zhou Xing led everyone in a lawsuit against them, and because Zhao Wei's help was no longer available, they naturally lost the case. They paid over 30 yuan in compensation. This is already adding insult to injury for the Qin family. Qin Yunyu deserved to die. The moment Qin Wentong saw Qin Yun, he immediately began to curse viciously. Qin Yun shrugged indifferently. He was happier than anyone else to see the Qin family in trouble. As for Qin Wentong, he secretly hoped that his uremia would flare up sooner. You little ingrate, don't fall into our hands. You'll regret it. Old Mrs. Qin also spoke coldly to Qin Yun. However, the intense hatred in his eyes had subsided, replaced by a hint of anxiety. Qin Yun looked down and saw that old lady Qin was holding a roast chicken. Qin Erzhan and his aunt were walking behind, their Adam's apples bobbing as they kept looking at the roast chicken. To be honest, old lady Qin's ability to pester is truly remarkable. After the lawsuit, everyone was in a bad mood, but old lady Qin went straight to the roast chicken stall and insisted that Qin Erzhan buy her one. Qin Erzhan immediately refused. A roast chicken costs 1 yuan. With that money, you could buy a pound of pork. However, old lady Qin threw a tantrum in public and even started rolling around on the ground. Qin Erzhan tried to leave, but old lady Qin grabbed him tightly, cursing him as an ingrate who wouldn't even buy her a roast chicken. Left with no other choice, I had to buy one. After saying that, old lady Qin immediately urged Qin Wentong. What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and go back. The roast chicken won't taste good if it gets cold. Qin Wentong glared at Qin Yun fiercely, then moved forward. But his eyes were fixed on Qin Yun's figure with a shifty glint. Chapter 150 Getting Anxious. Soon, the Qin family members returned home. Looking at the bare walls of the house, Qin Erzhan couldn't help but sigh. He was so blind. He gave the money to Qin Wentong directly and only realized it after he got home. There's nothing inside except 2 beds. Even the cooking utensils were just left on the ground. Left with no other choice, he had to pay for a bed and some other things himself so that he could barely make ends meet. These are mine and Wentong's. You two can share these 2 chicken legs. Back in her room, old Mrs. Qin impatiently placed the roast chicken on several wooden planks stacked together. He tore off 2 chicken legs and handed them to Qin Ershan's second aunt, while he cut the remaining part in half and gave half of it to Qin Wentong. Mom, why is this happening? I bought this chicken. Qin Erzhan and his aunt immediately objected. How much meat can there be on these 2 chicken legs? Grandma Qin grumbled and complained, then gave the 2 of them some more meat. Grandson, why aren't you eating? Hurry up and eat. While eating half a roast chicken with her mouth full of oil, Grandma Qin urged Qin Wentong to hurry up. She knew that if Qin Erzhan and her second aunt finished their chicken legs, they will definitely come to take Qin Wentong away. I've got it. That bastard Qin Yun is running a company in the furniture market. Suddenly, Qin Wentong slammed his hand on the table and shouted. Qin Yun had previously received an award and was required to start a company. Moreover, the young man today had previously stood up for Qin's grandmother. He later learned by chance that he lived in that small courtyard and had quite a bit of architectural knowledge. I never expected it was Qin Yun who rented it. If someone starts a company, so be it. If you're so capable, go and start one yourself. Qin Erzhan, with a chicken leg in his mouth, mumbled something indistinctly. Second uncle, are you happy to see Qin Yun living such a good life? Besides, Qin Yun sent your own brother to prison. Qin Wentong said calmly. And don't forget, he treated you like a dog before. Upon hearing this, Qin Erzhan placed the clean bones on the table, a flash of anger appearing in his eyes. He had previously gone to Qin Yun's house hoping to get something good to eat, but Qin Yun had thoroughly humiliated him. But what happened next? Qin Erzhan shook his head. If you're going to do something like this, you should go. I won't get involved. How many times has the Qin family tried to oppose Qin Yun? And what was the result? From the very beginning, when they lost the mule, to the later arrest of Qin Sihai, they never succeeded even once. Second uncle, how can you be so spineless? Don't worry, I will definitely think this through and come up with a thorough plan. We'll make sure Qin Yun suffers the consequences. Qin Wentong said firmly. Seeing that Qin Erzhan was still hesitant, Qin Wentong continued. Second uncle, please trust me one more time. The Qin family is almost torn apart by Qin Yun. Can you swallow this insult? Seeing the expression on Qin Wentong's face, Qin Erzhan finally nodded and then asked, what do you suggest we do? Qin Wentong finally breathed a sigh of relief. Second uncle, these next few days you should follow Qin Yun and see what he's been up to. Let's find out first. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. Hearing Qin Wentong's words, Qin Erzhan finally nodded. This plan finally doesn't sound as reckless as before. The next morning, Feng Qin came to the courtyard with the design drawings and excitedly showed them to Qin Yun. Brother Qin, these are the drawings I made. What do you think? Qin Yun glanced over and immediately nodded. Although he didn't understand construction, he had read books on the subject in his previous life and knew a little about it. Feng Qin's design is extremely standard, clearly indicating where and how long each part should be built. He even drew a blueprint of what the house would look like after it was built. This drawing should be by Qin Shuqi. It was first sketched with a pencil and then colored, and it looks extremely beautiful. Moreover, it also incorporates some avant-garde design elements, making it stand out from the crowd. Well done. Qin Yun praised him, then looked up at Feng Qin, whose face looked haggard, and generously took out 15 yuan from his pocket and handed it to him. This is a reward for you. It's not included in your wages. This project can be considered satisfactory. Seeing the 15 yuan in Qin Yun's hand, Feng Qin was so happy she almost cried. He has never been respected at home. Even when he said that Qin Yun had hired him and would pay him 30 yuan a month, no one believed him at all. Feng Tian, the only one who knew about this, spent almost every day at the police station and had no time to go back. But now, he has finally received his first real sum of money. Thank you, Brother Qin. Unlike Qin Shuqi, Feng Qin did not refuse the money. Instead, she put it away with pride in her eyes. In those days, the salary of an ordinary worker was at most 20 yuan. But now, with his salary, he has more than 40 yuan. Seeing Feng Qin's anxiety, Qin Yun smiled and said, All right, you must have stayed up all night to draw this, right? Go back and get some rest, AI. If you have any questions later, I'll come back and call you. Feng Qin responded and then walked towards the door. Qin Yun rode his bicycle to the construction site. How's it going? Is the blueprint issue sorted out? Su Rin saw Qin Yun walk in with a smile and went up to ask. Qin Yun nodded, and Su Rin immediately called the worker over to Qin Yun's side. Looking at the blueprints, the worker looked puzzled. Masters, if there's anything wrong with this drawing, please let me know, and I'll make the necessary changes. Qin Yun spoke directly. Feng Qin is still young, and although his design is good, he still lacks some knowledge in terms of house structure. The workers scratched their heads, and one of them said, Young man, I think there's nothing wrong with the design in general, except that we need to add a triangular beam to reinforce this part of the corridor on the second floor. Qin Yun nodded, then took out paper and notes and wrote them down. Seeing that the other craftsmen had clearly figured something out but hadn't said anything, Qin Yun simply took out a wad of change from his pocket. "It's all right, everyone. Just say what you think. If you get to the point, you'll get $1 as a reward." Upon seeing Qin Yun's gold and silver, the master's eyes immediately lit up. They immediately started talking all at once. Meanwhile, Wang Guang, who was sitting in front of his house, became anxious. Chapter 151, Giving In. Judging from this, is Qin Yun really preparing to start doing it himself? He had overheard what the worker had said. He recognized the worker. He was an experienced one. "I can usually tell with a high degree of accuracy whether a design drawing is suitable, where something is missing, or where something is extra." What he just said seems to indicate that there are no major problems with this design. Wang Guang felt a little flustered. It's true that the land he owns is valuable, but someone has to buy it. Judging from Qin Yun's setup, he clearly wanted to build a large building. Others weren't stupid. Even if his land was in a good location, it was still a tiny piece of land. How could it possibly compete with Qin Yun? Thinking this, Wang Guang swayed as he stood up and walked towards Qin Yun's direction. He also knew some architectural knowledge and wanted to see what the design drawings in Qin Yun's hands actually looked like. However, just as he approached, someone shoved him outside. He was about to say something when he saw Huang Wentian's strong muscles. "All I could say was, if you won't let me watch, then I won't. I'll just leave." Huang Wentian gave him a cold look. "Get lost. I'll keep your land safe and sound, and give you a baby later." Wang Guang glanced at Qin Yun twice before returning to the front door of his house. Seeing that the workers had said their piece, Qin Yun handed out a dozen or so yuan before smiling and saying to them, "All right, everyone, your opinions are very good, and I've taken note of them. I'll have someone go back and revise it right away." Qin Yun glanced around and then said, "However, among the opinions you all just raised, there are no major problems with the foundation. You can start construction now. The design drawings will be revised in about 2 or 3 days. I'll bring them over then, and we can discuss it together." Although 1 yuan is not much, everyone had come a long way through hardship, so they cherished this extra money. Many workers had already secretly resolved that when Qin Yun came again next time, they would definitely let him take a good look. "All right, everyone get to work. I'll come back and check on things later." Qin Yun greeted him with a smile, then turned and walked outside with the design drawings. Su Rin started from scratch in the furniture market, and he has experience from laying the foundation to building the house. With him here to keep an eye on things, there shouldn't be any major problems. After Qin Yun left, Wang Guang glanced at the bustling construction site, and his anxiety grew even stronger. After sitting in the chair for a moment and thinking, he hurriedly got up and left. The next morning, Qin Yun, Huang Wentian, and Feng Qing arrived at the construction site. In addition, they specially asked Huang Kuan and his men to bring over a large bucket of hawthorn water for the workers to cool off in the summer. Don't underestimate these small favors. People in this era don't have so many ulterior motives, and their relationships with employers are much more harmonious. A cup of hawthorn water may not cost much, but it's a different story when it comes to the workers. This host is great. This made them work even harder. As for Feng Qing, he was constantly revising the design drawings while asking the workers on the construction site questions. He also knew that while he had an advantage in theory, there were still many areas that needed improvement in practice. Just as Qin Yun and the others were drinking hawthorn water, suddenly, a figure approached. He greeted Qin Yun, saying, "Hey, brother, are you planning to set up a new furniture shop here?" Qin Yun glanced at the person who had arrived and nodded. "Brother, to be honest, I'm also here looking for a place to open a furniture store." The man continued, "I must say, brother, you have a keen eye. This location is indeed excellent." Qin Yun frowned. The saying, "rivals in the same trade are enemies," is true in any era. If this person hadn't spoken so politely, Qin Yun would have kicked him out by now. Seeing that Qin Yun didn't react, the man wasn't embarrassed and continued, "But brother, why didn't you buy that piece of land? I saw a notice posted outside the furniture store saying that the land was for rent, and the rent was 50 yuan a month. But 50 yuan is still a bit high, but I can guarantee that it can be lowered a bit more." A smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. Only now could he be sure that this kid's true colors could no longer be hidden. Qin Yun interrupted the man directly. You're also opening a furniture store? Then let me ask you, how much money are you planning to invest? And they also sell furniture. Where do they source their goods from? The man was visibly taken aback upon hearing Qin Yun's words. He scratched his head and made up a story. I'm planning to take 2 or 300 yuan. I have a relative who does this kind of thing. I'll just ask him for help. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately sneered twice and shook his head. 2 or 300 yuan may seem like a lot these days, but in the furniture industry, the initial investment is quite large. 2 or 300 yuan can only buy some small furniture. As for large items, it's simply impossible to buy them. The man wanted to talk to Qin Yun again, but Qin Yun didn't say another word and could only turn around and leave silently. Brother Yun, it sounds like Wang Guang lowered the price. Does that mean we can? Feng Qing, who had only been in the workforce for a few years, didn't quite grasp the situation and spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun shook his head. This man was sent by Wang Guang. Huh? That can't be right. Feng Qing's face was full of surprise. Then why didn't he come directly to us and say that the rent could be reduced? Huang Wentian chuckled from the side. You don't understand, do you? Who seeks out whom, and how they seek them out, there are rules to these in business. If we go to him, we'll be at a disadvantage, and it will be very difficult to negotiate a lower price. Hearing this, Feng Qing nodded as if she understood, then lowered her head and continued to sketch on the design drawing. Brother Qin, what do you suggest we do? Huang Wentian asked. I think if his price were a little lower, we could consider renting it. Forget it, let him keep that piece of land. I wouldn't dare take it. Without even thinking, Qin Yun refused outright. Seeing the doubt still on Huang Wentian's face, Qin Yun held up 2 fingers. I disagree with this for 2 reasons. We can be sure that Wang Guang is an absolutely unfair person. Today, he raised the price to an exorbitant level just because of the lease renewal. Who can be sure that once we make money in the future, he will act as if nothing happened and continue to behave himself? Chapter 152, Still Disagree. The second reason is that I have invested more money in this project, bought more materials, and even paid an extra 20 yuan for the design drawings. And I bet even if he lowers the price, it won't be to the same normal price as the surrounding area. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Huang Wentian nodded in deep agreement. He trusted Qin Yun's judgment. From the very beginning, Qin Yun had never made a mistake. Although the rented house was a bit expensive, Old Man Wei had a lot of influence. When Qin Ling was prevented from going to school, Old Man Wei got Lei Guosheng to the school with just a few words. Not only did they easily resolve Qin Ling's schooling issue, but they also directly expelled those involved in the shady dealings. Now that he thinks about it, he realizes that Qin Yun's investment acumen was truly remarkable. Of course, there is also a subjective reason. Qin Yun looked at the blueprints of the completed building placed beside him. I really like this architectural style. Damn it, this kid is really patient. I've already bargained. What more does he want? Wang Guang was sitting in front of his small house. He had just witnessed what Qin Yun had done. It was clear that Qin Yun didn't want to rent his land at all. What should we do? If Qin Yun doesn't rent it, he'll really have to wait for his land to give birth to babies. He sighed for a long time, and several times tried to take a step towards Qin Yun and take the initiative to back down. But his inner drive prevented him from having this idea. Unable to stay in front of the house any longer, Wang Guang stood up and hesitated for a long time before deciding to go outside for a walk and have a bite to eat first. He walked up to a small stall, ordered a bowl of noodles, and was enjoying it with garlic when a figure sat down in front of him and called out to the owner, "Boss, I'd like a bowl of noodles just like this, comrades." It was Qin Wentong. Wang Guang looked up at Qin Wentong, but didn't say anything and continued eating the noodles in his bowl. "Boss, I paid for the noodles with this guy." Qin Wentong took out a few small bills from his pocket and spoke to the shopkeeper. Only then did Wang Guang look seriously at Qin Wentong, tapping the rim of his bowl with his chopsticks. "Brother, just say what's on your mind." It has to be said that the money he received for this bowl of noodles made Wang Guang feel much better. Qin Wentong smiled and said, "Brother, if I'm not mistaken, you probably won't be able to rent out your land." "How did you know?" Wang Guang felt annoyed whenever the matter was brought up, but for the sake of the money, he suppressed his temper and did not drive Qin Wentong away. Not only do I know about this, I also know that the person who rented the surrounding land is named Qin Yun, and he has a very good relationship with the owner of the furniture market. He helped us get this piece of land. Qin Wentong then spoke, which surprised Wang Guang. What Qin Wentong said was indeed true. I know Qin Yun better than anyone. Once he's made up his mind, he won't change it easily. Only by making him pay the price can we make him submit. Qin Wentong started to make things up. Wang Guang's eyes gradually brightened. Now it seemed that even if he had yielded to Qin Yun in the past, he would only receive 15 yuan in rent each month, which was far too little. Do you have any good ideas? Wang Guang thought of countless ways to oppose Qin Yun, but he shook his head at each one. Finally, he asked Qin Wentong. Qin Wentong smiled slightly. Qin Yun is now a very popular private entrepreneur in the county. The higher-ups are watching him, which is why he is so anxious to get the company up and running as soon as possible. And he made a lot of money selling hawthorn juice. Qin Wentong leaned closer to Wang Guang and whispered a few words. In an instant, Wang Guang suddenly understood. All right, brother, your idea is better. I want to see what Qin Yun can do besides renting my house. Qin Wentong nodded with a smile, his heart filled with pride. These days, it's still easier to use others as pawns. Brother, we're really getting along well. Is it okay if I want to eat some pig's trotters? Wang Guang ate the noodles in his bowl, but the more he ate, the less flavorful they became. He glanced at Qin Wentong, this fat sheep that had come to his doorstep, and spoke up. Qin Wentong's face stiffened. This noodle stall also sells some braised dishes, but the prices are very expensive. A single pig's trotter costs a full 50 cents. But thinking about Qin Yun's impending doom, Qin Wentong gritted his teeth and nodded. It's just a pig's trotter, isn't it? It's worth it to get Qin Yun. All right, brother, you're really generous. If you can get Qin Yun to rent it at a high price, I'll treat you to dinner. Wang Guang chuckled and said to the noodle stall owner, Boss, for big pig's trotters, please. Upon hearing this, Qin Wentong's face turned green. The next day, before going to the construction site, Qin Yun went to Qingqing University and found Gao Yinshu. Looking at Qin Yun, who had become much darker and thinner in the past few days, Gao Yinshu's eyes flashed with heartache. You must have been very busy at the construction site these past few days? Actually, we don't need to do all this anymore. I'll talk to my dad about it later, and it would be good for you to work at the police station. I'll give you a sinecure, where you'll be sheltered from the wind and rain. You won't earn much, but you won't have to work so hard. None of us will say anything. As she spoke, Gao Yinshu took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Qin Yun's face. This scene made everyone around them extremely envious. When did their goddess become so gentle as to wipe a man's sweat? Qin Yun smiled. He naturally knew that a girl as good as Gao Yinshu would definitely not care about such external things. But he was a time traveler, and he wouldn't be content if he didn't use this knowledge to stay ahead of the times. Moreover, my younger sister will need money for school and other miscellaneous expenses in the future. Qin Yun smiled and said, It's nothing. The construction schedule has been tight these past few days, so I'm a bit tired. It will be much easier in the future. The two talked as they walked toward the lake in Qingqing University. By the way, Yinshu, I'm afraid I'll need your help this time to find some art students. Qin Yun spoke again. Gao Yinshu was taken aback. What's wrong? I remember Chinshuchi's drawing skills are very high. Do you want to send someone else instead? Qin Yun shook his head. I am very satisfied with her painting, but I have another task. I want it on a piece of paper this big. Qin Yun gestured a rough shape. Write my contact information on it, and there's some other information on it as well. Zhao Liang went to a very far place this time, and it will take him a long time to return. Moreover, all the items I brought back this time were the latest trends. The purpose is for the temple fair that will be held soon. Chapter 153, A murder case has occurred. Once the temple fair begins, there will definitely be a lot of people coming and going. That will be the time with the highest foot traffic. Qin Yun had already figured it out. All he would need was a few people to make his company an instant success. The most important thing in starting a company is to quickly build brand awareness. This is why, in the previous life, advertisers would spend a lot of money to get their names featured on various well-known TV programs. With brand recognition, people will subconsciously remember the company, giving it a huge advantage over similar businesses. especially now that the market is almost entirely untapped. This thing, which is similar to a business card, will come in very handy then. Gao Yinshu nodded, understanding Qin Yun's meaning, and asked, "So how much are you planning to pay?" Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, "We will provide the paper. We only need to draw some simple lines on it. I will have Chen Shuqi make a template first. I'll give them $1 if they draw 50. It will probably take around 1,000 sheets." Gao Yinshu nodded. This price was actually quite high. According to Qin Yun, drawing these things was very simple, and he could probably draw 20 in an hour. At the end of the day, you can earn quite a bit. Leave this to me. I'll find some people first, and once Shuqi has made the template, I'll have them start working on it. I'll carefully screen them to see if they're up to standard. Qin Yun smiled and was about to say something when he saw Huang Wentian walking anxiously from a distance. "Brother Qin, something bad has happened. Something has gone wrong." Qin Yun's expression immediately changed. He greeted Gao Yinshu and walked outside with Huang Wentian. As they walked, Qin Yun asked, "What happened?" "It's that Wang Guang. He somehow got our design drawings, and now he's causing trouble," Huang Wentian answered. Qin Yun breathed a sigh of relief and, without saying another word, rode his bicycle straight to the construction site. "As I approached the furniture store, before even stepping inside, I heard a wail coming from within." Qin Yun looked and saw a woman with messy hair and a fat figure lying directly on the construction site. Meanwhile, she kept crying and screaming that she couldn't live anymore. Wang Guang, standing to the side, remained silent, holding the design drawings in his hands. He sat in a rattan chair like an old man, looking at everyone with a defiant gaze. The workers had no choice but to stop work and stand aside. Surin was also waiting for Qin Yun to arrive. Huang Wentian glanced at Wang Guang and said coldly, "This old bastard is really restless. Qin Yun, I think we should do as I said before. Give this old bastard a good beating, and he'll behave himself better than anyone else." Qin Yun shook his head. Right now, the higher-ups have essentially placed all their bets on him and his company. If this thing causes trouble, it won't just affect him alone. Qin Yun walked towards Wang Guang. Before Qin Yun could speak, the disheveled woman suddenly got up and made a move to hit Qin Yun. "It's all your fault. You broke ground on this very day, causing the death of my son. You must pay for my son's life." The woman's words surprised everyone. Even Qin Yun was taken aback. No matter what it is, as long as it involves human life, it is no small matter. But little did he know that he had accidentally caused someone's death. "Explain yourself clearly. When did Qin Yun kill your son?" Huang Wentian, who was standing to the side, spoke up. "My beloved dog, Da Huang, you've killed him." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's face immediately darkened. "The big yellow you're talking about, it can't be a dog, can it? So what if it's a dog? Doesn't a dog have a life too?" Upon hearing this, the woman became excited. "My big yellow dog. I've fed it the best food since it was a puppy, and it even sleeps with me. But this morning, when I woke up, I found that my dog, Da Huang, was dead. This matter is inextricably linked to you." Hearing this, everyone felt relieved. Since it's not a human life lost, that makes things easier. "Are you sick? Your dog died. What does that have to do with Qin Yun? Besides, it didn't even die on our construction site." Huang Wentian immediately cursed in a cold voice. No one who hears this can connect two completely unrelated things, right? How can it not be related? The woman continued, "I heard from my husband that you started construction here yesterday. I checked the almanac yesterday, and it's not auspicious to break ground at all. You ruined my family's feng shui." Qin Yun was stunned, and so was everyone else. When nothing really matters, it's all about metaphysics. "Hey lady, this isn't how you try to extort money. These are clearly two separate things." Huang Wentian snorted and said, "If you're really short of money, you might as well take a broken bowl to the street. You might be able to get more money there than this." "How dare you talk like that?" Just then, Wang Guang finally spoke, taking the design drawings and walking up to the two of them. "Look what you've built in front of my house." Wang Guang pointed to the uppermost corridor and said coldly, "Do you know that this is a piercing heart evil formation, and the top of it is pointed? This is the most dangerous of all. Go to hell with your evil scheme." Huang Wentian couldn't hold back any longer. He grew up under the red flag and couldn't stand this kind of feudal superstition. He immediately cursed in a cold voice. You don't believe in this kind of thing, right? Let me tell you, people from my hometown all believe in it. In short, the dog's death today is related to you. As soon as Qin Yun and the others finished speaking, a voice came from behind them. Sigh, young people these days don't understand. There's a reason behind all these things. Exactly. What should be done on what day, and I've also seen the design drawings, they're really not very good. Young people don't know anything. After such a disaster, they have to compensate the victims. Besides, this house hasn't even been built yet, and it's already tainted by fate. If this isn't properly resolved, won't this business go bankrupt soon? Qin Yun turned his head and saw that a group of people had gathered around the construction site at some point. Needless to say, these must be the people Wang Guang hired. Go and find Feng Tian. Qin Yun whispered to Huang Wentian beside him. Huang Wentian nodded, then immediately got on his bicycle and headed outside. Qin Yun then coldly asked Wang Guang, so how do you intend to handle this matter? We definitely can't keep this house anymore, so you'll have to rent it. Wang Guang immediately spoke up. Chapter 154 let you rent it. Rent it. Qin Yun sneered. Wang Guang's true colors could no longer be hidden. From the very beginning, this play was staged with this goal in mind. Buying it isn't out of the question. Looking at the expression on Wang Guang's face, Qin Yun asked, how much money do you want? At this moment, Wang Guang had no intention of lowering the price at all. He held up one finger and said coldly, 100 yuan, no bargaining. Su Ren, who was standing next to him, turned green with rage. This kid is really asking for the moon. $100, and they bought the whole plot of land. Young man, feng shui is not something you can easily solve. I don't think this 100 yuan is much. Exactly, if the feng shui is bad, people will have bad luck. And if you hire a master to fix it, won't it cost a lot of money? If all else fails, just do as they say and rent the house to avoid any more disputes. Qin Yun turned his head and looked coldly at everyone. These people included both old and young, but without exception, they all stared at Qin Yun with gloomy eyes. These days, you have to be responsible for what you say. What feng shui? I'd like to ask you that. Qin Yun said coldly. If such a method really existed, then no one would need to leave their home. They could simply set up an array and harm others from their own home. I don't care about that. In our area, we say that feng shui can harm people. One of the middle-aged men curled his lip and said in a cold voice. So, Qin Yun, if you don't rent it, do you believe we'll make sure you can't start this job today? Wang Guang spoke again. What do you want? Qin Yun had just opened his mouth when Wang Guang coldly shouted. Look carefully. It's him who ruined our family's feng shui, and he still hasn't compensated us. I wrecked his construction site today. What can he say now? As he spoke, Wang Guang grabbed an iron bar from the side and smashed it hard against the foundation next to him. When others saw this, they immediately became indignant as well. At this moment, Qin Wentong, who was hiding in the corner, shook his head. All right, consider these few pig trotters as dog food. I was doing quite well before. Why am I acting stupid now? What are you doing? Put those things down. Just then, a cold, sharp voice rang out. Feng Tian was dressed in a uniform and looked very imposing. He was accompanied by quite a few people. We received a report that someone here is promoting feudal superstition and inciting others. Please come with me now. On the way here, Huang Wentian had already told Feng Tian about the matter, and Feng Tian roughly knew what it was about. The moment Wang Guang and the others saw Feng Tian, their morale plummeted. Comrade, I was wrong. This is not my fault. Wang Guang paid us to come. Yes, I still have the money he gave me. Those who had initially spoken up for Wang Guang now turned against him, wishing they had nothing to do with him anymore. There were also Wang Guang's relatives inside, who came to speak up for him, and their expressions varied at this moment. No one expected that Qin Yun would be able to get the police station to come at such a critical moment. At this moment, Wang Guang was so frightened that his legs went weak. He didn't care about feng shui anymore and immediately said, Comrade, I won't do it again. Please don't arrest me. If I leave, my house will be gone. Feng Tian didn't care about anything else. He waved his hand, and several people immediately stepped forward and put a pair of silver bracelets on Wang Guang and his wife. He said goodbye to Qin Yun before leaving. Seeing that Wang Guang and the woman had left, Qin Yun addressed the crowd, saying, "Everyone, the matter is over. Let's begin construction." Many of the craftsmen nodded in agreement. Qin Yun paid them a very high wage, and they also received various subsidies. Just take that cup of refreshing hawthorn water, for example. No one else could compare. As Qin Yun finished speaking, everyone immediately began to move. Qin Yun stayed at the construction site for a while before turning around and leaving. Back home, Qin Yun didn't think too much about it. When you do a lot of business, you're bound to encounter some difficult people. He cooked some good dishes for everyone, went out to buy some school supplies, and handed them to Qin Ling when he returned. "I'm going to school tomorrow, so I have to study hard and try my best to get into university and make something of a good name for myself." Qin Ling nodded. "Don't worry, brother. I will definitely study hard." Qin Yun smiled and nodded. The next morning, Qin Yun took Qin Ling to the school gate. "Here, these are some snacks your brother bought for you. Share them with your classmates when you get to school. Don't be stingy." Qin Yun handed some jujube cakes and snacks he had bought on the way to his younger sister. "Okay, brother, I'll get along well with my classmates," Qin Ling said with a smile. Watching her younger sister skip and jump around, Qin Yun felt a pang of guilt. Although we've come to the city and I've tried my best to provide my younger sister with extra nutrition, she's still a bit smaller than other children her age. Moreover, because she was always being bossed around by the Qin family in Qingshui village, the younger sister's figure was somewhat hunched and her skin was somewhat dark. Fortunately, my sister did not develop any illnesses resembling those from her previous life. After dropping her younger sister off at school, Qin Yun went to the construction site. After what happened before, Huang Wentian was much more careful and brought a group of his brothers to the construction site. "I'm afraid someone else will come and cause trouble." Feng Qing was also on the construction site. When he saw Qin Yun arrive, he immediately put on a smile. "Brother Qin, I have revised this design drawing. I asked many workers, and they all said there were no problems." Qin Yun smiled and nodded. He didn't need to worry about the rest. Then, carrying some gifts, Qin Yun led Su Qing to Su Ren's office. After placing the gifts in a corner, Qin Yun said, "Thank you for your help these past few days, Brother Su." "No trouble at all. Brother Qin has helped me a lot before, hasn't he?" Su Ren smiled and stood up to make 2 cups of tea for the two of them. After Qin Yun sat down, they chatted for a while before Qin Yun said, "To be honest, I came here this time because I wanted to use Brother Su's connections. Look, my company will be completed soon, and I'll definitely need some furniture to make a showroom. Brother Su, you're an expert in this field. You know which places have good timber and which places have cheap goods. You're the one who can tell us all that. However, as the saying goes, even close brothers need to keep clear accounts. Since this is our first time working together, I'll raise the price of these furniture pieces by 10%. Qin Yun took a sip of tea and spoke. Chapter 155, Being Bullied. Although Su Ren was indeed good to him, Qin Yun couldn't be a greedy person who only took in but never gave out. After a few such incidents, even the most good-tempered person would stop doing business with him. Su Ren Gang tried to wave his hand in refusal. In fact, he had been keeping an eye on that newspaper reporter all along, and this was one of the reasons why he had been trying to build a good relationship with Qin Yun. You should know that his furniture store still carries a reputation for being a shady merchant. That unlucky boss and manager were like a rotten apple spoiling the whole barrel. Even now, when people in the city mention their furniture store, they mostly have negative comments, and their customer traffic is nowhere near that of other furniture stores. Brother Su, this is our first time working together, so you must be a little worried about me. That's why I raised the price a bit. But if the volume increases later, the price will be lower. Qin Yun said with a smile. Of course. Su Ren said. Brother, tell me what kind of furniture you want, and I'll have it delivered over there. Qin Yun nodded to Feng Qing beside him, and Feng Qing immediately brought out the blueprints. It must be said that Feng Qing is indeed quite capable. The drawings on this paper depict furniture such as beds, chairs, and tables, with color markings next to them. Su Ren glanced at it, and his face was full of surprise. The markings on this are very clear. This is the first time I've ever seen such a clear diagram. After taking a look, Su Ren immediately praised it. He has been in this industry for many years and has seen all kinds of furniture. Just look at this chair. Not only are the patterns beautiful, But the structure is also ingenious. Not only can they be put down, but they can also be collected and piled up without taking up space. Okay, this batch of furniture should arrive in about 10 days. If it's not suitable by then, I'll have them alter it. Su-rin looked at Feng Qing. You'd better write another explanation, describing what each place is like, so they can see it more clearly. Feng Qing immediately agreed. I'll go back and start working on it tonight, and I should be able to finish writing it in about 2 or 3 days. Su-rin nodded in agreement. Okay, that's plenty of time. Even if the workers work the hardest, it will still take more than 20 days to build the house. That gives us enough room to maneuver. Qin Yun spoke with Su-rin for a while longer before turning to leave. Back in the courtyard, just as Qin Yun was about to rest, Feng Tian arrived at the door. Brother Qin, the investigation has been completed. This insidious idea was not his. Feng Tian entered the room, gulped down a glass of hawthorn water, and then glanced sideways at Qin Yun. Guess who told him? Qin Yun was taken aback, then asked, Who? It's your good brother, Qin went on. Feng Tian continued, Wang Guang is really a coward. He can't keep secrets. I just scared him, and he told me everything. Moreover, the details are very well done, and it really doesn't look fake. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. These two seemingly unrelated matters turned out to have the Qin family involved. What did you do with Wang Guang? Qin Yun then asked. Feng Tian shook his head. I let him go after I finished asking him questions. After all, it wasn't a big deal. We can only deduct some of the compensation for your construction site from him. As he spoke, Feng Tian placed 10 yuan on the table. He also wanted to arrest Wang Guang and detain him for a few days, but there were no relevant laws, so this was the only way he could deal with it. Qin Yun's heart sank. Knowing Qin Wentong's nature, he certainly wouldn't let this matter pass so easily. All right, Qin Yun, I came here to tell you this. Be careful. This kid is like a mad dog. Once he bites you, it's hard to get away. Qin Yun cupped his hands in thanks to Feng Tianyi. Thank you for this, brother Feng. Feng Tianyi waved his hand. This is nothing. If we're talking about helping, you've helped me a lot. Originally, finding a job was a major problem for Feng Qing's family, but now she's working for Qin Yun, and Qin Yun is offering her a high salary. What he can do is nothing compared to what Qin Yun can do. The two chatted for a while longer, and just as it was time for dinner, Feng Qing and the others returned. Brother Feng, don't leave. Stay here and have a meal with us. Qin Yun smiled and extended an invitation to Feng Tian. Then thank you very much, Brother Qin. Feng Tian cupped his hands in greeting to Qin Yun. He had eaten Qin Yun's cooking before, and the taste was absolutely amazing. Even when he later went to eat at a state-run hotel, he felt that the chefs there were still far inferior to Qin Yun's. Okay, I'll go pick up Qin Ling first and buy some groceries on the way. We'll have a good meal when we get back. As he spoke, Qin Yun prepared to hop on his bicycle and head outside. Feng Tian came up to Qin Yun and stopped him, saying, Brother Qin, let me go with you. You've been in the city for so long, and I haven't come to see you. This time I've bought some gifts for my little sister. Just as Qin Yun was about to shake his head in refusal, Feng Tian patted him on the shoulder and rode off on his bicycle. Qin Yun had no choice but to follow. On the way, Feng Tian bought a lot of things for his younger sister. Qin Yun kept telling Feng Tian to buy less, but Feng Tian insisted on buying them. The two quickly arrived at the school gate. But no matter how long they waited, all the other students had come out, and the old man outside was about to lock the door, but Qin Ling was nowhere to be seen. A bad feeling flashed through Qin Yun's mind. He greeted the gatekeeper and then walked into the campus. Qin Ling's class is class 3. Qin Yun walked into the classroom and looked around, but still couldn't find her younger sister. Qin Yun, how about I go and call a few more people over to help us look for Qin Ling? Seeing the anxious look on Qin Yun's face, Feng Tian immediately spoke up. Qin Yun was about to nod when he heard a faint sobbing sound coming from the end of the corridor. It's Qin Ling. Without saying a word, Qin Yun walked straight towards the other end of the corridor. At the end of the road were 2 toilets, and the sound was coming from the women's toilet. Qin Yun was anxious and didn't care anymore. He rushed in and found the girl at the very back of the toilet. Little sister, tell me who bullied you. I'll skin them alive. The moment Qin Yun saw his younger sister, his eyes instantly reddened, and his eyes were filled with intense anger. The little girl was wearing her school uniform and was huddled pitifully in the corner. The small figure was still trembling, and his body was covered with the jujube paste he had brought for Qin Ling that morning. Chapter 156. Overbearing. He looked like an abandoned little animal, incredibly pitiful. Her smooth little face was covered in tears. Qin Yun took off his clothes and wrapped them around his younger sister before walking outside. When they got back to their room, Qin Yun immediately wrapped his little sister in his arms and comforted her for a long time. Only after she calmed down a bit did he let her take a shower. Little sister, tell me who bullied you. Who did this to you? I'll go and get an explanation. Qin Yun tried hard to control his anger and spoke to his younger sister. The younger sister was silent for a moment before whispering, It's Zhou Miao. Zhou Miao. Qin Yun murmured the name, and Qin Ling continued, I brought jujube cake to school, and everyone liked it and ate it happily. Everyone has been very kind to me, except for Zhou Miao. Before I came, she was the center of attention. So she called a group of older students, who not only wouldn't let anyone eat my food, but also smeared jujube cake all over me and kicked me out to the toilet. Hearing her younger sister's words, Qin Yun's anger rose rapidly. In his previous life, he had heard some related news, but he never expected that school violence would be so serious in this era. Didn't the teacher say anything? Qin Yun continued speaking gently, having already made up his mind that he would make these people pay the price they deserved tomorrow. The teacher had already left after school, so she didn't see it. Qin Yun nodded to himself, then gently comforted Qin Ling for a moment. Just as he was about to get up and leave, Qin Ling grabbed him. Brother, I'm scared, please don't go. Qin Yun rubbed his sister's head. Okay, I'll stay here and not go anywhere. After saying that, he went back to his room, got his bedding, and made a makeshift bed on the floor in Qin Ling's room. The next morning, Qin Yun got dressed and headed towards the school with his younger sister. Huang Kuan and his group also learned about this, so they decided not to set up their stall today and instead followed Qin Yun directly. Soon, a group of people arrived at Luocheng Middle School. Excuse me, parent, is there anything I can help you with? The homeroom teacher was a woman in her 30s named Zhang Jing. She wore glasses and was currently writing a lesson plan at her desk. He seems very responsible. But Qin Yun was filled with anger at the moment and said directly, My sister was bullied by a classmate named Zhou Miao. I want her parents to come to the school and give us an explanation. Were you bullied? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing immediately became serious. As a teacher, she knew the seriousness of the matter. Children at this age are in the process of forming their values. There's a saying that some people use their childhood to heal their entire lives, while others spend their entire lives healing from their childhood. Okay, I'll notify her parents now. Without delay, Zhang Jing immediately called the school security guards and had them go to the address. Parent, I understand how you feel right now. You must be extremely angry that something happened to your child. Zhang Jing found a chair for Qin Yun to sit down. I also bear responsibility for this matter. I failed to ensure the safety of every student at school. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. As she spoke, Zhang Jing poured Qin Yun a cup of tea and said softly, May I know the official details of what happened? Qin Yun glanced at Zhang Jing, and without hiding anything, recounted what had happened after school yesterday at dusk. Hearing this, Zhang Jing's expression also turned unpleasant. Zhou Miao is a very jealous person. No matter what he does, he always wants to be number one. But she's lazy and unwilling to put in any effort. I've found her taking other people's essays several times before and claiming that she wrote them herself. Clearly, Zhang Jing was also having a lot of trouble with Zhou Miao. But I never expected that she would go to older students and do something like this. Qin Yun listened to Zhang Jing's words, but did not speak. However, comrade, I hope you are prepared. Zhang Jing's voice suddenly became hesitant. Qin Yun looked up at Zhang Jing, who sighed and said, Because of this, I called her parents several times before, but after they came, they just gave a few perfunctory words, and even looked down on other people's parents in their words. Moreover, their family still has some influence in Luocheng. So those parents didn't have any good solutions, and mostly just suffered in silence, only telling their children to stay away from her. I'm putting this out there today. Even if her parents were the biggest landlords in Luocheng, I would make them admit their mistake. Qin Yun's gaze instantly turned cold. I only have one younger sister, Qin Ling. She has had a hard life since she was a child, so I brought her to the city. From the day I entered the city, I swore that if anyone dared to harm her, even if the King of Heaven himself came, I would beat him without hesitation. Qin Yun spoke his last sentence with absolute certainty. Zhang Jing saw Qin Yun's anger, but shook her head inwardly. Many parents had the same experience before this family came, but later. Zhang Jing sighed. As a teacher, all she could do was mediate and try her best to prevent Qin Ling from suffering further harm. Half an hour later, two figures walked into the office. The man was dressed in a suit and had his hair slicked back, while the woman was wearing clothes that had never been seen in the county town before. Both of them had their faces heavily made up, giving them an arrogant and domineering air. His eyes were filled with impatience. In Qin Yun's opinion, this style of clothing can only be seen in places like Shanghai and Kyoto. When did this person appear in the county town? Teacher, why did you call us here so early? I have to go to work tonight. The man spoke impatiently to Zhang Jing, his words showing no respect for the teacher whatsoever. Exactly, at this hour, we're still sleeping. It's just going to school. Why is there so much going on? The woman next to her also spoke up, looking at the office environment with extreme disdain, clearly looking down on it. Parents, your child is bullying others at school, and we need you to give us an explanation. Zhang Jing said. No matter how busy you are with work, you still need to take care of the children, right? You frog in a well. Do you even know what kind of business I'm in? Zhou Tianxing snorted coldly, his face almost pointing to the sky. I do business with foreigners. The money I can earn in an hour is beyond your wildest dreams. Chapter 157 Arrogance. No matter how much money you earn, if your child gets into a conflict with someone at school, and it's your child's fault, shouldn't you at least apologize to the other person? Zhang Jing's gaze also turned cold. Money and character are two different things. I can make money. No matter what my children do, I can make up for it. As he spoke, Zhou Tianxing turned his gaze to Qin Yun and said indifferently, Hey, I advise you to behave yourself. You're an adult now. You should know that there are some things in this world that you have to yield to. I'm one of the top socialites in Luo City. These words prompted Huang Kuan and the others standing nearby to speak out. Damn it, it's been since the founding of the People's Republic of China. How come there are still capitalists who consider themselves upper class? Sun Dazhuang's face also darkened, his fists clenched tightly, waiting for Qin Yun's order to beat Zhou Tianxing up. At worst, we can go back to Qingshui village. Those with nothing to lose have nothing to fear. Qin Yun did not answer Zhou Tianxing's question, but instead said to Zhang Jing, Let's call Zhou Miao up first. There are some things I need to ask her. Zhang Jing nodded. This was only natural. Zhou Tianxing's voice rang out again. I advise you to go home now. Even if you call Miao Miao up, what can you do? Zhou Tianxing's wife, Zhao Xianger, standing nearby, also gave a cold laugh. Qin Yun looked at the two of them with a cold eye. Soon, Zhang Jing came up with a little girl. The girl was very strong and dressed in very fashionable clothes. Compared to her, people her age looked like country bumpkins. Dad, Mom, what brings you here? Zhou Miao walked in and, upon seeing Zhou Tianxing and Zhao Xianger, asked a question. But then, as if he had suddenly realized something, he glanced at Qin Yun and showed the same disdainful expression as Zhou Tianxing. That country bumpkin must have told the parents, right? I should have given her another good beating and let her bring things to school to show off. Hearing Zhou Miao's words, everyone felt a chill run down their spines. This little girl is so young, yet she says such vicious things. Zhang Jing, in particular, was filled with disbelief that the student she had taught could have such a vicious mind. You've gone too far with your words. Zhang Jing finally couldn't hold back any longer and stood up, addressing Zhou Tianxing's family. You're the ones who bullied others, so why are you so self-righteous? What will other parents think if you do this? Why should I care what they think? Zhou Tianxing sneered. So what if my daughter, Zhou Tianxing's daughter, bullies others? Zhang Jing was so angry that she couldn't say a word. These people were not ashamed at all. On the contrary, they seemed to feel a sense of pride. Qin Ling, right? Tell her I'm the boss of this class, and if she dares to steal my thunder again, I'll still beat her up. Zhou Miao stared directly at Qin Yun and said, "Anyway, my family is rich. If you get injured, we'll just pay for it." Zhou Miao's face was full of self-righteousness, and just as she was about to say something more, smack! A crisp slap suddenly rang out. The slap was so hard that Zhou Miao immediately fell heavily to the ground and was spun around twice. A few teeth rolled out of her mouth. In an instant, Zhou Tianxing and Zhao Xianger were stunned on the spot. Zhou Miao was still a little girl after all. Covering her reddened face, she immediately burst into tears. "How dare you hit my daughter?" Zhou Tianxing was immediately enraged. He had always cherished his daughter, treating her with utmost care and affection. And now, someone has actually slapped me hard in front of my face. Zhang Jing was also stunned. She looked at Qin Yun in disbelief. Zhou Tianxing had a lot of power in Luo City, if not absolute. Moreover, Zhou Miao was their precious daughter. "Go to the police station to find Feng Tian." Qin Yun spoke to Huang Kuan beside him. Huang Kuan glared at Zhou Tianxing before walking outside. Qin Yun turned around and said coldly to Zhou Tianxing, "Let me tell you, I'm not only going to beat up your daughter, I'm going to make you pay the price. Your daughter is the apple of your eye, but isn't my sister the same?" Zhou Tian's face flushed with anger. He strode towards Qin Yun, raising his fist to smash it into Qin Yun's face. Court death. Before Qin Yun could make a move, Sun Dazhuang, who was standing next to him, kicked Zhou Tianxing directly. Zhou Tianxing was caught off guard and was kicked to the ground. "You dare hit me?" Zhou Tianxing suddenly stood up and wanted to pounce again, but seeing Sun Dazhuang standing next to him, he could only lower his fist and speak fiercely to Qin Yun. "I'm going to make sure you can't make a living in this county town. I'm going to kick you out." Qin Yun sneered. No matter how many people were behind Zhou Tianxing today, he would show no mercy in attacking him. Zhang Jing tugged at Qin Yun's sleeve and whispered, "Qin Yun, why don't you just apologize to him?" Qin Yun shook his head. "Teacher, Qin Ling is my closest relative. I am willing to pay any price for her. Even if he has the emperor himself standing behind him, I'm still going to challenge him." Seeing Qin Yun's resolute attitude, Zhang Jing didn't say anything more and could only stand aside. "I don't think this is just a simple disturbance between students. I will submit a statement to the Education Bureau. This is a case of school bullying." Qin Yun's voice was calm, but his gaze toward Zhou Tianxing was unwavering. Soon, Feng Tian arrived at the scene in a flurry of activity with his men. Huang Kuan had already explained the situation to him on the way here. After Feng Tian arrived, he gave Zhou Tianxing a cold look and said, "Your name is Zhou Tianxing, right? I am Feng Tian from the police station. This is my work certificate. I will have the principal come over to assist with this matter. Your child has committed such heinous acts. This has already caused serious psychological harm to Qin Ling." As he spoke, Feng Tian waved his hand, and the person standing to the side immediately walked towards the principal's office upstairs. A short while later, Lu Feng also arrived at the office. After inquiring about Zhang Jing's situation, Lu Feng's expression changed. Qin Ling had left a deep impression on him before. Coming from a rural area, she possesses outstanding academic talent, and it was initially thought that entering school would provide her with a good learning environment. But I never expected this to happen. He glanced at Qin Yun, his heart filled with admiration for the young man. He knew that the reason they didn't call him down directly was because they were worried that Zhou Tianxing would hold a grudge against him. That's why they called Feng Tian first and then him, so that the police station could put pressure on him, the principal. He could only deal with Zhou Miao. Chapter 158 Lackey. Who do you think you are, daring to pronounce judgment on my daughter? Zhou Tianxing was not like the previous Wang Guang, who was intimidated by Feng Tian's skin. His face immediately turned cold, and he spoke coldly to Feng Tian. Feng Tian's gaze remained calm. "If you are not satisfied with my work, you are welcome to file a complaint with the police station. But now that such a thing has happened, the behavior is so egregious and the impact so severe that it has exceeded the scope of a normal minor. Therefore, I will urge the principal to punish your daughter, and I will also apply to have this matter recorded in your daughter's file." "You dare?" Zhou Tianxing immediately retorted coldly. "Who's above you? I want to talk to him." Although this era was not like later times, where having problems with one's records could prevent one from working in certain industries, it was by no means a matter of ignoring the issue entirely. Even with Zhou Tianxing's abilities, it wouldn't be something he could easily eliminate. So he got anxious. Behind me stands my country, and its laws. Feng Tian suddenly shouted, startling everyone around him. Zhou Tianxing was so rebuked that he couldn't say a word. Zhou Miao was still crying on the side when Qin Yin slowly walked up to her. You better remember this. This slap is just a warning. If you dare to do anything to my little sister again, I'll knock all your teeth out next time. Qin Yun's words were so cold that they sent chills down everyone's spines, especially Zhou Miao, who immediately stopped crying and stared blankly at Qin Yun. Principal Lu Feng also stepped forward, looked at Zhou Miao, then at Zhou Tianxing, and said in a deep voice, "At the request of the police station, I hereby propose to expel Zhou Miao and record this matter in his file." Expulsion? Zhou Tianxing frowned. Since compulsory education is not yet widespread, it is indeed possible to expel students. Dad, I don't want to leave school. I've just gotten used to this place. Zhou Miao, who was standing to the side, spoke up, her voice full of spoiled arrogance. Fine, you dare to do this? You just wait. I'll make you apologize. I'll make you beg my daughter to come back to school. After saying that, Zhou Tianxing turned and left with Zhou Miao and Zhao Xianger. Before leaving, Zhao Xianger spat hard onto the office floor. After they left, Qin Yun called Qin Ling into his office. Little sister, it's all right now. Zhou Miao has been fired, and we'll never see her again. Qin Yun crouched down and spoke softly to Qin Ling. Zhang Jing also came over and gently rubbed Qin Ling's head. Qin Ling, this time it's the teacher's fault. The teacher didn't protect you well, which is why this happened. Zhang Jing's face was full of guilt. Although she had only spent a few days with Qin Ling, she could tell that Qin Ling was definitely a good girl. Brother, will my classmates ignore me because of this? Qin Ling remained silent for a long time before hesitatingly speaking in a low voice. Qin Yun felt a pang of heartache. This child has lived under harsh conditions since childhood and is used to being cautious and timid. Even if someone bullies her, she will think about whether the other person will dislike her. Little sister, in this world, we can't guarantee that everyone will like us. Qin Yun said seriously. Like the Qin family, even though we have done very well, they are still not satisfied. We just need to do our best, and then like-minded people will naturally come to be our friends. And you also rid the class of a major scourge. Everyone is grateful to you. Qin Yun's words truly expressed the sentiments of everyone. Zhou Miao has always been a headache for all the teachers. He didn't pay attention in class and even incited his classmates to play pranks on the teacher. The other students also suffered terribly. If anything displeased them, they would be beaten and kicked. Good. The younger sister then nodded gently. Okay, let's go back to class. Qin Yun spoke, and Zhang Jing, who was next to him, took her younger sister's hand and walked towards the classroom. After the two of them left, Lu Feng said, Qin Yun, this is our dereliction of duty. I will hold another meeting like this tomorrow. If this happens again, we will definitely punish it severely. Moreover, Teacher Zhang Jing will also provide criticism and education. Qin Yun nodded. He still trusted Lu Feng to a certain extent. He had previously argued with others about Qin Ling's matter. However, Qin Yun, I advise you to make plans as soon as possible. A hint of worry appeared in Lu Feng's eyes as he said, Zhou Tianxing is right about one thing. He is indeed very rich and has some influence in Luo City. You're in business, so if he sends people to cause trouble, you really don't have any good solutions. Qin Yun smiled and nodded. Okay, I will be careful. Thank you, Principal Lu. After speaking, Qin Yun left the office with Huang Kuan and the others. Qin Yun didn't go straight home. Instead, he turned into a small alley and found Boss Pai. Compared to the previous times, Boss Pai was much more in high spirits. All the furniture around her had been replaced, and she was wearing more fashionable clothes. It seems like Boss Pai is doing quite well lately. Qin Yun sat down on the sofa and said with a smile. Boss Pai also concealed the truth, saying, That's right. I previously acquired a cargo ship, which traveled around various ports, buying some things, and then sending some things over. By reselling them like this, you can make a lot of money. As he spoke, Boss Pai took something out of the table and threw it to Qin Yun. Qin Yun picked it up and saw that it was a dazzling watch. Compared to domestically produced watches, it's so much better, by a huge margin. If you were to buy a citizen watch normally, it would probably cost several thousand here. It's yours. Boss Pai smiled charmingly and casually handed the watch to Qin Yun. The two chatted for a while longer before Boss Pai spoke up. So, what brings you here this time? You're the kind of person who doesn't come unless there's a reason. Qin Yun smiled and said, It's only Boss Pai who understands me. I came here today to ask if you know anyone named Zhou Tiansheng. Judging from Lu Feng and Zhang Jing's words, Zhou Tiansheng will definitely not let this go. He could only make plans for now. After thinking for a moment, Boss Pai asked, Is it the one that does business with foreigners? Qin Yun nodded. Boss Pai smirked. Doing business with foreigners, huh? He's just a translator, what we used to call a lackey. Chapter 159 Another Meal. Lackey? Qin Yun asked with some doubt. Boss Pai nodded. Over the years, the government has gradually relaxed its policies, so we can see foreigners in places like Shanghai and Kyoto. Of course, most of them are here to do business. Boss Pai poured Qin Yun a glass of red wine and said casually, Originally, this reform wouldn't have come to our small county so quickly. But because of the Luo family, Boss Pai gently swirled his wine glass, his slender fingers appearing unusually long. I originally thought that the Luo family had only made their fortune in the county town. But what happened before showed that the Luo family is not simple. I used the power of my family to find out that the Luo family is from Shanghai. As for why they came to Luocheng, we don't know yet. And Zhou Tiansheng is the bridge between the Luo family and foreigners. There are few talented people in this county, so they chose him as the translator. But the amount of money they offered was indeed substantial. Qin Yun nodded. The Luo family was indeed generous with their money. Before, when Qin Sihai recruited people to sell kidneys for them, he would take out countless large coins from his pocket every day. You can buy a house in just a few days. What's wrong? Did you have a conflict with him? Boss Pai asked a question. Qin Yun nodded and recounted to Boss Pai what had happened at school that day. Boss Pai frowned as well. The true upper class is actually more about humility and peace. There's not much arrogance in them. After thinking for a moment, Boss Pai said, It's simple to cure him. Just wait for me then. Boss Pai spoke to Qin Yun for a moment, then handed him several documents. Qin Yun nodded and then said, I understand. I'll go back and prepare. Boss Pai nodded. Not long after, Qin Yun returned to the courtyard. After cooking for everyone, Qin Yun went to the school to pick up Qin Ling. Although Qin Ling has not yet recovered from what happened before, she is feeling much better overall. When she came out, she was accompanied by a group of classmates, which shows that Qin Ling is well-liked. Little sister, Qin Yun called out, and the little sister waved to her classmate beside her and walked towards Qin Yun. What did you learn at school today? Qin Yun smiled, took Qin Ling's school bag, and rode his bicycle toward the courtyard. What I learned was all taught to me by Teacher Chen before. It's very simple. Qin Ling replied with a smile that these exams were very simple for her now. But we can't let our guard down. We can review what we've learned again. Qin Yun gave his instructions. I see. Soon, the two returned to the courtyard. The next morning, after dropping Qin Ling off at school, Qin Yun went straight to the construction site. The house is being built very quickly. Feng Qing and Chen Shuqi are also on site, constantly making changes with pens. At this rate of progress, it should be completed very soon. Wang Guang's house still stood alone in the same place. After seeing Qin Yun arrive, he tried to come up several times. But in the end, it still stopped in the same place. He knew that the foundation of the house was already in place, and it was impossible to demolish it now. He is now filled with regret. If I had known, I shouldn't have listened to that son of a bitch Qin Wentong. Otherwise my land might have been rented out long ago. Just when he was filled with deep regret. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Brother Wang, you made me search so hard. Wang Guang turned around and saw Qin Wentong, the one who had treated him to pig's trotters. Upon seeing Qin Wentong, he immediately became furious. He immediately strode over to Qin Wentong's side and said coldly, You still have the nerve to come here? If you hadn't misled me back then, would I have stuck to that price? And he even directed and starred in this whole thing. Qin Wentong cursed inwardly. If you hadn't been such an idiot for adding unnecessary details, things wouldn't have turned out this way. but her face was still beaming with smiles. Brother Wang, I admit I didn't think things through. That's why I've come to apologize. Qin Wentong looked up at the sky and said, It's lunchtime. Let's go. I'll treat you to dinner. Wang Guang originally wanted to get angry, but seeing how humble Qin Wentong's attitude was, he could only pause for a moment. He immediately said, I want to eat at the state-run hotel. Qin Wentong paused for a moment, then scratched his head and said, The state-run hotel is far away and crowded. If we go now, a trip to a state-run hotel would cost at least 5 or 6 yuan, which would be a death sentence for him. If you're not going to the state-run hotel, then leave now. We don't need to say anything more after that. Wang Guang wasn't going to tolerate Qin Wentong, and immediately spoke up. Qin Wentong was so angry he was practically itching to get his teeth clean. But all he could say was, Okay, since Brother Wang wants to go, I'll invite you. A smile finally appeared on Wang Guang's face. Soon, the two arrived at the state-run hotel. Wang Guang raised his eyelids and immediately ordered several meat dishes, including an expensive fish. This is clearly an attempt to kill Qin Wentong. Wang Guang only stopped ordering when Qin Wentong spoke up and repeated himself. Suppressing his financial pain, Qin Wentong asked, Brother Wang, are you willing to let this matter rest? Seeing Qin Yun making money like this, Wang Guang rummaged through the food on his plate, scoffing, What can we do? I was in jail last time because of this. If I do this again, I'm a dog. Wang Guang sighed and said, I've thought about it. In my area, nothing else works, but a small shop is perfect. There will definitely be a lot of foot traffic there. You know what? Wang Guang's idea actually works. The furniture mall has all kinds of shops, but there are no small stores, which makes it very inconvenient for people to buy things in the hot summer. The most critical issue is that there's nowhere to buy cigarettes. With this little shop, even if you're not going to become rich, making a little money shouldn't be a problem. Brother Wang, to be honest, seeing Qin Yun make money is worse than killing me. Qin Wentong was also busy eating the food on his plate, afraid that Wang Guangquan would finish it all. Brother Wang, I have a plan that will definitely prevent Qin Yun from making any money. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Qin Wentong spoke to Wang Guang. Forget it, I don't want to get involved in this mess with you anymore. Wang Guang didn't even look up before directly refusing. Qin Wentong wasn't in a hurry. He patiently persuaded him. Brother Wang, listen to me. This method is absolutely feasible. Chapter 160 Qinxing. As the saying goes, he who eats another's food is bound to him, and he who takes another's money is bound to him. Wang Guang felt embarrassed to refuse Qin Wentong's lavish meal and could only ask, Tell me what you have to say. Qin Wentong smiled and said, With Qin Yun's intelligence, he will definitely try his best to get everyone to participate when the project is completed. If you do this again, and then do this again. Qin Wentong leaned close to Wang Guang's ear and whispered something. Wang Guang hesitated. He also thought the idea was good, but the scene of being sent inside by Qin Yun was still vivid in his mind. Qin Wentong saw through Wang Guang's worries. Brother Wang, what are you afraid of? Think about it. Even if they arrest you, they'll eventually release you, won't they? I studied law at Qingqing University. Trust me, nothing will happen. The last sentence gave Wang Guang great courage. He never expected that Qin Wentong, who looked unremarkable, was actually a college student at Qingqing University. It should be noted that Qingqing University is a well-known university in the city and even the province. And I'll be there too. Together we'll make sure Qin Yun fails to do business and is poor for life. Qin Wentong's eyes were filled with anger. Okay, then I'll trust you one last time. Wang Guang said. But Brother Qin, I suddenly remembered that my wife hasn't eaten yet. How about I pack a few more dishes? I think this fish is quite good. The joy Qin Wentong had felt in persuading Wang Guang vanished instantly. This meal cost him a full 5 yuan. That fish was especially expensive, costing a full $1.20. All right. Qin Wentong grinned and said, But Brother Wang, to be honest, I don't have much money left lately. Okay, then we'll skip the fish and order one more dish to take away. Wang Guang didn't care about anything else and directly called the waiter to pack up the dishes again. Qin Wentong felt a surge of anger. He couldn't bear to eat this food. But in order to disgust Qin Yun, Qin Wentong felt that everything he was doing now was worth it. After finishing the rest of the food, Qin Wentong let out a satisfied burp before parting ways with Wang Guang. At this moment, Qin Yun left the courtyard and arrived at the middle school campus. Based on his judgment, Zhou Tianxing's statement that he had the school beg his daughter to return meant that he must have used his connections. I've also inquired with the Education Bureau. Lei Guosheng was away on a business trip attending a seminar these past few days and was not in the county town. This gave Zhou Tianxing room to maneuver. Without a second thought, Qin Yun went straight to the principal's office. Sure enough, when they opened the door, they saw a number of people standing in the office, and at that moment, a middle-aged man was sitting in the chair that originally belonged to Lu Feng. Lu Feng and Zhang Jing stood to the side. Zhou Tianxing was also inside, sitting on the sofa next to him, legs crossed, his face full of disdain. Who are you? Do you know this is the principal's office? Do you know who I am? Get out of here right now. The middle-aged man's face immediately darkened when he saw Qin Yun, and he said coldly. Qin Yun's brows immediately furrowed. Goodbye, Brother Chun. This is the main character of today, named Qin Yun. It is his sister Qin Ling who prevented Miao Miao from going to school. Zhou Tianxing, however, spoke up from the side. Let him in. I want to see what kind of expression he'll have when he hears the news that Miao Miao is going back to school. And I want his sister kicked out of this school. The middle-aged man sitting above sneered, nodded, and said, All right. Given what has happened, this is the proper course of action. Your name is Qin Yun, right? Wait a moment. Let me finish up here first. The middle-aged man spoke to Qin Yun, then looked at Lu Feng and Zhang Jing, and said in a deep voice, As a teacher, Zhang Jing has failed to fulfill her responsibility to educate the children. Her salary will be suspended for 3 months. Furthermore, you will be placed on probation at the school. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jing immediately became anxious. You can't do this. If the child hasn't been properly raised, shouldn't the focus be on her parents? Teachers can only play a supporting role from the sidelines. Besides, I'm the only one in my family who can earn money, and I have 4 elderly people to support. This money can't be less. Stop saying so much. There's a saying that goes, when you're about to be hit, stand up straight. If I don't teach you a lesson, how will you work properly in the future? Sitting in Lu Feng's chair, Chen Xing said coldly, showing no intention of changing his mind. Teacher Zhang Jing's family is indeed struggling financially. Over the years, she has worked diligently at the school, and every time her students enter junior high school, the students she teaches are ranked at the top. I disagree with this decision. Lu Feng, how dare you talk back? Do you even have the right to speak here? Upon hearing this, Chen Xing's eyes turned completely cold. We haven't dealt with each other yet, and you won't be able to escape either. That's settled then. Zhang Jing's salary absolutely cannot be paid. Chen Xing's gaze then turned to Lu Feng. And you, Lu Feng, as the principal, you failed to act impartially. Do you know how much benefit Comrade Zhou has brought us? Chen Xing arrogantly instructed Lu Feng. Now you approve Zhou Miao's return to school and expel Qin Ling. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes narrowed. After Lei Guosheng left, Chen Xing became the most influential person in the entire county. And now, they're actually going to fire Qin Ling. Excuse me for being frank, but I'm afraid I can't do that. After a moment of silence, Lu Feng directly refused. What? Chen Xing's face immediately turned cold. I'd like to ask you, what gives you the right to refuse? Qin Ling is excellent in both her studies and character. On the contrary, Zhou Miao has a bad reputation at school and deliberately bullies Qin Ling. Lu Feng stared intently at Chen Xing. I also want to ask you, why did you listen to Zhou Tianxing and deliberately distort the truth? You dare accuse me of distorting the truth? Watch your words. I am your superior. Chen Xing's face immediately turned cold. If you don't make this decision, and Lei Guosheng isn't here, I can fire you right now. Chen Xing's eyes were filled with gloom. You need to know how many people are watching this position. Upon hearing this, Lu Feng could no longer hold back and glared angrily at Chen Xing. I, Lu Feng, have studied the classics for many years. Even if I become a principal, I will do my best to protect the students, if not change my original intention. Lu Feng's eyes were full of determination. I have already backed down and not let Qin Ling receive the treatment she deserves. But this time, I will absolutely not go against my conscience, and I will not make this decision for the sake of your damn relationship with Zhou Tiansheng. Chapter 161, Not Making You Comfortable. Lu Feng's words were tantamount to slapping Chen Xing across the face. Chen Xing immediately blushed with anger. Just as he was about to explode, Lu Feng bluntly said, "This position of principal is very stressful. I'm resigning. Please find someone more suitable." After saying that, he slammed the door shut and prepared to leave. Zhou Tiansheng was overjoyed. For continuing to oppose me, Zhang Jing's salary has been suspended, and now even Lu Feng is going to be fired. I want to see who else can stop my daughter from going to school. And Qin Ling, she has to be kicked out. However, at that moment, a voice suddenly rang out. No one should leave. Those two should be kicked out. Chen Xing and Zhou Tiansheng were taken aback, then turned their gazes to Qin Yun. So, Qin Yun, who do you think you are? How dare you yell at me like that? Chen Xing slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Qin Yun was not afraid at all. He took out a document and said slowly, "You mentioned before how much benefit Zhou Tiansheng brought to education in Luoqing. However, this benefit should have come to you, right?" Chen Xing was taken aback, then immediately said, "Qin Yun, don't talk nonsense here. I, Chen Xing, have always stood upright and walked straight. If you dare to frame me, I'll go to the police station and report you right now." Qin Yun chuckled and didn't argue with Chen Xing anymore, instead opening the file. It has to be said that Boss Pai is quite capable. This document contains all of Zhou Tianxing's financial transactions, both those that are publicly known and those that are not. Both are available. Later, Boss Pai explained to him that in order to gain a foothold in Luo City, he had to understand the Luo family thoroughly. She has all the people and matters related to the Luo family. This naturally includes Zhou Tiansheng, who served as the translator. On October 10th last year, Zhou Tiansheng had dinner with Chen Xing over the canteen bidding process. They ate stewed pangolin and drank Matai liquor. Qin Yun glanced at Chen Xing indifferently. "I think Comrade Chen must know that pangolins are protected animals, right?" Upon hearing this, Chen Xing's expression froze, and he immediately turned his gaze to Zhou Tiansheng. But I noticed that his face was also full of disbelief. They did this very discreetly. Even the chef had to find the location before he could start cooking. This is a minor matter. At the dinner table, Zhou Tiansheng gave Chen Xing 500 yuan to help solve his daughter's schooling problem. Qin Yun slowly read out each sentence, each word like a heavy hammer blow to their hearts. "Now, I'd like to ask you, with such despicable character, how dare you claim to be upright and honest?" Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the two felt as if a heavy weight had been lifted from their hearts. Qin Yun, Qin Ling can still stay at school. Besides, Zhou Miao did make a mistake after all. I don't think she can come to school. Chen Xing's momentum instantly waned, and he remained silent for several minutes before finally speaking. Zhou Tiansheng dared not speak again. If Qin Yun knew about such a secret, wouldn't all the other things he did also be found on it? Qin Yun sighed inwardly. Boss Pai has only been in Luo City for a short time, so his achievements are partly due to chance, but also to hard work. But this is the best we can do. Further information remains unavailable. However, this information alone is enough to ruin Chen Xing's reputation. What I'm really interested in is why you, who hold power, always overstep your bounds. Qin Yun's voice was icy. Since you've done something wrong, you should have the ability to take responsibility for it. I will hand this matter over to the police station as is, and we will take joint action after Lei Guosheng returns. After saying that, Qin Yun turned to Lu Feng and Zhang Jing and said, "I guarantee that neither of you will be implicated in this matter." Qin Yun knew that if he wanted to keep his current position, all Lu Feng needed to do was nod and say he agreed. Zhang Jing would also scold Qin Ling a couple of times and say a few nice things about Zhou Miao, and naturally, she could get her own salary. But neither of them did that. "Qin Yun, I've already made concessions. What more do you want? At worst, I'll give your sister the spot for admission through the guaranteed admission program. And the expenses after schooling will be covered by subsidies." Chen Xing sensed something was wrong, but he still spoke up. In this era, everyone values education, but tuition fees are much higher when attending junior high school. For ordinary families, while it may not be an unbearable price to pay, it is still a considerable expense. I'm sure Qin Yun wouldn't refuse that. My sister will definitely be able to get into junior high school on her own merit. As for paying her tuition, that's my business. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he turned to leave. Wait, Qin Yun, I'm begging you this once. Please don't give this information to anyone else. I can do a lot for you. Seeing that Qin Yun remained unmoved, Chen Xing panicked, more panicked than ever before. He didn't expect that Qin Yun would refuse without even thinking. He added hastily, and Lu Feng, he can continue to be the principal. I will nominate him at the next meeting and help him advance further. Zhang Jing's salary will be paid on time, and I will even give her a raise. Eating an animal isn't a person, so what's so serious about it? I can return the 500 yuan to him. Chen Xing spoke rapidly, saying a long string of words. 500 yuan seemed like a lot, but for him, it wasn't some windfall. At the time, I was just driven by desire. Qin Yun sneered. I'll say it again, you have to bear the consequences of your own mistakes. After saying that, he ignored Chen Xing's repeated pleas for mercy behind him and left the school. Lu Feng and Zhang Jing looked relieved. Chen Xing stared intently at Zhou Tianxing. It's all your fault. Why did you give me money? Your daughter is spoiled and unreasonable, and she bullies others at school. Why did you let her stay in school while expelling others? Chen Xing cursed angrily. Zhou Tianxing sneered. It takes two to tango. If it were just him offering money and Chen Xing refusing it, how could he have ended up in this situation? But he didn't say anything. Instead, he simply walked out. Qin Yun, since you won't let me have an easy time, then I won't let you have an easy time either. If that document is handed over to the police station, he will definitely be implicated. Chapter 162, Asking for Help. After leaving the school, Zhou Tianxing rode his bicycle straight into a small alley. After knocking on the door of one of the rooms, Zhou Tianxing cautiously entered the room. The interior decoration was extremely luxurious, exuding both nobility and elegance. Even in Qin Yun's era, it would have cost a considerable amount of money. At that moment, an old man and a young man were sitting in the room. The older man, dressed in a kimono with graying hair, knelt beside the table, while the younger man wore a silk nightgown and looked quite languid. Greetings, young master. Zhou Tianxing greeted the young man, and then addressed the old man in fluent Japanese, Konnichiwa. The old man nodded gently. Didn't I tell you that you only need to come here when we're discussing business? What are you doing here now? The young man looked at Zhou Tianxing with dissatisfaction. A simple sentence, yet it immediately sent chills down Zhou Tianxing's spine. However, he still mustered up his courage and said, Young master, something has happened that I'd like you to know about. There is a man named Qin Yun who has a document. He only said that I treated Chen Xing to a meal, and that the meal consisted of pangolin. I also gave him some money as a bribe. But I suspect that the document he has contains more information. Zhou Tianxing knew a principle deeply. If he couldn't handle the matter himself, the best way was to muddy the waters. To get others to do something to Qin Yun. Just like now. The young man's eyes remained calm upon hearing this, but his expression clearly wavered when he heard the name Qin Yun. You mean Qin Sihai's son, Qin Yun? Zhou Tianxing was taken aback. Young master, I don't know. The young man raised his hand, signaling Zhou Tianxing to shut up, and then said calmly, I understand about this matter. You don't need to worry about the rest. Zhou Tianxing was overjoyed and quickly bowed to the young man before turning and leaving. Once he stepped out of the courtyard, Zhou Tianxing finally let out a sigh of relief. A hint of coldness appeared at the corner of his mouth. He had already used his connections at the police station, but to no avail. In desperation, this was the only method he could use. How dare you hit his daughter to his face? He will make Qin Yun pay the price. Meanwhile, Qin Yun was already carrying the documents and riding his bicycle on his way to the police station. Luoqing Middle School is quite a distance from the police station, but Qin Yun is not in a hurry. Just as he was leisurely turning a corner, suddenly, several lean men appeared in front of him. The moment Qin Yun saw them, his heart sank instinctively. There's definitely something wrong with these people. Their gazes were remarkably consistent, a mixture of indifference and wariness. Qin Yun sensed something was wrong and quickly turned the car around, preparing to run back. However, before Qin Yun could make this move, the figures in front of him suddenly moved. With lightning speed, he snatched the folder away. Qin Yun didn't even have time to react. After receiving the documents, the person didn't even glance at Qin Yun or say a word, but simply turned and left. Watching the backs of the group, Qin Yun gasped for breath. He was certain that even Huang Wentian was no match for that group of people. After picking up the bicycle, Qin Yun went to the police station. Gao Rui was also present today, holding a meeting with someone. After Qin Yun waited for a while, Gao Rui came out. Seeing that Qin Yun's expression was a bit off, Gao Rui asked, "What's wrong?" Qin Yun and Gao Rui arrived at the office, and Qin Yun recounted what had just happened to Gao Rui. After listening to Qin Yun's account, Gao Rui also frowned. Although there was no evidence, he still chose to believe Qin Yun. What did those people look like? Gao Rui slowly opened his mouth and asked. Qin Yun recalled the appearance of that group of people and then said, "That group of people were very thin and not tall. Their eyes were very cold, as if they had no emotions. And he was very skilled with his hands. He snatched the documents from my hands in no time." Gao Rui's face was full of solemnity. Although Qin Yun was not a professional fighter, he knew that Qin Yun had studied with Huang Wentian for quite some time. He's got some skills too. I will send someone to investigate this matter, Gao Rui said. As for the economic dealings between Chen Xing and Zhou Tiansheng, it should be quite easy to investigate them. Once Lei Guosheng returns, I will conduct a joint investigation, and I believe we will have results soon. Hearing this, Qin Yun nodded. We caught Qin Sihai before, so in theory, even if the people behind him did it very cleanly, we should still be able to find some clues. At this point, Gao Rui sighed. But no matter how we interrogated him, Qin Sihai ultimately refused to say a word. The only way we can catch the people behind this is to find more evidence. Qin Yun was somewhat puzzled. The only way to make someone like Qin Sihai submit was to make him realize how truly terrifying he was. Only in this way will he truly listen to others. It now appears that the person behind this is very powerful. Meanwhile, in that elegant and prestigious room, the young man opened the document, glanced at it, and a hint of disdain appeared on his face. He then looked at Zhou Tiansheng, who was standing in front of him. They're clever enough to use me to get this document back. Zhou Tiansheng's face immediately showed surprise. He hadn't expected that he could figure all this out in such a short time. You're smart, but you're also really stupid. The young man spoke again in a cold voice. You think that once you get this document, everything will be fine? Do you know that Chen Xing is just a nobody? If you interrogate him even a little, he will definitely tell you everything. Zhou Tiansheng was stunned when he heard this. Cold sweat instantly beaded on his forehead. How could he have overlooked this problem? He immediately said, Young master, please help me. I really have no other way. For the sake of all these years I've toiled like a slave. Zhou Tiansheng spoke in a trembling voice. Work like a beast of burden? I seem to remember paying you a lot, enough for you to squander in this small county town. Otherwise, where would you get so much money to smooth things over and cultivate your influence? Upon hearing this, Zhou Tiansheng's heart immediately tightened. Chapter 163 Business Card. He usually uses these kinds of statements to refuse. Sure enough, the man continued, I won't get involved in this matter anymore. You still have time, and I hope the people you've cultivated can offer you some help. Zhou Tiansheng wanted to say something more, but then something suddenly occurred to him, and he shut his mouth. You know the rules. If you dare to reveal even the slightest thing about us inside. The young man didn't say anything more, but what he said sent a chill down Zhou Tiansheng's spine. I see. After a moment of silence, Zhou Tiansheng spoke and then walked out of the room. Only the man and the old man from before remained in the room. Do you think he can get out of this predicament? The man asked the old man beside him, his words firm and clear, not in Mandarin. The old man shook his head. I believe you have your own answer. The man smiled, not feeling that the old man's failure to respond had dampened his spirits, and continued. The strongest, yet also the most fragile, relationship in this world is one built on money. Money alone, without the means to make it work, will eventually be discarded like a pawn. The man glanced at the old man beside him. We still need to find another translator. My language skills are still somewhat lacking. It's already very good. The old man took a sip of tea and spoke expressionlessly. The man looked out the window. Qin Yun, is that it? He really does have some skill. Having arrived in Luoqing, this is the first person who has piqued my interest. At this moment, Qin Yun had already picked up Qin Ling and returned to the courtyard. They prepared a meal for everyone, and also specially prepared a meal for Old Man Wei, which was then delivered to Old Man Wei's room. Qin boy, what's wrong? Have you been having some troubles lately? Old Wei has been living with Qin Yun for some time now, and he has gone from being very critical of Qin Yun at the beginning to getting along well with him now. He had completely come to regard Qin Yun as his own family. Qin Yun said, "It's all right, Uncle Wei, there haven't been any major problems yet." Old Man Wei knew that Qin Yun was aware of the situation, so he didn't ask any further questions. He simply said, "Okay, if anything happens, remember to let me know." Qin Yun smiled and nodded. After dinner, while everyone was resting, Qin Yun went to the street and bought some watermelons. This place is near a mountain spring. Soaking the food in ice water makes it incredibly refreshing. Qin Yun specially took 2 watermelons and put them in his basket before riding his bicycle to the small courtyard he had bought. When they arrived at the courtyard, Chen Shuqi and Feng Qing had not yet returned. Only Chen Shuqi's grandmother remained at home. Although Chen Shuqi's grandmother is paralyzed in bed, she is well cared for by Chen Shuqi and is now able to walk with crutches. Upon seeing Qin Yun arrive, the old lady disregarded Qin Yun's objections and insisted on getting down to find him some food. Qin Yun ate his food with a smile on his face. After chatting with the old lady for a while, I heard footsteps outside. Chen Shuqi and Feng Qing walked in carrying a stack of engineering drawings, their faces covered in sweat. In just a few days, the 2 of them were already tan dark. "Qin Yun, what brings you here?" Chen Shuqi asked with a look of surprise. Qin Yun smiled and took out the watermelon. "Look, I bought a few watermelons from outside, and I just soaked them in cold water. They're cooling down nicely. You should all try it." As he spoke, Qin Yun took out a knife, cut a few slices, and handed them to the 2 of them. Actually, the 2 of them didn't feel the heat much during these past few days at the construction site, all thanks to Qin Yun's unlimited supply of hawthorn water every day. However, with watermelon available, the 2 did not stand on ceremony and began to devour it. When we had almost finished eating, Chen Shuqi and Feng Qing took out a stack of drawing paper, spread it on the table, and said to Qin Yun, "Qin Yun, this is the result of our discussion over the past 2 days. After discussing it, we found that if we could use the furniture that was delivered this time, we could achieve the same effect as the room layout diagram that Feng Qing brought last time." Qin Yun's gaze fell on the drawing paper, and his eyes lit up. The design drawings this time are completely different in style from the last one, but there is no denying that both are equally beautiful and aesthetically pleasing. Moreover, the company is newly established and needs more diversification. Only by designing houses in different styles can we attract more people. "Well done." Qin Yun smiled, gave a thumbs up, and praised him. He could tell that the 2 of them had definitely put a lot of effort into this. There wasn't a trace of carelessness in any of the paintings. Every single one is a masterpiece. Chen Shuqi and Feng Qing smiled at each other and wiped the sweat from their foreheads. He then said, "However, Qin Yun, we have something else to tell you. The workers on the construction site are planning to go home, so I wanted to ask you if you could find another construction team. With construction going day and night, the speed will definitely be much faster." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately nodded, seeing that Zhao Liang and the others were about to return and the temple fair was about to begin. If it can be completed as soon as possible, they will have more time to react and be better prepared. "Okay, but there's one thing. The time can be expedited, but the quality of the project absolutely cannot have the slightest problem." Qin Yun then gave further instructions. Feng Qing nodded. "Brother Xingqin, I'll talk to them when I get back. With Su Ren watching over things, there shouldn't be any major problems." "Good." Qin Yun smiled and nodded in agreement. "Oh right, Shuqi, there's one more thing I need you to do," Qin Yun said, tearing a small square from an unpainted piece of paper. "Qin Yun, you speak." Chen Shuqi immediately came over. Qin Yun roughly sketched a shape on the drawing paper, wrote his name and address. There are also some other contact methods listed above, such as the small courtyard I bought and the small courtyard at Old Man Wei's place. Its main selling point is flexibility and versatility. These are roughly the words to write on top. Leave plenty of space at the top to make it look neat. Of course, the name and the address in the furniture store definitely need to be larger. As Qin Yun spoke, Shuchi nodded repeatedly and said, "This thing is quite novel. Just grab one. It won't take up any space anyway, and I can go directly to it if I need anything in the future." "Qin Yun, what is this called?" Qin Yun smiled and said, "This thing is called a business card." Chapter 164, Preparing to Start Writing. Telephones like PHS phones aren't widespread yet, but once they become common inland, business cards will be much more convenient. In that time, business cards will have even greater applications. "Okay, Qin Yun, I'll start designing it tomorrow and bring it over for you to see." Qin Yun nodded and then said, "However, the design should be kept simple because this business card will be copied many times." Shuchi smiled and said, "Okay, I understand." Qin Yun chatted with the two for a while longer before riding his bicycle home. The next afternoon, Shuchi took the designed business card and went straight to the courtyard. Qin Yun took a look and found that only a few minor changes were needed, which could be easily modified. "Okay, this business card is done. You've worked hard these past 2 days. Go home and rest." Qin Yun spoke to Shuchi. Shuchi smiled and said, "It's okay, Qin Yun. As long as the company can get up and running as soon as possible, being a little tired is nothing. Besides, aren't you a capitalist? Of course you should exploit us ruthlessly." After saying that, Shuchi handed a large bag of things to Qin Yun. "These are gifts I've bought for Qinling." Inside the room were some school supplies and some practice questions that I had prepared for her. At the time, we enrolled Qinling in the 5th grade of elementary school based on her age. Although she is doing very well now, her foundation is still a bit weak. Shuchi then added, "However, with Qinling's intelligence, she will definitely be able to make up for it quickly. Going to junior high school should be no problem at all." Qin Yun was deeply moved. Things were different now compared to later, when there was a dazzling array of exercise books available. Some questions require you to design them yourself and then write them down by hand. It looks simple, but it's actually very difficult to do. In particular, Shuchi did not slack off at all. This time, the questions were a thick stack. "Shuchi, thank you so much." Qin Yun spoke sincerely. Shuchi smiled and said, "Qinling is someone I watched enter the school, so she's practically like my little sister. Writing some workbook exercises isn't tiring." After saying that, Shuchi waved to Qin Yun. "Qin Yun, I'll be going now. Feng Qing and I need to go check on the construction site again." Qin Yun nodded, and without lingering, he took the business card and went to find Gao Yunshu. These past 2 days, Gao Yunshu has been facing exams, so Qin Yun hasn't been going to see her all the time. After what happened before, the security guards at Qingqing University remembered Qin Yun and let him in after greeting him. As soon as Qin Yun entered the university, he saw the big character poster on the bulletin board next to him. Qin Yun leaned closer to take a look and burst out laughing. "Isn't this written with Qin Wentong's name on it?" After reading it carefully, Qin Yun had to admit that Zhao Wei truly lived up to his reputation as a top student in the law department of Qingqing University. This text contains absolutely no personal feelings. It is simply a straightforward account of Qin Wentong's actions. As the saying goes, lies don't hurt, but the truth is the sharpest knife. A simple argument would be even more damaging to Qin Wentong. Just from Qin Yun's perspective, Qin Wentong on this list was simply the worst of the worst. He stabs people in the back, never forgives them when he's in the right. If I really wanted to see him, I'd slap him twice. Given Zhao Wei's reputation within the school, one can imagine how difficult Qin Wentong's living conditions must have been. After watching for a while, Qin Yun finally found Gao Yunshu downstairs at her dormitory. "Qin Yun, what brings you here?" Upon seeing Qin Yun, Gao Yunshu's face immediately lit up with a smile, as radiant as a blooming flower. Looking at her face, Qin Yun noticed that Gao Yunshu had lost a lot of weight in the few days he hadn't seen her. And it wasn't the kind of normal weight loss, but the kind that happens in a short period of time. Qin Yun didn't think much of it, assuming it was just because of the exams these past few days and the pressure of studying. So he waved his hand and said, "You must be exhausted from the exams these past few days, right? Come on, I'll treat you to something delicious." With that, he led Gao Yinshu onto his bicycle and headed outside. Soon, the two arrived at the state-run hotel. Qin Yun had just ordered one dish and was about to order another when Gao Yinshu said, "Qin Yun, you can just order whatever you want. I'm on a diet right now, so I won't eat it for now." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun looked at Gao Yinshu with some surprise. In his previous life, he had seen too many people develop health problems due to excessive pursuit of weight loss. Actually, it's not their fault. I don't know when it started, but a trend has emerged, such as the A4 waist, the V-line, and even raising fish on the collarbone. Everyone is trying to be thin. Ideally, one should be able to lose weight to the extreme. But Qin Yun never felt that there was anything interesting about them. He looked up at Gao Yinshu and said, "Have you not eaten for the past few days? Is it because you're trying to lose weight?" Gao Yinshu sensed something was off about Qin Yun's words, but still nodded in agreement. "Yinshu, everyone loves beauty, but this is on the basis of good health. I would rather you be healthy and happy than lose weight." Qin Yun spoke earnestly to Gao Yinshu, guiding her as she spoke. A warm feeling washed over Gao Yinshu. Think about it. If you go home one day and Uncle Gao sees that you've lost weight, won't he think it's my fault? Qin Yun teased Gao Yinshu. "What if Uncle Gao and Aunt Lu get angry and won't let me marry you?" "Don't." Gao Yinshu couldn't help but tug at Qin Yun's sleeve. She immediately blushed with embarrassment. Qin Yun laughed heartily, waved his hand, and ordered several more dishes, saying, "Come on, it's exam time. How can we not replenish our nutrition? Let's eat our fill today." Hearing Qin Yun's words, Gao Yinshu abandoned her thoughts of dieting and began to eat heartily. A smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips as he watched Gao Yinshu eat. A beautiful woman is a beautiful woman. Even while eating, she speaks softly and gently, which looks extremely attractive. When they had almost finished eating, Qin Yun took out his business cards and handed them to Gao Yinshu. "Yinshu, these are the business cards we have designed. I will send you the paper tomorrow. You can find a few students and start writing them then. The price is the same as the price we agreed on last time." Gao Yinshu took the business card, looked at it, and nodded. She was very happy to be able to help Qin Yun. Soon after dinner, Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu went for a walk in the park. It wasn't until dusk that Qin Yun returned to the courtyard. Chapter 165 Playing with him. At this moment, Huang Kuan and the others had finished their day's work and were eating watermelons in the yard. Sun Dazhuang was playing chess with Old Man Wei, but the kid had an unsportsmanlike style of play and kept taking back his moves, which made Old Man Wei furious. He slammed the chess piece on the ground in a huff. "You little brat, you're not even as clean as Qin Yun." Sun Dazhuang chuckled and said some nice things to Old Man Wei for a long time before Old Man Wei finally sat down again. Qin Ling felt the weather was hot, so she moved her table and chairs outside to study and looked around from time to time. Qin Yun's heart stirred slightly. I once heard someone say that a person's life is just a few short moments. The heartwarming scene before her was something she had never experienced in the Qin family. He cherished it immensely. "Brother, you're back? Come and try some chilled watermelon. Uncle Huang just brought it up." When Qin Ling saw Qin Yun return, she immediately picked up a watermelon and presented it to him. Qin Yun took the watermelon and had only eaten one slice when a familiar figure walked in from outside. "Brother Qin, Late Guisheng is back. He's in the police station right now. Director Gao asked me to call you over as well." Feng Tian wiped the sweat from his brow and spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes, handed Feng Tian a few slices of watermelon, and the two of them ate while riding their bicycles toward the police station. Soon, the two arrived at the police station. After greeting Gao Rui, Qin Yun took a seat. At this moment, the atmosphere inside the police station was extremely heavy. Chen Xing sat in a chair, facing Gao Rui and Qin Yun. Late Guisheng looked very unwell. As the head of education in Luocheng, he found that his subordinates had been found to have problems one after another in a short period of time. Where does that leave him with his pride? Chen Xing, confess and you'll be treated leniently. Resist and you'll be punished severely. I advise you to tell the truth now, or you'll face the maximum penalty. Late Guisheng slammed his hand on the table and coldly addressed Chen Xing. Chen Xing was so startled that he immediately jumped. He glanced at Qin Yun with some resentment, then said, I confess, I was bewitched and agreed to have dinner with Zhou Tianxing. It was just a simple meal. I thought it was nothing special, but who knew we were eating protected animals? Chen Xing sighed. He already knew that at this point, he had no chance to deny it and could only tell the whole story. Moreover, at the dinner table, Zhou Tianxing gave me 500 yuan and asked me to arrange his daughter's schooling. Chen Xing explained the matter clearly, as if pouring beans from a bamboo tube. Is there anything else? After Chen Xing finished speaking, Lei Guosheng continued, his eyes filled with coldness. Not that's all. Chen Xing spoke in a trembling voice. However, Gao Rui's eyes darkened, and he sneered. Chen Xing, you really won't shed a tear until you see the coffin. Do you really think that document only mentioned this one thing? Upon hearing this, a question flashed through Qin Yun's mind. This document was handed to him by Boss Pai, and he had read it thoroughly. That's exactly what's written above. What else could it be? But just as he was about to turn his head to look at Gao Rui, a thought struck him, and he couldn't help but give Gao Rui a thumbs up. Gao Rui worked his way up from the front lines and is very familiar with the ins and outs of the business. He's trying to trick Chen Xing. Compared to before, neither Qin Yun nor Lei Guosheng remembered. Chen Xing, I'm only saying all this to you because of all the contributions you've made to education in Luoqing. I'm one of the few people in this room who's willing to give you a chance. If you don't confess, don't blame us for being impolite. In his last sentence, Gao Rui's words suddenly turned cold and sharp, startling everyone present. Sure enough, upon hearing this, a struggle appeared in Chen Xing's eyes. After a moment, Chen Xing, like a deflated balloon, slowly opened his mouth. After I finish speaking, you must give me a lenient punishment. Lei Guosheng looked at him and said, Okay, I promise you. Just as Chen Xing was about to say something, a young comrade suddenly walked in from outside. The young comrade's face was full of anxiety and panic, and he was about to say something. Gao Rui, who was standing nearby, quickly stopped him with a look, and Qin Yun also stood up and called the young comrade outside. Now is the perfect opportunity for Chen Xing to confess his crimes, and the young man's expression clearly doesn't indicate anything good. If this causes any emotional fluctuation in Chen Xing, it will inevitably lead to more harm than good. Comrade, something bad has happened. We went out to investigate based on the clues you provided, but we found that the person in charge of the restaurant over there has already changed. Moreover, the people involved are either insignificant or have already left Luo City. We can't find any evidence. Qin Yun's heart sank immediately. It was obvious that this was done by someone behind Zhou Tianxing. The fact that this person could accomplish so much in such a short time is enough to demonstrate their remarkable abilities. Okay, I understand. You can go back to work now. Qin Yun nodded to the young comrade. Although no real evidence had been found, it did not prevent the confirmation that Chen Xing had broken the law. Moreover, he's revealing more and more things now, and he's in a situation where he can't clear his name no matter what he does. Qin Yun walked back to the interrogation room, where Chen Xing had already given most of his confession. Lei Guosheng's face grew even more gloomy, almost as if it were dripping with water. It was obvious that everything Chen Xing had just said had shocked him. The things Chen Xing exposed were far too serious. Chen Xing, you're supposed to be in the education system, yet you have absolutely no compassion for students. To treat teachers so harshly is simply unworthy of being a human being. Gao Rui slammed his hand on the table and stood up. Lock him up first, and send all the evidence to the supervisory commission tomorrow. I'll trouble Comrade Lei to inform the relevant personnel. Anything related to Chen Xing will be punished to the fullest extent of the law. Upon hearing this, Chen Xing immediately froze on the spot. He looked at Lei Guosheng with disbelief and said in a trembling voice, Didn't you agree to give me a lenient punishment? Lei Guosheng looked at Chen Xing with murderous intent and snorted coldly. I wanted to give you a lenient punishment, but unfortunately, I'm in charge of education, not the judiciary. A hint of despair was revealed in Chen Xing's eyes. So it turns out from the very beginning, Lei Guosheng was just playing him. Chapter 166, just won't tell. But the matter had already been brought up, and there was no turning back. He could only stare blankly as the group opened the door and walked out. He will surely face severe legal punishment. After the group left, they found another office. Gao Rui then asked Qin Yun, "What just happened?" Qin Yun repeated what the young comrade had told him. Gao Rui and Lei Guosheng exchanged a glance. Only 2 days had passed since Qin Yun's documents were stolen. I didn't expect that person to be so fast. Let's interrogate Zhou Tianxing first and see if he can provide any useful clues. Gao Rui thought for a moment and then spoke. Now it seems that Zhou Tianxing is the only clue they have. Lei Guosheng nodded, and the group then went to the place where Zhou Tianxing was being held. The current Zhou Tianxing is far from his previous arrogant and domineering self. He leans back in his chair, looking extremely dejected. Seeing Qin Yun and the others walk in, his expression remained completely unchanged. Zhou Tianxing, confess and you will be treated leniently. Resist, and you will be punished severely. Gao Rui's expression turned cold, his aura suddenly became sharp, and his gaze went straight to Zhou Tianxing. As expected of someone who has held a high position for a long time, Gao Rui exudes a very stern aura. Anyone who comes here will feel immense pressure. But to everyone's surprise, Zhou Tianxing didn't even lift his eyelids. Instead, he said weakly, "Tell me whatever evidence you have. I plead guilty." Gao Rui and Qin Yun exchanged a glance. This is not right. No matter who comes in here, they will try their best to prove their innocence. Ideally, the crime should have nothing to do with you anymore. But now, Zhou Tianxing seems to be giving up? Zhou Tianxing, what do you mean by this? If you continue with this attitude, we will deal with you severely. Gao Rui suddenly let out a cold shout. Zhou Tianxing suddenly flew into a rage, stood up abruptly, and roared at Qin Yun. "It's all your fault. Qin Yun, don't give me a chance. I won't let you get away with this." Then, Zhou Tianxing turned his gaze to Gao Rui and said loudly, "And you? What crime have I committed? It was just bribing Qinxing, wasn't it? Haven't you heard the saying, flies don't land on eggs without cracks? If you're so capable, then throw the evidence in my face." After saying that, Zhou Tianxing plopped down in a chair. "I won't say a word." Zhou Tianxing sighed inwardly. It wasn't that he didn't want to argue. It was that he simply couldn't. Although he was inside, his wife and children were outside. If he accidentally let something slip, their safety could not be guaranteed. Lei Guosheng and Gao Rui wanted to ask more questions, but Zhou Tianxing kept his mouth shut and didn't say a word. Seeing this, everyone had no choice but to come out. "Qin Yun, what do you think?" Gao Rui asked. Qin Yun was silent for a moment before speaking. "This matter is the same as Qin Sihai's before. They wouldn't reveal a single thing about it." Gao Rui nodded. Zhou Tianxing and Qin Sihai were indeed the same. Qin Yun continued. "The people behind the two individuals handled things in the same way. It seems there's no better way now. We can only conduct long-term surveillance and try to find out who's behind us." Hearing Gao Rui's words, Qin Yun sighed and could only nod. After chatting with Gao Rui for a while, Qin Yun got on his bicycle and returned to the courtyard. Lying in bed, Qin Yun realized that the entire city of Luo was not as peaceful as it appeared on the surface. Rather, there are undercurrents surging beneath the surface. He had a vague feeling that the mystery surrounding this was bound to draw ever closer to him. The next morning, after Qin Yun got up, he took Qin Ling to a breakfast stall outside, and they ate some breakfast. This era doesn't have as much technology or demanding work, and the prices are cheap, so you can eat with peace of mind. In my previous life, there were always parents who, under the guise of protecting their children's health, would get up early and prepare delicious meals. In reality, it was just self-indulgence and a waste of time. Soon, the two finished breakfast, and Qin Yun led Qin Ling to the affiliated primary school, watching Qin Ling walk in. "Brother, you should go back now. I will study hard." Qin Ling waved to Qin Yun and walked into the school. Qin Yun smiled, bought some fruit and other things on the way, and arrived at Gao Yunshu's dormitory. "Oh, you've come to see our beautiful lady again." Gao Yunshu's roommate came down and greeted Qin Yun. After spending so much time together, Gao Yunshu's roommate was quite familiar with Qin Yun and had a good impression of him. Even the roommate who had taken money from Qin Wentong later sincerely apologized to Gao Yunshu. Gao Yunshu then stopped pursuing the matter. However, Our tall and beautiful girl isn't in the dorm. She's been busy at the art museum these past 2 days with your needs. Qin Yun smiled and handed the things to her. Take these things and try them when you get back. This isn't a good idea after all. It was bought for Yinshu. It's all right. Yinshu won't mind. Qin Yun smiled, and the girl took the item, then hurried upstairs with it. Qin Yun then headed towards the art museum. Xinjiang University's educational philosophy is very advanced, advocating that each major should be taught according to students' aptitudes, unlike before when they only knew to give students a book and make them study it to death. Upon entering the art museum, one sees Gao Yinshu wearing a long dress, sitting at a table. The gentle sunlight shone on her, giving her a beauty that seemed to transcend time. A stack of business cards was already laid out in front of her, but she still carefully looked at each and every one of them that was handed to her. They were afraid of letting in an unqualified candidate. This one won't do. Gao Yinshu picked up a business card, shook her head, and said, "This line is too curved. It won't work, but I'll still count it for you and pay you a salary." Upon hearing this, a smile immediately appeared on the man's face. "Thank you. I will definitely draw well from now on." Gao Yinshu smiled and replied that it was nothing. As long as the drawing isn't too outrageous or the error rate isn't too high, Gao Yinshu will give it a few chances. This way, even if they don't accept it later, they'll have a reason. Qin Yun watched from the side and nodded to himself. A business card doesn't actually cost much. In this day and age, people are more about putting themselves in others' shoes. With Gao Yinshu's personality, she'd be perfect for being a boss's wife. "Qin Yun, you've arrived?" Upon seeing Qin Yun, Gao Yinshu immediately smiled and then pushed her business card in front of Qin Yun. "Qin Yun, what do you think of these business cards?" Chapter 167 He Li Jun. Qin Yun took the business card and looked at it, a smile immediately spreading across his face. These business cards were drawn exactly according to the templates provided by Chinshuchi. Although there were some minor differences in the lines, there were no major errors. The address above was also enlarged in font size, which was clearly a deliberate improvement by Gao Yinshu. Seeing the satisfaction on Qin Yun's face, Gao Yinshu smiled sincerely, her beauty instantly captivating. "Qin Yun, do you think these business cards are enough? If not, I'll have them make more." Qin Yun glanced at them and saw that there were about 500 or 600. He then said, "Let's make some more, preferably 1,000. There are a lot of people at the temple fair, and people will definitely come looking for us later, so it's always good to have extra supplies." Gao Yinshu nodded, then told everyone to postpone the meeting until tomorrow. "Let's go get something good to eat today." Qin Yun spoke up, noting that Gao Yinshu looked exhausted and hadn't slept a wink all day. Gao Yinshu sat on the back of the bicycle, holding Qin Yun, who was riding in front of her, with her arms around him, her eyes full of tenderness and affection. Xinjiang University is already crowded, so this scene immediately made others envious. But when everyone saw that it was Qin Yun riding the bicycle, they all fell silent. They had all heard about the lawsuit between Qin Yun and Zhao Wei, and how Zhao Wei ultimately lost. Furthermore, after returning, Zhao Wei praised Qin Yun highly, showing no trace of his previous anger. Moreover, I've heard that Qin Yun earns a lot of money outside. It even made it into the newspaper, and he was praised by the authorities. He became the first self-employed individual in the county and is now thinking about starting a company. Many of them have already gone to the art museum and wanted to join in the business of painting name cards. But unfortunately, Gao Yinshu only accepts art majors. Everyone had no choice but to give up this high-paying job. Soon, the two arrived at the state-run restaurant. Qin Yun was very generous and ordered several substantial dishes. The two enjoyed their meal very much. After finishing their meal, the two walked around the park a few more times until nightfall, at which point Qin Yun finally escorted Gao Yinshu back to her dormitory. He bought some things and returned to the courtyard. The next morning, Qin Yun had just woken up and was brushing his teeth with toothpaste when he turned around and saw Chinshuchi walking in with her hair disheveled. His eyes were still red and swollen. Beside him stood Feng Qing, who looked dejected and had bruises around his eyes. Qin Yun frowned and immediately stepped aside to let Chinshuchi and Feng Qing into the room. After pouring them both a cup of tea, Qin Yun asked, "What happened?" Feng Qing sighed and said, "Brother Qin, It's all my fault. I couldn't stop Chen-Yi. He even brought 2 or 3 other people, and they came directly to our door to rob us. Qin Yun's eyes suddenly darkened. It turned out that Chen Shuqi's deadbeat father had come knocking again. He had clearly been intimidated by Qin Yun and Ma Tongtian, and was kneeling on the ground, trembling, promising never to bother Chen Shuqi again. It seems that what comes out of the mouth of such a gambler is nothing but farts. Shuqi, they didn't lay a hand on you, did they? Qin Yun asked Chen Shuqi. Chen Shuqi shook her head, her voice full of disappointment. It's just a scratch, it's nothing. It's just that all the money I kept with my grandma was taken by him. Qin Yun stood up and walked to Chen Shuqi's side. He rolled up his sleeve and saw that a whole patch of skin had been scraped off. It was bloody and looked quite horrible. Feng Qing, take Chen Shuqi to the hospital first and have her wound treated. Qin Yun spoke to Feng Qing beside him. Feng Qing nodded and then tried to help Chen Shuqi up, but Chen Shuqi stopped him. Qin Yun, it's all right. It's just a minor injury. No need to go to the hospital. Chen Shuqi said, we haven't finished all the renderings yet. We're at a critical juncture right now. Qin Yun shook his head and immediately said, it's okay. There's still some time before the opening, and the renderings are sufficient for now. Go to the hospital first, and I'll get all the money back for you then. Chen Shuqi wanted to say something more, but Qin Yun waved his hand, and Feng Qing forcibly helped Chen Shuqi up and walked towards the gate of the courtyard. Qin Yun then rode his bicycle directly to the casino where Boss Pai was located. Brother Qin, what brings you here? Ma Tongtian was inside the casino, wearing a trendy floral shirt and with his hair styled in a messy, unkempt manner. Upon seeing Qin Yun arrive, he immediately greeted him. Qin Yun didn't say much to Ma Tongtian, but directly said, call your brothers and find out which casino Chun-Yi is in now. When Ma Tongtian saw the expression on Qin Yun's face, his heart sank. Chun-Yi is up to his old tricks again? Qin Yun nodded. Ma Tongtian took a deep drag on his cigarette, threw it to the ground, and said coldly, brothers, grab your weapons. If you dare mess with Qin Yun, you're shitting on my head. At Ma Tongtian's command, the others immediately stood up menacingly, grabbed their weapons, and stood in front of Ma Tongtian. Before long, one of the henchmen came over and said to Ma Tongtian, Brother Ma, we found out. Chun-Yi and his wife are currently at the casino in the east of the city. The east end of the city? Is that the casino owned by He Lijun? The younger brother nodded. A hint of hesitation appeared on Ma Tongtian's face. Qin Yun noticed the expression on Ma Tongtian's face and asked, what's wrong? Is something inconvenient? Ma Tongtian said, Brother Qin, the choice is yours. If you want to go, we will accompany you to the death and will not say a word against it. Qin Yun nodded, waiting for Ma Tongtian to say the next thing. But Brother Qin, as I told you before, although we have controlled most of the casinos in the county, there are still a small number that we cannot enter. He Lijun's casino is among them. Ma Tongtian leaned close to Qin Yun and whispered, it said that the Luo family lives behind this casino. Qin Yun's brows immediately furrowed. Starting with Qin Sihai, why did he feel like the Luo family was everywhere in this county town? How about this? Qin Yun thought for a moment and then said, I'll go in first, and then. After listening to Qin Yun's plan, Ma Tongtian immediately nodded. Okay, Brother Qin, I trust you. After saying that, Ma Tongtian handed Qin Yun a triangular military dagger and said, Brother, take this for self-defense. Chapter 168, Not a penny will be given to you. Qin Yun shook his head and put down the triangular bayonet. If the opposing team has many people, this item is useless. If the opposing team has few people, taking out this item might lead to a serious mistake. Seeing Qin Yun's determination, Ma Tongtian said nothing more. The group got on their bicycles and headed east of the county town. More than half an hour later, the group arrived in front of the casino. Qin Yun didn't say much and walked straight inside. It has to be said that He Lijun's casino looks better than Boss Pai's. Not only is the decoration exquisite, but it is also divided into various different areas. Blackjack, Texas Hold'em, and other local card games in Luocheng are all available. Even the lights above are high-end products from Shanghai, and the lights falling on the floor shimmer with a dazzling light. What Qin Yun didn't notice was that the moment he entered the casino, A figure was already standing by the railing in a private room on the second floor. He held a glass of red wine in his hand, his narrow eyes looking at Qin Yun, a slight smile on his lips. Standing to the side was a bald, middle-aged man, who was fat and strong, but had a kind smile on his face. It was He Lijun. However, at this moment, He Lijun, standing next to the man, looked more like a grandson than a grandson himself. "Young master, are you perhaps interested in this person?" The man shook his head. "Forget it, this guy is quite a talent in this small town. He comes from a poor background, yet he has such profound knowledge. If my family hadn't made me establish my influence here, I would have actually become friends with him. But unfortunately now," the man shook his head, "they can only be enemies." At this moment, Qin Yun, who had been wandering around the hall for a short while, saw Chun-Yi and his wife. The two men had cigarettes between their fingers, their faces were covered in sweat, and their hair was damp as if it hadn't been washed for days. However, the two men had very sharp eyes, looking at the cards on the table with a deep-seated desire. Big. Chun-Yi kept muttering to himself, his eyes fixed on the dice cup in front of him. Smack! With a crisp sound, the dice appeared in front of everyone. Upon seeing the numbers on them, Chun-Yi deflated like a punctured balloon and collapsed onto his chair. His face showed extreme fatigue. "It's all your fault. You shouldn't have put it on the big list," Chun-Yi's wife complained. But Chun-Yi seemed not to hear it all, and cheered himself up again, intending to bet big. Just then, a figure suddenly stood behind him and pressed down on his arm. Chun-Yi turned around and saw that it was Qin Yun. A look of panic flashed across his face. But then, as if he had just thought of something, he snorted and said, "I really was fooled by you, kid. Tell me, how much did you pay Ma Tongtian and the others to act with you?" Qin Yun narrowed his eyes, then understood. "No matter what, I've shown my face a few times and often go to the Hawthorne water stall, so most people in the county know me to some extent. Chun-Yi also learned about himself from this place. That's why I said those things. If you were so rich, you should have said so earlier. If you had given us a bigger dowry, my daughter could have gone with you long ago." Chun-Yi shook his head and said, "And I heard you have a girlfriend? As long as you pay enough, it's not impossible for Chinshuchi to become your mistress." Who would have thought that such words could come from a father's mouth? Qin Yun's eyes darkened, and his fists clenched tightly. But when he glanced to the side, he saw that quite a few people were already walking in his direction. Qin Yun could only suppress his anger and said coldly, "Where is Chinshuchi's money?" "They're all here." Chun-Yi pointed to the peony cigarettes on the table and the pile of chips next to them. "Let's get the chips back first. I have something to discuss with you." Qin Yun spoke calmly. "Oh, you figured it out? You want to talk to us about the price for taking Chinshuchi away?" Chun-Yi glanced at Qin Yun, lit another cigarette, and said casually, "Wait until I finish betting all this. Then I'll have a word with you about it." As Chun-Yi pushed the chips onto the card table, he said, "Let me tell you, my daughter Chinshuchi is a college student, and she's beautiful too. I've heard that quite a few people at the university are pursuing her." Chun-Yi wasn't wrong about these words. Although Chinshuchi wasn't as stunningly beautiful as Gao Yinshu, she was still the gentle and lovely type. Therefore, quite a few male students wanted to date her. However, Chinshuchi is actually very insecure and has never accepted these acts of kindness. "So, we have to pay more." Seeing that he had lost again, Chun-Yi didn't say much. After all, he was going to fleece Qin Yun, this fat sheep, quite severely. "I only have time today. After that, no matter how beautiful Chinshuchi is, I won't even glance at her again." Qin Yun said coldly. "Sigh, okay. After a brief moment of thought, Chun-Yi decided to put down his chips. Many people pursued Chinshuchi, but few were as wealthy as Qin Yun. Chun-Yi stood up somewhat disgruntled, walked to the counter, picked up the chips, and said, "I want to exchange these chips for money." A young man was standing behind the counter. After standing up and glancing at Qin Yun, he said calmly, "Sorry, this bargaining chip cannot be exchanged." Upon hearing this, Chun-Yi immediately became anxious. He shouted at the people inside, "What did you say? I bought these chips with my own money. Why can't I exchange them? If I say you can't change it, then you can't change it." The young man's expression remained unchanged, and he spoke calmly as always. "Isn't this unfair?" Qin Yun couldn't stand it anymore and stepped forward to say, You can only deposit, not withdraw. Is this still a casino? This money was taken from Chen Shuqi by Chen Yi. Although he has bought chips now, he will eventually be able to get some back. But now, we can't get a single penny back. We do run a casino, of course, and we do exchange chips for other people, but for you. The young man looked at Qin Yun and said calmly, we won't give you a single penny. After saying that, the young man coldly shouted to the side, leave him here, cripple one of his legs, and teach him a lesson. Before Qin Yun could react, a group of people suddenly sprang out from all corners of the casino. Everyone was holding a weapon, and their eyes were filled with murderous intent as they looked at Qin Yun. Chapter 169. What does this have to do with me? Qin Yun's heart sank. Chen Yi had exchanged the chips and withdrawn the money, but he never expected that it was aimed at him. Damn it. Qin Yun, how did you get involved with the casino? Chen Yi, standing to the side, was filled with regret. If he had known that Qin Yun would offend them, he would not have spoken. He has absolutely no connection with Qin Yun. I don't recall having any conflict with your casino, do I? Even in the face of such a crisis, Qin Yun did not panic, but calmly asked, whether there's a grudge or not is a matter for those above. My orders are to eliminate you. The young man opposite him sneered and flicked his finger, instantly drawing the attention of the people around him. You dare to lay a hand on me? Aren't you afraid the police will come after you? Qin Yun then spoke. He knew, of course, that no matter what he said, he couldn't stop so many people in front of him. His real purpose was to buy time. The time he had agreed upon with Ma Tongtian outside was getting closer and closer. You're supposed to be a rare businessman in this county. How come you're so slow-witted? The young man sighed. Only one of us will lay a hand on you. At worst, we'll just end up in jail. After speaking, the young man didn't want to wait any longer. He waved his hand, and the people around him immediately walked slowly towards Qin Yun. At the critical moment, Qin Yun moved his feet and grabbed the young man's wrist before he could react. With a twist of his wrist, Qin Yun placed his hand on the young man's throat and coldly said to the crowd, get out of my way, otherwise he'll be dead. At this moment, inside a private room on the second floor, a young man watched all this with great interest, muttering, quite the audacity. However, it's just a case of the fox borrowing the tiger's power. Sure enough, just as the young man finished speaking, he shouted at the crowd, just do it. He wouldn't dare do anything to me. He guessed correctly. Qin Yun was a newly appointed individual entrepreneur, and if he caused any trouble here, it wouldn't look good for either him or his superiors. Of course, Qin Yun knew this too. Seeing that the young man had seen through his plan, Qin Yun did not panic. He suddenly pushed the young man forward, slamming him hard against the table in front of him. The glass items on the table shattered instantly, scattering across the floor. The clanging sounds continued unabated. Qin Yun simultaneously dodged backward, flipped over a long card table, and pushed it aside, blocking everyone's path. But soon, the card table was pushed aside, and a group of people chased after Qin Yun. As Qin Yun ran, he tried to smash all the bottles and jars on the ground. But that still couldn't stop others from following suit. The distance between him and the pursuer is getting closer and closer. The young man on the second floor smirked coldly. It's just a desperate struggle. However, just as he finished speaking, the casino door was smashed open. The leader, Ma Tongtian, held a spiked club, the iron nails on it gleaming coldly. The brothers following beside him were equally fearless. In an instant, the situation reversed, and those who were originally chasing Qin Yun were forced to fight with Ma Tongtian and his group. Qin Yun hadn't seen Ma Tongtian make a move before, but seeing it today, he realized that the kid was indeed very cunning. He knew that if he hurt the other person badly, he would also be in trouble, so he chose to fight the areas with the most flesh. Hit the buttocks, thighs, or anywhere else that is less likely to be injured. However, these areas can also suffer significant damage from being hit. Everyone who came into contact with the spiked club in Ma Tongtian's hand collapsed to the ground in excruciating pain. He can't even stand up. Qin Yun also grabbed a wooden stick from the side and joined the fight. Before long, a group of people were lying on the ground, groaning and moaning. Brother Qin, are you all right? Ma Tongtian wiped the sweat from his brow and asked Qin Yun. Qin Yun shook his head. Apart from being hit on the leg with a stick during the fight, he was fine elsewhere. That's good, let's go then. Ma Tongtian spoke up, helping Qin Yun walk outside, while Chun Yi's eyes darted around before he followed. The young man on the second floor narrowed his eyes. He watched Qin Yun's departing figure without saying a word. Once outside, just as Ma Tongtian helped Qin Yun sit down on the stone platform next to him, Chun Yi came over. Qin Yun, you have to give me back the money I just lost. Ma Tongtian paused for a moment, then looked up at Qin Yun. He hadn't expected Chun Yi to be so bold as to dare speak to Qin Yun like that. And he was standing right next to Qin Yun. Seeing Ma Tongtian's gaze, Chun Yi showed no panic whatsoever, but rather appeared fearless and confident. He sneered and said, "Trying to fool me, huh? Tell me, how much did Qin Yun pay you to come and help him?" Chun Yi's expression was as if he had seen through everything. He was now convinced that even if Ma Tongtian and Qin Yun had a good relationship, it was something Qin Yun had bought with money. And Qin Yun, let me tell you, if you want to take Qinshuchi away, you can't skimp on the money. First, you have to buy me a bicycle, and then give me 50 yuan every month. In addition, we need to hire someone to clean the whole house. Chun Yi kept rambling on and on. Qin Yun deliberately asked, what if I go back and, because I'm not satisfied with Qinshuchi, I take action against her? Every day when I go home, if anything goes wrong, I beat her severely and make her do heavy work outside. Do you agree to that? Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Chun Yi immediately chuckled and shamelessly said, Qin Yun, as the old saying goes, a married daughter is like water spilled from a bowl. What you do to her is none of my business. Even if you kill her, that's her fate, and you can't blame anyone else for it. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's face immediately darkened. At this moment, Chun Yi's expression was exactly like Qin Sihai's before. They don't treat their children as human lives, but rather as commodities or tools. However, Qin Sihai didn't want Qin Yun to die yet. He was still counting on him to make money. Chun Yi, however, completely disregarded Qinshuchi's life or death. Qin Yun suddenly stood up, grabbed Chun Yi by the collar, and said coldly, Chun Yi, how can you say such a thing? Are you even human? Have you ever thought about how Qinshuchi would feel? What does her feeling have to do with me? Chun Yi shrugged and said indifferently, Chapter 170, A Letter from Zhao Yang. Anyway, this is the price for my daughter. Chun Yi was confident that he had Qin Yun under control. Fuck you. Qin Yun could no longer hold back and punched Chun Yi in the face. 2 streams of blood instantly flowed from Chun Yi's nose. He covered his nose with one hand, pointed at Qin Yun, and shouted, Fine, fine, you dare to hit me? If you want to marry Qinshuchi again, you'll have to pay more. Qin Yun was furious. He waved his hand at Ma Tongtian, who immediately understood and called over a few of his men to drag Chun Yi aside. You remember this. Qin Yun may not be my boss, but if he speaks, I won't say a word, no matter who he beats up. Now you dare to threaten him? Upon hearing Ma Tongtian's words, Chun Yi froze on the spot. He hadn't expected that Ma Tongtian had done all of this willingly. I never expected that Qin Yun and Ma Tongtian would have such a good relationship. Before he could say anything, Ma Tongtian's expression suddenly changed, and then he kicked Chun Yi directly. The men behind him didn't hold back either, punching Chun Yi hard as if they didn't care about the cost. Before long, poor Chun Yi's nose was bruised, his face was swollen, and his body was covered in wounds. Stop hitting me. I was wrong, I'll never do it again. Chun Yi knelt on the ground and kept begging for mercy, but Ma Tongtian and his men showed no sign of stopping and continued to punch him repeatedly. Qin Yun, I was wrong. Please forgive me. I promise I'll never go to Qinshuchi again. Only after hearing this did Qin Yun say, It's okay. Ma Tongtian and his group immediately stopped what they were doing. Qin Yun stood up, walked to Chun Yi's side, and said calmly, Remember what you just said. If I find you harassing Qinshuchi and the others again, the consequences won't be as simple as just getting a beating. Chun Yi nodded quickly. Now he was truly afraid of Qin Yun, and he didn't dare to hesitate for even a moment before speaking directly. Qin Yun then said, Return the money you stole from Qinshuchi and the others within 3 days. Chun Yi panicked immediately. Qin Yun, I've already exchanged all the money for chips in this casino. How could I possibly have any extra money to return to you? I beg you, please spare me. I really don't have the money. Before Qin Yun could speak, Ma Tongtian, who was standing next to him, couldn't stand it anymore and kicked Chun Yi to the ground. You can't come up with the money, huh? We're all too familiar with handling these kinds of things. Ma Tongtian grinned and waved his hand to the side. The others immediately came in and prepared to attack Chun Yi again. Seeing this, Chun Yi was so frightened that he shrank back and said repeatedly, "Okay, I'll give it to you. I'll go and raise the money right away. I will definitely pay her back." Hearing Chun Yi's answer, Qin Yun nodded in satisfaction. Ma Tongtian threatened from the side, "Remember what you said. If you don't do it, I'll cripple you." Chun Yi was so frightened that his body trembled. They repeatedly said yes. Having received his assurance, Qin Yun greeted Ma Tongtian and returned to the courtyard alone. At this moment, in the courtyard, Qin Shuqi was anxiously waiting for Qin Yun. When she saw Qin Yun limping into the door, she immediately went to greet him. "Qin Yun, are you all right?" Qin Shuqi's face was full of guilt and heartache. Qin Yun had become like this because of her. "I don't want that money anymore. I'll earn it back." Qin Yun smiled and said, "It's nothing. My injury isn't because of you. It's something else." He's right. If things had gone according to plan, he would have tricked Chun Yi outside and then joined forces with Ma Tongtian to attack him. "I won't get hurt at all." But when Qin Yun said that, Qin Shuqi thought he was lying to her, and tears kept flowing from her eyes. Qin Yun comforted Qin Shuqi for a while before she finally stopped. Feng Qing's face was also very unpleasant. As a grown man, he had not been able to suppress the other party's confidence at all. "Brother Qin, where did you learn your kung fu? Can I learn it from you?" Upon hearing Feng Qing's words, Qin Yun immediately nodded and told him the address of Huang Wentian's martial arts school. Qin Yun then said, "Chun Yi should come to you within 3 days, but don't worry, he's coming to return your money. Count them later, and if any are missing, tell me, and I'll go find him." Qin Shuqi nodded. At this moment, she no longer felt any fatherly affection for Chun Yi. All I felt was disgust. Qin Yun chatted with the others for a while before returning to his room to rest. He had already checked the injuries on his leg. They were just some superficial wounds. There was still some leftover medicine from the previous injury in the room, which he could use to apply it. As for today's meal, Huang Kuan will have to take charge of cooking. The next morning, Qin Yun had just woken up and checked his leg injury, which was already about half healed. I was amazed by the medicines of this era. Back then, whenever he went into a pharmacy, not only were the medicines expensive, but their effects were also very slow. It will take a very long time to get almost fully healed. Qin Yun got up and fetched a basin of cold water. Just as he finished washing up, there was a knock on the door of the courtyard. When Qin Yun opened the door, he saw a man in a green uniform standing outside, riding a bicycle and carrying a package on his back. After rummaging around in the doorway for a moment, he took out a letter and asked, "Hello, you must be Comrade Qin Yun?" Qin Yun nodded, and the man said, "Here is a letter for you. It's an express delivery. Please take a look and see if there are any problems." Qin Yun took a look and immediately felt a sense of foreboding. This was actually sent by Zhao Liang. "Comrade, please sign your name first." Just as Qin Yun was about to open it, the man spoke. Qin Yun took the pen, signed his name, and then returned to his room to open the letter. After reading the letter, Qin Yun's face suddenly darkened. It turns out that Zhao Liang and his group have now reached a neighboring province. But the local drivers say that there is a particularly difficult stretch of road ahead. Not only are the roads rugged, but more importantly, many people set up roadblocks there specifically to try and extort money from them. That would be one thing, but because of the bumpy ride, the hidden wooden planks that Qin Yun had made on Zhao Liang's truck had fallen off. The goods inside are not cheap. If those people see this, I'll probably lose everything. At that point, Qin Yun will have nowhere to cry even if he wants to. Chapter 171, Calling for Reinforcements. After reading the letter, Qin Yun didn't say a word and rode his bicycle directly to the police station. After finding Gao Rui, Qin Yun told him the contents of the letter. Gao Rui frowned. To be honest, this kind of thing is all too common in this era, because they come and go without a trace and are too familiar with the surrounding terrain, so even if they wanted to make a move, they wouldn't know where to start. If we want to completely eradicate this phenomenon, The only way is to mobilize all regions and eventually contain it. Qin Yun, I really want to help you, but it's inconvenient to send people directly. Gao Rui shook his head, then sat down in the office chair next to him and said, however, I can write a letter. The militia leader in the place you mentioned has some connection with me. However, so much time has passed, it's hard to say whether he'll be willing to help you. As he spoke, Gao Rui finished writing the letter of recommendation, stamped it with a bright red seal, and handed it to Qin Yun. Thank you, Uncle Gao. Qin Yun nodded and spoke. Gao Rui would never refuse to help. If he does refuse, there must be some insurmountable obstacle. Holding the letter, Qin Yun was at a loss. After thinking for a moment, he got up and went to the martial arts school where Huang Wentian was. Brother Huang, there's something I need your help with today. Qin Yun rode in on his bicycle and spoke directly. According to the information in the letter, Zhao Liang and his group would soon arrive at Huangfeng Ridge, the place where the bandits had appeared. This is now an urgent matter. Huang Wentian immediately said, Sure, Brother Qin, just say the word. I will definitely help you in any way I can. Qin Yun shook his head. Brother Huang, I need a lot of people this time, and it's quite dangerous, so I'd like you to help me ask if anyone is willing to go with me. I can pay a very high fee. Now, the only people Qin Yun can look for are Huang Wentian and his group. First of all, they are all retired soldiers, so their skills are definitely better than others. When facing robbers, there is more room for maneuver. Seeing the seriousness on Qin Yun's face, Huang Wentian sensed something was wrong, nodded, and immediately walked outside. Okay, I'll go ask the others now. Brother Huang, we need to hurry. Things are getting a bit critical. I'll go find a car. Qin Yun gave instructions from behind. Huang Wentian waved his hand and said to Qin Yun, Don't worry, I know what's important and what's urgent. I'll definitely be able to gather everyone before you arrive. As he spoke, he strode forward. Qin Yun didn't stay idle either, and went straight to a large courtyard. This place can be considered a repair shop, or a temporary rest stop for drivers after a long journey. The area was filled with Jiefeng brand trucks. The drivers were either resting in one of the rows of houses or smoking and playing cards outside. Qin Yun walked to the open space in the middle. There is a high platform here, and on the platform are 2 gongs and drums, which are used to announce messages. Without hesitation, Qin Yun stood on it and immediately began to strike. In an instant, a piercing noise resounded throughout the entire courtyard. All the masters turned their gazes toward them. But when they saw that it was an unfamiliar face, their expressions instantly turned cold. His eyes were filled with anger as he looked at Qin Yun. Everyone's resting here. What are you barking about? Those who were resting inside the house came out after hearing the gongs and drums. The gongs and drums on these drums are only used in extremely urgent situations, which is why they came out in such a hurry. Some of them were only wearing a pair of shorts and no shoes at all. You little brat, you're asking for it. How dare you disturb my rest? One of them couldn't take it anymore and started cursing in a cold voice. Others chimed in. Kid, I advise you to get down here right now. If you don't give us a reasonable explanation, I'll twist your head off and use it as a chamber pot. They must have a death wish to bang a gong in front of us. Are they looking for death? Seeing more and more people walking towards him, Qin Yun didn't waste any words and directly took out a wad of 100 yuan bills from his pocket. Whoever is willing to go to Huangfengling with me, this 600 yuan is theirs. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone was stunned for a moment. They were all frequent drivers, so they naturally knew that Huangfengling wasn't far from here. It's even possible to get there by midnight if you leave now. Compared to journeys that often take 7 or 8 days, or even 10 days, this is much easier. Strangely, everyone just looked at each other and didn't rush up to grab it. It's not their fault. There are bandits in Huangfengling. If 2 out of 10 cars go in safely, that's considered good luck. The others will all be ripped off, more or less. But Huangfeng Ridge is a place they simply cannot bypass. We can only hold our noses and gamble on whether their luck will be good or bad. According to the drivers who just returned, these people from Huangfengling have become even more brazen. This time, they're asking for many times more money than before. Moreover, if there's anything good on the bus, they'll grab it without hesitation. Qin Yun sighed. It seemed this place really was infamous. Those who come with me don't need to get out of the car the whole way. If they see that something is wrong, they can just come back. Qin Yun continued. There were no other means of transportation available at that time, so he had no choice but to lower his expectations step by step. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, some people's eyes began to light up. If that's the case, it would truly be a highly profitable business. I'll do it. Just then, a middle-aged man raised his hand, walked quickly to Qin Yun, and spoke. Okay, now drive outside and wait. I'll call someone over in a bit. Qin Yun spoke up, then took out 100 yuan from his pocket and handed it to the man. This is the deposit. I'll give you the rest when I get back. But let's make this clear beforehand. If the situation isn't critical and you drive back, I won't give you the rest of the money. No matter what, human life is the most important thing. In a critical situation, running away is fine, but if it's not that dangerous, running away will always come at a price. The man nodded, patted his chest, and said, Don't worry, brothers, my name is Qian San. I definitely won't abandon you. Qin Yun nodded, calculated the distance from the martial arts school to here, set a time, and hurriedly rode off on his bicycle. Chapter 172 The bandits are here. Qin Yun arrived at the entrance of the martial arts school and had just parked his bicycle when he saw a large group of more than 10 people walking out of the school. Each of them had well-defined muscles. Their eyes were filled with coldness, and they held all sorts of weapons in their hands. There were knives, daggers, spears, and iron rods. Huang Wentian was the most outrageous, as he was actually carrying a hollow gun. This gun has two large, thick barrels that look intimidating, but in reality, it's just filled with gunpowder and makes a loud noise. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Huang Wentian said, Qin Yun, I found 13 men, and they are all skilled fighters. Back then, during the competition, everyone was nominated for the title of model soldier from each team. Others wanted to come, but I declined because I saw that they had never trained since they were discharged from the army. The others nodded in agreement. Brother Qin, we all know you helped our captain. Even a hero can be brought down by a penny. If it weren't for you providing the money, our captain. That's right, Brother Qin, just say what you need to say. They're just a bunch of bandits, aren't they? We've received proper training. Hearing everyone's heartfelt thanks, Qin Yun was deeply moved, and it truly lived up to that saying. 3 years in the military, brothers for life. I am very grateful to everyone for your help, but I must say, there is still some danger this time. When we get back this time, I'll give each of them $80 is already a very high price. Even for bodyguards of wealthy businessmen, the price is usually around this. After Qin Yun finished speaking, he waved to everyone and said, Let's set off together then. Remember to be careful on the road. Everyone nodded and followed Qin Yun to where the truck was parked. Qin Yun sat in the front driver's seat, while Huang Wentian led everyone to sit in the back cargo box. Brother, hold on tight, we're about to set off. Qian San spoke, then started the truck and drove forward. The truck moved slowly, swaying and bumping as it drove out of Luoqing County. The roads aren't in great condition yet. They're all dirt roads, and after being driven over by truck drivers day after day, they've become full of potholes. Huang Wentian and his men had received corresponding training in the army and felt okay, but Qin Yun suffered a lot. In his previous life, he rarely had the chance to ride in a car, and even when he did, the roads were all paved, so there was no bumpy ride at all. So, less than an hour after getting on the bus, Qin Yun felt nauseous. Dude, what are you doing? Holy crap, don't throw up in the car. Qian San immediately became anxious. Those who drive are most afraid of motion sickness, especially the smell of vomit, which is unbearable. Brother, please stand by the window and get some fresh air. Please, don't throw up. Hearing Qian San's words, Qin Yun nodded, stuck his head out the window, and breathed in the cool air, which made him feel much better. More than 5 hours later, Qian San finally stopped and let everyone go to the toilet. They also took out some dry food and distributed it to everyone. What appeared before them was a towering mountain range stretching endlessly. The mountains looked lush and green, and a cool breeze instantly swept over us. Qin Yun was so nauseous that he couldn't eat a single thing and just kept looking ahead. Qian San had been running for a long time, so his appetite was pretty good. He quickly finished all the dry rations. Brother, isn't the scenery in these mountains beautiful? Seeing that Qin Yun had not yet looked away, Qianxin said, "Not only is the scenery in these mountains beautiful, but there are also plenty of wild animals. The last few times we passed by, we would go down and catch a few pheasants and rabbits, and we could sell them for a lot of money when we got back. This mountain is the largest in Qin Yun's area. It is rich in resources, and many people have moved into the mountains after they could no longer make a living outside. There are still several villages inside." Gao Rui was among those who wrote the letter of recommendation to Qin Yun. "Brother, once you cross this mountain, Huangfeng Ridge will be just ahead." After talking with the others for a while, Qianxin asked again, "What do you think we should do then?" Qin Yun thought for a moment, then asked instead of speaking, "How do you usually do it?" What's most frightening these days is when laymen give unsolicited advice on how to do things. Qin Yun had never driven a car before, and he knew the situation at Huangfengling was urgent, but he still had to listen to Qianxin on how to proceed. "Brother, we usually leave around 5 or 6 in the morning. Don't be fooled by that time. People in the county are just starting to move around then." In reality, it was the most difficult time for those bandits who had stayed up all night. Qianxin spoke eloquently. Although there is still a risk of being caught at this time, it is still much safer than at other times. Qin Yun nodded. What Qianxin said did make sense. "But since we already know this place is dangerous, why can't we take some protective measures?" Just then, Huang Wentian said with some doubt, "For example, put some spikes on the front fender of the car and just drive straight through." Qianxin immediately let out a sneer. "Brother, you're talking like an amateur. You've made so many things, and someone puts a tree trunk in front of your car. How are you going to get through? If someone throws a handful of nails on the road and punctures your tires, how will you drive? And because you're so well protected, you'll actually stand out more in a crowd. They are even more demanding of you." Upon hearing Qianxin's explanation, Huang Wentian suddenly understood. It seems that these bandits had already anticipated the possible scenarios during their battle of wits with their driver. No wonder the drivers had no choice but to pay. "Okay, let's split into 2 groups and take turns resting here until dawn before setting off again." Qin Yun spoke up. The others nodded as well. Qianxin greeted them and then fell asleep in the driver's seat. Huang Wentian's men spontaneously split into 2 groups. One group slept, and the other group stayed awake. After a bumpy ride, Qin Yun still couldn't sleep, so he got off the bus and went to the back to stay with Huang Wentian. Just as he was about to speak to Huang Wentian suddenly raised his hand to signal Qin Yun to stop. At the same time, he looked around alertly, stood up tiptoe, and walked in a certain direction. Qin Yun's eyes also darkened. Could it be that the bandits had already arrived here? Their reach is way too far. Chapter 173 Scarface. Qin Yun then picked up his weapon and followed behind Huang Wentian. Huang Wentian approached stealthily, then suddenly lunged forward. The dagger in his hand struck forward with incredible speed. In an instant, a mournful wail echoed throughout the surroundings. A smile appeared on Huang Wentian's lips as he pulled a badger out of the jungle. This badger is a real gem. Its fur is glossy, and because it hibernates, it has plenty of fat. He usually likes to eat things like corn, peanuts, and melons. He has strong, powerful limbs. Looks like we'll be able to have extra food when we get back. Seeing that the badger was still struggling and opening its mouth to bite him, Huang Wentian didn't hold back and delivered 2 more blows, saying, "What are you thinking about?" Qianxin got out of the driver's seat, stretched, and said, "It's cool in the mountains now, but it won't be cool on the way back to Luoqing. If you kill it now and rip it open so big, it will rot by the time you get back. How will you eat it then? If you want to make some money now, you can only quickly peel off the skin with a knife, and you can still make 3 or 4 yuan." Hearing Qianxin's words, Huang Wentian also looked regretful. This badger roams around all day, and its body is all fat. The meat is delicious. It seems that we have no choice but to give up now. Just as he drew his long knife, preparing to skin the badger, Qin Yun's voice rang out. "Wait, this thing is very useful. It must be kept." Hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone was stunned, especially Qianxin, who frowned and asked, "Qin Yun, why are you keeping this? Badgers, if they die, rot especially quickly, and we simply can't stand the smell." Qianxin's persuasion was earnest and heartfelt. He was foolish before, ignored other people's advice, and simply put something in his car. After returning home, the smell lingered in the yard for more than 10 days, and it was cleaned countless times before it finally dissipated. Qin Yun, however, insisted on leaving the badger's carcass behind. Seeing that he couldn't persuade Qin Yun otherwise, Qian San could only say, "It's fine to leave it, but you have to put it outside. I don't want to wash the car again when I get back." Qin Yun nodded. Amidst the surprised gazes of the crowd, instead of letting the badger get out in the cool breeze, he found a piece of cloth in the car and wrapped it up with large grass leaves, making it completely airtight. "Qin Yun, what are you trying to do?" Huang Wentian asked with some doubt. Qin Yun leaned close to Huang Wentian's ear and whispered something to him. Huang Wentian immediately nodded. A look of sudden realization appeared in his eyes. Qin Yun slept for a while after getting into the car, but was soon woken up by Qian San, whose face was full of seriousness. "Brother, wake up. We're about to cross the mountain. Be careful once you enter Huangfengling." Qin Yun nodded, and Qian San's eyes hardened as he walked straight inside. The mountain road was rugged and narrow, even more difficult to traverse than the road they had just traveled. Moreover, there were no guardrails in those days, and several times when the car passed the edge of the cliff, Qin Yun could see the dark abyss below. They looked both surprised and frightened. Fortunately, Qian San was a good driver and managed to get through the mountain road without any major incidents. "Brother, this area is now Huangfengling territory. We came from Luocheng, so we need to get some supplies before we can make a profit. So generally speaking, they won't make things too difficult for us." As they walked, Qian San introduced Qin Yun to the situation. Qin Yun nodded, told Qian San to stop the car by the roadside, lowered the military green curtain at the back, and told Huang Wentian the basic situation. Now, Qin Yun and his group can only go through here first, find Zhao Liang and the others to meet up, and then figure out a way to get through this place. It would be bad news if we were to clash with them here. After he finished speaking, Qin Yun got back into the car, and the group headed towards Huangfeng Ridge. The road here is much smoother than the one before, but it is much narrower, only wide enough for one car to pass at a time, and there are no one-way or two-way streets. This was also to prevent vehicles from simply driving through. The car drove very fast, and no bandits were seen along the way. Just as Qin Yun was starting to relax, Qian San suddenly slammed on the brakes, and a tremendous force came from the chair. Qin Yun crashed directly into the crossbeam in front of him. Qian San said anxiously, "Be careful, they're here." Qin Yun stood up from below and looked ahead. In front of the car, there was a tree trunk that was so thick that it would take half a person to hug it, completely blocking the way. It's absolutely impossible to pass. Just after Qin Yun and his group stopped, a group of people quickly walked over from the roadside. Each person had a fierce look in their eyes and held all sorts of weapons, making them look extremely menacing. "This mountain is mine. These trees are mine. If you want to pass, leave your toll." The leaders shouted loudly at their car. Qin Yun couldn't help but reveal a disdainful smile. Are these two sentences universally applicable across all eras? "Hey kid, I can tell you came from over there. I know you're not carrying anything. Leave me 20 yuan, and I'll let you pass." The leader was a burly man with a scar across his eye and a face full of flesh, looking extremely fierce. He tapped on the window with his knife and spoke in a cold voice. "Brother, please let me pass. I haven't brought back anything yet, and I have no money." Qian San immediately begged for mercy, his expression extremely pitiful. "Stop talking nonsense. If you bring back something, it won't be this price. It's only 20 yuan. If you can't come up with that, don't bother going." Scarface didn't care about all that and spoke directly. Qian San pleaded and begged for a long time before finally pulling out more than 20 yuan from his pocket and handing it to the scarred man. Scarface smiled with satisfaction, then raised his hand, and several people immediately moved the tree trunks blocking the road. Qian San then started the car and drove forward. Once outside, Qian San let out a long sigh and said, "These bastards are really not easy to fool." Before, they knew that even if we set off, we would carry some money to buy things, so they would search us directly. But later we got smarter and didn't even bring any money. We just waited to go and load up with goods. Chapter 174. Qian San ran away. Qin Yun nodded. This was the best solution they could think of. Even after exiting this path, Qiansan's expression remained unchanged. The bandits here aren't just the one from before. There are several other groups as well. So we still need to be careful from now on. Qianyun asked. On their way back, where did they stop? Wangjia village. Qiansan replied. We usually stay in Wangjia village. Their village has a military training corps, so they can protect us. As compensation, we will also give them some money. Qianyun understood. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, Zhao Liang and the others were currently there. The group walked outwards, and Qiansan deliberately took a detour along a side road. Although it was a bit bumpy, at least they didn't encounter any more bandits. Wangjia village is not too far from here, at most half an hour's drive away. The village is small, with about 50 households. However, because it is located in the forest and has no other resources, they can only make a living by hunting. Therefore, everyone in the village is exceptionally skilled, far superior to ordinary people. Soon, the group arrived at a relatively flat area. Seeing this, Qiansan's expression finally relaxed. Once you're here, you don't have to worry about anyone else. Qiansan randomly found an open space inside and parked the car. Huang Wentian and the others also got off from the back of the car. Qiansan, is there anything wrong here? I don't see any other cars around. Huang Wentian looked around and spoke. A bad feeling flashed through Qianyun's mind. Logically speaking, this is a place where other drivers stop and rest, and there should be a lot of vehicles gathered here. Zhao Liang and his group's car should be here too. Qiansan waved his hand and said, It's all right, I know this place. It's normal that there are no cars inside. It might have stopped somewhere else. Qiansan patted Qianyun on the shoulder and said, We've been walking for a while. Come on, let's go get some hot food. There are many wild game dishes in Wangjia village, and the prices are not high. When they rest here, they will go in and have a few meals. The group walked deeper into the village, but strangely, the entire village was completely silent. Even the smoke from cooking didn't rise. No, we can't go any further from here. Huang Wentian suddenly spoke up, his years of military service making him certain that something was wrong here. Qiansan, however, showed no sign of being anxious. Instead, he pulled everyone, including Chun Haojia, inside. Let's go first. Just as the two were arguing about this, Qianyun spoke up directly. Between Huang Wentian and Qiansan, he trusted the former's intuition more. Hearing Qianyun say this, Qiansan didn't say anything more, since he was the one who had to pay this time. Just as everyone was about to leave, a rustling sound suddenly came from behind. Then, before anyone could react, a group of people jumped out from behind. Compared to Scarface, this group of people didn't have that fierce look on their faces, but the chill in their eyes was enough to frighten Huang Wentian. This group of people has definitely fought tooth and nail with others. Upon seeing Qianyun, the leader smiled and said, Brothers, a fat sheep has arrived. Get to work. Huang Wentian's face turned cold, and he made a gesture. The people next to him immediately understood and quickly got into position. Qianyun knew that if he ran straight back in this situation, he would definitely be caught very quickly. Only by fighting and retreating can we have a glimmer of hope. Because their weapons were left in the car, they were unarmed and clearly at a disadvantage. But Huang Wentian and his men showed no fear whatsoever. Huang Wentian, in particular, was not only not injured, but he also seized a weapon from one of the men and fought off the others. Qianyun turned his head and saw Qiansan running quickly outside under their protection. Qianyun yelled at him, Drive the car over here right now. Qiansan, however, kept his head down and ran forward, only casually making a gesture behind him. Huang Wentian and his men fought hard against the bandits, but unfortunately, there were simply too many of them. Moreover, the other party also operated in the mountains and was quite skilled in martial arts. The group fought and retreated, but they were not panicked. They knew that once Qiansan drove the car over, they would have a chance to leave. Soon, a roaring sound rang out. Qianyun and Huang Wentian both showed joy on their faces at the same time. But soon, the expressions on their faces froze, because they heard the roar of the car gradually fade into the distance. It was obvious that Qiansan not only didn't come back to pick them up, but also drove off out of fear. Qianyun immediately cursed angrily. Now that both sides are angry and have no way to escape, They are like fish on a chopping board, at the mercy of others. Huang Wentian's face also showed anxiety. He turned to Qin Yun and asked, Qin Yun, what should we do now? Qin Yun gritted his teeth. Just hold on. This was a last resort. They couldn't just surrender without a fight. They could only hope for a miracle. But after more than half an hour, Qin Yun and his group had nowhere left to retreat and were forced back to the road they had come from. The terrain in front is open. If we try to escape to the rear, we'll definitely be caught very quickly. Qin Yun, wait for me, follow me. I'll call someone else, and we'll run that way. If anyone catches up, the two of us will stop them, and you can just go back. Huang Wentian, panting heavily, approached Qin Yun with a ruthless look on his face. Qin Yun was about to refuse, but Huang Wentian continued. Qin Yun, only if you get out will we have a chance to survive. The more people you know, the more resources you can access. After speaking, Huang Wentian let out a low roar, and everyone immediately understood his meaning. They were about to scatter to try and save a small group of people. Boom. Just then, the roar of a truck engine rang out. Qin Yun and the others turned their heads in disbelief and saw 4 large trucks rushing straight towards them. Qin Yun spotted it immediately. The car in the lead was Zhao Yang's. Zhao Yang made a gesture to avoid them from inside the car, and Qin Yun and the others immediately understood and quickly dodged to the side. Zhao Yang floored the accelerator and crashed straight ahead. This momentum is so strong. It's like it's going to smash the bandits in front of it to pieces. The bandits on the other side got scared and quickly ran to the side. Chapter 175 Going Out. Who wouldn't be terrified seeing this? Judging from this kid's reckless attitude, he was clearly determined to perish with them. You know, trucks aren't cheap these days. If one gets damaged in an accident, it can directly cut off your source of income. But these bandits never expected that Zhao Liang would not consider this matter at all. Qin Yun, come up here quickly. Zhao Liang slammed on the brakes, the truck's tires leaving a long mark on the ground, and the ear-piercing sound was enough to shatter everyone's eardrums. Fortunately, the truck finally stopped just before it hit the mountainside in front of it. Zhao Liang immediately opened the car door and yelled at Qin Yun. Seeing that reinforcements had arrived, Qin Yun and the others' eyes lit up. Without being urged by anyone, Qin Yun got into the car immediately. Huang Wentian and the others boarded the carriages behind one by one. The bandits' eyes immediately turned cold upon seeing this, and the leaders shouted loudly as they charged towards the car. Zhao Liang's expression hardened, and with a flick of his wrist, the car roared backward. Then, he twisted the accelerator and rammed into the bandits beside him. Several bandits were caught off guard and immediately dragged under the truck. However, Qin Yun and his group ignored them completely and instead increased their speed. Zhao Yang knew that turning the car around and running away now was probably not very realistic, so he simply decided to run straight at them. Give these bandits no time to react, and then slowly prepare to escape. It must be said that Zhao Yang's method was very effective. The bandits had no extra energy to deal with them and could only flee in panic. After about 20 minutes, Zhao Yang finally found an opportunity. He revved the engine, seized a gap, and sped off outside. Brother Zhao, what's going on? How come there are bandits in Wangjia village? Seeing that it was now safe, Qin Yun finally spoke up and asked. Zhao Liang sighed and said, that place has always been our gathering place. Because there are strong and healthy villagers there, it can be considered safe. But when we arrived at Wangjia village, the bandits found a loophole, entered the village, and captured all the elderly and children. The remaining people can only escape first and then make further plans. As Zhao Liang spoke, he circled around an open space several times before finally following one of the paths. Zhao Liang stopped the car at the roadside. This is a place similar to a canyon, but much smaller, with exits on both sides. This way, even if bandits find this place, they will be able to find a way to escape. There are quite a few trucks parked here, at least a dozen. After Zhao Liang and his group parked their car, another group of people immediately came out from the side, carrying brooms and other items, and went outside to clean up the tire tracks they had left. They are all from Wangjia village, but they can't go back now, so they can only stay with us for the time being. Zhao Liang pointed to the people inside and sighed. These bandits are really too wicked. This time they really intend to wipe out Wangjia village. It seems unlikely that we will be able to pass through unscathed in the future. Qin Yun's heart was also filled with gloom. It's clear that drivers on this road are suffering greatly from this. Moreover, Qin Yun also knew that once his company was established, he would definitely need to continuously purchase furniture from outside in order to keep the company running. But now it seems that even if they come over, a large portion of the profits will be taken by these bandits. You work hard for a while, only to end up benefiting someone else. Qin Yun absolutely would not allow such a thing to happen. This matter must be resolved. How are you? How did you end up being chased by bandits? Zhao Liang asked again. He could also see that if it weren't for him, Qin Yun and the others would likely have been left there. If you get caught by those bandits, you're in for a lot of trouble. Qin Yun recounted in detail how Qian Sen brought them here. After listening, Zhao Liang slapped his thigh in exasperation. Why did you end up with Qian Sen? This person is known to be the most timid. When faced with a problem, he always prefers to shrink back. This matter is inherently dangerous. You can't ask him for help. Zhao Liang's eyes flashed with anger. When I get back this time, I'll get the money back and give him a good beating. Don't take on a job you're not qualified for. That's just asking for trouble. Qin Yun shook his head. It was too late to say anything now. The only thing to do now was to find a way to get back alive. Which department is in charge of this area? Qin Yun asked Zhao Liang. Zhao Liang found a villager from Wangjia village, who shook his head and said, this place should be the border between Luoqing and Jiangqing. That's why neither of them really cares about us. Qin Yun's eyes narrowed. It seemed that moving this matter forward would be somewhat difficult. His only remaining reliance is the letter of recommendation that Gao Rui wrote for him. Meanwhile, in Luo City, in Old Man Wei's small courtyard, Huang Kuan, Sun Dazhuang, and the others hurriedly returned. Without saying a word, they grabbed their weapons from inside the room and prepared to go outside. Old Wei glanced at them sideways, instinctively sensing something was wrong, and immediately came out of the room. Where are you going? Business is all about harmony and making money. Old Man Wei thought the group was going out to fight someone, so he immediately tried to dissuade them. He watched as Qin Yun led this group of people to the city and gradually achieved his current success. He had long regarded them as his own family. He didn't want anything to happen to these people. Huang Kuan stopped and said, Uncle Wei, we're not going out to fight, but Qin Yun is in trouble. Upon hearing this, Old Man Wei immediately became anxious. What did you say? Huang Kuan didn't hide anything from Grandpa Wei and told him directly about Qin Yun's rescue of Zhao Liang and the others. Qin Yun left in a hurry, so he didn't even let them know about this. Firstly, they really couldn't be of much help, and going there would be great danger. Secondly, Qin Yun had no intention of putting them in danger. Good lad, such a big thing happened, and you didn't tell me? That place is full of bandits. Old Wei's eyes flashed with a ruthless glint, and he immediately blocked the way for the crowd. You all wait here for me, and I'll handle the rest. Uncle Wei, you must be joking. Huang Kuan, Sun Dazhuang, and the others exchanged glances, none of them believing that Old Man Wei could have a solution. Don't worry about that. I'll just ride your bicycle out for a bit. Chapter 176. Hurry up and save him. Huang Kuan and the others hesitated, while Sun Dazhuang, standing beside them, said with concern, Uncle Wei, although this bicycle is fast, it can still be dangerous if you've never ridden one before. Besides, Uncle Wei, you're so old, and Qin Yun is in danger right now. Let us go instead. What they said makes sense. People of this generation are generally less receptive to new things. Besides, Old Man Wei is an old man with many bones. If he falls off his bicycle, how will they explain it to Qin Yun? Old Wei's eyes widened immediately. A bunch of idiots. I used to be the fastest bicycle rider on the battlefield. And look at you guys, even if you went, what help could you possibly be? Those are bandits. Get out of my way, all of you. After saying that, Old Man Wei pushed everyone aside and went back to his room, where he changed his clothes. After coming out, he rode his bicycle straight outside. Huang Kuan and the others looked on with worry in their eyes. But seeing how Old Man Wei went from being a bit clumsy at the beginning to riding incredibly fast in the end, the group finally felt a little relieved. Huang Kuan, what do we do now? Should we still go? Sun Dazhuang, who was standing next to Huang Kuan, asked him a question. Huang Kuen's face was full of solemnity. He knew that Old Man Wei was right. Even if they went, there was no way to get there, and it would be very difficult to get there anyway. After all, Wangjia village is at least a day and a night away from here. Let's go find Boss Pai, Huang Kuen said calmly. If anyone has a solution right now, it can only be her. Sun Dazhuang's eyes lit up as well. After a brief discussion, the group headed into the alley. Ma Tongtian knew several of them and knew they were acquainted with Qin Yun. After hearing their purpose for coming, he let them in. When they saw Boss Pai, they were all stunned. Today, Boss Pai was wearing a black long dress and a sparkling necklace around her neck. Her skin was fair and radiant, and she looked very beautiful. Boss Pai raised his eyes, glanced at the two of them indifferently, and said, "Spit it out if you have something to say." The group then seemed to wake up from a dream. Huang Kuen quickly explained the situation, and Boss Pai immediately frowned. Qin Yun was actually able to travel to such a far place? Moreover, they clashed with bandits. Tell me the specific address, and I'll send someone over. Without hesitation, Boss Pai said directly, "I don't know if we can still make it if we go now." Then he muttered, "Qin Yun, I've staked a lot on you, and you just left without even saying goodbye. If this gets damaged, who can I complain to?" Boss Pai swirled his wine glass, then raised his hand, and a man standing at the door immediately came over. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Huang Kuen and his companions didn't say anything more. They greeted Boss Pai and turned to leave. Inside the room, Boss Pai coldly addressed the man. "Go and call the best people, and get all the weapons you can get, to make sure Qin Yun is safe." The man nodded and immediately walked outside. At that moment, Old Man Wei parked his bicycle in front of the police station. They walked in without any hesitation. "Comrade, is there anything I can help you with?" A staff member walked over and asked. Old Wei said directly, "I'm looking for Gao Rue. I need to use the phone." "Director Gao?" The man was taken aback. He looked at the old man, then said, "Please wait a moment," and went up to ask Gao Rue for instructions. A moment later, Gao Rue hurriedly ran downstairs. He turned to Old Man Wei and said, "Why did you come here in person?" Old Wei didn't waste any words and went straight to the office on the second floor with Gao Rue, saying, "I know about your situation. It's normal that you can't go out to help Qin Yun. I need to use the phone to make a call to Kyoto." Gao Rue was taken aback, but a look of joy immediately appeared in his eyes. It wasn't that he didn't want to help Qin Yun, but he simply had no choice due to certain reasons. He already considered Qin Yun as his ideal son-in-law, so naturally he wanted to rescue him. He didn't even tell his own daughter about what happened, just made up an excuse. "Please use it." Gao Rue took out his phone immediately. These days, telephone penetration is very low, but important departments like this still have some. This is one of the few telephones in Luoqing. Old Wei skillfully dialed a number, and an operator's voice came from the other end of the line. "I need to find Wei Nan. Tell him to come and answer the phone right away." Old Man Wei sat in his chair and spoke calmly. He looks quite impressive now. The voice on the other end immediately changed, becoming more respectful. After a short while, a calm and composed voice rang out. "Hello, you are?" Upon hearing Old Man Wei's voice, Wei Nan smiled in a simply yet elegantly decorated room in Kyoto. "Dad, you've changed your mind and agreed to come to Kyoto with me? Then I'll send someone to pick you up right now." Wei Nan had been looking forward to this for a long time. A house had already been prepared for the old man, and they were just waiting for his approval. However, Old Man Wei refused to come to Kyoto. "Forget about it. I'm calling you this time because I have something else important to say." Old Man Wei said, "Qin Yun is in danger. He has clashed with bandits at the border between Luoqing and Jiangqing. You immediately notify the two locations and send people to rescue him." Old Man Wei's words were not to be questioned, but Wei Nan frowned upon hearing them. "Dad, what are you saying? I'm in Kyoto right now. How can I possibly care about things over there? Stop talking nonsense. Have I raised you for nothing all these years?" Old Wei's voice immediately grew louder. "The banditry here is so serious that it has severely affected the lives of the people. You're living a comfortable life in Kyoto. If we don't take care of you today, don't ever come back. Old man, I don't have a son like you." Upon hearing Old Man Wei's voice, Wei Nan let out a long sigh. His father was a veteran who had retired from the battlefield and was usually quick-tempered. Moreover, After exchanging letters for so long, he knew about the relationship between Qin Yun and his father. It's normal for my father to be so anxious. However, Wei Nin couldn't make this decision so easily. It wasn't that he didn't want to get rid of the bandits, but rather that everything had to be done step by step. Although policies have been introduced, it will take time to implement them. This is why he is so conflicted. Chapter 177 Jiangqing. Just as Wei Nan was trying to find an excuse to refuse Old Man Wei, a knock came at the door. Wei Nan said something on the phone, then walked towards the door. A serious-looking man stood outside and said to Wei Nan, "The plan may have to change now. The higher-ups said to start the rollout from Kyoto, so let's see if we can start from outside. This will also serve as a warning to others in Kyoto." Upon hearing this, Wei Nan looked puzzled. Logically speaking, only by establishing rules in the capital could such a system be effectively implemented. But why has the wind direction suddenly changed again? That's what the higher-ups have decided, and we can only follow it, the man sighed and said. I'm still worried about which place to choose. The order just came down, and it's a bit difficult to do it right away. Moreover, the selected examples need to be typical, preferably ones that do not require us to go there in person, so that we can see the results. Wei Nan was about to say something when, as if he had suddenly thought of something, a smile appeared on his lips. I do have a way to handle this matter. What method? If you don't prepare in advance, there's no way you can have a contingency plan for this kind of thing. Since I've said it, I must be confident. Wei Nan smiled and said, I will give instructions to do this. Just make a report and send it up. Upon hearing Wei Nan's words, the man's face showed a look of doubt, but he still nodded. I can agree to this, but remember, don't go too far. Wei Nan nodded, then greeted the man, returned to his room, and answered the phone again. Dad, I can promise you this. I assure you, Qin Yun will be safe and sound, and this matter will be dealt with to the fullest extent of the law. Hearing the voice coming from the phone, Old Man Wei finally smiled. Okay, you must hurry. If anything really happens to Qin Yun, I won't let you off the hook. After he finished speaking, Old Man Wei handed the phone to Gao Rui, who was standing next to him. Hearing what was being said, Gao Rui nodded repeatedly. Then his face darkened, and he said, I guarantee to complete the mission. After hanging up the phone, Gao Rui's face was full of smiles. This matter is all thanks to you, sir. Don't worry, as long as Qin Yun stays hidden safely, he will be able to return safely in a day or two at most. Old Man Wei waved his hand. You guys handle the rest. I'm going back now. Gao Rui and Old Man Wei walked out together. Gao Rui headed towards another street, his eyes full of composure. At this moment, the group gathered together in the canyon. Everyone looked worried. Brother, please, help our village. Our villagers are all inside. Just as Qin Yun was pondering, a voice suddenly rang out. Qin Yun looked up and saw that the people from Wangjia village were standing in front of him at some point, their faces full of panic. They could also see that ever since Qin Yun arrived, everyone had been asking him questions. He was clearly the backbone of the group. Furthermore, from their conversation just now, they could tell that Qin Yun still had some things in his possession. Brother, no one in Wangjia village has ever cared for us. We've always relied on ourselves, but now that something like this has happened, we really have no other choice. If you can rescue the people in the village, you will be our village's benefactor from now on. Seeing the pleading expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Yun's heart couldn't help but stir. This helplessness inexplicably reminded him of himself and his sister. Although their circumstances were different, the despair they felt was the same. Zhao Liang looked at Qin Yun and said, Qin Yun, the people in Wangjia village are all good people. Every time we stay overnight, we only need to spend a little money. Sometimes we don't even receive the money, and we have to pay on credit. Once, our car broke down on the road, and the old village chief led the villagers to help us push the car back. Hearing this, Qin Yun nodded, let out a long sigh of relief, stood up, and said, Don't worry, everyone. I will definitely find a way to resolve this, but I can't guarantee whether I can solve it. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, a look of joy immediately appeared in everyone's eyes. Compared to Qin Yun, they had even less of a relationship, and since Qin Yun nodded, there was still a glimmer of hope. Big brother, what do you suggest? We'll all follow you. One of them gripped his weapon tightly and spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun's eyes were deep and unfathomable. I need someone who knows the way to take me to Jiangxing first. Although our numbers are about the same as the bandits, their mental fortitude is much stronger than ours. It would be even better if we could find someone willing to help. Now Qin Yun can only pin his hopes on this letter from Gao Rui. Upon hearing this, the man thought for a moment, then raised his hand towards the crowd, and a young man of about 15 or 16 years old stepped out. He was wearing clothes covered in patches, but his eyes were bright and lively. Brother Yun, my name is Wang Lin. You can just call me Xiao Lin. I remember the roads in Jiangxing. I'll take you there. Qin Yun nodded, and then walked outside with Wang Lin. Zhao Liang was worried and wanted to follow, but Qin Yun stopped him. If you leave here, and the bandits catch up with you, you might be in danger. Zhao Liang then stayed. Qin Yun exchanged a few more words with the others, took the letters, and headed outside. Wang Lin led Qin Yun along a mountain path, partly to avoid bandits, and partly to get to Jiangxing faster. Brother Yun, be careful by the roadside. There are a lot of snake nests here. We can't go back to the village now, and it would be a real problem if we got bitten. Wang Lin spoke to Qin Yun, waving the stick in his hand, and said, You can do what I do and hit the grass in front of you first, then you won't get it. This is called stirring up trouble. Upon hearing Wang Lin's words, a smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. The two walked quickly, and within an afternoon, the outline of the city came into view. This was because Qin Yun took several breaks along the way. The two entered Jiangxing. Although it's a county town, it's clearly inferior to Luoqing. Not only does it lack industrial facilities, but its appearance is also quite backward. The entire city has only a handful of buildings. Chapter 178 Setback. Brother Yun, I know where their manager is. I'll take you there. As soon as they entered the city, Wang Lin immediately pulled Qin Yun inside. Wait a minute. Let me buy a basket of steamed buns to eat. So much has happened these past 2 days that Qin Yun hasn't had a proper meal yet. The smell of steamed buns made Qin Yun's stomach rumble. Boss, 2 baskets of steamed buns, please. Qin Yun took out his money and bought 2 baskets of steamed buns, handing one of them to Wang Lin next to him. Thank you, Brother Yun. Wang Lin smiled gratefully at Qin Yun. Ever since they were driven out of Wangjia village, he hadn't had a hot meal. However, after eating 2 or 3, Wang Lin asked the owner for a piece of paper, carefully wrapped the buns up, and put them in his pocket. Seeing Qin Yun's gaze, Wang Lin smiled sheepishly and explained, I was worried that my mother and grandmother had been locked up inside for too long and hadn't eaten anything, so I brought them some. Qin Yun nodded. The child was indeed very filial. He asked the owner for another basket and handed it to Wang Lin. Eat it while it's hot. Eat more. No need, Brother Yun. I'm already full. Wang Lin was about to refuse when Qin Yun had already stuffed the food into his hand. Young man, how can 2 of them be enough? I'll buy more if it's not enough. Wang Lin quickly said that it was enough, and after he finished eating, the 2 of them walked into Jiangxing. After asking around, the group arrived at a building that looked extremely dilapidated. There was a sign hanging above, and Qin Yun was certain that this was the place he was looking for. After entering, Qin Yun frowned. There's a musty smell of decay everywhere, like the place has been neglected and flooded for years. Qin Yun knocked on several doors, but none of them were open. There were only dirty, worn-out bed sheets, and next to them was a yellow cabinet that had turned black. As Qin Yun walked further inside, he heard shouts coming from within. A5 cash coin, do you want it? I'm facing a king. Qin Yun walked in and saw 5 or 6 people gathered together playing cards. Qin Yun asked, I'm looking for Lin Sheng. Could you tell me where he is? The person inside didn't even look up, simply waving their hand and saying, Lin Sheng isn't here. You've come to the wrong place. Isn't this an office? Qin Yun asked curiously. Find Lin Sheng on that main road outside. We've already bought this place. Let's go quickly. You bought it. Qin Yun frowned. Such a thing would never happen anywhere else. But he didn't say much and followed the instructions of the people inside, walking outwards. Once outside on the main street, Qin Yun randomly found a small shop and asked an elderly man with a weathered face and dark skin, Hello, may I ask where Lin Sheng is? That's me. The old man spoke calmly. Qin Yun froze on the spot. When he came, Gao Rui had said that Lin Sheng was about the same age as him. But if you put the two of them together now, who would believe they are the same age? Moreover, shouldn't Lin Sheng be a leader in Jiangxing? Why is he opening a small shop here? After a slight pause, Qin Yun handed the letter in his arms to Lin Sheng and said, "We encountered bandits in Wangjia village, and we are in a critical situation. Uncle Gao said I can come to you for help." Lin Sheng didn't speak, but opened the letter and read it through. After reading it, he nodded. "That's right, I know Gao Rui, but unfortunately, I can't help you." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin, who was standing nearby, immediately froze on the spot. Tears immediately welled up in her eyes and streamed down her face. "I thought things had taken a turn for the better, but now we've gone from one abyss to another." Seeing the expression on Wang Lin's face, Lin Sheng looked apologetic and sighed, saying, "Gao Ru doesn't know what this place is like. The real situation is the same as what you see. A year ago, I went out to study and wanted to introduce new crops to change the backward environment here, but the project failed in the end and I ended up with a huge debt. There was no other way but to compensate them for the building." At this point, Lin Sheng's face was full of regret. That's why he opened this small shop. Qin Yun also sighed. He knew that Lin Sheng didn't want Jiangcheng to become what it is now, but the hole left behind still needed to be filled. The staff who could find other jobs have all left, and now we can't even pay their wages. You should think of other solutions as soon as possible. After Lin Sheng finished speaking, he lowered his head and said nothing more. Qin Yun didn't ask any more questions. After saying goodbye to Lin Sheng, he left the shop. Wang Lin followed Qin Yun dejectedly and whispered, "Brother Yun, what should we do now? Jiangxing doesn't care about us, and Luoqing doesn't care about us either. Our villagers are still being held captive by them." Qin Yun said in a deep voice, "If others don't care about our affairs, we'll take care of them ourselves. So many lives are at stake here, we absolutely cannot stand by and watch them die. Let's go back first and talk about it later." The two then bought some things in Jiangxing and headed towards the canyon. It was already past midnight when they returned to the canyon, but the bandits did not come over. After Wang Lin announced the news, the crowd fell silent. "Qin Yun, what should we do now?" Zhao Yang asked. The people from Wangjia village secretly went to check before. Since those bandits couldn't find us, they tried to torture the others. Many people haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days. If this continues. Qin Yun looked up at the others, and every face was filled with despair. "I have a plan, but it's extremely dangerous." Qin Yun said, "By 3 or 4 o'clock tomorrow night, most of them will be asleep, and there won't be many guards. Let's take this opportunity to rescue the others first, and then run away. This is a last resort, but this is the best solution right now. Our loved ones are all inside. We can't just stand by and watch them be locked up. Even if it costs us our lives, we must rescue them." One of them spoke up. "All right, let's go outside the village now and see what the bandits are like, especially how many people are on guard at night." Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the group did not hesitate and immediately selected a few people to go out with Qin Yun. Chapter 179, Taking Action. Soon, the group followed a small path to the back of Wangjia village. This is an extremely secluded corner. Villagers only think of leaving from here when they go out hunting. Therefore, the bandits did not know about this place. The group quietly climbed to the top of the hill, from where they could see the entire Wangjia village. "Brother Yun, use this." Just then, Wang Lin handed over a pair of binoculars from the side. The telescope looks rusty and is clearly a product of wartime. However, it is surprisingly easy to use. By the moonlight, Qin Yun could clearly see 4 people below, while all the villagers of Wangjia village had been locked up in the ancestral hall at the village entrance. Judging from their appearance, they are very relaxed now, except for one person who is very alert. As Qin Yun looked down, he said, "2 people are smoking, and the other 2 are at the door." The group nodded, and then Qin Yun passed the binoculars to everyone in turn, and they began to observe. Knowing that dawn was approaching and seeing that the number of bandits in Wangjia village had increased again, the group returned to the canyon. Everyone has seen what just happened. The shift change is at 4 o'clock in the morning. But as the shift change approaches, the guards become more lax. Starting from around 3 p.m., they are clearly distracted. There are 2 more people who are already asleep. Qin Yun glanced at everyone and said, "So we only have half an hour to save them." Everyone nodded. "Brother Yun, I'll follow your orders tonight. You tell me when to make a move, and we'll make a move then." One of the young men looked at Qin Yun and said, "His name is Wang Xiong. He is the son of the old village chief and also the captain of the village's hunting team. He enjoys high prestige among the villagers of Wangjia village." Qin Yun nodded, explained the general plan, and then added, "Tonight, there's no one else to help us, so we'll have to rely on ourselves. This is a do-or-die battle, a battle only we can fight. Everyone get a good rest during the day, and we'll wait for the enemy to tire themselves out. Tonight, we'll try our best to rescue everyone." Hearing Qin Yun's words, the others nodded, and then each found a comfortable place to sleep. Qin Yun and Huang Wentian made arrangements to ensure that the bandits would not come in and find them. At night, everyone woke up. Without saying much, he grabbed his weapon and walked out of the canyon. Half an hour later, the group arrived at the entrance of Wangjia village. The group followed the path beside them and soon arrived at the bushes opposite the ancestral hall. These bandits are masters of murder and robbery, but deep down, they always have a lazy streak. Around 2 or 3 a.m., two of them, just like yesterday, had already started to doze off. Qin Yun narrowed his eyes. Now was the perfect time to make his move. Without hesitation, Qin Yun deliberately made a rustling sound under his feet. The commotion immediately caught the attention of the bandits on the other side, and one of them impatiently opened his eyes. "What the hell is that noise? Can't even let a person get a good night's sleep?" The other one, without opening his eyes, muttered, "Damn it, we're in the mountains. What's so strange about some noise?" Chapter 180 Going back on one's word. There are many wild animals in the mountains. Even in Wangjia village, where people gather, other animals will come over. Sometimes, wild rabbits would run into Wangjia village in a panic. So the bandits didn't take it seriously. The man stood up cursing and walked towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun deliberately shook the tree branch to entice the bandits. The bandits had just fallen asleep and were now disturbed, so they were already seething with anger. He stormed in immediately. However, when his gaze met Qin Yun's, a look of shock instantly appeared in his eyes. "You." However, no sooner had he uttered a sound than Huang Wentian's stick came crashing down on his head. The stick was so powerful that the man fell to the ground without even uttering a sound. Qin Yun and his men captured the bandits and took them back. "What's going on? Why is it taking so long to pee?" After 5 or 6 minutes, one of the more alert bandits spoke up. "Go and see what's going on." The sleeping bandit's eyes were full of impatience. He was sleeping soundly when he was woken up, so of course he felt uncomfortable. He got up and muttered, "What's so strange about that? Maybe he's taking a dump right now." However, the bandit who had just spoken was clearly of higher status, so he didn't dare to argue and simply walked over. The same scenario played out again. The moment the man entered, Huang Wentian grabbed a stick and smashed it down on him. However, this time, whether he was lucky or the blow didn't hit a vital spot, the man actually let out a shout just before he fell down and lost consciousness. The two bandits outside immediately sensed that something was wrong. "Go inside and see what's happening over there." The more alert bandit spoke in a cold voice. The bandit wanted to say something, but seeing the terrifyingly cold expression on his face, he could only pick up his long knife and walk back in. He then retreated step by step. He was clearly using the bandits in front as bait to hold off the enemy, while he went back to get reinforcements. However, the moment he turned around, he bumped into Wang Xiong. Without saying much, Wang Xiong swung his weapon and charged at the man before he could make a sound. The bandits from before were also easily dealt with by Qin Yun and his men. Seeing that everyone had been subdued, Qin Yun and his group did not linger and immediately opened the door of the ancestral hall. Moonlight streamed into the room, and a wail immediately followed. "Please, we really have no money. All we have is food. Take it if you want. Please, let me go. Please give us some food. We haven't eaten for 2 or 3 days." However, an unusually aged voice caught Qin Yun's attention. "Damn bandits. They want to capture us so that others can come back to rescue us. That way they can wipe out Wangjia village in one fell swoop. Instead of this, let's fight them and leave a way for the children outside to survive." Upon hearing this, Wang Lin, who was following behind Qin Yun, could no longer hold back. He called out, "Grandma," and immediately walked into the ancestral hall. The word grandma made everyone pause in surprise. Then they all looked up and realized that the person standing at the door was not a bandit, but the person they had been thinking about day and night. Seeing the crowd about to erupt into chaos, the old village chief quickly stood up and gently tapped the ground with his cane. Everyone then calmed down. Qin Yun lowered his voice and said, "Let's escape now. Be careful when we leave. That way, no one else will find out." Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone realized that the remaining people of Wangjia village alone were not enough to confront the bandits head-on. Therefore, the only solution was to deal with the guards on the side. The old village chief and Qin Yun arranged for the evacuation of the people. The young and strong led some elderly people and children in groups of several and ran out first. He came to cover for the rear. With a formidable enemy at hand, everyone evacuated quickly, and soon only a dozen or so people remained inside the ancestral hall. "Brother Yun, you go first this time. We'll leave last." Huang Wentian raised his wrist to check the time, then walked over and whispered. Qin Yun shook his head. "You guys go first. I'll be there shortly." Huang Wentian wanted to say something more, but Qin Yun pushed him hard, so he could only nod and walk out with some elderly people. However, at this very moment, a sudden change occurred. Suddenly, a series of light footsteps came from behind the ancestral hall. At the same time, a cold voice rang out. "Damn it, these bastards actually dared to come. All of you, get them and bring them all back." Several bandits rushed forward instantly. This is when Qin Yun's strategy came into play. Several people formed a group, checking and supporting each other. Although the bandits came with great force, the group retreated in an orderly manner. Qin Yun and Huang Wentian exchanged a glance, and then instructed the old village chief, "Grandpa, please stay here and make sure everyone else is safe." The old village chief, being the backbone of the group, immediately nodded upon hearing this. Those who remain in the ancestral hall now can be considered the backbone of the community. Especially the men Huang Wentian led, they were real combat veterans. Qin Yun and Huang Wentian exchanged a glance, both seeing a resolute look in each other's eyes. He immediately grabbed his weapon and rushed outside. The bandits outside had mostly caught up with the fleeing people. Qin Yun and his men raised their weapons high and then brought them down heavily. The bandits outside were instantly hacked to pieces. "Damn it, stop chasing. Someone's broken out." The leader panicked. Fearing he might get away, he ran as fast as he could to the back. But they could only watch helplessly as Qin Yun and his group charged towards them. In desperation, he shouted at the people in front of him. Upon hearing this, the bandits immediately turned back. The bandit leader's emotions finally calmed down. No matter how brave they are, aren't there only a few of them? They are a huge group of people. Even if others return, they are no match for them. Suddenly, the bandit leader pointed a finger at Qin Yun and said, "Everyone, look closely. This is Qin Yun. He's very rich in Luoqing. He owns an unknown number of houses. If we can kidnap him and use him to threaten others, we'll have more money than we can spend." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately frowned. He immediately realized something was wrong. This was the first time he had met these bandits. How could they possibly know that his name was Qin Yun? Not only that, but he also knows that he owns a house in Luocheng and can make a lot of money. This clearly means that someone informed these bandits of Qin Yun's whereabouts in advance. But given the current situation, Qin Yun had no time to think about it. The bandits in front of him were already charging towards him. Huang Wentian and his men tried to stop them, but there were just too many bandits returning, and they couldn't stop them at all. This time, the bandit leader not only called up his original men, but also gathered other people from the nearby mountains. In the midst of the continuous battle, even Huang Wentian suffered a severe cut. What should we do now? Huang Wentian stepped back to Qin Yun's side, panting heavily as he asked. A rare hint of sadness appeared in Qin Yun's eyes as he spoke in a very heavy voice. "Surrender." Huang Wentian was taken aback. Qin Yun didn't say much either, but walked directly to the front and said to the bandits in front of him, "I surrender, but I have one request. You cannot harm anyone else, and you must let the villagers of Wangjia village go." "Good. To Huang Wentian and his men's surprise, the bandit leader nodded in agreement after a moment's thought. Qin Yun finally felt relieved. He guessed right. No matter where these bandits got their information, they only wanted money, not lives. Only if Qin Yun is alive can they demand money from Luo City. Faced with human lives at stake, Qin Yun had no choice but to forego money. If all else fails, we can start over. Outside the ancestral hall, the old village chief led the others out. His eyes were filled with guilt as he looked at Qin Yun. Young man, you saved our Wangjia village, but He knew that although Wangjia village was the only way to Luocheng, Qin Yun still had no need to get involved in this mess. At worst, we'll just find another way to make money. But now, Qin Yun shook his head. Grandpa, you should go now. I can stay here. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the old village chief sighed. Even if he stayed here, he wouldn't be of much help. If he wanted to find another way, he would have to go out first. Seeing that everyone else from Wangjia village had left, the bandit leader chuckled coldly and said, Go, tie him up. Several bandits immediately came over. Huang Wentian tried to stop him, but Qin Yun stopped him with a look. They are now like fish on someone else's chopping board. Trying to take action would be like lambs to the slaughter. Soon, several bandits tied Qin Yun's hands and brought him before the bandit leader. The bandit leader glanced at Qin Yun with satisfaction. Then suddenly his expression changed, and he coldly shouted to the side, Go, bring me the knife. Upon hearing this, Huang Wentian, who was standing behind him, immediately became anxious. Wait, didn't you say you wouldn't lay a hand on Qin Yun? The bandit leader chuckled coldly. Who told you that? I only promised to guarantee his and the others' safety. As for whether any parts of his body will be missing, I made no guarantee. Huang Wentian's face immediately turned murderous, and he wanted to make a move, but he was immediately held down by the bandits next to him. Meanwhile, the bandits beside him had already handed the knife to their leader. Chapter 181 Turning Point. Without a word, the bandit leader raised his long knife high and then slashed it fiercely at Qin Yun's arm. Qin Yun's arms were now tied, so he had no way to escape. Bang! Just then, a loud bang rang out. The bandit leader's knife was knocked out of his hand. This scene shocked everyone in an instant. The bandit leader stared blankly at the knife in his hand, taking a long time to process what he was seeing before looking into the distance. From a distance, a group of men dressed in black suddenly appeared, the leader of whom had an extremely cold and sharp gaze. The weapon in his hand was still emitting white smoke. Stand still, move to the side. The man in black spoke coldly as he walked towards them. The other men in black behind him, though not armed with such weapons, were all wielding long knives. Judging by his eyes, he's definitely a veteran of many battles. The bandits dared not move and could only watch helplessly as the newcomers approached. Qin Yun, are you all right? As the newcomer untied the ropes binding Qin Yun, he asked a question. Qin Yun said, It's nothing. That's good. We were sent by Boss Pai. It's a long way from here, so we've only just arrived. A sense of gratitude welled up in Qin Yun's heart. Unexpectedly, the first person to send someone to rescue him was Boss Pai. We'll take you back to Luocheng now. The man spoke, and then prepared to walk outside. Just then, another loud bang rang out. The group of people's eyes were instantly drawn to it. It turned out to be the same group of bandits who had just gone out to chase Zhao Liang and his men. The man in black quickly led Qin Yun to hide behind a tree trunk. Fortunately, the attacker's technique was not strong, so they were not harmed. Seeing that things had taken a turn for the better, the bandit leader quickly led the remaining men to the side and took up a favorable position. Damn it, Boss Yang, you did a great job. The bandit leader offered a word of praise. In the end, they weren't killed. There was a hint of disappointment in Yang Laoda's voice. This thing is my trump card. I only have a few bullets left, and I didn't even have a chance to practice. The bandit leader didn't care, chuckled, and said, With this guy, we can just go and finish this. Although there were more than a dozen people who came, only one of them actually had this item. Now, the offensive and defensive situation has changed again. The bandits have a large number of men, so they can use their numerical advantage to slowly push forward. Even if the man in black had the most precise technique, it would be impossible for him to take someone down with every shot. In the end, they still couldn't escape the fate of being caught. Damn it, once we catch these guys, I'm going to kill them with my own hands. I almost lost my life just now. The bandit leader's voice was filled with coldness. That last shot almost hit him. Charge. Anyone inside, except Qin Yun. Whoever can capture or kill one will receive a huge reward. The bandit leader shouted. Money and women. You can take whatever you want. Besides, there's only one weapon inside. If we rush over and fight them in close combat, how could they possibly be a match for us? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately became incredibly excited, as if they had been injected with adrenaline. Yes, the other side only has 5 bullets at most, but they have far more than 5 people. As bandits, their livelihood was inherently one of living on the edge of a knife and licking blood. The main idea is that the bold get rich while the timid starve. Everyone thought they couldn't be the unlucky one who got hit. After the bandit leader gave the order, everyone ran as fast as they could. Soon, Qin Yun and his group were surrounded. We are the Luoqing militia. If anyone dares to lay a hand on us again, we'll kill him right now. Just then, a loud voice interrupted the bandit leader. A group of people in uniforms, carrying weapons, slowly walked out. Behind them stood a group of soldiers in military green uniforms. The weapon in his hand gleamed with an iron blue light. The bandits had never seen anything like this before. They had always been rampant and domineering in these mountains, even though there were several instances when their adversaries came up the mountain looking for them and wanted to kill them. But once they returned to the mountains and forests, it was like fish returning to the sea. They couldn't even touch a hair on their heads. Listen to me. We're doomed anyway if we get caught, so let's fight them. Only in this way can we have a glimmer of hope. The bandit leader coldly shouted, Damn it, whether we stick our necks out or not, we'll still get stabbed. We might as well try to save our lives. The bandit leader held considerable prestige among the group, and after he roared, a group of people actually charged forward. The bandit leader and that boss Yang didn't even think twice before running straight to the back. From the very beginning, the two of them treated these people as cannon fodder. Qin Yun stepped out from his hiding place. If those 2 culprits escape, he won't be able to sleep soundly anymore. He shouted at the newcomers. Both of them have guns. We must catch them. Upon hearing this, everyone in the crowd changed their expressions. This thing is of utmost importance. Its destructive power is so great that it absolutely cannot be left here. Almost without thinking, more than a dozen people immediately appeared from the crowd and chased after the 2 who had fled. 2 loud bangs were heard, and the bandit leader and boss Yang simultaneously let out extremely painful screams. Then there was silence. At this moment, the bandits charging forward also realized what was going on. It turns out they were being used as stepping stones. They immediately stopped in their tracks and surrendered. Seeing that the crisis had been averted, a figure walked over from the crowd opposite. He walked over and shook hands with Qin Yun, saying, Qin Yun, were you injured in the fight just now? Qin Yun shook his head. No. That's good. My name is Zhou Yun. Comrade Wei specifically told me not to hurt you during the battle. Your safety should be the second priority. Comrade Wei? Qin Yun asked with some doubt. Zhou Yun nodded, his eyes filled with admiration as he looked at Qin Yun. It was Comrade Wei from Kyoto who called to say that. Qin Yun only realized what it meant when he heard the word Kyoto. Luo Cheng's decision remained unchanged. He genuinely had no way to help Qin Yun, so it was Old Man Wei who approached his son. Chapter 182 Wood. Only after passing through this line will someone come to rescue Qin Yun. But this group of people. Zhou Yun looked at the person standing behind Qin Yun and spoke again. They are the helpers I invited. Qin Yun spoke to Zhou Yun, thus securing the matter's resolution. Given Boss Pai's personality, he definitely wants to develop secretly. Being discovered by those above him would be counterproductive. Zhou Yun didn't say much. After greeting Qin Yun, he said, Okay, we'll be going now. Luo Cheng will contact you later to hold an award ceremony for you. Being able to hold out against bandits for so long absolutely deserves the title of hero. Qin Yun smiled and nodded in response. Soon, Zhou Yun led the others outside. Qin Yun let out a long sigh of relief. Young man, you are a benefactor to our Wangjia village. Just as Qin Yun was about to return to the canyon, the old village elder burst into tears and immediately knelt down before Qin Yun. Qin Yun quickly helped the old village chief up and comforted him, saying, "I didn't do anything. It was all the help from others." "Young man, don't be so modest." The old village chief's face was full of excitement. He could easily tell that the people who came to help them were only doing so because of Qin Yun. Otherwise, even if action were taken, it wouldn't have been possible to arrive so quickly. Now that the bandits are gone, don't rush back to Luoqing. Stay here with us for a few days, and let us treat you well. The old village chief spoke up, urging the people next to him to go and find the others. Soon, Zhao Liang drove his truck back to Wangjia village. The people sitting in the car were all villagers from Wangjia village. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Wang Xiong bowed deeply. Qin Yun and his group had truly been a great help to them. "Dog Egg, go and kill all the chickens in the village, and slaughter the pig next door too, and cook a good meal." The old village chief directed the others methodically. The villagers rushed around, and everyone looked at Qin Yun with genuine joy in their eyes. If it weren't for Qin Yun, they would still be starving right now. "Village chief, I'll take some men up the mountain to hunt some wild game so that Brother Yun can have a taste." Wang Xiong also spoke up, saying, "There are so many of us, and we've been starving for so many days. We definitely deserve a good meal." The old village chief agreed. "They've helped Wangjia village so much, we can't let them go hungry. Brother Yun, the room is ready." Just as Qin Yun was about to say that any random stuff would do, Wang Lin came to Qin Yun's side again and spoke up. Before Qin Yun could refuse, they took him directly to a house at the back of the village. This is arguably the best house in the entire Wangjia village. The roof beams were high, and everything inside and out was spotless. The floor was also different from the other rooms. It was paved with fine washed bluestone slabs, and the quilts had just been washed and dried, giving off a sunny smell. It's clear that Wangjia village truly regards Qin Yun as their benefactor and holds nothing back. Zhao Liang and his group were also moved to a room next door. "Brother Yun, you guys take a rest first. I'll come and call you when the food is ready." Wang Lin smiled and placed the seasonal fruits on the table, then spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun didn't refuse. He hadn't been sleeping well these past few days. After talking with Wang Lin for a while, he crawled into bed and fell asleep comfortably. When I opened my eyes again, it was already dusk. "Brother Yun, you're awake? The food won't be ready for a while." Not long after Qin Yun got out of bed, Wang Lin came running in, carrying an earthenware pot. "Grandpa village chief said that if you just woke up, you should try this chicken soup. It tastes wonderful." As he spoke, Wang Lin placed the earthenware pot on the table. Qin Yun was about to refuse when Wang Lin ran out. Qin Yun opened the earthenware jar, and an extremely rich aroma immediately wafted out. Next to the chicken soup, various precious medicinal herbs floated. After taking a sip, I immediately felt a warm sensation throughout my body. The chicken was also stewed until tender and flavorful, and Qin Yun finished the chicken soup in no time. After finishing his meal, Qin Yun, having nothing else to do, wandered around the room. Dinner wouldn't be served for a while. The houses in the village are generally built with wooden roofs that are thatched. But when Qin Yun looked at the roof, a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. The roof was covered in soot, and although it had been cleaned, it was still clear that the wood had been used for a long time. Logically speaking, the temperature difference between day and night in the mountains is quite large, and it's hot inside the room, but cold outside on the roof. With such a temperature change, the wood should be damaged very quickly. Qin Yun thought for a moment, then called Wang Lin in and asked, "How long has this house been built?" Wang Lin scratched his head. "Brother Yun, I don't remember exactly how long it took. It's been there as long as I can remember." Qin Yun's eyes grew even more curious. If Wang Lin was serious, then this house must be at least a dozen years old. How come the structure remains so stable after more than a decade? Are there any other houses in the village that are leaking or have collapsed roofs? Qin Yun then asked. No. After thinking for a moment, Wang Lin spoke to Qin Yun. Although Wangjia village is poor, it has never encountered any problems with its roofs. Was the wood used for this roof taken from the mountain? Wang Lin nodded. Yes, Brother Yun, if you want to go and see, I can take you. There are all kinds of trees behind our village. Qin Yun nodded, and then he and Wang Lin walked towards the back of Wangjia village. Behind the mountain is a lake with clear, bright water, and along its banks are endless rows of willow trees. Looking around, you can also see beech trees, birch trees, and so on. Qin Yun's eyes immediately lit up. Upon closer inspection, almost every tree was growing well, tall and thick, with excellent quality. He had talked with Su Rin before and had some knowledge of timber. All of this can be used to make furniture. Willow wood has a moderate texture, a slightly coarse structure, is easy to process, and has good gluing and finishing properties. However, its only drawback is that it is prone to cracking and warping when drying. Beech wood, on the other hand, is harder, with straight grain, fine texture, were resistant and glossy, and does not easily deform when dried. It is also very convenient to process and finish. As for tall and straight birch trees, their material is harder, of medium structure, corrosion-resistant, not easy to dry, and has a smooth-cut surface. Combining either one can produce excellent results. Chapter 183 Returning Home. More importantly, these woods all share a common characteristic. They are cheap, sturdy, and durable. It perfectly aligns with the values people have when choosing things today. With so many trees, it would be perfectly feasible to build a furniture manufacturing plant here. Qin Yun's eyes gradually brightened. This plan is indeed feasible. However, Qin Yun also knew in his heart that it was too early to talk about this now. There were too many things needed to completely build a furniture processing plant. First, it's necessary to align with local policies and make proper arrangements with higher and lower levels. Additionally, some labor and knowledgeable individuals are required. Qin Yun doesn't lack labor. At least for now, the young and middle-aged people in Wangjia village are fully capable of doing this. They would be happy to be given a job that they can do right at their doorstep. Just as Qin Yun was pondering, Wang Lin's voice beside him pulled him back to reality. "Brother Yun, it's time to eat." Qin Yun nodded, and then he and Wang Lin walked back into Wangjia village. The whole village is even more festive than during the spring festival. The old village chief's courtyard was quite large, so people gathered there. At this moment, a huge bonfire was lit in the courtyard, and on top of the bonfire, a fat pig that had been roasted to a golden brown on both sides was dripping oil and making sizzling sounds. A rich fragrance permeated the air. Just a casual sniff is enough to make your mouth water with its aroma. That's not all. In the middle of the courtyard, there was a large table laden with all sorts of delicious dishes. There were chickens, ducks, and cured meat prepared for the Chinese New Year, all neatly arranged on the table. It's clear they've really emptied their pockets. "Come, Qin Yun, take the seat of honor." As soon as Qin Yun entered, everyone's eyes immediately turned to him. His eyes were full of admiration. The old village chief even stood up from the main seat and spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun declined the seat for a while, but ultimately took the seat of honor. "Come on, everyone eat up. Qin Yun, don't be shy, just eat whatever you like." The old village chief served food to Qin Yun while giving instructions to everyone. Qin Yun didn't stand on ceremony. He had been starving these past few days and ate a whole pig leg by himself, which drew cheers and applause from everyone at the table. After Qin Yun had finished eating, the old village chief poured him some tea and chatted with him. Qin Yun took a few sips of tea and then asked indirectly, "Old village chief, do you know anything about the trees around the village?" The old village chief immediately nodded. "Speaking of this tree, it has quite a history." The old village chief was still basking in the excitement of surviving the ordeal while eating, and even drank 2 cups of homemade wine from his village, appearing slightly tipsy. One of the stones used by the goddess Manhwa to mend the sky came from here. The old village chief, shaking his head, told a mythical story, the gist of which was that the stone contained so much spiritual energy that it directly absorbed all the spiritual energy in the area. Later, to make amends, the goddess Manhwa casually infused this place with a wisp of spiritual energy, which is why the trees growing here have strong roots and hard texture. Qin Yun simply smiled at these words, then continued to inquire of the old village chief. "But old village chief, has anyone come here before, intending to cut down trees?" The old village chief thought for a moment, then nodded and said, "There really is such a thing. Some people wanted to cut down trees to make money before, but they found that the manpower required to carry the wood out was too great. In the end, After calculating the cost of labor and the money spent on bribing bandits in various places, there was no money to be made at all. So I eventually gave up. Seeing the expression on Qin Yun's face, the old village chief seemed to have thought of something and said, "Qin Yun, if you want to make money by transporting timber, I advise you to give up on that idea. Although the bandits are gone now, it still takes a lot of effort for people to carry trees across the road." The old village chief gave Qin Yun some instructions. The old village chief was right. If the trees were carried out by hand, it would definitely cost a lot of money. However, Qin Yun was not discouraged at all. On the contrary, he was quite excited. But what if the road is eventually built? Jiangqing and Luocheng have started integrated development. Once the road is open, timber resources from both locations can be transported by truck very quickly. There will be no bandits on the road, so not only will the journey be fast, but the quality of the trees will also be guaranteed. Of course, this matter cannot be rushed. We must proceed gradually. Qin Yun thought for a moment and then said, "Old village chief, may I take a few tree trunks with me? I'd like to have someone take a look at the wood here." Of course. This time, the old village chief didn't try to persuade him anymore, and agreed in one go. At the same time, he shouted to Wang Xiong, "Go and cut down a few good ones for Qin Yun, and slowly carry the rest of the trees back to the village." Wang Xiong immediately nodded in agreement, and then prepared to set off with his axe and saw. Qin Yun quickly called out to him from behind, saying, "Don't cut the best ones, but they can't be too bad either. It's best to cut some medium-quality ones. The most important thing is that there must be a variety of tree species. We can get some willow, beech, poplar, anything." Wang Xiong scratched his head, wondering why Qin Yun was acting so strangely. Villagers, for example, would often gather trees during their off-season to make all sorts of tools. But why did Qin Yun specifically ask for something bad? However, he didn't say much. He was the benefactor of Wangjia village, and he would get whatever the villagers wanted. About 3 hours after the group went out, they returned carrying the tree trunk. "Qin Yun, these are the trees we felled for you. What do you think of them?" Wang Xiong placed the tree trunk in front of Qin Yun and spoke to him, as if presenting a treasure. Qin Yun glanced at it twice, nodded immediately, stood up and thanked him, saying, "Thank you very much, Brother Wang. I'll have to trouble you to carry it to Zhao Yang's truck." "Brother Yun, what are you saying? You are our benefactor in Wangjia village. Of course we will take care of this small matter for you." Wang Xiong smiled and said something, then carried the tree trunk to Zhao Yang's truck. After staying in Wangjia village for 2 or 3 days, Qin Yun and Zhao Yang prepared to say goodbye. The old village chief insisted that the group stay a few more days, but seeing that Qin Yun and the others were determined to leave, he knew that he couldn't persuade them to stay any longer. He could only personally see Qin Yun and the others off to their car. Before leaving, they stuffed a lot of mountain produce into Zhao Yang's truck. These things would be considered great treasures in the city. Chapter 184, Beating Up Qin San. "Qin Yun, if you ever want to eat these things again, just send me a message and I'll have Xiong'er deliver them to you." The old village chief spoke to Qin Yun. His eyes were filled with emotion. If it weren't for Qin Yun, Wangjia village would have been destroyed long ago. "Don't worry, old village chief, I will definitely come back." Sitting in the passenger seat of the truck, Qin Yun said to the old village chief, "Wangjia village will soon be revitalized, and everyone will be able to make money and live a good life." The old village chief outwardly agreed, but inwardly he was somewhat skeptical. How many people have tried to make money from trees, but in the end, haven't they all failed miserably? However, he didn't say these words aloud. Soon, Qin Yun and the others finished loading their things, and Zhao Yang started the car and drove off. Because there were no bandits, the journey back was very peaceful. The group felt quite relaxed, experiencing a sense of relief and joy at surviving a disaster. A gentle breeze blew by, and Zhao Yang kept nagging beside him. "Qin Yun, let's call this matter over. We brought back quite a few good things from the south this time. It was because they took too many things that the hidden panel you made later fell down." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun smiled. After driving for more than 5 hours, Qin Yun and Zhao Yang returned to Luocheng together. Zhao Yang and Qin Yun couldn't wait to get into the back carriage. Upon seeing this, their eyes immediately lit up. The back half of the carriage was filled with things. The toys Qin Yun had mentioned before, as well as the improved semiconductor radio, left Qin Yun utterly astonished. Times are changing. Compared to the radios here, although the price is the same, the quality of these radios is much better. The sound produced is crystal clear, and as long as the signal is appropriate, there is absolutely no electrical noise. Knowing you have a girlfriend, I specially brought you some things. Zhao Liang mysteriously took out a large-looking box. Come on, try opening it and taking a look. Qin Yun stepped forward, opened the box, and was immediately shocked by what was inside. The store is filled with the most popular styles in Shanghai, as well as some cosmetics, all of which are trendy items. Everyone loves beauty, especially women. Even the most beautiful girls still have a strong desire to wear makeup. Qin Yun was certain that Gao Yinshu would be very happy when she saw these things. Great. You've bought so many good things. I really have to thank you. Qin Yun patted Zhao Liang on the shoulder with a smile and said, Come on, I'll treat you to a meal at the state-run restaurant today. Upon hearing this, everyone else's eyes lit up, but Zhao Liang's face darkened, and he said, Qin Yun, we still have things to take care of. Qin Yun looked at him with some confusion. Zhao Liang raised his hand and pointed to the gate in front of him. This is where the truck drivers rested after returning to Luoqing. That son of a bitch Qian San, if it weren't for him, would we have been in such great danger? Zhao Liang immediately launched into a tirade of curses, his eyes filled with rage. Huang Wentian, standing behind Qin Yun, also revealed a hint of anger in his eyes. The situation wasn't actually that critical. Qian San could have easily driven back to pick them up, or even if he hadn't, he could have simply left their weapons behind. They wouldn't have ended up in such a sorry state, or even been captured by the bandits. Let's go in and find this little brat, and make him return our money. Zhao Liang said something and walked inside. Huang Wentian and Qin Yun followed behind him. Zhao Liang, also a truck driver, knew where Qian San was. Ignoring the overwhelming stench of sweat, he rushed to a corner and kicked the figure on the bed. Who is it? Are you looking for death? Qian San immediately roared, but before he could react, Huang Wentian dragged him out like a dead dog. You little brat, you abandoned us and now you have the nerve to lie here and sleep? Huang Wentian kicked Qian San directly. When Qian San saw Qin Yun and the others, a look of shock flashed across his face. He said tremblingly, You actually managed to come back. Upon hearing this, Huang Wentian couldn't hold back any longer and kicked Qian San twice. That damned bastard, he really curses them to die. Qian San was stunned by the beating. After a moment of silence, he stood up and said fiercely, Didn't you say that I could just leave if things got dangerous? What did I do wrong? I did nothing wrong. These words were spoken with absolute confidence. Hearing these words, Huang Wentian became even angrier. He kicked Qian San a couple of times and said coldly, We could have easily beaten them back then, but you just ran away. Do you know what kind of danger we've encountered? Qian San's face still held that indifferent expression. What does it have to do with me? I've just taken you to your destination. As for the rest, fight if you can, and don't fight if you can't. Anyway, I did nothing wrong. Go to hell. Huang Wentian had never seen such shameless people. They could have gotten through the crisis by simply throwing down their weapons. But that kid ran off without looking back. We're too lazy to talk to you about anything else. Just give me back my 100 yuan deposit. Qin Yun stepped forward and stopped Huang Wentian from making another move. If he keeps letting him do this, Qian San will definitely be beaten to death. It's all gone, the money's all spent. Qian San didn't even look up before speaking. Qian San, don't play dumb with us. Do you think we don't know whether you've spent all your money or not? Zhao Liang spoke coldly from the side. He would rest here every time he came back from a trip, so he was very familiar with the people here. Qian San is usually very stingy and doesn't spend a single penny recklessly. Everyone was very curious as to where the money they had saved went. Therefore, he was certain that the money was still in his possession. I don't care. I'm not giving you this money. Once it's in my pocket, it's mine. Qian San remained adamant, refusing to utter a single word no matter what Qin Yun and the others said, and simply squatted on the ground. Let me do it. I think this kid won't learn his lesson until he's faced with death. Huang Wentian's eyes turned cold, and he quickly rushed towards Qian San. He was also carrying a thick, long stick. Qian-san was startled when he saw this. His eyes darted around, and he immediately turned around and ran back. Chapter 185, I have a younger brother. Qian-san ran very fast and soon reached the high platform, where he grabbed the gong and banged it a few times. Everyone come out and see. Zhao Yang colluded with outsiders to murder me. Qin Yun went back on his word. I've been through thick and thin with him, and now he's gone back on his word. Qian-san's voice, which sounded like a broken gong, rang out, and soon everyone rushed to the front of the platform. Life was already stagnant, so when something fun finally comes along, we have to make the most of it. Seeing that more people were gathering, Qian-san spoke even more enthusiastically. Everyone, come and listen to me. Qin Yun is a complete scoundrel. Standing on the stage, Qian-san suddenly pointed at Qin Yun and said, Everyone, think about how many crises we had to go through to Huangfeng Ridge back then. Those bandits are all ruthless killers who don't shed blood. Everyone nodded upon hearing this. When they drove there, it was a necessary route, and they knew it wasn't a good place to travel. And later, they asked me to take them to Wangjia village. As it turned out, Wangjia village was full of bandits. They kidnapped other villagers in Wangjia village, just to make some money out of them. I really had no other choice. I asked them to leave, but they wouldn't, so I had no choice but to drive away alone. Tell me, what crime have I committed? I just want to live. What crime have I committed? Hearing Qian-san's words, everyone nodded in agreement. In retrospect, Qian-san was right. After all, with bandits in front of them, anyone would be afraid, let alone those of them who frequently travel by car. The bandits really did attack them back then. A middle-aged man with a square face stepped out from the crowd and looked at Qin Yun and Zhao Yang. His name is Zhang Yi. Because he is upright and fair in his dealings, he is considered the person in charge here. Drivers usually come to him to mediate any conflicts they have with each other. We know that Qian-san is not a very good person, Zhang Yi said. But after all, there are bandits on that road, and anyone would be afraid. He already did a great job by taking you there. Zhang Yi continued, you all look safe and sound now. If all else fails, let's just let this matter drop. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately let out 2 cold laughs. He raised his hand and said, I've heard that you're fair in your dealings, but now it seems you're also someone who tries to smooth things over. It was clearly someone else's mistake that made us bear the blame. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yi's face immediately darkened. I want to see what makes you in the right. If you are indeed at fault today, Zhao Yang, you can forget about ever coming back here. Upon hearing this, Zhao Yang narrowed his eyes. Something's off about Zhang Yi today. Why are you so biased towards Qian-san? Before he could speak, Qin Yun behind him suddenly said, All right, then let's have a good chat today. What if he does something wrong? Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Zhang Yi's lips curled into a cold smile. If he did something wrong, then my judgment was flawed, and I will no longer concern myself with matters here. That's exactly what Qin Yun wanted to hear. He then stood on the platform and said, I told him before that I would pay him 600 yuan to take us to the destination, and if the situation becomes dangerous, we can come back on our own. But to our surprise, as soon as we faced the bandits, he turned and ran. We thought he was going to get the car, but he just drove off. Not only that, he didn't even leave us any weapons. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the others present changed. He turned and left without a weapon, leaving him to face the bandits. What kind of childbirth is this? Qin Yun continued. We agreed on 600 yuan initially, and I gave him 100 yuan as a deposit. He didn't do anything at all, so it's not unreasonable for me to take the money back, is it? Hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone nodded. Doing it this way is indeed not a good idea. Fortunately, they were lucky to survive and were able to return safely. Otherwise, they would have been slaughtered by the bandits long ago. However, at that moment, Zhang Yi coughed twice. A driver's voice immediately rang out from the crowd. I don't think this matter should be taken too seriously. Qian-san is timid by nature, and it's understandable that he wanted to run away when he saw the bandits. Yeah, I think Qin Yun and his group are pushing people too far. It's one thing for them to go find bandits, but they also want to drag others down with them. TSK, utterly shameless. Seeing 2 or 3 of them giving impassioned speeches, Zhao Yang couldn't hold back any longer and glared at them angrily. When they met Zhao Yang's gaze, the group of people guiltily looked away. Brother Liang, you did the right thing. They had already taken kickbacks from Qian San, which is why they were backing him up. Just then, a voice rang out. A thin young man who looked like he had just come of age couldn't stand it any longer and stood up to speak a fair word. After the young man said that, the others also chimed in. It's clear that Zhao Liang still enjoys a good reputation among them. That's why I stood up for Zhao Liang. Are you all looking for death? Say one more word, and I'll have my brother deal with you. Zhang Yi glared angrily at the crowd, his eyes full of threat. These words were like a prohibition. In an instant, no one else dared to speak. Who is your brother? Qin Yun asked. Zhang Yong of the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce. What do you think? Do you have any objections? Zhang Yi said coldly. I originally wanted to interact with you as ordinary people, but you actually question my fairness? When did an outsider dare to give us advice? Since that's the case, I'm not going to pretend anymore. I'm coming clean. Zhang Yi spoke directly, his eyes filled with pride. His younger brother is the latest to make a name for himself in the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild, and he has 5 or 6 men under his command. In order to maintain his image of fairness and justice, he secretly had his younger brother handle some matters. The results were surprisingly good. Now that he had accepted Qian San's gifts, he was determined to protect him. Otherwise, how will I survive here? Moreover, this outsider looks like a nouveau riche no matter how you look at it. What kind of relationship could it possibly have? Thinking this, Zhang Yi's expression became even more arrogant, and he said in a high-sounding tone, Let me tell you, with me here, don't even think about bullying the people here. Chapter 186 Hitting Someone? Upon hearing this, Qin Yun sneered. He had thought they would summon someone important, but it turned out to be Zhang Yong from the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce. I've never even heard of it. Come on, call your damn little brother over here. Qin Yun said coldly, I want to see what he's capable of. Fine, but don't regret it later. Zhang Yi pointed at Qin Yun and spoke, his voice full of arrogance. Seeing that Qin Yun still did not beg for mercy, Zhang Yi waved his hand at Qian San and said, Go and call my brother over. Tell him there's some blind fool here, and ask him to come and deal with him. Qian San immediately stood up, glared fiercely at Qin Yun, and then walked out the door. Qin Yun didn't say much, but turned to Huang Wentian beside him and said, Go find Ma Tongtian and tell him to come here. Tell him I'm looking for him. Huang Wentian nodded and then walked out the door. An outsider dares to interfere in our affairs. He really doesn't know how to spell the word death. That's right, I think Qian San did the right thing. If something goes wrong, it's a matter of life and death. So what if they ran away? It's just 100 yuan. Hearing what everyone was saying, Zhao Yang immediately became anxious. He was about to get up and argue with them when Qin Yun stopped him and told him not to rush. Zhang Yi then walked up to Qin Yun and Zhao Yang and said condescendingly, Zhao Yang, since you're the driver who came with us, I can give you a chance. Apologize to us now. Anyway, you didn't take the money, so it has nothing to do with you. Go to hell. Zhao Liang immediately cursed Zhang Yi. He was scammed at first, but Qin Yun gave him money to start buying goods. It was from there that he started earning more than twice as much as others on each trip. Others might do things that are worse than those of pigs and dogs, but Zhao Liang would never do them. Fine, you'll stand with him now, but don't regret it when my brother arrives. Zhang Yi cursed angrily. He had originally intended to give them another chance, but now they were cursing him? What's this called? A dog bites Lu Dongbin, failing to recognize a kind heart. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to save face for him anymore. Zhang Yi walked to the other side, enjoying the compliments from everyone. He enjoyed this feeling, even though he knew that Qian San had acted dishonestly. But since he had already taken Qian San's money, he had to do things for him. Otherwise, how would I establish myself? He understood a principle well. To be a good leader, one must hold the stick well and also hold the candy well. If you can control one group of people, the rest will naturally follow your orders. A short while later, a man wearing a brightly colored floral shirt walked in, along with trendy jeans and sunglasses. It looks very stylish. He was still carrying a baseball bat in his hand. There were 5 or 6 people following behind him. Upon seeing the man approach, Zhang Yi immediately went to greet him. Brother, it's him, He's the one who came to provoke me. Zhao Liang glanced at Qin Yun from the side, his face full of smugness. He knew about Qin Yun's relationship with the fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce. Even Ma Tongtian treated Qin Yun with great courtesy. This is just a small fry. When he sees Qin Yun, won't he be full of respect? But the next second, his expression changed. After hearing Zhang Yi's words, the man looked Qin Yun up and down. Then, he actually walked straight towards Qin Yun with a baseball bat in hand, pointing it directly at Qin Yun. "Kid, you're the one who bullied my brother?" Zhang Yi also walked over and said coldly to Qin Yun, "Open your dog eyes and take a look. My brother is Zhang Yong of the fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce. In the entire city of Luo, who doesn't know how awesome my brother is?" Qin Yun's gaze remained unchanged. Instead, he turned to Zhang Yong and said, "I advise you to find out what happened, otherwise you might not be able to explain yourself later." Zhang Yong chuckled. "You've probably drunk some fake alcohol, haven't you? Give me back my answer. Do you know who can make me give them an answer?" Seeing Zhang Yong's foolish look, Qin Yun couldn't help but turn to Zhao Liang, who was standing next to him with a puzzled expression. He finally understood where the problem lay. Sheep eat grass, wolves eat sheep, but wolves and grass are species that live in completely different worlds. There is no fear between them. Just as Qin Yun was about to say something, footsteps suddenly sounded outside the door. Then, a group of people rushed in. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Ma Tongtian, who was in the lead, immediately became excited and walked over, saying, "Qin Yun, you're finally back. Boss Pai has been talking about you in his office for a long time." Qin Yun smiled and said to Ma Tongtian, "All right, I will definitely come to thank you another day." After exchanging pleasantries with Qin Yun for a moment, Ma Tongtian finally asked, "Who dared to lay a hand on you? I'd like to see who's so blind." As soon as Ma Tongtian finished speaking, Zhang Yong stepped forward. Instead of being afraid, he directly asked, "Where did you come from, you brat? Why are you dressed like me? Don't you know this is the clothing of the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild? Let me tell you today, if you don't give me an explanation, the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce will not let you off the hook." Upon hearing this, Ma Tongtian slowly turned his head as if looking at a fool. Whose subordinate is this? Has he always been this brave? The people standing behind Ma Tongtian all lowered their heads. Who is this person? How did he suddenly appear? Is there anyone else who hasn't arrived? Ma Tongtian addressed the crowd and asked a question. Before anyone could reply, Ma Tongtian suddenly felt a pain in the back of his head. He turned his head and saw Zhang Yi holding a stick, which struck him squarely on the head. Ma Tongtian was stunned. Since he became the leader of the fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce, let alone anyone daring to hit him, even saying a harsh word in front of him would require careful consideration. But now, someone has actually hit him right on the head with a stick? Damn it, my brother's talking to you. Are you deaf? Or do you want to die? Zhang Yi remained arrogant, almost ready to attack Ma Tongtian directly. Ma Tong was so angry that he laughed. Just as he was about to wave his hand, a figure suddenly tumbled and crawled in from outside the door. I was wrong. Brother Tongtian, I really didn't expect him to dare to provoke that person." The man walked in, stopped, and spoke tremblingly to Ma Tongtian. Looking up, he saw Ma Tongtian covering his head, his face looking rather unwell. The person next to him recounted what had just happened, and in an instant, his face turned pale. Chapter 187, All for Naught. He was only a mid-level manager in the Fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce, but Ma Tongtian was the absolute leader. Moreover, even Ma Tongtian had to treat the people his stupid henchmen offended with utmost respect. "I originally intended to come and apologize properly, but I heard that Qin Yun is a kind-hearted person, and as long as it's not his family, there's still room for maneuver. But now, they even dare to hit Ma Tongtian." He was so frightened that he immediately knelt on the ground. Zhang Yong was confused. He took 2 steps forward and came to his boss's side, saying, "Boss, why are you kneeling down? It's him. How dare he come to back up Qin Yun? We must teach him a lesson today and let him know the power of our fierce Tiger Chamber of Commerce." Hearing Zhang Yong's words, Lu Jun, who was kneeling on the ground, could no longer hold back. Suddenly, he stood up, as if using all his strength, and kicked Zhang Yong hard. "Open your dog eyes and look." This is the president of our fierce tiger chamber of commerce. The person opposite you is a business partner, someone who can sit on equal footing with the chairman. What gives you the audacity to provoke him? Lu Jun was truly furious. I thought this kid was quite clever back then, but I never expected him to cause such a huge mess. If I had known, I should have just kicked him away like a football. And then his words fell. In an instant, everyone was dumbfounded. Zhang Yong and Zhang Yi stood there dumbfounded. They hadn't expected that the person who came here would be such an important figure. Zhang Yi looked at the stick in his hand as if he had grabbed a hot potato and suddenly flung it to the side. But a storm was brewing in my heart. Did I just hit the president of the Fierce Tiger Merchant Guild? The eldest brother's eldest brother? Zhang Yi felt as if the world was spinning around him. Now, forget about achieving great success with his younger brother. Even keeping his own little plot of land is uncertain. Brother Tongtian, I was wrong. I'll never do it again. I really didn't know it was you. After a brief silence, Zhang Yong suddenly knelt down on the ground, his face full of pleading. Ma Tongtian sneered twice. Weren't you so arrogant just now? To tell you the truth, I can forgive you for hitting me, but the biggest mistake you made was blocking Qin Yun's path. After saying this, Ma Tongtian waved to the people next to him. Take him away and teach him a lesson when we get back. Let him know what rules our fierce tiger chamber of commerce has. No matter how much Zhang Yong cried and screamed on the ground, Ma Tongtian never uttered a word. After the others took the Zhang brothers, Zhang Yi and Zhang Yong, away, Qin Yun returned to the high platform. Those who had just spoken up for Qian San and his group felt ashamed to stay there and had already slunk away. I already know what happened. First of all, I would like to thank everyone for speaking up for me. Qin Yun first bowed to everyone and spoke. Before anyone could speak, Qin Yun spoke up again. Although I am an outsider, I have fought bandits with Zhao Yang, and we are brothers who have risked our lives together. Then today, I'll make a difficult request. Please let Zhao Yang become the person in charge. Seeing the surprised expressions on everyone's faces, Qin Yun smiled slightly. Now that they have revealed their profound strength, the next step is to offer their reward. We should all make money together. That's the only way for the industry to develop sustainably. Qin Yun then added, of course, I will also provide some support for Zhao Yang becoming the person in charge. First, in a month, the houses here will be expanded to twice their size, becoming double or triple rooms. In addition, a shower area will also be provided. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Driving is tiring, especially in the summer. There's no air conditioning in the car now, and every time I come back from a trip, I'm covered in sweat and smell. At times like this, it would be incredibly comfortable to have a place to take a shower. At the same time, hawthorn water is placed on each vehicle every time we go out to help everyone cool off. The crowd's eyes flickered again. Qin Yun's hawthorn water is now a household name in Luoqing. Who wouldn't want to buy a cup and try it in their spare time? But now, they're offering it to them for free. Looking at everyone's expressions, Qin Yun dropped another bombshell. And to be honest, I actually had a deal with Zhao Yang before. It would allow him to bring something back from the south, and the shipping cost for one trip would be more than twice that of yours. Next, please invite Zhao Yang to come up and speak. As he spoke, Qin Yun welcomed Zhao Yang up, while he himself stood below the stage. While they are called the decision maker, they are actually just the heads of the truck drivers. Qin Yun had already figured it out. Hiring someone else to deliver the furniture would be too expensive, and you might also face issues like malicious price gouging. Only by having your own freight and logistics system can you avoid being controlled by others. Zhao Yang was not intimidated when he went on stage. From the beginning, when he met Qin Yun, to Qin Yun taking out money for them to buy things, and then giving them an advance payment after they returned. He ended up earning far more money than he had imagined. Upon hearing this, a look of intense longing appeared in everyone's eyes. Although they are truck drivers and earn a lot of money, who would complain about having too much money these days? Now that I see Qin Yun is being so nice, even giving me an advance payment of my salary, they have absolutely no worries about the future. The scene immediately went wild. Seeing that the time was right, Qin Yun returned to the stage and said, "Don't worry, everyone. As long as you want to make money, there will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Just send it over if you need anything." Of course, I won't skimp on anyone's treatment in the slightest. All the benefits will be exactly the same as Zhao Yang's. However, we will need to determine the specific items to be transported later. Everyone nodded in agreement. After all, this was the first time Qin Yun had so many drivers and trucks, and he still needed to consider what exactly to transport. But at least for now, we've secured a position. At this moment, Qian San, who was standing outside the courtyard, was furious. He never expected that Qin Yun would offer them such good terms. I never expected that they would still be willing to give so much. Thinking about what he had done before, Qian San felt even more furious. If he got off the vehicle, transported the weapons back, and stood with them, then he and Qin Yun would be considered sworn brothers. Although they can't compare to Zhao Liang and the others, they are definitely better than everyone else. But now it's all come to nothing. I won't even get a single hair. Chapter 188, I'll be back soon. Qian San, you're really inhuman. Just as Qian San was hesitating, wondering if he could go back to Qin Yun to apologize and take the opportunity to make some money, he suddenly heard several dissatisfied voices behind him. Qian San turned his head and saw that they were all the people who had just sided with Zhang Yi and him. At this moment, everyone feels like they've missed a chance to make a lot of money. Going back to find Qin Yun now would be asking for trouble, wouldn't it? What does this have to do with me? You guys were all smiles when you took the money, promising to let me swallow Qin Yun's money. Qian San's expression immediately turned ugly. Just as he was leaving, Ma Tongtian specifically stopped him and asked for the 100 yuan back. He essentially lost tens of thousands of dollars. You still dare to be stubborn? This group of people had no intention of letting Qian San go, and immediately raised their fists and punched him in the face. Qian San immediately covered his nose and fell to the ground, his eyes filled with anger. But there was absolutely no way to get back at them. What does it mean to be birds of a feather? This is what it means to be birds of a feather. At this moment, Qin Yun talked with everyone for a while before walking out of the courtyard. I'll leave things here to Zhao Yang. Based on his understanding of Zhao Yang, he was certain he could win people's hearts and eventually make a lot of money by following him. Qin Yun went to the street, bought some things along the way, and then returned to Old Man Wei's courtyard. Qin Yun, you're finally back. These past 2 days, everyone has been worried about Qin Yun's safety, and Huang Kuan and the others have stopped going to their stall. He simply stayed in the courtyard and played chess with Old Man Wei. However, his playing style remains as terrible as ever. This displeased Old Man Wei. Upon seeing Qin Yun, he immediately rushed over, his aged face beaming with smiles. Qin Yun had been in the city for quite some time, and Old Man Wei had long since regarded Qin Yun as his own child. Otherwise, he wouldn't have asked Wei Nan to help Qin Yun for his sake. Qin Yun bowed respectfully to Old Man Wei. If it weren't for him, he probably would have been captured by the bandits long ago and wouldn't have had a chance to escape. Old Wei patted Qin Yun on the shoulder with a smile. It's good that you're back. Brother, you're finally back. Just as Qin Yun was talking to everyone outside, his younger sister came home from school. Upon seeing Qin Yun, he immediately rushed forward and hugged her. Qin Ling was very anxious when she heard that her brother had been captured by bandits. I don't know how many times I cried during the night. Seeing Qin Yun now, tears welled up in his eyes and streamed down his face. Qin Yun smiled and patted Qin Ling's head. I'm fine, aren't I? Don't worry. After comforting them for a while, Qin Yun started cooking, with Huang Kuan and the others helping him. Soon, a table of delicious-looking and fragrant dishes was ready. Old Wei even took out a bottle of wine that he had been hiding for a long time and placed it on the table, insisting on having a few more drinks with Qin Yun. Qin Yun couldn't refuse Old Man Wei, so he drank a few more cups and, while eating, recounted his encounter with the bandits to everyone. When the dangers involved were mentioned, everyone held their breath. But after hearing that they had escaped danger and even established a good relationship with the old village chief of Wangjia village, the group smiled again. They could sense that Qin Yun was playing a long game, and that he would definitely make a lot of money in the future. By the time Qin Yun finished speaking, it was already dusk. Huang Kuan said to Qin Yun, Brother Yun, it's still early. Why don't you go and see Gao Yinshu? You haven't gone to see her these past 2 days, but she comes here every day to ask about it. Although I have never told you where you went, you know she is very smart. Huang Kuan sighed and said, She must have guessed something. Qin Yun was deeply moved upon hearing this. Gao Yinshu was absolutely sincere to him. He originally wanted to come back, send Zhao Liang and the others back, and then go find her. But I never expected this to happen. I kept putting it off, thinking I'd go after I finished eating. Okay, then I'll have to trouble you to tidy up these things. Qin Yun stood up, got on his bicycle, and headed out the door. Soon, Qin Yun arrived at Qingqing University and waited for a while downstairs at Gao Yunshu's dormitory before finally seeing Gao Yunshu's roommate. Is Gao Yunshu in the dormitory now? Qin Yun asked. Upon seeing Qin Yun, Gao Yunshu's roommate was clearly startled. Where have you been? Yunshu has been looking for you like crazy these past 2 days. Gao Yunshu's roommate said. But no matter who you ask, they all keep it from Yunshu. Today she just couldn't hold back anymore and was going home to ask her father for an explanation. Qin Yun thanked Gao Yunshu's roommate, then rode his bicycle to Gao Yunshu's apartment building. As I walked to the door with my things, before I even knocked, I heard a commotion coming from inside. I don't care, something must have happened to Qin Yun. Tell me where he is now. I want to go find him. Inside the room, Gao Yunshu stood on the floor, her clear voice ringing out as she directly questioned Gao Rui, who was sitting on the sofa. Gao Rui sighed. Didn't I tell you? Qin Yun is currently in the village preparing goods. People in the city use hawthorn juice every day, so wouldn't we have to go back and get some hawthorn? Qin Yun will be able to return in a few days. Dad, I'm not a 3-year-old. Qingshui village is only a little over an hour away from Luocheng by bicycle. Gao Yunshu said. I've already gone to Qingshui village to ask, but Qin Yun isn't there at all. The hawthorn juice sold in the city has always been handled by Huang Kuan and his team. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui's expression became even more strained. He couldn't very well tell Gao Yunshu directly that he was currently fighting against bandits. The people sent to help Qin Yun were kept under a very high level of secrecy. Even he didn't know where things had progressed. So he could only make excuses for Gao Yunshu. Dad, tell me, where has he gone? Gao Yunshu continued. Or should I leave Luocheng now and go find him? That won't do. Gao Rui's face immediately darkened. He knew his daughter's personality. She was the type to do whatever she said. If she isn't kept in check, she might actually leave Luocheng right now, just like she said. Gao Rui stood up, walked to Gao Yunshu's side, and said, Dad promises you. Qin Yun will be back soon. You've been saying that for almost a week now. Gao Yunshu, however, did not believe it at all. Dad, don't try to lie to me anymore. I'm not lying to you. At most one day, if he doesn't come back, I'll go look for him with you, okay? Chapter 189 Targeting Him. Gao Rui was completely at his wits' end with his daughter. I've been competitive since I was a child, and once I've made up my mind, it's hard for me to change it. So now he can only use this excuse to keep Gao Yunshu calm and give himself some peace and quiet. As for why Qin Yun didn't return a day later, at worst, we can just lock her in the room and let her out when he comes back. Dad, I'm not a 3-year-old anymore. I know what you're thinking. Gao Yunshu remained unmoved. From childhood to adulthood, whenever Gao Rui found her annoying, he would use a day as a boundary. Day after day. We can't wait any longer. Fine, since you won't tell me Qin Yun's whereabouts, I'll go find him now. Gao Yunshu stomped her foot and headed straight for the door. Gao Rui was so frightened that he quickly stopped him. But Gao Yunshu's tone was unusually firm. Dad, if you don't tell me, I'll leave right now. Even if you lock me in the room, I'll jump out. Gao Rui sighed, realizing it was all his own doing. If I had known it would be like this, I should have changed my parenting style when I was a child. But now he had no other choice but to sigh and say, then I won't hide it from you anymore. Zhao Liang and the others had a car accident, and Qin Yun took Huang Wentian and the others there. As a result, they encountered bandits. Upon hearing this, Gao Yunshu immediately became anxious and said repeatedly, Why didn't you tell me about such a big thing? And then, Gao Rui helped Gao Yunshu to a seat next to the table and then said, Don't be in such a hurry. The bandits are arrogant and domineering. You are just a weak woman. You won't be of any help if you go there. Moreover, the higher-ups have already sent people to help Qin Yun. If everything goes smoothly, Qin Yun will be back in the next couple of days. To everyone's surprise, Gao Yunshu was not relieved upon hearing this. Instead, She looked worried. I only went a few days ago, but Qin Yun went a week ago. There's no way we can make it in time. Gao Yinshu stood up and paced back and forth on the ground, her face full of anxiety. She has lost all her composure. No, I need to go find Qin Yun right now. After hesitating for a moment, Gao Yinshu finally spoke up. I'm going to find him now. I need to see him alive or dead. I can't let him remain in this ambiguous state. As he spoke, he was about to rush out. Gao Rui tried desperately to stop her, but he couldn't stop Gao Yinshu from opening the door. However, the moment the door opened, both of them froze. Isn't that Qin Yun standing outside the door with a big smile on his face? Gao Yinshu pinched herself in disbelief, and after confirming that it wasn't a dream, she pounced on Qin Yun. Qin Yun, why didn't you tell me where you went? You made me worry for so long for nothing. While tightly hugging Qin Yun, Gao Yinshu said with a hint of reproach. Before Qin Yun could speak, Gao Yinshu seemed to realize something and began to grope Qin Yun's body. Are you alright? Are you hurt? Qin Yun chuckled and joked. If I get injured, and you hug me like that, won't I end up in the hospital too? This prompted Gao Yinshu to punch Qin Yun again. Okay, it's good that you're alright. Gao Rui smiled and ushered Qin Yun into the house, saying, You're here just in time. Don't leave tonight. Stay and have a late-night snack. Qin Yun nodded. He also had something to discuss with Gao Rui since he had returned. Soon, Yilio stir-fried some of the leftover dishes from tonight and cooked a pot of porridge, inviting Qin Yun to sit down and eat. Auntie's cooking is still so delicious. Qin Yun slurped down a bowl of porridge, a smile spreading across his face, and then spoke. You're always just being cheeky. Gao Yinshu was clearly still angry about what happened yesterday, and immediately retorted. Yilio, on the other hand, was very happy and said with a smile, It has to be Qin Yun. She always cooks for the two of them perfectly. And people still say the food isn't good. Gao Rui quickly ate a few more bites of rice and said, My wife's cooking is really delicious. Not only is the porridge delicious, but even these stir-fried dishes are so delicious. It's clear that Gao Rui has a very strong will to survive. After they had almost finished eating, Qin Yun finally spoke up. Uncle Gao, I have a feeling that the bandits didn't act on a whim this time. It's targeting me. Targeting you? Gao Rui frowned and asked, What's going on? I only know that the bandits over there are very rampant. I thought you had just encountered them. Qin Yun shook his head. That's what I thought at first too, but later I found out that's not the case. The bandit initially did want to get something from Wangjia village, but when he saw me, he changed his mind and wanted to kidnap me to earn a ransom. Moreover, I had never met those bandits before, yet he knew my name and my property just by looking at me once. They even know where I live. Upon hearing this, Gao Rui immediately frowned. He rose through the ranks from the bottom to become the bureau chief he is today. He's bound to be able to tell if anything is amiss. Now that I hear what Qin Yun said, there is indeed something fishy about it. Have you explained this matter to your superiors? After a moment's consideration, Gao Rui asked. Qin Yun shook his head. No, and it would be useless to say anything. It seems that only the bandit leader knows what happened, but he has already been beaten to death. Gao Rui shook his head and sighed. Since this lead had been cut off, there was indeed no way to find out why he knew Qin Yun's information. However, this matter cannot be left unresolved. Gao Rui continued. I will submit a report to my superiors, reporting the issue you just mentioned. Even if we don't know where it came from, it would be helpful to know who provided the information. Hearing this, Qin Yun nodded. This is the only thing we can do now. After a moment of silence, he spoke again. But Uncle Gao, is it possible that it's the Luo family we met last time? Upon hearing this, Gao Rui's eyes suddenly shot up. He had heard about what Qin Yun had done before. That person ran a casino and was determined to harm Qin Yun. With no other option, Qin Yun had to send people in to break in, which saved him from certain death. And then there were the previous incidents, one after another, all of which seemed to point to the Luo family. Okay, we will sort out this matter and follow up on it. We'll let you know when we have any updates. Gao Rui took out a notebook and had Qin Yun recount what had happened before speaking. Chapter 190 Matching Style. Gao Rui understood, of course, that evidence on paper was ultimately not true evidence. Only when something is put into practice can it be truly captured. It's still too difficult to take action against the Luo family right now. Take the next few days to prepare. Gao Rui continued. This time the message came from Kyoto, which is why they sent people here. If I'm not mistaken, the winds from above are about to change. What happened this time will probably be reported as a typical case, and Luo Chung will probably hold a reward meeting for you. Hearing this, Qin Yun nodded to himself. Gao Rui truly lives up to his reputation. It's remarkable that he was able to make such a judgment in such a short time. The two talked for a while longer before Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu went for a stroll in the park. It was just in time for Zhao Liang to bring over the things he brought from the south. When the box was opened, a look of surprise immediately appeared in Gao Yinshu's beautiful eyes. Everyone loves beauty, and even if Gao Yinshu is very beautiful, she still can't put down these things. It must be said that Zhao Liang does have some good judgment. The dress she chose was simple and beautiful, and when Gao Yinshu wore it, she looked like a model. The bright moonlight gently bathed Gao Yinshu, making her look like a perfect goddess. For a moment, Qin Yun was stunned. Idiot, what are you looking at? Gao Yinshu stretched out her hand and waved it in front of Qin Yun, saying coquettishly. Qin Yun couldn't help but grasp Gao Yinshu's hand, and under the moonlight, their figures gradually merged together. Qin Yun, when are we getting married? Gao Yinshu suddenly seemed to have thought of something and asked. Qin Yun said with a smile, by the time you finish university, my company should be able to start up. We'll get married then. Love is often like this. It's bold when it comes to girls, but timid when it comes to boys. Gao Yinshu is now eager to walk down the aisle with Qin Yun. That's why I dared to ask. Qin Yun wanted to provide Gao Yinshu with a better living environment, which is why he said he would wait until the company was established. At that time, the two of them should have a very prosperous life. The two sat on a park bench, Gao Yinshu holding Qin Yun's arm and gently stroking each scar on his hand. He came from the countryside, but gradually made his way to the city and established himself. He also helped his brothers live a good life and enabled his sister to go to school. Now they've even started their own company. With Qin Yun's intelligence, the company is bound to do well in the future. You're sure to make money. The two chatted until late at night before Qin Yun took her home and then returned to Old Man Wei's courtyard. The next morning, Qin Yun set off directly to the construction site. Judging from the current construction progress, the site should be completed in the next couple of days. As soon as Qin Yun arrived at the furniture market, he saw that a building with a completely different style from the surrounding buildings had been erected on his construction site. The two spires, connected by a corridor, give the building a sophisticated and elegant feel. As you get closer, you can see Chen Shuqi and Feng Qing gesturing and making corrections on the drawings with pencils in their hands. Under the blazing sun, both of them had gotten quite tanned. Especially Chen Shuqi. Although she wasn't as pretty as Gao Yinshu before, she looked fair-skinned and gentle. He also has quite a few supporters throughout Qingqing University. But now he looks completely different from before. Qin Yun, you're finally back. Where have you been all these days? Upon seeing Qin Yun arrive, Chen Shuqi and Feng Qing both smiled and walked directly towards him. Chen Shuqi was the first to ask Qin Yun a question out of concern. She had previously gone to Huang Kuan and his group to try and find out where Qin Yun was, but Huang Kuan had brushed her off each time. She knew it would be impolite to ask any further questions. Gao Yinshu's family wields far more power than I do. If even she can't do anything about it, then I can't be of any help at all. Zhao Liang and his truck had an accident on the road. I called for people to go and rescue them, but we encountered bandits. It took a lot of effort to escape back. Since they were all family, Qin Yun didn't hide anything and told them the whole story directly. Chen Shuqi and Feng Qing were both shocked. Unexpectedly, bandits still exist, and even more unexpectedly, Qin Yun would encounter them. However, the matter has been resolved, and it has actually turned out to be a blessing in disguise, as it has opened up a road to Wangjia village. If the company's business thrives in the future, we can solve the problem of raw materials and make more money in the future. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the group immediately smiled. It definitely can. Feng Qing immediately spoke up. He now trusts Qin Yun completely. Thinking back to Qin Yun before, what was the one thing he didn't do well? Qin Yun, The house is almost finished. Why don't you go inside and take a look? Then we can design it based on what needs to be changed. As she spoke, Shinshuchi handed Qin-yun a diagram showing the exact locations of the furniture inside. Qin-yun walked into the room with the diagram in his hand. Because it occupies 2 plots of land, the room appears exceptionally large, and during the design process, Fengqing and Shinshuchi specifically ensured that sunlight could fully penetrate into it. Therefore, there is plenty of sunlight inside. However, this resulted in the entire room becoming very hot. Seemingly noticing the confusion in Qin-yun's eyes, Shinshuchi gave him a smile. Then, after walking around the room twice, the blinds were all lowered shortly afterward. The sunlight in the entire room was also blocked out. There are ventilation ducts above, so even so, it doesn't feel stuffy at all. On the contrary, a cool breeze blows over. This is what I think. This place is definitely not only open in the summer, but also in the fall and winter. When the time comes, we'll open all these blinds so that sunlight can shine in, making it warmer. Qin-yun nodded at Shinshuchi's words. He had indeed not considered this point. Not bad, but I think there's too much stuff on this floor. After looking at it for a while, Qin-yun pointed to the diagram above and spoke. Shinshuchi took a look, and Qin-yun continued. Think about it. Here, we definitely need to look at the furniture and design drawings before signing the contract. But now, with so much small furniture, it's actually not as beautiful. Qin-yun gestured with his hands to indicate a large framework. Why don't we put a big table here so that we can show it to the customers? Chapter 191 Qin-yun is back. Upon hearing Qin-yun's words, Shinshuchi did not agree immediately. Instead, she remained silent for a moment before speaking. That would work, but it must be planned in advance. The style here must match the style of our whole room. Qin-yun nodded. He smiled and said, You see, this style tends to be bright overall. If I had to define it with a style, it would be the natural wood style. Qin-yun was also using a later perspective to judge. This style was indeed warm and bright. So, I think we can use a natural wood style for the table here. The grain doesn't need to be too deep, just enough to look good. Upon hearing Qin-yun's words, Shinshuchi frowned. Qin-yun, I don't think this kind of table is quite right. Wouldn't a yellow or brown one be better? Qin-yun smiled. Although Shinshuchi and Fengqing were indeed exceptionally talented in this area, the limitations of the times could not be changed. However, he didn't immediately make a decision based on his own ideas. Instead, he said, How about this? We'll order 2 tables. One is the kind you choose, and the other is the kind I mentioned. We'll choose whichever looks better. Anyway, the courtyard is missing a barbecue table, so we can't waste it. Shinshuchi and Fengqing then nodded. If we're going to order the table, we need to hurry up. As Qin-yun looked around the room to see if there was anything unsuitable, he said, The temple fair is about to start, and we must get the whole room arranged by then. Shinshuchi nodded, and Fengqing, standing next to her, patted his chest and assured her, Brother Qin, you can rest assured about that. I've planned all of this out, and I'm sure everything will be ready by the time the temple fair starts. That's good. If we succeed this time, I'll give you a bonus. Qin-yun said with a smile that he would never be stingy when it came to his subordinates. In my past life, there were some companies that talked about a wolf culture, but they made their employees work like dogs. The promised bonuses and raises are like a piece of meat in front of a dog you can't bite into it at all. After talking with the two for a while, Qin-yun got up, drank 2 cups of hawthorn water, and then walked outside. Just as he appeared at the construction site, a furtive figure appeared behind Qin-yun. Seemingly disbelieving that Qin-yun would be here, he rubbed his eyes, glanced at the scene again, and then hurriedly ran outside. This man is none other than Wang Guang, the holdout resident. Previously, he wanted to rent the land to Qin-yun at a high price, but Qin-yun refused. Enraged, he was then provoked by Qin Wentong. They even staged a scene that disrupted the feng shui. However, Qin-yun handled the situation perfectly, and Qin-yun ended up arresting Qin-yun and spending 2 days in jail. He had initially given up after being released, but he couldn't resist Qin Wentong's sharp tongue. He was completely fooled by Qin Wentong into planning a comeback. So the moment he saw Qin-yun, he immediately ran out to warn him. Wang Guang jogged all the way to old Qin's house. inside old Chin's room at this moment. During this period, Chin Erzhan and his second aunt went to work on time every day under the supervision of Chin Laodai. There wasn't a single day of peace and quiet. So they earned more and more money, and although they didn't add many large pieces of furniture to their home, they added a lot more small pieces. What's even more surprising is that the Chin family members are no longer arguing every day like before. Instead, everyone's face was beaming with smiles. Just because of one thing. Chin Yun has disappeared. When Chin Wentong brought the news back, the entire Chin family was overjoyed. Old Mrs. Chin, in particular, was so excited that she beat her chest and stamped her feet, exclaiming that heaven had eyes. Chin Erzhan also felt great pleasure in his chest and abdomen. He went to Chin Yun's courtyard hoping to beg for a bowl of rice, but Chin Yun simply poured the food into the dog and didn't give him any. Chin Erzhan will remember this grudge for the rest of his life. Grandson, come out and eat. After Grandma Chin and her second aunt finished cooking, Grandma Chin eagerly called out towards the door. Today we have your favorite stir-fried pork with dried bean curd. Chin Wentong immediately came out. He works part-time in the school cafeteria. Although the salary is not high, the cafeteria provides meals, which covers his food expenses. The consequence is that classmates who come to eat always make sarcastic remarks or turn away after seeing him. Unfortunately, his reputation at school had already spread to Zhao Wei and his friends. Everyone knows that what he did was worse than that of a pig or a dog. Over time, even the food stalls in the cafeteria were affected. Left with no other choice, he could only work as a kitchen helper, doing the hardest and most tiring jobs. However, even though life was already so difficult, he still felt very sweet. Simply because Chin Yun has disappeared. 10 days or so may not be a long time, but if Chin Yun goes anywhere, it's enough time for him to get into trouble. He still hadn't given up on Gao Yunshu, but due to pressure, he could only keep his feelings deep in his heart. Once the news of Chin Yun's death spreads, he can openly pursue Gao Yunshu. Just as the family was enjoying their meal, a sudden, urgent knocking sounded at the door. When Chin Wentong opened the door, he saw Wang Guang looking anxious and flustered. Brother Wang, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? Chin Wentong smiled and welcomed Wang Guang in, saying, now that Chin Yun has disappeared, the money definitely can't be paid out. The project will all be abandoned in the end. I'll go with you to find Su Run and demand an explanation. Doesn't that old bastard have to compensate us with some money? Chin Wentong had already made up his mind. This was a method he came up with himself. Asking Wang Guang for half of the compensation wasn't unreasonable, was it? Wang Guang scoffed. You want money? I doubt you'll even get a penny. Upon hearing this, Chin Wentong was immediately taken aback, and then asked, what's going on? Wang Guang plopped down in a chair in the Chin family's house, and said irritably, I saw Chin Yun come back today. What did you say? Everyone in the Chin family panicked. Chin Yun, that beast, is still alive? Wang Guang nodded. It's absolutely true. He went to the construction site today and gave some pointers. The building that the company is using will be built soon. In an instant, Chin Wentong felt the world spinning around him. He felt that everything was disappearing in an instant, including Gao Yunshu. Anger flashed in the eyes of Chin Erzhan and old lady Chin. They are clearly family, but now they wish Chin Yun would just go directly to. Chapter 192. The goods have arrived. No, we can't let Chin Yun be so comfortable. Chin Wentong sat in the seat next to him for a long time before finally speaking with a cold face. He absolutely cannot live so comfortably. I cannot accept it. During the days Chin Yun was missing, he was in an exceptionally good mood every day. But now, Chin Yun has returned. Moreover, even the company's buildings are about to be completed. This is something he cannot accept. Yes, Chin Yun's company must go bankrupt. Wang Guang also stated this with absolute certainty. He had previously thought that if Chin Yun opened a company, there would be more foot traffic, and he could open a small shop next door to make some money. But later he overheard Feng Qing and Gao Yunshu discussing preparing hawthorn water and other things directly in the company. Then what's the point of him playing? Aside from selling some cigarettes, nobody buys anything else. Alright, then let's stick to what we said before. We must make sure Chin Yun and his team fail. Let him not earn a single penny. Chin Wentong spoke in a cold voice. Wang Guang nodded and then glanced at the food in the room. It must be said that Grandma Qin is quite skilled at cooking. Her dishes are delicious and visually appealing, and even Wang Guang, who was standing at the door, could smell the aroma. Brother Qin, I haven't eaten yet, look. Upon hearing this, the Qin family members immediately frowned. If it were anyone else, they would probably have been kicked out long ago. However, Wang Guang was still somewhat useful. Having no other choice, Qin Wentong could only force a smile and say, "Sure, Brother Wang, it's just a matter of adding a pair of chopsticks." Wang Guang immediately walked in with a smile. He didn't act like an outsider, scooping up a large bowl of rice and pouring half of the whole plate of vegetables for himself. The entire Qin family turned green with anger. Wang Guang, however, seemed oblivious to the stares he was receiving, continuing to eat until he had eaten half of his meal and his belly was round, at which point he finally put down his chopsticks. "Why aren't you eating? Hurry up and eat." Wang Guang picked up a few more bites of food and asked the others. Qin Wentong looked at the little rice left in the wooden basin and said nothing. Wang Guang smiled, and only when he could no longer eat did he stand up gracefully. "All right, then this matter is settled. I will definitely be there when Qin Yun's company opens." After saying that, he left the room directly. Qin Er's Han, who was left behind, was so angry that his lips trembled. "Qin Wentong, if this matter doesn't work out, I'm not done with you. It's just a meal. How much can he eat? When Qin Yun falls from power, we'll have a proper celebration. We'll have to go to the state-run hotel then." Qin Wentong picked at the remaining rice and spoke. "We'll see when the time comes." Qin Ershan's eyes flickered. He wasn't stupid. If he went down to the state-run restaurant for a meal, wouldn't he still have to pay for it? Meanwhile, a number of people had already gathered in Qin Yun's courtyard. Huang Wentian and his brothers stood aside, and Huang Kuan also specially assigned some people not to sell hawthorn juice today. Zhao Liang also arrived at the scene with some drivers. Since it's a break anyway, why not take advantage of this time to earn some extra money? Facing the crowd, Qin Yun first took out a wad of cash from his pocket and distributed it to Huang Wentian and the brothers standing behind him. These were the people who went to Wangjia village with him. Even when facing bandits, they had no weapons and never considered retreating. Instead, he fought Qin Yun to the very end. Among them were many people who were seriously injured. Qin Yun was generous and gave everyone 100, with those who were injured receiving a little more. "Qin Yun, what are you doing? I followed you out. How can I ask for your money again?" Huang Wentian was the first to refuse. At the time, his mother was in the hospital. If Qin Yun hadn't lent him money, she probably would have already returned home for conservative treatment. As for what happened next, anyone could have predicted it. Later, although Huang Wentian gave Qin Yun some money, there was still a long way to go before he could pay it all back. However, Qin Yun never asked him for it. Others also chimed in. They all came out to help because of Huang Wentian, and now they've asked Qin Yun for money. Isn't this asking twice? "Brother Qin Yun, you're an honest man. We can't possibly cheat you, can we?" One of the muscular, honest-looking men spoke up, saying, "Even if we're going to give it, we can't give this much. These are all minor injuries, and it won't cost much to treat them at the hospital." Qin Yun offered a lot of money. In those days, 20 yuan was already considered a very high salary, but Qin Yun offered a high price of 100 yuan. Qin Yun smiled and waved his hand. "Brothers, if you calculate it carefully, this amount of money is not that much. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid I would have died at the hands of bandits long ago. Moreover, I'm going to have you guys do the actual work later." Qin Yun deliberately kept everyone in suspense. "If you don't pay me, how can I expect you to do things for me?" Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, everyone finally smiled. Only after Huang Wentian gestured did they put the money away. Qin Yun waved his hand, and Zhao Liang immediately went out and parked the truck at the entrance of the courtyard. When the curtain behind them was lifted, everyone was stunned. Inside were all sorts of colorful and magical toys, things they had never seen before. Although everyone's economic situation has gradually improved, there are still not many things to do. Children in the village usually play in the mud, while children in the city mostly roll iron hoops or play with toys. As for novel toys, I haven't tried them yet. The items that Qin Yun and his group asked Zhao Liang and his group to bring back this time were definitely trendy items that had never appeared in the county town before. Tin frogs, glass marbles, toy guns, exquisitely designed sandbags, thunderballs, slingshots. It has everything. There are also some larger items, such as an improved transistor radio and watches. However, Qin Yun did not intend to make a move on these things right now. Tomorrow is the temple fair, and there will be a lot of people. Every family will bring their children to play. Qin Yun stepped forward and said, "We'll have Zhao Liang tell you about the purchase and selling prices of these items later. We'll split the profits 50/50ths based on how much we sell and how much we earn." Zhao Liang then stepped forward with his notebook. He had already marked the prices of these items when they were being purchased. Chapter 193, The Temple Fair begins. Zhao Liang read it very quickly, just so that everyone could have a general understanding. These prices were the result of extensive discussions between Qin Yun and Zhao Liang. The price set this way won't be too outrageous, but it will still allow you to make a lot of money. Hearing Zhao Liang's offer, everyone's faces gradually brightened. Because it's at cost price, these things are exceptionally cheap, not as expensive as I previously thought. Furthermore, the price is quite reasonable and not unacceptable for ordinary families. Temple fairs, these kinds of gatherings, only happen once a year in Luoqing. Parents rarely refuse their children's requests unless they are particularly expensive. And this is a 50/50ths profit split. Who would refuse such a high profit share? Come on, everyone, come and pick some. Qin Yun called everyone to line up in front of the truck and said, "Everyone should do what they can. You can sell everything first, and then come back here to collect your loot." As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, everyone immediately surrounded him. Among them, Huang Kuan and his group wanted the most. Having sold hawthorn juice for a while, they've learned how to sell things effectively. Therefore, they were very confident that they could sell their products. Wei Hai was particularly excited. Before following Qin Yun, he was selling goods around the department store. "I am very familiar with this business process." Even Qin Yun's sister, Wang Ju, took quite a lot. Soon, about 1/3 of the items were divided up. Qin Yun wasn't particularly surprised by this result. Next, we'll see how well they can sell. Qin Yun then shared his sales experience with those present. Since Huang Wentian and the others had always done manual labor and had never had any experience selling things. It wasn't until dusk that Qin Yun stopped talking and let everyone go home. The next day, Qin Yun led everyone to the temple fair. Because Luoqing's economy has been developing very well in recent years, the temple fair is very large in scale, and some people from surrounding counties and districts also come here to participate in the temple fair. The entire scene was brightly decorated, with vendors selling goods, food, and performing acrobatics, creating a lively atmosphere. My younger sister and her friends have the weekend today, so they don't have to go to school. Qin Yun urged her several times to go and have some fun, but the little sister shook her head and chose to stay with Qin Yun to tidy up the stall. Qin Yun said with a smile, "Some classmates will definitely come over later. Aren't you afraid they'll laugh at you? It turns out he's just a street vendor. What's there to be afraid of? Let them laugh if they want." The younger sister shook her head, her bright eyes full of understanding. "Besides, the money we earn in a day from setting up a stall is more than their monthly salary." "Okay, after the stall is closed, I'll take you out for a good look around." Qin Yun patted his little sister's head. "From childhood to adulthood, my younger sister has always been a very worry-free person. She only asks for food and other necessities after she has bought them herself. She never asks for anything on her own initiative." As morning approached, more and more people arrived. The item Qin Yun was holding was the worst of all. It was a bunch of school bags. Although the design is beautiful and the quality is good, that's why the backpack was so expensive when it came in. Families in the county town all share the same idea. Isn't this backpack just something used to carry books? Why would there be any need to buy an expensive backpack? So even though Qin Yun had stuffed straw into his backpack to make it look better, no one bought it. More often than not, the children stopped to look around, their eyes filled with longing. After the parents asked Qin Yun about the price, they simply pulled their children along and walked forward. 3 yuan for a backpack? That's way too expensive. Qin Ling stood to the side, dejected. 5 or 6 people had already passed by, but she hadn't sold a single school bag. Qin Yun sat on the ground and thought for a while, then decided that he couldn't just sit and wait to die. If you want to sell things, you can't use the old methods anymore. Qin Yun's mind raced for a moment. Then he shouted at the top of his lungs. Backpacks are cheaper. Cheaper. Huge sale. Each backpack only costs $2.90. Only $2.90. Qin Ling, who was standing next to him, was stunned by what he said. If she remembered correctly, that backpack just cost 3 yuan, right? How can a discount of 1 cent be considered a big sale? Qin Yun blinked. Don't underestimate the fact that it's only a penny cheaper. It sounds very different to people. Otherwise, in Qin Yun's previous era, everything would cost several dollars. Sure enough, right after Qin Yun said those extremely tempting words, several parents gathered around. Mom, I want this backpack. A child looked at the cartoon picture and immediately grabbed the hand of a woman next to him and started jumping around. Her eyes were sparkling with tiny stars. Whether adults like it or not, kids simply can't resist this. The woman frowned, picked up her school bag, and asked Qin Yun, Your school bag is too expensive. It costs 2 yuan and 90 cents. I could buy 2 pounds of pork with that money. Several customers nearby chimed in. Yes, it is indeed very expensive. If it were cheaper, buying one wouldn't be a problem. Faced with the doubts of the crowd, Qin Yun remained calm. Attracting customers with huge discounts is only the first step in his plan. The key is to sell the product next. Sister, regardless of whether you buy this or not, the fact that you stopped to ask about it shows that you have excellent taste. These backpacks were all brought back directly from Shanghai. Qin Yun smiled and said, while taking out a school bag from the side and explaining to everyone. Think about it. Weren't your school bags just something you sewed together from a few pieces of cloth you found at home? Upon hearing this, no one expressed their opinion, but some people nodded subconsciously. Because we want to save money, we don't choose to buy anything. We make everything at home. At most, you could just take the fabric and go to a tailor shop to have it made to look better. Qin Ling also carried this kind of school bag to school, so Qin Yun was certain that what he said was true. Qin Yun continued, I believe everyone has encountered this situation. In rainy or snowy weather, a child finally gets home with their school bag, only to find themselves completely soaked. As for the school bag, it was completely wet and slippery, and even the books inside were soaking wet. The quality of printed materials isn't very good these days. Even the text can become blurry. Qin Yun's words hit the nail on the head. Chapter 194 Big Sales. Countless times, almost every parent has lost their temper when faced with damaged books brought home by their child. But what can we do? The child was soaked to the bone, and even with an umbrella, it wouldn't cover his back at all. What Qin Yun said now resonated perfectly with them. Several parents were clearly already interested. Qin Yun smiled, then generously handed the school bag to the woman from before, saying, Why don't you try having your child carry it? Look, our ordinary school bags have 2 thin straps across the shoulders. Now children have more and more books, and their school bags are getting heavier and heavier. Think about it. With such a thin rope, how can a child be comfortable carrying it? Qin Yun appealed to his emotions and reasoned with him. Just like us, when we use a carrying pole, don't we try to choose one that is wide and thick? These words drew frequent nods from the crowd. Qin Yun pointed to the child who already had his school bag on his back and said, Look at our school bag. The 2 shoulder straps on top are large and thin, so even if a child carries a heavy book, there is no problem. Qin Yun's face was full of smiles as he asked the child, So, did Uncle not lie to you? Children's mouths are the most honest. He immediately nodded and said, Uncle, this backpack is very comfortable to carry. Qin Yun said with a smile, These kids nowadays are all raised in a sweet environment. If they want to get good grades, they first need to be in a good mood, right? This backpack is so nice. If I take it home, I'm sure I'll get a perfect score. Then Qin Yun turned to the child and asked, Is what Uncle said right? The child immediately puffed out his chest and said, Of course. The woman knew, of course, that the child really liked the backpack, but after hesitating for a moment, she said, How about this? If you can lower the price a bit, I'll buy one. Qin Yun was overjoyed. This was the final hurdle. But it was precisely at this moment that Qin Yun knew he couldn't let his guard down. A troubled look appeared on her face as she said, Sister, as you can see, the quality of our backpacks is absolutely fine, and the style is fashionable. The kids love them too. To be honest, I had this backpack delivered from Shanghai. The cost price wasn't low to begin with, and as you know, the roads here aren't safe. It took a lot of effort to get it here. The price of 2.9 yuan is already considered very low. Qin Yun had made up his mind that this door absolutely could not be opened. If it were, another person would make the same request. Then I'll be even less likely to make money. You bunch of salespeople, you've managed to get all the good things out of me. I don't believe it. The woman's face showed impatience. She immediately put down her school bag and pulled the child away. Mom, I want this backpack. The child spoke with a hint of grievance. Why would we need that? 2 yuan is enough for us to buy 2 jin of pork. The woman forcibly pulled the child forward. However, she walked very slowly. A smile appeared on Qin Yun's lips. He couldn't bear to see this kind of tactic again. It all depends on whether the customer or the merchant can hold out longer. If Qin Yun calls her back now, he'll only be the one who suffers. Therefore, Qin Yun could only pretend to be in a difficult position in front of many customers, sigh deeply, and shake his head. Sigh, there's really no other way. He then began to greet the other guests. Sure enough, a few minutes later, Qin Ling tugged at Qin Yun's sleeve. Qin Yun looked down and saw that his younger sister was gesturing for him to look into the distance. The woman returned with her child, her face full of anger that Qin Yun hadn't called her back. Qin Yun smiled inwardly. In the end, he had won this tug of war. I wouldn't have come back to buy it if my child hadn't really liked this backpack. While complaining, the woman took out the money and handed it to Qin Yun, then asked the child next to her, "Which one do you want?" The child happily chose one of the blue backpacks. "Okay, I've bought this backpack. My child will definitely study hard and get a perfect score on the next test, okay?" Qin Yun asked the child. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the woman's expression softened slightly, and she then pulled her child away from the stall. After the first sale was made, other onlookers gradually started asking for their opinions as well. Many people simply couldn't resist their children's demands and chose to buy a backpack. Fortunately, Qin Yun's words were persuasive enough that the parents didn't have much resistance. Before long, most of the backpacks had been sold. Of course, after selling something, Qin Yun would take out a business card and slip it into the person's hand. Whole house customization, free design. The address is marked below. Of course, most people wouldn't understand what he was saying now, but Qin Yun's next sentence was extremely attractive to everyone. Visitors can receive a free cup of hawthorn juice upon presenting this ticket. Hawthorn juice is something that almost everyone in the county has drunk, but unfortunately, there are just too many people buying it every day. And the price isn't exactly cheap either. Therefore, very few people drink hawthorn water every day. But now, all you have to do is go to Qin Yun's company, and you can get a free drink? Is there really such a good thing in the world? The group agreed very quickly. Upon hearing this news, the child became even more determined to get the school bag. I had heard other people describe the taste of hawthorn juice at school before, and it was an unforgettable experience. 2 hours later, all the backpacks in front of Qin Yun were sold out, and even several customers who came specifically to buy backpacks failed to do so. I'm sorry everyone for today, but you can come again tomorrow. I'll be there tomorrow too. Qin Yun smiled and cupped his hands in greeting to everyone. Everyone could only leave disappointed. After selling everything, Qin Yun tidied up the shelves and other items, but instead of taking them back, he placed them on the ground. Anyway, they're all worthless things, so I'm not afraid of anyone stealing them. Brother, we've sold everything, so I'm going home now. I haven't done my homework for Sunday yet. Qin Ling spoke, her mind filled with unfinished homework. This child, why is his mind filled with nothing but studying? Qin Yun frowned, said something reminiscent of Versailles, and then said, "Come on, I'll take you to the temple fair today and see if there's anything good there." Without saying a word, he took Qin Ling's hand and walked into the temple fair. Chapter 195 Selling Toys. The temple fair in Luoqing is very large and lasts for a long time, about a week. Moreover, it has a very complete selection of things, including food and entertainment. This was Qin Ling's first time visiting a temple fair, and everything was new and exciting to her. Qin Yun didn't hesitate to take his sister inside to play when he saw her stop. "If I see other things I like, I'll buy some for my younger sister." My younger sister was very happy, especially since she loves candied hawthorn berries. Although it's not the season for buying candied hawthorns, Qin still bought a few skewers and put them in his younger sister's hands. Seeing his little sister enjoying her meal, Qin was genuinely happy. Soon, Qin arrived at Huang Wentian's stall. Qin had expected the place to be packed with people, but when he looked over, it was deserted. There wasn't a single person in front of the stall. Huang Wentian and his group sat in their seats, still trying their best to attract customers, but ultimately no one came to see them. Qin couldn't help but frown. Logically speaking, the gifts they brought back were something that had never appeared in this county before. Many children will probably like it. Qin didn't go directly to Huang Wentian. Instead, he followed the others, wanting to hear what the problem was. "Son, that toy looks really nice. Shall we go take a look?" A burly-looking man asked the child next to him. It must be said that men are generally more generous than women when it comes to children. If a woman is taking care of a child, why would she be willing to buy small toys? To Qin surprise, the child walking beside the man shook his head after looking at him and said, "Forget it, Dad. Those things don't look fun at all. They're not interesting at all." Seeing that his son refused, the father did not insist and continued walking forward with his son. With so many people selling things, how can you not find a good one? Qin followed a few more people for a while and found that most of them had the same problem. Firstly, they didn't know how to play with the toy, and secondly, even if they were interested, they saw no one around when they tried to get closer, so they chose to continue walking forward. Qin immediately realized what was going on and went to Huang Wentian and the others. "Brother Qin, you finally arrived. These things just aren't selling." Upon seeing Qin, Huang Wentian complained to him, "I've been shouting and hawking here for ages, but not a single person has come and see, let alone asking the price." Qin smiled and nodded. "Don't worry, Brother Huang. Our toys are so good that they'll definitely sell themselves even if they're hidden away. Next, I'll show you how I sell it. You'll definitely learn it in no time." Hearing Qin's words, Huang Wentian and the others also began to have doubts. Could it be that the problem really is theirs? The group remained silent and squatted quietly beside Qin. Qin wasn't in a hurry, but instead looked at the toys that Huang Wentian and the others had. Huang Wentian and his team chose items that sold very well, including tin frogs, glass marbles, and some stationery. Stationery is the cheapest item among these. Qin had a sudden inspiration. He first wound up the tin frog and then placed it on the stall. As soon as Qin put it on the ground, the tin frog immediately hopped forward. The clicking sound instantly attracted the attention of many people. As soon as the children saw it, they immediately gathered around. Qin smiled and whispered something to Huang Wentian beside him. Huang Wentian immediately understood and smiled back at Qin. Qin placed a tin frog on the ground, and Huang Wentian also placed one on the ground, drawing a line in the distance. Then Qin and Huang Wentian released the frogs they were holding. The frog immediately scurried forward with a pattering sound. Soon, Qin's frog crossed the finish line first. Qin deliberately shouted loudly, "I won. You bring breakfast tomorrow." Huang Wentian nodded as well. While this game might be a bit awkward for adults, it's not awkward at all for kids. Seeing that the children's eyes lit up, Qin addressed the crowd, saying, "As you can see, this toy can be played with in many ways." Qin spoke mysteriously, and another example is drawing a circle on the ground, or having a contest on the ground to see who can knock the other over first. These words made all the children jump for joy. "Dad, I want this. And this too." Seeing that the scene was getting lively, Qin took the opportunity to say, "And today, after we buy a toy, we'll also give away a pencil. After we play, we must also study hard." Now, Qin has managed to grasp the psychology of both adults and children. This toy was definitely worth buying. "How much does this thing cost?" A man patted the head of the child next to him and asked. "It's not expensive, only 80 cents each." Qin said with a smile, "But kids are all clumsy. Even though there's nothing wrong with our stuff, kids just love to play with it. If you buy two, it can be counted as 1 yuan. Qin's pricing was clever. 8 cents was considered expensive, but when people heard that they could get two for just 2 more cents, everyone wanted to take advantage of the deal. "I'll buy it. It's a temple fair today. As long as my son likes it, Dad will buy it for him." The man waved his hand and bought 2 frogs. The child immediately hugged his father excitedly. Seeing this happy scene, Qin Yun felt a pang of sadness. To be honest, which child doesn't crave a father's love? These things that seem easily attainable to ordinary people are actually unattainable luxuries for Qin Yun, even if he spends his entire life trying. However, Qin Yun no longer harbored the same resentment as before. Instead, there was tranquility. Since I don't have it, then I don't need it. After a brief moment of stunned silence, Qin Yun took out the glass marbles next to him. This thing is very beautiful. Some are transparent and some are opaque. The patterns inside are like an eyeball, shining with a dazzling light when light shines through them. As soon as this thing was taken out, many children stared at it intently. "Uncle, what is it? How do you play it?" A child stepped forward and asked. Qin Yun smiled and placed the glass marbles on the ground, saying, "These things are called glass marbles. As for how to play, Uncle will teach you now." As he spoke, Qin Yun took out another marble and, from a distance, flicked it at another marble. Chapter 196 Potential Clients. The two glass beads collided, producing a crisp sound. This voice instantly drew everyone's attention. Qin Yun chuckled and took the bead from Huang Wentian's hand. Many children's eyes sparkled with a bright light. These beads are very beautiful, and the way Qin Yun and Huang Wentian just demonstrated how to play with them is very simple. If you win, the opponent's beads belong to you. "Dad, I still want that bead." The children watching couldn't hold back any longer and spoke directly to the man next to them. The man casually asked Qin Yun, "How much is this bead?" The glass beads were very cheap, and Qin Yun said directly, 2 cents each, 7 for $1. It was supposed to be 5 for 1 yuan, but since these things aren't worth much anyway, I might as well go with the flow. Hearing Qin Yun's words and seeing that his son really liked it, he didn't hesitate any longer and took out a 1 yuan note from his pocket and handed it to Qin Yun. "Give me 7. Qin Yun smiled as she counted the beads, intending to hand them to the child. The child didn't take them, but pointed to the plastic cans and said, "I want the white one and the purple one." Qin Yun turned his head to take a look. There were quite a few glass beads inside the jar, but most of them were transparent with a colorful eye-like pattern in the middle. Only a small portion are what the children call beads, which are pure white or purple and look extremely eye-catching. Qin Yun said, "Okay, but you can only choose one. Otherwise, other children wouldn't have these pretty beads." Hearing Qin Yun's words, the child nodded sensibly. Qin Yun picked out 6 ordinary beads, and then took a pure white one. Just as he was about to hand it to the child, he suddenly stopped. He then said, "Before I give you these beads, you need to promise your uncle something." The child looked puzzled, but nodded nonetheless. "These beads must be kept safe and not taken by other children, and they must not be put in their mouths or noses." Although Qin Yun was not obligated to inform them in principle, he still mentioned it beforehand. Firstly, he was afraid that if his parents had problems, they would come back to him. Secondly, it prevents the child from getting into danger. At the same time, Qin Yun instructed the man beside her, "Be sure to tell the child this when you get back." The man smiled and said, "I didn't expect you, my boss, to be so thoughtful." After saying that, she took the child's hand and prepared to leave. Just then, Qin Yun called him back, took out a business card, and said with a smile, "Comrade, a new company has opened over at our furniture market. If you've recently bought a house, or are planning to buy one, you can go and take a look. Renovating a house." The man frowned. He did indeed have this need. Fengqing had previously heard some good news. A factory in the county town was going to raise funds to provide housing for its workers. He was assigned a room by chance. But then he shook his head. "When you buy a house, don't you just paint it white and add a few pieces of furniture? As long as I have a place to stay, that's fine." It's clear that people's needs for housing these days are still limited to simply having a place to live. Hearing this, Qin Yun was not discouraged, but continued, "Of course we're here to stay. But think about it, brother. Having a place to stay is one thing, but staying comfortably is another." Qin Yun went all out and continued, "If only the bed were a little softer, and the furnishings in the room were a little nicer. If the windows were brighter, it would be warmer in winter and the house would look nicer, making you more comfortable living there, wouldn't it?" Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, the man's face showed some interest. Qin Yun seized the opportunity and continued. Besides, even if we go, it's just for sightseeing. You don't necessarily have to buy anything, right? And if you bring this business card into the company, you can get a free cup of hawthorn water. Why not? This time, the man didn't hesitate for a second and said directly, "Okay, I'll go take a look later." Qin Yun smiled and greeted the man, watching him leave. Then, he turned around to look at Huang Wentian and the others. At this moment, Huang Wentian and the others were so surprised that their eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The saying, "a trade is like a mountain," truly resonated with them today. If you make them do heavy work or go to the battlefield, anyone who utters a sound is not worthy of being called a man. But when it comes to selling this kind of thing, they think it's enough to just make a sound. But now it seems that this is far from the truth. Every word Qin Yun uttered was completely meaningful. It not only makes customers feel comfortable buying, but also brings them a potential customer. This method was something they had never heard of before. But one cannot help but admire them sincerely. The rest will be easier. Most of the people coming to buy toys now are probably children. If we see any children without parents with them, we should try to let them play around here, even if it's free. Once someone comes up and asks, we'll sell it, and that's it. After saying this, Qin Yun gave the group a boost of confidence. Don't be fooled by how complicated these things are. It's all about practice makes perfect. Once you get used to it, it will sell very quickly. Qin Yun stepped forward and patted Huang Wentian on the shoulder. We'll have a lot more things to sell later. The faster you learn, the more you sell, and the more you earn. Huang Wentian and the others exchanged glances, then nodded emphatically. They have always done manual labor and earned only meager wages. If I could earn more, that would be fine. But unfortunately, he could only earn a very small amount of money. Now Qin Yun has essentially provided them with an excellent opportunity. Qin Yun sold the toys successfully in just a few minutes. If only they had the same skill. The money they make must be so much they can't even put it down. Okay, Qin Yun, don't worry. We will definitely show the same courage we had when we joined the army and learn how to sell things well. Mission accomplished. While the group was talking, many people outside were already getting impatient. Many children held their parents' hands, insisting on squeezing in to ask about the prices. It's clear they're determined to get their hands on this toy. Seeing that the scene was already bustling with activity, Qin Yun urged Huang Wentian and the others to start welcoming the guests. He didn't just walk away. Instead, he watched for a while to make sure there were no major problems before leading Qin Ling to continue their stroll. Chapter 197, Finding a New Path. Although Huang Wentian and his team are not yet very skilled at selling things, everyone has a first time, and it's impossible to sell things very well on the first try. Some things can only be truly understood through experience. Qin Yun was simply providing them with the right direction. The further you go in, the more things you can see, but the fewer stalls sell toys and miscellaneous items. Instead, food stalls have sprung up everywhere. There were acrobatic performances and a stage inside, with a dense crowd standing below. It was a good place to sell some things. Thinking of this, Qin Yun's eyes suddenly lit up. He had previously planned to open another hawthorn juice stall, and had even bought a car and other equipment. However, due to various reasons, he was unable to put this matter into practice. Looking at it now, this is actually a very good opportunity. With the weather hot and crowds of people, launching this product now is sure to be a huge success. Qin Yun immediately decided that they would discuss this matter once everyone had finished selling their goods and returned to the courtyard. The temple fair lasts a long time, not ending until 2 or 3 in the morning. After Qin Ling's repeated urging, Qin Yun finally returned to the courtyard with Qin Ling. Qin Ling was preoccupied with the homework she had to do tomorrow. After saying goodbye to Qin Yun, she couldn't wait to go upstairs to take a shower and go to bed. Qin Yun then took out the leftover dishes from the daytime that hadn't been cooked yet, along with a few fish, and made a late-night snack. They also bought several cases of beer from the market. They've been selling things all day, and they must be starving. It's perfect for them to come here for a late-night snack. More than an hour later, everyone returned. Although everyone's face was full of fatigue, their eyes were full of excitement. They made a lot of money today. Most people sold all the goods they brought with them. Even if there are any left, they are only a very small portion. Especially Wei Hai. That kid used to like hanging around department stores, so he's already quite adept at this kind of work. He was also the only one who came back to get some more after he had sold everything. Seeing the delicious food Qin Yun had prepared for them, everyone's faces lit up with smiles. Zhao Liang was the first to step forward. He used his teeth to open the cap of the beer bottle and took out a wad of cash from his pocket, placing it on the table. Qin Yun, look how I did. I sold quite a lot of stuff today. I earned no less than 500 yuan in total. 500 yuan is definitely not a small amount in this day and age. An average family might not earn this much money in 6 months, but Zhao Liang did. And it happened in just one night. Zhao Liang's face was full of joy. Although they could earn a lot of money by driving before, after deducting the cost of fuel and vehicle wear and tear, they actually only earned a little more than the average person. This is pure profit today. Seeing Zhao Liang take out his money, the others followed suit and also took out their money. Some had 400, some had 300, and Wei Hai was the most beaming with joy. He made a total of 800 yuan tonight. Huang Wentian's joy vanished the moment he saw the 200 yuan they had taken out. They originally thought they had earned the most money, but compared with others, it was nothing. However, a glimmer of hope rose in their hearts. This further proves that as long as you work hard and follow Qinggan diligently, you will definitely be able to make a lot of money. Qin Yun smiled, took out his ledger, calculated for a while, and then distributed the money to everyone. He then asked Zhao Liang, "What's left of the things we brought this time?" Zhao Liang and the others then walked out the door. After looking around, I came back. Zhao Liang took a sip of beer and said, "If we continue at today's pace, the contents inside will probably only last until the day after tomorrow. The rest are some radios and watches, which are more valuable items." As he said this, Zhao Liang felt like slapping himself twice. Because I was worried about encountering bandits on the way, I didn't buy that many things. Now it seems that the saying has really come true. No man can get rich without unexpected wealth, and no horse can get fat without night grass. If you want to make a lot of money, you have to be bold. Qin Yun noticed Zhao Liang's frustration and waved his hand with a smile, saying, "It's all right. Don't blame yourself. We'll have plenty of opportunities to make money in the future." Zhao Liang knew it was too late to say anything now, so he could only sit back down in his seat. "All right, let's pick out what we'll be selling tomorrow." Qin Yun shouted to the crowd, and they all rushed towards the truck. This time, unlike last time, there are far fewer items. Huang Wentian and his group took the remaining tin frogs and glass marbles, while Wei Hai took 2 radios. His facial expression conveyed confidence. Generally speaking, you definitely wouldn't be able to sell this kind of thing at a street stall. People who can afford a radio wouldn't buy it from a street stall. However, since Wei Hai dared to make the choice, he must have his own connections, so Qin Yun didn't ask any further questions. After everyone had made their choices, Qin Yun said as they began to eat, "I also have another plan. It's clear that we don't have enough stock to sell. We'll just set up another hawthorn juice stall here at the temple fair. Our hawthorn water is so delicious, it's sure to be a hit. Of course, the hygiene standards must remain the same as before." Qin Yun picked up the beer next to him, took a sip, and then said, "We're selling it over there now, in the northern part of Luoqing. Qingqing University is in the south, and the students there prefer to drink our water. When the temple fair is almost over, put up a sign saying that we're opening another branch near Qingqing University. This way, we can take care of more customers." As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, everyone felt a huge weight lifted from their hearts. We were initially worried that we wouldn't have enough stock to sell. It turned out that Qin Yun had already planned an escape route for everyone. "That's settled then. Selling water is something I'm good at." Huang Kuan immediately spoke up. Qin Yun shook his head. "No, Huang Kuan, you should still sell there. We need to organize another team here. However, you can come over and provide guidance in the next few days, and you'll take 10% of the earnings." Huang Kuan's side has stable profits, but if he comes over here, there will be too many people and too much complexity, and problems are bound to arise. Huang Kuan knew that Qin Yun was doing this for his own good, but he still shook his head and said, "Brother Yun, we're all brothers, why ask for more? I'll just come and visit more often." Chapter 198. Chen Shuqi arrives at the door. Qin Yun shook his head and said, "This isn't about whether we're family or not. Even close brothers should keep clear accounts. Otherwise, what will others say when they see this? Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Huang Kuan nodded and did not refute them further. The group ate until late at night, since temple fairs usually start at dusk and last until late at night. Everyone can sleep in tomorrow, so the group wasn't in a hurry. Qin Yun, I can't take it anymore. I need to go back to sleep. Huang Kuan was the first to stand up, still feeling groggy. He was in a good mood today and drank a lot of alcohol, so he couldn't hold on any longer. Qin Yun also stood up and said, Okay, let's stop here for today. If we want to sell hawthorn juice, we first need to have the raw materials. Huang Kuan and the others will teach you tomorrow. Everyone nodded and then walked out of the courtyard. Qin Yun finally woke up around 10 a.m. the next day, having slept incredibly well. Stretching, Chen Shuqi went to the yard, turned on the tap, and poured some tooth powder to clean her teeth when she entered the small courtyard. She was wearing a floral dress today, and the sunlight shone on her face. Although she wasn't as stunning as Gao Yinshu, she was still absolutely gorgeous. Chen Shuqi was also carrying some things in her hands, including eggs, toys, and so on. Shuqi, you're here? Qin Yun quickly finished brushing his teeth, spat the toothpaste into the floor, and then invited Chen Shuqi into the room. Come on over, no need to bring anything. There's an elderly person at home. Remember to take it with you when you leave. Qin Yun glanced at the gifts placed on the ground and immediately spoke. Although Chen Shuqi earns a decent amount of money, she still has a grandmother at home, and her family situation is similar to Qin Yun's. There's no difference between my father being alive and dead. Sometimes it's better to be dead, so that they won't come begging for money when they have nothing to do. Moreover, Chen Shuqi is getting older and has reached the age of marriage, so it's inevitable that she'll need to save up some dowry. That won't work. Chen Shuqi's head bobbed like a rattle drum, and she immediately refused, saying, I know that it's impossible to get such a high salary in the county town. Besides, you've helped me so much. I should at least come and thank you, shouldn't I? Qin Yun smiled and said, I gave you so much money because you deserve it. Take these things back and give them to your grandma to eat. Chen Shuqi insisted, This is what my grandma asked for. She said that if Qin Yun doesn't accept it, she won't let me go home. Hearing that Chen Shuqi had gone this far, Qin Yun had no choice but to stop refusing. He put the gifts aside and stood up to pour Chen Shuqi a cup of tea. Shuqi, just say what you want to say. We're already so familiar with each other. There's no need to hold back. After chatting for a while, Qin Yun couldn't help but speak up when he saw that Chen Shuqi always seemed hesitant to say something. Chen Shuqi then cautiously glanced at Qin Yun's expression and said, Okay, Qin Yun, don't be angry when I tell you. Even if you disagree, it doesn't matter to me. Seeing Chen Shuqi's cautious demeanor, Qin Yun waved his hand and said, Just say it. I'll definitely agree to everything you ask. Chen Shuqi then spoke up. Qin Yun, look, I've finished most of my work. The renovation materials will arrive in 2 days, so there will be some free time in between. Chen Shuqi's voice became increasingly cautious. I wanted to ask if I could go out and sell some things during these next 2 days. Seemingly worried that Qin Yun wouldn't agree, Chen Shuqi immediately added, Don't worry, Qin Yun, I can take less of the money I earn. Qin Yun felt a mix of emotions. So that's why Chen Shuqi was so careful. She was trying to talk about this. He immediately smiled and said, Of course, that's no problem. To be honest, even if you hadn't come to me today, I would have gone to find you anyway. I have so many goods over there, but I still need people to sell them. As for the money I earn, I won't skimp on it either, Qin Yun said with a smile. I'll treat everyone else the same. Of course, Qin Yun was lying. The goods that Zhao Liang and his team brought back have long been snapped up by everyone, and there's not even enough left. He said that just to put Chen Shuqi at ease. Sure enough, upon hearing this, Chen Shuqi's face immediately lit up with a delighted smile. Really, Qin Yun? Qin Yun nodded. Of course it's true. When have I ever lied to you? Come over at 4 o'clock this afternoon, and I'll get the goods for you and tell you the price. Chen Shuqi smiled broadly, nodded, and then assured Qin Yun, Don't worry, I definitely won't delay the company's progress in the slightest. Qin Yun joked, As a capitalist, of course I won't let that happen. However, we should also pay attention to the employees, because people are the source of productivity. The two chatted for a while longer, and seeing that it was getting late, Shuchi stood up and said, "Qin Yun, I won't bother you any longer. I'll come back this afternoon." As he spoke, he stood up and took out a thick stack of manuscript paper from his handbag. In addition, these are some notes I made for Qin Ling. With her intelligence, she must have already learned all the knowledge she needs now. It's not like we're forcing things to be learned earlier than we're supposed to be. Qin Yun was deeply moved as he looked at the thick stack of papers. Even if you were to copy these things, it would probably take 10 days to half a month. After Shuchi left, Huang Kuan and the others also came out of the room. Qin Yun immediately went up to him and told him about it, and Huang Kuan agreed without hesitation. Everyone has heard about Shuchi's experience. It was indeed very difficult. She also has an incredibly unlucky father. If it weren't for Qin Yun, he would probably still be clinging to Shuchi like a vampire, sucking her blood. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Yun got up and went to the farmer's market to buy some vegetables and meat. I haven't cooked a proper meal for Old Man Wei in the past few days, and he's been complaining about it for a long time. Today, they specifically requested to eat the braised noodles, a specialty of Shanxi province. Although Qin Yun had never heard of it before, after Old Man Wei mentioned cooking, he cooked it 2 or 3 times and became familiar with it. Soon, it was dusk. Shuchi arrived at the door on time. Qin Yun was not stingy and gave her some of the best-selling tin frogs and glass marbles. Since Qin Yun made his first profit yesterday, quite a few children have already taken a liking to this toy. Chapter 199, Grabbing a Stall. Qin Yun then explained to her the purchase price and selling price of the tin frogs, and repeatedly instructed her that she absolutely could not lower the price. Price cuts are like a bottomless pit. Once you start, there's no turning back. Everyone has a desire to get a bargain. If someone hears that others have bought toys at a lower price, wouldn't they be furious? Shuchi listened attentively to Qin Yun's explanation. To be honest, this was her first time selling goods, so she listened very attentively. Once the explanations were nearly finished, everyone grabbed their stall supplies and excitedly headed towards the temple fair. The temple fair was still crowded, and now there are many quick-witted people, so there are also many people doing business. Huang Kuan and his team dispersed to attract more customers. If these things are all bought together, very few parents would buy a series of items at once. Seeing that Shuchi was hesitant, Qin Yun helped her carry her things and found an open space. The location here is great. There's a group of jugglers right next door. These days, there aren't many entertainment facilities, so kids are particularly fond of juggling. This is also the place with the most children at the entire temple fair. Set up your stall here. You're sure to have a big sale tonight, but remember these 3 things. Qin Yun said. 1 is that we must send out our business cards. I have already found out that many people have pooled their money to buy houses from their work units, which is a good opportunity for us. The next day, we must remind the parents not to let the child swallow the glass bead. Qin Yun said seriously. As for the 3rd point, I've already told you, there's absolutely no room for bargaining. Shuchi nodded, just about to say something, when a vulgar voice came from beside her. Wow, when did such a beautiful woman start selling things outside? I don't even know what they're here to sell. The voice was sharp and sarcastic. Qin Yun turned his head and saw a pair of repulsive-looking couple walking towards them. They were also carrying tools in their hands, clearly indicating they were there to sell things. The one who just spoke was a woman, who looked to be over 40 years old, and her words were particularly offensive. That's right, get out of here. We're doing legitimate business. The couple worked together, and after the man yelled, he actually reached out and tried to overturn Shuchi's stall. Shuchi was so frightened that she didn't dare to say another word. Qin Yun, however, immediately turned stern, strode towards the man, raised her left hand, and grabbed the man's arm tightly. The man immediately screamed in pain. What are you doing? Why are you hitting him? Everyone come quick. There are bandits here. They're actually hitting my old man. Upon seeing this, the woman immediately screamed in alarm and tried desperately to muddy the water. This person looks like a rich man. We're both from the countryside, and I'm just a weak woman. As the woman spoke, she sat on the ground and began to wail loudly, muttering something under her breath. Goodness, she's managed to figure out how to deal with this vulnerable group. As for weak women, your arms are as long as someone else's calves. Shuchi, who was standing nearby, carefully tugged at Qin Yun and whispered, "Qin Yun, why don't we move aside? I think the seats next to me are pretty good too." Qin Yun shook his head. This kind of person, like Luo Fengjiao and Old Lady Qin, carries a unique mercenary and selfishness characteristic of the lower classes. No matter what they do, they always want to gain some advantage. Qin Yun has always been kind to others and adheres to the principle of win-win cooperation in business. But when you're setting up a stall, this is a time to grab a spot, and you absolutely can't let anyone else have it. Fuck you. Do you really think we're easy to mess with? We just set up our stall here, and you guys showed up? You're telling us to leave while you stay and set up your stall? Qin Yun went all out, picked up a thick stick from the side, and said coldly, "What? Are you my dogs? You came here just because you smelled me? Let me tell you, first come, first served is the rule since ancient times. If you try to touch my things today, I'll change my surname to yours if I don't beat you to death." As he spoke, Qin Yun took a few steps forward, still muttering, "Damn it, this is all I have left. I'm all barefoot and have nothing to lose. If anyone tries to stop me from selling, I'll chop them to death." Qin Yun's appearance startled the couple. The woman scrambled to her feet and hurriedly walked towards the back. The man, however, glared fiercely at Qin Yun. "You just wait." He then followed the woman. Watching the two leave, Qin Yun continued to help Chen Shuqi put her things away. "Qin Yun, you go ahead and get busy. I'll tidy up here and then we'll get started." Knowing that Qin Yun was busy, Chen Shuqi simply spoke up. Qin Yun nodded, but didn't rush to leave. Instead, he stood quietly at a distance to see if there would be any problems. It was already close to evening, and after finishing their meals, people came to the temple fair. After Chen Shuqi took out the toys, many children immediately came over with longing eyes. "Dad, I want that glass marble." "Mom, I want one too. All my classmates have one." The temple fair is only held once every few years, and this child is determined to succeed. Anyway, the items aren't expensive, and the parents are just having fun. Although Chen Shuqi had never sold anything before, Huang Wentian had already paved the way for her, and she herself was methodical. I was a little flustered at first, but I got quite familiar with it afterward. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no problems, Qin Yun walked into the temple fair to check on the other people. Huang Kuan and his team are a given. They already had experience selling hawthorn juice, and despite being busy, they made no mistakes whatsoever. And you can even take the time to argue with the vendors next door about who occupies the space. With Qin Yun's demonstration yesterday, Huang Wentian found it much easier to do, and a group of people gathered around him. As for Wei Hai, Qin Yun found him rather strange. He didn't set up a stall, but instead stopped people visiting the temple fair. After talking for a while, the person actually walked with him. However, Qin Yun did not ask. As long as it's not illegal, being able to sell things is a skill in itself. Just as Qin Yun was about to get up and go to the farmer's market to buy some vegetables and meat to prepare a late-night snack for everyone, suddenly, an angry voice rang out from afar. "Tell me, what should I do if this stuff you're selling blocks my child's nostrils? You're not leaving here without a few hundred yuan today." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's heart sank, and he immediately ran towards the direction from which the sound came. Chapter 200. Taking advantage of the situation. Qin Yun ran as fast as he could, but when he saw what was in front of him, his face immediately darkened. A man dressed in tattered clothes was standing there, shouting at Chen Shuqi, who was standing in front of the stall. A large crowd had already gathered around, including the couple who had just competed with Qin Yun and his group for a stall. "Haha, let her compete with us for our stalls again. Now look what happened. She deserved it." "Exactly. Let's see how she handles this. She'll probably lose all the money she earned these past few days." This couple finally seized the opportunity and kept making sarcastic remarks. People around were also whispering, "Tsk tisk, thank goodness I didn't let the child buy this kind of toy. If it had been stuffed somewhere else, the child would have had nowhere to cry. Sigh, if we go to the hospital, they'll probably have to operate to remove it." Many parents also scolded their children, saying, "Look, do you still want this thing? Once it's inside your belly, you won't be able to get it out no matter what you do." The child next to him shook his head repeatedly. They were clearly scared. Chen Shuqi had never experienced such a scene before, and was already stunned and at a loss. only able to keep apologizing. But the more she apologized, the more arrogant the man in front of her became. The things he said became increasingly harsh. Qin Yun sighed inwardly. Chen Shuqi was still too inexperienced and had no precedent for handling such matters. Constantly apologizing will only make those around her feel that it's her fault. Qin Yun did not hesitate and stood directly in front of Chen Shuqi. He then said in a deep voice, "I'm the boss. If you have anything to say, just tell me directly." "Okay, so you're the boss, right?" The man looked Qin Yun up and down, a smug smile appearing on his lips. Then, pointing to the child next to him, he said, "Tell me, what kind of lousy glass beads are these that you're selling? They've blocked my son's nose. Don't even think about getting away with this today if you don't get a few $100s. Qin Yun glanced at the man. The clothes he was wearing were obviously worn for a long time, covered in dust, and had some corn silk on his back, so he must have come to the city to sell things. It's not that I'm looking down on them, but rather that, based on common sense, they probably wouldn't make much money after selling all these things. Even if I come to a temple fair, I won't buy these kinds of children's toys. Of course, it's possible that the man did buy them, but it's impossible for him to buy 7 at once. That's 50 cents. That's the price of half a pound of pork. For rural areas that were still underdeveloped at the time, this money was still very important. Unless this money wasn't his, but given to him by someone else. Qin Yun's gaze naturally fell on the couple standing at the front of the crowd. Qin Yun, with his sharp eyes, immediately noticed that both of them had corn silk on their shoulders. This means that they came into the county town together with the man in front of them. After feeling Qin Yun's gaze, the couple subconsciously tried to brush off the corn silk from their clothes. This further confirmed Qin Yun's conjecture. "Say something. You think you can get away with this by pretending to be stupid after you've done this to my child? Let me tell you, he's my only child, and he'll be the pillar of our family from now on." The man continued rambling. "Either you give me the money now, and it has to be at least 500, or you'll come to the hospital with me." "Okay, the situation is critical, so I'll do as you say and take him to the hospital." However, Qin Yun's words directly interrupted all of the man's plans. Now that he knew his plan, Qin Yun figured out a solution almost without thinking. It's just a matter of going to the hospital for treatment and spending some money, isn't it? Going to the hospital, the cost would be no more than 50, and there would be no need for surgery or anything like that. So why would it cost several hundred? The man was taken aback. He hadn't expected Qin Yun to agree so readily. He then said, "Have you thought this through? Going to the hospital will cost a lot of money. And since you've ruined my son like this, you're obligated to pay for his medical treatment. Not a single penny of this money can be missing." Qin Yun nodded. "No problem." Seeing that the crowd was still gathered in the same spot, Qin Yun cleared his throat, walked in front of the crowd, and slowly spoke. "Everyone, I am very worried about what happened, and I will pay for his treatment. But I still want to say that the tool used has no necessary relationship with whether or not an injury occurs. When we use scissors or kitchen knives, improper handling can cause injury, but we only blame ourselves and never the tools. In fact, everything has two sides. There is no absolute good or absolute bad. As long as you can explain to your child how to use it and tell them what they can't do, then these glass beads can definitely become a great toy." Qin Yun knew that if he couldn't bring this up, his business would be greatly affected, as there were still some glass beads left. This was an unacceptable fact for him. "Qin Yun, it's all because I didn't think things through properly, that child." Chen Shuqi tugged at Qin Yun's sleeve, her gentle face filled with self-reproach. She no longer even had the courage to look Qin Yun in the eye. Qin Yun smiled and said, "It's all right. It's not your fault. I'll handle it. Qin Yun, don't worry. I will definitely pay you back for the child's medical expenses as soon as possible." Chen Shuqi spoke again. Qin Yun revealed a meaningful smile. "Don't rush. Maybe we won't even have to pay." "Oh." Chen Shuqi was somewhat stunned. Qin Yun pointed to the child next to him. Chen Shuqi then realized that, logically speaking, the glass bead had gone into her nostril, but she was neither crying nor making a fuss. Instead, he stood still as if nothing had happened. This contrasted sharply with the anxious look on the father's face. "This is definitely not right. Young man, I advise you to think it over carefully." The man spoke again, saying, "If there are any other problems after the glass bead is removed, I'll have to come back to you then. But now you just need to pay me a sum of money. And if anything happens to the child in the future, I won't come looking for you again. If you think 500 yuan is too expensive, we can discuss it further." Upon hearing the man's words, Qin Yun couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. "Comrade, my child has a glass bead stuck in his nostril, and his condition is critical. I suggested taking him to the hospital, but you just keep asking me for money." This is Chapter 201 Tough Measures. The moment he said that, the way people around him looked at him changed. As a father, instead of rushing to the hospital after the accident, he's arguing with others here. Just as he was about to say something, Qin Yun spoke up again. "Comrade, you're not in a hurry at all, otherwise you wouldn't be the father of this child. Or is the child actually all right?" Before he could react, Qin Yun pushed the child. In an instant, everyone was stunned. Pushing the child under these circumstances would greatly increase the chances of the glass bead going inside. That would be troublesome. With a gasp from the crowd, what happened next left everyone with a hint of confusion in their eyes. Instead of being pushed in, the glass bead made a clatter sound and fell out. "What's going on?" Qin Yun led the child to the front of the crowd and said, TSK, so that's how it is." This child's nostrils were naturally larger than those of ordinary children. As he spoke, Qin Yun squatted down and asked the child, "Tell your uncle, did someone ask you to put this glass marble in there?" The child was startled and instinctively looked at the man next to him. The man was now in a dilemma. Going up now would be tantamount to slapping myself in the face, openly telling everyone that I have a problem. But he also knew that children of this age wouldn't know how to lie. They would just answer whatever Qin Yun asked. Sure enough, right after Qin Yun took out a tin frog, the child pointed directly to his father next to him and said, "My dad told me to put the glass beads in. My dad said that this way we can earn more money." Qin Yun patted his head, put the tin frog in his hand, and pointed to the couple standing next to him. "Does your father know those two people?" This time, the child simply nodded. "They came to the county town with us to sell things." "Okay, thank you, uncle." Qin Yun took out 2 more toys from the stall and handed them to the child, then looked at the crowd. "If you came to the temple fair yesterday, you must have recognized this couple. They were also selling things here. We had already secured our spots today, but these 2 people insisted on coming in and kicking us out. They're here to sell things. We didn't agree, and he resorted to such despicable means to ruin our reputation." Qin Yun then recounted how he had discovered it. Now that everything is clear, everyone's eyes are filled with sudden realization. No wonder the man wouldn't let her go to the hospital and insisted on asking Qin Yun for money. That's why. At this moment, the man lowered his head, his heart filled with panic. He knew this wasn't his village, which had a much more sophisticated law enforcement system. If he were sent there, his family would truly have no one to work. At that time, the whole family will need the help of other people in the village. But the village was poor, and the children were at the age when they were growing. So where could they get any nutritious food? This can't go on. At this moment, he was already cursing the couple in his mind. If it weren't for them, I wouldn't have come here to do this kind of thing. Just as he was about to shamelessly beg Qin Yun for mercy, suddenly, Qin Yun's voice rang out calmly. "I could have reported what you're doing to the police station, but I already promised the child that I would leave now and not let me see you again." The man was taken aback upon hearing Qin Yun's words. He never expected that Qin Yun would be willing to let him leave. "I'm sorry, I was just out of my mind, but this idea was theirs." The man ignored what the couple behind him thought and directly pointed the finger at them. Qin Yun nodded, indicating that the man could leave. The man bowed to Qin Yun again before leading the child away into the distance. Upon hearing this, the couple's expressions immediately changed. The woman was about to deny everything when the man next to her pulled her away, and she ran towards the back. "I remember now, it was these 2 people who sold me the wrong items. That woman has a very mean face. It's true that your appearance reflects your heart. I will never buy their stuff again." Qin Yun then walked to the front of the crowd and said, "As you can all see, this problem was already taken into account when the glass beads were designed. As long as you don't put it in your mouth intentionally, there will definitely be no problem." Qin Yun's words undoubtedly gave everyone a boost of morale. Many parents were relieved. Qin Yun's words naturally came to mind. The tool is not wrong. As long as it is used properly, there will be no problem. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Qin Yun sat back down next to Qin Shuqi. At this moment, Qin Shuqi looked at Qin Yun with eyes full of shock. In fact, in her mind, Qin Yun had always been a hard-working person, and everything he had achieved was the result of his hard work and dedication. But what happened today completely changed her mind. From the very beginning, when someone started causing trouble, we began to look for problems and then deduced the whole story from various details. Finally, their claims were exposed as being as simple as eating and drinking. To be fair, the details just now were so obvious that anyone who observed carefully would have noticed them. The fact that Qin Shuqi was able to get into university is enough to show that she is very smart. But they were already so caught up in what had happened that they didn't believe it at all, and instead kept apologizing. Such an explanation can only make things worse. If Qin Yun hadn't shown up today, she might really have had to pay the 500 yuan in compensation. Qin Yun, what are you going to do with that couple next? The temple fair will last for a few more days. If they dare to come, I will call Feng Tian from the police station. Qin Yun looked in the direction the two had left and said fiercely, this kind of person is just like the Qin family, full of bad habits, always thinking about taking advantage of others. We have to make them pay a price. Hearing Qin Yun's words, Qin Shuqi nodded. People like this won't know the pain until they hit a brick wall. Thank you so much today. Without you, Qin Shuqi looked at Qin Yun, her eyes filled with gratitude. Qin Yun smiled and said, these things were actually forced upon us. There are many people in this world, and sometimes it is necessary to take some tough measures. Chapter 202 Paying Back the Money. Treating people differently based on their abilities is a principle that Qin Yun has always adhered to. That's why I've been able to handle things with ease for so long. After saying that, Qin Yun smiled at Qin Shuqi and said, come on, I'll help you sell them. Qin Shuqi also smiled. Qin Yun's performance just now has dispelled the doubts of most people around him. Even those who thought Qin Yun and his group were still selling subpar goods didn't say much and simply turned and left. There are many people visiting the temple fair. People come and go at almost any time. What Qin Yun wanted to avoid was people saying that his toys were bad. Even if some people don't buy, others will come. Sure enough, less than half an hour later, a large crowd had gathered in front of Qin Shuqi's stall. Under Qin Yun's persuasive tone, both the glass beads and the tin frogs sold out quickly. Qin Shuqi also felt much more relaxed. They also become more organized and methodical in their work. All the items were sold within just 2 hours. Most of the others had also sold out, except for Huang Wentian and his group, whose pace was still somewhat slow. After all, the two of them had only trained for one night yesterday. Huang Kuan and his companions were not idle either. They went to Huang Wentian's stall, helping to sell goods while explaining things to Huang Wentian and his group. That night, Huang Wentian and his group learned a lot. With everyone's help, Huang Wentian and his companions quickly swept away all the remaining items. Back in the courtyard, Qin Yun took the lead in cooking, with the others assisting. They quickly prepared a delicious and visually appealing meal. Old Man Wei was so tempted by the aroma that he came out and ate a whole bowl of rice and drank a bottle of beer before calling Qin Yun to the other side. He then said, Qin Yun, my son called and said that this matter has been resolved. The above discussions will take place in the next few days, and the results should be available tomorrow or the day after. He will call Luo Cheng when the time comes. Old Man Wei continued, Luo Cheng will hold a commendation ceremony for you. Their success in suppressing the bandits this time is mainly due to you. If you hadn't held them back, those bandits would have been impossible to catch once they escaped into the mountains. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun smiled. He then solemnly said, thank you very much, Comrade Wei Nan and you, for this matter. Old Wei patted Qin Yun on the shoulder and said with a smile, no need to thank me. If anyone should thank you, it should be this old man who thanks you. If it weren't for you, this little courtyard wouldn't be so lively. As he spoke, Old Man Wei looked at the people in the courtyard, his eyes filled with sadness, relief, but even more so with longing. Qin Yun smiled and said, I was worried that I might disturb your rest. Old Wei laughed heartily. These guys have a bandit like air and a carefree, uninhibited spirit when they drink. Sometimes, it reminds me of the time I spent in the army. Those were the good old days. Old Wei's face showed a hint of reminiscence, and he began to tell Qin Yun about the glory days of yesteryear. Since Old Man Wei was in such a good mood, Qin Yun wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he brewed a few cups of tea, and the two chatted while drinking. The more Qin Yun listened, the more excited he became. Unexpectedly, this unassuming old man had given up his position in the army and voluntarily retired to his hometown. If he stayed in the army, Qin Yun probably wouldn't even have a chance to see him. It wasn't until late at night, when he heard the people outside gradually leaving, that Old Man Wei finally spoke up. Qin Yun, the older a person gets, the more nostalgic they become. Take these brothers with you, and come get together more often. Back on the battlefield, I could even fall asleep under enemy artillery fire. Your noisy chatter is really nothing to worry about. Qin Yun smiled and agreed. Okay, I'll invite you out for dinner then. Old Man Wei laughed heartily and then said, All right, it's getting late. You should go back and rest too. Qin Yun got up and gave Old Man Wei a few instructions before going to the courtyard to take a cold shower and then returning to his room to sleep. Qin Yun slept until 11 a.m. the next day before waking up. A number of people had already arrived in the courtyard, all there to prepare the ingredients for selling hawthorn juice that evening. Huang Wentian and his gang were also present. It has to be said that, being a trained fighter, his physical abilities are truly formidable. A person carrying 3 buckets of water was able to run, and not a single drop of water spilled. Seeing Qin Yun get up, Huang Wentian put down the 2 buckets of water and greeted Qin Yun, saying, Qin Yun, you're up? Qin Yun smiled and nodded. You all prepare well. I'll go to the farmer's market to buy some more things later. Let's stew meat tonight. He had originally planned to join the others in taking action last night, but everyone's opinions were completely unanimous. Qin Yun is their brain. They can handle the actual work. As for which path to make money and how exactly to make money, that's what Qin Yun needs to do. In Huang Kuan's words, it is easy to find 1,000 soldiers, but difficult to find a good general. Qin Yun couldn't persuade everyone otherwise, so he had to agree to solve the food problem for everyone first. By the time everything was ready, it was already 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The meat Qin Yun bought had been stewed for 3 or 4 hours. When the lid was lifted, everyone couldn't help but gasp. When I went over to take a look, I saw that Qin Yun had stewed 3 large pots of meat. Pork bones, lamb chops, beef brisket, and other side dishes. It all looked incredibly appetizing. Without saying a word, the group of people scooped up the white rice next to them and poured the already thick broth from the pot. When paired with meat and garlic, it's incredibly satisfying to eat. Qin Yun specially picked out a few pieces of stewed bones until they were soft and tender and brought them over to Old Man Wei. After everyone finished eating and cleaned up, Qin Yun returned to his room to rest for a while, but Huang Wentian came over. She still looked a little embarrassed. Qin Yun invited Huang Wentian into the room, poured him a cup of tea, and said, Come on, Brother Huang, we just finished eating meat. Let's have some to cleanse our palates. Huang Wentian took the tea and drank it all in one gulp. Then he took out a neat stack of money from his pocket and placed it in front of Qin Yun. Qin Yun, I'll pay back part of the money I borrowed from you last time. I'll find a way to give you the remaining 500 yuan. Huang Wentian's face was full of relief, and it was clear that he felt much more at ease after returning Qin Yun's money. Qin Yun shook his head. Brother Huang, you can keep this money first. I have some here. Chapter 203 is here again. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Huang Wentian immediately shook his head and said, Brother, I don't agree with what you're saying. I would only think of paying you back if I had extra money. I wanted to pay back the money you spent on your company and purchases, but I simply don't have any extra money. At this point, Huang Wentian sighed. I already feel really bad for not being able to help you before. So you absolutely must keep this money. Qin Yun still declined, saying, You have a younger sister, and besides, even after your mother's surgery, she's still. Huang Wentian, being a former soldier, immediately said, Qin Yun, if you don't accept this money, I won't be able to say anything more to you. Qin Yun was taken aback. So Huang Wentian had come to see him today, not just to return the money? Seeing this, Qin Yun finally accepted the money. He then got up and poured Huang Wentian a glass of water, saying, "All right, Brother Huang, just tell me what's on your mind." Huang Wentian then rubbed his hands together and said with a hint of embarrassment, "Qin Yun, to be honest, you've already helped me a lot. I'm really sorry to trouble you again today." Qin Yun smiled and said, "Brother Huang, are you beating around the bush with me now? Don't you know me? Just say what you need to say." Huang Wentian chuckled, not saying anything directly, but instead asking Qin Yun, "Qin Yun, what do you think of my brothers?" Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately understood what was going on. Huang Wentian's brothers were all retired soldiers who were used to life in the army and felt lost after returning home. They didn't have any special skills and could only earn money by doing manual labor. "That's why I've approached Qin Yun now." Qin Yun smiled and said, "Brother Huang, what are you saying? They are just like you, reliable people, and definitely tough guys." Qin Yun was definitely not flattering him when he said that. When Huang Wentian went to Wangjia village with him, although it was Old Man Wei's son who put in the effort in the end, they did not retreat an inch even without Huang Wentian. They fought to the bitter end, even without weapons. Qin Yun has already died hundreds of times over. "That's good," Huang Wentian then said. "Then I'll make a request, however I'm afraid. Whether you agree or not is up to you. Even if it's not possible, we absolutely won't say a word. Qin Yun, you should open another hawthorn juice stall soon. I've seen it before, and even if everyone pitches in, it'll be just the right size. If we open another one now, we might not have enough staff." Qin Yun nodded. What Huang Wentian said was true. The opening of the Hawthorn Grove was to temporarily hold off Zhao Liang and his men. "Oh, Brother Huang, you want them to come and open a hawthorn juice stall, right?" Qin Yun asked with a smile. "That's right." Huang Wentian didn't hide anything and directly asked for confirmation. Qin Yun thought for a moment and said, "Brother Huang, I actually thought about this issue when I first set up the hawthorn juice stall. Selling hawthorn juice is certainly an option. You have a lot of people there, but 5 people are enough to sell hawthorn juice. Including Huang Wentian, there are a total of 15 people, but selling hawthorn juice only requires about 5 people. I'll have my sister Wang Ju come and help you then, so we can sell them faster." Huang Wentian immediately stood up and thanked Qin Yun, saying, "Then I will thank Brother Qin on behalf of my brothers." Although Qin Yun only gave 5 people positions, it's better to have something than nothing. When the time comes, let those who are struggling financially go first. Just then, Qin Yun's voice rang out again. "But Brother Huang, you have to tell them. After the company opens, we need more people, and the salaries are higher, and we can also learn a lot. Whatever your choice, I welcome it wholeheartedly." Upon hearing these words, Huang Wentian was deeply moved. It turns out that Qin Yun had already planned out his brother's future, and the company he started later used their assets. "All right, Brother Qin, I understand. I'll let them know when the time comes." Since he felt deeply indebted, Huang Wentian didn't say anything more to express his gratitude. "I just kept it to myself. In addition, I'm afraid we'll need you to recruit some more people, Brother Huang. They must be honest and hardworking and absolutely cannot work sporadically. And we must not cheat or shirk our responsibilities." Qin Yun was very confident in himself. The company will definitely grow very large in the future, so we will need a lot of manpower. The reason Huang Wentian was chosen to find people was because he and his colleagues had worked at the docks before and knew quite a few people there. There will definitely be someone who fits the other person's choice. Huang Wentian nodded, patted his chest loudly, and said, "Don't worry, Qin Yun, I'll take care of this." The two chatted for a while longer, and seeing that it was getting late, they went out together to the temple fair stalls. It was still early, so Qin Yun didn't rush to set up his stall. Instead, he searched for the couple in the crowd. He hadn't forgotten yesterday how the couple not only tried to steal their stall, but also framed them. If they dare to come today and continue to cheat people right under my nose, I will definitely make them pay the price. More than 20 minutes passed, and just when Qin Yun thought they wouldn't appear, suddenly, 2 figures carrying large and small bags walked towards them. Qin Yun's eyes instantly darkened. The couple, the woman named Chun Sohua and the man named Zhao Fei, were carrying a large bag on their backs containing walnuts and apples, a local specialty of their village. "Honey, we're here again today. Are you all right? We offended someone yesterday. Chen Suihua spoke, her face showing some worry. Zhao Fei snorted coldly. What does it have to do with them if we sell our goods? That unlucky guy from yesterday is gone. He's nowhere to be found. What proof do they have? Zhao Fei's face was extremely confident. Soon, the two of them walked into the temple fair's stalls. Because of what happened yesterday, the two deliberately chose a location that was relatively far away. They then began to hawk their wares. Hey lady, want some walnuts? The shells are so thin, and they're all walnut kernels inside. They taste amazing. Seeing someone approaching, Chen Suihua immediately grabbed them and spoke. She's clearly only in her early 30s, but looks much younger than her, yet she calls me elder sister, without even asking. The man was so angry that he turned and left. You're blind. You don't even like it when I call you big sister? Your face is painted like a ghost's, really. As soon as Chen Suihua saw the woman leave, she pouted and cursed at the woman's retreating figure. She looks exactly like a shrew. Chapter 204 Direct Insults. When people don't buy her products, she constantly hurl insults at them. Chen Suihua felt she had done nothing wrong. Such good stuff should be snatched up as soon as it's taken out, just like Qin Yun and his group stuff. The woman who had just walked past heard Chen Suihua's voice and turned around, wanting to argue. But seeing her shrewish face, he simply left. As if she had won a battle, Chen Suihua plopped down in front of the stall and said to Zhao Fei next to her, Honey, I saw some sweet and sour hawthorn juice in the city yesterday. I want to go and try it. Can you buy me a cup? Zhao Fei refused without hesitation. That cup costs a lot of money. We don't have any. Nonsense. I could sell this bag of walnuts and apples for twice the price. How could I possibly not be able to buy it? Chen Suihua raised the scale in her hand and said defiantly, I don't care. I'm going to buy a cup as soon as I get the money. Buy. What a spendthrift woman. Zhao Fei cursed angrily and then fell silent. When it comes to selling things, Chen Suihua is the expert. He can only carry the goods over and chime in with a few words. Walnuts, mountain walnuts. Thin-shelled and plump, healthy and good for the brain. Chen Suihua opened her loud voice and began to hawk her wares. We also have apples. They taste absolutely delicious. A woman dressed in simple work clothes walked past me. The woman had a pretty face, but her clothes looked very worn and dirty. She was holding the hand of a very pretty little girl. Although his clothes were a bit old, they were spotless. Xiaoya, would you like to eat an apple? The woman crouched down and softly asked the little girl next to her. Tu won't eat it. The little girl glanced at the apple, swallowed hard, but still shook her head and spoke. The woman gently patted the girl's head with affection. Give me a few pounds of apples. They're not expensive. They're all brought from the mountains. I guarantee you'll enjoy them. Chen Suihua said. Judging from the child's expression, he must want to eat too. Hearing this, the woman nodded and said, Okay, then weigh 5 jin for me. Okay. Chen Suihua was overjoyed. She had finally made her first sale today. He winked at Zhao Fei beside him. Zhao Fei immediately understood, turned around, and went to the side to start picking out apples. Soon, Chen Suihua came over carrying a few apples. Back then, it wasn't an electronic scale, but a weight was used. You put the items on one end and the numbers on the bar indicated the weight. Generally speaking, if there is no problem with the scale, the higher the bar, the more weight it indicates. Look closely, it's really high up. Chen Suihua raised the pole in her hand and spoke to the woman. The woman glanced at it and nodded. He carefully took out the money wrapped in cloth from his pocket and asked, How much is this apple? 5 cents a pound. 5 pounds will be fine for $2.50. Chen Suihua was asking for an exorbitant price. You know, back then, a pound of pork only cost 1 yuan, but now a pound of apples costs 50 cents. How is that possible? The woman frowned and asked, These apples are too expensive. Apples sold here don't cost this much. Seeing that the money hadn't yet gone into her pocket, Chen Suihua forced a smile and said, Oh, you're right. These apples are something we carried all the way from the village with great difficulty. Moreover, this is a unique local specialty. The outer skin is very thin, and the flesh inside is very sweet. But it looks like. The woman hesitated, looked down, and realized that the apple on the plate just didn't look right. Don't worry, take it home and try it. The taste is guaranteed. As Chen Suihua spoke, She urged Zhao Fei, who was standing next to her, to bring over some walnuts and said to the woman, "How about this? I'll give you some more walnuts. The child should be in school by now. It's a time when they need to use their brains, so let's give them some extra help." Seeing the woman's still hesitant expression, Chen Suihua played the victim. "Just buy these things. We all come from the countryside. We toil in the soil to make a living, and these apples are a real pain to peel." It must be said that Chen Suihua's acting skills are quite impressive. With a sorrowful expression, she said, "My mother-in-law has been ill for over a month, and this money is all she has to rely on for treatment." These words made the woman feel somewhat reluctant to speak. He carefully handed the 2 yuan and 50 cents in his hand to Chen Suihua, then took the girl's hand and walked forward. Chen Suihua immediately took it without hesitation, a smile appearing on her face, and she even glanced at Zhao Fei triumphantly. Just as she was about to sit down comfortably, the woman's figure disappeared and then returned. Her face showed a hint of anger and confusion, and she was still holding half a bitten apple in her hand. "Why are the apples you sell like this?" The woman placed the apples on the stall and said, "Please give me an explanation." It's clear that the woman is well educated and remains rational at this moment. "For 2.5 yuan, I bought several rotten apples. Who can accept that?" However, Chen Suihua remained unhurried, glancing at the woman before saying calmly, "It's normal for an apple to have a few bad ones. Everyone gets a little sand in their food." "Then change it for me." Chen Suihua remained unchanged, not even raising her head. "Once something is sold, it's like spilled water. Where can you get it back? I trusted you so much back then. Where else could I find such a high price, 5 cents a pound?" The woman said, "But you sold me bad fruit, and now you won't even give me a refund. Give me my money back. I don't want this apple anymore." "That can't be refunded." "What a joke. Once the money's in Chen Suihua's pocket, why would she give it back? We're a small business too. Who told you not to choose carefully?" Chen Suihua spoke with absolute certainty. "Besides, when I sold it, I clearly marked the price and didn't lie to you." The woman was so angry that she couldn't utter a single word. "If I hadn't taken pity on her at the time, I would never have given her that money. Now they're actually claiming it's all their fault." She took a deep breath and pointed at the apples on the stall. "You sold bad fruit, and you're still so self-righteous. If you don't compensate me today, what can you do about it?" Chen Suihua, with an air of utter indifference, curled her lip and said, "Judging from your appearance, you don't have a husband, do you?" Chapter 205 Top-Level Treatment. This information is not difficult to deduce from the woman. If there were other men around, why would she be dressed like this? She must have done a lot of hard work. I advise you to save your breath. If you keep making a scene, what if some random guy suddenly appears and backs you up? TSK, TSK. Chen Suihua unleashed her old habit of arguing and cursing in the village, frantically smearing others with slander. The easiest way to ruin a woman is to smear her innocence. The woman was not like old Lady Qin or Luo Fingjiao. Her face flushed with anxiety, but she could only utter a few words. "Yuri talking nonsense." "Whether I'm talking nonsense or not, look at the girl next to you. You're saying there's a perfectly good girl right here, but her own mother is." Chen Suihua's insults were very harsh. Every word she uttered hit the woman in front of her where it hurt. The woman's fists were clenched tightly, and her eyes were already red. The girl beside her tugged at the woman's sleeve understandingly and said, "Mommy, don't cry, let's go." The woman let out a long sigh, but ultimately took the child's hand and turned to leave. She was ultimately just a weak woman, and she had always been independent and strong. What she couldn't stand the most was being slandered. Therefore, she needs to put in more effort than the average person at the factory. For her daughter's sake, she had no choice but to swallow her anger. "You're still looking." Just as she was about to leave, Chen Suihua's voice rang out behind her, scolding Zhao Fei. "What's so attractive about that vixen's face? She's completely bewitched you. If you like her, go after this vixen now, right now." These words were like a cold knife piercing the woman's heart. She had never suffered such injustice before. But she never looked back. She was all right. But for her daughter to see her mother being insulted would be a pain she could never accept for the rest of her life. Just then, a figure stood in front of her. He grabbed the apple from his hand and slammed it down on the stall, saying coldly, shortchanging customers, selling bad fruit, and insulting others. If I don't make you pay today, I'm not a Qin. Upon hearing this, Gao Zuohua immediately sneered twice and spread her legs, ready to sing. She was a powerful figure in the village, so how could she be bullied in the city? However, when she heard the last word, her expression changed. Qin? If I remember correctly, the one who identified them and fled like stray dogs was Qin Yun. Chen Zuehua suddenly looked up and, sure enough, saw Qin Yun. At this moment, Qin Yun was still holding a knife in his hand, his face extremely cold. Chen Zuehua was startled. Were they here to kill her? He immediately spoke in a trembling voice. What do you want? Qin Yun sneered, took the apples out of the bag, placed them on the stall, and slashed them down with a knife. The apple was immediately cut in half, revealing the black core inside. 4 in a row, each with the same situation. One of them even had a huge, wriggling worm inside, which looked absolutely disgusting. This is supposed to be thin-skinned and sweet? That's utter bullshit. Qin Yun snorted coldly. He had been in the village for a long time. Qingshui village had grown apples for a while, but because the roads were impassable, they could not be transported out and the villagers had to share them. Like this kind of apple, it's big, but it feels hollow when you tap it. Refund them immediately. Hearing Qin Yun's voice, Chen Zuohua felt a surge of anger. She had finally understood. This isn't a county town. How dare he lay a hand on her in broad daylight? Refund? Refund what? Chen Zuohua, on the contrary, revealed a meaningful smile. I just said, don't let any lovers come to stand up for you. I didn't expect that his lover would appear in just a few minutes. After saying that, Chen Zuohua looked Qin Yun up and down, sneered, and said, TSK, I didn't expect you to have this kind of taste. You even have relationships with the women in the factory. These words made the woman blush. He immediately turned to leave. Qin Yun blocked her way and said, if you act uprightly and honestly, what do you have to fear from what others say? If you leave now, she'll be overjoyed. The woman stopped in her tracks and looked up at Chen Zuohua's smug face. Of course, she wanted her to pay the price. Just stand here, don't say anything, leave the rest to me. Qin Yun spoke up, then turned around and coldly shouted at Chen Zuohua, you're talking nonsense. I only met her today. How could we possibly have a relationship? Upon hearing this, Chen Zuohua's face showed a few disdainful expressions. She had originally thought that Qin Yun had some other powerful methods. After all that fuss, it was all just talk. She wasn't afraid of that. Think about it. When has she ever been at a disadvantage in her village? He immediately unleashed a torrent of vulgarities, hurling insults at Qin Yun and the woman. Qin Yun's face remained unchanged. Taking advantage of the woman's anger, Qin Yun picked up the apples from the stall, borrowed a scale from a nearby vendor, weighed them, and loudly proclaimed, okay, it's supposed to weigh 5 jin, but on this scale, it doesn't even weigh 3 jin. Then, Qin Yun looked at Chen Zuohua and asked, do you admit that you were the one who shortchanged us? Chen Zuohua was enjoying her rant when she heard this and retorted without thinking. So what if you admit it? Where are you and that vixen? Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's expression finally changed. He then nodded toward the alleyway beside him. Feng Tian, dressed in uniform, led several people to Chen Zuohua, his eyes filled with coldness. We heard what you just said. You are suspected of shortchanging customers and selling inferior goods as superior ones. We will conduct an investigation in conjunction with the Industry and Commerce Department. In addition, you are also suspected of insulting soldiers, insulting the heroes who saved lives in the county, fabricating facts, and spreading rumors. Now we'll take you to the police station for further questioning. Feng Tian's words were extremely cold, and his gaze toward Chen Zuohua was full of indifference. In an instant, everyone was stunned, and Chen Zuohua looked at Qin Yun and the woman in disbelief. Soldiers? Where are the soldiers here? Feng Tian pointed directly to the woman beside him. Her husband is a hero who defended the country, a soldier who sacrificed his life. But you use such filthy words to insult others. I will submit a report to my superiors and deal with this to the fullest extent of the law. Chapter 206, A Great Satisfaction. No one expected that this woman had such a background. It turns out she was a soldier's widow. In this era, people have absolute admiration and respect for heroes who defend their country. If anyone insults a soldier, 8 out of 10 people will rush out and beat them up. Chun Suehua's actions just now have undoubtedly angered the public. Then Feng Tian pointed at Qin Yun and said to everyone, "As for this one, he is also a hero in our county. Not to mention that he was commended for saving people before, and later he also cracked a human trafficking case. Just a few days ago, he led his men to make a great contribution to eradicating bandits outside. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he made a tremendous contribution." The meeting has now largely concluded, and all that remains is some final work. The higher-ups have also agreed to release some of the more distant information first. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone's eyes turned to Qin Yun. It turns out that this unassuming young man had done something truly astonishing. Someone in the crowd started clapping, and in an instant, thunderous applause rang out. Qin Yun then bowed to everyone. Seeing that things were not going well, Chun Suohua's eyes darted around, and suddenly she lay down on the ground, shouting, "The city people are bullying us. I'm just a country person. I finally managed to come to the city to sell some goods." She had already bought them, but then she came back to return them. If it were a return, I would have given her a refund, but I never expected that the contents were all swapped out. Chun Suehua's face was full of sorrow. If someone who didn't know the details saw this, they would really feel sympathy for her. Qin Yun suddenly stepped forward and took out the bag of apples that was placed behind the stall. With a sharp tear, the apple inside was revealed to everyone. The apple inside looked big and round, but when Qin Yun stomped on it hard, the black and disgusting core inside was revealed to everyone. They're all the same kind of stuff as the ones that were just sold. Faced with overwhelming evidence, Chun Suehua was finally speechless. "I swear on my reputation, I just saw that Chun Suehua used the excuse that her mother was sick to get her to hand over the money, and when the other party came back with the money to confront her, she even insulted her." As soon as Qin Yun finished speaking, the person who had just witnessed the scene also spoke up. "I just saw it too. The insults were really harsh, and they even framed someone. Yes, I bought things from her before, and it turns out that all of them are the same. There's something wrong with the things she sells. And they even shortchanged us." Listening to the cacophony of voices, Chun Suehua was stunned. In her mind, once something was sold, it had nothing to do with her anymore. But today, Qin Yun taught her a harsh lesson. Seeing that she had incurred public wrath, Chun Suehua knew that no matter how eloquent she was, it would be useless. She turned around and started packing her things, preparing to slip away. Smack! In the crowd, someone threw a rotten egg, which hit Chun Suehua on the forehead without mercy. Chun Suehua touched the foul-smelling egg yolk on her head, finally unable to hold back any longer, and burst out at the crowd. "Are you all looking for death? How dare you throw rotten eggs at me? You all deserve to die." Halfway through her sentence, a series of graceful parabolas streaked through the air and struck her directly. Soon, Chun Suehua's body became unbearably smelly. But the people's hands didn't stop. Rotten eggs, rotten leaves, and someone in the crowd even threw a pair of shoe handles. Chun Suehua raised her hands to try to protect herself, but she had no way to stop the various things coming from all directions. Soon, her clothes were soaked in the foul water, and bruises appeared on her body. She reached out her hand to Zhao Fei beside her, but Zhao Fei waved his hand dismissively and stood aside. They didn't even offer the slightest help to Chun Suehua. Chun Suehua was both anxious and angry, but there was no way she could go over and confront Zhao Fei at the scene. When it was almost time, Feng Tian raised his hand to stop everyone, then waved his hand to let Chun Suehua drive away. As for Zhao Fei, he was also led by Feng Tian and followed behind. Even as she left, Chun Suehua continued to hurl insults at Qin Yun and the woman. "Qin Yun, thank you for this. My name is Zhou Mo, and I work at the chemical plant next door." The woman spoke to Qin Yun, her words and manners impeccable. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, saying, "My name is Qin Yun. Actually, I expected this to happen today." Qin Yun then recounted how Chun Suehua had set a trap for him the day before. Zhou Mo was stunned by what she heard. Unexpectedly, Chun Suehua, who looked pitiful on the surface, was actually so dark inside. "Okay, I have something to do. I need to cook for the kids when I get back. After chatting for a while, Zhou Mo spoke first, greeted Qin Yun, and then walked to the other side. Qin Yun also returned to Chen Shuqi's stall. Today's items were some leftovers from yesterday. There weren't many, and they sold out quickly. Tonight, hawthorn water is the main focus. Huang Kuan and the others handed over all their goods to Zhao Liang, while Huang Wentian and the others began selling water. At this moment, their side had the largest crowd in the entire temple fair. Almost everyone received one, and there were still quite a few people standing outside. Huang Wentian walked over with a cup of hawthorn water, wiped the sweat from his forehead, handed the water to Qin Yun, and said, "It seems that selling hawthorn water is really a skill. If you want to sell it well, you still need to practice." Qin Yun smiled and nodded. "It's all right, the hawthorn juice is ready now. What we need to practice next is our speed and agility." Qin Yun was confident that the brothers Huang Wentian brought were definitely hard-working and capable. It will take a very short time for them to grow up. Qin Yun took the cup of hawthorn water and drank it all in one gulp. After thinking for a moment, he asked Huang Wentian for another cup before swaying and walking towards the alley where Boss Pai was. More than half an hour later, Qin Yun knocked on the door. Ma Tongtian hurriedly ushered Qin Yun inside, saying, "It's good that you came now. If it had been any later, Boss Pai would have been asleep. At that time, even the King of Heaven himself won't be able to wake you up." Qin Yun smiled, chatted with Ma Tongtian for a while, and then walked inside. "Oh, I thought Boss Qin had completely forgotten about me. After all, I'm quite the celebrity now." As soon as he entered, Boss Pai spoke in a sarcastic tone. Chapter 207 Discussing Cooperation. This was Qin Yun's first visit to Boss Pai since he ran away from Wangjia village. Logically speaking, given how much Boss Pai helped him, if it weren't for the people she sent arriving at the scene, Qin Yun would have already fallen into the hands of the bandits. It's indeed a bit late to come see her now. However, Qin Yun also knew that Boss Pai was just joking and didn't mean any harm. Qin Yun smiled and placed the hawthorn juice on the table, saying, "Didn't I come here to apologize to you? Also, there's something else I'd like to discuss with you." Upon hearing this, Boss Pai's eyes lit up. He took the hawthorn water Qin Yun offered and drank it all in one gulp, not caring about his image at all, before saying, "This is the first time Boss Qin has seriously asked me to cooperate. Tell me about it." She had approached Qin Yun before, expressing her intention to collaborate several times. But Qin Yun rejected them all. Boss Pai felt a mix of emotions, especially seeing how well Qin Yun's hawthorn juice was selling in the county town. But now Qin Yun is actually taking the initiative to seek cooperation with her. Mr. Pai is very much looking forward to this collaboration. Qin Yun didn't hide anything and said, "It's like this, haven't I been working on home decoration lately? We need some furniture here." Boss Pai nodded. Although she wasn't very optimistic about this business, it was something Qin Yun insisted on doing. It's too early to say whether it will work out. Qin Yun continued. However, due to the climate, there are no trees suitable for making furniture in Luo City. In that case, the furniture can only be transported back from the south. Although the bandits won't dare to show their faces this time, there will inevitably be some bumps along the way, and the travel expenses are also a problem. Upon hearing this, Boss Pai nodded. Her family was in this kind of business, and some items even needed to be shipped here from abroad. She was well aware of the significant losses incurred along the way. Qin Yun then changed the subject. "But when I went to Wangjia village last time, I saw that there were many trees suitable for making furniture. So, I'd like to talk to you about this project." Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Boss Pai did not rush to agree. Instead, he pondered for a moment before saying, "What do you want me to do?" "The first thing is that when you buy things from abroad, you should try to choose a batch of trendy gadgets, such as lamps, carpets, etc., which are cheap but are still considered imported products. After deducting the shipping costs, customs duties, and other expenses, we will split the subsequent sales profits 40/60ths. You take it 6. Okay, no problem." Boss Pai agreed without hesitation. Anyway, her family needed to ship things from abroad, so buying these things wouldn't be a difficult task. In addition, there are the trees from Wangjia village. Zhao Liang and his convoy can transport them, but they still need to be processed before they arrive here. I'm okay at selling things, but I know absolutely nothing about how to run a factory. So I hope you can send some technicians over to help me set up the factory. As for the money, I'll take a portion, you'll take a portion, and we can split the profits according to a shareholding system. Upon hearing Qin Yun's words, Boss Pai's face lit up with excitement. People in this era were just beginning to understand the private economy, and many companies later broke up because of unequal distribution of profits. The shareholding system that Qin Yun proposed effectively avoided this problem from the very beginning. Who gets how many shares can all be decided in advance. Another advantage of doing this is that if the two people cannot raise all the money, they can offer some more shares to attract other investors. The risks are shared, but the decision-making power still rests with the two individuals. Qin Yun, sometimes I really doubt whether you are a person of this era. Boss Pai shook his head and spoke to Qin Yun. Qin Yun's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that his identity as a reincarnated person had been exposed? How did Boss Pai find out? But Boss Pai's next words put Qin Yun at ease again. Your idea is really ahead of its time. I just got a batch of books on the concept of a shareholding system a few days ago to study. Even I only have a superficial understanding, but you can explain it completely. Boss Pai's face was full of praise. Tell me, if I told people you weren't from Kyoto or Shanghai, who would believe me? Qin Yun smiled. So that's what Boss Pai was talking about. He chuckled and said, I only learned about these things by auditing a few lectures at Qingqing University. All right. Boss Pai clearly didn't believe this explanation, but she didn't say much. After all, everyone has their own secrets, and she wasn't a voyeur who wanted to know everything. Okay, I'll take this to heart, but you should be prepared that the first thing you mentioned can be brought to you on the way next time it's delivered. But the second thing, opening a factory, is not so easy to do. Boss Pai began to explain. First, there's the issue of acquiring land, and then there's the construction of other facilities. The first thing to do when building a factory is to improve the surrounding environment, including waste disposal and so on. These are all problems. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, then blinked and said, It's all right. This is still a prototype, but I can guarantee that once the factory is built, we're sure to make a fortune. How so? Boss Pai turned to Qin Yun and asked, her eyes full of surprise. In her eyes, Qin Yun was like a treasure, and she really wanted to hear his insights. Qin Yun glanced at the map hanging behind Boss Pai, pulled it over and put it on the table, pointed to the location of Luocheng and said, Look, our Luocheng is in the south of Jin, which can be considered the central region, and with the upcoming large-scale infrastructure construction from above. As a transportation hub in the entire North China region, this place will inevitably see a lot of traffic. As long as we can build a reputation, our influence will reach all directions. In Qin Yun's mind, a grand and magnificent blueprint had already been conceived. From Qingshui village to Luocheng, from Luocheng to Shanxi province, and then to the whole country, their brand is known. At that time, making money will be very easy, right? These words shocked Boss Pai beyond belief. Chapter 208 The Factory's Beginnings. Qin Yun has a good business sense, which Boss Pai knows. His words seemed to have some kind of magic. Everything he said eventually came true. The same applies to what I'm talking about today. After Qin Yun finished speaking, the two of them sat back down in their seats. Okay, I agree to this cooperation. After your company has been making stable profits for a while, I will send someone over to help you set up the factory. Do you have any ideas about this location? Without thinking, Qin Yun said directly. It will be built in Qingshui village, where everyone is from the same village, and the water resources there are very abundant. Qin Yun originally wanted to build it in Wangjia village, but unfortunately, although Wangjia village was rich in forest resources, the roads were too inconvenient. Even if there is a large-scale infrastructure development project in the future, it still won't be able to extend to his area. After careful consideration, only Qingshui village is the best choice. As the saying goes, a kind heart cannot command an army, and righteousness cannot accumulate wealth. If you want to do business and make money, you must do things officially. Boss Pai gave his instructions. Qin Yun smiled and nodded, without refuting the idea, though he did not agree with it in his heart. If you treat others with sincerity, you will receive sincerity in return. There's one more thing. After discussing other more specific details, Boss Pai continued, "It's related to your encounter with bandits in Wangjia village." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun sat up straight. Boss Pai pulled out a document and placed it on the table, saying, "This document is the record of the interrogation of those bandits. Of course, I obtained these things through my special connections, so there may be some omissions. You can only look at it here, you can't take it out." Qin Yun gave Boss Pai a grateful look. In fact, this matter had nothing to do with her, but she still sent people to help him without any complaints. Now they've even found him this closely guarded information. As for not being able to take it out, Qin Yun didn't feel the slightest bit of aversion. After reading through the records, Qin Yun's eyes narrowed. The bandits on this site didn't actually know the specific details, but based on the records here, someone did come looking for the boss at that time, and they gave us over 10 kilograms of gold. The bandits didn't believe in money, only in gold and silver. While the other party was talking to their leader, the leader told the others to leave. So we don't know the specifics of what was discussed. According to them, 2 or 3 people saw the man as he left. Boss Pai stood up and walked to the door. After making sure no one was outside, he said, "The man was wearing shiny leather shoes. The person we interrogated provided a photo of a suit, and the man was indeed wearing that kind of clothing." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's expression suddenly turned serious, and he slowly said, "Could it be that it's someone from the Luo family again?" Boss Pai nodded. "I guess it's most likely them. They are the only ones who have a grudge against you. But we still have no evidence. These are just our guesses. And to be honest, the Luo family has a lot of influence. They are not even inferior to me." This was a fact that Qin Yun already knew. To bring down the Luo family, they would only have a slight chance if they obtained irrefutable evidence. This requires the efforts of many people. "Okay, I understand. Anyway, thank you. I'll let Uncle Gao know about this when the time is right." Qin Yun finally stood up and spoke earnestly to Boss Pai. Boss Pai chuckled, downed the rest of the hawthorn juice in one gulp, and said with a smile, "This hawthorn juice is a bit cold. Autumn is coming soon. It won't turn yellow, will it?" Qin Yun wasn't angry at the teasing remark and said, "That's true. I've been thinking about adding another flavor these past few days. Autumn is approaching now, and although hawthorn water is delicious, it is ultimately a cooling drink. People gradually lose interest after drinking too much." After chatting with Boss Pai for a while, Qin Yun finally left the room and returned to the courtyard. Everyone has been selling things all day and is a bit tired. Huang Kuan simply prepared some late-night snacks, but everyone enjoyed them very much. After settling the accounts, Qin Yun addressed the crowd, saying, "Now that all our products have been sold, we have 2 main focuses going forward. One is the hawthorn juice, and the other is the company. Boss Pai mentioned it to me today, and after thinking about it, I think our hawthorn juice stall really should get some new items. I'll think about it carefully these next couple of days, and then I'll go look for raw materials." Everyone nodded in agreement upon hearing Qin Yun's words. Huang Kuan then said, "I don't understand these things either. Qin Yun, you can think about it. We'll sell them." "Okay." Qin Yun smiled and agreed. There was no rush. Although it was already autumn, there would still be a few more days of hot weather in the fall. There's no need to worry about the sales of hawthorn juice. After dinner, Qin Yun told everyone who had been working hard for several days to go back to sleep, while he stayed behind to clean up the mess. Half an hour later, Qin Yun finally returned to his room and went to sleep. Qin Yun slept soundly until after 10 a.m. before waking up. Just as he was getting up to brush his teeth and go buy meat and vegetables, he suddenly heard footsteps outside the door. Qin Yun raised his eyes and looked towards the door. A figure was seen struggling to carry 2 baskets on a shoulder pole, both filled with large, fresh hawthorns. "Auntie, what brings you here?" Qin Yun quickly stood up. The person who came was Li Ho's wife, named Wang Hong, who was also an honest and law-abiding person. It was clear that Wang Hong had exerted a lot of effort to walk to the city. There were even marks on her shoulders from the exertion. His face was also covered in sweat. Qin Yun quickly said, "Come on, Auntie, let's go back and rest first." Wang Hong smiled and declined, saying, "No need, Qin Yun. I'm covered in dirt. I'll just get dirty if I go in." Qin Yun said, "What are you saying, Auntie? We're both from Qingshui village. I may have moved to the city, but that doesn't mean I'm a completely different person, does it?" As he spoke, Qin Yun pulled Wang Hong into the room. First, he poured Wang Hong a glass of hawthorn water, then cut up the remaining large watermelon and placed it in front of her. "Come on, Auntie, eat as much as you like," Qin Yun said with a smile. "Don't rush back at noon today. Have lunch here and go back in the evening." Wang Hong was about to refuse when Qin Yun spoke up. "When I was little, my family was poor, and you gave me a lot of food. You have to give me a chance." Chapter 209 New Products. Hearing this, Wang Hong could only nod in agreement. After Wang Hong had rested for a while, Qin Yun asked, "Auntie, why are you here today? Where's Uncle Li?" Li Ho usually delivers the hawthorns, but today it was Wang Hong who came to the city. Wang Hong sighed and said, "Your uncle's old ailment flared up yesterday. His back was hurting terribly. He wanted to go up the mountain yesterday, but the 2-hour journey took him 4 or 5 hours. In the end, I had to go up the mountain and bring him back." Upon hearing this, Qin Yun immediately asked with concern, "Auntie, how is Uncle Li now? Is he still seriously ill?" Wang Hong waved her hand and said, "It's nothing. It's an old problem. I was afraid of delaying your work today, so I came by myself. I didn't know where you bought it, so I just came here." Qin Yun nodded. "Okay, then after we finish eating, I'll go to the hospital with you to buy some medicine for Uncle Li. This illness cannot be delayed, otherwise it will become a big problem later." Wang Hong, however, was somewhat dismissive. Hadn't everyone in the village always lived like this? But seeing Qin Yun's insistence, Wang Hong finally agreed. After a while, Wang Hong spoke again. "Qin Yun, there's something else I want to tell you." "Auntie, you tell me." Wang Hong hesitated before speaking. "Your uncle's illness won't get better anytime soon, but he told me that you need a lot of things, and you can't miss a single day. So I was thinking about whether I could find someone else." Qin Yun nodded. This was indeed very necessary. Although I wanted to develop a new flavor, these things can't be rushed. Besides, it's still very hot now, so hawthorn juice sales are still pretty good. "Okay, let's go back together today. I'll find someone to get some more hawthorns." After settling Wang Hong in, Qin Yun went to the farmer's market to buy some vegetables and meat, and then cooked a very sumptuous lunch. It wasn't until the afternoon, when the temperature had dropped slightly, that Qin Yun went to the pharmacy to buy some ointment and some fruit, and then set off with Wang Hong on their way back to the village. Because they were riding bicycles, it took them more than an hour to reach the entrance of Qinshui village. Looking at the wisps of smoke rising from the village, a complex expression appeared in Qin Yun's eyes. The small house that my younger sister and I had moved out of before had already been smashed up by the Qin family. There was a large hole in the roof, and the yard was full of weeds, with mosquitoes flying everywhere. Seeing Qin Yun in a daze, Wang Hong spoke up from the side. "The Qin family is really despicable. Last time you came back to the city, they came up and smashed your house without saying a word." Qin Yun smiled, not caring much. Anyway, he didn't plan to come back to live here again. The house is dilapidated, so be it. Further inside are the Qin family's houses. Now, members of the Qin family are either in prison or have gone to the city to make a living. The old house was now completely empty. Moreover, for some unknown reason, the weeds in the Qin family's house grew more and faster than in other places. Even the walls were covered in weeds, giving it a gloomy look. Along the way, Qin Yun encountered many villagers who greeted him with smiles. If Qin Yun hadn't told them how to catch fish, the entire Qinshui village would probably be in an even worse state now. Therefore, they all held Qin Yun in high esteem. Qin Yun smiled and nodded in return. Soon, the two arrived at Li Ho's home. Li Hojia's house is located at the back of the village, where the air is quite damp, and their house has been built for quite some time. It's not comfortable to live there. "Qin Yun, you've arrived?" At this moment, Li Hozheng was lying in bed covered with a quilt, and large beads of sweat were dripping from his forehead because of the pain. There was a cup of hot water on the table on the kong, a heated brick bed. Seeing Qin Yun walk in, he immediately showed an apologetic expression and struggled to stand up to greet Qin Yun. Qin Yun quickly stepped forward and said, "Uncle Li, you don't need to get up yet." Li Ho smiled apologetically and said, "Qin Yun, I'm really sorry, my back hurts terribly from standing here, so I'm afraid I won't be able to pick hawthorns for the next few days." As he spoke, Li Ho seemed to remember something and stood up again, saying, Oh right. You paid me a month's wages before, and there's still more than a week left. I'll pay you back. Qin Yun smiled and stopped Li Ho's actions. What are you saying, Uncle Li? It's not like I won't need you anymore. You can take this money first. As he spoke, Qin Yun took out a plaster from the things he had with him. Uncle Li, try this. The doctor said it's very effective. Li Ho's face was full of surprise as he asked. Qin Yun, this medicine must cost a lot of money, right? Old woman, quickly give the money to Qin Yun. Qin Yun quickly waved his hand. Uncle, this medicine doesn't cost much, so just use it without worry. If it works, or if it relapses later, we'll talk about it then. Li Ho wanted to say something more, but Qin Yun had already steered the conversation to another topic, so he could only keep the matter in mind for now. As Wang Hong applied the ointment to Li Ho let out a comfortable moan within minutes. Uncle Li, how is it? Qin Yun asked with a smile. Li Ho's face was full of gratitude as he said, It feels so good. This plaster feels like a furnace is burning. I've never felt so relaxed before. The two sat on the Kong, a heated brick bed, and chatted for a while. Wang Hong then brought over a few juju buns that had been baked over a fire, and also gave them a jar of tea. Li Ho and his group are outsiders, not local residents of Qingshui village. In their area, there is a custom of brewing tea with date buns, red dates, and other things placed on the side, which tastes very good. Qin Yun picked up the tea and took a sip. A sweet taste immediately filled his mouth. Uncle Li, what did you add to this? How come the tea is so sweet? Upon hearing Qin Yun's question, Uncle Li immediately replied, The tea leaves here are our large leaf tea. However, the usual way of brewing tea, like the hawthorn water you used before, is raw tea, while the tea I brought back is roasted tea. Although the tea leaves produced this way are not as fresh, I will add other things during the tea frying process, so that they have both tea flavor and sweetness. Pair it with a juju bun, and it tastes amazing. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun's eyes lit up immediately. He had been thinking about what new flavor of tea to come up with, and now this new product has appeared out of the existing ones. Uncle Li, I have a money-making opportunity here. Would you like it? Qin Yun immediately turned to Li Ho and asked. Li Ho smiled, eating the jujube cake, and said, Yes, of course I want it. Chapter 2 Tin Debt Collection at the door. You search high and low without finding it, only to have it come to you effortlessly. This was Qin Yun's only thought. What a coincidence. I never expected that Li Ho would also have the skill of frying tea. Now that autumn is approaching, what's the main focus? It's all about health and wellness. With this tea and some peach slices, Qin Yun had already thought of a name for it. Peach black tea. The term large leaf tea is actually a general term. Specifically, there are black tea, green tea, or dark tea. For example, green teas like Longjing and Biluakun have larger leaves during their growth process, so they can be considered large leaf teas. There is also dark tea, which is formed through long-term microbial fermentation and oxidation. This type of tea is very special, including Yunnan Pu'er tea and Manhwa dark tea. The leaves develop to be larger, making the tea leaves more substantial. For example, black teas like Lapsang Sochong and Chiman black tea undergo processes such as spreading, rolling, and fermentation during production, resulting in larger leaf sizes. The tea from Qingshui village is a type of black tea. As for peaches, although this fruit mostly ripens in the summer, there are some differences depending on the region. Although Qingshui village doesn't have peaches, Qin Yun's uncle's village does. This will also help my uncle and his family earn more money. Thinking of this, Qin Yun asked Uncle Li, Uncle Li, how many tea leaves can you process in a day? Also, do you have any expectations in mind? Li Ho was taken aback. After swallowing the steamed bun in his mouth, he asked, Qin Yun, do you want some? How much more will this cost? I can just cook it for you and send it over. Qin Yun shook his head and explained that he wanted to combine the tea and peaches to make tea leaves and sell them in the city. Li Ho clearly couldn't understand Qin Yun's thoughts. This is just tea. How can it be related to peaches? After asking again, Li Ho did some calculations and said, I can probably cook about this much per day. If you want others to come and make tea, it will take them at least a week to master the knack. Qin Yun nodded and said, How about this, Uncle Li? I'll give you 5 yuan a day for the tea leaves you make. 5 yuan. Li Ho was completely stunned. 5 yuan is equivalent to a week's wages for someone in the city, but Li Ho only made so much money by frying tea at home. He couldn't believe it even if you beat him to death. Of course, this is just an advance payment, which is given to you first. As for the specific amount sold in the city, I will give you 10% commission for each cup sold. Qin Yun continued. I'll give you the rest of the money after it exceeds 5 yuan. You mean I can get more money? Li Ho's eyes were filled with disbelief. He originally thought that 5 yuan was the most money he could get, but he didn't expect Qin Yun to give him even more. However, the surprises were not over yet. Qin Yun continued. And Uncle Li, I'd like to have other people come and learn how to make tea, because I'm afraid there won't be enough to sell. I hope you won't hold back when the time comes. This is exactly what Qin Yun fears most. Unlike the hawthorn water from before, peach black tea doesn't have a standardized process, so everything has to be controlled by people. Of course. Li Ho immediately said, Qin Yun, what are you saying? Qin Yun, you're a good kid. How could I possibly betray you? You can leave this to your uncle without worry. Qin Yun said with a smile. Uncle, of course I trust you. These people won't learn tea making from you for nothing. When they sell the tea they make, they'll give you a 10% cut. When it's ready, Uncle Li will still be in charge. He just needs to make sure that each batch of tea tastes good. Li Ho readily agreed to Qin Yun's suggestion. Making money while sitting down? Where in the world can you find such a good thing? Seeing that Qin Yun and Li Ho were having a great time chatting, Wang Hong didn't rush them. Instead, she took out tea leaves and juju buns from the large cabinet behind her and put them on the table. While eating, Qin Yun said, however, Uncle Li may need to put in a little more effort when frying the tea leaves at the beginning. The flavor of this tea is still a bit too strong. Li Ho nodded. The Northwest was desolate, yet it possessed a unique beauty. This tea also has a distinct regional character. The tea leaves are thick and rich, and when paired with dry yet sweet juju paste, the taste is excellent. However, it doesn't quite feel right to just sell tea. So Qin Yun also thought about changing the flavors here. The two chatted until late. Although Li Ho usually only does some farm work, he has his own unique insights into tea making. He explained everything to Qin Yun, from selecting the tea leaves to controlling the heat and adding seasonings. Qin Yun absorbed this knowledge while simultaneously making his own requests. It wasn't until nightfall that the two of them hurriedly went to sleep. The next morning, while Qin Yun was still asleep, he heard the sound of gongs and drums coming from outside. Accompanying this was a voice filled with extreme resentment. Qin Yun, give me the money. Qin Yun frowned, then struggled to get out of bed, put on his shoes, and went outside. A large crowd had already gathered at Li Ho's door. In the open space in the middle, He Wenho and Wu Shui were standing. Upon seeing these two people, a cold smile immediately appeared on Qin Yun's face. When Qin Sihai brought the two of them to the city, the two naive people really thought that Qin Sihai would help them make a lot of money. As it turned out, Qin Sihai tricked the two men into cutting off their kidneys. In the end, although they were given some money, they could never do heavy work again. Rural people rely on the land for a living, and if they cannot do heavy work, it means they have no source of income at all. They can only sit back and watch their money run out. In just a few short months, Wu Shui and He Wenho in front of me have aged many years. His face was covered in wrinkles, and his hair was already gray and brittle, making him look exceptionally pitiful. His back was hunched over, and he was walking unsteadily toward Li Ho's house. The only thing that hasn't changed is the expression on his face. The gaze directed at Qin Yun held a ferocity as fierce as that of a jackal. It looked like they wanted to bite a piece of flesh off Qin Yun. Qin Yun, the sins of the father must be paid by the son. Qin Sihai has ruined us, so you should be the one to pay us back. Wu Shui was the first to speak, shouting at Qin Yun. His condition was even worse than He Wenho's. This is because he simply cannot control his mouth and always drinks alcohol, but he cannot digest the alcohol after it goes down his throat. Chapter 211, Digging a Trap for the Qin Family. Now, Wu Shui not only has extremely thinning hair, but also an extremely pale complexion, bluish lips, and a piece of flesh rotting next to his face. His appearance was so pitiful, it was beyond words. At this moment, the words he spoke to Qin Yun were full of aggressiveness. He Wenho, who was standing next to him, also spoke up. That's right. Your father lied to us and took all our kidneys. Now that he's in jail, who cares about us? He-Wen-Ho was furious. He should be in the prime of his life, but because of Qin Si-hai, he now looked like an old man in his twilight years. Yes, you have to be responsible for the rest of our lives, and you also have to help me find a wife. Wu Shui also spoke up, looking completely at ease. Sun Zhu, standing in the crowd, couldn't take it anymore. After a cold laugh, he said, still trying to get married? Look at the state you're in now. If you were to get married, wouldn't you be celebrating a wedding one day and a funeral the next? These sarcastic remarks struck a chord with Wu Shui, and his expression immediately turned cold. Good heavens, this is like killing someone by attacking their spirit. You son of a bitch, shut up. Wu Shui immediately sneered at Sun Zhu. If you dare say another word, I'll come to your house every day from now on. I'd rather die in your house. Sun Zhu immediately flew into a rage. He had always been hot-tempered and could not tolerate being threatened. He picked up a stick from the side and was about to attack Wu Shui. Sun Dazhuang's mother, who was standing nearby, quickly stopped them. She was, after all, a woman, and in this village, she was still afraid of getting into trouble. Qin Yan also indicated to Sun Zhu that it was unnecessary. These two people have nothing else to do right now. Getting involved with them is like getting involved with a piece of leech. Paying attention to him only makes him more enthusiastic. Qin Yan, what the hell are you talking about? Either give each of us 20 yuan a month right now, or we'll move into your house. I'd like to see who's more ruthless, you or me. Qin Yan suddenly had an idea, and then said, you want me to give you money, right? Everyone in the entire Qin Shui village knows that I have absolutely no connection with the Qin family anymore. You're rummaging through my dirt pile, instead of going to a mountain of gold. What? Did you take your brain with you when you took a kidney? Wu Shuigang was about to start cursing again when He-Wen-Ho stopped him. Compared to Wu Shui, he was more astute and keenly grasped the meaning behind Qin Yun's words, immediately asking, Qin Shan? What do you mean by that? Qin Yun sneered. Don't you even look at yourself? The Qin family is no longer what it used to be. Their eldest grandson attends the best university in the county. He works part-time after class and earns more than the workers in the city. Not to mention, Qin Erzhan is now a full-time employee at the factory. I even saw old lady Qin eating a roast chicken last time. Even in the city, how many people can afford roast chicken? These words made He-Wen-Ho and Wu Shui's eyes light up. So, does that mean the Qin family is now wealthy? The resentment in her eyes when she looked at Qin Yun was gone. In fact, they didn't have much hatred for Qin Yun. They only came to him to ask for money because he was Qin Si-hai's son. If we're talking about hatred, the hatred is definitely greater with the Qin family. If it weren't for Qin Si-hai, they would never have lost their kidneys. And now, the Qin family is actually doing even better? How could they possibly tolerate this? All right, Qin Yun, you said it. We'll go to the city today. If we can't catch the Qin family, we'll still have to go to your house. Qin Yun sneered inwardly. It has always been the Qin family that has been tripping him up, but today, he is determined to do something to the Qin family in return. Why did he come to my house to find me? Even if we find it, it's just a matter of going to Feng Tian once. They can't possibly turn the tide. However, I must remind you that the Qin family's temperament is well known in Qin Shui village. They are the type who will not turn back until they hit a brick wall. If you go and ask them, they will definitely deny it to the death. Qin Yun's words made sense. Wu Shui and He-Wen-Ho both nodded, then put away the gongs and drums and walked out of the courtyard gate. As the two left, Sun Zhu walked over and greeted Qin Yun. Not bad. You've set a trap for the Qin family right away, and it was a very good trap. Two brainless people going to find a whole family of crooked people. It's just dogs fighting each other. Qin Yun smiled and said, now they're in for a rough time. All right, it's getting late. Let's go have a meal at Uncle's house today. Sun Zhu patted Qin Yun on the shoulder again and said. Qin Yun did not refuse. He and Sun Dazhuang were good friends. When he left old Qin's house before, Sun Dazhuang brought some things from his home to help him out. Later, Sun Zhu also helped Qin Yun a lot. The two arrived at Sun Zhu's house, where Sun Zhu took out the wine he had hidden earlier and personally poured Qin Yun a glass. Dazhuang's mother also prepared a sumptuous lunch. Here, this cup is Uncle's way of thanking you. If it weren't for you, Dazhuang wouldn't know what he'd be doing now. Sun Zhu smiled and raised his wine glass towards Qin Yinduan. That's the truth. Ever since Sun Dazhuang went to the city, he's brought him back some nice things every now and then. Sun Dazhuang is still unmarried, and he keeps all his money at home. Qin Yin took the wine glass and drank it all in one gulp, then asked, Uncle, have you been busy with farm work these past few days? Sun Zhu, who knew about the recent events in the village, understood the implication in Qin Yun's words and said with a smile, Is it because Li Ho can't pick the hawthorns anymore? Leave this to me, Uncle. I'll go pick hawthorns tomorrow and deliver them to the city. All right, then I'll trouble you, Uncle. As he spoke, Qin Yun took out some money from his pocket and put it on the table. Uncle, this is the wages for the past few days. We need to pick more hawthorns these days, because after a while, we'll be picking less. By then, the autumn harvest will be over, and we can definitely make a lot of money by frying tea. Sun Zhu agreed without hesitation, but refused to accept the money on the table no matter what. Qin Yun, listen to your uncle. If it weren't for you, my eldest daughter would still be kept in the dark by that little brat. Qin went on. I absolutely cannot accept this money. Seeing that Qin Yun was still pushing and shoving, Sun Zhu said, Besides, your uncle will be doing big work with you later. Hearing Sun Zhu say this, Qin Yun had no choice but to put the money back into his pocket. He silently remembered Sun Zhu's benevolence and righteousness. Chapter 2 1230 Yuan. Anyway, I'll be building a factory in Qingshui village in the future, so it wouldn't hurt to take care of Sun Zhu then. After the meal, Qin Yun rode his bicycle towards the county town, feeling an unprecedented sense of joy. Meanwhile, in the Qin family's room, old Madame Qin and Qin Wentong were having dinner together. Although what was laid out on the table wasn't anything fancy, it was still much better than what we'd had in the village. Firstly, every time Qin Wentong finished get off work at the school cafeteria, he would secretly scavenge some things from the kitchen. Secondly, no matter how stingy Qin Erzhan and his aunt were, they couldn't resist old lady Qin's persuasive skills, and she would add extra meals every few days. Just as the group was enjoying their meal, a loud knocking suddenly sounded on the door. Qin Erzhan called out, Who is it? Auntie was still muttering to herself, pointing at Qin Wentong sitting next to her. It must be that damn brother Wang again. You do nothing all day but come here at mealtimes. Aren't you just trying to freeload? He hasn't accomplished anything, yet he has the nerve to come to our house and freeload. Qin Wentong's expression changed immediately. He was about to put down his chopsticks and argue with his second aunt, but then he remembered that he couldn't even afford to contribute any money at home, so he could only shut his mouth. The second aunt became even more smug, thinking to herself, These days, whoever has more money has more say. What nonsense are you spouting? My precious grandson is not someone you can talk to. Just then, old Mrs. Qin spoke up. She wasn't afraid of her second aunt, and upon hearing that her second aunt could be so presumptuous, she immediately spoke in a cold voice. Just as my aunt was about to say something, a loud bang suddenly came from outside. Then came Qin Ershan's angry voice. You are bandits. Who told you where we live? Grandma Qin and the others felt a chill run down their spines and immediately walked towards the door. When they saw the two people standing at the door, their hearts pounded and they sensed something was wrong. Two figures were standing outside. It was He Wen-ho and Wu Shui. After listening to Qin Yun's words, the two immediately stepped into the city. Although Qin Yun had given them the address, they still had to ask many people before they finally found their way here. Stop talking nonsense and hurry up and give me the money. From now on, your Qin family will have to support the two of us. He Wen-ho took the lead, pointing at old lady Qin's nose and cursing, like father, like son. If you hadn't given birth to this thing, how could we have ended up like this? I don't care. If you don't give me the money today, I'll lie here right now. Qin Erzhan was at a loss as he looked at the two men's arrogant and domineering manner. This matter is indeed inextricably linked to them. After all, it was Qin Sihai who removed the kidneys from the two people and made a lot of money from it. The first one who couldn't hold back was Qin Wentong. You're talking nonsense. Ask yourselves, if it weren't for your own greed, would things have turned out like this? Could it be that my dad dragged you all here in the city? He Wen-ho and Wu Shui were both taken aback upon hearing this. Qin Wentong is right. If he hadn't been greedy for that money, he wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Even back in the wine shop, Qin Yun had reminded them. Unfortunately, the impending riches and glory had already blinded them, and they didn't consider any of this. Qin went on, "Don't think you can lecture me just because you went to university a few years ago." Just then, Wu Shui spoke up coldly. "If your father did nothing wrong, how come he's been arrested? You dare to fart at me here?" Second aunt retorted, "You two idlers from Qingshui village, if you want money, go ask Qin Sihai in prison. It's your skill to get it. What are you doing disturbing me and Erzhan?" Wu Shui and He Wenho had long since lost their patience. He Wenho roared, "I'll find whoever fathered the child. You Qin Erzhan and Qin Sihai are from the same mother. Is it wrong for you to ask me for money? Go ask whoever you want. The Qin family has no money." Compared to others, old lady Qin remained as steady as a mountain, insisting that she had no money. He Wenho and Wu Shui exchanged a glance, and then rushed into the house. Qin Erzhan and Qin Wentong tried to stop them for a long time, but couldn't. Instead, He Wenho slapped him so hard that he saw stars. Upon entering the room, a glint of light immediately appeared in the eyes of Wu Shui and He Wenho. Today's dish is a stew of cabbage, tofu, and meat, although the meat was stolen by Qin Wentong from the school's kitchen. In addition, there were some spicy vegetables bought from the farmer's market, and pig's head meat that the owner had had for several days but hadn't sold, which he then sold to Qin Erzhan at a low price. However, if these dishes were in the village, they would still be considered a good meal. Qin Yun was right. Those bastards in the Qin family are indeed rich. Without any hesitation, the two grabbed the chopsticks on the table, stuffed the rice into the dishes, and began to eat heartily. Qin Erzhan and his second aunt tried to take it back, but they were no match for the two of them who were starving. He shoved the two of them aside, sat down at the table, and devoured the food in a flash, his eyes still scanning the room. They only put down their chopsticks after they had eaten almost everything. The meal originally prepared for 4 people was completely devoured by just 2 people. Qin Yun was right after all. You guys are indeed very rich. Wu Shui wiped his mouth with his sleeve, sneered, and said, "Tell me, if you don't give me money, even God won't stand by and watch." Qin Yun. Qin Wentong's face immediately darkened. He and old lady Qin exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of resentment in each other's eyes. No wonder those 2 beggars were able to come to the county town. "So, does that mean he gave you our address too?" Qin Wentong asked slowly in an extremely cold voice. "Of course." He Wenho responded with a sound of agreement, and then said, "If you ask me, you should just give us the money right away. We don't ask for much, so 30 yuan isn't unreasonable, is it?" Upon hearing this, Qin Erzhan and his aunt were so angry that their noses almost twisted. The two of them worked themselves to the bone in the factory in the county town, but could only earn a little over 30 yuan a month. These 2 people just asked for 30 yuan. Only a fool would give that. Old Mrs. Qin's face also changed. 30 yuan? Have you 2 got a death wish? 2 notorious good-for-nothings from Qingshui village. Do you think you deserve this price? Chapter 213 coming out and coming back. If all of this is given to them, old lady Qin will have nothing left to spend. How could old lady Qin possibly agree to this? "You won't give it to me?" He Wenho sneered, looked around, and said coldly, "I think the Qin family has really prospered. Let's go and take their stuff." Over these days, the Qin family has indeed acquired a lot more furniture, all of which were purchased from the second-hand market, but all of them are useful. After saying that, He Wenho and Wu Shui stood up and walked towards the cabinet next to them. "Let's see who dares." Qin Wentong couldn't take it anymore, so he rushed into the kitchen, grabbed a cleaver, and used it to block his belongings. Wu Shui and He Wenho are no longer the cowardly people they were in Qingshui village. Now, they harbor immense hatred towards the Qin family. Faced with Qin Wentong's bluster and cowardice, He Wenho sneered and actually took 2 steps forward. "Come on, cut me." He Wenho's eyes were full of disdain, and he deliberately moved his head closer to the knife. Qin Wentong was stunned. He hadn't expected that He Wenho and Wu Shui wouldn't even be afraid of knives. He was just a college student, and he was so nervous that he would tremble even when killing a chicken. How could he have the courage to slash at He Wenho? Seeing that Qin Wentong didn't dare to make a move, He Wenho became even more arrogant and slapped Qin Wentong across the face. With a crisp clang, the knife in Qin Wentong's hand fell to the ground. Even if you give me a chance, it won't be of any use. He Wenho sneered and said to old lady Qin again, I'll give you one more chance. Give us 30 yuan and we'll leave now. Otherwise, I'll make sure your whole family never has a moment's peace. Wu Shui chimed in from behind, his eyes filled with ferocity. You are nothing but robbers. Old Mrs. Qin was furious. She was always the one threatening others. When did it become someone else's turn to threaten her? Suddenly, as if she had just thought of something, she said, Wait, this is a county town. If you dare to take our things, I'm going to the police station right now. Let them arrest you both. Upon hearing old lady Qin's words, Qin Wentong and the others suddenly understood. Yes, this is a county town. Why would He Wenho and Wu Shui bother with their business? Qin Wentong, in particular, felt his face turn red. It's a wonder he's a top student who got into university. He didn't even think of this. Just when the Qin family thought that He Wenho and Wu Shui would not dare to make any further moves, the two of them let out a mocking sound in unison. Police station? Calling it a police station is good. We've been waiting for this for ages. We can go in and have a good meal and drinks. Wu Shui spoke up. Going into the police station was exactly what the two men wanted. Someone takes care of you. Someone provides meals. Where in the world can you find such a good thing? After speaking, Wu Shui nodded to He Wenho beside him, and the two of them began to prepare to lift the things again. Second uncle, go to the police station and find the people there. Make them move the items, and when the police arrive, make them pay compensation. Qin Wentong spoke to Qin Erzhan. Qin Erzhan nodded and immediately ran outside. Wu Shui and He Wenho struggled for a long time, but only managed to move the cabinet a tiny bit. The two of them were already panting heavily from exhaustion. There's nothing I can do. Without a kidney, I always feel powerless when doing heavy work. Damn it. If we can't move it, then let's smash it. He Wenho let out a cold shout, then grabbed the kitchen knife next to him and smashed it hard against the cabinet. What a tragedy. Grandma Qin wanted to stop them, but seeing their crazed state, she hesitated and dared not step forward. She could only slap her thigh and shout loudly. Second aunt and Qin Wentong looked anxiously towards the door. Why haven't the police officers from the local police station arrived yet? It wasn't until Wu Shui and He Wenho had almost completely destroyed the room that footsteps were heard outside the door. Qin Erzhan led Feng Tian from the police station to the scene. So it was you. Do you have a grudge against the Qin family? Why did you only arrive now? You're just here to eat and do nothing. Upon seeing the newcomer, old lady Qin didn't say a word and immediately started cursing at Feng Tian. Feng Tian's expression immediately turned somewhat unpleasant. He naturally knew about the Qin family, but today's matter was not something he deliberately neglected. He had just finished his exhausting chase after the criminals and hadn't even had a hot meal when Qin Erzhan summoned him here. Watch your tone. I've been doing my best to get here ever since Qin Erzhan called me. Feng Tian said coldly. If you slander me again, I will arrest you right now. Old Mrs. Qin was panting with anger, but in the end she didn't dare to say another word. Then let's arrest these two people right away. They broke in, which is considered trespassing, and they even injured us after entering, which is intentional assault. They should be detained for at least 10 days to half a month. Qin Wentong spoke coldly from the side. A hint of surprise appeared in Feng Tian's eyes. Qin Wentong studied mechanical engineering, so how come he's become so knowledgeable about law? However, he didn't say much, just nodded, grabbed He Wenho and Wu Shui, and walked towards the door. Neither of them showed any fear. Anyway, they'd just be sitting there. Instead, Wu Shui smiled and said to the Qin family, We'll come back when we get out. Remember to give us the money then. After they finished speaking, the two of them walked outside with light steps. Seeing the mess inside the house, the Qin family fell into complete silence. It's all that bastard Qin Yun's fault. If he hadn't given us the address, those two beggars would never have come here. A moment later, old Mrs. Qin spoke in a cold voice, and naturally, she attributed all the misfortunes to Qin Yun. Qin Erzhan and his aunt, standing nearby, were filled with worry. They won't be locked up for long. What will we do if they come out again? We can't buy these things again, can we? A ruthless glint appeared in Qin Wentong's eyes as he coldly said, "Those who have nothing to lose are not afraid of those who have something to lose. Anyway, we can't give them this money. Next time, leave it to me, and I'll make sure they fight like dogs." Qin Erzhan wanted to ask something more, but Qin Wentong had already turned grim and walked outside. "What are you standing there for? Go and pack these things up." Old Mrs. Qin called out to Qin Erzhan and her second aunt, then walked into the inner room. "Oh, are we supposed to pack all this stuff?" "Nonsense, if you weren't the one cleaning up, who would I be?" Old Mrs. Qin said discontentedly. "Blame Qin Yun if you want. If it weren't for him, we wouldn't even have a meal to eat." Chapter 214, What Happened Back Then. Left with no other choice, the second aunt could only suppress her anger and begin packing her things. He cursed Qin Yun's ancestors for 8 generations in his heart. As for Qin Wentong, he went straight to find Wang Guang as soon as he left the house, with only one thought in his mind. Since Qin Yun is going against his Qin family, then don't blame me for turning against him. When Qin Yun opens his business, he will definitely pay the price. He naturally had no idea how they had bullied Qin Yun back then. Meanwhile, in Qin Yun's courtyard, everyone was beaming with joy. Qin Yun and Huang Kuan cooked a very good meal. In addition to stir-fried dishes, Qin Yun also specially brought a sheep from the farmer's market. The aroma of these lamb skewers truly whetted everyone's appetite. Fearing that Old Man Wei might not be used to the strong smell of mutton, Qin Yun prepared a few side dishes for him as well. There were quite a few people here today, not only Qin Yun and his original group, but also many others. Gao Rui's whole family came to the scene, and Gao Rui specially arranged for Gao Yunshu and Qin Yun to sit together. Chen Shuqi, Feng Qin, and the others were among them. Wow, there are so many people today. Just as everyone was seated, Feng Tian pushed his bicycle in. Qin Yun immediately stood up and invited Feng Tian to the table with a smile. "Anyway, when we were decorating, we specially got a big table, and now it's just the right size for all these people to sit at." "Qin Yun, something really funny happened today." As soon as he sat down, Feng Tian couldn't wait to tell Qin Yun what had happened that day. "You have no idea. The entire Qin family home was smashed to pieces. There wasn't even a place to step," Feng Tian said. The Qin family's faces looked worse than if they were crying. Hearing this, Qin Yun laughed. The Qin family has become like this, and he can't be happier than he thought. "Brother Feng, what should we do with He Wen Ho and Wu Shui?" Qin Yun picked up a glass of beer and drank it down, then turned to Feng Tian and asked. Feng Tian chuckled and said, "There's no way to convict him. Although it is indeed burglary and intentional assault in a certain sense, he didn't take anything with him when he broke in. As for how many times he was slapped, that's even more impossible to define. Unless you go to the hospital for a forensic examination immediately after hitting someone, you won't have any evidence." At this point, Feng Tian continued, "But Qin Yun, you should be careful. It seems that Qin Wentong is studying law. We might have a conflict then. The intentional injury and burglary that I mentioned before were what he said, but now it seems that it was just a half-baked explanation and didn't get to the point." Qin Yun nodded, but didn't take it seriously. The legal profession requires at least 5 or 6 years of experience, and it seems there's nothing to fear right now. The two chatted for a while longer until the whole roasted lamb was ready. Qin Yun then stopped talking, stood up with his wine glass in hand, and said, "This glass is for Brother Zhao Liang. We really made a lot of money at the temple fair these past few days. The main credit goes to Brother Zhao Liang." Upon hearing this, everyone nodded and raised their glasses to Zhao Liang. The things Zhao Liang brought this time were quite novel. They were things that had never appeared in the entire county before. That's how they were able to quickly open up the market. Zhao Liang quickly waved his hand and looked at Qin Yun. "If you ask me, I just delivered the goods. Qin Yun deserves the main credit. He told me what to buy." Hearing Zhao Liang's words, Qin Yun smiled and said, "We can't stop buying things. Brother Zhao, you're practically the team leader now. Now there are no bandits on the road. When we send things from here to the south, and then come back from the south, we can buy some things to bring back." Zhao Liang, gnawing on a lamb leg, said, "It's best if you decide on this kind of thing. I don't have your business acumen. You say what to buy, and we buy it." Zhao Liang now admires Qin Yun from the bottom of his heart. Upon his return, he immediately won over the hearts of the people and even appointed him as the team leader. Nowadays, other people admire him greatly. I just want to help them make money every day. Next, Qin Yun made some other arrangements, such as opening a new Hawthorne juice stall and having Huang Wentian's brothers run it. Of course, the most important thing is the company that is about to be opened. These past few days, all the furniture needed for the company has arrived, and the smell of renovation has completely dissipated. Of course, most importantly, after these few days at the temple fair, all the business cards have been given out. This was after Qin Yun contacted Gao Yunshu again and had many more business cards printed. Qin Yun was very satisfied with this. After a few rounds of drinks, Qin Yun came up to Gao Rui and toasted him with a smile. Gao Rui looked very happy. Previously, when Qin Yun encountered bandits, he was unable to offer any assistance. Fortunately, it was Old Man Wei who intervened, allowing Qin Yun to escape unharmed. Later, both counties sent people to help Qin Yun, and he was rewarded for it. This toast is for Uncle Gao. Thank you for your help over the years. Gao Rui smiled. You're called Uncle Gao now. When are you going to change your name? These words immediately caused Gao Yunshu, who was standing next to him, to blush. Dad, what are you saying? However, they did not deny it. When they had almost finished eating, Gao Rui led Gao Yunshu and Qin Yun to Old Man Wei. Hello, Mr. Wei. Gao Rui greeted Old Man Wei and said, Since I brought you to Luoqing last time, I have only come once or twice because of work. I have really neglected you. I apologize for that. After saying that, Gao Rui picked up his wine glass and drank it all in one gulp. Old Wei chuckled and patted Gao Rui on the shoulder. What's there to see in an old man like me? Protecting the people of Luo City is the real business. Taking advantage of the conversation, Gao Rui pulled Gao Yunshu and Qin Yun over. Old Man Wei looked at the two of them, and a smile appeared on his face. Since Qin Yun came to my little courtyard, this little courtyard has become much more lively. Old Wei sighed deeply, his eyes full of admiration as he looked at Qin Yun. After so long, I've long since come to regard him as my child. Yunshu is a good girl, and you have raised her very well. If the two of you get married, if I'm still alive, I'll be their witness. You'll definitely live to be 100. Your two children are still waiting for you. Gao Rui said with a smile. The two chatted for a while longer. Then Old Man Wei suddenly lowered his voice and said, However, about what happened back then. Old Wei's words seemed to have struck a chord with him, and Gao Rui's face immediately showed a complex expression. Chapter 2:15 Picking Hawthorns. Gao Rui's voice became somewhat heavy as he said, Back then, they must have hated me to death long ago. Old Man Wei shook his head. In this world, there are some things that cannot be severed, such as blood ties and family affection. Now that the barriers between the two places have been removed, it's time to go and take a look. Gao Rui shook his head, gave a wry smile, and continued, But I already have Yunshu. Moreover, my family treated me as a traitor back then. What happens next is up to fate. Upon hearing this, Qin Yun, who was standing to the side, suddenly had an idea. Boss Pai and Gao Yunshu looked so alike. Could she be Gao Rui? This also explains why Boss Pai repeatedly emphasized not to tell Gao Rui anything about himself. Seeing the dejected look on Gao Rui's face, Qin Yun wanted to speak several times, but ultimately stopped himself. Neither of them wanted to suggest meeting, and it would be bad if I forced this balance to break. With that thought in mind, Qin Yun sat back down in his seat, no longer caring about these things. Qin Yun, prepare for this week. The meeting at the higher-ups has already concluded, and Luo Cheng is preparing to award you. After talking with Old Man Wei for a while, Gao Rui came up to Qin Yun and said to him with a smile. Qin Yun smiled and agreed. The more honors he receives, the greater his contribution to the company. It can even bring about immense prosperity to some extent. Just like in a past life, a live streamer blurted out his true feelings, and overnight, foreign brands suffered a decline in reputation, while domestic products rose to prominence in their place. Some factories that were on the verge of bankruptcy have been revitalized. Qin Yun had a very accurate self-positioning. From the very beginning, he wanted to create authentic, nationally recognized Chinese products. When they had almost finished eating, Qin Yun and Gao Yinshu got up and left the courtyard. The two of them rode their bicycles to the park in Luoqing. Qin Yun, what are your plans for the next step? The two strolled aimlessly around the small lake in the park. Being with the one you love makes everything feel extra fun. Qin Yun held Gao Yunshu's incredibly delicate hand and said, now everything is ready. We just need the final push. The advertisements have already been sent out, and we're just waiting to open our doors to customers the day after tomorrow. However, I hope you will be there at the time to report on this matter in the newspaper. This is something I have been promising Su Ren. Gao Yinshu nodded. Her writing style and ideas are good, and she has gradually gained the attention of her teachers. Now she is considered a rising star in the newspaper. Reporting on it now is just a small thing for her, but for Qin Yun, it is a great help. Leave this to me, Gao Yinshu said with a smile. The two talked for so long that they had more and more to say until dusk, at which point they finally stopped talking. Qin Yun spoke a lot today, starting with the difficulties encountered when the company was established and how to solve them, to building an industrial chain, growing into a large enterprise, and setting industry standards. This was the first time Qin Yun had spoken in such detail. Gao Yinshu didn't speak, but just kept looking at Qin Yun's glistening eyes. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Yun rode his bicycle to take Gao Yinshu home, chatted with Gao Rui for a while, and then turned to leave. Meanwhile, Qin Wentong was at a roadside stall, making plans with Wang Guang. The day after tomorrow is the opening day of Qin Yun's company, and our opportunity lies here. While picking up some cold dishes from the table, Qin Wentong said, given Qin Yun's personality, he will definitely bring Gao Yinshu over for an interview as well. Think about it. There will be so many people. If something goes wrong, wouldn't it bring him down completely? As he spoke, a smile appeared on Qin Wentong's face. He still wants to make big money then? Make my ass. Upon hearing this, Wang Guang didn't even look up, but hurriedly put the food on the table into his own bowl. They looked as if they ate one less bite, the food in front of them would disappear. Fine. I've already told my wife. We'll go to his door and cause trouble. I want to see what he can do. Wang Guang mumbled. And those things have been prepared as you said. I'll give them to you when the time comes. Hearing Wang Guang's assurance, Qin Wentong finally felt a sense of relief. He glanced at Wang Guang with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Pigs, all they know is how to eat. Sooner or later, you'll eat yourself to death. He has spent a lot of money on Wang Guang these days, and Wang Guang will almost always take him out for a free meal. They're ripping you off, but they insist on saying they have a dog at home and want to pack an extra dish to take home. This infuriated Qin Wentong. He had already made up his mind that once Qin Yun fell from power, he would never have any contact with Wang Guang again. The next morning, Qin Yun got up very early, took his younger sister out for breakfast, dropped her off at school, and then returned to the courtyard alone. The store will be opening soon, and the number of advertisements sent out these days is not small. At that time, each ticket can be exchanged for a cup of hawthorn water. I need to get more hawthorns myself. Don't make promises and then fail to redeem the hawthorn water. Otherwise, someone might try to sabotage the process. They called Huang Kuan and De Zhuang, and together they rode bicycles back to Qingshui village. Dad, let's pick hawthorns together today. As soon as he entered, Da Zhuang spoke to Sun Zhu. Sun Zhu was taken aback, then understood. He sighed at Qin Yun and said, You child, if you need more hawthorns, just say so. Why did you have to make the trip yourself? Qin Yun smiled and said, Uncle, we've ordered quite a lot of hawthorns this time. We were just worried you wouldn't be able to handle it all by yourself. You look down on your uncle? When your uncle was young, he was stronger than an ox. He could carry that stone mill at the village entrance for 3 laps. Sun Zhu looked unconvinced. Don't listen to my dad bragging. A stone millstone? That thing is really heavy. It's quite an achievement if you can even lift it. Sun Dazhuang couldn't help but chime in from the side. You little brat, you're trying to sabotage me, aren't you? Sun Dazhuang picked up the whip next to him, intending to teach Sun Dazhuang a lesson. Sun Dazhuang quickly dodged to the side. Sun Zhu snorted coldly before handing Qin Yun the basket for picking hawthorns, and the group hurried towards the mountain outside. The place where hawthorns are picked is not far from here, just behind Qingshui village. From a distance, the sunlight shining down creates a unique kind of beauty. Chapter 2:16 Legend. To be honest, Qingshui village has a lot of local products, including hawthorn, large leaf tea, and peach blossom fish, all of which are delicious. Qin Yun initially thought of processing agricultural products, but later found that it wouldn't work. The first issue is branding. Firstly, the marketing environment in the South is much better than here, and some brands have already begun to stand out. Secondly, although the government is about to start infrastructure construction, it will take a long time to fully catch up with this wave. The manpower and resources required for this are enormous, making it completely impossible. We've arrived. Let's split up and pick the fruit 2 or 3 times, and we'll be done. After the group climbed to the top of a hill, Qin Yun looked at the endless hawthorn trees in front of him and spoke to everyone. Everyone nodded and, without saying a word, walked directly toward the hawthorn tree. It must be said that many hands make light work. In one afternoon, the group picked several baskets of hawthorns, loaded them onto a cart when they got home, and were ready to deliver them to the city early the next morning. By the time they finished filling the last basket, it was already dusk. Just as Qin Yun and the others were about to carry the baskets downstairs, Qin Yun suddenly stopped. "What is that?" Qin Yun suddenly pointed to the opposite side of the mountain and asked, "What is that glowing place?" After glancing at it, Sun Zhu said, "Oh, you mean that place? It's a cave, and it's really eerie. In the early years, there was no way to get up this mountain. There was a famine at that time, and a rumor spread that there was a large tomb inside with countless gold and silver treasures, each of which was worth a fortune. People then had the idea of going up there." A hint of fear appeared in Sun Zhu's eyes. He was a person from that era and had truly experienced such things. 2 people with ropes tied to their bodies walked in, but soon the ropes shot forward, and the people behind couldn't hold them back. The people inside have vanished without a trace. People say that the local earth god is enshrined here, and if someone goes in rashly, they are offending the earth god and will have to pay the price. Those people have all become offerings to the local earth god. Hearing this, Qin Yun's face remained largely unchanged. At that time, farmers were ignorant, and something must have happened that led to the disappearance of people. But in their mouths, it evolved into such a terrible story. However, Qin Yun was indeed curious as to why it was glowing inside. Let's go down the mountain first." Sun Zhu said to Qin Yun, "You can't just go to this place. If something really happens, even a god can't save you." Qin Yun smiled. There were still many things to do, so it wasn't the time to explore. He nodded and returned to the room with Sun Zhu. Sun Dazhuang's mother had already prepared a large table of sumptuous dishes. Although they weren't as varied as those in the city, they were fresh and pollution-free, with absolutely no artificial technology or greasy food. Wild pheasant stew with mushrooms, pork ribs, freshly baked pancakes, and freshly picked scallions. This taste made Qin Yun extremely hungry. Without any hesitation, he sat down and began to feast, eating 2 bowls of rice before finally patting his belly contentedly. Early the next morning, Qin Yun and the others drove the donkey cart toward the city. While having everyone prepare hawthorn water, he went to the entrance of his company in the furniture market. By this time, a crowd had gathered at the door. Qin Yun made a final check to confirm that there were no mistakes or omissions in the contents before he went to Su Ren's office. At this moment, Su Ren's office was already full of people. Gao Rui and Gao Yinshu were both there. Director Wang, who had given Qin Yun special permission last time, was also present. Upon seeing Qin Yun arrive, Director Wang immediately approached him and asked, "Qin Yun, how are the preparations going this time?" Qin Yun didn't make any promises, but smiled and said, "I've done everything I could. The rest is up to fate." Director Wang laughed and patted Qin Yun on the shoulder. "Good. The moment I saw you, I knew you were destined for great things. This time, you'll definitely succeed. Come on, let's go outside and cut the ribbon for you." Qin Yun chuckled, then walked outside with the others. This time, the event was a grand affair, with prominent figures from the county town also present. Some businessmen and leaders from neighboring counties also came here at Director Wang's warm invitation. However, at this moment, their eyes were filled with disdain. People's thinking is old-fashioned. Once they have their own comfort zone, it is difficult for them to think about jumping out. As for this so-called private economy that Luoqing is promoting, although there has indeed been news of this coming from above, is it possible to achieve it overnight? That's simply impossible. TSK, so-called private economy? I think it should be like eating from the same pot, where everyone gets to eat. How wonderful. Exactly. Now that things are more open, how can one person possibly accomplish anything? This guy is really stupid. He actually gave up his secure job at the factory and went out to work on his own. But this house is indeed beautifully built. Gao Yinshu stood beside her, holding a notebook and pen, ready to take notes. Today is a big day for Qin Yun, and as his girlfriend, she naturally wants to record this event. By this time, a large crowd had already gathered outside. Everyone was holding a business card that had been handed out. At the company entrance, there was a bright red ribbon and a pair of scissors on a tray next to it. This is a ribbon-cutting ceremony, meant to bring good fortune. Come on, Director Wang. You were the one who brought this on, so please take the lead. Gao Rui stepped aside and spoke to Director Wang beside him. Director Wang quickly waved his hand. Not at all, I know. Qin Yun is your son-in-law, so this matter should be handled by you, his father-in-law. He had a good relationship with Gao Rui, and Gao Rui had mentioned Qin Yun, this young man, to him more than once, to the point that he was tired of hearing it. How could he possibly take away someone else's prize for something as simple as a ribbon-cutting ceremony? Gao Rui wanted to decline again, but Director Wang had already pushed him to the front, so he could only stand with Qin Yun and complete the ribbon-cutting ceremony. Su Run looked at Qin Yun, his heart filled with apprehension. Fortunately, he didn't side with those two unlucky guys at the time, but chose to stand by Qin Yun's side. Otherwise, his furniture store would probably have suffered an undeserved disaster. Chapter 2, 17 Trouble. And Qin Yun was indeed not lying to him. He had called the newspaper office again today. This is also very important to him and the other merchants in the furniture market. Since the last incident, the people in the county have not completely changed their perception of them. However, Su Rin believed that as long as this report was published, coupled with Qin Yun's momentum, it would definitely change everything. After Gao Yinshu finished interviewing Director Wang and others, she went straight to Su Ren without stopping. A smile appeared on Su Ren's face. After clearing his throat, he said, "Thank you very much, Reporter Gao, for giving me this opportunity. As the saying goes, one bad apple spoils the whole bunch. I would like to express my sincere apologies once again for what happened last time. After the incident, I immediately ordered the business to suspend operations for rectification and fined and expelled the merchants involved. The relevant personnel, such as the responsible manager, were also dismissed on the spot. Now, a month has passed, and I can say with confidence that the furniture store has been completely transformed." Su Run, having been a boss for a long time, spoke with genuine skill. He continued, "As the saying goes, to err is human, to forgive divine. On behalf of the furniture market, I earnestly request that you give us another chance. This time, both the service and the quality of the products at the furniture mall have stood the test." Su Rin spoke at length, and Gao Yinshu did not urge him on. Qin Yun and the furniture mall now have a symbiotic relationship. The better the furniture mall does, the better Qin Yun's business will be. After interviewing Su Ran, Gao Yinshu then interviewed the onlookers. "I think anything that can bring about change is a good thing, and I will consider shopping here in the future. Actually, all the other vendors were good, but that one I bought from him, and guess what happened? The inside has been completely gnawed through by woodworms. Some of the people here were onlookers, while others were arranged by Su Run, but they all said nice things. After all, this era wasn't as volatile as it is now. There weren't many businesses to begin with, so as long as things could be improved, people were willing to give them another chance." Just as Qin Yun was about to announce the start of the interview with Gao Yinshu, the sound of gongs and drums suddenly came from afar. Qin Yun suddenly turned his head and realized that a group of people were walking towards them from a distance. It looks like they're carrying quite a lot of things. The leader was none other than Wang Guang. Behind them came Wang Guang's wife, Qin Wentong, Old Lady Qin, and even his second uncle Qin Heirs Han and his second aunt. Moreover, this group of people were holding up a white banner together. On the white banner, a line of large, blood-red characters was written in vermilion paint, exposing Qin Yun's hypocritical nature. Upon seeing the group approaching, the other onlookers quickly made way for them. Qin Wentong and the others walked up to Qin Yun, and the others said nothing and sat down on the ground, spreading out a large character poster. Qin Yun glanced at the above, and a surge of anger immediately welled up inside him. If you only look at the deeds mentioned above, Qin Yun is absolutely wicked and even worse than a human being. In an instant, everyone gathered around. As the saying goes, people are afraid of being criticized. No matter how upright Qin Yun was, he couldn't withstand such a thing. I never expected Qin Yun to be this kind of person. Yes, look at this. They even abuse the elderly. Once they have money, they turn their backs on their grandmothers. They are not human. Seeing this, Director Wang and Gao Rui were somewhat embarrassed. The people who came today were all leaders from neighboring counties. They were not optimistic about Qin Yun's private economy, and they had hoped that Qin Yun could achieve some success and prove them wrong. But now this has happened all of a sudden. Isn't this a slap in the face? This is supposed to be a private entrepreneur? Isn't this a joke? Yeah, I think they must have used some underhanded methods to get this spot. Let's see how Director Wang will clean up this mess. He was hoping to make Luoqing's economy take off, but now he's all doomed. Hearing the whispers around him, Director Wang's expression darkened further. Call the police to take these bastards away. If this continues, they'll ruin today's opening. Director Wang leaned close to Gao Rui's ear and spoke. Gao Rui shook his head, sighed, and said, I'm afraid we can't let the police station take action now. Why? Gao Rui replied. Now that so many people have gathered, and people from the surrounding county are watching, if we let them come and take these people away, wouldn't that confirm that Qin Yun has a problem? We've put in so much effort to get Qin Yun into this position, we can't let it all go to waste. After hearing Gao Rui's words, Director Wang understood the crux of the matter and nodded in agreement, but his brows were still furrowed. But if things continue like this, I'm afraid there will still be problems. Gao Rui shook his head and said, let's wait a bit longer. I believe Qin Yun has the ability to resolve this matter. At this moment, Wang Guang and his wife had already begun their performance. Wang Guang suddenly banged on the gong in his hand, pointed to the back of Qin Yun's company, and shouted, Everyone, come and take a look. I originally had a small shop in the back, which I wanted to sell some things to make some money. But when Qin Yun arrived, without saying a word, he completely surrounded my land. It's obvious he doesn't want me to do business. Wang Guang described it vividly. I have a child at home and an elderly mother to support. My whole family depends on my little shop to make a living. My mother is seriously ill, and the monthly medical expenses are already astronomical. Wang Guang's words were very persuasive, and for a moment, some uninformed viewers began to look at Qin Yun with strange eyes. Wow, I never imagined this company would be set up like this. They're so heartless to have driven someone to this point. Sigh, they're all just poor people trying to do business. Why does it have to be like this? A barely perceptible smile appeared on Wang Guang's lips as he nodded slightly to Qin Wentong beside him. Qin Yun's move was truly excellent. But then he put on a pitiful expression and pointed at his wife beside him, saying, My wife wants to get an explanation from him. But guess what Qin Yun did? He actually drove my wife insane. Chapter 2:18, Not letting him make money. What? Such a thing exists? That Qin Yun is such a scoundrel. He actually did something like this, driving someone crazy. In an instant, countless people in the crowd hurled insults at Qin Yun. They practically cursed Qin Yun's ancestors for 18 generations. Wang Guang's wife then began her performance, sitting down on the ground with her hair down and holding several strange shapes in her hands, which looked exactly like the characters from the movie Very 6+7. His mouth was drooling, and his eyes were completely glazed over. This confirmed Qin Yun's guilt. Judging from this, it should be true. How can Qin Yun still call himself a private entrepreneur now? It looks like this company I started is going to fail. After something like this, what's the point of running a company? I always said that the private sector is no good, and we still have to rely on the old system. Upon seeing this scene, leaders from the neighboring county town spoke up, their words full of sarcasm towards Luoqing. Although they were only whispering to each other, some of their words eventually reached Director Wang's ears. Director Wang's expression grew increasingly grim. At this moment, Qin Yun looked at the two of them, his eyes gradually narrowing. It's clear that Qin Wentong and his team came prepared this time, and quite well at that. Having learned from their previous experience, Wang Guang and his group stopped mentioning the bad feng shui and feudal superstitions. Even a fool could guess that this was Qin Wentong's idea. Seeing everyone's reaction, Wang Guang and his wife were practically grinning from ear to ear. Wang Guang glanced at Qin Yun furtively, his eyes full of sarcasm. You said you already lowered the price, but you still wouldn't buy it. If you had bought it, would this whole thing have happened? Seeing that the two had finished their performance, Qin Wentong winked at old lady Qin beside him. Old Mrs. Qin's figure immediately became hunched over, and even her walking became unsteady. At this moment, the cane in her hand became extremely useful. Today, when old lady Qin arrived, she deliberately smeared some dust on her face, making her look like she was on her deathbed, barely clinging to life. She suddenly knelt down on the ground, her finger trembling as she pointed at Qin Yun. Damn Qin Yun. How could my Qin family produce such an ingrate? He didn't want to study, so his father went to work outside, doing jobs that were even heavier than those of laborers carrying heavy loads. He sent him to the city to do business, but after making money, he turned his back on his father. Having done it several times before, old lady Qin was now performing with increasing skill. Her face was covered in tears, and the resentment in her eyes when she looked at Qin Yun was well concealed. All that remained in her eyes was grievance and disappointment. Seeing Grandma Qin's performance, Qin Wentong couldn't help but secretly give her a thumbs up, and even Grandma Qin herself was applauding herself in her heart. That was such a great performance. From the crowd came another voice condemning Qin Yun. Grandma Qin and the others laughed even more happily. However, at that moment, a dissenting voice suddenly rang out. Don't be fooled by this old woman. She has slandered Qin Yun many times before. That's right, I saw her last time. This old woman deliberately sabotaged people's stalls in order to get money. She's not a good person. Many people came today, some of whom had heard about or even witnessed old lady Qin's tantrums. At this moment, everyone has voiced their opinions. Upon hearing these sounds, Qin Wentong and Qin Ershin's expressions immediately changed. Qin Ershin's body began to tremble, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Could it be that this time, it will fail just like before when they slandered Qin Yun? Gao Rui and Director Wang, who were standing in front of the company, had smiles on their faces. It seems that there are still fair-minded people among us ordinary people who know the true nature of this old lady Qin. Gao Rui nodded in agreement. Indeed, the police station has sent officers out multiple times before, all because old lady Qin was disrupting market order. There were many people present at the time, and in the end, old lady Qin could not deceive everyone. A glint of light flashed in Director Wang's eyes, and without realizing it, he even straightened his back a bit. As long as it can be proven today that Qin Yun is innocent, his company can still operate successfully. However, at this moment, old lady Qin spoke up again. A sense of sadness welled up in his eyes, and he kept tapping his cane on the ground, making a thumping sound. I did go to him to ask for money, and it did disrupt his business. But why don't you think about why I did this? This old woman was forced into it. With tears streaming down her face, old Mrs. Qin pointed to Qin Wentong beside her and said, My grandson has just started university, and university education requires money. I'm an old woman. I can't go out to work, and my poor grandson not only has to go to school, but also has to work part-time to earn money. His words silenced everyone. Old Mrs. Qin's words immediately made Qin Yun the target of public criticism. And my son, he was arrested and imprisoned because he committed a serious crime, and it was Qin Yun who reported him. Old Mrs. Qin's voice rang out again. He was wrong, he broke the law, and he deserved his punishment, but he did all this for his son. Qin Yun does business, but where does the capital come from? It's from sucking his blood. Once he had finished sucking my blood and no longer needed my son, he turned around and reported me to the police, sending me to jail, using my son to pave the way for his future. These words immediately caused an uproar at the scene. Isn't Qin Yun afraid of retribution for doing this? Taking money obtained through his father's crimes to start his own business. and then turning around and reporting his father to the police, isn't that the kind of thing a beast would do? A person like this is supposed to be a private entrepreneur? It's a joke. After old lady Qin's instigation, everyone present developed extreme malice towards Qin Yun. Qin Yun, he doesn't deserve it. Why would we buy his stuff if it's like this? No matter how delicious this hawthorn juice is, I will never touch it again. With his character, it's a problem if we let him make money. Exactly. They even run a company? Never come to this company again. Never even look at it. The group of people immediately became agitated. This money could be earned by others, but not by Qin Yun.